I was born with abundant spirit power and awakened as the strongest damage-dealing class, the gunner. Yet I was ridiculed by the entire school as a 3-second real man. Because as a gunner, if I'm low on ammo, even the village stray dogs would dare to attack me. Gunners must craft their own weapons, which is time-consuming and resource-intensive. But I'm not worried at all, because my class skill is a weapon itself. Moreover, I awakened a unique talent for gunners, unlimited ammo in the first stage, with the second stage talent unlockable at level 20. At this moment, I was ready to take my girlfriend into a dungeon to enjoy what unlimited firepower feels like. After leaving Awakening Hall No. 1, I hurried towards Awakening Hall No. 3. Upon entering the hall, I immediately spotted Duga Yen standing next to the awakening platform. In our academy, her fame is nearly on par with mine. I am famous for being one of the unprecedentedly talented individuals. Duga Yen, on the other hand, is renowned for her stunning beauty. Indeed, as the academy's top genius, my girlfriend is the campus beauty, the goddess in the hearts of all the boys in the academy. Yenner, I had just called out half of my words, but then I suddenly noticed the proud-looking blonde youth next to Duga Yen. That was Yuan Ting, one of the two geniuses in the academy besides me, with a spirit power value of 95. I had heard people discussing him before my awakening. It seems Yuan Ting also awakened a phantom class, and he is a relatively strong night wanderer among them. Duga Yen was smiling charmingly, engrossed in a lively conversation with Yuan Ting. Hearing the exclusive nickname Yenner, Duga Yen immediately turned her head to look this way, her expression changing. She discreetly glanced at Yuan Ting beside her, and her smile instantly faded, becoming somewhat cold. Yenner, we haven't finished our conversation yet. But Duga Yen suddenly interrupted, saying, I told you the day before yesterday that we are done. Please do not bother me anymore. As she spoke, Duga Yen took out her phone and opened a screenshot of our chat history. I was instantly stunned in place. Duga Yen waved her phone in front of me and then casually held it, but the screen was angled towards Yuan Ting. I noticed all of her subtle movements. The surprise on my face slowly faded as I stared seriously at Duga Yen. Duga Yen felt a bit flustered under my gaze, but she forced a calm expression. Are you sure? I asked slowly. Hearing my question, Duga Yen actually relaxed a bit. She knew that since I asked that, it meant I wouldn't expose her lies. Duga Yen understood my personality well. She knew that while I appeared easygoing, I was actually quite aloof inside. There are some things I find unworthy of explanation, and I don't care about external opinions of me at all. Duga Yen glanced at Yuan Ting beside her, confirming he saw the screenshot on her phone before putting it away. Over the past year, I realized our personalities are somewhat incompatible. Since that's the case, it's better to break up early. It would be good for both of us and wouldn't waste each other's time. I raised an eyebrow, understanding why Duga Yen would say that. The screenshot she just showed was from 2 days ago when Duga Yen and I were flirting, but she had trimmed it specifically, indicating she was well prepared. However, just before today's awakening, Duga Yen and I were still chatting and laughing, and there were no issues between us. This means Duga Yen's change happened just now. What happened just now? After my class awakening, I went to the restroom alone to confirm my skills and that hidden talent. And my awakening as a mechanic must have reached Duga Yen's ears through various channels by now. You know I awakened as a mechanic, I said, looking deeply at Duga Yen. Duga Yen's gaze flickered slightly, and she replied in a flat tone, I heard someone mention it just now. So what class did you awaken to? I asked again. A holy priest, Duga Yen said, slightly raising her chin. A holy priest, I said, my face showing a mocking expression. I didn't expect that just when I was about to share good news with Duga Yen, she would show such a realistic and ruthless side. I never expected that Duga Yen's previous kindness towards me was merely because of my unprecedented abundant spirit power. And when she learned that Yuan Ting awakened as a night wanderer while she was stuck as the weakest mechanic in the phantom class, she decisively abandoned our relationship. Disappointed, I shook my head and prepared to turn away. I had no interest in salvaging anything with someone like her, nor did I want to say another word. Li Haotian, you never expected this, did you? Reality is always full of drama. No matter how good your talent is, awakening as a worthless mechanic means nothing. Yuan Ting looked at me smugly, oblivious to what the old stubborns in the class guild thought about how a mechanic like me could be called a phantom. In my opinion, it's no different from a sewer job. Yenner made the right choice. Only a powerful night wanderer like me can protect the healer. As he spoke, Yuan Ting wrapped his arm around Duga Yen's slim waist, his gaze burning as he glanced at her ample assets. Duga Yen wore a shy smile, showing no intention to resist. A mocking smile appeared on my face. From now on, I no longer needed a healer. This sewer job was truly dramatic. Yuan Ting, Keep an eye on your healer. If she meets stronger teammates, she might just go off to heal them instead. I coldly left that remark and decisively turned to leave. Yuan Ting watched my departing figure, suddenly recalling how the healer in his arms had fed me countless times over the past year, and his expression darkened. With Li Haotian no longer basking in the aura of genius, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant? Don't let me find an opportunity, otherwise, Yuan Ting's heart would start to burn with anger. I left the awakening hall and, after a brief moment of thought, turned towards the dungeon teleportation hall. After class awakening, there are usually two modes for leveling up. One is to form a team and go out to hunt monsters for experience, leaving the safety of the city where wild monsters abound. As long as you don't stray too far from the city, the low-level monsters nearby are actually quite suitable for beginners to train on. However, the downside is that after each year's class awakening, there are too many newcomers hunting wild monsters, making leveling up and competing for kills quite annoying. The second method is to buy dungeon entry tickets in the dungeon teleportation hall and be teleported directly to a dungeon suitable for your level. This way, no one will compete with you for kills, and you'll also receive experience rewards for completing the dungeon, allowing for faster leveling. The maximum number of players for entering the dungeon is 4, and you can form teams freely, but an individual's level cannot exceed the dungeon level by 5. I approached the ticket counter, gritting my teeth as I handed over 100 gold coins, requesting a ticket to the Dark Forest. Running dungeons is certainly faster, but the cost has never been cheap. 100 gold coins is all I have to my name right now. As an orphan, my financial situation has always been surprising. This money is everything I've managed to save through frugality. If I can monopolize the materials produced in the dungeon, I can still make back the cost of the ticket. I thought to myself as the staff took the gold and handed me a registration form to fill out the number of people, class level, names, and corresponding IDs. I knew this was a precaution to prevent accidents for dungeon challengers. After all, the difficulty of the dungeon is much higher than that of low-level monsters, and it's common for players of the same level to get wiped out if they're not careful. Leaving a message at least lets them know who died. I quickly jotted down the information and handed it back. The staff member looked at it, suddenly raised their head, and stared at me in shock. A newly awakened mechanic at level 10. That's right, I nodded. The staff gasped in disbelief. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You actually want to solo the Dark Forest? The Minotaurs in the Dark Forest are at least level 10, with elite Minotaurs at level 11, and the boss of this dungeon, the Minotaur Chief, is even higher at level 12. Moreover, the Minotaur race is tough with high health and strong defenses. No class of the same level could solo them, let alone a mere mechanic. I grinned. It's fine, I just want to give it a try. Anyway, I have teleport crystals. If I can't fight them off, I can at least outrun them. The staff member shook their head in disbelief and quickly finished the registration. I took the ticket and walked toward the nearby teleport gate. Standing in the teleport area of the Dark Forest, I activated the ticket, and with a flash of white light, my figure vanished. As my vision blurred, I found myself at the entrance of a sparse forest. I could vaguely see towering creatures over 2 meters tall wandering in the Dark Forest. These were the Minotaurs of the Dark Forest. They maintained a distance from each other, but if I approached within 5 meters, they would attack me. With a steady gaze, I knew that although I had unlimited ammo, I still needed to be cautious and not attract too many at once. Otherwise, if I got surrounded by these Minotaurs, I would still be in danger. Taking a deep breath, I activated the skilled grotto pistol, and with a flash of white light, a matte silver grotto pistol appeared in my hand. The skilled grotto pistol summons the grotto pistol. It consumes 1 mana point for every minute it exists, and when my mana reaches 0, the pistol will automatically return. With a thought, the pistol swiftly detached from my hand and hovered quietly in front of me. This is a passive skill all mechanics possess called Psycho Control, which allows them to manipulate their crafted psychic weapons with their minds. Controlling all psychic weapons they create is important, as later in the game, a mechanic's number of psychic weapons can become quite overwhelming. With unlimited ammo and precious time, I couldn't afford to delay. I continued summoning grotto pistols, and in the blink of an eye, 10 grotto pistols appeared in front of me. Since there's no need for crafting, as long as I have enough mana, I can summon multiple psychic weapons for simultaneous use. Each of the 10 grotto pistols consumes 10 mana points for every minute they exist. My mana is 200. Although it regenerates slowly, it definitely won't keep up with the usage. In other words, for safety's sake, I need to clear the dungeon within 20 minutes, which should be enough time. Excitement gleamed in my eyes as I walked into the Dark Forest. The effective kill range of the grotto pistol is 50 meters. However, knowing my aim isn't great, I walked to within 20 meters of them before commanding all 10 grotto pistols to fire simultaneously. The concentrated gunfire erupted instantly. The Minotaurs had barely turned around and hadn't even taken a step before collapsing under my barrage. I received 10 experience points for killing the Minotaur, and I watched as the kill notification popped up in front of me. I gasped, muttering, "Wow, this is truly ephemeral." My body trembled with excitement. Unlimited firepower, this is how you truly play a mechanic. I maintained my distance from the Minotaurs. In this dungeon, as long as I stayed outside their 5-meter range, they wouldn't attack even if they heard me. Surrounded by grotto pistols, I charged deeper into the dark forest, encountering 2 elite Minotaurs along the way. Yet under the suppression of unlimited ammo, they also fell quietly like a sieve, contributing 20 experience points, double that of a regular Minotaur. The Dark Forest is a beginner dungeon, containing 2 elite Minotaurs and 47 regular ones. Under the crushing firepower of my unlimited ammo, I traversed the forest path and reached the deepest part of the Dark Forest in just 10 minutes. Not far from a campfire stood a towering Minotaur over 3 meters tall, training back and forth while wearing shining silver armor and exuding a fierce aura. Upon seeing the final boss, I hesitated not at all. With a thought, the 10 grotto pistols unleashed a torrent of bullets. The Minotaur chief's defense is double that of an elite monster, but amidst the hail of bullets, he only managed to take 3 steps before crashing to the ground with a bang. I received 50 experience points for killing the Minotaur chief, and 100 experience points for clearing the Dark Forest. Congratulations, you set a new record for the fastest clear time, earning 200 experience points. Seeing the notifications flashing before my eyes lit up. Wow, the rewards for resetting the clear time are so generous. Congratulations, you've reached level 11. Wow, I leveled up just like that. Soloing dungeons really gives you experience quickly, much faster than competing with a crowd for monsters in town. I quickly opened my class panel and saw that my mana value was full again due to leveling up. Moreover, I had gained an additional 5 free potential points to allocate as I pleased. Without thinking, I allocated all of it to mana, and with the 5 base points received from leveling up, my mana now stood at 210 points, allowing me to summon another grotto pistol for 10 minutes. At that moment, a flash of purple light suddenly appeared, and a piece of armor-like equipment dropped beside the Minotaur chief. I was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, a look of surprise spreading across my face. No way, a regular dungeon actually dropped equipment for swordsmen. I hurried over to pick up the equipment, named Shining Silver Chestplate of the Minotaur chief, which was bound gear, increasing strength and mana by 14 points each. Disappointed, I sighed as I looked at the equipment. Light armor is such a pity, it's not suitable for me. In this world, there are 5 types of equipment: cloth armor, leather armor, light armor, heavy armor, and plate armor. Anti-magic classes typically use cloth or leather armor, while hybrid magic and physical classes generally use light armor. Most physical classes use heavy or plate armor. As a mechanic, which is a type of magic class, I can only use leather armor. Of course, it's not impossible to use other types of equipment, but if it's unsuitable for my class, not only will the attributes be wrong, but I'll also lose the defensive bonuses from armor proficiency. Accessory type equipment is generally usable by all classes, as long as the attributes are suitable. Equipment levels range from low to high: trash white gear, normal green gear, fine blue gear, rare purple gear, artifact grade pink gear, legendary orange gear, and golden epic gear. White gear is everywhere and can be bought for just a few silver coins. Normal green gear has a good chance of dropping from both outdoor mobs and regular dungeon monsters, and can be sold at the auction house for at least 1 gold coin. At the blue gear level, only elite monsters will drop them, and dungeon bosses are guaranteed to drop them, with auction house prices instantly reaching dozens of gold coins. Rare purple gear can only drop from bosses, and has a low drop rate of just 10%. If you want to buy a piece of purple gear at the auction house, it will cost at least several hundred gold coins. Ordinary players need to save for a long time to afford one, which is why it's called rare grade. Although I can't use this purple gear, I can sell it at the auction house, and it will bring in several hundred gold coins. As for artifact grade pink gear, while all dungeon bosses and elite monsters can potentially drop them, the drop rate is incredibly low, at just 1%, only the luckiest of players can get them. However, if one does drop, it's a huge profit, worth at least several thousand gold coins. If luck strikes and I find an artifact with exceptional attributes, that would be an incredibly rare treasure. In addition to this armor, the Minotaur chief, as the boss, also dropped a piece of mail gear, the Minotaur's leather belt. I could use it, so I decisively equipped it, increasing my mana by another 11 points. Now that I had cleared all the monsters in the Dark Forest, I realized I hadn't picked up anything while I was busy grinding. With excitement, I stowed away my gear and began to sweep back for the other loot. 2 elite Minotaurs contributed 2 pieces of blue gear, while the other regular Minotaurs dropped about 20 pieces of green gear. In addition, there were Minotaur teeth, leather, iron scraps, and various other miscellaneous dungeon materials. These materials might be useful for regular mechanics since they provide blueprints, and psychic weapons require gathering materials for crafting. However, they are completely useless to me. I can sell all of them for gold coins. I estimated that even excluding that armor, just selling these items at the auction house would earn me around 200 gold coins. And since the ticket to the Dark Forest costs only 100 gold coins, it means that someone like me, soloing, can not only grind experience but also make a significant profit. Thinking of this, I couldn't waste any time and immediately activated the teleport crystal. 3 seconds later, I reappeared in the dungeon hall, and then excitedly walked out, heading for the auction house. The staff member was momentarily taken aback by my expression, then instinctively glanced at the clock nearby. How did this guy come out so quickly? From his expression, did he actually find something? Could he have gotten blue gear? No, that's impossible. You have to kill many regular minotaurs before encountering the first elite minotaur in the Dark Forest. How could a freshly transitioned mechanic like him kill so many minotaurs in just 10 minutes? The staff members shook their head in amusement. Just then, a new message updated on the display panel above the Dark Forest teleport entrance. Fastest clear time for the Dark Forest, 25 minutes and 12 seconds, cleared by Li Haotian. The staff member was stunned, instantly standing up and rubbing their eyes in disbelief as they looked again. Wow! He exclaimed in shock. You have to know the previous record was an hour, and it was achieved by a party of 4. I'm all alone, and I'm just a newly transitioned mechanic. How did I clear it in half that time? What the staff didn't know was that I had only spent 10 minutes actually running this dungeon. The remaining 10 minutes were spent gathering materials on my way back. To facilitate equipment trading for players, the auction house is conveniently located next to the dungeon teleport hall. I entered the auction house, found an empty window, and dumped all the items I planned to sell. The window clerk raised an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing the shining silver chestplate of the Minotaur chief I pulled out, commenting, "Looks like this young man has some good luck to get something like this." I asked with anticipation, "What's the market price for this?" The clerk quickly checked and smiled. Many newly awakened players have appeared recently. The shining silver chestplate of the Minotaur chief is perfect for light armor classes. The last one was just bought by someone. Its market price is 500 gold coins. I pondered for a moment and asked, was the last shining silver chestplate of the Minotaur chief just listed recently? The clerk nodded. That's right, it was listed just a couple of days ago and was snapped up immediately. I thought it over briefly and decisively listed mine for 600 gold coins. The clerk gave me an appreciative look, as if to say, this young man knows how to seize opportunities. Alright, I got it, hand the gear over to me. I chuckled and handed the softly glowing purple armor to the clerk. During this time, many new professionals have awakened, and items like this purple gear have always been the first choice for those wealthy family members who enjoy spending money. After all, artifact level pink gear is too expensive, and the leveling speed for professionals in the early stages is actually not slow. Buying pink gear is too extravagant, as it won't be long before it needs to be updated. Blue gear offers minimal attribute bonuses and tends to lose value when worn, so those from wealthy families don't think highly of it. In contrast, purple gear is relatively suitable. A few hundred gold coins for each piece is a bit pricey, but the attribute bonuses are decent, and it won't place too much burden on the family, making it perfect for showing off. Wearing the purple gear, Li Chen sold off all the other blue gear, green gear, and various materials he had scavenged from the dungeon. These ordinary items are directly purchased by the auction house, so Li Chen didn't need to list them himself. Clearing out all the gains from this dungeon run, Li Chen made another 223 gold coins, enough for him to buy 2 more tickets. With this money in hand, Li Chen hurriedly left the auction house and headed back to the dungeon teleportation hall. On the other side of the auction house, a young man with slanted eyes watched Li Chen leave with a flickering gaze, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Outside the city, Yuan Ting lay half reclined in the shade of a tree, proudly holding onto Dugayan's slender waist, occasionally stroking her rounded thigh. Amidst the envious gazes of others, he leisurely watched the security guards sent by his family struggle to defeat monsters. These guards were not very high level, all around level 18 or 19. However, they were still much more efficient against the wild boars around level 11 or 12, and even with experience shared in a team, they were still faster than fighting alone. At that moment, Yuan Ting's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was one of his lackeys stationed at the auction house to scout for equipment. "Hello," Yuan Ting answered loudly. "Hey, brother Yuan, we got the last piece of light armor. All the gear you wanted is ready." Yuan Ting's eyes lit up, and he eagerly said, "If you got it all, bring it over." Hearing Yuan Ting's unceremonious words, the lackey suddenly lowered his voice. "Brother Yuan, I called to report some news. Do you know who listed that last piece of Bullhead King armor?" Yuan Ting impatiently replied, "What does that have to do with me? It will end up in my hands anyway. It's Li Chen. I saw him sell a bunch of materials, and that included the Bullhead King armor. I said I don't care." "Ha, wait, Who did you say listed it? Yuan Ting paused mid-sentence, sitting up straight to ask again. Li Chen. Yuan Ting's brows immediately furrowed. Li Chen? A newly awakened mechanic, and someone is willing to team up with him to run dungeons? No, brother Yuan, I just followed Li Chen to the dungeon teleportation hall. I saw him buy a ticket and teleport into the dark forest. This guy didn't team up, he actually soloed the dungeon. The lackey's voice suddenly turned incredulous. Yuan Ting's eyes widened, and he jumped up in disbelief, saying, What did you say? Say that again. Li Chen didn't team up. He entered the dungeon alone. The lackey still sounded as if he couldn't believe it. Yuan Ting was completely stunned. This is impossible. A newly awakened mechanic, even if he makes a super weapon, shouldn't be able to solo the dark forest. What on earth is going on? Yuan Ting couldn't help but mutter to himself. After a moment, he instructed over the phone, You keep a close watch over there. If Li Chen really manages to clear the dungeon, notify me immediately. Yes, brother Yuan. Yuan Ting hung up the phone, and the carefree mood he had was long gone. Duge Yen, sitting beside him, had also heard their conversation, her rosy lips slightly parted, equally astonished. More than 20 minutes later, Yuan Ting's phone rang again. Damn, brother Yuan, that kid has come out. 22 minutes and 36 seconds. That kid actually broke the speedrun record. Yuan Ting's pupils instantly constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, What did you say? 22 minutes? He did it alone and broke the record? Damn, that kid has teleported into a new dungeon, the Thunder Ruins. He is still alone. Duge Yen was so shocked that she covered her mouth. Thunder Ruins? Isn't that a dungeon that requires level 12 to enter? He is already level 12? Yuan Ting's expression changed rapidly, and he quickly began to calculate in his mind. If Li Chen really cleared the dungeon solo, he could enjoy all the monster experience in the dungeon. The monsters in the dark forest were at least level 10, and with the extra bonuses from the dungeon, the experience was obviously much more than that of the small monsters in the wild. Plus, with the experience from clearing the dungeon, if he cleared it solo twice, the experience would indeed be just enough to reach level 12. But how could a shabby mechanic like him clear a dungeon solo? Yuan Ting looked skeptical and gritted his teeth, saying, Let's go to the dungeon teleport hall. 10 minutes later, Yuan Ting, along with Duge Yen and a group of security guards, stormed into the dungeon hall. He quickly spotted the triangular-eyed youth next to the teleportation portal for the Thunder Ruins and walked over. That kid is still inside the dungeon? Yuan Ting asked through gritted teeth. That's right, I've been keeping an eye on him. He hasn't come out yet. Yuan Ting nodded grimly and turned to glance at the display panel above the dark forest not far away. There was a line of glaring red text showing the latest clearing time for the dark forest, along with Li Chen's name. At this moment, the commotion had already attracted the attention of many people. When everyone saw the latest clearing record for the dark forest, a wave of gasps and discussions instantly flooded the area. Damn, solo clearing the dark forest? And he actually broke the record? How on earth did he do that? Li Chen? Strange, why does that name sound familiar? Of course it sounds familiar, isn't he the unprecedented powerhouse with full spirit power? Is it him? No way, I heard from a friend that he awakened as a mechanic. Although mechanics are classified as a divine profession, everyone knows the reality. How could a newly transitioned mechanic possibly solo clear the dark forest? Could it be he found some kind of clearing technique and is exploiting a bug? Hearing these discussions, Yuan Ting's eyes lit up. Li Chen found some kind of technique to exploit a dungeon bug? Yes, it must be that way. Otherwise, how could a newly transitioned garbage mechanic like him really solo clear a dungeon? But then, Yuan Ting's brows furrowed. He had previously mocked Li Chen. Even if Li Chen found some bug exploiting technique, he definitely wouldn't tell him. So what should he do? While the outside world was still fervently discussing how Li Chen exploited the bug, he was crazily advancing in the Thunder Ruins. The Thunder Ruins was a level 13 dungeon, and the monsters inside were Dark Thunder Rhinos. The defense and attack power of Dark Thunder Rhinos were superior to that of Minotaurs, but their movement speed was even slower than that of Minotaurs. For Li Chen, these high attack, high defense monsters with slow movement speed were just perfect for him to showcase his abilities. After 2 solo clears of the Dark Forest, Li Chen was now very confident in his firepower output. To increase his monster pushing speed, Li Chen spent a fortune to purchase a full set of green cloth armor, including accessories, costing him over 10 gold coins. Because cloth armor provided the most spirit power, although wearing cloth armor would severely weaken his defense as a leather armor specialist. However, in front of 20 Glock handguns, does Li Chen still need to defend himself? Not at all. Right now, his spiritual power has been stacked to over 300. Even using 20 Glock handguns simultaneously would be enough to last for 15 minutes. Although there are 30 more monsters in the Thunder Ruins than in the Dark Forest, bringing the total to 80. Those tough-skinned Dark Thunder rhinos have no chance of resistance against the infinite ammunition of the Glocks. Bang 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 bang. The sound of bullets pouring out echoed throughout the ruins, and the Dark Thunder rhino leader, over 4 meters long, let out a mournful roar and crashed to the ground. Even the majestic horn on its forehead was battered and nearly broken by Li Chen's fire. 2 blue lights flashed, and 2 blue items appeared beside the Dark Thunder rhino leader. Li Chen approached and his eyes lit up. Wow, it's just a piece of leather armor. Not bad, it adds 20 points to my spiritual power, a top-tier blue item. I'll wear it for now, although my firepower is already sufficient. Adding more spiritual power is never a bad thing. Besides, wearing blue items won't bind me, so I can sell it at the auction house later when I no longer need it. Then, Li Chen skillfully retraced his steps and began to quickly collect materials. The Dark Thunder rhino's horn and rhino skin are worth much more than the materials dropped by the Minotaurs. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Chen looked at his experience points and sighed regretfully. As I progress, leveling up is indeed getting harder. I alone enjoying the dungeon experience only gives me 60% of the experience. Forget it, at least I have enough for the ticket. I can always run it a few more times. Li Chen gently shook his head, crushed the teleportation crystal, and exited the dungeon. He's out. He's out. Damn, 21 minutes. Did he find a speedrun bug in the Thunder Ruins? My god, is this a special talent only a naturally full-powered mechanic has? The ability to detect dungeon bugs? As soon as Li Chen emerged, the loud and bustling exclamations startled him. What the hell? What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many people around? Seeing the envious and jealous gazes from those around him, Li Chen instinctively looked up at the display board above the Thunder Ruins. Thunder Ruins fastest clear record, 21 minutes 21 seconds, cleared by Li Chen. Upon seeing the updated information, Li Chen immediately understood what had happened. It seems that news of his solo speedrun through the dungeon had spread. Great God, how did you exploit the bug? I'll pay 100 gold coins to buy it. Please let me know. Get lost. You only offer 100 gold coins? Does Great Godly need your 100 gold coins? I'll offer 1,000 gold coins. Please take me along. Brother Li Chen, could you take little sister along for a few runs? Little sister is a Heinaga class. Not only can she heal, but she's also very smooth. Looking at the blue-haired girl twisting her waist like a water snake, as if trying to wring herself out of the water, Li Tianhao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Heinaga, with your body full of fish scales, even if you're smooth, it's still uncomfortable. Li Chen couldn't help but silently complain. Everyone, you've misunderstood. I didn't exploit a bug, I cleared it based on my strength. So don't think about taking shortcuts, it's better to level up step by step. The honest and reliable young man Li Chen sincerely advised everyone while squeezing through the crowd towards the auction house, muttering in his heart, exploit a bug? Ha, who do you look down on? I am the bug. The 2 tickets he bought earlier had already been used up, and now he needed to process the materials and exchange them for gold coins to continue grinding experience. Watching Li Chen's retreating figure, disappointment spread across the faces of the crowd, as if to say, just as expected. In the past, there were indeed people who discovered the dungeon bug, but those who found it never made it public. Instead, they treated it as a way to farm equipment and make money. As for Li Chen's claim of soloing based on skill, only a fool would believe that. You, a newly transitioned garbage mechanic, have what kind of strength? Just as Li Chen was about to walk out the door, a lively figure suddenly blocked his way. Li Chen looked up and immediately raised his eyebrows. Duge Yan, you're blocking my path. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Duge Yan's face, but thinking of Li Chen's experience and earnings from soloing dungeons, she quickly suppressed that embarrassment. Instead, a slight warmth surged in her heart. Li Chen, I was just joking before, let's make up. I am the recognized campus beauty of Qingshan Academy, and you are the most talented genius of Qingshan Academy. The classmates have always praised us as a perfect match. Moreover, mechanics have always had the biggest shortcoming in defense, while I, as a holy priest, am an absolute standout among support classes. Not only can I provide defense buffs, but I can also heal injuries. This is simply heaven's arrangement. The more Duge Yan spoke, the brighter her eyes became, as if this were all true. Listening to Duge Yan's self-praise, a mocking smile appeared on Li Chen's face. No need, I think you were right before, our personalities are somewhat incompatible. It's better to part ways, that way we won't hold each other back. Li Chen deliberately emphasized hold back, causing Duge Yan's bright smile to stiffen slightly. After saying that, Li Chen didn't even glance at Duge Yan, directly pushing her aside and walking out. Not to mention that Duge Yan's holy priest was just a first-tier class. Even if she were a divine support, Li Chen wouldn't spare her a second look. Once the mask of the green tea was torn off, Who knew if such a woman would turn against him again in times of danger? Keeping such a potential threat around was simply asking for trouble. Moreover, once Li Chen's level increased, he wouldn't even need a support class. With unlimited firepower at his disposal, and various defensive super weapons available at high levels, it would be extremely difficult for others to harm him. So why would he need healing? Watching Li Chen walk into the nearby auction house, Duguyan's mouth slightly opened, her face filled with disappointment and embarrassment under the strange gazes of the onlookers. Beside her, Yuan Ting walked out with a stern face, glaring fiercely at the surrounding crowd, angrily scolding, "What are you looking at? A bunch of country bumpkins, not doing anything serious, just here to make a fuss. Do you want to challenge me?" The crowd showed signs of discontent, but looking at Yuan Ting, who was dressed in purple and was also a divine class, they really didn't dare to provoke him. Moreover, the Yuan family behind Yuan Ting was a significant force in the Four Symbols City, and ordinary people indeed didn't dare to offend him. After the excitement was over, and since Li Chen was unwilling to reveal the bug exploit technique, the onlookers found no reason to stay and all dispersed. Once everyone left, Yuan Ting looked at the auction house with jealousy, cursing, "What a pity, that poor kid Li Chen actually isn't falling for it. If he were willing to take you through a dungeon once, I could have learned his bug exploit technique. Damn it." A hint of regret flashed in Duguyan's eyes. Yuan Ting didn't know that if Li Chen had truly been willing to accept her back just now, Duguyan would have played along for real, directly following Li Chen, and would not have returned to Yuan Ting's side, nor would she have disclosed the bug exploit technique to Yuan Ting as originally planned. Earlier, the reason she decisively kicked Li Chen to the curb was to leverage the Yuan family's influence to level up quickly while obtaining equipment, so she could stand out in the college selection 3 days later and strive to enter one of the 2 best superpowered higher education institutions in the Eastern Dragon Empire. But if Li Chen's talent is to discover dungeon bugs and quickly clear them solo, then when he runs dungeons with Duguyan, even if they share experience, it would definitely be faster than grinding wild monsters with Yuan Ting. Moreover, if the two of them run dungeons, the equipment would only be split between them, but the ticket price would still be the same, and the rewards inside the dungeon would be enough to offset the ticket cost. This means that she could run dungeons with Li Chen infinitely over the next 3 days, and their leveling speed would be absolutely impressive. You have to know that due to the level restrictions of the dungeons, even if the Yuan family was willing to find 2 practitioners under level 15 to take them into the dungeon, it wouldn't be much faster than a normal team-up, and the experience would be split even more, making it less efficient than continuously grinding wild monsters outside. Unlike Li Chen, who could solo a dungeon and level up to 12 in just 2 or 3 runs, that speed was simply faster than riding a rocket. Li Chen arrived at the auction house and sold all the materials and unwanted equipment he had collected from the last 2 dungeon runs. He also retrieved the gold from the Bullhead King's armor that Yuan Ting had snatched away, and after deducting the auction house's fees, he earned over 1,200 gold in total. Li Chen didn't use this gold to buy any equipment. He immediately headed to the dungeon hall. He had made up his mind to reach level 20 within 3 days, because at level 20, he could unlock the second stage of his talent, and he would gain 2 additional skills. By then, when he participated in the college selection, he would have a 100% guarantee. Any newly emerged practitioner in the Eastern Dragon Empire would probably want to enter those 2 top universities, Xinghua Academy and Beta Academy, because only by entering these 2 prestigious institutions could one have the chance to join a high-level guild. And high-level dungeons are basically controlled by various high-level guilds. Those high-difficulty, high-level abyss dungeons, large-scale team dungeons, faction confrontation dungeons, and even international slaughter dungeons could easily become cannon fodder without a guild to rely on. Back in the dungeon hall, Li Chen bought 8 tickets for the Thunder Ruins in one go. As his level increased, the experience required for leveling up was also growing rapidly. Li Chen roughly calculated that at this rate of increase, he would probably need to run the Thunder Ruins 8 times to reach level 15. Moreover, as the dungeon level increased, the ticket prices would also rise. The ticket for the Dark Forest was only 100 gold, but the Thunder Ruins cost 120 gold, so 8 tickets would amount to 960 gold. For ordinary practitioners without much background, this was definitely a huge sum. But fortunately, since Li Chen was soloing, everything produced in the dungeon belonged to him alone, so he didn't feel much financial pressure. From afternoon to evening, Li Chen tirelessly entered and exited the Thunder Ruins, to the point that even the staff in the dungeon teleportation hall had become numb to it. After an unknown amount of time, Li Chen used his last ticket and entered the Thunder Ruins once more. He skillfully summoned 20 grotto pistols, surrounding himself, and then steadily advanced, crushing his way toward the boss area. With the final round of frenzied firepower unleashed, the Thunder Demon Rhinoceros leader once again crashed to the ground, its health reduced to 0. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 15. Seeing this sudden upgrade notification, Li Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't even have time to check the loot and immediately opened his attribute panel, because at level 15, he could unlock a new skill. The previous attributes continued to increase steadily, and Li Chen couldn't be bothered to look. He directly allocated all 5 points of free potential from the level up reward to his spiritual power. Then, he eagerly clicked on the last tab, Talent, and looked at the skills section. In the empty skill bar, beneath the shiny silver grotto pistols, floated a black, oversized super weapon. Skill, Gatling Rotary Machine Gun. Skill description, summons a Gatling Rotary Machine Gun, which consumes 2 points of spiritual power for every minute it exists. Note, when spiritual power reaches 0, the Gatling Rotary Machine Gun will automatically retract. Seeing this thing, Li Chen couldn't help but his eyes lit up, his whole body trembling with excitement. Wow, I thought reaching level 15 would only unlock an automatic rifle or something, but I didn't expect it to be a Gatling. As a top student, Li Chen immediately recalled the relevant knowledge he had learned upon seeing these words. The Gatling Rotary Machine Gun consists of 6 7mm caliber barrels arranged in a circle, with a firing rate that can reach an astonishing 1,000 rounds per minute or more. The rate of fire is even more ferocious than the combined firepower of his 20 Glocks. Even though the spiritual power consumed per minute is double that of the Glock pistol, the density of firepower is completely unmatched by the Glock. After leveling up to 15, combined with the spiritual power boost from his equipment, Li Chen now had over 400 points of spiritual power. What does over 400 spiritual power represent? It means Li Chen can simultaneously summon and use 20 Gatling rotary machine guns within 10 minutes. With the talent of infinite ammunition, his Gatling guns can maintain the highest firing rate without needing to change magazines. 20 Gatlings mean over 20,000 rounds per minute. Moreover, super weapons do not suffer from firepower decay or barrel overheating issues. This also means that Li Chen's firepower will not experience any downtime. With such intensity of firepower, let alone monsters of level 10 or more, even those of level 20 or 30 wouldn't be able to withstand it. From now on, his efficiency in clearing dungeons will experience a leap in growth. Thinking of this, Li Chen wasted no time and immediately summoned 20 completely black Gatling rotary machine guns. The black gun muzzles looked like the eyes of a devil, fiercely staring ahead. Li Chen excitedly licked his lips, his gaze scanning the surroundings before landing on a large boulder nearby. With a thought, the 20 Gatlings fired simultaneously. The massive boulder, towering 2 people high, was instantly showered with a storm of debris, and within seconds, it was reduced to powder by the ferocious firepower. Although he was somewhat mentally prepared, seeing this scene made even the instigator, Li Chen, gasp in awe. Damn, this is too violent. Satisfied, he recalled the Gatling guns, his eyes revealing a fervent expression. The firepower is sufficient. Now, what I need most is to stack spiritual power. Exiting the profession panel, Li Chen suddenly noticed a purple glow next to the boss, paused in surprise, and exclaimed, What luck, another purple item drop. Li Chen hurried over to check the equipment attributes. Name, Demon Rhinoceros Bracelet, Unbound. Type, Accessory Attributes, Speed plus 10, Spiritual Power plus 40. Not bad, it's a bracelet, just what I can use. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction and directly equipped the item. Exiting the Thunder Ruins, Li Chen immediately ran to the nearby auction house, selling all the materials and equipment he had obtained from the dungeon, earning over 2,500 gold coins, before leaving contentedly to go to sleep. The next day, as dawn began to break, Li Chen couldn't wait to arrive at the dungeon teleportation hall. But he didn't expect that Yuan Ting and Du Guyan would also be there. And besides them, 2 security guards were following Yuan Ting. Seeing Li Chen, Yuan Ting's expression changed slightly. Li Chen had already reached level 15, in a great mood. Seeing these two, he suddenly remembered Yuan Ting's mocking words from yesterday, and with a glint in his eye, he walked towards them. Oh, isn't this the mighty night wanderer, young Master Yuan? What's up? Not out there stealing wild monsters today, but here to mix it up in a dungeon, Li Chen said with a sarcastic tone. Beside him, Du Guyan looked at Li Chen with a complicated expression, feeling quite uncomfortable, because when Li Chen came over, he hadn't even glanced at her, as if she were just a passerby, not worth a second look. Yuan Ting's face darkened. Li Chen, don't get too cocky. Isn't it just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse and discovering a bug in the game? You're just messing around in the Thunder Ruins. With your trashy class, you're destined to be a useless character. Oh, really? Then let's wait and see. Li Chen chuckled, unconcerned, and walked towards the ticket booth. Seeing Li Chen's smug expression, Yuan Ting snorted angrily and headed towards the Thunder Ruins. After grinding wild monsters all day yesterday, his level had finally reached 13. Today, he had specially brought 2 level 15 bodyguards, ready to enter the Thunder Ruins and give it a try. He couldn't believe that if Li Chen could find a dungeon bug, he, the powerful Night Wanderer, wouldn't be able to. Not just him, several groups of players who had reached level 12 today were also teaming up to try and find a quick way to clear the Thunder Ruins. Li Chen arrived at the ticket window, took out 700 gold coins, and handed them to the ticket seller. First, give me 5 tickets for the Grattle Canyon. Grattle was a higher level dungeon, so the ticket price was naturally higher, at 140 gold coins each. The ticket seller was the same one who had watched Li Chen crazily solo the dungeon yesterday. Looking at Li Chen's handsome face, he felt a bit numb. Oh, 5 tickets for the Thunder Ruins, right. Hick, what did you say? Grattle Canyon. Because Li Chen had spent most of the day grinding in the Thunder Ruins, the ticket seller instinctively thought he was still doing that. But he had only spoken half of his sentence when he suddenly realized, unable to help but exclaim. Grattle Canyon was a dungeon that could only be entered at level 15. He was already level 15? What the hell was this leveling speed? With the ticket seller's exclamation, many people in the hall were drawn to the commotion. Yuan Ting was just about to activate his ticket when he heard the words Grattle Canyon, and his whole body stiffened, turning to look this way. Li Chen smiled lightly. That's right, Grattle Canyon. 5 tickets. Li Chen took the Grattle Canyon tickets from the bewildered ticket seller and turned to walk towards the teleportation area. The level of Grattle Canyon was slightly higher than that of the Thunder Ruins, and the teleportation area was right next to the Thunder Ruins. As Li Chen passed by Yuan Ting, he winked at him and grinned. Mighty young Master Yuan, good luck. If you keep dawdling, I might just find the bug in Grattle Canyon too. Hearing Li Chen's sarcastic voice, Yuan Ting's face turned the color of liver. After finishing his taunt, Li Chen laughed heartily and stepped into the teleportation area for Grattle Canyon, his figure flashing and disappearing. Seeing Li Chen solo teleport into Grattle Canyon again, many others in the dungeon teleport hall stopped in their tracks, turning to gather around. Damn, he's going into the dungeon alone again. Hey, do you think he can find a bug in the dungeon this time? Of course. If he wasn't confident, would he go in alone to seek death? I'm so envious. Is this the value of full spirit power? This is too exaggerated. I've never heard of any mechanic leveling up this fast. Ha, don't even mention the mechanic. He must be the fastest to level up among all professions, reaching level 15 in just one day. What a damn beast. The discussions around him surged like a tide, and the once quiet teleportation hall for the dungeon suddenly became lively. Yuan Ting clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, saying, the terrain of Grattle Canyon is simple, with a total of 150 monsters, almost double that of the Thunder Ruins, and the distribution of monsters is quite dense. In this environment, I don't believe it, that lousy mechanic can't keep exploiting bugs. With that, Yuan Ting simply sat down beside him, staring unblinkingly at the teleportation area of Grattle Canyon. He wanted to wait for that lucky, show-off kid, Li Chen, to come out so he could mock him fiercely. Otherwise, he really couldn't swallow this anger. Duge Yen stared blankly at the empty teleportation area of Grattle Canyon, her heart suddenly turning bitter. After all, she had spent a year with Li Chen and knew what his character was like. If he didn't have absolute confidence, Li Chen would definitely not go into the dungeon alone to seek discomfort. So, she was sure that Li Chen was absolutely capable of clearing the dungeon solo. Duge Yen felt a sharp pain in her heart, making it hard to breathe. If she hadn't said those words about breaking up with Li Chen yesterday, she should have been level 14 today, right? Then, after grinding the dungeon for another day, even if the experience would be split, she would definitely reach level 15. But now, Li Chen was already level 15, while she was only level 13. Don't be fooled by this simple 2-level difference. In reality, the experience required was probably more than double that of leveling from 10 to 13. Regret was futile. At the entrance of Grattle Canyon, the air shimmered slightly, and Li Chen's figure quietly appeared. This was a massive canyon entrance, with only a 10-meter wide passage leading straight into the depths of the canyon. The entire canyon was a yellow-brown color, with towering rock walls on both sides, making the terrain extremely perilous. In the central path, a group of hunched, gray-skinned, fierce-looking little creatures were densely scattered. Frost goblins. Some of these goblins wielded spears, while others held staffs, patrolling back and forth in groups of 3 throughout Grattle Canyon. Unlike the Tauren and Thunder Magic Rhinoceros, the frost goblins in Grattle were much smarter, clearly working in coordination. Level 15 professionals had already unlocked their second job skill, significantly enhancing their combat power. Therefore, this dungeon, accessible only to level 15 players, was clearly much more challenging than the previous ones. However, in Li Chen's eyes, the difficulty of this dungeon had actually decreased significantly. He looked at the frost goblins before him, excitement gleaming in his eyes, and licked his lips lightly. These little arms and legs look so fragile. Li Chen muttered softly and began to use his skills. Gatling rotating machine gun. A massive machine gun over 2 meters long instantly appeared above Li Chen's head, its 6 dark barrels radiating a brutal killing intent. Watching the 2 points of spiritual power deducted from his attribute panel, Li Chen grinned. Just a drop in the bucket. In the next moment, at Li Chen's summons, Gatling rotating machine guns rapidly appeared, almost engulfing him entirely. With that purple gear from earlier, Li Chen's spiritual power had now exceeded 400. This meant that even if he summoned 20 Gatling rotating machine guns, he would have enough power to last for 10 minutes. Perhaps feeling the dangerous aura from so many dark barrels pointed at them, several groups of frost goblins not far from the entrance seemed to sense the threat and turned their gazes over. Li Chen chuckled and slightly bent down. Then, he stomped his right foot on the ground and charged into the valley. At the same time, the Gatling rotating machine guns in front of him opened fire. Bang bang! The piercing whistling of ammunition being fired from the gun barrels instantly echoed through the land. Thanks to the talent of infinite ammunition, Li Chen didn't have to worry about running out of bullets at all. The dense barrage of bullets ravaged the ground like countless plows. Unlike the Glock pistol, the effective range of the Gatling rotating machine gun was as much as 1,000 meters. Li Chen didn't even need to look. Under the downpour of 20 machine guns, the frost goblins within 1,000 meters ahead were instantly torn into pieces, not even a whole bone in sight. In an instant, blood surged. 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, Li Chen rushed into the boss area where the Frost Goblin King was located. He didn't even get a clear look at the boss's appearance before the meat grinder-like rain of bullets had already turned the boss into a puddle of mush. Kill Frost Goblin, gain 30 experience points. Kill Frost Goblin, gain 30 experience points. Kill Frost Goblin Elite, gain 50 experience points. Kill Frost Goblin King, gain 100 experience points. Ding dong, clear Grat Canyon, gain 300 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations, you have set a new record for the fastest clear time in Grat Canyon, gain 500 experience points. A series of notifications flashed before Li Chen's eyes like the frenzied barrage of comments in a live stream with millions of fans. Li Chen paused, took a slight breath, turned to look back at the canyon, and a look of exhilaration appeared in his eyes. Ha ha ha, awesome, this is so damn exhilarating. This is what a mechanic is. Truly, firepower is king, a one-man army of a mechanic. Looking at the results he had achieved in 5 minutes, Li Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Despite the significant increase in the difficulty of the dungeon, Li Chen's clearing speed was even faster. The Gatling rotating machine gun truly lived up to its reputation. With 20 Gatling guns firing simultaneously, an infinite supply of bullets, and a rate of fire of 20,000 rounds per minute, the final result was a complete sweep. Now, Li Chen was even certain that with his current firepower, even if he entered a level 20+ dungeon, he could absolutely crush everything in his path. These low-level monsters had no power to resist at all. Li Chen was filled with heat and immediately began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the materials and equipment dropped by the monsters, and then left the dungeon. The crowd outside was still chatting when they suddenly saw a burst of white light in the teleportation area of Grat Canyon. They instinctively glanced over, ready to look away. After all, it had only been 15 minutes since Li Chen entered the dungeon, and everyone knew that the difficulty of Grat Canyon was far beyond that of Thunder Ruins. Li Chen had previously taken over 20 minutes to speedrun Thunder Ruins. Even if he found a bug in the dungeon, it would surely take him more than half an hour to clear the much harder Grat Canyon, right? However, when their gaze fell on the person who appeared, the area suddenly fell silent. Li Chen? How did he come out so soon? Could it be that he failed to exploit a bug? Everyone's eyes were filled with suspicion. But then, the display board above Grat Canyon immediately updated with a message that shoved all their chaotic speculations back down their throats. Grat Canyon fastest clear record, 15 minutes and 21 seconds. Cleared by Li Chen. Looking at this line of bright red text, the surroundings first fell silent, then immediately erupted. What the hell? No way. My eyes aren't deceiving me, right? 15 minutes soloing Grat Canyon? Holy crap, this kid can't be the Frost Goblin Prince, right? Yuan Ting trembled all over, staring blankly at the display board above the dungeon, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Dougie Yan's mouth formed an O shape, and even her little tongue above her throat was clearly visible. She was completely dumbfounded. Although she believed Li Chen could solo the Gratter Canyon, she never imagined that he could speedrun it in such a short time. That was a total of 150 monsters. Among them were 5 elite monsters and a boss. Did Li Chen rush straight into the boss area? Didn't he need to loot and collect the spoils? This couldn't possibly be him exploiting a bug. It had to be the dungeon that had a bug. There were others who shared Duga Yan's thoughts. Several people in the crowd began to flicker their eyes. A few decisive individuals even rushed to the ticket booth, promptly bought a ticket to the Gratter Canyon, and headed straight to the teleportation area without even forming a party. Seeing someone disappear into the Gratter Canyon, Yuan Ting finally snapped back to reality. He stared at Li Chen with an incredulous expression for a long time, and when he saw Li Chen unhesitatingly activate another entry ticket and vanish into the Gratter Canyon teleportation area, he could no longer sit still. He grabbed Dugu Yen and gritted his teeth as he rushed toward the ticket window. A nearby security guard stared blankly as his young master bought a ticket and walked toward the Gratter Canyon, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Young master, what are you doing? What do you think?" "Of course, I'm going to try the Gratter Canyon. Can't you see that everyone else has already teleported in?" Yuan Ting gritted his teeth. The security guard was even more confused. "But young master, those people have already reached level 15, and you're only level 13. Yuan Ting paused, his body stiffening. "Damn, I almost forgot about that. That kid really has me so flustered." Yuan Ting cursed awkwardly in his heart, then turned and headed toward the Thunder Ruins. An hour later, Yuan Ting, with a gloomy face, reappeared in the dungeon teleport hall with Dugu Yen and 2 security guards. With 2 level 15 security guards helping to clear monsters, their efficiency in the dungeon was naturally not low. However, the reason they took a full hour to come out was mainly because Yuan Ting was unwilling to give up, spending a lot of time inside trying various tests, attempting to figure out Li Chen's bug exploit method. The result was, of course, self-evident. Li Chen's bug was entirely due to himself. Unless Yuan Ting could drag Li Chen into the dungeon with him, there was no way he could discover Li Chen's bug exploit technique. When Yuan Ting came out, he learned from the discussions around him that Li Chen had already entered the Gratter Canyon for the 5th time, bug exploiting like crazy. At this point, even if Yuan Ting looked down on Li Chen's mechanic profession, he had to admit that Li Chen's full mana of 100 seemed to indeed grant him some kind of unique talent. At least in terms of dungeon strategy, he couldn't even catch up to Li Chen. Thinking of this, Yuan Ting, who considered his talent not inferior to Li Chen's, was filled with anger and pulled Dugu Yen outside. Since he couldn't rely on the dungeon to quickly grind experience and level up, he would have to go out to the wild to grind monsters. With the help of the security guards at home, at least he could have a steady flow of experience. Alright, he also needed to have the security guards bring the new large tent he had just bought. "You like to solo dungeons, Li Chen? I'll just solo your girl to vent my frustration." In the next 2 days, aside from eating and sleeping, Li Chen spent almost all his time grinding dungeons. With the super firepower of 20 Gatling guns escorting him, Li Chen's efficiency in soloing dungeons was so fast that even he was amazed. In the evening, Li Chen had already rushed to level 18, unlocking the next more difficult dungeon, deep in the Grat Canyon. The next day, early in the morning, amidst the shocked and envious gazes of many, Li Chen sold all the materials and equipment he had collected from the dungeon at the auction house, exchanging them for over 10,000 gold coins. Then, he used all that gold to buy an entry ticket to the depths of Grat Canyon. Although there were only 2 levels from 18 to 20, the experience required for leveling up increased almost geometrically with each level. The experience needed for these 2 levels was probably dozens or even hundreds of times more than what Li Chen needed when he first started leveling up. Li Chen seemed tireless, repeatedly teleporting into the depths of Grat Canyon under the numb gaze of the ticket seller. Day. The relentless gunfire echoed from deep within the canyon, as the boss of Grat Canyon, the Flame Goblin King, was once again shot into a pulp. Ding dong! Congratulations, you have reached level 20. Seeing the sudden upgrade notification, Li Chen's whole body trembled, and a look of ecstatic joy appeared in his eyes. Level 20, he had finally achieved it. Li Chen didn't even bother to check the equipment dropped by the boss and immediately opened his attribute panel. He then allocated 5 points of free potential to his spirit value and quickly scrolled down to the talents section. Upon seeing the newly appeared skills and talents, Li Chen's surprised expression froze for a moment. This, 2 skills. According to the knowledge he had learned before, any professional would unlock an additional skill every 5 levels. This meant that under normal circumstances, reaching level 20 should only yield 1 additional skill. However, Li Chen had gained 2. He quickly curiously checked them out. Skill, Rocket Cannon. Skill description, summons a rocket cannon to deliver a powerful strike against enemies. The rocket cannon consumes 4 spirit points for every minute it exists. Note, the rocket cannon will automatically retract when spirit points reach 0. Li Chen's eyes sparkled. Goodness, he finally had a powerful area of effect weapon. Although the spirit point consumption had doubled, with the attack power of the rocket cannon, that consumption was absolutely worth it. With the unlimited ammunition talent, Li Chen didn't have to worry about consumption at all. With this thing, combined with the Gatling rotating machine gun, one for assault and one for sweeping, it was enough to create a sufficient firepower suppression net in small-scale battles. This kind of power was simply invincible in low-level dungeons. Li Chen took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to the other additional skill. Achievement reward skill, exoskeleton armor. Skill description, summons exoskeleton armor, significantly increasing the user's strength, defense, and speed. The exoskeleton armor consumes 4 spirit points for every minute it exists. Note, the exoskeleton armor will automatically retract when spirit points reach 0. Upon seeing the first line of the introduction, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. Achievement reward? What achievement? It doesn't seem to be mentioned in the textbook. Do professionals have this? But then he was thoroughly amazed by the effect of this skill. Ordinary mechanics had 2 major disadvantages. One was lack of durability, a problem that had been solved for Li Chen with the unlimited ammunition talent. The second was that mechanics had weak self-defense capabilities. When facing sudden enemy attacks or when the enemy's abilities were particularly strange, mechanics could easily be ambushed. But with the exoskeleton armor, Li Chen's self-defense could compensate for some of these shortcomings. At the very least, he wouldn't be so easily ambushed and killed by enemies. Besides that, the exoskeleton armor had an even greater benefit for Li Chen. It increased his map traversal speed. With Li Chen's current firepower, he could easily clear ordinary dungeons in a flash. There was even a situation that seemed utterly absurd for ordinary players. Li Chen's travel speed was far outpaced by his speed in clearing maps. It's worth noting that the effective range of a Gatling rotary machine gun is a staggering 1,000 meters. At such a distance, Li Chen could say if you can see it, you can kill it, so his efficiency in traversing maps naturally lagged behind. Moreover, the exoskeleton armor not only significantly increased his movement speed but also had 6 mechanical tentacles resembling spider legs, which helped Li Chen navigate treacherous terrain quickly. In other words, while this thing didn't enhance his attack power much, its defensive and supportive functionalities were much stronger, making it an incredibly practical superweapon. After reviewing these 2 newly unlocked skills, Li Chen eagerly turned his attention to the right side where the talents were displayed. On the original bar graph icon, besides the top unlimited ammo, another icon lit up below it. Mechanic exclusive talent, second stage, God's perspective. Note 1. Construct a 360-degree holographic image perspective in your mind, and this perspective can freely zoom in on any point. Note 2. The initial range of God's perspective is a diameter of 100 meters centered on oneself. For every enemy killed, the range expands outward by 1 meter. Note 3. The third stage exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 30. Aha! Li Chen was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure. A 360-degree holographic image? It can also zoom in freely? And every time I kill an enemy, the God's perspective can expand? Holy crap! Isn't this essentially a super wide-range surveillance? Hiss! Li Chen immediately inhaled sharply. This wasn't just a talent, it was clearly cheating. The mechanic was already known for its attack range, and with the God's perspective, wouldn't that make him invincible? In the later stages, when high-level players needed to grow, who wouldn't have to kill hundreds of thousands of monsters? If these monsters were converted into God's perspective, he would be able to control hundreds to thousands of square kilometers centered on himself at any time. Any slight movement would be within his sight. This was equivalent to being born in an unbeatable position. Even if the enemy wanted to ambush him, it would be impossible. Thinking of this, Li Chen felt a bit dazed. This talent was more outrageous than the last. Li Chen took a few deep breaths, forcing down the unparalleled excitement in his heart. He began to contemplate another matter. Tomorrow was the selection tournament jointly held by various universities. Should he run a few more dungeons to expand the observation range of God's perspective a bit more? After a moment, Li Chen slowly shook his head. Forget it, no need to waste money for now. The current God's perspective had a range of 100 meters, and based on past university selection situations, other players' levels were probably at most around level 15. For low-level players of that caliber, a 100-meter alert range was already sufficient. Moreover, he also had the Gatling rotary machine gun and rocket launcher to create a firepower net, both of which had a range of 1,000 meters. At that distance, even without the assistance of God's perspective, he could directly conduct area bombardments with his eyesight to eliminate all enemies. Compared to God's perspective, what he was most lacking right now was actually spiritual power. As long as his spiritual power was sufficient, with unlimited ammo, his firepower could be maintained indefinitely, never diminishing. After coming to this conclusion, Li Chen no longer wasted time and immediately began to clean up the battlefield. I actually got a purple item? Li Chen was surprised to pick it up and found it was a piece of leather armor, just right for him. so he promptly swapped out the worthless green gear he was wearing. Confirming that all equipment and materials have been picked up, Li Chen left the dungeon and quickly walked towards the nearby auction house. He sold everything he had collected during this time, earning over 10,000 gold coins. Then, under the surprised gaze of the auctioneer, Li Chen swept up several pieces of purple gear, completely transforming his appearance from shabby green and blue to noble purple. He opened his attribute panel again, looking at the spirit power value, and finally nodded in satisfaction. 630 points. This spirit power was enough for him to summon 10 Gatling guns and 10 rocket launchers, unleashing full firepower for 10 minutes. Li Chen was confident that with his current firepower, not to mention the illusion god class, even all the newly promoted professionals combined would not be able to match him. This student, don't you want a weapon? The auctioneer, seeing that Li Chen had bought a full set of purple gear but had not purchased the most important weapon for a professional, kindly reminded him. This morning, a purple weapon just came in, an AK-47, with a fire attribute enchantment. When activated, it can add fire attribute damage to any skill, with stable output and not prone to jamming. Would you like to take a look? Li Chen was slightly taken aback, suddenly remembering about the weapon. Damn! He had so many super weapons that he had forgotten about the most important weapon for most professionals. Generally speaking, the best weapons for mechanics are various firearms. The AK-47 is not only favored by mechanics but is also often purchased by other professions for self-defense. Although their mastery of firearms is far inferior to that of mechanics, the AK-47's attack power can still play a significant role in battles involving low-level professionals. The only downside is that if a weapon not suited for the profession is used, the spirit power consumption will more than double, and the weapon's durability will decrease significantly. Wait a minute. Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of something. For a weapon to be effective, it needs to be activated by the professional and used as a medium to cast skills. But if the weapon is locked and only equipped without being used, it becomes like an ornament, providing only basic attributes without any effect. This would have a huge impact on ordinary professionals. For example, for a mage, a top-tier staff not only reduces spirit power consumption while casting spells and increases spell power but also speeds up casting. However, for Li Chen, the weapon's effect enhancement seemed to be of no importance at all. Because all his attack methods come from the super weapons summoned by skills, he doesn't need the weapon's effects at all. In other words, Li Chen actually doesn't have to use a weapon suited for himself. Even using weapons from other professions wouldn't affect him much. For him, the most important thing is just one point: spirit power. If he could get a weapon with high spirit power, even if he just locked it and didn't use it, it could still provide him with a large amount of spirit power. Thinking of this, Li Chen immediately asked the auctioneer, "Do you have a top-tier staff?" "Auctioneer? Aren't you a mechanic? You don't want firearms but a staff? What the hell?" "There is, but this student, the staff is not suitable for you. Are you sure you want to see the staff?" the auctioneer kindly reminded. Li Chen decisively nodded. "Yes, I want the staff. This." "All right." The auctioneer had no choice but to open the search bar for staffs for Li Chen to see. There's even a divine grade pink staff? And it's exactly level 20? Seeing the noble pink in the search results, Li Chen's eyes immediately brightened. The slow goblin staff increases magic power by 150. Price: 2,000 gold coins. Damn, so cheap. Seeing the price of the staff, Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Generally speaking, the price of artifact level pink gear is at least 4 to 5,000 gold coins, so 2,000 gold coins is truly a bargain. Weapon effect: spell power doubled, skill cooldown increased by 50%, casting time increased by 50%. Note, you can't have both fish and bear's paw. 50% plus 50% equals 1, this is a fair trade. But immediately, when he saw the weapon effect of this staff, the corners of his mouth twitched. What the hell is this ridiculous effect? Fair my ass. Doubling the power is certainly good, but a 50% increase in skill cooldown? Damn! A mage's sustainability isn't great to begin with, and with an additional 50% cooldown, what can you even do? As for the 50% increase in casting time, that's even worse. Mages are already easily interrupted while casting, leading to failed spells, and increasing the time by 50% just gives enemies more opportunities. No wonder this thing is priced so low that no one wants it. The negative effects are just too severe. The higher the level of the equipment, the stronger the additional effects. But not all additional effects are positive, sometimes negative effects can appear as well. The balance of this needs to be measured by the professionals themselves. Clearly, no normal mage would be willing to use this thing. It's just not worth it. However, the basic attribute of this staff boasts a whopping 150 points of magic power. Wow! No wonder it's a pink gear, and it's the staff with the strongest magic power enhancement. This thing is indeed a bit of a burden for mages, but for Li Chen, it is definitely a true artifact. With this staff, Li Chen's magic power could instantly soar to over 800 points. With such a high magic power, aside from the natural recovery effect, he could already summon 20 Gatling guns and 10 rocket launchers, firing at full power for 10 minutes. As for the negative effects produced when using the artifact, they were completely irrelevant to Li Chen. Because he had no intention of using it, he purely saw it as an item to increase his basic attributes. Once he equipped this staff, he would directly lock it and use it as a walking stick, completely unaffected by his use of the mechanics skills. This thing seemed tailor-made for Li Chen. Without hesitation, he said, "I'll take this." The auctioneer looked at him in shock. "Are you sure? Although artifact-level pink gear is precious, the staff isn't suitable for you to use, especially with such strong negative effects." Li Chen waved his hand, and 2,000 gold coins clinked down, even a bit impatient. Sure, let's trade quickly." The auctioneer, helpless, could only use the teleportation device to bring this pink gear from the warehouse and complete the transaction. After obtaining the weapon, Li Chen immediately equipped it and locked it. Magic power, 805. Li Chen turned around excitedly and left. With everything equipped, all preparations were ready. Tomorrow's college selection is truly something to look forward to. Just as Li Chen completed the transaction, in the capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire, Tianjing City, in a suburban villa. A luxurious villa covering an area of 500 square meters is situated there, with spacious courtyards in the front and back, decorated very elegantly. On the third floor of the villa, there is a bedroom dominated by pink tones. The sound of water in the huge bathroom gradually stopped, and after a moment, a tall girl opened the frosted glass door and walked out of the bathroom. She was wrapped in a thick, soft towel, but even so, it couldn't hide the grandeur of her chest and the roundness of her hips, with a pair of long legs mostly covered. However, the exposed half of her calves remained glaringly white. Ding dong! A notification sound came from her phone. She glanced at it and showed a look of surprise on her face. "Huh? The goblin staff I hung up at the auction house was actually bought?" A hint of curiosity appeared in her lively eyes as she gently shook her head. "Interesting. I wonder which novice mage dared to use this thing." After saying that, the girl casually tossed her phone back onto the bed, preparing to dry her hair first. Just then, a deep male voice came from outside the room. "Yo, we're going to the Four Symbols City for the selection conference tomorrow. Have you packed your luggage?" The girl replied in a crisp voice, "I'm all set, Dad. You are the student representative of our academy, so make sure to show some spirit and not embarrass your dad." The girl giggled. "Don't worry, Dad, I'm a level 29 elemental controller, the most outstanding genius girl of Tsinghua Academy in a century. How could I possibly embarrass you, you little girl?" The deep male voice seemed a bit helpless but did not refute her self-praise. The next morning, brilliant sunlight fell from the sky, illuminating the entire Four Symbols City. As one of the largest urban bastions of the Eastern Dragon Empire, Four Symbols City is a very important stronghold for the annual college selection conference. At this moment, the vast Four Symbols Square had already gathered all the newly minted professionals, including those from the surrounding 10 satellite cities. Xingshan Academy, where Li Chen was, occupied one area of the square under the guidance of their teachers. On one side of the square, a huge high platform had already been erected, and the teachers and leaders from various colleges in the Eastern Dragon Empire had taken their positions. In the center of the platform, 2 large tables were the most eye-catching. Behind the table on the left sat a middle-aged man with a straight nose and square jaw, looking dignified. He wore a faint smile, exuding a mix of authority and warmth. Behind him stood a tall, graceful girl. Her long, straight legs seemed to make up half of her height. With striking features, her chest resembled towering mountains, and her ponytail was held high, radiating a lively confidence. Behind the table on the right sat a serious-looking middle-aged woman, with straight brows and eyes, slightly high cheekbones, and tightly pressed lips, giving her a stern appearance. Behind her stood another girl, seemingly carved from the same mold as the middle-aged woman, with slightly upturned eyes, a flat chest, and a long spear on her back, her expression calm but her gaze proud. These 2 were the admissions teachers from the 2 best higher education institutions in the Eastern Dragon Empire, Tsinghua Academy and Beta Academy. As the representatives from various colleges took their positions, the host of the college selection conference approached the 2 and respectfully said, "Lord Jiang, Lord Yun, the students participating in this selection conference have all arrived. Please preside over the proceedings." Tsinghua Academy and Beta Academy hold a transcendent status in the Eastern Dragon Empire, having trained numerous powerful professionals. The teachers from these 2 academies all hold positions in the military, which is why the host referred to them as lords. The serious-looking middle-aged woman nodded slightly and turned to the side, saying, "Teacher Jiangjin, the people are almost gathered. Let's get started." Jiangjin smiled slightly. The last college selection conference was hosted by our Tsinghua Academy, so this time, it's up to teacher Yun Miao. Yun Miao showed no surprise and nodded. The university selection has always been hosted alternately by Tsinghua Academy and Beta Academy, and this year, it happens to be Beta Academy's turn. Yun Miao stood up and walked to the front of the platform. Her stern gaze swept over the newly minted professionals below, and she spoke, "I am Yun Miao, the admissions teacher from Beta Academy. I announce that this university selection conference officially begins." Yun Miao's speech was straightforward and blunt, diving directly into the topic without unnecessary embellishments. "Please, student representatives from each academy, step forward, 2 meters apart, and stand on the empty ground below." Yun Miao pointed to the empty space below the platform and spoke. As soon as her words fell, a student walked out from behind each admissions teacher and made their way to the empty ground below. Zhang Jin turned with a smile and said to the girl behind him, you should go too." The girl giggled, "Okay." Once everyone stood in order below, Yun Miao reached out and grasped the air, and a golden staff appeared in her hand. Seeing that flash of gold, the newly minted professionals below couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Gold! It represented epic-level quality. Among the ranks of Qingshan Academy, Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. He murmured, as expected of a teacher from Beta Academy, making an epic move right from the start, truly impressive. It should be known that epic-level weapons can only be produced in large group dungeons, and the emergence of each epic weapon would cause a bloodbath in the dungeon. Once an epic weapon leaves a large group dungeon, it binds to the professional, and others cannot use it even if they seize it. Therefore, to obtain epic equipment, one must fight and compete within the dungeon. With the weapon in hand, a low chant quickly emerged from Yun Miao's mouth. Then, Yun Miao shouted, "Refracted Mirage." She waved the staff forward, and a layer of brilliant golden light shot out, landing on the student representatives from each academy standing on the empty ground. Next, the students' bodies trembled slightly, and a golden phantom, resembling a doppelganger, stepped out from within them, standing in front of them. Yun Miao waved her staff again, and another layer of golden light enveloped them. The golden phantoms slowly melted and expanded under the illumination of this golden light, transforming into a massive translucent light mirror. Within the mirror, a shadowy figure seemed to flicker in and out of view. As her gaze swept over these light mirrors, Yun Miao said in a deep voice, "Now, I will announce the rules of this selection conference." Upon hearing Yun Miao's voice, Li Chen's expression became more serious. He knew that although the university selection conference was held annually, the rules for each selection were different. Yun Miao surveyed the newcomers below, her voice calm, yet everyone could hear her clearly. "The students before you are all outstanding among last year's freshmen from their respective academies, and within the light mirrors in front of them, there is a projection of themselves, which can use all their abilities, but the overall strength is only half of the original. Each of you has 3 opportunities to choose. If you enter the light mirror and withstand the projection's attacks for 3 minutes, you will gain admission qualifications to the academy represented by that student." At this point, Yun Miao paused slightly before continuing, "I want to remind you that the representatives from different academies have significant differences in their levels and strengths. The number on the nameplate of each academy representative represents that student's current level. So, think carefully before making your choice. Otherwise, if the opponent you choose exceeds your capabilities, it would be a waste of an opportunity. And if you fail all 3 challenges, it means you will be eliminated from this university selection conference and will have to wait until next year to try again. The selection conference will last until midnight. Anyone who has not completed the challenge by then will also be considered eliminated. Let's begin." After saying this, Yun Miao turned and walked back to her seat. Zhang Jin frowned slightly and looked at Yun Miao. "Teacher Yun Miao, this rule you set seems simple and straightforward, but for those newcomers, it is actually quite challenging." Yun Miao glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Are you saying there is an information asymmetry?" Zhang Jin nodded. "Those student representatives are already quite talented and have been studying in their respective academies for a year. Although the newcomers can get a rough idea of the student representative's strength levels through their nameplates and the occupational marks on their foreheads, the visible ranks and actual combat power are 2 different matters. It won't be easy for them to choose the right academy and opponents for themselves." Yun Miao's expression remained calm. "That's why I gave them 3 chances to choose. If they are not mindless fools, they should make a conservative choice first, at least to ensure they won't be eliminated. On that basis, they can then aim for a better and more suitable academy." Zhang Jin pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. "That may be true, but given their age and experience, not many will be able to do this." Yun Miao's expression hardened, and her tone became sharp. "Teacher Zhang Jin, do you not remember the last world instance?" This. Zhang Jin's face showed a helpless expression. As a professional, if one wants to grow and develop, mere talent is not enough. If they only rely on their talent and abilities to fight recklessly, they might get by in the lower levels, but what about at higher levels? Large group instances, slaughter instances, world instances. In these high-level instances, one misstep could lead to death. How many so-called geniuses has our East Dragon Empire lost in the recent world instances? Not to mention, in the last world instance alone, half of the people died. The Onmyojian ninjas from Sakura country, and those old Russians from the United States, who isn't eyeing us covetously. At this point, Yun Miao snorted coldly. Over the years, our empire has produced too many decorative pillows, all of them useless trash, simply a waste of national resources. What we need are not outstanding first-line professionals or even more powerful illusionary professionals, but true elites who are wise and courageous, who dare to think and act. If they can't even make the most basic self-assessment and choices, even if they grow up later, they will just be cannon fodder destined for death. We at Beta do not need such students. Jiang Jin looked at Yun Miao, whose expression was cold and hard, shook his head, and sighed, saying no more. In recent years, the East Dragon Empire indeed seems to be facing a trend of having no successors. In the square, because of Yun Miao's earlier remarks, all the students participating in the university selection conference began to chatter and discuss. Really, the rules of this selection conference are too rough. Exactly, although the skills of each profession are fixed, those student representatives have already studied in the academy for a year. Their mastery of skills and development of forms must far exceed ours. To just let us choose like this is clearly not wanting us to pass. What should we do? I just looked around, and those student representatives are at least first-line professionals, and there are quite a few illusionary professionals among them. Moreover, their professional levels are all above level 24. Even if that illusion can only exert half its strength, it probably won't be easy to deal with. Amidst the discussions and complaints of those around, Li Chen approached the students in front, looking at the two student representatives in the middle. Jiang Wu Yuyu, a level 29 elemental controller, and Yun Lan, a level 29 battle mage. Li Chen looked around, and aside from this girl, the highest level among the representatives from other academies was only level 27, a clear disparity. Observing these two girls with distinctly different temperaments, Li Chen murmured, "No wonder they are the representatives of Qinghua and Beta. Not only are they both from the illusion god profession, but their levels are also clearly superior to those from other academies." Li Chen hesitated for a moment. Qinghua and Beta were the best academies in the Eastern Dragon Empire, both in terms of teaching quality and the number of strong individuals they had produced. For ordinary people, being able to enter either of these academies was a tremendous blessing. Ha, Li Chen, looking at you like this, are you thinking of targeting Qinghua Academy and Beta Academy? Just as Li Chen was pondering, a mocking voice came from beside him. He turned to see Yuan Ting and Du Guyan. Yuan Ting wore a sarcastic expression. Li Chen, this is a university selection tournament, relying on real strength. You might have found some underhanded tricks to exploit bugs in the dungeons, but do you think you can do that here? Li Chen sneered. What I do with bugs is none of your business. A few days ago, someone wanted to learn from me, but unfortunately, their IQ wasn't enough, and they didn't get the chance to exploit anything. Yuan Ting was instantly furious. Stubborn as a dead duck. Li Chen, today I'll show you what a true illusion god profession is. Compared to my Night Wanderer, your trash mechanic is only fit to exploit bugs. Apart from that, it's useless. With that, Yuan Ting proudly walked towards the illusion mirror in front of Yunlan. Qingshan Academy, Yuan Ting, level 16 Night Wanderer, challenging Beta Academy. Yunlan, standing beside the illusion mirror, looked at Yuan Ting in surprise, a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Level 16 Night Wanderer? Yuan Ting was surrounded by a brilliant purple light, showcasing his rare level equipment to everyone, nodding modestly. That's right. Yunlan nodded slightly, a smile appearing on her face. Not bad, go ahead. Hearing Yunlan's praise, the surrounding newly minted professionals all showed envious expressions. It was known that she was an elite student representative of Beta Academy. Students who could enter Beta Academy were already the pride of heaven, and those who could represent Beta Academy in the university selection tournament were the cream of the crop among their peers. Receiving a not bad from her already hinted at one thing. Yuan Ting was very likely to pass Beta Academy's assessment. Yes, senior sister, Yuan Ting replied shamelessly, as if he had already passed the assessment and successfully obtained admission to Beta Academy. Li Chen wore a look of amusement, not in a hurry to choose, watching Yuan Ting step into the illusion mirror of Beta Academy. The assessment required enduring 3 minutes under the phantom attacks of the Academy representatives, and it was still early in the evening. With Li Chen's strength, he naturally felt no urgency. At this moment, many impatient new professionals had already chosen their targets and began entering the illusion mirrors of various academies for their first attempts. However, more people were still observing, watching those with the same goals challenge first, hoping to glean some tips from others' experiences of eating crabs to help them pass the assessment. Unfortunately, the world inside the illusion mirror seemed like a solo dungeon. Not only the onlookers but even the elite student representatives from each academy could not know the battle conditions inside. Time flew by, and the first students to enter the illusion mirror for challenges began to come out one after another. Aside from a few who showed joy, most students wore dejected expressions. Clearly, their judgments did not match their abilities. In front of Beta Academy and Tsinghua Academy, everyone's gaze was focused on the illusion mirror of Beta Academy. They all wanted to know if Yuan Ting could pass the assessment of Beta Academy. Damn! It's already 2.5 minutes, it seems like he has a chance. Tisk TSK, as expected of the Night Wanderer, who is among the top in the illusionist profession, his combat power is indeed formidable, managing to hold on until now. Humph, just look at him, all decked out in purple gear. He must be a scion of some big family. The boost from that purple gear alone is already quite exaggerated. As time passed, the discussions around grew louder, and many nearby were drawn to the commotion. Hey, isn't that the mechanic who bugs the system? Why is he here? He wouldn't want to challenge Beta Academy and Tsinghua Academy too, would he? That's hilarious. The illusion mirror challenge isn't like running a dungeon. There's just one big boss inside. Does he really expect to exploit a bug in the illusion mirror? Mechanic? I've heard of him. He's the only student from Qingshan Academy with full mana, right? Ha, what bad luck, such strong talent, yet he awakens as the most useless mechanic. Exactly, leveling up fast is useless. Even if he can get ahead of us in the early stages, once he hits level 20, that trash mechanic might be less useful than a second-tier profession. Mocking voices occasionally rang in Li Chen's ears. Li Chen's expression remained calm, unfazed by the comments. If he were truly just an ordinary mechanic, he might feel a bit upset listening to such discussions. But this mechanic was fundamentally different from those who needed to slowly gather resources to craft super weapons. Not only did he not need to collect materials himself, but he also had unlimited ammunition and the advantage of a god's perspective. A mechanic with unlimited firepower, let alone crushing an equal-level illusionist profession, even those 1 or 2 levels higher could only kneel and sing conquer under the onslaught of unlimited firepower. Just then, a bystander shouted sourly, "Wow! 3 minutes! He really passed the assessment of Beta Academy." The crowd erupted in an uproar. Immediately after, the illusion mirror beside Yunlan flashed, and Yuan Ting, disheveled and in tattered clothes, reappeared, gasping for breath. Although he looked disheveled, the pride on his face was even greater than before as he looked at Yunlan and said, "Senior Yunlan, you truly deserve to be the most outstanding student of the previous year at Beta Academy. You're indeed impressive. With only half the strength of the illusion, it's already so formidable." Thankfully, the assessment only required 3 minutes. If it were even 1 more minute, I might have been defeated by the senior. Yunlan chuckled lightly and shook her head. This new student was quite eloquent, clearly flattering her in his words. The illusion mirror was one of her teacher's signature techniques, and the rules set by her teacher naturally wouldn't allow for killing the opponent. At most, it would just be a thorough beating. You're not bad either. You've only awakened your profession for 3 days, and you can achieve this level, truly worthy of being a Night Wanderer. Stand behind me. Once the assessment is over, we will take you back to Beta Academy together, officially making you a part of Beta, Yunlan said. On the high platform, Yun Miao's serious expression relaxed slightly as he nodded. Jiang Jin smiled and congratulated, "Teacher Yun, congratulations on Beta Academy's early success." Yun Miao glanced at him and smiled lightly. A level 16 Night Wanderer is indeed not bad. Looking at his equipment, it must have come from some big family in the Four Symbols city. His overall quality is certainly much better than those grassroots. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jin frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. Because he was born a grassroots, achieving his current success required immense effort and countless instances of being looked down upon to establish himself in Tianjin City. Jiang Jin's voice turned cold. The children of large families do have some advantages and innate conditions compared to ordinary people, but whether one can become a strong person ultimately depends on oneself. Talent and equipment are important, but they can only lead one onto the path of strength. How far one can go mainly depends on a person's character and wisdom. Yun Miao's lips curled into a faint sneer. Professionals are different from ordinary people. A professional with trash talent and lacking resources, no matter how hard they try, how much effect can they really achieve? As she spoke, Yun Miao's gaze fell on Li Chen, who was at the front of the crowd. Take this student, for example. Although he is a phantom god profession, his actual effectiveness is probably not even comparable to a secondary profession. Back then, Marshall Li, against all odds, spent such a great cost to cultivate that grassroots mechanic. Wasn't he the best example? 10 years of hard work, yet easily destroyed by a mere ninja. You Qinghua have invested so many resources, and this is what you get? Yunmia shook her head. In recent years, Marshal Li has indeed become a bit muddled. Upon hearing Yun Miao mention the marshal, Jiang Zhen's expression immediately darkened. Marshal Li, hailing from Qinghua, is the pride of all Qinghua students. But ever since that mechanic was successfully assassinated by the Sakura country, the marshal's prestige has suffered a huge blow. Especially since the Beta Academy, a competitor of Qinghua Academy, had been suppressed for decades due to the rise of Marshal Li. With this incident, Beta Academy has been criticizing loudly. Yet, the people of Qinghua Academy have no way to refute it. Clearly, they had ensured the safety of that mechanic to the utmost, but who knew how that assassin from Sakura country managed to slip through all the screenings and successfully assassinate him in Tianjin City? This matter is indeed extremely bizarre. Faced with Yun Miao's inappropriate words about the marshal, Jiang Zhen, though indignant, could only endure and remain silent. Below the stage, Yuan Ting, who had successfully passed the Beta Academy assessment, tidied his disheveled hair and looked at Li Chen with a proud expression. Li Chen, do you see this? This is the true phantom god profession, the gap between it and your trash pseudo-phantom god profession. Yuan Ting looked down with a sneer, his nostrils flaring at a 45-degree angle, his expression carrying a sense of superiority, as if he had already reached the pinnacle of his profession. You can exploit bugs in the dungeon for a moment, but can you exploit them for a lifetime? In the confrontation-type dungeons after level 30, do you think you can still prevent the enemies from attacking you? Humph, accept your fate, you are just a trash mechanic, comparable to a pseudo-phantom god in the sewers. The people around looked at Li Chen with eager anticipation, seemingly wanting to see him flee in shame and anger. However, looking at Yuan Ting's self-important demeanor, a strong sense of mockery flashed in Li Chen's eyes. He stepped forward, also approaching the phantom mirror of Beta Academy, and sneered, "Tsk tisk, look at you, just a mere pass of an assessment, and you act like you're already a level 100 god." Seeing Li Chen still daring to talk back, Yuan Ting's expression instantly darkened. He was about to retort when Yun Lan, standing in front of him, spoke first. Yun Lan's gaze swept over the artifact-level goblin staff behind Li Chen, revealing a hint of disdain on her face. Just a mere pass of an assessment? You, a mechanic with a staff, what courage do you have to say such things? Humph, a newly transitioned mechanic, the most useless phantom god profession, with such a strong sense of vanity, dare to comment on others. Li Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Yun Lan. Yun Lan raised her eyebrows and scolded, "What are you looking at? The decline of our East Dragon Empire's international status in recent years is precisely because there are more and more impractical people like you. Do you think an artifact-level staff is something rare? Can wearing a pink outfit really catch your eye? Humph, after 6 years of super-powered compulsory education, you still don't understand the consequences of using cross-profession weapons. What a fool! With someone like you, if you accidentally get caught in a deep abyss dungeon or a combat-type dungeon, you'll probably be done for in no time, a pure waste of imperial resources." Behind Yun Lan, Yuan Ting felt a surge of satisfaction. He didn't expect that this seemingly aloof senior, Yun Lan, could be so sharp-tongued. It was almost like she was stabbing right into his heart. "Senior Yun, don't say that. The person in front of you, Li Chen, is the top scholar at Qingshan Academy, consistently ranking first, and he has an unprecedented full spirit power value of 100. Who knows, maybe this staff has some great use?" Yuan Ting sarcastically defended Li Chen from the side. Li Chen shot him a strange glance, muttering to himself, "Hey, is this guy's profession passive called hitting the mark by accident? Not bad, he's quite accurate." Yun Lan turned to look at Yuan Ting, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, but then she casually said, "So what if you have full spirit power? Awakening as a mechanic, even if you have full spirit power, even if your spirit power doubled, it's still a trash profession. A mechanic wielding a staff. Do you expect to practice the dog-beating stick technique? With someone like you, don't even think about lasting 3 minutes under my illusions attack. You won't last half a minute, you'll just be thrown out." A cold glint flashed in Li Chen's eyes as he looked at Yun Lan with amusement. "Not even half a minute? Are you sure?" Yun Lan smiled proudly. "Humph, a trash profession, half a minute is already flattering you." Li Chen laughed heartily, reached behind him to take down the staff, and strode towards the illusion mirror in front of Yun Lan. In a flash, he disappeared into the illusion mirror, leaving behind a defiant laugh, a frog at the bottom of a well-knows-nothing. The power of a pink staff is enough to smash your dog head. With a loud whoosh, the crowd erupted in an uproar at Li Chen's declaration. Yun Lan was so furious that her pretty face turned red, her delicate body trembling slightly. A kid who had just awakened his profession 3 days ago dared to say that she, the representative student of Beta Academy, was a frog at the bottom of a well? What an outrageous thing! She gritted her teeth and said, "You ignorant little brat. When you get knocked out by my illusion, let's see how you act then." Beside Yunlan, Jiang Wu Yuyu's stunning face flashed with curiosity and seriousness. She had seen the transaction record yesterday. The staff she had listed at the auction house was the one bought in Sihuan City yesterday. Although the slow goblin staff had strong effects, its negative side was also a significant flaw. She didn't believe it was such a coincidence that there would be two people in Sihuan City buying this kind of staff. So she was almost 99% sure that her staff had been bought by this mechanic named Li Chen in front of her. Is it absurd for a mechanic to carry a staff? Of course, it is. But the problem is, this goblin staff is level 20 equipment. This means that Li Chen is already level 20. Those people just now were busy mocking Li Chen, but they didn't even consider how astonishing it is for a mechanic who awakened his profession 3 days ago to reach level 20. Of course, this might also be related to the fact that the slow goblin staff is too lackluster and has a very low drop rate. Everyone only knows it's a pink outfit but doesn't realize it's a level 20 artifact. Jiang Wu Yuyu thought about how Li Chen, under everyone's ridicule, showed no signs of shame or anger, instead appearing calm, and suddenly had a premonition. This mechanic seems to be different from ordinary mechanics. With these thoughts flashing through her mind, Jiang Wu Yuyu's gaze was fixed on the illusion mirror in front of Yunlan, as if she was expecting some kind of miracle to happen. After Li Chen stepped into the illusion mirror, he found himself in a place that resembled an arena, as if he had been teleported to a dungeon. 50 meters ahead of him stood a girl. Aside from her vacant eyes, she was no different from the clouds outside. Suddenly, a line of prompts appeared before Li Chen. Preparation time, 10 seconds. Countdown begins, 10, 9, 8. Watching the countdown appear, Li Chen was not surprised at all, because when he was observing outside earlier, he had already heard those who had come out of the assessment talk about the situation in the illusion mirror. But this was normal, after all. The participants in the assessment were all newcomers. If there was no preparation and they were immediately met with the elite students' fierce attacks, that would indeed be a bit too harsh. The illusion of Yunlan stood still, while Li Chen quickly activated his exoskeleton armor, first adding a layer of defense for himself. At the same time, it significantly enhanced his strength, speed, and other attributes. Then, 20 black Gatling rotating machine guns and 10 rocket launchers quickly appeared, their dark muzzles all aimed at the illusion of Yunlan, encompassing the area around her within the attack range. 4, 3, 2, 1. Battle begins. Day. Hong 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 hong. The 20 Gatling rotating machine guns fired simultaneously, but the torrential rain of bullets did not shoot at Yunlan. Instead, they sealed off a 10-meter radius around her. The remaining 10 rocket launchers concentrated their firepower on Yunlan. Li Chen's lips curled slightly as he murmured, "Battle mages, the odd ones among mages, fast, with strong melee skills, and sharp attacks. But as long as I seal off all your evasion space and bombard you with rocket launchers, no matter how strong you are in melee, can you really run out under my firepower?" Sure enough, the illusion of Yunlan was just about to make a move, but faced with the overwhelming rain of bullets, she was instantly stunned, standing there in a daze, not knowing how to react. The illusion clone created by Yun Miao through the refracted illusion mirror not only inherited 50% of the original's strength but also possessed 100% of the original's combat experience. But the problem was, even if Yunlan was one of the top students from the previous class, she had never encountered someone like Li Chen before. At level 20, facing this level of firepower suppression, what could she do? Hon Lon. The sound of massive explosions erupted. With a bang, in the blink of an eye, Yunlan's illusion was blown into countless fragments of light, disappearing without a trace. Li Chen grinned. Is this the profession of the illusionist? Nothing special. As the illusion of Yunlan vanished, a strong sense of distortion swept over Li Chen, just like when he had been teleported in earlier. Li Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately cancelled all skills, the Gatling rotating machine guns, rocket launchers in midair, and the exoskeleton armor on him instantly disappeared. Outside, on the high platform of the square, the proud Yun Miao's body trembled slightly, her pupils instantly constricting. The nearby Jiang Jin sensed Yun Miao's unusualness and turned to look at her in surprise, not knowing what this arrogant woman was up to again. Yun Miao suddenly stood up, took a few steps forward, and fixed her gaze on Yunlan, her face filled with shock. Because just now, she felt that one of the illusions she created had actually disappeared. Moreover, this illusion was her prized disciple, Yunlan. No, this is impossible. How could a mere mechanic? Yun Miao's eyes were filled with disbelief as she murmured. The disappearance of an illusion could only mean two things. 1, she had actively cancelled it. 2, it had been blown up. But with Yunlan's strength, even if this illusion was only half as strong as her original, it should not have been blown up by a mechanic who had just changed jobs 3 days ago. Because of the words left by Li Chen before entering the illusion mirror, the chaos below continued. Everyone looked at the pale-faced Yunlan, still discussing the mechanic who dared to speak harshly to the top student of Beta Academy. At that moment, a flash of light appeared, and Li Chen's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Upon seeing him, Yuan Ting's eyes suddenly brightened. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha. As expected of a useless mechanic, you couldn't even last 20 seconds before being knocked out. Li Chen, are you still pretending? Tell me now, who is the frog at the bottom of the well? Weren't you going to use that broken artifact staff to smash Yun's dog's head? You stubborn piece of trash. You think you're worthy? Ha ha ha. Yuan Ting seemed eager to attract the attention of everyone in the square, his voice loud enough to be heard from afar. The crowd erupted in laughter, various mocking voices quickly following suit. I'm dying of laughter. He was only in there for a little over 10 seconds, right? Truly the 3-second real man, so damn fast. Hee hee, maybe he really did smash the top student's dog head in such a short time? The voice was filled with a sarcastic tone. Jiang Wuyuyu, standing beside Yunlan, was also slightly stunned when she saw Li Chen appear. But as she focused her gaze, her confusion slowly turned into surprise and disbelief, because she noticed a detail. The Li Chen who reappeared was exactly the same as before he entered. If he was really knocked out by Yunlan's illusion, it was impossible for his clothes to be unwrinkled and his hair to be perfectly in place. Could it be that he really smashed Yunlan's dog head? No, Yunlan's illusion in such a short time? Just as this unbelievable thought rose in Jiang Wuyuyu's mind, a series of crack-crack sounds suddenly echoed from the illusion mirror in front of Yunlan. Then, with a soft bang, it shattered and disappeared amidst the shocked and confused gazes of everyone. As expected of a trash mechanic, I really overestimated you. I didn't expect you couldn't even last 20 seconds. Over there, Yunlan was still mockingly focusing her fire on Li Chen, but just as she was halfway through her sentence, it abruptly stopped. She stared blankly at the disappearing illusion mirror, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. The illusion mirror shattered? What's going on? Why did the teacher suddenly deactivate my refracted illusion mirror? Yunlan instinctively turned to look at the high platform. Then, she saw Yun Miao standing at the edge of the platform, staring at this side with disbelief. What happened to the teacher? Why does she have that expression? Yunlan had just thought this in her mind when her whole body suddenly stiffened, and she followed Yun Miao's gaze to look behind her, because she realized that Yun Miao was not looking at her, but at Li Chen behind her. Yunlan's eyes widened in shock, her mouth slightly agape, staring at Li Chen in disbelief. The teacher's expression had already told her that the refracted illusion mirror was not deactivated by the teacher's own will. That means... Yunlan turned her head sharply, her eyes fixed on Li Chen, but the words in her mouth couldn't be completed. You. The crowd that was still laughing seemed to sense something was off, and the murmurs gradually quieted down, puzzled gazes shifting back and forth between Yunlan, Li Chen, and Yun Miao on the high platform. Seeing the shocked expressions on Yunlan and Yun Miao, a sudden, unbelievable thought arose in their hearts. Li Chen looked around at the crowd, lightly waved the staff in his hand, and the smile on his face slowly widened. I did not fail my mission. My staff really can smash your dog head. With a loud bang, the scene erupted. Everyone burst into incredulous exclamations. The mechanic with the staff actually shattered the illusion of a top student from Beta? This is impossible. How did he do it? Could it be that this can also exploit a bug? Damn! Is a divine-level staff really this strong? It was indeed the case. Jiang Wuyu's face showed a look of shock. This guy actually smashed Yunlan's illusion? Did the mechanic's staff have some hidden effect or extra bonus? A spark of inquiry and curiosity blossomed in Jiang Wuyu's lively eyes, landing on Li Chen. Yunlan glared at Li Chen with a grim expression and asked, a mere mechanic could never defeat my illusion. What tricks did you use in there? The refraction mirror was a skill inherent to Yun Miaoguang's refraction staff, usually used by Yun Miaoguang to train junior disciples. But even Yun Miaoguang, the caster, could not perceive the specific situation within the illusion. This meant that just now, Li Chen's battle in the illusion was invisible to both Yun Miaoguang and Yunlan. Therefore, they had no idea how Li Chen had shattered Yunlan's illusion. Seeing that Yunlan was still putting on airs, Li Chen sneered. What's wrong? Can't stand being defeated by a mechanic you look down on? Does your assessment include a recounting of the battle process? Yunlan's chest heaved with anger. Enough! Yunlan! Yun Miaoguang on the high platform suddenly interrupted Yunlan, her gaze flickering with shock as she looked at the staff in Li Chen's hand. After hearing that Li Chen was a mechanic, she hadn't paid much attention to this newly promoted professional, so she hadn't noticed that the divine-level staff behind Li Chen was actually a level 20 slow goblin staff. This mechanic had actually soared to level 20 within 3 days of his job awakening. How did he do it? She had also heard the discussions of the people below, Was it really just exploiting a dungeon bug? But the problem was, the range from level 10 to 20 wasn't just one dungeon. Could it be that he could exploit a bug in every dungeon? Yun Miaoguang felt that something was off. Your name is Li Chen, right? Although I don't know how you did it, since you defeated Laner's illusion, you can pass the assessment and stand behind Laner. After the assessment, we will take you back to Beta Academy, Yun Miaoguang said solemnly. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, glanced at Yun Miaoguang, and then looked at Yuan Ting, who was gritting his teeth with a gloomy face. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. I don't think I've ever said I wanted to join Beta Academy, have I? Yun Miaoguang's expression changed, and an ominous premonition suddenly rose in her heart. What do you mean? Li Chen chuckled. If I remember correctly, you just said that the rules of the assessment allow each person 3 chances to challenge. But it doesn't state that passing the illusion assessment means you must enter that academy, right? Yun Miaoguang's face showed an expression of disbelief. Being able to study at Beta Academy is the dream of all newly promoted professionals. Don't you want that? Li Chen sneered. Our Eastern Dragon Empire's highest institution is not just Beta Academy. After saying that, he didn't even glance at Yunlan and turned to walk towards Jiang Wuyo. Facing Jiang Wuyo's surprised and bewildered gaze, Li Chen smiled slightly. Newly promoted mechanic, Li Chen, may I challenge Tsinghua Academy? Oh, of course. Jiang Wuyo finally came back to her senses from the series of events just now and replied excitedly. An unprecedented full mana value, clearly a mechanic but wielding a staff, and having reached level 20 just 3 days after job change. This Li Chen was so mysterious. On the high platform, Jiang Jin finally reacted, quickly getting up and moving to the edge, his eyes burning as he looked at Li Chen. Li Chen nodded lightly, casting a mocking glance at Yunlan and Yuan Ting, and stepped into the illusion mirror in front of Jiang Wuyu. As before, the illusion mirror still displayed an arena-like open space, with the phantom of Jiang Wuyu standing not far away. The countdown timer appeared again, showing 10 seconds. Li Chen employed the same tactic, first using the exoskeleton armor, then summoning 20 Gatling rotating machine guns and 10 rocket launchers, densely arranged in front of him. As the countdown ended, the furious firepower erupted once more. As an elemental controller, Jiang Wuyu didn't even have time to finish her incantation before being overwhelmed by the hail of bullets and shells, exploding into a shower of light fragments. The familiar sensation of distortion descended again, and Li Chen deactivated his skill, his figure disappearing. The outside world fell silent. No one dared to mock Li Chen anymore. Everyone's eyes widened, staring intently at the illusion mirror in front of Jiang Wuyu. Yun Miao's pupils slightly contracted, her body stiffening again. After another 10 seconds, Jiang Wuyu's phantom was also blown apart. Li Chen's figure reappeared before everyone, still looking calm and unruffled, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll, not even a strand of hair or a wrinkle in his clothes out of place. The illusion mirror in front of Jiang Wuyu emitted a crack sound again. Then, in the next moment, it exploded with a loud bang. Although Jiang Wuyu had anticipated this outcome, she was still filled with shock when her phantom was effortlessly destroyed by Li Chen. Yunlan was a melee combat mage with immense strength, while she herself was a powerful ranged elemental controller. Was this Li Chen not afraid of both ranged and melee combat? Even if he had reached level 20, he had only changed jobs 3 days ago. How could he have accumulated super weapons capable of instantly annihilating her and Yunlan's phantoms? It was simply unbelievable. Li Chen smiled, looking at Jiang Wuyu, whose cherry lips were slightly parted and whose expression was somewhat dazed, and asked, Senior, I should have passed the selection assessment of Tsinghua Academy, right? Before Jiang Wuyu could respond, Jiang Jun on the high platform excitedly shouted, Of course. Li Chen, you have exceeded the assessment requirements. Our Tsinghua Academy is honored to invite you to join. As soon as Jiang Jun's words fell, the surroundings fell silent. Then, various voices of envy and astonishment rose and fell. My God! He really passed the assessment of Tsinghua Academy, and even got a personal invitation from the teachers of Tsinghua Academy. How did he do it? Does the mechanic wielding a staff have some hidden attribute bonus? Meanwhile, Yunlan, representing Beta Academy, wore an equally incredulous expression, her fists clenched tightly, her silver teeth gritted. Yuan Ting behind her was even more red-eyed with jealousy, staring fiercely at Li Chen. Compared to his earlier awkwardness in passing the Beta Academy assessment, Li Chen's demeanor was as light as a feather, practically rubbing Yuan Ting's face in the dirt. Moreover, what was even more outrageous was that he had only withstood Yunlan's phantom attack for 3 minutes, while Li Chen had directly blown apart both Yunlan and Jiang Wuyuyu's phantoms in just 20 seconds. How on earth did that little brat manage to do it? If Yunlan hadn't spoken harshly to Li Chen earlier, Yuan Ting would have even suspected that Beta Academy and Tsinghua Academy had teamed up to stage a play with Li Chen. On the high platform, Yun Miao's face was equally ashen. Li Chen's actions were a blatant slap in the face to Beta Academy. Silence. Seeing the noisy discussions below, Yun Miao's anger flared, and she shouted. Once the crowd quieted down, she glared fiercely at Li Chen, who stood behind Jiang Wuyuyu, and said loudly, "The selection continues. Anyone who dares to make noise again will be directly disqualified from the selection." Under the strange gazes of the newly promoted professionals, she once again took out her staff and waved a golden light towards Yunlan and Jiang Wuyuyu, conjuring a new refractive illusion mirror in front of them. After doing all this, Yunlan returned to her seat with a stern face, her eyes flickering with varying emotions as she occasionally glanced at the young man behind Jiang Wuyuyu. The university selection continued, and Jiang Wuyuyu, having nothing to do, curiously turned to Li Chen and asked in a clear voice, "Li Chen, how did you defeat the shadow clones of me and Yunlan?" Li Chen smiled and winked at her. "I'm a mechanic, of course. I relied on superpowered weapons." Jiang Wuyuyu pouted her rosy lips slightly. "Humph, if you don't want to say, then forget it. You're not honest at all." As a top student of Tsinghua Academy, Jiang Wuyuyu was quite familiar with the initial combat power level of mechanics. Given that Li Chen had only awakened 3 days ago, she didn't believe her shadow would be destroyed in less than 20 seconds. He must have other means but didn't want to tell her. Li Chen innocently shrugged. He wasn't lying. He did indeed kill the shadow with superpowered weapons. It was just that he might have a few more of those weapons than usual. As time passed, the daylight gradually dimmed, and the sun slowly descended behind the mountains. With the deadline for the selection approaching at noon, those hesitant new professionals had no choice but to grit their teeth and choose a college representative for the assessment, some passing while others were eliminated. Cheers, regrets, and cries echoed one after another. Dugiyen sat behind the student representative of Tianguang Academy with a pale face, but her gaze kept sweeping towards Tsinghua Academy, towards the calm young man who was resting with his eyes closed. As a frontline professional holy priest, her talent was definitely considered good. Due to her cautious nature, Dugiyen chose to take the assessment at Tianguang Academy, known for training support professions. With the holy priest's shield of light, she successfully held on for 3 minutes and passed the assessment. Afterwards, she challenged Beta Academy and Tsinghua Academy. However, facing the attacks from Yunlan and Jiang Wuyuyu's shadows, she exerted all her strength but only lasted 2 minutes, resulting in failure. At this moment, Dugiyen's heart was filled with various emotions: regret, anger, resentment, disappointment, and defiance. If only she hadn't broken up with Li Chen back then. In these 3 days, she could have leveled up to at least level 17 or even 18 by following him to grind dungeons, instead of barely reaching level 15 like now. Moreover, to get Yuan Ting to give her purple gear, she had been forcing herself to stay up late battling with him these past few nights. But even so, Yuan Ting had only given her 3 or 4 pieces of purple gear. If she had followed Li Chen, with his gains in the dungeons, she would have already been fully equipped with purple gear and would likely have passed the selection assessments of Beta Academy and Tsinghua Academy. Now, she could only enter the next tier, Tianguang Academy. "Li Chen, you heartless bastard. You ruined my future. You deserve to die. Die." Dugiyen clenched her fists tightly, resentment flashing in her eyes. On the high platform, Yun Miao glanced at the time and stood up. She raised her hand to grab her staff and waved it in the air. Golden light shone brilliantly in the night, and the translucent light mirrors in front of all the college representatives instantly disappeared. A few students still undergoing assessments and the mirrors were forcibly ejected. Yun Miao said in a deep voice, "Time's up. This year's university selection ends here. Those who did not pass the selection, come back next year." As soon as these words were spoken, the cries from the audience grew louder. As new professionals, if they couldn't enter the university, they would have to self-study for the next year. The progress of self-study would definitely lag far behind that of university students. In the future, the gap between them and their peers would only widen. Yun Miao glanced disdainfully at the weeping failures below, then turned to Yun Lan and the more than 10 new students who had passed the selection test behind her, and coldly said, "Affiliated with Beta Academy, follow me." "Yes, Teacher Yun." The crowd behind Yun Lan replied in unison, their eyes revealing a sense of pride. Having passed the Beta Academy's assessment, they indeed had the capital to feel proud. Only Yuan Ting was coldly staring at the Tsinghua Academy side. Like Beta Academy, Jiang Wuyuyu also had more than 10 new students who had passed the assessment behind her. However, overall, the new students here appeared much more disheveled in appearance. This was not because Jiang Wuyuyu's phantom strength was weaker than Yunlan's, but because most of these newly minted professionals had very few purple gear, making it much harder to withstand the Phantom's attacks. Tsinghua Academy had a nickname among the people, called the Cold Door Academy. In contrast, Beta Academy was referred to as the Noble Private School. Although both were the highest institutions of learning in the Eastern Dragon Empire, the names alone revealed the backgrounds and inclinations of these two academies. Jiangjun, born from humble beginnings, looked at the new students below, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement, as if he saw himself from decades ago. He smiled gently and said, "Little ones, congratulations. From today on, you can truly consider yourselves on the path of professionals." "Yes, Teacher Jiang," the new students from Tsinghua Academy excitedly replied. Jiang Wuyu's stunning face also broke into a smile. "Congratulations to all of you, junior students, for passing the assessment. You have one night to go back and pack your things. Tomorrow morning, gather here, and we will use the city teleportation array to return directly to Tianjin City." As the two highest institutions of the Eastern Dragon Empire, Tsinghua Academy and Beta Academy were both located in Tianjin City. Everyone agreed and left to pack their luggage. Under the watchful eyes of Jiangjun and Jiang Wuyu, Li Chen also followed the crowd away. Late at night, in a villa at Lianhua Mountain Villa in Sixiang City, in the resplendent hall, Yuan Ting sat gloomily on a leather sofa. Opposite him was a middle-aged man dressed in an exquisite suit, with slicked back hair. The middle-aged man held a cigar as thick as an adult's finger, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he slowly spoke. "Are you saying that Kid Li Chen is hiding a secret?" Yuan Ting nodded. "Dad, I've fought against that Yunlan's phantom. I'm sure that if Li Chen doesn't have any other means, he could never have killed Yunlan's phantom in 20 seconds. Yunlan herself is a phantom master, and the attack power of a battle mage is even stronger than my Night Wanderer. Moreover, Yunlan is a level 29 battle mage. Even if that phantom only has half the strength of Yunlan's true form, it wouldn't be something a mechanic who just changed jobs 3 days ago could contend with. Don't forget, Yunlan has been studying at Beta Academy for a year. Being able to represent Beta as a student, her strength is definitely among the elite. But even so, her phantom couldn't last 20 seconds against Li Chen, which is completely abnormal. Such a gap in strength means that even Yunlan's true form wouldn't be a match for Li Chen? How is that possible?" Hearing Yuan Ting's words, the middle-aged man gently nodded, agreeing with his son's viewpoint. "So what do you think the secret he is hiding is?" Yuan Ting frowned and thought for a long time, helplessly shaking his head. "I don't know either, but I have a feeling that Li Chen's ability to continuously exploit dungeon bugs and quickly solo dungeons must be related to the secret he is hiding. If I could know his secret, perhaps I could become as strong as he is." And Yuan Ting's eyes sparkled. "Dad, don't you want to know how Li Chen exploits the dungeon bug? He can exploit the bug from level 10 to level 20 dungeons. Doesn't that mean that even if he levels up in the future, he can still exploit bugs in dungeons? Dad, if we can master his secret, we will never lack dungeon resources again, and it will definitely speed up the development of our family." "Dungeon resources," the middle-aged man repeated softly, seeming a bit hesitant. "But he is now a student of Tsinghua Academy. If we want to deal with him, we must ensure that this secret does not leak out. Otherwise, offending Tsinghua Academy would be a huge problem." Yuan Ting said coldly, "I know, Dad. You arrange the personnel first. I will keep a close watch on Li Chen's movements. Once I find an opportunity, we will." Yuan Ting made a ruthless gesture of cutting his throat. Just then, a blinding red light suddenly shot in from outside the window. Yuan Ting and the middle-aged man immediately sensed the anomaly and quickly got up to check the situation outside. This is. The middle-aged man looked in astonishment at the red pillar of light outside the city, as if it pierced through heaven and earth, his face filled with shock. Random Abyss Dungeon. Li Chen had just returned home, finished packing, and was preparing to sleep when he was also drawn to the red light outside the window, looking in surprise at the red pillar. "Level limit is 30? Seeing the 3 bars faintly visible in the pillar, Li Chen murmured to himself. As a top student, knowledge about Abyss Dungeons immediately flooded Li Chen's mind. Abyss Dungeons, divided into Random Abyss Dungeons and Directed Abyss Dungeons, are among the highest yielding dungeons aside from large group dungeons and world dungeons. As the name suggests, Random Abyss Dungeons can appear randomly anywhere in the world, with the most notable feature being the red pillar of light that seems to pierce through heaven and earth. The location of the red pillar is the teleportation point for the Random Abyss Dungeon. The number of horizontal bars in the pillar indicates the level limit for entering the Random Abyss Dungeon. As for the other type, Directed Abyss Dungeons, they can only be accessed using Abyss tokens produced in Random Abyss Dungeons. Regardless of which type of Abyss Dungeon, they represent a large amount of Abyss materials and experience, and any Abyss monster has the potential to drop rare and epic gear, with a drop rate 10 times that of regular dungeons. More importantly, Abyss dungeons are the only dungeons that can produce legendary orange gear. Aside from golden epic gear, the legendary orange gear produced in Abyss dungeons is the best equipment that low-level players can obtain, because golden epic gear only drops in large group dungeons, and large group dungeons can only be entered by players above level 50. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a series of notification sounds came from Li Chen's phone. He opened his phone to find a message from Jiangjin in the newly created freshman group. Jiangjin and everyone, a random Abyss dungeon has appeared in 4 Symbol City. During the appearance of the random Abyss dungeon, all city teleportation arrays within 100 miles will be blocked. Our return trip tomorrow morning is cancelled. We will return to Tianjing City after the random Abyss dungeon has been cleared. Looking at this message, Li Chen was not surprised at all. Because of the characteristics of the blocked area of the random Abyss dungeon, he had learned about it in textbooks before. Once a random Abyss dungeon appears, all players within 100 miles can only enter and not exit, effectively being forcibly sealed off, while ordinary people without awakened professions are not affected. Moreover, this only enter and not exit also has level restrictions. For example, the current random Abyss has a restricted entry level of 30, which means that the enforced blockade within 100 miles is also at level 30. All practitioners above level 30 are unable to enter. Buzz buzz buzz, a harsh alarm sounded from the Lord's mansion in the center of the 4 Symbols City. The Lord's authoritative voice followed, "Practitioners of 4 Symbols City, the Abyss dungeon that has appeared this time is limited to level 30. Practitioners below level May 30th proceed to the teleportation entrance to challenge the Abyss dungeon. The time limit for this Abyss dungeon challenge is 3 days. I wish you all a successful challenge." Upon hearing this voice, all practitioners in 4 Symbols City showed a serious expression, because they knew that random abysses have time limits. For every 10 levels above the entry level, the challenge time increases by 1 day. For example, if this random abyss is limited to level 30, the challenge time is 3 days. If limited to level 50, the challenge time is 5 days. Once the challenge time is exceeded and the Lord in the Abyss dungeon has not been killed, the Abyss dungeon will release Abyss Mist, engulfing everything within 100 miles, transforming all living beings within into abyss creatures devoid of intelligence, driven only by the desire to kill, and pulling them into the abyss. Therefore, once a random Abyss dungeon appears, it is equivalent to a life and death crisis for all practitioners in the area. But unlike the serious expressions of others, Li Chen was filled with excitement. Because the number of monsters in the Abyss dungeon is far greater than that in ordinary dungeons, it is simply the best place for him to farm monsters and increase his god perspective range. With this thought, Li Chen immediately gathered some water and food at home, preparing to head to the area where the light pillar was located. At that moment, another message came through on his phone. "Jiangjin and everyone, all of you gather at the Abyss entrance. Your levels are still too low. Entry into the Abyss dungeon is not allowed." Clearly, Jiangjin was going to impose collective control. He was afraid that these fearless newcomers would sneak into the Abyss dungeon and meet their demise. Li Chen raised an eyebrow at his phone and walked out towards the city outskirts. Lianhua Villa, a certain villa. Yuan Ting looked at the red light pillar that pierced the heavens and suddenly seemed to remember something, turning sharply to look at his father, excitedly saying, "Dad, our opportunity has come." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with light, immediately understanding the meaning behind his son's words. "Tinger, do you think that Li Chen will also enter the Abyss dungeon? You want to deal with him in the Abyss dungeon?" Yuan Ting nodded firmly. "That's right. From what I know about Li Chen, since he has secrets hidden within him, and this secret allowed him to defeat Yun Lan and Jiang Wu Yu's phantoms in 20 seconds, then he is very likely to choose to enter the Abyss dungeon for a gamble. Although the Abyss dungeon is dangerous, it is also a tremendous opportunity for practitioners. Whether it's the high experience from Abyss monsters or the high-quality equipment within, Li Chen will definitely not let it slip by." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and decisively said, "Good. I will immediately gather personnel and send level 30 practitioners into the Abyss dungeon to deal with Li Chen. We must force him to reveal the secret of the dungeon bug." Yuan Ting thought for a moment and said, "Father, Li Chen is tough to crack. Just pressuring him may not yield his hidden secrets. I need to go in as well. As long as we can capture him, I can use the soul-devouring skill of the Night Wanderer to forcibly read his memories. At that time, no matter how tough he is, he won't be able to keep his secrets, and we can also prevent him from deceiving us with lies." The middle-aged man was taken aback and looked at him with some concern. "But son, you're only level 16 now, and the Abyss dungeon at level 30, even the lowest level Abyss monsters are above level 27, this." Yuan Ting smiled confidently. "Dad, if I remember correctly, we should still have an Abyss contract, right? With the Abyss contract, our people can be teleported in together, and won't be randomly separated. With a level 30 bodyguard with me, even if we encounter any danger, they can completely buy me 5 seconds of time. At that point, I just need to activate the Abyss contract, and I can forcibly teleport out. There shouldn't be much of a problem in terms of safety. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression relaxed slightly, and he patted his son's shoulder with appreciation, exclaiming, "Tinger, you've grown up. With you and the Yuan family, the future is promising." Yuan Ting smiled proudly, feeling quite pleased. Li Chen headed straight for the area where the Abyss light pillar was located. Although it was already late at night, the streets were bustling with people. These were all spectators rushing to the Abyss teleportation entrance. The appearance of the Abyss dungeon concerned the lives of all professionals in the area. Although professionals above level 30 could not enter the Abyss and could not see the strategies within the Abyss dungeon, they clearly could not sit still waiting at home. Outside the Four Symbols city, all the wild monsters had already disappeared, retreating 100 miles away. They had long sensed the aura of the Abyss and automatically avoided it. Li Chen arrived not far from the West City Gate. A massive red light pillar, over 10 meters in diameter, stood here, silent yet giving off a chilling sense of horror. At this moment, many people had gathered around the light pillar. In the very center, there were teachers and student representatives from various colleges attending the university selection conference. Li Chen quickly spotted Jiangjin and Yun Miao leading the group. He moved behind the crowd, hiding among them. Yun Miao glanced at the representatives from each college. Although her expression was serious, she did not seem overly worried. She said coldly, "All right, the representatives from each college for this university selection have arrived. I will first go over some important points, and then you can enter the Abyss dungeon to start strategizing. First, the teleportation to the random Abyss dungeon is also random, meaning that once you enter, you will be randomly teleported to any area of the Abyss dungeon, but you will never be teleported to the core area where the Abyss Lord resides. Second, the monsters in the Abyss dungeon are endless. As long as the Lord is not dead, the Abyss altar he guards will continuously spawn Abyss monsters. Therefore, regarding these 2 points, the longer you take to strategize the Abyss dungeon, the more disadvantageous it will be for you. Additionally, if the professionals strategizing the dungeon are not strong enough and the monster killing speed is too slow, in the later stages, the number of Abyss monsters will pile up, making it difficult to strategize. At this point, Yun Miao paused slightly, scanning the student representatives from various colleges. However, this time, we are quite lucky because of the university selection. You are all elite students below level 30 from various colleges, and most of you are above level 25. Moreover, with the local professionals from Four Symbols City, as long as you quickly group together after entering, and then charge collectively, combining everyone's strength, strategizing this Abyss dungeon should not be a big problem. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. Time is precious, you may enter. The student representatives from other colleges all had serious expressions, their flickering gazes filled with both excitement and apprehension, and they responded in unison, yes. After saying this, they entered the deep red light pillar one by one, their figures flashing and disappearing. Li Chen followed behind the crowd, walking towards the light pillar. Suddenly, a stern shout rang out from behind Li Chen, "Stop! You, a level 20 mechanic, dare to go in and seek death?" Hearing this reprimand, Li Chen raised an eyebrow and turned to look. In the front of the crowd, Yun Miao, who already had a stern expression, now had her brows furrowed even higher, staring intently at Li Chen. Li Chen glanced at her indifferently, his gaze slightly cold. He hadn't planned to meet Jiangjin and the others, intending to sneak in quietly, but unexpectedly, this woman had exposed his whereabouts. Moreover, as a recruitment teacher from Beta, Yun Miao's tone was indeed somewhat condescending, making him quite uncomfortable. The level 27 Abyss monsters, although higher in level, lack intelligence and only possess the instinct to kill, with a singular ability. Overall, their true strength is only equivalent to that of an ordinary practitioner in their 20s, Li Chen said with a slight smirk. If compared to your elite student Yunlan, they shouldn't be much stronger than her phantoms, right? Such strength is not enough to make me seek death. Li Chen's expression remained calm, facing Yun Miao's piercing gaze without any intention of backing down. You ignorant brat, do you think the Abyss dungeon is the same as the university selection? The phantoms I create do not aim to kill, but the Abyss monsters will not hold back. Yun Miao scolded with a darkened face. Facing the endless Abyss monsters, how many bullets can a newly transitioned mechanic like you withstand? You can't even accurately assess your own abilities. The Eastern Dragon Empire is becoming weaker and weaker because of blind and overconfident fools like you. Beside them, Jiangjin's face darkened immediately. Teacher Yun Miao, mind your identity. That's going too far. Yun Miao snorted coldly, glancing disdainfully at Li Chen, a speck of dust, daring to dream of becoming the bright moon. Since you want to go in and seek death, let me show you just how big the gap is between the trash phantom profession and the true phantom profession. Don't think that passing the university selection through some clever means makes you impressive. In front of our beta elites, you are still unworthy of notice. Yun Miao looked at Yun Lan, who was about to step into the light column, and shouted, Yun Lan, I give you 1 day to lead everyone to conquer this abyss dungeon. Yes, teacher. Yun Lan shot Li Chen a fierce glare and stepped into the light column, disappearing from sight. On the other side, Li Chen was pulled to Jiang Zhen's side by Jiang Wuyuyu. Jiang Zhen looked deeply at Li Chen, not blaming him for his earlier actions, but instead whispered, Li Chen, are you sure you want to go in? Li Chen nodded seriously. Teacher Jiang, don't worry, since I dare to go in, I definitely have the means to protect myself. I won't joke with my life. Jiang Zhen's eyes flickered with light, and after a moment, he gritted his teeth, took out a parchment emitting a faint white glow, and handed it to Li Chen, saying solemnly, this is the Abyss contract. Yu has one too. It can ensure that you won't be separated when you teleport inside. If you encounter danger in the Abyss dungeon, you can activate the Abyss contract, which will forcibly allow you to escape the Abyss and teleport out. Li Chen looked at Jiang Zhen in surprise. He naturally knew what the Abyss contract was. It was a rare item worth 100,000 gold coins at the auction house, and it was priceless. He didn't expect Jiang Zhen to be willing to give him this as a life-saving card. His emotions shifted slightly, and he solemnly accepted it, saying, thank you, Teacher Jiang. I will remember this kindness. Noticing the sincerity in Li Chen's eyes, Jiang Zhen nodded in appreciation and said to Jiang Wuyuyu, after entering the dungeon, you two must take care of each other and absolutely must not separate. I understand, Dad. Jiang Wuyuyu glanced curiously at Li Chen and replied cheerfully. She knew that Jiang Zhen was actually reminding him to take care of Li Chen in the Abyss dungeon, just phrased more delicately. After speaking, the two turned and walked towards the light column, hand in hand stepping into it. Jiang Zhen watched the disappearing figures of the two, murmuring, 3 days to change jobs and reach level 20, resolving Yun Lan and Yu's phantoms in 10 seconds. There's an old saying in the Eastern Dragon Empire, special people must have special traits. Li Chen, don't let me down. On the other side of the light column, Yuan Ting and several burly men hid among the crowd, watching as Li Chen and Jiang Wuyuyu simultaneously teleported into the Abyss dungeon. A fierce light flashed in Yuan Ting's eyes as he whispered, he really went in, let's go too. This time, he won't be able to escape. Yes, young master. Stepping into the light column, Li Chen felt a slight dizziness in his head. Then, the scenery before him changed, revealing a desolate mountain wilderness filled with withered trees. A faint smell of sulfur wafted through the air. Li Chen looked around, and everywhere he could see was the same sight. In the distance ahead, there was a massive mountain looming. The mountain was pitch black, as if it had grown out of hell. At the peak, a crimson bloodlight flickered, and faintly, the roar of demons could be heard from that direction. On this side of the mountain, there was a huge slope winding downwards, connecting to a black forest filled with dead trees below. Towering rocks flanked the slope, making it look like a water channel extending down from the mountaintop. At this moment, tall figures were subtly moving down the slope. Jiang Wuyuyu looked at the scene before her, her stunningly beautiful face showing a serious expression, saying, the Abyss Lord has summoned quite a few Abyss monsters already. Li Chen gazed at the winding terrain of the slope in the distance, his eyes lighting up as a thought suddenly popped into his mind. This terrain seems perfect for a trap. An idea emerged in his mind, a strategy for quickly farming monsters. Let's go. We should check it out first, he said impatiently. Jiang Wuyuyu looked at him in surprise. Go over? Just the two of us? Yeah, what's wrong? Li Chen asked, puzzled. Jiang Wuyuyu pointed at the dark figures, speechless. Can't you see? There are probably nearly 200 Abyss monsters gathered at the bottom of the slope, and with those on the slope, the number of Abyss monsters is likely over 500. Are we just going to walk over and give our heads away? Despite being a level 29 elemental controller and a top student at Tsinghua Academy, Jiang Wuyuyu knew that Abyss monsters had tough skin and high resistance. Even though she excelled in AoE damage, she could only kill a few dozen before exhausting her spiritual energy. Even with spiritual potions to replenish her energy, she definitely couldn't withstand the attacks of over 500 Abyss monsters. Moreover, the Abyss Lord at the mountain top was continuously summoning more Abyss monsters. Li Chen chuckled, don't worry, I won't let you be the bait. Trust me, let's go. As he spoke, a flash of light enveloped him, and a beautifully mechanical metal exoskeleton was fully donned. He propelled himself forward, and with the clang of mechanical roars, Li Chen swiftly dashed towards the slope. The Abyss Dungeon, the strategy begins. Watching Li Chen speed away like a steel warrior, Jiang Wuyuyu gasped and covered her lips. Exoskeleton armor. Isn't this the blueprint for a level 30 mechanic? How does Li Chen have it now? Hey, wait for me. Realizing Li Chen was getting further away, Jiang Wuyu finally came to her senses and quickly harnessed the power of the wind element to chase after him. As a phantom god profession, elemental controllers are naturally attuned to various elemental attributes and can master the secrets of multiple elements. The two quickly approached the foot of the mountain, and as they got closer, Li Chen finally saw the appearance of those abyssal monsters. They stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, with a robust and sturdy build, their skin pitch black. On either side of their heads were two thick, curved demonic horns, sharp teeth protruding from their lips, and their eyes were amber vertical slits, looking fierce. What was even more astonishing was that a faint layer of red flames burned on the surface of their bodies, emitting a strong sulfurous smell. Jiang Wuyu said in a deep voice, "These are fire demons, warrior type, with strong power and defense. During battle, we can't get too close to them, or we'll be burned by the hellfire they carry." She looked around, her eyes showing a hint of panic. "Li Chen, we need to retreat. There are too many fire demons gathered at the foot of the slope. We can't handle them." Li Chen took a quick glance at the fire demons that had already run down the slope, calculated his firepower, and muttered to himself, "About 200 or so, it shouldn't be a problem." Then, Li Chen squinted at the slope, confirmed the terrain, and turned to Jiang Wuyu, saying, "The area below is open. I'll take care of these fire demons. After a while, we'll block the road on the slope and I'll help you gain experience." Jiang Wuyu looked at him in confusion. "You'll take care of it? There are over 200 fire demons down there. How are you going to handle it?" Just as Jiang Wuyu was about to ask, her round eyes suddenly widened. Li Chen moved. Facing these tough-skinned, heavily armored fire demons, he directly summoned 20 rocket launchers, not even planning to use the Gatling gun. In terms of area damage, the power of the rocket launchers was clearly much greater than that of the Gatling gun, making them more suitable for saturation bombing. Although not using the Gatling gun would affect the density of the firepower net, he wasn't soloing a dungeon. There was a level 29 elemental controller beside him. With a god's eye view of the surrounding situation in Jiang Wuyu's support, Li Chen could bomb without restraint. With the speed of these fire demons, they would definitely not be able to quickly rush to his side and pose a threat. In the blink of an eye, 20 rocket launchers were neatly arranged in front of Li Chen. Then, in the next moment, the sound of frantic explosions rang out continuously. Boom 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 boom. Just a short distance away, 2 fire demons had just noticed the two of them and roared as they prepared to pounce. But in an instant, these 2 big guys were blown to pieces. Successfully killed a fire demon, gained 150 experience points. Successfully killed a fire demon, gained 150 experience points. Watching the kill notifications float up before him, Li Chen's eyes lit up. As expected of the Abyss dungeon, the experience points were indeed much higher than those of ordinary dungeons. Li Chen didn't delay any longer and immediately activated his exoskeleton armor to walk towards the group of fire demons, shouting, "Start harvesting, Jiang Sr., keep up with me." Under Jiang Wuyu's shocked gaze, Li Chen charged out and began to bombard wildly. The intense sound of explosions immediately echoed, the severed limbs of the fire demons bursting like bloody fireworks on the black earth. Watching this astonishing scene, Jiang Wuyu finally understood how this guy had killed the phantoms of herself and Yunlan. With this level of firepower, let alone phantoms at only 50% of their true strength, even if they came in person, they wouldn't last 3 seconds. Moments later, Jiang Wuyu gasped, Li Chen's mechanic actually had no ammunition limit. From just now until now, these rocket launchers had not stopped firing. No wonder this guy could level up to 20 in 3 days. A mechanic with unlimited ammunition in a dungeon was simply unstoppable. Those people said he was exploiting a bug. What nonsense, this guy himself was a bug. 5 minutes. In just 5 short minutes, Li Chen had cleared the fire demons at the foot of the hill, leaving nothing but chaos in his wake. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 21. Looking at the upgrade notification that appeared before him, Li Chen's face lit up with surprise. Wow! This experience points, I've hit the jackpot. The Abyss dungeon is indeed the best place to level up. Not only that, after killing these 200 monsters, Li Chen's God's Eye talent had expanded to a range of 300 meters. This greatly improved his bombing accuracy. Li Chen opened his attribute panel and saw the free potential awarded for leveling up, excitedly saying, after reaching level 20, the free potential gained from each level up increased from 5 points to 10 points. Now, my endurance can be boosted even further, and my spiritual power is fully restored. Closing the panel, Li Chen looked at the fire demons still pouring down from the hill and laughed as he charged forward. Experience points, here I come. With the clanging sound of mechanical friction, Li Chen raced up the hill in his exoskeleton armor. The steep rock walls on both sides of the hill blocked the fire demons, forcing them to come down the mountain path. Such a dense group was perfect for Li Chen's rocket launcher with unlimited ammunition. With the aid of his God's Eye, Li Chen could control the rocket launcher for precise strikes from 300 meters away, ensuring not a single fire demon would escape. Compared to the open terrain below, Li Chen's killing speed on the hill was even more efficient. In just a few minutes, he had already reached near the peak. Looking at the remaining 40 or so fire demons, Li Chen finally stopped his relentless bombardment and turned to the stunned Jiang Wuyo beside him. Sister Jiang, the monsters in the Abyss Dungeon are counted based on individual kills, with no team experience distribution. You can take care of the rest. Ha! Jiang Wuyo finally snapped back to reality. She instinctively glanced behind her. Over 500 fire demons had been completely wiped out in just a few short minutes. Okay, I understand. Jiang Wuyo took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and took out a purple staff to begin the final cleanup. Fireball, lightning strike, wind blade barrage. As Jiang Wuyo chanted her spells, various magical attacks streaked across the sky, targeting the remaining 40 or so fire demons. When Jiang Wuyo's spiritual power dropped to about 20%, she finally killed all the fire demons, gaining a large amount of experience points. Seeing the power of Jiang Wuyo's spells, Li Chen nodded secretly. The elemental controller truly lived up to its name as a divine profession. The AoE damage was indeed impressive. Jiang Wuyo also showed excitement on her face. She hadn't expected that she had originally planned to protect Li Chen, but in the end, it was Li Chen who had helped her soar. If it weren't for Li Chen blocking those fire demons on the hill, she would never have been able to kill them so easily. Although the experience points she gained were far from comparable to Li Chen's, she had no dissatisfaction at all. Because in a place like the Abyss Dungeon, exhausting all spiritual power was a very foolish act. If any unexpected situation arose and she had no means of self-defense, it would be disastrous. And the 20% spiritual power was the necessary reserve to prevent accidents. That was why Li Chen had roughly calculated the number of monsters and left Jiang Wuyo with over 40, just enough for her to kill. Once Jiang Wuyo eliminated the remaining fire demons, Li Chen, controlling his exoskeleton armor, stepped over the scattered limbs and walked forward. He saw a massive sinkhole in the center of the mountaintop. In the middle of the sinkhole was a gigantic hexagram formation, resembling an altar. And atop this altar, a towering 5-meter-tall fire demon was roaring and howling. Every minute, 10 fire demons would emerge from the altar. Clearly, this was the Abyss Lord. Upon seeing the final boss, Jiang Wuyo excitedly pointed downwards. Li Chen, the Abyss Lord is over there. If we take it down, we'll have completed this Abyss Dungeon, and the Abyss barrier outside will be lifted. Li Chen smiled slightly. The Lord is so cute. How could we possibly take it down? Jiang Wuyo? Li Chen laughed heartily. Just kidding. Why do you look like your worldview has been shattered? Jiang Wuyo breathed a sigh of relief and said irritably, stop joking around, let's quickly deal with it and get out. Hey, with your performance just now, I bet all of Yunlan's team combined haven't killed as many monsters as you. When you get out, I want to see if that old woman Beide dares to talk big again. Jiang Wuyo's little face puffed up, looking like a bun. Over the years, the competition between Beide and Tsinghua had become increasingly fierce. As the top student from the previous class of Tsinghua, Jiang Wuyo had often been subjected to Beida's students' sarcastic remarks, just like how Yun Miao treated her father before. Who would have thought? Li Chen gently shook his head, his eyes sparkling. The Abyss Dungeon has just begun, and this time the time limit is a full 3 days. Such a great opportunity to farm experience, and we don't even have to buy a ticket. How can we let it end so quickly? Jiang Wuyo was taken aback. She glanced at the ground behind her, littered with the remains of fire demons, and immediately understood Li Chen's meaning. You mean? Li Chen nodded emphatically, grinning. Exactly. Let's keep the Abyss Lord here, so it can continuously summon fire demons. How can we miss out on free experience? Jiang Wuyo instinctively said, but if we drag it out, the Abyss Dungeon will become increasingly difficult. Before she could finish her sentence, her voice suddenly cut off, but her eyes quickly lit up. The reason the Abyss Dungeon becomes harder over time is that the Abyss Lord keeps summoning Abyss Demons. By the later stages, the number of Abyss Demons could fill the entire dungeon. At that point, practitioners of the same level would naturally be unable to handle the tide of Abyss Demons and would surely perish. But the problem is, Li Chen is here. With Li Chen's unlimited firepower, he could easily clear out the newly summoned Abyss Demons at regular intervals. This way, the number of Abyss Demons would never rise. They would only become souls under Li Chen's cannon, contributing experience points. Just thinking about this made Jiang Wuyo's broad heart surge uncontrollably. This is just too much. It's like blocking people at the entrance of their crystal door to farm kills. Seeing the fervor in Jiang Wuyo's eyes, Li Chen knew she had grasped his meaning. He turned around, pointing at the winding slope below, and smiled at Jiang Wuyo. Sister Jiang, could you please use the earth wall technique to seal off the turns on the slope? Then we can wait below for the Abyss Lord to summon fire demons, clearing them out once an hour. Jiang Wuyo asked in confusion, Why do we need to use the earth wall technique to separate the turns? Li Chen explained, the appearance of fire demons is continuous. If we don't use the earth wall technique to separate them, we'll have to constantly clear the fire demons, leaving no time to rest and recover our mana. If there's an earth wall technique blocking every certain distance, those fire demons will have to spend time breaking through the walls. With your level 29 earth wall technique's defense, creating 10 or 20 walls should be enough to delay them for an hour. And then, you know what comes next. Li Chen winked innocently at Jiang Wu Yu. Jiang Wu Yu immediately realized, looking at Li Chen with admiration, you really think things through. Looking at the handsome young man before her, Jiang Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This guy is not only powerful but also quite clever, she secretly admired in her heart. Then, as the two of them cleaned up the battlefield and collected the spoils along the way, they released the earth wall technique to descend. Once they had gathered all the supplies, they immediately excitedly began to divide the loot. We hit the jackpot. 2 pieces of legendary orange gear, 5 pieces of divine grade pink gear, and several hundred pieces of blue gear. If I grind for 3 days, I'll come out as a rich man, Li Chen said excitedly as he looked at the pile of equipment. Next to him, Jiang Wuyo stared longingly at the bright orange staff, unable to help but swallow. Li Chen chuckled and, without hesitation, handed the legendary orange staff to Jiang Wuyo. We really are lucky, Senior Jiang, this legendary staff is just right for your class. Although it's only level 30, with its legendary quality, it should be enough for you to use until you reach level 50 and awaken. Jiang Wuyo looked at him in surprise. This is legendary equipment, are you sure you want to give it to me? As she spoke, Jiang Wuyo's gaze instinctively swept over the pink staff behind Li Chen. The staff was only suitable for magic classes, using it for other classes would come at a great cost, with Li Chen being the only exception. Jiang Wuyo thought Li Chen would use this legendary staff himself. Li Chen smiled slightly. Senior Jiang, I can feel the sincerity from you and Teacher Jiang. As the saying goes, one should reciprocate kindness. Please accept this staff. Jiang Wuyo looked at him deeply, and suddenly a bright smile blossomed on her face. Okay, thank you. Also, we're about the same age, so don't call me Senior Jiang anymore, it sounds distant. Just call me Wuyo. Seeing the genuine smile on Jiang Wuyo's face, Li Chen was slightly surprised, and a strange feeling quietly surfaced in his heart as he smiled and said, sure. Jiang Wuyo happily took the staff and said to Li Chen, you can keep the rest of the stuff. With this staff, my gains from this abyss dungeon are already enough, the rest is yours. Li Chen nodded with a smile, not being polite with her. He equipped one of the pink leather armors for himself and stored the rest in his inventory. The other piece of orange gear was a large knife, which he couldn't use, so he temporarily stored it, planning to exchange it later with others if they had suitable orange gear for him. After that, the two rested in place to recover their spiritual power, waiting for the next wave of harvesting. 2 hours later, Li Chen killed the last fire demon, and Jiang Wuyo used the earth wall technique to separate them on the hillside, continuing to gather monsters. After grinding through 2 more waves of abyss monsters, Li Chen's level also rose to level 22. Low-level players gain experience bonuses when grinding high-level monsters, which made Jiang Wuyo look enviously at him. Because she was the opposite, a level 29 player grinding level 27 monsters would actually gain less experience. Moreover, the experience required for her to level up was much higher than Li Chen's, and she was still quite far from level 30. After Li Chen sorted through the spoils, he frowned and looked back, puzzled. Strange, it's been over 2 hours since we entered. And in this level 30 restricted abyss dungeon, the map shouldn't be this large, right? How come we haven't seen a single person besides us? Hearing him mention this, Jiang Wuyo also looked puzzled. Yeah, logically speaking, even if they were teleported far from here, 2 hours should be enough for them to gather people and come over. How is it that until now, we haven't seen anyone? On the other side of the mountains, out of sight from Li Chen and Jiang Wuyo, hundreds of players were gathered together, frantically launching an assault on the mountain peak. Among them was a proud and cold white figure, wielding a long spear that swept left and right like a swimming dragon, specifically targeting the head of the fire demon. Bang bang bang. With each light sound, the fire demon's head exploded like a watermelon. So impressive. From just now until now, Senior Sister Yun must have killed over 100 fire demons, right? Definitely. If it weren't for Senior Sister Yun charging ahead as the main force, the number of fire demons would probably have reached 1,000 by now. No wonder she's a top student from Beta Academy. Not only is she a phantom god profession, but her combat skills are also so sharp. At this rate, we should be able to reach the mountaintop and deal with the Abyss Lord in no more than an hour. Oh, by the way, why haven't we seen Jiang Wuyo from Tsinghua Academy? Hey, and that mechanic, I saw them teleport in together, but why haven't we seen them since? Hey, do we even need to guess? That mechanic must have seen how powerful the fire demons are and found a place to hide. As for the student representative from Tsinghua, Maybe he thought that pretty boy looked good and went to be his bodyguard. Tisk tsk, Tsinghua Academy really hasn't been doing well these past 2 years. I wonder if they've been poisoned by that mechanic. Why does everyone from top to bottom like that trash profession? 50 minutes later, Yunlan sent the last fire demon's head flying with her spear, breathing slightly heavier, but a hint of pride appeared in her eyes. She looked at the giant fire demon in the pit at the mountaintop and thought to herself, Zhang Wuyo, it seems you still haven't learned your lesson, just wasting time on that trash mechanic. She flicked her spear and confidently pointed downwards, shouting, everyone, charge with me. Eliminate the Abyss Lord and conquer this Abyss dungeon. Beta is awesome. Yun Beauty is amazing. Brothers, grab your weapons. Kill. As they were about to conquer the dungeon, excitement shone in everyone's eyes as they displayed their abilities and charged towards the Abyss Lord behind Yunlan. Receive my spear. Frost Meteor Stab. Yunlan seized the opportunity, shouted loudly, and the ethereal blue ice power instantly spread across the entire spear, adding a frosty hue to it, and she swung it fiercely. The ethereal blue spear shadow flashed through the air, accurately piercing through the Abyss Lord's eyes. Roar! Hit hard, the Abyss Lord roared in madness. Yunlan pressed the attack, pulled the ice spear from the ground again, leaped high, and shouted, Meteor Fall. The ethereal blue light smashed down heavily, and with a crack, it directly pierced through the Abyss Lord's head, the spear deeply embedding itself in its body. The Abyss Lord's roar abruptly stopped, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Everyone cheered in unison. In the crowd behind, Yuan Ting looked at the fallen Abyss Lord with a gloomy expression, gritting his teeth. Damn, that cunning little brat Li Chen actually hid since entering the dungeon. Now it's hopeless, with the Abyss Lord dead, the dungeon has been successfully cleared. Once we teleport out, it won't be so easy to find trouble with him. Yunlan nimbly jumped down from the Abyss Lord's body, her face full of pride, waiting for the prompt of the successful dungeon clearance. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yunlan's prideful expression became stiff, and a look of suspicion appeared in her eyes. Not just her, everyone was looking around in confusion. What's going on? The Abyss Lord is dead, why hasn't the prompt appeared? And there's no teleportation exit? Chattering voices quickly rose among the crowd. Just then, the body of the Abyss Lord that Yunlan had just killed suddenly disappeared, and the altar covered in strange patterns lit up rapidly. 2 Abyss Lords were not killed simultaneously within 10 minutes. The Abyss altar is activated. If the other Abyss Lord is not killed within 6 hours, this Abyss Lord will resurrect and randomly teleport to any location in the Abyss. The resurrected Abyss Lord is no longer restricted and can move freely. Looking at the prompt that appeared before him, Yunlan's expression changed drastically. 2 Abyss Lords? They can move freely after resurrection? Damn! This isn't an ordinary random abyss, but a difficult random abyss. It's over. Our people are all over here, and the other Abyss Lord must have accumulated countless Abyss monsters by now. We're in trouble. Yunlan quickly reacted, his face darkening. This is a difficult abyss. The other Abyss Lord must be on the other side of the mountains. Everyone, follow me immediately to find the teleportation array to the other side. We must deal with the other Abyss Lord within 6 hours. Behind the crowd, Yuan Ting looked astonished, then suddenly realized, in a difficult abyss, 2 people are directly teleported to the territory of another Abyss Lord. If these 2 don't discover it immediately and relay the message, allowing both sides to attack simultaneously, it will give the Abyss Lord time to summon a large number of minions. That's the reason for the difficulty in the difficult abyss. Li Chen and the others must be the 2 randomly selected ones, directly teleported to the other side of the mountains. Zhang San, you awakened as a earth spirit, lead us through the mountains immediately. Before the others find the teleportation array, take down Li Chen. Yes, young master. On this side of the mountains, Li Chen and Zhang Wuyu had just cleared the monsters again. Li Chen looked at the level up prompt before him, feeling quite excited. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 23. What luck! I actually dropped a legendary leather armor this time. After organizing his equipment, Li Chen couldn't wait to put on the legendary leather armor. Looking at the spiritual power value in his panel breaking 1000, Li Chen clicked his tongue slightly. Wow, no wonder it's legendary equipment. This spiritual power boost is impressive. With 1000 points of spiritual power, Li Chen could use 25 rocket launchers for uninterrupted output for 10 minutes, increasing his firepower even more. Just as Zhang Wuyu was about to say something, suddenly, a line of prompts appeared before the 2. The 2 Abyss Lords were not killed simultaneously within 1 minute. The Abyss Lords resurrected and simultaneously activated their second form. The resurrected Abyss Lords are no longer restricted and can move freely. The 2 were slightly taken aback, and Zhang Wuyu suddenly realized, no wonder no one has come over for so long. It turns out this isn't an ordinary abyss dungeon, but a difficult one. She looked at Li Chen, somewhat astonished, and said, You've been clearing monsters too easily. which has prevented the abyss monsters on our side from accumulating, so I never thought in the direction of the difficult abyss. Li Chen felt a bit awkward, just about to speak when suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked to the side front. After clearing these waves of monsters, Li Chen's divine perspective had expanded to a diameter of 2,300 meters. This special talent is equivalent to a passive skill, and using it does not consume any spiritual power. Since entering the dungeon, Li Chen had kept his divine perspective at maximum. 2,000 meters ahead, Li Chen distinctly saw the originally flat ground suddenly bulge up into a mound. Then, with a rustle, several figures actually crawled out from under the mound. Leading them was none other than Yuan Ting. Yuan Ting cautiously looked around, confirming that there were no abyss monsters nearby before climbing out of the tunnel. Strange, could it be that the other abyss lord isn't here? Why can't I see a single abyss monster? It's been several hours since we entered the abyss dungeon. Logically, there should be at least 2,000 abyss monsters here, right? Yuan Ting looked puzzled. Behind him, Zhang San and the others also showed a hint of confusion. The fire demon's movement speed is relatively slow. Perhaps this area isn't where the abyss lord is located, so they haven't found their way here yet. Yuan Ting sneered, "This is perfect. Li Chen and that Zhang Wu Yu are only two people. Facing the fire demon army, they will definitely have to retreat. Maybe they are hiding nearby. Let's go. We need to eliminate that brat Li Chen before Yunlan and the others find the teleportation array." Li Si hesitated for a moment and asked, "Young master, Zhang Wu Yu from Tsinghua Academy should be with Li Chen. With her around, Yuan Ting seemed to have anticipated this question, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "What are you afraid of? This is the Abyss instance. In the Abyss instance, one misstep can lead to death. Even if she is a top student from Tsinghua Academy, it wouldn't be surprising if something unexpected happened, right?" Wang Er's eyes flickered with a ghostly light. "Young master, do you mean?" Yuan Ting said harshly, "Li Chen is already a student of Tsinghua. If we want to interrogate him about his hidden secrets, Zhang Wu Yu will definitely not stand by. Since that's the case, we should take her out too." As he spoke, Yuan Ting made a gesture across his neck. Wang Er and the others exchanged glances and nodded firmly. All right. Li Chen, using his god's perspective, took in all of Yuan Ting and the others' actions. These guys actually want to kill me? Luckily, I learned lip reading before, and combined with the god's perspective, it's simply perfect. Li Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he murmured with some relief. Beside him, Zhang Wu Yu was momentarily stunned and asked in surprise, "Li Chen, what are you talking about? Who wants to kill you? Aren't there just the two of us?" Li Chen looked at her, hesitated for a moment, and then explained his god's perspective ability to her. Zhang Wu Yu's eyes widened suddenly, her lips parted in disbelief. What did you say? For every monster you kill, your god's perspective can expand by 1 meter? And now it has expanded to a diameter of over 2,000 meters? How come I've never heard of a profession having such a talent? Is this a special ability only available to those with full spirit power? And, is Yuan Ting really that bold? He even dares to kill me? Li Chen said solemnly, "Whether it's true or not, we can verify it. We've killed too many fire demons here, which might make Yuan Ting cautious. Let's move a bit closer and wait for them to come to us." With that, Li Chen immediately pulled Zhang Wu Yu and moved closer to Yuan Ting's group. The two quietly approached to within 500 or 600 meters of Yuan Ting and his companions. Li Chen thought for a moment and directly summoned 50 Gatling rotating machine guns and 20 rocket launchers, burying them in a fan shape beneath the black earth ahead, ensuring that every inch of space in front of him was covered without dead angles. Zhang Wu Yu saw how cautious Li Chen was, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. His talent was astonishing, yet he was not arrogant, he was thoughtful and well prepared. With the mechanic's control over super weapons, once he sensed something was off, Li Chen could instantly launch an attack with lightning speed, saving the time needed to summon super weapons and preventing the enemy from having a chance to ambush. After doing all this, Li Chen sneered and waited quietly. A few minutes later, Zhang Wu Yu indeed saw Yuan Ting and his group cautiously making their way over. She glanced at Li Chen, already believing most of what he had said earlier. At the same time, Yuan Ting and the others also spotted Li Chen and Zhang Wu Yu, who were sitting on the ground resting. Upon seeing the two, Yuan Ting's eyes lit up, exchanging a glance with Zhang San and the others. "Oh, isn't this the top student from Tsinghua Academy? What's this? Hiding here to protect this ignorant mechanic?" Yuan Ting said loudly. Hearing the sarcasm in Yuan Ting's tone, Zhang Wu Yu's gaze flickered, secretly glancing at Li Chen. Now, she completely believed what Li Chen had said earlier. If Yuan Ting didn't plan to deal with her as well, he would never be so rude to her. Li Chen instinctively stepped forward, blocking Zhang Wu Yu, which made Zhang Wu Yu slightly stunned, her lips curling into a gentle arc. Then, he glanced at the 3 bodyguards who were subtly surrounding them, and lightly smiled. Yuan Ting, you worthless piece of trash, how dare you recklessly run into the Abyss Dungeon, and still have the audacity to talk about me? What, with 3 bodyguards, your courage has grown. Yuan Ting's face instantly darkened. You dare to talk back when death is imminent? Once I swallow your soul and uncover the secret of the dungeon bug, I won't be afraid of leveling up quickly. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Er, catch him for me. Just as Zhang San and the others were about to act, a strange expression appeared on Li Chen's face. So you want the secret of my dungeon bug, huh? Why didn't you say so earlier? It's simple, I'll tell you. With a whoosh, 50 Gatling guns and 20 rocket launchers instantly flew out from the ground, their dark muzzles sealing off all escape routes for Yuan Ting and his 3 companions. Yuan Ting and his companions froze in place, their faces stiffening. Li Chen's smile slowly widened, but the fierceness in his eyes grew more intense. You see, this is the secret of my dungeon bug, plenty of guns and enough firepower. Yuan Ting's eyes were filled with shock as he screamed, impossible, absolutely impossible. You've only changed jobs for 3 days, how could you have accumulated so many super weapons? Li Chen mocked. You don't understand the value of a full 100 spirit power. You've already learned my secret, now you can go die. Yuan Ting screamed in fear, no, Li Chen, you can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, our Yuan family will never let you go. Beside them, Zhang San and the others turned pale, their legs trembling like chaff. Even though the 3 of them were level 30 professionals, facing 50 Gatling guns and 20 rocket launchers, they had no chance to resist. A well-equipped mechanic could take on 100. Li Chen said coldly, killers are always killed. Yuan Ting, you said it yourself, in the Abyss Dungeon, one careless move can lead to death. A top student from Tsinghua Academy can die, so can you, a spoiled brat from 4 Symbols City. Yuan Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. This was what he said before, how could Li Chen know? His mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but Li Chen didn't give him that chance, decisively controlling all the super weapons to fire simultaneously. Da-day-day-day. Boom 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 boom. The violent rain of bullets and shells instantly engulfed Yuan Ting and his companions. Yuan Ting, only level 16, couldn't withstand such a frenzied attack for even a second, being swept into a pile of minced meat by the Gatling gun. Zhang San let out a wild roar, instantly raising a yellowish shield to cover himself, Li Si, and Wang Er. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and said coldly, oh, Earthwalker? Your control over earth elements is quite good, but unfortunately, in front of my infinite ammunition, how long can you hold on? Zhang San's eyes widened, in infinite ammunition? With the rate of fire from the Gatling gun, the magazine would be empty in 3 seconds and would need to be replaced. However, 1, 2, 3. The firepower showed no signs of weakening. Despair appeared in Zhang San's eyes. Is it really infinite ammunition? How can there be such a freakish mechanic? The next moment, with a bang, the shield was shattered by the violent ammunition. Zhang San and his companions were instantly torn to shreds by bullets and shells. Li Chen released the super weapons and turned to Jiang Wu Yu with a smile. Yu, my attack method is a bit obvious, just in case, could you please use fire to clean up the battlefield? Jiang Wu Yu responded with a sound, and a blazing flame erupted from her hand, incinerating the blood, flesh, and bones on the ground into ashes, merging with the black earth. Then, the 2 returned to the hillside where they had been before, continuing their endeavor to block the Crystal K heads. Meanwhile, Yunlan and the others finally found the hidden teleportation array at the edge of the map and arrived here. However, the place they teleported to was far from the mountain range, and by the time they cautiously approached the Lord's area, more than 3 hours had already passed. At the summit, Li Chen once again killed the fire demon, his eyes revealing an expression of anticipation. Finally enough experience points. Sure enough, the next moment, the level up notification appeared before Li Chen. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 25. Li Chen eagerly opened his attribute panel to check the skill bar. At level 25, he could unlock a new skill. Li Chen looked down at the Gatling rotating machine gun, his eyes suddenly brightening. Skill, Barrett Sniper Rifle. Skill description, summons a Barrett Sniper Rifle, which consumes 8 points of spiritual power for every minute it exists. Note, when spiritual power reaches 0, the Barrett Sniper Rifle will automatically retract. Damn, it's actually a Barrett. If this thing is combined with God's perspective, it's simply invincible. Li Chen's excited body trembled slightly. The Barrett Sniper Rifle, commonly known as the cannon. Effective range of 2,000 meters, maximum range of 6,000 meters. If an ordinary person used this thing, it would be very difficult to ensure shooting accuracy beyond 2,000 meters. But Li Chen was different. His God's perspective had now expanded to over 4,000 meters. If there were enough Barretts, and they fired simultaneously with God's perspective, Just thinking about it was terrifying. Li Chen forcibly suppressed his excitement and exited the attribute panel. He glanced at Yunlan and the others, who were 3,000 meters away, knowing they would arrive soon. Li Chen looked at Jiang Wu Yu, the experience is about done, let's take care of it. When Yunlan and the others entered Li Chen's God's perspective, he had already informed Jiang Wu Yu of this news. Fortunately, after grinding experience for so long, Jiang Wu Yu had also reached level 30. After a brief discussion, they decided to end this abyss dungeon before Yunlan and the others discovered it. Clearly, Li Chen did not want to expose his abilities to others. Jiang Wu Yu nodded in agreement. Okay. Li Chen's excited gaze fell on the solitary abyss lord, murmuring, just right, let's use you to test the power of the Barret Volley. Li Chen stood at the edge of the pit. The altar at the bottom was over 2,000 meters away, but with the Barret's range, it was no problem at all. In the next moment, a dense array of Barrets instantly appeared before Li Chen, their dark barrels all pointing down at the Abyss Lord. Li Chen zoomed in through God's perspective and perfectly controlled each Barret to aim using his superpower. Take this, 100 guns firing together. Li Chen's eyes sparkled with fervor as he controlled over 100 Barrets to fire simultaneously. Bang! The synchronized, deep rumble converged into an explosive sound. Then, Jiang Wu Yu was shocked to see the Abyss Lord's body explode into a shower of blood and flesh fireworks under the sniper fire of the 100 guns with a boom. What, such powerful force? Jiang Wu Yu couldn't help but exclaim. The Abyss Lord has been eliminated. Congratulations to all professionals for successfully clearing the hard-level Abyss dungeon. The teleportation exit has been opened, you may leave at will. Watching the sudden dungeon notification appear before them, Yunlan and the others simultaneously stopped in their tracks, their eyes wide, mouths slowly agape. The Abyss Lord was eliminated? Yunlan looked back in confusion, seeing the professionals who had followed her through the teleportation behind her. Who had killed the Abyss Lord here? Suddenly, two figures appeared in her mind, Jiang Wu Yu and Li Chen. Since entering the Abyss dungeon, it seemed she hadn't seen these two at all. Could it be that the two who were randomly teleported here were them? Did they defeat another Abyss Lord? No, absolutely impossible. Jiang Wu Yu's strength was on par with hers, and although Li Chen was a mechanic capable of taking on 100 foes, he had only just changed jobs 3 days ago. How many super weapons could he have accumulated in that time? Moreover, it had been 7 or 8 hours since the Abyss dungeon opened, and according to the frequency at which the Abyss Lord summoned monsters, there should be at least 3,000 or 4,000 Abyss monsters here. How could just the two of them possibly kill so many? At that scale, even a level 50 professional who had completed their advancement awakening would be exhausted. Yunlan was filled with shock and doubt. In an instant, she darted from her spot and quickly ran toward the mountains over there. Once the Abyss Lord was eliminated, all the Abyss monsters would vanish along with it. Now, she no longer needed to be wary of her surroundings. With the speed of a battle mage, she ran at full force, and in no time, Yunlan arrived at the spot where Li Chen and the others were blocking the crystal. At that moment, all the Abyss monster corpses on the slope had disappeared, turned to black dust. Yunlan looked at the portal in the center of the altar, her expression somewhat grim. Gritting her teeth, she stepped into the portal. As her vision blurred, when the scene before her stabilized again, she immediately scanned her surroundings. Then, she heard Jiang Wu Yu's cheerful voice. Dad, I'm level 30 now. You said I still needed at least a month. How about that? Isn't my daughter amazing? Yunlan's pupils constricted, and her already gloomy expression turned a bit ashen. It was indeed Jiang Wu Yu who had killed another Abyss Lord. She and Jiang Wu Yu were both top students from the last cohort of Qinghua and Beta, and their strengths were not far apart. Now, however, Jiang Wu Yu had reached level 30 before her, which meant she had definitely killed more Abyss monsters than Yunlan. But then, she felt something was off. If all the Abyss monsters over there were dealt with by Jiang Wu Yu, then she should at least be level 31 by now, right? Could it be that Li Chen also killed quite a few? Yunlan's uncertain gaze fell on Li Chen, who was beside Jiang Wu Yu. Unfortunately, unless a professional actively displayed their level, outsiders could only see the professional's job mark but not their specific level. At that moment, other professionals who had participated in the Abyss dungeon were also being teleported out one after another. The blood-red light column had turned golden yellow, indicating that this Abyss dungeon had been completed. Looking at the disheveled disciples, their clothes covered in filth, Yun Miao's face held a hint of pride and appreciation. Facing a dungeon of the same level, there would surely be a tough battle. Earlier, when Jiang Wu Yu and Li Chen came out, Yun Miao was somewhat surprised. How could these two look so clean? Aside from a few wrinkles in their clothes, their hair was hardly messy at all. Could it be that the Abyss monsters this time were easier to deal with? But soon after, when Yunlan came out behind them, it immediately dispelled her previous thoughts, and her gaze toward Jiang Wuyu and the others turned sarcastic. Jiang Wuyu and Yunlan were roughly equal in strength, but Junlan and the other professionals who came out later were clearly much more disheveled. This indicated that they had definitely gone through a tough battle. So why did Li Chen and Jiang Wuyu appear so composed? The answer is simple. These two must be hiding behind and paddling. But thinking about it, facing at least level 27 abyss monsters, with Li Chen's level 20 strength, if he didn't hide behind and had Jiang Wuyu helping him, he could easily die if he wasn't careful. He really is a trash mechanic. Although I don't know what tricks he used to defeat Yunlan's illusion during the assessment, when faced with a real life and death battle, isn't he just going to show his true colors immediately? Thinking of this, Yun Miao's voice grew slightly louder as she praised, Lanner, well done. Compared to a year ago, you've indeed made great progress. I just heard someone say that this random abyss dungeon is actually at a difficult level? Although two slow-reacting stragglers held you back and couldn't relay the message in time, Yun Miao cast a faint glance at Jiang Wuyu and Li Chen, then continued. But unexpectedly, your response was quite quick. Even in such circumstances, you managed to kill 2 Abyss Lords in such a short time. Well done. As soon as these words were spoken, Yunlan's face instantly turned red. The other professionals who came out behind her exchanged strange glances. Seeing the change in everyone's expressions, Yun Miao frowned, suddenly feeling something was off. What's wrong? Did you encounter any other unexpected events during the dungeon raid? Yun Miao asked in a deep voice. Yunlan said softly, Teacher, after we killed the first Abyss Lord, we found out there was another Abyss Lord. After that, we immediately started looking for the teleportation array to the other side. But when we got there, we didn't find any Abyss monsters along the way, until we were about to approach the mountain where the Abyss Lord was. At this point, Yunlan paused, biting her lip as she looked at Jiang Wuyu and Li Chen. Yun Miao asked in confusion, and then? Then, the Abyss Lord was eliminated, and the dungeon prompt indicated it was cleared. Yunlan gritted her teeth. Yun Miao was momentarily stunned, seemingly not reacting right away. After a while, she spoke again. You mean, the second Abyss Lord was not killed by you? Yunlan nodded with a grim expression. Yun Miao seemed somewhat incredulous. Impossible, according to what you just said. Besides you, there was no one else in the area of the other Abyss Lord. Suddenly, Yun Miao's whole body shook, as if she suddenly remembered something, and she turned sharply to look at Jiang Wuyu and Li Chen. After the Abyss dungeon was cleared, these two were the first to come out. This means that when Yunlan and the others hadn't reached the boss area, Jiang Wuyu and Li Chen were already there. Could it be that the second Abyss Lord was killed by them? Yun Miao exclaimed in shock, her voice even a bit sharp. Impossible. How could an elemental controller and a newly transitioned mechanic possibly eliminate an Abyss Lord surrounded by so many Abyss monsters? Not only Yun Miao, but the other professionals who appeared later also stared at Jiang Wuyu and Li Chen in disbelief. The noisy discussions grew louder. They all understood the mechanics of the difficult Abyss dungeon. Besides Jiang Wuyu and Li Chen, who were teleported to the other side from the start, it seemed no one could have killed the second Abyss Lord before they arrived. And just during that time, they had already learned from others about Li Chen's background and the rumors surrounding him. Could it be that this unprecedented full spirit value mechanic really has the talent to exploit dungeon bugs? Could he even exploit the bugs of the Abyss dungeon? Otherwise, even if Jiang Wuyu was a top student from Tsinghua Academy, it would be impossible for her to kill so many Abyss monsters alone. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Jiang Jin's face was also filled with shock as he looked at Li Chen. As a father, he naturally knew exactly what level his daughter was at. Jiang Jin was certain that it was Li Chen who had accomplished all of this. But he also couldn't understand how, at Li Chen's level, he had managed to exploit some kind of divine bug to kill the Abyss Lord surrounded by so many abyssal monsters with just the two of them. Facing the astonished and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Li Chen smiled slightly and surveyed everyone. Do you want to know how we exploited the bug to kill the Abyss Lord? The crowd nodded frantically like chicks pecking at rice. Li Chen's playful gaze swept over Yun Miao, and he said seriously, it's simple. Because my trash illusion god class has such great charm, the Abyss Lord saw me and immediately bowed down, pledging loyalty with his death, and then we cleared the level. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Yun Miao's face, which had originally held a hint of expectation, instantly turned as dark and foul as a sewer. This brat was mocking her again. Pfft. A crisp laugh came from the side. Yunlan looked at Jiang Wuyu's bright and beautiful smile, nearly biting her teeth in frustration. Compared to the calmness of Jiang Wuyu and Li Chen, her current embarrassment was like that of a stray dog. The onlookers also realized that Li Chen was deliberately annoying Yun Miao. They wanted to laugh but felt exceptionally uncomfortable due to Yun Miao's status. Jiang Jin's astonished gaze swept back and forth over Li Chen, He was also curious about how Li Chen had killed that Abyss Lord. But he knew this wasn't the time to talk, so he immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Alright everyone, since the Abyss dungeon has been cleared, the spatial blockade will also be lifted. I still need to take these new students back to the academy, so I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Jiang Jin immediately led the Tsinghua Academy group away. Back at the hotel where he was staying, Jiang Jin instructed the other new students to take an hour to prepare before returning here to gather and head to Tianjing City. Once everyone had left, Jiang Jin kept Li Chen behind. With a wave of his hand, a golden staff appeared in his grasp. He then thrust the staff into the ground and said in a deep voice, "Void barrier." A pale silver light instantly surged from the staff, transforming into a translucent silver shield that expanded outward, enveloping the entire room. Feeling the powerful magical fluctuations emanating from Jiang Jin and seeing the golden light circle glowing around the profession mark on his forehead, Li Chen admired inwardly. As expected of a recruitment teacher representing Tsinghua Academy, he has indeed completed his advancement awakening. From this magical fluctuation, he is probably at least a level 60 or higher practitioner. Jiang Jin's gaze was intense as he stared at Li Chen, eagerly asking, "Li Chen, can you tell me how you managed to kill the second Abyss Lord surrounded by abyssal monsters?" Li Chen glanced at Jiang Jin, then met Jiang Wuyu's expectant gaze, and smiled slightly. "Actually, it's nothing special. Yu and I took advantage of the terrain to concentrate and divide those abyssal monsters, then killed them periodically." Yu? Jiang Jin looked at his daughter with a strange expression. Jiang Wuyu's face flushed slightly as she glared at her father. "I'm about the same age as Li Chen. What's so strange about calling him by his name?" Jiang Jin's eyes flashed with understanding as he turned his attention back to Li Chen's words. "Concentrating and dividing using the terrain? Killing periodically? But there are so many abyssal monsters, and you two alone, even if divided, shouldn't be able to kill that many, right?" Jiang Jin frowned. Jiang Wuyu looked at Li Chen, who smiled slightly and replied to Jiang Jin, "Fortunately, with the firepower of a mechanic, we can still manage to kill them all." Speaking of which, Li Chen waved his hand, and a rocket launcher appeared in front of him. "Rocket launcher?" Jiang Jin was momentarily taken aback and instinctively said, "Although this thing has decent power, if faced with hundreds of abyss monsters, without at least 10 of them, it's simply hick." Before Jiang Jin could finish his sentence, rocket launchers began to pour out in front of Li Chen as if they were free. In the blink of an eye, the space in front of him was densely filled. Looking around, there were at least over 50. Staring at the ever-increasing rocket launchers, Jiang Jin was completely dumbfounded. "What the hell is this? Isn't this kid a mechanic? How can he also use illusions?" Jiang Jin couldn't help but rub his eyes and reached out to touch the rocket launcher in front of him. It felt cold and hard. It was real. He reached out to the side again. 1, 2, 3. All were solid. These rocket launchers were all real, not an illusion. Jiang Jin's mouth slowly dropped open. "Li Chen, what is this?" Li Chen stopped summoning rocket launchers and smiled. "Teacher Jiang, look at this firepower. It should be enough to deal with hundreds of abyss monsters, right?" Jiang Jin was so stunned he could hardly speak, as if his tongue was tied. Enough, it's enough." Coming back to his senses from the shock, Jiang Jin stared at Li Chen intently. "Do you have someone backing you? Otherwise, in just 3 days after changing jobs, you couldn't possibly have accumulated so many rocket launchers." Li Chen gently shook his head. "I'm an orphan. Teacher Jiang is in charge of admissions. You should have seen my information long ago, right? Then what about these rocket launchers?" Jiang Wu also looked at Li Chen with sparkling eyes. She had wanted to ask this question during the Abyss Dungeon but had held back, considering it involved Li Chen's secret. Li Chen calmly said, "Maybe it's because of my full spirit power. My skills are different from ordinary mechanics. They provide blueprints, and you need to manufacture super weapons yourself. And my skill is to directly summon super weapons. No need to manufacture, directly summon super weapons?" Jiang Jin's eyes widened instantly. "Mechanics can do that? This is the first time I've heard of a mechanic who can use super weapons without manufacturing them, and can summon so many." Jiang Jin's expression changed wildly. After a while, he murmured, "No wonder you two can deal with so many abyss monsters. With so many rocket launchers, the firepower is indeed sufficient." "Hey, wait." Jiang Jin seemed to suddenly remember something and asked again, "With this number of rocket launchers, the demand for rockets is also quite large. You've only changed jobs for 3 days. Where did you get so many rockets?" Li Chen smiled slightly. "Oh, that's not a problem. I'm a mechanic. I have unlimited ammunition." "Oh, you have unlimited ammunition? Then that's nothing." Wait, what did you say? Say that again." Jiang Jin had only said half of his sentence when he instantly reacted. shocked to the point of almost taking off. Li Chen smiled and said, I said, all these super weapons I summoned have unlimited ammunition. This is a special talent that appeared after my job awakening. Special talent? What is that? Why don't I have it? Jiang Jin stared blankly, as if listening to a fantasy story. Li Chen shrugged, I don't know either. Maybe it's because my spirit power is full. I've gone through the information and didn't find anything like talents in the attributes panel of a practitioner. Jiang Jin felt his brain was in chaos. To be able to use super weapons directly without manufacturing, and with unlimited ammunition? He had never heard of such an outrageous thing. By now, you should have unlocked more than one skill, right? Does that mean all your super weapons now have unlimited ammunition? Jiang Jin stared at Li Chen intently. Li Chen nodded, yes, all my super weapons currently have unlimited ammunition. With a thud, Jiang Jin sat down heavily on the sofa. Even Jiang Wuyu, who had anticipated this, was surprised and covered her mouth when she heard Li Chen say it himself. So, if you level up in the future and unlock even more powerful super weapons, wouldn't you also have unlimited ammunition? Jiang Jin asked. As of now, it should be the case, Li Chen nodded. He thought for a moment and decided to show his attribute panel to the two of them. Since the conversation had reached this point, it was better to lay everything bare. From the time spent with Jiang Jin and his daughter, Li Chen could tell they were genuinely good people and worth trusting. Jiang Jin and Jiang Wuyu immediately leaned in curiously to take a closer look. The attribute panel in front was no different from other professionals, but the most obvious difference was in the bottom section labeled Talent. When Li Chen opened the Talent section, Jiang Jin's pupils instantly constricted. Sure enough, there was no design diagram, it was directly super weapons, grotto pistol, Gatling rotary machine gun, achievement reward skill, exoskeleton armor. What the hell is this? Jiang Jin couldn't help but exclaim. Rocket launcher, Barrett. Wait, why do you have one more skill? Jiang Jin looked up at Li Chen. Jiang Wuyu tugged at her dad and pointed to the upper left corner of the attribute panel. Level 25? Damn! Just a few hours in the Abyss dungeon, and you leveled up 5 times. Jiang Jin couldn't help but curse. After looking at the skill bar on the left, he instinctively shifted his gaze to the right side's Talent. This glance nearly gave him a brain hemorrhage. Mechanic exclusive talent, first stage, unlimited ammunition, limited to super weapons summoned by professional skills. Note, second stage exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 20, mechanic exclusive talent, second stage, God's perspective. Note 1, construct a 360-degree holographic image perspective in your mind, and this perspective can freely zoom in on any point. Note 2, the initial range of God's perspective is a diameter of 100 meters centered on oneself. For every enemy killed, the range expands outward by 1 meter. Currently 2348 meters. Note 3, third stage exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 30. Jiang Jin's voice trembled. It really is unlimited ammunition. God's perspective, you have more than one talent, and it's the kind that can grow. This kind of outrageous talent effect can be unlocked every 10 levels? The more Jiang Jin spoke, the more hurried his breathing became, and Jiang Wuyu beside him was so shocked that she covered her small mouth, nearly screaming. Jiang Jin gasped for air, slapping his face hard, even doubting whether he was dreaming. After a while, he managed to adjust his mindset and looked at Li Chen with the gaze of someone seeing a deity. No wonder you level up so quickly, no wonder you can speedrun every dungeon. With skills and talents like these, how could monsters of the same level possibly stop you? You must be sweeping through them. Being this abnormal at level 25, if you level up and unlock more talents later, just how terrifying will your actual combat power be? Jiang Wuyu murmured, no wonder you could sense Yuan Ting and the others approaching. It turns out it was because of this. This kind of outrageous talent effect, even if you don't unlock more talents later, just relying on these two is enough to crush all the illusion god professions. It's no wonder you could instantly shatter the illusions of me and Yunlan. With that kind of firepower, let alone illusions, even if there were 10 of me and Yunlan, it wouldn't be enough for you to kill. A mechanic who can directly summon super weapons, a mechanic with infinite ammunition, a mechanic with a built-in god's perspective. We've struck gold. Jiang Jin stared at Li Chen, excitement unparalleled. If you level up, when you participate in large group dungeons and international instances in the future, wouldn't you be able to stand against an entire legion by yourself? Zhang Sheng took a deep breath, heavily patting Li Chen on the shoulder, excited yet serious as he said, Li Chen, I want to recommend you to the Marshal. Li Chen was taken aback. Marshal? Our East Dragon Empire's Marshal Li? Jiang Jin nodded emphatically, exactly. With your potential, you will definitely be a peerless genius who can take on 1,000. No, a genius who can take on a nation. Once you level up, what do these ordinary regular dungeons and abyss dungeons count for? Large group dungeons and international instances are your true stage. With you here, our East Dragon Empire will surely be able to break free from our current predicament and rise powerfully. Li Chen, are you willing to contribute to the country? Li Chen's whole body trembled, his gaze instantly becoming serious. Of course I am. 30 years ago, Marshal Li led our East Dragon Empire to establish a foothold on the world stage. If given the chance, I also want to take our East Dragon Empire a step further, standing proudly at the pinnacle of the world. Hearing Li Chen's declaration, Zhang Zhen's body shook, his eyes shining with brilliance. Well said. As a man of East Dragon, we should have such ambition. Zhang Zhen approached Li Chen, his eyes revealing a serious expression. Li Chen, who else knows about your exclusive talent? Li Chen shook his head. I know it's powerful, but aside from you all, I haven't told anyone. Zhang Zhen nodded in appreciation. Good, your talent is truly too extraordinary. Once exposed, other countries will surely see you as a thorn in their side. The fewer people who know, the better. Zhang Zhen thought for a moment and asked, Li Chen, if you have anything else to pack up, you can go back and get it now. Once you reach Tianjing City, you might not return for a long time. Li Chen nodded. Yeah, I've already packed my things, just need to go back and grab them. Alright, then hurry back. You, go with Li Chen, and come back right after you get your things. Don't wander around outside. Okay, Dad. Zhang Wu Yu giggled, pulling Li Chen outside. After the two left, Zhang Zhen excitedly dialed a phone number. Moments later, the call was answered on the other end. Hello, Ajin, why did you suddenly think of calling me? An elderly, gentle voice came from the phone. Hearing this voice, Zhang Zhen's expression became exceptionally respectful, instinctively standing up. Teacher, I have an important message to report to you. Oh, what important message? The elderly voice sounded somewhat surprised. It's like this, I came to the Four Symbols City for recruitment selection and encountered a newly advanced professional. Zhang Zhen quickly recounted Li Chen's situation. That's how it is. Before Zhang Zhen finished speaking, he heard the breathing on the other end suddenly become much heavier and more hurried. Infinite ammunition? God's perspective? Zhang Zhen, this is no joke, are you sure? Zhang Zhen replied seriously, Teacher, I have personally seen Li Chen's attribute panel, there is absolutely no falsehood. The other end let out a heavy breath, seemingly digesting the shock brought by this news. After a while, the elderly voice spoke again, sternly, Zhang Zhen, when you return, bring him to see me immediately. Yes, teacher. Half an hour later, Li Chen and Zhang Wu Yu returned. Then, the other newly promoted professionals also finished packing their luggage and returned here one after another. When the last newcomer arrived, Zhang Zhen decisively said, Everyone is here, let's go back to Tsinghua. Yes. The faces of the newly promoted professionals all showed excitement. Under Zhang Zhen's lead, the group walked towards the city's teleportation hall. At this moment, at the Lianhua Villa in the Four Symbols City, the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Tiangang, had a grim expression, his fists clenched tightly as he sat in the hall. Head, we have almost questioned all the professionals who came out of the Abyss Dungeon, and none of them have seen the young master. Below, a man in black in his 30s knelt on one knee and said solemnly. According to several people who have seen the young master, they said that after entering the Abyss Dungeon, the young master had been acting together with everyone. Until they killed the first Abyss Lord, the young master suddenly disappeared, and after that, they never saw him again. The man in black hesitated for a moment and said gravely, The young master and the others have not come out yet, I'm afraid. Bang! Clang! Yuan Tiangang angrily swept the coffee table over, and the precious cups shattered all over the floor. Seeing the head of the family furious, the man in black did not dare to breathe. You can leave now, Yuan Tiangang said in a low voice. What about the young master? The man in black hesitated. Yuan Tiangong's face darkened. No need to ask, just call everyone back. Understood, head. The man in black was taken aback for a moment and bowed as he retreated. After he left, the empty hall was left with only Yuan Tiangang. His expression gradually became ferocious, and a mad rage flickered in his eyes. He growled softly, Dare to touch my son, Li Chen, I will make you pay. An hour after the Abyss Dungeon was cleared, the Abyss Light Pillar would disappear. At this time, if there were still people inside, they would be forcibly ejected from the Abyss Dungeon. But now, the red light pillar outside the Four Symbols City had completely vanished, while Yuan Ting and Zhang San had still not appeared. This meant that they had already died inside the dungeon. Those people did not know where Yuan Ting and the others had gone later, but Yuan Tiangang could guess. He had sent Zhang San, who had awakened the Earthwalker profession, to protect Yuan Ting, and while the others were still looking for the teleportation array to the other side, Yuan Ting and the others must have used Zhang San's ability to burrow underground to reach the other side. As for the purpose, it was naturally to kill Li Chen and seize the soul and secrets. But now, Li Chen had returned safely. How Yuan Ting and the others died, Yuan Tiangang didn't even need to think. it was definitely related to Li Chen. Perhaps that girl student from Tsinghua Academy was also involved. Since his wife's death, Yuan Tiangang had regarded Yuan Ting as his treasure, doting on him greatly. Now, however, he had been harmed to death by Li Chen and the others. Even if Jiang Wuyo's father was a teacher at Tsinghua Academy, Yuan Tiangang would definitely make them pay the price and avenge his son. Li Chen, Jiang Wuyo, Jiangzhen. Even if you are from Tsinghua, I will make you pay for my son's death. Yuan Tiangong's voice seemed to come from the depths of the abyss. A flash of light, and the space twisted instantly, a strong sense of weightlessness swept over. In just a few breaths, the scene before Li Chen became clear again. This was also a teleportation hall, but compared to the teleportation hall in the Four Symbols City, this one was at least 10 times larger. Jiang Wuyo looked at the more than 10 newcomers and smiled. Welcome to the capital of the East Dragon Empire, Tianjing City. Seeing this familiar place, Jiangzhen seemed a bit impatient and immediately led everyone outside. Let's go, back to the academy first. Looking at her father, who was in a hurry, Jiang Wuyo stomped her foot, her red lips slightly pouting. Dad, why are you in such a rush? Humph. Let's go, Li Chen. As she spoke, Jiang Wuyu naturally pulled Li Chen's arm and chased outside. Li Chen didn't notice that at another exit, the stunningly beautiful Duge Yen, her face clouded with gloom, was staring at them with a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes. Bitch, the one standing next to Li Chen should be me. I should be the one joining Tsinghua. The jealous Duge Yen screamed wildly in her heart. Li Chen should belong to me. You should die. You all should die. If I can't have it, no one else deserves it. Destroy it. I want to destroy all of you. Under Jiangzhen's lead, Li Chen and the others left the teleportation hall and quickly headed into the interior of Tianjing City. After walking for a while, Li Chen looked at Jiang Wuyu in confusion. Yu, aren't the major universities, including Tsinghua Academy, located on the outskirts of the city? Why are we heading into the city? Jiang Wuyu smiled mischievously. The main campus is indeed on the outskirts, but our academy's guild has a branch in Tianjing City. Through the teleportation array within the guild, we can go directly back to the academy. The Guild of Tsinghua Academy? The other new students exchanged excited glances. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, each university has its own guild. The more powerful the academy, the more prestigious the guild. There are 3 major guilds in the Eastern Dragon Empire. They are the guild formed by Qinglong Academy, the Nuclear Elites, the guild formed by Beta Academy, the Glory of the Dead, and the guild formed by the military of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the Dragon Group. It is worth mentioning that the Marshal of the Eastern Dragon Empire, as the top military figure and the honorary president of Tsinghua Academy, is not only the president of the Dragon Group but also the president of the Nuclear Elites. Beta Academy was originally founded by the major families of the empire, and the guild president has always been held by the chairman of the Clan Elder Council. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Tianjing Avenue, which runs north and south through Tianjing City, walking towards the huge blue building by the roadside. From a distance, Li Chen could clearly see the 4 gilded characters written on the building, Nuclear Elites. This is the branch of Tsinghua Academy established in Tianjing City. As for the main headquarters, it is naturally within Tsinghua Academy. Jiangzhen was the first to enter the branch. Hello, Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang, back from recruitment? In an instant, greetings poured in one after another. Jiangzhen smiled and responded to those around him. Li Chen looked at this scene in surprise. He didn't expect Jiangzhen to have such a high status in Tsinghua Academy. Jiang Wuyu noticed Li Chen's confusion and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "My dad is Marshal Li's direct disciple, so everyone respects him." Li Chen was taken aback. Wow, Marshal Li's direct disciple? He didn't expect Jiangzhen to have such an identity. No wonder he was so adamant about introducing himself to Marshal Li. It turns out Marshal Li is his teacher. Standing on the teleportation array of the branch, the light in front of him flickered. When Li Chen could see the scene before him again, he had already arrived at the exclusive teleportation hall of Tsinghua Academy. Back at their own base, Jiangzhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Chen curiously looked around and found that this teleportation hall was astonishingly large, no smaller than the teleportation hall in the Four Symbols City. Besides the teleportation array they just came out of, there were dozens of other teleportation arrays in the hall, unknown to where they led. He turned to the more than 10 new students and said, "Turn right when you go out, that's the new student registration area. Your information has already been sent over. Just go there to register your names and follow the process to complete your enrollment. Yu, take them over and introduce them to the general situation of our academy. Li Chen, come with me." With that, Jiangzhen immediately pulled Li Chen and walked outside. Jiang Wuyu had already guessed where her father was taking Li Chen, and she quietly made a face before turning to the other new students and saying, "Everyone, follow me. I'll take you to handle your enrollment procedures." After leaving the teleportation hall, Li Chen discovered that Tsinghua Academy, one of the two highest institutions in the Eastern Dragon Empire, was actually built on a small mountain. Looking around, he saw countless buildings nestled among the lush trees, giving off a sense of being hidden in the forest. The teleportation hall they exited was located high up on the mountainside, almost at the peak. After Jiang Jin came out, he turned and walked towards a small path behind the teleportation hall, leading upwards. Li Chen hurriedly followed and asked, "Teacher Jiang, where are we going? Don't I need to handle my enrollment procedures first?" Jiang Jin smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about your enrollment procedures. You will take care of that for you. Right now, we need to go meet someone." Meet someone? Li Chen's heart stirred, and he suddenly felt a bit excited. He had already guessed who he was going to meet. Following the path, they arrived at a pavilion. Jiang Jin entered first, took out a milky white crystal, and said to Li Chen, "Come in and stand on the teleportation array." Li Chen complied. Then, Jiang Jin infused his spiritual power into the crystal, and the teleportation array lit up. Li Chen felt a flash before his eyes, and the previous pavilion disappeared, replaced by a quaint courtyard with a rural atmosphere. Jiang Jin stood respectfully in front of the courtyard and said, "Teacher, I've brought Li Chen." An old, gentle voice immediately responded, as if the owner had been waiting for them. "Come in." "Yes, teacher." Jiang Jin replied and led Li Chen into the courtyard. Upon entering the main hall, Li Chen immediately saw an elderly man with graying hair but a vigorous appearance sitting at the head of the reception room. The old man's gaze swept over Jiang Jin and then landed on Li Chen. Jiang Jin whispered to Li Chen, "Li Chen, quickly greet martially." Li Chen's body trembled, and excitement shone in his eyes. It was indeed this person. He stepped forward and respectfully said, "Li Chen, greetings to Marshal Li." Marshal Li's eyes sparkled as he seriously examined Li Chen and said in a deep voice, "Li Chen, I heard from Ajin that your class change to mechanic grants you the talents of unlimited ammunition in God's perspective?" Marshal Li got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Li Chen didn't hesitate either and simply displayed his attribute panel, opening the talent section. Seeing the unfamiliar attributes in that section, Marshal Li's pupils slightly contracted. "Mechanic exclusive talent? There are such peculiar things in the world," Marshal Li murmured. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he looked at Li Chen excitedly. "Li Chen, use your super weapon to attack me with all your might." Li Chen was taken aback and confirmed, "With all my might?" Marshal Li confidently nodded. "Don't worry, at your current level, you won't be able to hurt me." Li Chen glanced around the room and gently shook his head. "I'm not worried about hurting you. I'm worried that this room can't accommodate my super weapon." Marshal Li was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, "Can't accommodate?" He instinctively glanced at his reception hall. In terms of area, it wasn't particularly large, but it was still over 200 square meters. How could that not fit? Just how many super weapons could this kid summon? With intense curiosity in his eyes, he led the way outside. "Come on, let's go outside. I want to see just how extraordinary you, this mechanic, really are." As he spoke, Marshal Li strode outside. Li Chen smiled calmly and followed him out. Jiang Jin, filled with curiosity, brought up the rear. Although he had already seen Li Chen's exclusive talent and heard his daughter talk about Li Chen's combat situation in the Abyss Dungeon, he had never truly witnessed the actual combat effect, so he was naturally very much looking forward to it. Arriving at the open space outside the small courtyard, Marshal Li stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on Li Chen, and said in a deep voice, "Little guy, come on, let me see just how strong your attack power can be." Li Chen nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and then began to summon his super weapons. With a whoosh, a dense array of Gatling rotating machine guns quickly filled the space around Li Chen as if by magic. 20, 50, 100, 200, 400, 600 Gatlings filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, 600 Gatling machine guns appeared before them, causing Jiang Jin and Marshal Li's pupils to constrict. Although Li Chen's level was far from comparable to theirs, the sheer magnitude of these super weapons filling the field still gave an extremely fierce sense of intimidation. After coming out of the Abyss Dungeon, Li Chen's level had risen to 25, and with a few equipment changes, his total spiritual power had surpassed 1200. Each minute that the 600 Gatling rotating machine guns existed consumed a total of 1200 points of spiritual power. With his current spiritual power, it was just enough. Since he wanted to showcase his abilities, Li Chen naturally chose the most eye-catching method. Looking at the dense array of Gatling rotating machine guns before him, Jiang Jin's eyes widened, his mind greatly shaken. "Marshal, I'm about to start," Li Chen said in a deep voice. Marshal Li instinctively nodded slightly. In the next moment, the 600 Gatlings erupted simultaneously with a roar, unleashing a torrent of firepower directed at Marshal Li. Day. The intense flames bursting from the gun barrels created a bright spotlight above Li Chen, the firelight blinding. Each Gatling rotating machine gun had a firing rate of 1,000 bullets per minute, and with 600 Gatlings, that was a staggering 600,000 bullets. What is a hail of bullets? This is the real hail of bullets. Wow! Jiang Jun was so startled that he instinctively took a step back, unable to suppress an expletive. Marshal Li's old face also twitched, the wrinkles on his face sharply convulsing. Fortunately, he was the world's #1 ranked super powerhouse and had already raised his hand to sweep through the air. Instantly, the air around Marshal Li rippled in waves, producing a muffled bang, and immediately formed a huge light shield like a circle of water ripples, enveloping him. In the next moment, this massive light shield was instantly covered by Li Chen's exaggerated firepower. Bang 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 bang. The dense sound of air collisions continued to ring out, and all the ammunition Li Chen unleashed on Marshal Li was completely blocked. Seeing this scene, Li Chen's pupils slightly contracted, equally shocked. So strong. Is this the power of the top-tier illusion god profession, the creator? He couldn't help but murmur. Marshal Li, the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Dragon Empire, was known as the world's strongest professional. The super illusion god profession he awakened, the creator, was a unique profession in the entire world. It was precisely because of his emergence that the Eastern Dragon Empire rose from a second-tier country to a first-tier power that the whole world had to take seriously. Even the strongest superpower in the world today, the Free Federation, had to be cautious and pay attention. Moreover, the creator profession awakened by Marshal Li was considered the strongest profession in the world. The creator possesses the power to control all things. At the same time, they can use this power to control and change the form and density of all things. For example, air, water, fire, metal, earth. Everything in the world, except for living beings, can be manipulated by the creator. Of course, there are limitations. That is, they cannot perform cross-type transformations. For example, you cannot turn water into fire, nor can you turn air into soil. But even so, Marshal Li's abilities are already enough to defy the heavens, naturally restraining all professions. It can even be said that unless his spiritual power is exhausted, it is impossible to kill him. For instance, right now, with a casual swipe, Marshal Li condensed the surrounding air into an incredibly dense and highly defensive air shield, protecting himself completely within it. No matter how frantically the external ammunition rained down, it couldn't harm him in the slightest. As half a minute passed, the 600 Gatling rotating machine guns floating above Li Chen continued to pour out ammunition without restraint, and Marshal Li's eyes were filled with shock. Goodness, it really is infinite ammunition. The ground within a 10-meter radius around Marshal Li, except for the area he occupied, had been swept into a beehive by Li Chen, as if it had been plowed. After confirming that Li Chen's abilities were genuine, Marshal Li then said solemnly, "That's enough, stop." Li Chen nodded slightly, and with a thought, the countless Gatling rotating machine guns instantly vanished. Marshal Li waved his hand to disperse the air shield surrounding him, his eyes fixed intently on Li Chen, sparkling like stars. Excitedly, he said, "Good. What a mechanic! What a mechanic with full spiritual power." Then, he looked at Li Chen with great anticipation. "Li Chen, would you be willing to take me as your master and become my closed-door disciple?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Jun showed a look of astonishment, and Li Chen was also slightly taken aback. Marshal Li said earnestly, "Li Chen, your abilities are too important for our Eastern Dragon Empire. Once you level up in the future, you will truly be the strongest profession in the world, even more powerful than me. If you are willing to take me as your master, we will do our utmost to cultivate you. With your leadership, our Eastern Dragon Empire will surely replace the Free Federation and dominate the nations of the world." He was now completely certain that Li Chen would undoubtedly become a turning point for the Eastern Dragon Empire. After all, Li Chen was only level 25 now, and had already unlocked 2 exclusive mechanic talents, yet was so incredibly powerful. If in the future Li Chen levels up and unlocks more skills and talents, even he would not be able to withstand Li Chen's attacks. Although he could control everything, controlling distance was his weakness. If Li Chen were a mechanic of a similar level, he could easily control the distance and unleash powerful long-range firepower. With Li Chen's talent for infinite ammunition, once his spiritual power was exhausted, Li Chen's superpowered weapons could turn him into a sieve. Such an attack intensity could not be withstood by anyone. Moreover, more importantly, the mechanic itself is a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. For a country, its importance far surpasses that of him as a creator. Li Chen came back to his senses and said excitedly, "Marshal Li, I grew up listening to your legends. You are the pride of all the people of the Eastern Dragon Empire, and I would certainly be willing to take you as my master." Ha ha ha! Marshal Li laughed heartily, his boisterous laughter echoing far and wide. Good. From today on, you are my fourth direct disciple, and also my closed-door disciple. Marshal Li pointed to Jiangjin, who was equally astonished, and smiled at Li Chen. Li Chen, this is your third senior brother, a level 68 elemental controller, Jiangjin. You should already be quite familiar with him. Li Chen looked surprised and quickly bowed to Jiangjin. Greetings, third senior brother. Jiangjin finally came to his senses, looking at Li Chen with a sense of wonder. I didn't expect you would become my little junior brother. Marshal Li looked at Jiangjin seriously. Jin, you must understand the importance of Li Chen to our Eastern Dragon Empire. From now on, you must protect him well. His safety is more important than anything, even me. Jiangjin trembled all over, his expression solemn. Yes, master. Marshal Li smiled slightly and then said, Asian, I remember there seems to be a villa near Qingfeng that is unoccupied. From now on, let Li Chen stay there. Marshal Li nodded slightly and continued. Also, go find Qingfeng and Hanshuang now and have them come to me immediately. Okay, master, Jiangjin replied, not daring to delay, and immediately walked outside. Watching Jiangjin's departing figure, Marshal Li turned to Li Chen, his expression gentle. Li Chen, you can rest here with master for a while. I need to step out, and soon I will introduce you to your senior brother and senior sister. Li Chen's eyes revealed an incredulous expression. Qingfeng? Hanshuang? Could it be the current president and vice president of Tsinghua Academy, who are also the vice presidents of the Dragon Group and the Nuclear Peace Elite Guild, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan? These two are actually Marshal Li's direct disciples? Wang Qingfeng, a powerful illusion god profession, level 78, Sword Saint, vice president of the Dragon Group. Ling Xuehan, a powerful illusion god profession, level 76 Voidwalker, vice president of the Nuclear Peace Elite Guild. Although these two are called vice presidents, in reality, they are the true decision-makers of the two major guilds. Because the nominal president, Master Li, has not directly intervened in the affairs of the two guilds for several years. In other words, the actual decision-makers of the two major guilds now are his senior brother and senior sister? This is simply amazing. Li Chen excitedly replied, Yes, master. Then, Li Chen went into the room, sitting cross-legged to recover his spiritual power. Marshal Li thought for a moment, then flipped his hand, revealing a huge brush the size of a baby's arm. He then gently tossed the brush. The brush floated up on its own, landing on the roof of the house, casting a layer of light shield to protect Li Chen inside. Due to the previous assassination incident, even though Li Chen was in his own residence at this moment, Marshal Li did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. After doing all this, he nodded with reassurance and quickly left. More than 10 minutes later, Jiangjin arranged everything and returned. Beside him were a man and a woman. The man wore a sword robe styled after ancient times, with a perfect inverted triangle physique. His muscles, while not particularly strong, were very well defined and full of explosive power. His features were handsome, with sharp eyebrows, exuding a fierce aura. This person was Wang Qingfeng, vice president of the Dragon Group and also the president of Tsinghua Academy. The woman was tall, with delicate features and a noble demeanor, resembling an ice mountain snow lotus. At first glance, one would never expect that such a gentle woman was the vice president of Tsinghua Academy and also the vice president of the Nuclear Peace Elite Guild. With their identities, they were undoubtedly top figures in the Eastern Dragon Empire. As Wang Qingfeng followed Jiangjin towards the master's residence, he curiously asked, Junior brother, why did master suddenly call us over today? Ling Xuehan also looked at Jiangjin with curiosity. Over the past few years, Marshal Li had been retreating behind the scenes, rarely appearing in public unless there was something particularly important. Both Tsinghua Academy and the Dragon Group and Nuclear Peace Elite Guild were left to Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan to handle. Therefore, receiving a sudden summons from the master surprised both of them. Facing the questions from his senior brother and senior sister, Jiangjin smiled mysteriously. Senior brother, from today on, you should call me third junior brother instead of junior brother. Wang Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, exchanging a glance with Ling Xuehan, and exclaimed in delight, You mean, master has taken in another direct disciple? Jiangjin laughed heartily and nodded. Ling Xuehan's beautiful face was filled with curiosity. Third junior brother, it has been more than 10 years since master took you as a disciple. Why would he suddenly take in another direct disciple? Thinking back to Li Chen's explosive performance earlier, Jiangjin sighed. When you see the little junior brother in a bit, you'll understand. Wang Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, so, the new direct disciple the teacher just took in is currently in the teacher's courtyard? Jiangjin nodded. That's right. Ling Xuehan asked, What profession does our little junior brother have that even the teacher couldn't help but take him in again? Wang Qingfeng speculated, It must be some powerful and rare illusion god profession. Could it be an apostle of light? Or a night demon? Jiangjin shook his head with a strange expression. The little junior brother is a mechanic. Ah, What? A mechanic? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan exchanged astonished glances. After hesitating for a while, Wang Qingfeng tentatively asked, could it be that the teacher wants to restart the mechanical war god project? Ling Xuehan frowned slightly. While a fully developed mechanic is indeed strong, we previously invested countless resources to cultivate that level 76 mechanic, who could even crush several countries, including the Free Federation, in international war dungeons. But, Wang Qingfeng's expression also darkened slightly, but to create such a trump card, the resources required are simply too great. If an accident like last time occurs, the losses would be unbearable for our Tsinghua Academy and the Eastern Dragon Empire. Jiang Jin smiled meaningfully. Elder brother, second sister, don't worry, the little junior brother's mechanic is quite different from an ordinary mechanic. His talent is so strong that even the teacher feels inferior. Even the teacher feels inferior? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan were both taken aback, their faces filled with confusion. The teacher's profession is the universally recognized #1 creator in the world. How could a mere mechanic possibly make the teacher feel inferior? As they spoke, the three had already arrived at the courtyard where Marshal Li resided. However, as soon as they entered the courtyard, all three were momentarily stunned. Ling Xuehan murmured, "Mountain River Brush? The teacher values this little junior brother so much that he even left the Mountain River Brush to protect him before leaving?" The Mountain River Brush is the #1 weapon on the weapon rankings and is also Marshal Li's exclusive weapon. Its fame is unmatched. Wang Qingfeng's expression grew serious. Third junior brother? What exactly is the background of our little junior brother? Jiang Jin, amazed, shifted his gaze from the Mountain River Brush and said, he is a new student who just changed professions this year. I discovered him during the selection assessment in the Four Symbols City. A new student? So, he just changed professions a few days ago? Wang Qingfeng looked shocked. A new student who just changed professions a few days ago. And the teacher is treating him so seriously. Ling Xuehan wanted to ask something else when suddenly, Marshal Li's voice, filled with concealed excitement, came from behind. Qingfeng, Xuehan, you're here. Let's go in and talk. The three quickly bowed to Marshal Li, and Ling Xuehan asked in confusion, Teacher, were you just? Marshal Li waved his hand and said solemnly, I went to issue a notice. In half an hour, we will hold the 100 Guild Conference. The 100 Guild Conference? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan's bodies trembled, their eyes revealing disbelief. Even Jiang Jin, who had some preparation in his heart, was somewhat taken aback. The 100 Guild Conference is the highest meeting that all guilds in the Eastern Dragon Empire must attend. Typically, it is only convened for major events that involve the fate of the Eastern Dragon Empire. The last time it was held was 10 years ago, when the Free Federation targeted the Eastern Dragon Empire in various dungeons, and Marshal Li angrily proposed a resolution to declare war on the Free Federation. And the super-large international war dungeon that followed that conference was known as the Second World War. The mechanics secretly cultivated by the Eastern Dragon Empire displayed extraordinary power in the dungeon, almost annihilating all participants from the Free Federation and its allied countries, shocking the entire world. At the same time, it also made the Eastern Dragon Empire the leader among the world's top powers, and other countries no longer dared to provoke it easily. However, it is regrettable that not long after, the mechanic secretly trained by the Eastern Dragon Empire was mysteriously assassinated, and the countless resources Marshal Li had invested in him were instantly wasted. This also led to the resurgence of the Free Federation in recent years, applying various pressures on the Eastern Dragon Empire. As a result, Marshal Li's prestige suffered a significant blow. But after 10 years, with the appearance of Li Chen, the teacher seemed ready to take action again. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan looked astonished, instinctively turning their gaze to Li Chen in the room. It was obvious that the teacher convened the meeting because of their junior brother, the newly transitioned mechanic. Marshal Li waved his hand, and the floating mountain and river brush returned to his grasp, disappearing from sight. Li Chen, come here and meet your senior brother and senior sister, Marshal Li said gently. Li Chen opened his eyes and immediately got up to walk over. He glanced at Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, quickly greeting, Li Chen, greetings to senior brother and senior sister. The two nodded instinctively, seemingly still recovering from the earlier news. Marshal Li smiled faintly and directly said to Li Chen, use your skills and let your senior brother and senior sister have a look. Oh, right, your earlier display must have consumed quite a bit. In such a short time, you probably haven't recovered much spiritual power, so summon as many as you can. Li Chen replied, okay, teacher. Then, he thought for a moment, focused his mind, and used his skill, the Glock pistol. Bang! A matte silver pistol immediately appeared in front of Li Chen. Glock pistol? What's special about this pistol? I can't see anything. Wang Qingfeng examined it a few times, not noticing anything special about the pistol, his brow furrowing. But before he could finish his sentence, Bang 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 bang, silver light flashed continuously in front of Li Chen, and Glock pistols appeared one after another, endlessly emerging from the void. In the blink of an eye, over 100 Glock pistols filled the space in front of Li Chen. From earlier until now, Li Chen had only recovered a little over 100 points of spiritual power. Since the Glock pistol had the lowest spiritual power consumption, only 1 point, he simply summoned all Glock pistols. As for the reason, as a mechanic, having a large number of super weapons would create an imposing presence. The originally spacious courtyard suddenly felt a bit crowded. Although Marshall Lee had already witnessed the spectacular scene of Li Chen summoning 600 Gatling rotating machine guns at once, seeing over 100 Glock pistols appear simultaneously still made his eyes shine with excitement. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Li Chen, fire at the sky." "Yes, teacher." Li Chen immediately commanded the over 100 Glock pistols to aim at the sky and fire wildly. Bang 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 bang. The dense gunfire erupted instantly. 5 seconds passed, and the gunfire continued. 10 seconds passed, and the sound did not stop. A full half-minute passed, and the firepower showed no signs of weakening. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan were initially surprised that this junior brother had only transitioned for a few days and had accumulated over 100 Glock pistols. Was he a descendant of some big family? But after 10 seconds, they were completely dumbfounded. The Glock pistol is standard with 15 rounds, but after half a minute, he must have fired over 50 rounds. Why was the firepower still not exhausted? Could it be there was no limit to the bullets in his gun? But how could that be? What on earth was going on? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan seemed to begin to understand why the teacher had taken Li Chen as his closed-door disciple, but they simply couldn't understand how Li Chen managed to do all of this. Marshall Li observed the changing expressions of his two disciples and knew they had sensed Li Chen's abilities. He smiled and said to Li Chen, "Li Chen, that's enough, put it away." Li Chen nodded gently, and with a thought, all the Grot pistols instantly vanished. Marshall Li waved his hand, and a wall of air rose up around them, enveloping the entire courtyard. Then, with a gentle grip, the originally transparent air wall twisted, isolating them from the outside view. Only then did he say to Li Chen, "Li Chen, share your attribute panel with your senior brother and junior sister." Li Chen complied. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan immediately focused their gaze. Level 25? Didn't he just change jobs a few days ago? How is he already level 25? Wang Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise. But when Li Chen opened his talent panel, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. They could clearly see that Li Chen's skills were not the ordinary schematics of a mechanic but directly super weapons. No wonder Li Chen had produced so many Grot pistols at once. His skills only counted as consumption and had no cooldown. If Li Chen's spiritual power was sufficient, it wouldn't be a problem to summon 1,000, let alone 100. And what about the column on his right, mechanic exclusive talent? Infinite ammunition? God's perspective? Do mechanics even have these things? With these two talents, let alone a phantom god profession, even a true god would have to kneel. Moreover, even more outrageous was that every 10 levels he could continue to unlock talents. If the first two talents were this insane, the later ones probably wouldn't be any worse, right? Hiss, this is not a mechanic. This is clearly a battlefield Terminator. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan exchanged glances, both seeing the excitement and seriousness in each other's eyes. No wonder the teacher wanted to take him as a direct disciple and valued him so much. It turned out to be like this. Xinghua Academy had struck gold. Marshall Li forcibly controlled his emotions and said solemnly, "Xingfeng, Xuehan, do you have any questions now?" Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan's expressions were extremely serious as they shook their heads earnestly. Marshall Li nodded. Li Chen is only level 25 now, and the power of the super weapons he has unlocked is limited. But even so, as long as he changes his equipment and stacks his spiritual power, with the number of super weapons he can summon, no one below level 50 can withstand it. And once he raises his level above 50, he can collect epic equipment through killing dungeons and large group dungeons. The attack power he can unleash could even one-shot all phantom god professions below level 80. If paired with high-level recovery potions, haha. Wang Qingfeng's eyes instantly became fiery. If that's the case, he alone could crush an entire army from other countries. Marshall Li said heavily, "That's right. Moreover, this time, we don't even need to invest any resources to create super weapons. All we need to do is protect him and help him grow as quickly as possible." Marshall Li's eyes burned as he stared at Li Chen. Once Li Chen's level rises above 80, it will be the moment for our East Dragon Empire to dominate the world. Ling Xuehan hesitated and glanced at the teacher. "Teacher, about the international dungeon a month from now, should we?" Marshall Li decisively shook his head. "No. Compared to Li Chen's safety, the international dungeon a month from now is no longer important. Although Li Chen's attack power is strong, his defense is still lacking. If he exposes himself too early, the Free Federation and Sakura Nation will definitely send people to assassinate him. I will not allow such a thing to happen again. Hearing this, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan instinctively nodded. Indeed, compared to Li Chen's safety, temporary benefits were not important at all. As long as Li Chen could reach level 80 and become a high-level professional, with the powerful equipment bonuses, he would have enough self-defense capability. Coupled with his countless super-powered weapons, even if an assassin really wanted to target him, it wouldn't be that easy. Moreover, Li Chen's special talent would unlock an additional ability every 10 levels. With more talents, Li Chen would become even stronger. Speaking of this, Li Chen felt a bit helpless. If it were a direct confrontation, he truly wouldn't be afraid of anyone right now. But if he encountered those sneaky illusionist professionals who intended to ambush him, he would have to be cautious. Sigh, I wonder if the upcoming talents will add defense or improve my survival rate. Li Chen couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Ling Xuehan's clear eyes were also filled with fiery brilliance. Once Li Chen levels up, he will be able to summon transformers, aircraft carriers, war fortresses, intercontinental missiles, and sky cities, these large war machines. At that time, if we enter large team dungeons, slaughter instances, or international war instances, he just needs to command the superpowered army alone, and with a god's perspective to control the overall situation, even without other special talents, we can remain undefeated. Wang Qingfeng nodded heavily, inexplicably excited. That's right. Li Chen's god's perspective can expand by continuously killing monsters. By the time he reaches level 80, the monsters he has killed will probably number in the tens or even hundreds of millions. At that time, his god's perspective could even cover a radius of several hundred to 1,000 kilometers. My goodness, at that distance, he could monitor the entire Sakura country from our East Dragon Empire, more exaggerated than satellites. Jiang Jin also looked exhilarated. The mechanic is originally a long-range attack profession, so Li Chen can completely grasp all enemy movements and achieve ultra-long-range precision strikes. Hey, just thinking about it is thrilling. A cold light flashed in Ling Xuehan's eyes, and her face brimmed with killing intent. At that time, if those Japanese in Sakura country dare to make any small moves, we can directly let Li Chen summon thousands of intercontinental missiles to flatten Mount Fushun and blow their little broken island to pieces. Imagining the scene of countless intercontinental missiles streaking across the sky towards the islands of Sakura country, Jiang Jin couldn't help but feel a chill run down his back. He gave Ling Xuehan a thumbs up. Odd, second sister is indeed the spokesperson of our nuclear elite, truly capable of nuclear annihilation. Wang Qingfeng turned to look at Li Chen, his expression extremely strange. They say mechanics can take on 100 with one, 1,000 with one, but this kid is taking on a whole country. This is a rhythm of defying the heavens. Marshal Li's eyes shone brightly as he waved his hand to interrupt the fantasies of his few direct disciples, saying in a deep voice, "Alright, since you all understand the reasoning, we will now begin to exert our strength in secret. I now announce that the mechanical war god plan is being restarted, and all subsequent strategic planning will be arranged and coordinated around Li Chen. However, this must be done secretly until Li Chen has sufficient self-defense capability, and absolutely no leaks are allowed. Anyone who dares to harm Li Chen will be killed without mercy." Wang Qingfeng and the others' expressions turned serious as they replied loudly, "Yes, Marshal." Marshal Li nodded slightly and turned to Ling Xuehan. "Xuehan, you are a void walker and can traverse space. From today on, you are responsible for taking Li Chen to the wild to grind monsters, first getting him to level 30. After level 30, Li Chen can enter the Endless Altar. With his special talents combined with the mechanic's attack power, his experience gaining speed will be even faster. I believe it won't be long before Li Chen reaches level 50. After level 50, there will be large team dungeons and world bosses. By then, if we equip Li Chen with a full set of epic gear, this mechanical war god will be basically formed." "Okay, teacher," Ling Xuehan replied excitedly. Marshal Li smiled coldly and said to Jiang Jin, "Ajin, stay here and take care of Li Chen. Qingfeng, Xuehan, let's go and hold the 100 Guild Conference." "Yes, teacher," Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan replied excitedly. Before long, the three arrived at the Nuclear Peace Elite Conference Room. Wang Qingfeng opened the projector and sat down in his seat. As the distorted light began to change, the scene before the three rippled like water waves. Marshal Li's expression was calm as he watched the scene begin to change. Once the ripples settled, the three were no longer in the Nuclear Peace Elite Conference Room but had arrived in a much larger conference room. In the center of the conference room was a huge long table, with people filling both sides. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan sat in the two frontmost positions on Marshal Li's right side. On the left side, at the head of the table, sat an elderly man with a serious expression and elegant attire. He was Zhou Tianshou, the president of the Glory of the Dead Guild. At the same time, he was also the president of the Eastern Dragon Empire's Elder Council. Below Zhou Tianshou was Yun Jinhai, the vice president of the Glory of the Dead Guild. Further down were the heads of the major guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Hey, do you know why the 100 Guild Conference is being held today? I don't know, I received the notice on short notice. I heard it was initiated by Marshal Lee. Strange, it seems like nothing major has happened recently. Could it be because of the International War Dungeon a month from now? That shouldn't be it. In recent years, Marshal Lee has been in seclusion, and even for the International War Dungeon, it was Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan who took the lead. The heads of the major guilds were still discussing when suddenly, Marshal Lee's figure appeared in the conference room. Everyone's expression changed, and they quickly fell silent, sitting up straight. Marshal Lee scanned the crowd, pausing slightly on Zhou Tianqiu and Yun Jinhai on his left, then stood up first, respectfully turning to look at the big screen. The originally dark screen flickered slightly, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious black and gold robe. Marshal Lee slightly bowed to the middle-aged man and said, "Welcome, Your Majesty. Welcome, Your Majesty." Everyone said in unison, bowing to the middle-aged man on the screen. The middle-aged man wore a purple and gold crown, a faint smile on his face. "There is no need for such formalities, Presidents. Since everyone is here, Marshal Lee, please preside over the meeting." "Yes, Your Majesty." Marshal Lee nodded. Since the emergence of various monsters and professionals, the military strength of all countries has been significantly weakened, and professionals have gradually become the only measure of a country's strength. Although the imperial system of the Eastern Dragon Empire has continued, the emperor's power has been greatly reduced, mainly responsible for administrative management, representing more of a noble status. As for military power, it is all in the hands of the major guilds, with the three major guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire at the forefront. Marshal Lee stood up, scanning the crowd, his gaze slightly condensing, his voice becoming solemn. "I heard from Qingfeng that in the previous several slaughter dungeons, our Eastern Dragon Empire was continuously ambushed by Sakura Country and the Free Federation, suffering considerable losses." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianqiu, the president of the Glory of the Dead Guild on Marshal Lee's left, frowned slightly. His vice president, Yun Jinhai, also flashed a look. The expressions of the other guild presidents also became strange, quietly exchanging glances below, their eyes revealing confusion. "Is this it?" Marshal Lee had not intervened in the affairs of the major guilds for many years, and now suddenly calling for a 100 guild conference was just for such a trivial matter? Since Marshal Lee led the rise of the Eastern Dragon Empire back in the day, the Eastern Dragon Empire has been secretly targeted by various countries led by the Free Federation on the international stage. Isn't it quite normal for these countries to ambush us together? Let alone the slaughter instances, even in the Abyss instances, faction confrontation instances, and large-scale team instances. Whenever those countries' people gather, hasn't the Eastern Dragon Empire always been ambushed or targeted? Is this really worth convening the 100 Guild Council? But after all, Marshal Lee is the foremost figure of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Even though his prestige has been damaged due to the previous assassination incident, as long as he remains Marshal Lee, the head of the nuclear elite and the Dragon team, his position will never waver due to his contributions to the Eastern Dragon Empire. In response to Marshal Lee's inquiry, although the guild leaders were puzzled, they could only respond respectfully. Indeed, especially the Free Federation and Sakura Country, it can even be said that they are quite brazen. Even Kimchi Country has not been as respectful to us in recent years. In the last Abyss instance, several young professionals from our guild encountered Ichiro Kobe from Sakura Country and were brutally killed by him. Listening to the responses below, Marshal Lee's expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. According to the report from Qingfeng, the reason our professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire are frequently ambushed in various instances is highly likely because the other side's spies have already obtained our action plans before the instances opened. How is your spy search progressing? The guild leaders exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion. Spies exist in every country. The Eastern Dragon Empire is vast and rich with an open national policy and a complex population, making it not so easy to root out those spies. Zhou Tianqiu, the president of the Glory of the Dead Guild, frowned slightly and slowly spoke. Presently, the search for spies has always been a long-term and complex task. All the guild leaders are already working on it, but in a short time, it is difficult to achieve any significant results. You should be aware of this. Zhou Tianqiu is not only the president of Glory of the Dead but also the head of the Elder Council. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, his status is equivalent to that of a prime minister, and he is on par with Marshal Lee in terms of position. Therefore, he is the only one who can address him simply as president without using Marshal Lee. Marshal Lee glanced at him indifferently, then looked at the others, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. In recent years, our latecomer professionals in the Eastern Dragon Empire have already been at a disadvantage. If they are killed a few more times by the Free Federation, won't we be left with no successors? Since you can't find the spies infiltrating us, then don't bother looking. I propose, in my capacity as Marshal of the Eastern Dragon Empire, that starting today, the Eastern Dragon Empire will implement a national ban, sealing off the entire territory from foreign professionals, and simultaneously closing the international teleportation arrays. As for the foreign professionals still stranded within the borders of the Eastern Dragon Empire, you have 1 day to expel them all. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into an uproar. Except for Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, who were already prepared and remained unchanged in expression, all the other guild leaders showed astonishment. Even the emperor, who was attending the meeting, looked at Marshal Li in surprise. A national ban? This is a major move. With this order, the Eastern Dragon Empire is essentially closing its doors. Given the current international standing of the Eastern Dragon Empire, it is bound to stir up a huge uproar and provoke discussions and speculations from countries around the world. Zhou Tianqiu and Yun Jinhai, the president and vice president of Glory of the Dead, exchanged shocked glances, only to see confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. As one of the 3 major guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire, this news was indeed too sudden for them. Before this, the Dragon Group and the Nuclear Peace Elite Guild had not leaked any information at all, not even a hint. Why suddenly implement a national ban? Could it really be just because they were targeted a few times in the dungeon by other countries? Impossible, there must be some hidden circumstances they were unaware of. Zhou Tianqiu pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "President Li, the national ban is not a trivial matter. If it is suddenly enforced, it will greatly affect our information exchange with the international community. Moreover, if we close our borders just because we were targeted a few times in the dungeon by the Free Federation and other countries, it makes us, the Eastern Dragon Empire, seem too timid." Marshal Li said, "In a month, the international war dungeon will begin. Since we cannot identify and eliminate the enemies that have infiltrated, we should kick them all out. The ninjas from Sakura country can easily find out when my specially trained mechanical war god goes to the bathroom and successfully assassinate him. Who knows how many of the enemy are still hidden within us? If they manage to gather intelligence on our strategic layout for the international war dungeon in a month, who among you can bear that responsibility?" Zhou Tianqiu seemed to want to say something more, but Marshal Li did not give him the opportunity and directly waved his hand, saying, "Wang Qingfeng, you lead the Dragon Group to be primarily responsible for border security, while the Nuclear Peace Elite and the Glory of the Dead will assist." "Yes, Commander," Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan immediately replied. Marshal Li turned to Zhou Tianqiu and Yun Jinhai. The vice president of Glory of the Dead, Yun Jinhai, exchanged a glance with Zhou Tianqiu and could only speak with a solemn expression, "Yes, Commander." Like Wang Qingfeng, although Yun Jinhai was only the vice president, he was responsible for managing most of the affairs of the Glory of the Dead Guild. Zhou Tianqiu, as the chairman of the Clan Elder Council, usually only participated in major matters, such as today's 100 Guild Conference. Marshal Li nodded slightly and looked at the heads of the various guilds below. "As for the other guilds, you will cooperate with the 3 major guilds to clear out the internal ranks and expel all foreign professionals." At this point, he paused slightly, his eyes flashing with killing intent, and said in a deep voice, "1 day from now, if anyone is found harboring foreign professionals, they will be charged with treason and executed without mercy." Hearing this declaration filled with murderous intent, everyone immediately trembled, their expressions stern. It was clear that Marshal Li was serious this time. "Yes, Commander." "Received. Obeying the commander's orders." Marshal Li nodded in satisfaction, his voice solemn. "This meeting is adjourned, disperse." After saying this, he turned to the emperor and slightly bowed, his figure slowly fading away as he exited the online meeting. Seeing Marshal Li leave, everyone also took their leave in succession. In the meeting room of Beta Academy, Zhou Tianqiu, with a serious expression and well-dressed, exited the projection, revealing a contemplative emotion in his eyes. Beside him, Vice President Yun Jinhai looked puzzled, also pondering everything that had just happened. Suddenly, Zhou Tianqiu looked at Yun Jinhai and asked in a deep voice, "Has anything unusual happened in the Empire recently?" Yun Jinhai pondered for a moment and shook his head in confusion. "No, everything in the Empire is normal, nothing special has happened." Zhou Tianqiu's eyes flickered. "What about Tsinghua Academy?" Yun Jinhai frowned and said, "Recently, apart from the new students enrolling, it seems there hasn't been anything else. Strange, I also haven't noticed anything special, but if there were no special events, how could Master Li suddenly make such a big move?" Zhou Tianqiu's tone was grave. Master Li wouldn't act without reason. A few losses in the dungeon aren't enough for him to forcibly implement a national ban. His gaze sharpened, decisively stating, "Something is off. Something must have happened recently that I don't know about." "Jinhai, you immediately send someone to investigate. No matter whether at home or abroad, we must find out the true reason behind Master Li's closed-door policy." Yes, President, Yoon Jin-hai replied and immediately walked outside. After a moment, he issued all of the president's requests through the internal communications of the guild and let out a slight sigh of relief. Just then, the door to Yoon Jin-hai's office was pushed open again, and a stern-looking middle-aged woman walked in. It was Yun Miao, who had gone to the Four Symbols City to oversee the selection of universities. Yun Miao looked at Yoon Jin-hai with confusion. Brother, I heard that Marshal Lee suddenly convened a council of 100 officials. What happened? Yoon Jin-hai glanced at his sister and shook his head. Just now in the meeting, Marshal Lee enforced a national ban. Yun Miao's body trembled slightly, and her eyes showed a look of astonishment. A national ban? Has there been any major incident in the country recently? Why would they implement a national ban? Yoon Jin-hai helplessly shook his head and repeated Marshal Lee's words from the meeting. Yun Miao frowned. Targeted in the instance? Just because of such a small loss, they enforce a national ban? It feels a bit off. Yoon Jin-hai nodded. We are puzzled too. In recent years, Marshal Lee hasn't paid much attention to international war instances. How could he suddenly decide to enforce a national ban just because of a few personnel losses and instances? Something particularly important must have happened recently to make Marshal Lee suddenly convene a council of 100 officials and make such a decision. Yun Miao pondered with confusion, murmuring, Marshal Lee suddenly expelled all foreign professionals. There must be something that needs to be kept secret, something he doesn't want foreign countries to know. But recently, it seems there hasn't been any particularly major incident in the country, right? Yoon Jin-hai wondered. The Dragon Group is mainly responsible for imperial security. I just inquired, and it seems they haven't had any special incidents either. Yun Miao, you have more dealings with Tsinghua Academy. Has anything major happened there recently? Major incidents? It seems not. Tsinghua Academy is just following the normal procedures. Besides the new students enrolling recently, there doesn't seem to be anything special. As she said this, a glimmer suddenly flashed in Yun Miao's eyes, and a young man's figure appeared in her mind. Could it be him? But then she shook her head with a smile, thinking to herself, I'm being too sensitive. It's just a mechanic who levels up quickly. How could he be worth masterly enforcing a national ban? Back then, Tsinghua Academy put all their effort into producing a level 76 mechanic, and in the end, he just died casually. Unless Masterly has dementia, how could he possibly repeat the same mistake and enforce a national ban for a newly transitioned mechanic? Casting aside that absurd thought, Yun Miao said seriously, I understand, brother. I will pay more attention to the movements at Tsinghua Academy. Yoon Jin-hai nodded slightly. Yes, that's all we can do. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. Okay, brother. After saying that, Yun Miao turned and left. In Marshal Lee's courtyard, 5 disciples gathered together. Marshal Lee said to Wang Qingfeng, Qingfeng, you must keep a close watch on the national ban. By this time tomorrow, all foreign professionals must be expelled. No one is allowed to stay within my East Dragon territory. Especially at the borders, we must be on high alert. If any smugglers try to sneak in, kill them directly, no mercy. Yes, master, Wang Qingfeng said seriously. Hans Wang, I suddenly issued the national ban today, and those guys in the country will definitely try to find out information. In the short term, I believe they won't think of Li Chen, but if time stretches out, it's hard to guarantee that it won't leak. Starting today, your primary task with Asian is to help Li Chen level up quickly, trying to get him to level 50 as soon as possible. As long as he can accumulate experience, all the resources from the Dragon Group and the Nuclear Elite can be used by Li Chen without any conditions. Once he reaches level 50, with a full set of epic gear and an advanced awakening, his self-defense capability will receive a significant boost. At that time, we will decide the next steps based on the special talents Li Chen unlocks. Ling Shuihan's cold face was filled with seriousness as she nodded, saying, Understood, teacher. Finally, Marshal Lee looked at Jiangjin, Asian. The fewer people who know about Li Chen's existence, the better. From today on, you will teach Li Chen alone. Li Chen's profession is mechanic, which is already a special profession among the illusion god professions. He doesn't need to learn or practice combat skills. You only need to teach him the theoretical knowledge about being a professional. I understand, teacher, Jiangjin replied as well. Since the emergence of professionals, there has been a significant transformation in the teaching of professionals. Due to the considerable differences between various professions, the old model of large-class collective teaching is no longer applicable. Therefore, all current universities have adopted a retro-style master-apprentice model for teaching new professionals. In top universities like Tsinghua and Beta, all teachers are at least level 50 and have completed advanced awakenings. After each year's new professional enrollment, the academy assigns different teachers based on the students' professions, who are responsible for teaching and training the new professionals. Just like Wang Qingfeng, Ling Shuihan, and Jiangjin, their teacher is Marshal Li. For Li Chen, this teaching model is just right for him to hide his identity. After all, Compared to the previous large class teaching model, the master-apprentice model is inherently much stronger in terms of privacy. Li Chen doesn't have to expose himself by interacting with other professionals all day, reducing his risk of exposure. Marshall Li nodded slightly and said seriously, the fewer people who know about Li Chen's skills and talents, the better. You are all my disciples, I cannot fully trust anyone else besides you. This concerns the future of the Eastern Dragon Empire, so be cautious. Once we cultivate him, our Eastern Dragon Empire will surely soar again. Yes, Wang Qingfeng and the others responded excitedly. After witnessing Li Chen's abilities, they understood clearly how important he was without needing Marshall Li to emphasize it. Just by himself, he was equivalent to a national strategic weapon. Marshall Li smiled at Jiang Jin and said, Asian, take Li Chen back to rest first. Han Shuang still needs to cooperate with Qingfeng to enforce the national ban. After we expel all foreign professionals tomorrow, you can start helping him grind experience and level up. Understood, teacher. With that, Marshall Li's 4 disciples went their separate ways, starting to get busy. Under Jiang Jin's lead, Li Chen headed towards the back mountain. Soon, they arrived at a secluded place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Jiang Jin brought Li Chen to a 3-story small building and smiled, Li Chen, starting today, you'll live here. As he spoke, Jiang Jin raised his hand to point to the side. The building next door is my residence, and the 2 buildings over there belong to the senior brother and senior sister. If you need any help in the future, you can come directly to us. This area has a protective array set up by senior sister, so there shouldn't be any safety issues. Also, the teleportation array over there can directly transport us to the teleportation hall of our Tsinghua Academy, making it convenient for us to come and go. Li Chen looked on in surprise as Jiang Jin introduced the place. These small buildings are all separate villas, each with a small yard of at least 200 square meters in front. The yard is exquisitely arranged, featuring rockeries and flowing water, pavilions, and small pavilions, creating an excellent environment. Compared to his previous residence, just this yard is 3 times the size of his former home. Li Chen was a bit stunned. No wonder it's Tsinghua Academy. The accommodation conditions are just too good. Jiang Jin chuckled, that's because your accommodation is good, even for me. I only moved here after breaking through level 60. Li Chen wanted to say something more when suddenly a clear voice came from the side. Oh, Li Chen, you're back. Before the words fell, a tall figure joyfully ran out. You? Li Chen turned to look, somewhat surprised. Didn't you go help the other new students with their enrollment procedures? Jiang Wu Yu giggled, the enrollment procedures are quick. I finished helping them and came back. Hee, someone just came over to clean the house, so I guessed you were moving in, and sure enough. Li Chen also smiled, that's great, we'll be neighbors from now on. Jiang Wu Yu blinked her bright eyes and smiled, yes, we'll be neighbors from now on. My new neighbor, aren't you going to invite me to visit your new home? Li Chen laughed, then let's go, I also want to see what my new home looks like. Saying this, Jiang Wu Yu naturally took Li Chen's hand and excitedly ran inside. Watching the lively young couple, Jiang Jin wore a knowing smile but did not stop them. Last year, his wife died in an international war instance, and although Jiang Wu Yu seemed unaffected on the surface, still smiling every day, as a father, Jiang Jin knew very well that his daughter's optimism was largely a facade, meant to keep him from worrying. However, just now, he could clearly feel the genuine joy and happiness radiating from his daughter. His little junior brother seemed like a sudden burst of light, illuminating not only the Eastern Dragon Empire but also quietly shining into Jiang Wu Yu's heart. Thinking of this, Jiang Jin was slightly taken aback, his expression becoming somewhat strange. Li Chen was his little junior brother, which meant he was of a different generation than Jiang Wu Yu, but soon, he shook his head, dismissing this odd thought, and stepped inside. Forget it, why think so much? It's not like we're in ancient feudal society, everyone has their own views. The next day, the Eastern Dragon Empire awoke like a sleeping lion. The Dragon Group's Imperial Guards were all mobilized, setting up camp and fortifying the most accessible border areas of the Eastern Dragon Empire, strictly prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Meanwhile, the major guilds, under the leadership of Nuclear Elite and Glory of the Dead, began a comprehensive purge of all foreign professionals within the empire, expelling them all. At the same time, the Eastern Dragon Empire's royal family issued a public announcement to countries around the world. From this day forward, the entire Eastern Dragon Empire is under lockdown. Anyone who trespasses into the national borders will be regarded as a provocation against the Eastern Dragon Empire, and the consequences will be borne by themselves. As soon as this announcement was made, it caused a huge uproar internationally. Countries around the world began to speculate on the deeper meaning behind the Eastern Dragon Empire's actions. With the international war instance a month away, everyone began to suspect, is the Eastern Dragon Empire hiding some big move? In the Free Federation, in the National Conference Room, unlike the 3 major guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the the Free Federation integrated all the large and small guilds across the country, forming the strongest guild, Source God. The Source God Guild is not only the highest military organization of the Free Federation but also responsible for managing the country's administration, equivalent to the national parliament. Each of its branches is scattered across the country, with each branch responsible for managing a state. If there is a major event, all the heads of the branches must respond to the call of the headquarters and contribute to the country. For example, right now, the president of the Source God Association, Parker Williams, had a solemn expression, his authoritative gaze sweeping over everyone below. I believe everyone is already aware of the Eastern Dragon Empire's implementation of the national ban. Up until now, apart from their own country's professionals, everyone else from other nations has been forcibly expelled. Let's discuss this. Has anyone gathered any information regarding this? The heads of all the branches exchanged glances, and low murmurs began to fill the conference room. But after a moment, the confusion on their faces clearly indicated that they had no idea why the Eastern Dragon Empire had suddenly enacted the national ban. James Gordon, the head of the Gotham branch, hesitantly spoke up, "President, could it be because of the international war instance a month from now? Does the Eastern Dragon Empire have some secret plans?" Upon hearing James's statement, the other branch heads nodded slightly, clearly sharing the same suspicion. Because at this stage, aside from the international war instance a month from now, there seemed to be no other reason for the Eastern Dragon Empire to enforce a national ban. Moreover, according to those who had been expelled from the Eastern Dragon Empire, it seemed that nothing special had occurred within the empire recently. Everything was quite normal. Parker Williams's expression grew serious, his eyes flickering with light. After a moment, he slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No, it doesn't seem like it's related to the international war instance. Lee Master is not a fool. If they truly had some secret arrangements regarding the international war instance, they shouldn't be acting so ostentatiously. Enforcing a national ban at this time is clearly telling everyone that we are preparing secret weapons to deal with the international war instance a month from now. That doesn't make sense." Bruno Collins, the head of the Huadu branch, frowned and said, "But if it's not about the international war instance, what else could warrant the Eastern Dragon Empire's national ban? Could it be that a powerful world boss has appeared in the Eastern Dragon Empire, and they don't want people from other countries to participate? Or have they obtained some particularly powerful legendary epic, something with extremely outrageous effects, that they want to keep secret? What if Lee Master suddenly died? Are they afraid we would find out and start a war? That's ridiculous. Can you use your brain a little? Lee Master is an 88-level creator, the top of the level rankings, a super powerhouse, stronger than the president. Why would he suddenly die? You'd be the one to die first. Fuck. Which side are you on? Do you want to fight? Screw you. I'm just telling you to use your brain for everything. Don't just rely on your little head. The noisy discussions erupted in the conference room, with all sorts of chaotic speculations rising and falling. Parker Williams helplessly looked at the suddenly chaotic conference room and shouted in frustration, "Everyone, quiet down." What is this? Seeing the president's anger, the various disputes and discussions finally began to subside. Parker Williams, with a serious face, scanned everyone and after a moment of thought, finally fixed his gaze on James Gordon. "James, inform the Cherry Blossom Nation and have them find a way to infiltrate the Eastern Dragon territory. We must find out the true reason behind their national ban. I have a feeling that old wolf Lee Master seems to be up to something again. President, why send those Cherry Blossom people? Wouldn't it be more direct for us to send our own people?" One of the branch heads immediately questioned. Parker Williams shot him a glance, "Idiot. Our Free Federation people look so different from the Eastern Dragon people. How could we possibly infiltrate?" The branch head was momentarily at a loss for words. James nodded and said, "I understand, President." Parker nodded slightly and waved his hand, saying, "All right, let's leave it at that for now. Until we receive concrete news, keep a close watch on all movements of the Eastern Dragon Empire." "Yes, President," everyone replied loudly. In the Sakura Nation, at the headquarters of the Amaterasu Guild, the highly revered president of the Amaterasu Guild, Kenji Kobe, was bowing his head and looking at the large screen. "Kenji Kobe, you are already aware of the Eastern Dragon Empire's implementation of the national ban. In recent years, although the Eastern Dragon Empire has been suppressed by us, their overall strength cannot be underestimated. You, Sakura Nation, are neighbors with the Eastern Dragon Empire. If they are indeed plotting something big, given the grievances between you and the Eastern Dragon, you will be the first to suffer. President Parker has asked me to inform you to find a way to send someone to infiltrate the Eastern Dragon Empire as soon as possible to uncover the true reason behind their national ban." Kenji Kobe showed a troubled expression, but in front of James, he dared not show any disrespect. After all, as a small nation like Sakura, without the support of the Free Federation behind them, they would have long been swallowed by the Eastern Dragon Empire across the sea. They had to comply with any demands from their benefactor. Hi, Kenji Kobe bowed in response. Well, that's it. You all hurry up. James nodded in satisfaction and closed the video communication. As the large screen went dark, the previously subservient Kenji Kobe immediately straightened his back and adopted a proud and noble posture. He pondered for a moment and said sternly, "Come in." "Hi, President." A subordinate respectfully ran in. "Notify Ichiro to come over. I have something to discuss with him." "Hi." The subordinate bowed and retreated. Moments later, a young and arrogant voice sounded from outside the door. "Father, you called for me?" Kenji Kobe's face revealed a proud smile as he said sternly, "Ichiro, come in." The wooden door opened, and a young man in his 20s with shoulder-length hair walked in. The young man's features were delicate, exuding a somewhat effeminate beauty. However, the arrogance in his gaze added a hint of ruthlessness to that femininity. Undoubtedly, he was the idol of all the young people in the Sakura Nation and the pride of the Kobe family, known as the strongest of the younger generation in Sakura Nation, Ichiro Kobe. Kenji Kobe looked at his son and slowly spoke. "You should be aware of the Eastern Dragon Empire's implementation of the national ban, right?" Ichiro Kobe nonchalantly nodded. "I know. Let them ban. What's the big deal?" The Eastern Dragon hasn't produced any decent young professionals in recent years. They are becoming increasingly useless. Once I reach level 50 and complete my awakening, I'll crush them directly. Kenji Kobe reprimanded in a calm tone. "Baka, how have I taught you? You must never underestimate your enemies, otherwise, one day you will suffer a great loss." Ichiro Kobe paused slightly, then reined in his arrogance and stood at attention, saying, "Hi." Kenji Kobe's expression softened a bit as he said seriously, "The Eastern Dragon Empire's sudden implementation of the national ban must have some hidden secrets. In a month, the international war instance will begin. I suspect that their national ban is likely a preparation for the upcoming international war instance. The Eastern Dragon has an old saying, 'Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated.' To be on the safe side, we need to clarify the true reason behind the Eastern Dragon's ban as soon as possible and prepare early." Ichiro Kobe asked in confusion, "But father, the Eastern Dragon has already implemented the national ban. Even our people can't get in. How can we gather information?" Although the people of Sakura and the Eastern Dragon may not look much different, the Sakura people's distinctive accent, once spoken, is easily recognizable. Moreover, what is even more critical is that the professions awakened by the people of Sakura country are vastly different from those of the Eastern Dragon people. Even if one could infiltrate, they could only pretend to be an ordinary person. Otherwise, once they used the abilities of a professional, they would be immediately exposed. Shinobu Kenjin smiled proudly. "It is indeed very difficult to break through their border blockade, but since we cannot enter, we can make them come out on their own. At that time, we can capture them and interrogate them. Perhaps we will gain something." Shinobu Aikiru's eyes lit up. "Father, you mean?" Shinobu Kenjin knew his son had guessed his thoughts and nodded emphatically. "That's right. Let's do that." The next afternoon, the Eastern Dragon Empire had completed a full lockdown and closed all international teleportation arrays. The ban on foreign professionals was in effect. In Li Chen's residence, in the spacious hall, Jiang Jun had just finished giving a lesson to Li Chen. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared beside them, and a pitch-black rift tore open the air, revealing a tall and cool figure. It was Ling Xuehan, who had just finished her business. Second's senior sister. Li Chen quickly greeted Ling Xuehan. A gentle smile appeared on Ling Xuehan's cold face as she spoke. "Junior brother, the ban on foreign professionals has begun. From now on, there will not be a single foreign professional in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire. At the same time, all major cities have implemented temporary controls, and all professionals are not allowed to leave the city without permission. We can safely go out to level up now." Upon hearing this, Li Chen was taken aback. They are controlling the cities too? With such a big show, won't other professionals have objections? Ling Xuehan smiled lightly. "Objections? With our 3 major guilds involved, who would dare to object? Compared to your safety, their opinions are unimportant. Moreover, this temporary control won't last too long. Once you reach level 30, you can enter the Endless Altar to grind for experience. At that time, with the Endless Altar combined with outdoor monster grinding, your leveling speed will further increase. Once you reach level 50, you can unlock large group dungeons, and the temporary control can be lifted." Jiang Jun also smiled slightly. "That's right, Li Chen, you must understand that your importance is no longer the same as that of ordinary professionals. Even we are far inferior compared to you. As long as we can help you level up quickly, everything else is unimportant." "Well, then I must thank third senior brother and second senior sister," Li Chen said earnestly. Ling Xuehan shook her head with a smile. "Let's go, there are no people in the wild now. we can confidently grind monsters and level up." As she spoke, Ling Xuehan waved her hand, and a pitch-black spatial rift appeared again. She pulled Li Chen and Jiang Jun to her side, and the silvery spatial power instantly protected the two of them. Then she stepped into the spatial rift. As a void walker of the illusion god profession, Ling Xuehan's mastery and application of spatial power had reached an extraordinary level. The main reason Marshal Li chose her to lead Li Chen in leveling up was that Ling Xuehan could freely traverse space to grind monsters anywhere. 200 miles away from Tianjing City, at the edge of the Valley of the Dead, a silver light flashed, and the figures of Li Chen and Ling Xuehan quietly appeared here. Li Chen focused his gaze downward, and his eyes widened. Below, in the vast valley, there were densely packed undead creatures, and at a glance, there seemed to be thousands of them. Level 32 skeleton warriors, level 33 zombies, level 35 headless knights. Goodness, that's a lot of experience. Ling Xuehan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she took a blue pill from her pocket and handed it to Li Chen, saying, "Junior brother, take this, and we can get to work." Looking at the blue elixir, Li Chen was immediately surprised and said, This is the heavenly spirit pill?" Ling Xuehan smiled and said, "That's right. The teacher said that before you reach level 50, you should eat the heavenly spirit pill whenever you grind for experience, so you can maximize your leveling speed." The heavenly spirit pill, also known as the double experience pill, is a potion that can only be crafted by the auxiliary profession of alchemist. At the same time, it is something that all players dream of when leveling up. Its effect is simple. Within half an hour after consuming the pill, the experience gained is doubled. It is applicable to all dungeons and wild monsters below level 50. Such a small pill sells for 200,000 gold coins at the auction house. Not to mention ordinary people, even most small to medium-sized families would hesitate to let their younger generation use it. Only truly large families or top guilds would occasionally use it during special times, such as when grinding high-difficulty, high-experience dungeons like Abyss dungeons. Unlike Li Chen, who was so extravagant, consuming double experience pills just to grind for experience. Li Chen sighed as he took the pill and swallowed it. As the pill went down his throat, a 30-minute countdown appeared before his eyes, representing the duration of the double experience from the heavenly spirit pill. Seeing Li Chen consume the double experience pill, Ling Xuehan no longer hesitated, reaching out into the air and grasping, pulling out a magnificent staff that radiated a dazzling golden light, as if carved from diamonds. At the same time, a flash of light enveloped Ling Xuehan, and a golden epic set suddenly appeared, replacing her original casual outfit. Then, the golden light retracted, revealing the original bright silver color of the epic set. Epic set, Silver Moon Goddess. Li Chen's eyes sparkled. The Silver Moon Goddess set was one of the top 5 premium sets on the Eastern Dragon Empire's equipment leaderboard. I really want to reach level 50 quickly. Once I hit level 50, I can wear epic gear too, Li Chen thought longingly in his heart. Ling Xuehan didn't waste any time. After equipping her gear, she turned to Jiang Jun. "Third junior brother, protect the little junior brother. I'll take care of the monsters." Jiang Jun nodded. "Okay, second sister. Li Chen is under my watch. You can focus on grinding." Ling Xuehan smiled and nodded, her figure flashing as she disappeared from the spot. This was Jiang Jun's responsibility. The reason he was brought along was to protect Li Chen while Ling Xuehan was grinding. In case of any accidents, the space tore apart, and Ling Xuehan appeared above the canyon, waving her staff downward. "Dimensional storm!" Ling Xuehan shouted. "Sizzle! Sizzle! Sizzle!" With a series of dense space-rending sounds, countless silver-white dimensional blades covered the Valley of the Dead. These dimensional blades, formed from the power of space, rained down like a torrential downpour, instantly sweeping over the undead creatures in the canyon. Every undead creature touched by the dimensional blades was sliced into pieces with a crunch. The team successfully killed a skeleton warrior, gaining 400 experience points. The team successfully killed a zombie, gaining 440 experience points. The team successfully killed a headless horseman, gaining 480 experience points. In the next moment, the screen was filled with kill notifications, almost overwhelming Li Chen's entire field of vision, making him click his tongue in admiration. When there are enough wild monsters and high-level players in a team, the speed is much faster than when he grinds dungeons alone. Moreover, Ling Xuehan's skills were originally large-scale AoE group damage. With one skill, she cleared a wide area in the canyon, instantly making hundreds of monsters disappear. Furthermore, this wild monster gathering point was clearly specially selected by Ling Xuehan, with all monsters not exceeding level 35, just right for Li Chen to grind wild monsters and gain the maximum experience. Because according to the rules, when a professional brushes wild monsters, if the highest level of the wild monsters exceeds the professional's own level by more than 10 levels, they will receive an experience penalty, and the experience gained will be significantly reduced. Within a level difference of 10, the closer the monster's level is to 10 levels, the greater the experience gain. If paired with double experience potions, Li Chen's efficiency in gaining experience can basically be maximized, allowing him to take off right on the spot. As those undead monsters were eliminated, countless materials and green gear dropped all over the ground. However, looking at these items, Li Chen didn't even move. He was too lazy to pick them up. What a joke! He had already consumed a heavenly spirit pill worth 200,000 gold coins, so why waste time picking up this trash? With that time, he might as well kill more monsters. In just a few minutes, all the thousands of undead monsters in the canyon were swept away by Ling Xuehan. Li Chen was delighted to see his experience jump from 1% to 12% in an instant. It was so fast it felt like flying. It should be noted that as levels increase, the experience gap is also quite significant. If it were an ordinary professional leveling up normally, it would probably take them dozens of times longer than Li Chen. Seeing Ling Xuehan clear a monster gathering spot in such a short time, Li Chen thought again about the benefits of the temporary city control policy. If all professionals were unable to leave the city to hunt monsters, it would mean that Li Chen and Ling Xuehan had monopolized all the monster gathering points in the Eastern Dragon Empire. With Ling Xuehan's ability to freely traverse space, she could take Li Chen to quickly clear monsters at various level gathering points. This way, not only could they keep their secret without fear of being seen by others, but also, because no one was competing for monsters, the efficiency of hunting could be maximized. One must say, in order to help Li Chen level up quickly, Marshal Li really thought of every possible way. After Ling Xuehan cleared all the undead monsters in the canyon, her silver-white outfit, resembling a god of time and space, flickered and reappeared. She smiled gently at Li Chen. All done, let's go to the next monster gathering point. Saying this, Ling Xuehan waved her hand again, taking Jiangzhen and Li Chen into a spatial rift, directly teleporting to the next planned monster area. At this moment, however, the door to Wang Qingfeng's office at Tsinghua Academy was suddenly knocked on. Bang bang bang, Wang Qingfeng calmly said, "Come in." A subordinate from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs pushed the door open and respectfully said, "Vice President, Kenji Kobe from Sakura Country is calling for a video conference and wishes to speak with you." Wang Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. "Kenji from Amaterasu? What does he want?" The subordinate replied, "The Early Rice Academy from Sakura Country previously applied for a cross-national exchange with our academy, which was supposed to happen recently, but now that we have implemented a national ban, Kenji Kobe wants to discuss the matter of cross-national exchange with you." Cross-national exchange? Wang Qingfeng was slightly taken aback, pondered for a moment, and waved his hand nonchalantly. "It seems there is indeed such a thing. I almost forgot about it. Tell him that during the national ban, all activities are cancelled, and we can talk about it later when we have time." The subordinate bowed and replied, "Yes, Vice President. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Headquarters. Talk about it later?" Although we anticipated that the Eastern Dragon would not engage in cross-national exchanges at this time, Wang Qingfeng's words are really quite rude, Kenji Ichiro said darkly. Kenji Kobe's expression also darkened. As the president of Amaterasu, the most powerful guild in Sakura Country, he felt that the other party didn't even bother to show him the most basic respect, directly sending a subordinate to relay the message, clearly not taking him seriously. Kenji Kobe snorted angrily, his eyes flickering with a cold light. "Baka! The Eastern Dragon Empire is becoming more and more arrogant." He suddenly turned to Kenji Ichiro and said fiercely, "Ichiro, according to the plan, activate the faction confrontation instance." Within level 50, the maximum number of participants in the faction confrontation dungeon can only be 50 people. In this kind of small team level dungeon, we have the greatest advantage. You select 10 melee experts from the warrior department, then choose 10 vanguard scouts from the ninja department, along with 30 onmyoji from the onmyo department. With the low-level practitioners of the Eastern Dragon Empire in recent years, with you leading the team, they are bound to lose. Since the Eastern Dragon Empire likes to be a turtle hiding its head, we will force them out. Hearing his father's words, Shinobu Ichiro's eyes sparkled with excitement and bloodlust. Just right, I didn't get enough kills in the last Abyss dungeon. This time, I must have a blast. Ha ha ha. Half an hour later, a message suddenly refreshed in the dungeon hall, attracting the attention of countries around the world. The Sakura Nation actively initiated a faction confrontation challenge against the Eastern Dragon Empire. The president of the Freedom Federation, Parker Williams, smiled with interest upon hearing the report from his subordinate. Interesting, it seems those Japanese from the Sakura Nation can't get in either. Are they trying to extract information in the dungeon? Eastern Dragon Empire, Tianjing City Dungeon Hall. All the practitioners looked angrily at the faction dungeon challenge prompt, with angry shouts rising and falling. Above, there was also a declaration from the Sakura Nation's Amaterasu Guild opening the faction confrontation dungeon. Under level 50, Sakura is invincible, life and death are determined by fate. What the hell? Is the Sakura Nation so arrogant? They actually dare to provoke us like this? Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. Those little Japanese melons from the Sakura Nation actually dare to claim invincibility? Are there any brothers under level 50? Come with me to take them down. Damn, count me in. I can't stand those Japanese showing off. The dungeon halls in various cities of the Eastern Dragon Empire immediately erupted in a wave of curses, with many practitioners in their 40s signing up to participate in the faction confrontation, ready to teach the Sakura Nation a harsh lesson. The faction confrontation dungeon can only be initiated by guilds, with the confrontation venue fixed as the King's Canyon, divided into red and blue sides. Each side can have 50 participants entering the dungeon for the faction confrontation. Within the limited conditions, both factions can choose their participants. This is essentially a simplified version of an international war dungeon, mainly used by major guilds for coordination training and to give newcomers experience. However, usually, faction confrontation dungeons are held within one's own country. Even in international exchanges, it is usually pre-arranged between major guilds, otherwise, it would be no different from a blatant provocation. But the Sakura Nation's faction confrontation dungeon is not aimed at a specific guild but is directed at all guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Moreover, they even dared to issue such a declaration. This is not a training exercise at all, but a blatant provocation. Xinghua Academy, Dean's office. A subordinate rushed in anxiously and said loudly, "Dean, the Sakura Nation has opened a faction challenge dungeon to all our guilds, and many of our students have been provoked and joined in." Wang Qingfeng frowned. Faction confrontation dungeon? What level is the faction confrontation dungeon? Under level 50. Level 50? Is it because we rejected their exchange visit that they are looking for trouble in this way? Wang Qingfeng sneered, naive. Level 50 and below are all low-level practitioners. The Onmyoji of the Sakura Nation do have some advantages at this low level, but what does that mean? The strength of a country mainly depends on its mid to high-level combat power. This kind of child's play confrontation, even if they win, do they think other countries will look at them any differently? Don't worry about them. If they want to play this low-level game, let them play it themselves. The subordinate's face was filled with worry. But President, the challenge declaration of Sakura country is life and death are determined by fate. I'm afraid they might. Wang Qingfeng suddenly looked up, staring at him fiercely. What did you say? Life and death are determined by fate? Sakura country wants to kill people in the camp confrontation instance? At this moment, more and more people gathered in the instance halls of the Eastern Dragon Empire's major cities. These people were all excitedly watching the battle reports of the camp confrontation instance. Hey, we've already taken down the first defense tower in the bottom lane so quickly. Sakura country isn't that impressive. They just talk big. Ha, we also took down the defense tower in the top lane first. Awesome. The camp confrontation instance has a total of 3 paths leading to the opponent's camp crystal, and each path has 3 defense towers, totaling 9 defense towers. Generally speaking, to break the opponent's camp crystal and achieve victory, one must first try to destroy the opponent's defense towers to weaken their defensive power. This not only requires the practitioners to be strong enough but also requires a certain level of wisdom and strategy. Most of the time, the earlier you break the opponent's defense towers, the more advantageous you will be in the subsequent camp confrontation. Although the specific camp confrontation scene could not be seen from the outside, the situation of the defense towers could roughly indicate where the advantage lay. Ha, these Japanese pumpkins from Sakura country are just loudmouthed. Look, it hasn't been long and we've already taken down 2 defense towers first. They're not that great. Still, Beida and Xinghua are impressive. Look at the scores of Shang Wanjie and Wang Rui. They've outpaced everyone else by a large margin. Those 2 defense towers must have been taken down by them leading the charge. Seeing their side gaining the advantage, excited discussions erupted in each instance hall. However, at that moment, suddenly, the middle lane first tower on the red side was also pushed by the opponent. The discussions on the field came to a halt, then resumed again. It's fine. We've already pushed down 2 towers of theirs, letting them have 1 doesn't matter. Exactly. What's going on? Why did Shang Wanjie's name turn gray? What the hell? Shang Wanjie is dead? Those Japanese bastards actually went for the kill? Then, not only Shang Wanjie, but Wang Rui's name also turned black right after, and on the red side, more than 10 names instantly turned gray. In the camp confrontation instance, a name turning gray signifies death. What the hell? Our middle lane second tower has also been pushed. What's going on? Those Japanese bastards can't be on drugs, right? They're so fierce. It's over. The middle lane third tower has also fallen. they're pushing up to the high ground. Then, a few minutes later, the red side's crystal was still intact, but the members of the red side were dying at an even faster rate, names turning gray one after another. What's happening? With the opponent's advantage, they should have destroyed the crystal by now. Are our people still holding on, defending the high ground? Damn, what are we defending for? Those dead Japanese bastards from Sakura country, they never intended to push the crystal. These bastards want to wipe us out. Damn it! Sakura country has gone crazy. How dare they provoke us Eastern dragons so openly? These Japanese pumpkins can't think of themselves as our white fathers, right? Damn! 10 minutes later, all members of the red side turned gray. The red side, all dead. In an instant, all instance halls of the Eastern Dragon Empire fell into silence, then exploded with noise. A mere Sakura country dared to be so arrogant. This matter, at the Amaterasu headquarters, Instance Hall. With a proud expression, Shinobu Ichiro laughed heartily. Ah, that was so damn satisfying. Shinobu Kenji asked solemnly, Ichiro, have you extracted any useful information? Kobe Ichiro retracted his smile and shook his head, saying, no, I don't know if these guys are really clueless or just stubborn. They know nothing about the Eastern Dragon Forbidden Nation. Kobe Kenrun frowned slightly. Maybe their status is too low to access secrets of this level. Next to them, a clever Onmyoji offered a suggestion, President, since their status is low, why don't we raise the level of the faction confrontation dungeon to level 50 or above? At this level, the professionals should have more opportunities to access secrets, right? Kobe Kenron looked at him with a dumbfounded expression and scolded, Baka, there are many powerful professionals above level 50 in the Eastern Dragon Empire. It's one thing to bully their low-level professionals, but raising the level to 50? Are you trying to get us killed? The Onmyoji quickly shrank his neck, not daring to speak again. Kobe Ichiro frowned. Raising it to 50 is definitely not an option. I was lucky to gather a complete set of legendary orange gear exclusive to Onmyoji at level 40, which increases all Shikigami's abilities by 50%. With such a significant attribute boost, combined with 5 high-level Shikigami, I can almost sweep through all professions at level 40. But at level 50, the professionals in the Eastern Dragon Empire have advanced awakening bonuses, and their strength will increase significantly. It won't be easy to deal with them then. However, if we only deal with these low-level professionals below level 50, it will indeed be difficult for us to obtain useful information. Kobe Kenron's eyes flickered, and he said, there's another way. If we want to pull in their professionals above level 50, we can set the level and equipment balance. Without the advanced awakening and epic equipment bonuses at level 50, with your strength, you can still crush them. Kobe Ichiro exclaimed excitedly, good idea. Ha, this time, I want to rub the face of the Eastern Dragon Empire in the dirt. Just as all the people from the Eastern Dragon Empire were filled with anger, suddenly, the faction confrontation dungeon in the hall changed again. The Sakura Nation activated the level and equipment balance function in the faction confrontation dungeon and continued to shout, the low-level professionals of the Eastern Dragon are trash. Bring your intermediate professionals. Damn, so damn arrogant. Get some big shots to kill them. Even with level and equipment balance, the basic attributes of intermediate professionals are much stronger than those dead Japanese cucumbers. Don't we have anyone in the Eastern Dragon? Where are the 3 major guilds? Don't be a turtle at a time like this. The hall was immediately filled with curses. Under the provocation of the Sakura Nation, about 10 level 50 professionals emerged, bringing along a group of professionals in their 40s to enter the faction confrontation dungeon again. However, more than 10 minutes later, these people's names turned gray again. The red faction was once again completely wiped out by the Sakura Nation. Hiss, what's going on? When did the Sakura Nation become so strong that even a level 50 big brother leading the team can't handle them? Impossible. Even if their Onmyoji has an advantage at a lower level, there shouldn't be such a huge gap. Just as everyone was filled with suspicion, the leader of the Sakura Nation faction suddenly revealed his name. Sakura Nation, Amaterasu Guild, Kobe Ichiro. At the same time, the challenge declaration for the faction confrontation dungeon also changed. The number 1 below level 50, Eastern Dragon Sick Man, come and fight if you don't accept. Seeing this name, everyone showed expressions of realization and gritted teeth. Damn, so it's that Kobe the Gigolo. Damn, this guy is lucky to have gathered the legendary set exclusive to Onmyoji, which has a 50% Shikigami bonus. It's almost comparable to an ordinary epic set. In the last Abyss dungeon, I almost died at his hands. This is troublesome. With his 5 powerful spirit beasts, the Kobe Gigolo is completely invincible below level 50. There's no way to fight him. Our Eastern Dragon Empire is full of talent. I refuse to believe there's no one who can match the Kobe Gigolo. What about those top students from Tsinghua and Beta? Hurry up! Just as the dungeon hall was in chaos, Li Chen, under the guidance of Ling Xuehan, was moving between various monster gathering points within the territory, frantically killing monsters to gain experience. For a whole day, Ling Xuehan and Jiangjin took turns. Whenever they arrived at a location, they unleashed their ultimate moves for firepower coverage, causing chaos. By the time the sun set, Li Chen's level finally rose to 30. Upon hearing this news, Ling Xuehan and Jiangjin both trembled with excitement and rushed over. Finally level 30. Li Chen, quickly check your skills and new talents. Even the usually aloof Ling Xuehan's eyes were filled with fervor. Li Chen felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as he opened his attribute panel. The 10 points of free potential were still directly added to his spiritual power, and then Li Chen immediately scrolled down to the bottom of the attribute panel to open the talent section. Sure enough, after reaching level 30, a new skill was unlocked. Skill, Heavy Tank Skill Description, Summon a heavy tank. The tank consumes 16 points of spiritual power for every minute it exists. The heavy tank has the following functions: movement, radar detection scanning, assault, main gun caliber 125 mm, flat shooting range 3000 meters, maximum elevation angle range 16,000 meters, can be equipped with other super weapons. Note, when spiritual power reaches 0, the heavy tank will be automatically recalled. Seeing the effect of this skill, the three of them gasped in unison. Jiangjin exclaimed, "My god, a maximum range of 16,000 meters? If you aim with your god's perspective, the opponent won't even know where you are before being blasted away. That's just too insane." Ling Xuehan also looked shocked. What's more critical is that with the heavy tank's defense, no practitioner below level 50 can break through its defenses in one hit. Even the most overpowered phantom classes would need to continuously attack for over a minute. If we equip it with other super weapons, in a closed environment, wouldn't it be invincible below level 50, just pushing through everything? Starting from level 30, mechanics have access to powerful heavy super weapons. At this point, if the mechanics accumulation is sufficient, they can already have the strength to take on 100 at the same level. For example, with this tank, if the mechanic hides inside and attacks, as long as the ammunition doesn't run out and the enemy doesn't break through the tank's armor, the enemy basically has no way to deal with the mechanic. And if this mechanic is Li Chen, then it's even more unsolvable. You have to know, Li Chen's tank has no ammunition restrictions. After grinding monsters for so long, Li Chen's god's perspective has already expanded to nearly 30,000 meters. That's a full 30 kilometers. With the heavy tank's maximum range of 16,000 meters, Li Chen can completely use his god's perspective to conduct long-range precision strikes with the main gun, and he can do it continuously while monitoring everything within 30 kilometers. With his current spiritual power, he can easily summon dozens of tanks, and if he equips them with Gatling guns, rocket launchers, and barracks to increase firepower coverage, dozens of tanks rolling over, no matter if you're a phantom class or not, everyone has to kneel. It's all about treating everyone equally. Unless the opponent can instantly run out of 16,000 meters before the shells land, otherwise, they will be exposed within Li Chen's strike range. Even invisibility won't help. Don't forget, heavy tanks are equipped with radar monitoring systems. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Moreover, this kind of attack range can only be handled by a mechanic, a long-range attack class. Other classes can only passively take hits. Dealing with low-level practitioners is like a high-tech civilization bombarding knife-wielding natives. Jiangjin and Ling Xuehan exchanged glances, both shocked and eagerly looking at the talent section beside them. At that moment, in addition to the original unlimited ammo and God's perspective, a new line of text lit up in the talent section. Mechanic Exclusive Talent Stage 3, Mechanical Substitute. Note 1, when the main body is attacked, you can choose to swap positions with one of the summoned super weapons, allowing the super weapon to bear all the damage for you. Note 2, the 4th stage exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 40. Upon seeing this talent, the three were instantly stunned. Jiangjin looked up at Li Chen in disbelief. "Junior brother, if I understand this talent correctly, as long as you still have spiritual power and can summon super weapons, doesn't that mean you have an immortal body?" Li Chen instinctively replied, "It seems like the talent doesn't mention a cooldown, right? If that's the case, this talent should always be effective, so it seems like it's not much different from being immortal." His 3 deep breaths were drawn simultaneously, nearly swallowing the air in this small space. Ling Xuehan exclaimed in shock, This is too overpowered. Even the Buddha's invincible golden body can only be used once a day, and you can use this at will?" Li Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, "How about we give it a try?" Ling Xuehan and Jiangjin exchanged glances and nodded seriously. Then, Li Chen took a few steps back, thought for a moment, and summoned 10 grot pistols at once. According to the explanation of Mechanical Substitute, there was no specification on what type of super weapon could bear the damage for the main body. In other words, the judgment of this mechanical substitute is based on quantity, with no quality requirements. If that's the case, the Grot pistol is naturally the best choice. Seeing the Grot pistols floating beside Li Chen, Ling Xuehan cautiously asked, "Junior brother, are you ready?" Li Chen nodded excitedly. "I'm ready, go ahead, second sister." Ling Xuehan's gaze sharpened as she casually waved her hand towards Li Chen. Then, a bright silver cross shot out, directly colliding with Li Chen. Space cross slash. The sharp cross slash arrived in an instant, striking Li Chen. In the next moment, Li Chen's body glowed and suddenly vanished. In its place was a matte silver Grot pistol. Crack! The Grot pistol was instantly split into 4 pieces by the space cross slash, falling to the ground. Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin instinctively looked to the side. Li Chen's body suddenly appeared beside them, replacing one of the Grot pistols. Li Chen quickly checked his body, feeling around, and indeed found himself unharmed. Although it was expected, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin still looked shocked. The mechanic, as a class with explosive attack power, has always been looked down upon. The 3 main reasons are: 1. Poor sustainability. 2. Slow to form, consuming too many resources. 3. After a burst of power, they immediately become a burden to the team, easily targeted by assassin-type enemies. But now, Li Chen had compensated for all 3 of these shortcomings. As long as he had spiritual power, he could bombard endlessly with unlimited ammo. His skills directly provided super weapons, and he could summon them infinitely without needing to expend extra resources to build up a stockpile. With the mechanical avatar talent he has unlocked, just based on Li Chen's current spiritual power, he is equivalent to having thousands of lives. Unless the opponent can kill him 1,000 times in an instant, Li Chen simply won't die. What's more critical is that Li Chen is only level 30 right now. Once he levels up, with the spiritual power of a magic profession, it will easily exceed tens of thousands. Killing him? What a joke! Suddenly, Ling Xuehan's eyes lit up as if she thought of something, and she looked at Li Chen with burning intensity. "Junior brother, I remember you said that once you summon these super weapons, as long as you don't actively dismiss them, they won't disappear automatically, but will continuously consume spiritual power to maintain their existence, right?" Li Chen nodded. "That's right, second senior sister. Why did you suddenly think to ask this?" Ling Xuehan said excitedly. "Then if you summon a Glock pistol and leave it at home, won't it also maintain its existence?" Li Chen's eyes brightened. "Second senior sister, are you implying?" Ling Xuehan nodded emphatically. "This is equivalent to a death-free pass. For professions above level 30, the natural recovery speed of spiritual power has significantly increased, and the Glock pistol only consumes a little spiritual power per minute. With this consumption speed, the natural recovery speed of a magic profession can easily compensate, and there will even be a large surplus. As long as you always have a Glock pistol at home, no one can kill you. Not only that, it also serves as a safe teleportation point, helping you withstand damage while simultaneously teleporting you to a safe area, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jiang Jin's mouth dropped open. "It can be played like this?" Li Chen's mind instantly began to expand, excitedly saying, "With my current natural recovery speed, not to mention 1, I could even support several Glock pistols existing at the same time." Inspired by Ling Xuehan, he immediately thought of several clever tactics. "Hey, if that's the case, then there are many ways to play." Hearing this, Ling Xuehan became curious. "Oh, have you thought of other uses?" Li Chen grinned. "Second senior sister, if I just leave 1 Glock pistol at home, then if an accident happens in the future, wouldn't I only be able to go home? That's too inconvenient. I can carry a Glock pistol with me, and in the event of a surprise attack, I can use the Glock pistol on me to absorb the damage, so I won't have to teleport back home. Besides, I can leave a Glock pistol at home, in the Tianjin City Guild, or other places I frequently visit. Wouldn't that be like a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows? Even if the enemy wants to ambush me, they can't possibly find all my teleportation points." Jiang Jin suddenly realized, right, if you leave a few more places, even if there are enemies targeting you in the future, they won't be able to find every one of your teleportation points, making it much safer. Li Chen nodded. "Exactly, that's the idea." He excitedly said, "Not only that, but I can also use these Glock pistols as movable teleportation arrays. No matter where I want to go, as long as I leave a Glock pistol there in advance, if I want to go there later, wouldn't I be able to teleport there instantly through the mechanical avatar?" Ling Xuehan questioned. "But your mechanical avatar seems unable to actively teleport, right? It only activates when you receive fatal damage." Li Chen chuckled. "Isn't that simple? I can just summon a super weapon and blow my own head off, right?" The talent's note didn't say that fatal damage must come from the outside, did it? Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin's eyes widened in shock. "Hiss, blowing one's head off to teleport? You really are a genius. So ruthless to yourself." Li Chen continued, once I reach the area I want to go to, I can summon a grotto pistol to back me up, and next time I can continue teleporting. This is much more convenient than the city teleportation array. And more importantly, this method can also be used for dungeon exploration and fixed-point teleportation in the wild. It's practically unlimited blinking. The more Li Chen spoke, the brighter his eyes became. Besides, I can let others carry the grotto pistol and use it as a locator to summon me. The super weapons I summon have a mental connection with me. If the distance is too far, I might not be able to control them for an attack, but I can still sense them. As long as we agree on a code in advance, like tapping the gun body 3 times, I can sense it immediately. If someone needs my help, just tap 3 times, and I'll instantly self-destruct and teleport to that person. With my attack power, it will definitely have a huge impact. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin exchanged glances, subconsciously imagining such a scene in their minds. Right now, Li Chen's level is low, so for professionals at their level, his help might not be particularly significant. But what about when Li Chen reaches level 50, 60, or 70? To put it bluntly, he alone would be worth 1,000 troops. Just imagine if they were fighting enemies outside or ambushed by them. When the enemies thought they had the upper hand, they suddenly pulled out the grotto pistol and tapped it 3 times. Then, Li Chen would descend from the sky with hundreds or thousands of super weapons. What would the enemy's expressions be like? This is just thrilling to think about. This is a true strategic presence. Ling Xuehan exhaled, looking at Li Chen and sighed. The master's decision is indeed correct. As long as you can grow, our Eastern Dragon Empire will surely soar again. Jiang Jin also shook his head in amazement. Junior brother, your exclusive mechanic talent is getting more and more monstrous. Now, I'm even more curious about those talents you haven't unlocked yet. Li Chen chuckled, third senior brother, don't mention it. I'm curious myself. Ling Xuehan smiled helplessly, don't worry, with our monster farming speed, reaching level 40 won't take long. She looked up at the setting sun and said to Li Chen, junior brother, it's getting late. Let's stop farming for today. Go back to eat and rest for a bit, and by the way, change your gear to pink. Once you reach level 30, you can go to the Endless Altar. After the sun sets, the danger in the wild will increase exponentially, so to be safe, we should only farm monsters in the wild during the day and rest at night, allowing the wild monsters to recover. If you have time at night, you can solo the Endless Altar. At this point, Ling Xuehan smiled and said, as a solo dungeon, the number of monsters in the Endless Altar is astonishing and poses a great challenge for any profession. But for a mechanic like you, who isn't limited by ammunition, the Endless Altar is practically tailor-made for you. Li Chen nodded excitedly. Okay, second senior sister, let's head back now. Ling Xuehan casually tore open a space rift, leading Li Chen and Jiang Jin through it, disappearing from sight. Xinghua Academy, Dean's office. Wang Qingfeng frowned deeply, the fire in his eyes resembling a volcano about to erupt, fluctuating restlessly. Suddenly, a space rift quietly appeared, then expanded, and 3 people walked out from it, Ling Xuehan and her companions returning from farming experience. Ling Xuehan immediately saw Wang Qingfeng's furious face and asked in surprise, senior brother, what's wrong? Did someone make you angry? Wang Qingfeng saw his junior brothers and sisters return and said in a deep voice, those Japanese from Sakura country are really too arrogant. Today, in just a few words, Wang Qingfeng recounted what had happened today to his junior brothers and sisters. That Kobayashi Ichiro relied on his legendary top-tier yin-yang master set to suppress our Eastern Dragon Empire for an entire afternoon in the faction Confrontation dungeon. So far, our Eastern Dragon Empire has already lost hundreds of practitioners below level 50, many of whom are elite students from Tsinghua and Beta. What's even more infuriating is that guy, in order to attract practitioners above level 50 to participate through level and equipment balance, even activated faction energy accumulation, using the auras produced in the faction Confrontation dungeon as rewards, luring over 100 intermediate practitioners above level 50 to their deaths. With a loud bang, Wang Qingfeng slammed his hand heavily on the table in anger. And he keeps saying things like fortune favors the bold, top-tier auras, those with ability will obtain them. I really want to kill that little brat. Upon hearing this, the faces of Ling Xuehan and the others instantly darkened. Ling Xuehan's face was filled with killing intent. Is Sakura country looking for death? How dare they provoke us so arrogantly? Wang Qingfeng said sullenly, those Japanese from Sakura country probably wouldn't dare to be so blatant against us. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the Free Federation's instigation, aiming to test the reasons behind our implementation of the ban on their country. If we take action against Sakura country, the Free Federation will definitely take the opportunity to intervene. They've used Sakura country as a pawn more than once or twice. Is the Free Federation stirring up trouble again? Jiang Jin frowned. Ling Xuehan's face was cold as frost. Even if the Free Federation is manipulating things behind the scenes, the people killed by Sakura Country are real and equally deserve to die. Wang Qingfeng felt somewhat helpless. They indeed deserve to die, but those below level 50, that Kobayashi Ichiro is quite tricky. Moreover, I suspect that the Amaterasu Guild has sent quite a few elites to cooperate with Kobayashi Ichiro. In such a small-scale faction confrontation dungeon, yin-yang masters working with Shikigami can outnumber us, and with ninjas launching sneak attacks, our practitioners below level 50 will be at a disadvantage. Hearing Wang Qingfeng's words, Li Chen's eyes flashed with light, and he suddenly spoke up, "Senior brother, how about I give it a try?" Wang Qingfeng was taken aback, looking at Li Chen in surprise. "You? No way. What if something happens to you in the dungeon? Besides, if you participate in the faction confrontation dungeon, your abilities will be exposed to your teammates. If it accidentally leaks out, that would be troublesome." Li Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Senior brother, I remember that there doesn't seem to be a rule stating that the number of people from both factions must be the same in the faction confrontation dungeon, right?" Wang Qingfeng nodded instinctively. "As long as it's within the limited number, it can be any number of people." Li Chen smiled slightly. "Then it's simple. I remember that in the faction confrontation dungeon, names can be hidden. As long as I hide my name and go in alone, I can keep it a secret." Wang Qingfeng's eyes widened instantly. "You want to go into the faction confrontation alone?" He shook his head vigorously. No, those Shikigami are one thing, but the ninjas from Sakura Country are best at various stealth techniques and assassination. If they accidentally get close to you, even if you have unlimited firepower, you won't be able to withstand a single strike from them." Hearing Li Chen's words, Ling Shuihan's expression shifted, revealing an excited look. "That's not necessarily the case. If we equip the junior brother with a full set of pink gear and stack his spiritual power, those Japanese from Sakura Country really wouldn't be a match for him." Wang Qingfeng looked at Ling Shuihan with dissatisfaction. "The little junior's attack is indeed powerful, but the key is that he doesn't have any life-saving skills. If he gets ambushed by the opponent, that could be troublesome. We can't take that risk." Ling Shuihan chuckled. "Senior brother, the little junior has now reached level 30. Wang Qingfeng instinctively replied, "Even if he reaches level 30, he can't withstand a single blow from the opponent." However, before he could finish his sentence, his body suddenly shook, and he immediately realized. Other professions may see improvements upon reaching level 30, but it wouldn't lead to any significant changes. But Li Chen was different. Once he reached level 30, he would unlock a new talent. Could it be? Wang Qingfeng eagerly looked at Li Chen. "Little junior, have you unlocked a new talent? What effect does the new talent have?" Li Chen grinned and, without explaining, directly displayed his attribute panel. Mechanic Exclusive Talent Stage 3, Mechanical Doppelganger. Note 1, when the main body is attacked, you can choose to swap positions with one of the summon super weapons, allowing the super weapon to bear all the damage. Note 2, the 4th stage exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 40. My god! Upon seeing the description of this talent, Wang Qingfeng's eyes widened. This talent doesn't have a cooldown or usage limit? He stared blankly at Li Chen. Li Chen smiled and nodded. "We've already tested it, and there really isn't any. So, unless your super weapon is completely used up, you essentially have an immortal body? Yeah, that's about the gist of it." "Damn, you're on the path to invincibility. It's like you're cheating." Wang Qingfeng couldn't help but curse. Ling Shuihan added, "Senior brother, take another look at the new skill the little junior unlocked." Alright, level 30, the little junior's skill has also unlocked one. Wang Qingfeng quickly looked at the skill bar. Heavy tank? Maximum range of 16,000 meters? Hiss, Wang Qingfeng gasped. He said in shock, "I remember that the map for the faction confrontation dungeon is only about 10 kilometers in radius, right? Doesn't that mean Li Chen's skill can bombard the entire map, directly bombarding the opponent's crystal from our own?" Ling Shuihan nodded emphatically, his eyes shining. "Exactly. Moreover, after grinding monsters for so long today, the little junior's god perspective has expanded to a range of 30 kilometers, allowing him to monitor the entire faction confrontation dungeon map. Plus, the heavy tank comes with a radar detection scanning device. Even if the ninjas from Sakura Country can go invisible, as long as they get close to the little junior, they will be immediately detected. At that point, the little junior just needs to focus fire and eliminate them. And even if, hypothetically, they could ambush the little junior, he still has the mechanical doppelganger. As long as he throws out a few dozen grotto pistols just in case, the little junior will definitely not lose." "Wait, let me think this through." Wang Qingfeng excitedly paced around the room, with the tank focusing fire, bombarding the entire map, and a few dozen grotto pistols to guard against assassin ambushes. If we also coordinate with a few dozen Gatling guns and rocket launchers for mid-range fire coverage, this is simply flawless. Wang Qingfeng punched the air heavily, laughing out loud. goodness, this is equivalent to being invincible from the very start. Li Chen smiled, senior brother, can you relax now? Wang Qingfeng's eyes sparkled, relaxed. This time, we must make those Sakura country bastards eat their words. Little junior, let's go now. Those bastards dared to provoke us East Dragon, and now it's our turn to counterattack. Speaking of which, Wang Qingfeng excitedly led Li Chen and the others to the instance hall. At this moment, a large number of Tsinghua students were gathered in the instance hall, angrily watching the Sakura Nation's camp as they cursed at the instance. These damn Japanese, if I ever get the chance, I will definitely kill them. Damn, that exclusive legendary set for the Onmyoji from Kobe is too overpowered. There's no way to fight below level 50. I really can't swallow this anger, it's so disgusting. Is there no talented expert from our East Dragon Empire who can take care of him? Sigh, he has several powerful Shikigami. Combined with his equipment, it's a crushing advantage. There's no way anyone below level 50 can handle it. Listening to the noisy discussions around him, Li Chen looked up, and the declaration on the camp confrontation instance was exceptionally glaring. Are all East Dragon players below level 50 sickly? Is there really no one left? A cold light flashed in Li Chen's eyes as he muttered, sickly? Let's see if I can't blow you up. Ling Xuehan glanced at the declaration on the bulletin board, a cold light flashing in her eyes, and reminded Li Chen, junior brother, you've replaced all your blue gear with pink gear, and with the legendary equipment you obtained in the Abyss instance, your total spiritual power has already surpassed 2,000. That should be enough in terms of firepower. After you go in, complete the first wave of summons, and focus fire to take down the opponent's red and blue elite monsters first. The red and blue elites can provide you with a 30% attack power boost and a 30% recovery speed increase. With these two buffs, you can unleash your full potential. Li Chen nodded seriously. Okay, second sister, I understand. After saying that, Li Chen entered the camp confrontation instance teleportation array through the hidden channel that Wang Qingfeng had specially opened for him. Sakura Nation, Tianzhou Guild. Kobe Kenjin looked proudly at the information about the camp confrontation instance on the bulletin board. An hour ago, the preparation room for the East Dragon Empire's camp confrontation instance had not seen a single person enter. It had been completely empty. Clearly, the low-level practitioners of the East Dragon Empire were scared off by Kobe Ichiro. Even though they were furious, they did not dare to recklessly enter again. Meanwhile, on the blue side representing the Sakura Nation, Kobe Ichiro arrogantly opened global chat permissions. While chatting with the onlookers from around the world, he mocked the low-level practitioners of the East Dragon Empire as sickly youths, claiming there wasn't a single capable one among them. Hey, they say East Dragon is a top-tier nation in the world, with a practitioner count that looks down on the rest of the world, but it turns out they are all just a bunch of misfits. I'm really disappointed. Young Master's might is unmatched. Those little brats from the East Dragon Empire can only wait to be slaughtered when they see him. Exactly, in my opinion. Once the young master breaks through level 50 and becomes a mid-level practitioner, even those from the East Dragon Empire who have completed their advancement awakening won't be a match for him. Abroad, low-level practitioners from the Free Federation were watching the chat window while mocking, TSK, this time, East Dragon has really lost face. They are practically being rubbed into the ground by those little dwarfs from Sakura Nation. Hey, don't say that. Kobe Ichiro, that sissy actually has some skills, managing to suppress East Dragon like this. That's just luck. He got a top-notch legendary set, but he can only have fun below level 50. If he encounters those from the East Dragon Empire who have completed their advancement awakening and are not restricted by level or equipment, he'll be done for in no time. True, in terms of mid to high-level practitioners' combat power, Sakura Nation is still too far behind East Dragon. Just then, a nearby practitioner suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? East Dragon has someone entering again. Oh, even after being killed like this, East Dragon still has someone so stubborn? Interesting, as long as someone takes the lead, it's possible to rally others to join. When the people from the East Dragon are gathered, call me. I want to see how long they can hold out this time." Damn, this guy actually locked in a faction. Does he really think he can take on 50 people from Sakura country by himself? What? One person locked in a faction? As soon as this was said, it instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the crowd erupted, all gathering around. Thick gift crab. He really locked in a faction, and even took the initiative to declare war? Who is this, so bold? He hid his name. Wow, he's actually an unnamed hero. Interesting. The changes in the faction confrontation dungeon of the East Dragon Empire also sparked intense discussions among everyone. Damn, our East Dragon really has passionate men everywhere. This guy is truly courageous. How do you know it's a guy? It could be a female hero. Hey, anyone who can do something so arrogant. Besides the Void War God Ling Xuehan from back then, I haven't seen any woman so fierce. That's true. In the Blue Faction's preparation room, The 50 Sakura country professionals participating in the faction confrontation dungeon looked at each other in disbelief. One Onmyoji hesitated and said, "Who is this person? Does he really want to take us on by himself? He wouldn't be carrying some secret weapon, would he? The kind that requires martyrdom? Baka! Have you ever seen a secret weapon that lets one person take on 50? Who says there isn't? A mechanic can take on 100. Super Baka! A level 50 mechanic playing 1 against 50 in the faction confrontation dungeon? Are you out of your mind?" Exactly, without other professionals to protect him, I could just go invisible and stab him. How could he take on 50 of us? Shinobu Aikiru was also puzzled, frowning as he looked at the East Dragon Empire professional whose name was all question marks. After knowing I'm leading, where does he get the confidence to take on 50? Strange, I haven't heard of any particularly strong figures among the low-level professionals of the East Dragon Empire. Forget it, maybe he's just a brainless hothead looking for death, blinded by anger. Shinobu Aikiru thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out, finally shaking his head gently and clicking start. In the Red Faction's preparation room, Li Chen's eyes glinted coldly, his face filled with excitement and killing intent as he looked at the most conspicuous name in the opposing faction. Shinobu Aikiru, daring to provoke our East Dragon Empire, seeking death. Suddenly, a strong white light illuminated the preparation room, engulfing Li Chen. As the familiar sensation of teleportation quickly faded, when Li Chen's focus became clear again, he found himself in an open area resembling a square. In the center of the open space, a red crystal floated in mid-air. Li Chen glanced around and murmured, "This is the battlefield of the faction confrontation dungeon, the King's Canyon?" In the next moment, without hesitation, Li Chen summoned dozens of grotto pistols, scattering them around his faction's crystal. Then, he activated the god's perspective, his vision rapidly expanding outward. In the blink of an eye, the entire map of King's Canyon appeared in Li Chen's sight. It was a rectangular canyon, with his red faction base and the blue faction base of Sakura country located at opposite corners of the rectangle. The canyon had 3 paths leading to the opposing base, top, middle, and bottom. A river separated the middle of the canyon, with 9 defensive towers on each side's paths. In Li Chen's view, 50 people appeared at the opposing base. Among them, 10 were dressed in black stealth gear, their faces covered with black cloth, holding shurikens, and as soon as they teleported in, they quickly vanished, scattering away. Li Chen knew that these were the unique ninjas of the Cherry Blossom country, especially skilled in stealth, ambush, and assassination, the natural enemies of magic professions. Additionally, there were 10 burly men dressed in samurai armor, wielding katanas, also advancing towards the side in 3 groups. These were the samurai of the Cherry Blossom country, typical warrior professions, adept at frontal assaults. As for the remaining 30 men and women in robes, they immediately began to cast spells, summoning a horde of bizarre-looking creatures that swarmed towards the side. Undoubtedly, these were the most proud magic professions of the Cherry Blossom country, the Onmyoji. Among them, the most eye-catching was naturally Shinobu Aikiru, who was known as the best of the younger generation in the Cherry Blossom country. Onmyoji summon different qualities and quantities of Shikigami based on their individual talents. Most Onmyoji can only summon 1 or 2 Shikigami, while only those with high talent can summon 3 or more. And Li Chen was astonished to see that Shinobu Aikiru had summoned 5 Shikigami. Li Chen murmured, "Yama, Soma Ikimokurin, Bone Woman, Ibaraki Doji, Tamamonome, no wonder this guy could kill so many of our East Dragon's professionals, with so many high-level Shikigami, both offense and defense, combined with a 50% amplification from the Onmyoji's exclusive orange gear, his strength is indeed formidable." But then, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. What a pity, in front of me, this is still not enough. With a thought, bang 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 bang, huge heavy tanks began to emerge continuously. In the blink of an eye, 50 medium tanks were lined up in front of Li Chen. Over there, after Shinobu Aikiru released his 5 Shikigami, he immediately rushed towards the location of the blue elite monsters in their camp. As a mage, having a 30% recovery speed boost would greatly enhance his combat power. Once I get the blue buff, I'll have to meet that reckless guy. Shinobu Aikiru murmured to himself, excitedly looking at the blue elite monster that had already revealed itself in the distance. On the red side, Li Chen also watched the opponent's movements with amusement. Ka. The main cannons of 20 tanks quickly adjusted their angles, aiming at the blue elite monster camp across. Then, in the next moment, with a bang, the 20 tanks fired simultaneously. Boom! The blue elite monster in the blue camp was instantly shattered by the main cannons of the 20 tanks. A circle of blue light appeared beneath Li Chen's figure, and at that moment, he felt his spiritual power recovery speed significantly increase, and his spiritual power began to rapidly recover. The blue buff was in hand. Shinobu Aikiru, who had originally been excited, was immediately startled by the loud roar and explosion, stopping in his tracks as he watched the blue elite monster vanish in an instant. His pupils constricted in shock. What's going on? Has that guy already come over here? Does he have teleportation? At the same time, on the other side of the blue camp, a muffled sound came almost simultaneously. Shinobu Aikiru incredulously looked up towards that direction, surprised. That direction seems to be where the red elite monster is? Could it be? Another Onmyoji following Shinobu Aikiru quickly controlled his Shikigami to rise high into the sky and look over there. Moments later, he exclaimed in shock, "Young master, the red elite monster on the opposite side has also been killed." Shinobu Aikiru was taken aback. Impossible. The red elite monster is at least 2,000 to 3,000 meters away from here. At such a distance, even a mage couldn't cover both sides at the same time. Could it be the opposite side has a mechanic? Thinking of the artillery that just bombarded the blue elite monster, Ichiro Kobe suddenly changed his expression, recalling the one with the longest attack range among all the classes in the East Dragon. Meanwhile, under Li Chen's feet, another circle of red light appeared, a 30% damage increase, red buff acquired. Li Chen grinned and murmured, "Hey, the buffs are ready, let's start pushing the tower." Ka. The main cannons of 50 tanks adjusted their direction again, targeting the first defense tower in the middle lane. Boom! With a simultaneous roar, 50 main cannons hit the opponent's first defense tower in the middle lane at the same time. The durability of the defense tower instantly dropped by more than half, beginning to sway precariously. Then in the next moment, boom! Another round of concentrated fire, and the first defense tower in the middle lane collapsed with a loud crash. The Onmyoji controlling the 1,000-mile vision Shikigami was shocked to see the defense tower instantly destroyed by the opponent, his mouth agape in disbelief. He exclaimed, "Young master, the opponent has destroyed our first defense tower in the middle lane." Ichiro Kobe's pupils trembled, incredulously saying, "What? How could it be so fast?" His eyes flickered wildly, and with a fierce expression, he shouted, "Such strong firepower, the opponent must be a mechanic. Baka! Find his location for me, and surround him immediately." Accumulating so many super weapons below level 50, his identity must be extraordinary. Catch him for me. I have a feeling he definitely knows the true reason behind the East Dragon's implementation of the ban on the country. Moreover, the East Dragon's ban on the country is very likely related to him. Could it be that old guy Lee has restarted that so-called mechanical war god plan? Rumble, 9 heavy tanks under Li Chen's control drove out from the high ground, arriving at the 9 defense towers in the upper, middle, and lower lanes, standing ready. The radar monitoring system on the tanks covered a radius of 5,000 meters, and the distance between these 9 defense towers perfectly covered the area where their camp was located. Just as these tanks were getting into position, Li Chen saw through the radar scanning system that several of the opponent's ninjas had crossed the river in the middle and were quietly sneaking towards the location of the red and blue elite monsters. Li Chen sat confidently in one of the tanks on his camp's high ground, raised an eyebrow, and murmured, "Want to learn how to steal my red and blue buffs? Seeking death." Ka. The remaining 40 tanks neatly lined up in front of the high ground immediately moved. From a god's eye view, they aimed at the sneaking ninjas from the Cherry Blossom country. In the next moment, with a boom, they fired simultaneously. Rumble! The Onmyoji controlling the 1,000-mile vision Shikigami's eyes widened in shock. He saw from a distance that several fireballs erupted simultaneously from various places in the red camp. Among those flames were shattered limbs and flesh. The ninjas from the Cherry Blossom country that had infiltrated were instantly wiped out. At the same time, he also saw the situation on the opposite high ground. He saw the dense rows of heavy tanks lined up at the edge of the high ground, and behind those tanks, a solitary tank. Without saying, he could guess that the mechanic must be hiding in that lone tank. Seeing the rows of black cannon muzzles, the Onmyoji felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively said, "Young master, the opponent is indeed a mechanic. I found his location." Ichiro Kobe's body shook, and he hurriedly said, "Where is he? Quickly send a signal for everyone to surround him. The mechanic's attack is terrifying, and he excels in ultra-long-range combat. We must quickly rush to his side." However, the Onmyoji controlling the 1,000-mile vision couldn't stop trembling all over, his teeth chattering in shock, and after a while, he finally came to his senses, incredulously saying, He is at the red camp's high ground. That mechanic hasn't even come out." Kobe Ichiro's expression froze, and he screamed, "What did you say? The attack just now was all from the high ground? This is impossible. The high ground across from us is at least 7,000 or 8,000 meters away. What kind of super weapon could reach us here with such power?" Chen Limo, the Onmyoji, said incredulously, "It's heavy tanks, and there are so many of them." Kobe Ichiro was taken aback, puzzled. Heavy tanks? Their power is indeed terrifying, and their maximum range can cover this area. But at such a distance, even radar can't detect them. How could he achieve such precise strikes? Then, Kobe-ichiro suddenly remembered the words so many that Shan Limo had said, and with a grim face, he asked, how many heavy tanks does he have? Judging from the firepower just now, there must be at least 10 or more, right? Shan Limo instinctively counted and stammered in shock, 1, 2, 3, 4. My god, he has at least 50 heavy tanks. Kobe-ichiro's eyes widened instantly, and his voice changed. You said 50. 50 tanks. Damn, he's aiming at us. Run! Shan Limo screamed in terror and dashed back. Kobe-ichiro's pupils contracted instantly, and he quickly formed a hand seal, shouting, Shikigami substitute technique. In the next moment, the firepower of dozens of tanks poured down, creating a massive scorched crater in the area. The 4 or 5 onmyoji following Kobe-ichiro didn't have time to escape the attack range and were instantly blown to pieces. Even Shan Limo didn't escape. Only Kobe-ichiro reacted quickly. He didn't run away but used the Shikigami substitute technique to avoid disaster. Li Chen watched as Kobe-ichiro narrowly escaped the tank bombardment, his face pale with fear, and raised an eyebrow, muttering, the little coward reacts pretty fast? Hey, interesting. Let's play slowly. Over there, Kobe-ichiro, shaken to the core, hurriedly retreated to the high ground of the blue faction. At the same time, he shouted hoarsely, everyone, spread out and charge over, kill that mechanic. Yes. The other practitioners from Sakura country, who had already scattered, didn't have Kianlamo's Shikigami. Although they were surprised by the enemy's powerful firepower, they had no idea how strong it really was. From the previous artillery strikes, they sensed that the mechanic on the other side seemed somewhat extraordinary, but under Kobe-ichiro's command, they instinctively charged toward the enemy's camp. Li Chen sat confidently in the tank, using a god's eye view to observe the scattered practitioners from Sakura country, accurately grasping all movements on the battlefield. Then, dozens of tanks on the high ground began to fire wildly, launching a large-scale bombardment. It should be noted that the mechanic's artillery fire is not point-to-point attacks but area damage. Even if the shells didn't hit the enemy directly, they could still cause damage within a radius of several dozen meters around the impact point. The samurai, ninjas, and onmyoji from Sakura country are not particularly defensive professions, and with this round of bombardment from Li Chen, they were instantly thrown into chaos. In just one round, over 20 people from the blue faction were killed. The remaining survivors turned pale with fear, no longer daring to charge into the red faction's camp, and all turned back to flee. Baka, is there really only one mechanic on the other side? Why does he have so many super weapons? We're doomed. We're finished. He must be a secret weapon cultivated by Donglong. Quick, retreat to the defense tower, use the tower for cover. Wait until that bastard runs out of ammo, then we charge over and kill him. Yes, we still have the defense tower. In the midst of the chaotic shouting, more than a dozen surviving professionals from the Cherry Blossom Nation quickly took cover at their defensive tower. Li Chen sneered coldly, playing sneaky under the tower with me? I'll tear you all down. As he spoke, all the cannons simultaneously rotated, aiming at the first tower on the top lane. Boom! With a synchronized roar, 50 main cannons fired at once. Bang! The defensive tower was instantly blown to pieces, its durability teetering on the brink of collapse. With a 30% attack power boost from the red buff, Li Chen's bombardment was simply terrifying. Below the tower, 2 professionals were horrified. Run! This tower is going down. Before he could finish his sentence, boom! Another round of volleys. Rumble! The defensive tower was directly demolished. Crack, 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 all the tanks turned their cannons again, aiming at the second defensive tower on the top lane, and fired once more. The huge and muffled cannon fire echoed throughout the canyon, as the blue side's defensive towers were rapidly dismantled. Once all the defensive towers were destroyed by Li Chen, the remaining professionals from the Cherry Blossom Nation could only tremble in fear on the high ground, their eyes filled with terror and confusion. A yin-yang master, disheveled and with vacant eyes, muttered, "How is this possible? How can this be? From such a distance, how did he lock onto us? Could it be the legendary blind shot?" Ikuro Kobe, filled with fear, shrank back at the back, hysterically screaming at the sky, "Who are you? Who the hell are you? I am the young master of Amaterasu. If you dare to kill me, my father will never let you go." Li Chen, expressionless, murmured, "No wonder you're from the Cherry Blossom Nation, always shouting and playing defensively. Unfortunately, I can only understand the lip language of the Eastern Dragon, not the bird language of the Cherry Blossom Nation." He glanced at his nearly depleted mana, softly uttering 2 words, "Bye-bye." A tank consumes 16 mana points per minute, and 50 tanks would be 800 points. Since the start of the faction confrontation dungeon, more than 3 minutes had passed. Fortunately, Li Chen had harvested the red and blue buffs from his faction midway, gaining a 30% mana regeneration and attack power boost, which allowed him to hold on until now. In the next moment, boom! With the final round of volleys, the terrifying firepower instantly crossed the entire battlefield, landing on the blue side's high ground. Including Akira Kobe, the professionals from the Cherry Blossom Nation were blown to pieces with a loud bang. Victory! All members of the blue side have been eliminated, red side wins. Outside, in the dungeon hall, from the moment Li Chen locked onto the faction and demanded to start the battle, the dungeon halls of all cities in the Eastern Dragon Empire erupted in noise. Damn! Who is this guy? So brave, really going to war with the Cherry Blossom Nation. He wouldn't have been dumped by his girlfriend and is now seeking a way out, would he? Tisk tsk, I've seen people jump off buildings or hang themselves, but this is the first time I've seen someone challenge 50 at once, so damn heroic. Hey, strange, you say he has the courage to seek a way out. Why is he still hiding and not even daring to show his name? Maybe he's afraid of hurting the feelings of that girlfriend who dumped him? Damn, that's too considerate, really. I'm crying. You guys are really something. Stop daydreaming, okay? The faction confrontation has started. Can you shut up and watch properly? Cherry Blossom Nation, Amaterasu Guild. Kenji Kobe also looked disdainful and said, 1 against 50? Ha! What a weirdo. There are plenty of those in the Eastern Dragon. However, seconds later, everyone saw the first defensive tower of the blue side turn gray. The dungeon hall of the Eastern Dragon Empire instantly boiled over. Damn! The guy seeking a way out is amazing. 1 against 50. And he actually destroyed the enemy's mid-lane tower first? This is turning grief into strength, unleashing a small universe. Kenji Kobe watched as his side's defensive tower was destroyed, his brows furrowing slightly, feeling something was off. What class is the enemy? How can their damage be so high, and they push towers so quickly? After several dozen seconds, suddenly, 6 names from the blue team turned gray at the same time. The dungeon hall fell silent for a moment. Then everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to contain their exclamations. Holy crap! He took out 6 of Sakura Country's players in one go. How did he do that? My god! Could he be some hidden master of cultivation? That's insane! Kenji Kobe's body trembled slightly, his expression growing serious. More than 10 seconds later, several more players from Sakura Country turned gray. After a while, a large number of players from Sakura Country suddenly turned gray. Next, the blue team's defensive towers turned gray one after another at an astonishing speed. Moreover, players from Sakura Country were continuously dying as well. In the dungeon hall of the Eastern Dragon Empire, everyone watched this scene, their mouths agape in shock, continuously exclaiming holy crap. Not just them, but spectators from all over the world were dumbfounded. The onlookers from the Free Federation even began to suspect that Sakura Country had suddenly turned against them and was staging a play with the Eastern Dragon Empire. Fuck, am I seeing things? Thick crab, the Eastern Dragon has such a powerhouse hidden? WTF, am I hallucinating? Bro, slap me to check. Slap, hiss, you motherfucker, that slap was so hard. 3 minutes later, the last few names from the blue team also instantly turned gray. Among them was the one known as the top player of the younger generation from Sakura Country, Ichiro Kobe. Hiss gasps echoed in the dungeon halls of various countries, and the peak oxygen consumption of the entire planet suddenly surged. Oh my god. He actually won. 1 against 50, he killed all of them. Who is this master? So fierce, please introduce me. I want to dedicate myself. Dedicate yourself? What if it's a female master? Then from today on, I won't like men anymore. No matter how wild the gun, it can't compare to a female master's finger. You're amazing. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kenji Kobe's eyes widened suddenly, his whole body trembling violently, his lips quivering madly. Ichiro? In the next moment, Kenji Kobe's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He seemed to lose control, roaring, Baka! Baka! Who is it? Who dares to kill my precious son? In the dungeon hall's announcement board, the declaration of the faction battle suddenly changed. Is that it? The top player under level 50? Go to hell! Upon seeing this line, with a boom, all the dungeon halls of the Eastern Dragon Empire almost erupted simultaneously. Woo! Eastern Dragon is awesome. The master is mighty. Ha! I bet the master is definitely from U City. Fellow townsman is amazing. Laughing to death. I wonder if those illiterates from Sakura Country can understand our Eastern Dragon's profound language and literature, hee. The moment this was said, the same scene unfolded in all countries around the globe, searching for people who had stayed in the Eastern Dragon to translate those last few words. Kenji Kobe looked grimly at his subordinate. Speak. What does that last sentence mean? The subordinate looked at his president with trepidation, hesitating. President, do you really want to know? Kenji Kobe slapped him, and with a smack, a handprint instantly appeared on the subordinate's left cheek. Kenji Kobe shouted, "Baka! I told you to say it." The subordinate struggled for a long time, looking aggrieved as he muttered, "Eat shit." Smack, another slap followed. Kenji Kobe shouted, "Louder, I can't hear you." The subordinate stiffened his neck and shouted back, "Eat shit." Kenji Kobe's face showed an expression of disbelief, which instantly twisted into rage. "What the hell? Even you, a little scoundrel, dare to insult me? Die for me." Kenji Kobe kicked out, and with a bang, the subordinate flew into the air, crashing heavily against the wall, foaming at the mouth. He trembled as he raised his hand to point at Kenji Kobe, struggling to say, "It was you who made me say it." The next moment, his head tilted, and he fell into a baby-like sleep. At Tsinghua Academy, outside the hidden channel of the dungeon hall, the leaders of the nuclear-level elite and the dragon team were watching the announcement board with delight. "Ha, awesome. This is so satisfying. Kenji Kobe must be furious right now," Wang Qingfeng said with a smug expression. Ling Xuehan exhaled heavily, excitedly saying, "Junior brother is indeed amazing." As expected of the infinite ammunition mechanic, even Kenji Ichiro, who has a full set of legendary gear, couldn't hold on for a few minutes. Jiangjin suddenly swung his fist, invigorated. "This time, Sakura country is in big trouble. We just killed the heir of Amaterasu in front of the whole world, and it was 1 against 50. At this moment, the content of the announcement board changed again. "Sakura's little brats, get hyped up. I won't let you die." As soon as this sentence came out, the dungeon hall exploded. "Holy shit, she really is a female boss. My god, we in the East Dragon actually have such a female hero? That's too domineering. Sister, please support me. I don't want to work hard anymore." Wang Qingfeng and the others were momentarily stunned, then Wang Qingfeng was the first to react, unable to help but exclaim, "Junior brother really knows how to play. This trick of mystification is brilliant." Ling Xuehan chuckled, "Now, those guys abroad will be led by the nose by junior brother." Sure enough, once Li Chen said this, everyone's thoughts were immediately led astray. In the Free Federation, several important leaders of the Source God Guild were gathered in the office of President Parker Williams, intently watching the live broadcast from the dungeon hall. Parker Williams frowned slightly, a look of confusion on his face. When did East Dragon produce such a fierce female powerhouse? I've never heard of her before. James Gordon, president of the Gotham branch, also looked incredulous. Below level 50, Kenji Ichiro from Sakura country is indeed considered a top-tier existence among professionals. Even our country's Bruce Wayne is just about on par with him. But this mysterious powerhouse from East Dragon actually managed to kill all 50 Sakura country professionals, including Kenji Ichiro, in such a short time. This is just too exaggerated. Bruno Collins, president of the Huadu branch, also looked serious. Her combat power is indeed ridiculously strong. Are there really such powerful professionals below level 50? Parker Williams pondered. The types of professionals in the East Dragon Empire are numerous, and there are many powerful illusionist professions. Among them, many can fight multiple opponents, such as summoners, mechanics, beast tamers, night wanderers. At this point, Parker Williams couldn't help but shake his head. Just the known powerful professions alone have at least more than 10, and they occasionally come up with some particularly powerful new professions. It's really hard to say. James Gordon frowned and analyzed. According to the information we have, the relationship between the awakening of professionals in the Eastern Dragon Empire and gender is quite significant. For example, mechanics and beast tamers are usually awakened by males, with females accounting for less than 10%. On the other hand, for summoners, the ratio is reversed, with females being much more prevalent, and for night wanderers, it's about 50-50. If this mysterious professional from the Eastern Dragon is female, we can roughly narrow down a range among the known professions. Bruno Collins shook his head. Such uncertainty is too great. And don't forget another possibility. This fierce woman might not even be a professional below level 50. Parker Williams's eyes flashed with a cold light. Bruno is right. If the opponent is a professional above level 50, the chances of them participating through level and equipment balance might actually be greater. After all, compared to professionals in their 40s, those above level 50 have significantly stronger base attributes, especially the anomalies among level 50s. Parker glanced at the two and said solemnly, "Send the order down, ask those who have been in the Eastern Dragon Empire if they know anything about this female professional. A character as strong as this, even if they try to hide, shouldn't be completely unknown." "Yes, President. Yes, President," the two replied in unison. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, within the camp confrontation instance, as the victory prompt appeared before Li Chan, another line of text floated up simultaneously. "Ding! The enemy's spiritual power has been completely absorbed by our crystal. Should we transfer the energy of the enemy's crystal to our crystal?" Li Chen was slightly taken aback, then immediately recalled what Wang Qingfeng had said earlier. Shinobu Ichiro and the others had activated the camp energy to attract professionals above level 50 from the Eastern Dragon Empire to participate, using the aura produced by the camp confrontation instance as bait. Previously, the victors had always been the blue side where Shinobu Ichiro and his team were, so the camp energy had been accumulated in the blue side's crystal. Now, after his victory, he could naturally transfer the energy that Shinobu Ichiro and the others had previously accumulated to his side's crystal. Transfer. Li Chen chose to transfer without hesitation. At the same time, information about the special equipment and aura produced in the camp confrontation instance quickly surfaced in his mind. The aura is a relatively rare type of equipment. Its only production channel is the camp confrontation instance, and it comes with certain conditions. To condense an aura in the camp confrontation instance, at least 100 professionals must be sacrificed to gather the aura through camp energy. The more professionals sacrificed, the more spiritual power the camp crystal absorbs, and the better the attributes of the condensed aura. However, the problem is that the attributes and effects of the condensed aura are random. Moreover, only professionals who participate in the camp confrontation instance can wear it. Once they leave the camp confrontation instance, the aura will immediately bind to the professional, and others will be unable to use it. In such a situation, unless it's a guild war, no guild would be willing to sacrifice so many people to condense an aura with random attributes. If they sacrificed hundreds of professionals and ended up with an attribute they couldn't use, it would be a huge loss. After doing all this, Li Chen exited the King's Canyon and returned to the instance preparation room. At this time, the global chat permissions in the preparation room were still open, and the barrage of messages was flying by rapidly. However, unlike before, when the world was filled with mockery of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the focus had now shifted to the Cherry Blossom Country. The Cherry Blossom Country has really messed up this time, actually blowing up a deep-sea mother dragon. Where's Kenrun from Amaterasu? What's it like to send your son off so early? Please share TSK. East Dragon really has hidden talents, not to be underestimated. Just a random woman comes out and can take on 50, truly terrifying. Brothers upstairs, you don't know, East Dragon's women are even fiercer than the men. How many East Dragon men can't even climb the peaks of Shudao Mountain? Watching the chaotic barrage of chat messages, Li Chen grinned, then turned off the speaking permissions for other countries, leaving only Sakura Country. Where are the pumpkins from Sakura Country? I challenge you 49 of you. If you're not convinced, come at me. Suddenly, a name full of question marks sent a message. The people from other countries, cursing because they were muted, suddenly saw this name full of question marks. In the various instance halls of the East Dragon Empire, everyone who saw this message was first slightly taken aback, then instantly erupted. Ha ha, the wheel of fortune turns, now it's our turn. Those scoundrels from Sakura Country, if you're not convinced, come at us. The big sister is online seeking to be abused. Sakura Country, Amaterasu Guild. Kenrun from Kobe had veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with anger. He roared, I want that damn woman dead. Where's the ninja department? Get me 50 skilled ninjas from Mist Hidden Village, and have them assassinate that damn hag. Hi! The head of the ninja department was also enraged by Li Chen's message and responded loudly. A few minutes later, Sakura Country finally started sending people in again. Wang Qingfeng and the others looked at the names from Sakura Country appearing in the blue camp one after another, raising their eyebrows slightly. Kagetsuchi, Kaguya, Gaki Shikaru, Gaki Gongon. Head, the Kagetsuchi family and Gaki family, all from Mist Hidden Village. Does Kenrun from Kobe want to play assassination tactics? Ling Shuihan sneered. Li Chen's tanks have radar scanning devices, and there are enough of them. Does Sakura Country still want to play assassination? They're just asking for death. In the instance preparation room, Li Chen looked at the battle prompt sent by the blue side, sneered, and clicked confirm. A strong white light lit up the preparation room again, engulfing Li Chen. As the familiar sensation of teleportation quickly faded, Li Chen returned to that familiar high ground. Not far in front of him was the huge red crystal. This time, Li Chen was experienced. Without saying a word, he began to throw tanks outside with a whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 50 tanks appeared again in front of the high ground. Then, following the previous strategy, Li Chen dispatched 9 tanks to the 9 defensive towers, completing the radar insertion. On the high ground, 20 tanks began to adjust their cannons, preparing to seize the opponent's red and blue buffs first. On the Sakura countryside, after 50 ninjas from the Amaterasu Ninja Department of Mist Hidden Village appeared on the high ground, 2 leading young men exchanged glances and simultaneously issued orders. Kagetsuchi Clan, Mist Hidden Technique. Gaki Clan, Mist Hidden Technique. Hi! The others responded in unison. Then, these 50 ninjas quickly began to form seals with their hands in front of their chests like flipping a flower rope. Over 90% of the professionals from Sakura country were onmyoji, samurai, and ninjas. Although the types were singular, their abilities and focuses varied. For example, among the 3 major types, the ninjas. This group has a history of hundreds of years in Sakura country, living in villages according to their abilities, skilled in various strange ninjutsu and physical techniques. Their ninjutsu is similar to the spells of the East Dragon Empire, but casting requires specific hand seals, and those sent by Kenrun from Kobe were all elite lower ninjas below level 50 from Mist Hidden Village. The 2 leading figures, both over level 50, were elite Chunin who had joined after self-restraining through level and equipment balance. Naturally, the elites chosen by Kenji Kobe would not be lacking in ability. In the blink of an eye, the 50 ninjas had completed their hand seals, their cheeks puffing out like toads as they exhaled forcefully. Strangely, what they expelled was a thick fog in large quantities. Moreover, this fog spread rapidly, instantly engulfing the blue camp and swiftly creeping towards the red camp where Li Chen was located. After releasing the fog, the 2 leading youths, Akatsuki Mitsuki and Kankitsu Nichikawa, exchanged glances and immediately said in a low voice, "Everyone scatter and surround them stealthily. Once the enemy is spotted, sound the alarm and encircle them." Yes. Following that, all the ninjas leaped simultaneously into the fog, disappearing from sight. Their forms and breaths were completely concealed. After summoning tanks to form a line, Li Chen immediately activated his God's Eye view to observe the enemy's movements. However, it had to be said that the actions of these ninjas from Sakura country were indeed swift. Just as Li Chen brought the enemy into view, he happened to see these ninjas from the Mist Village, dressed in tight-fitting gray and white outfits, disappearing into the fog like dumplings, concealing all their forms. "Ha!" Li Chen raised an eyebrow, curiously exclaiming softly. He noticed that once these ninjas entered the fog, it was as if they had truly vanished. No matter how he zoomed in on any part of the fog, he could not detect them. From a high vantage point, the blue camp in the canyon was completely shrouded in fog, with not a single figure visible. Not even the fluctuations of airflow were detected by Li Chen. It was as if all 50 ninjas had disappeared. Interesting, these ninjas from Sakura country don't seem to be entirely useless. They play hide and seek quite well, Li Chen murmured. Unfortunately, while the ninjas from the Mist Village could completely vanish in the fog, they could not make the blue and red elite monsters invisible as well. Li Chen only needed to zoom in to clearly see the positions of the blue and red elite monsters. Crack, 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 the main cannon of the tank quickly adjusted its angle, and with a loud boom, a violent explosion roared over by the blue and red elite monsters. The 2 elite monsters didn't make a sound and immediately provided buffs to Li Chen. The leader of the Akatsuki clan, Akatsuki Mitsuki, was rapidly approaching the position of the blue elite monster using the mist technique, his gaze intense. However, just as he was about to get close to the blue elite monster, a strong sense of crisis suddenly struck. Boom! In his shocked gaze, the blue elite monster was directly blown to pieces. The wind pressure from the explosion instantly blew away the fog, and without the fog's cover, Akatsuki Mitsuki's form was immediately revealed. He was startled and quickly shouted while rapidly expelling fog to conceal himself again. Long-range attack. It's a super weapon. The opponent is a mechanic. Everyone be careful, the opponent is a mechanic. Li Chen grinned, a murderous intent rising in his eyes, murmuring, "So what if they know I'm a mechanic? In my cannon, there's infinite ammunition." In the next moment, 50 tanks emerged in front of Li Chen once again. All the tanks, under Li Chen's control, adjusted their angles autonomously, forming multiple layers, and then opened fire violently. Boom! 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 A dense barrage of shells rained down on the blue camp within a 20-meter range. Boom! Boom! Continuous explosions erupted from the river where the 2 camps met, quickly covering the blue side. After confirming that all the opponents were ninjas from the Mist Village, Li Chen showed no hesitation and directly launched a concentrated bombardment. You like to hide in ambush? Did they think they could sneak up just because the thick fog concealed their figures? Li Chen had no intention of playing hide and seek with them. With 100 tanks and unlimited ammunition, Li Chen could completely cover every inch of the blue camp with firepower. He was directly plowing the land with artillery. With the fragile defenses of those ninjas, Li Chen was sure that the other side absolutely couldn't withstand this level of firepower coverage. Touching it meant either death or injury. The crazy explosions echoed continuously from the Sakura country, mixed with the screams and shocked roars of the ninjas from the mist-hidden village. The other side is really a mechanic. With this density of firepower, their super weapons have already taken shape. Baka! She must be a secret weapon cultivated with full force by some super family of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Save me, ah! The bombardment of the tank array continued for a full minute. In that minute, each heavy tank fired dozens of shells. 100 tanks meant thousands of shells. The blue camp was instantly reduced to ruins by Li Chen, and those ninjas from Sakura country couldn't even find a complete bone. In less than 2 minutes from the start, the Sakura country camp was completely annihilated. Outside, in the instance hall, after the camp confrontation instance began again, everyone stared unblinkingly at the battle situation on the announcement board. Shinobu Kenji's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, his gaze moving back and forth between the camp map and the names of the ninjas from Sakura country. There's only one person on the other side, with 50 elite ninjas from the Mist Hidden village, coordinating with the Mist Hidden technique to cover the entire map and launch a surprise attack. They should be able to kill him, right? He muttered through gritted teeth. However, 10 seconds later, the name of a ninja from the Ghost Lantern clan suddenly turned gray. Shinobu Kenji's pupils constricted. The assassination started so quickly? The other side was so strong? They actually managed to counter-kill a ninja from the Ghost Lantern clan in an instant? But then, Shinobu Kenji incredulously screamed, "Impossible! How could he be so strong?" Participants from the blue camp began to die one after another, at an astonishing speed. The names on the announcement board seemed to be infected by a plague, rapidly spreading, turning gray one by one. Damn! This battle situation is too intense. This big shot is going crazy. What profession is this female big shot? She's too fierce. I remember that the Ghost Lantern and the Dry Persimmon clans from Sakura country are both from the Mist Hidden village. Is this a collective ambush that got countered? I guess the female big shot is a summoner. This speed of slaughter doesn't seem like something an individual professional could achieve. Hey, don't say, it's really possible. Ah, sister, I don't want to work hard anymore. Let me be your summoned beast. A minute later, the Sakura country camp was annihilated again. The declaration of the camp confrontation instance changed once more. Hide-and-seek warriors are nothing, really not durable. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams's face was serious, and James and Bruno fell into silence. Too fast, she's killing way too fast. Even if the ninjas from Sakura country have low defenses and are fragile warriors, they shouldn't be this weak, right? In just a minute, she killed all 50 enemies. It's simply outrageous. James and Bruno muttered in disbelief. Parker Williams said solemnly, "Have you found any clues? Who exactly is this woman, and why did we have no information about her before?" James and Bruno exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. "We haven't figured it out yet." Parker Williams's face darkened, angrily saying, "What is the information department doing? With this woman's combat power, she's already enough to be classified as a B-level dangerous person, yet they didn't even know of her existence." Sakura country, Amaterasu Guild. Kobe Kenjin smashed the entire office to pieces, like an enraged beast, roaring madly. "Baka! Useless! All of you are useless! 50 assassins, using the mist concealment technique to sneak attack, and yet not a single one of them could kill the enemy. Has the Hidden Mist Village been slacking off all these years? Is there no strict organizational training?" In one corner of the office, the head of the Akatsuki family, Akatsuki Yuya, and the head of the Kankitsu family, Kankitsu Kyo, stood straight, deeply bowing their heads. "Yes, President, we have never dared to neglect training. The situation is likely due to the enemy's overwhelming strength." Akatsuki Yuya's eyes were filled with pain as he gritted his teeth. Kankitsu Kyo also wore a pained expression. "Yes, clan leader, the enemy must be just like the young master, not only an extremely powerful illusion god class but also possessing some exceptionally strong equipment. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to kill so many of our young men in such a short time." For Akatsuki Yuya and Kankitsu Kyo, those who had died before were a total of 25 elite descendants from their families. Given them some more time, they could all have trained to above level 50 outstanding disciples. Yet these outstanding disciples had been wiped out cleanly in just a minute or two, and they were being scolded as useless by Kobe Kenjin. If it weren't for Kobe Kenjin's status, they would have wanted to retort on the spot. "If our young men are useless, then what about your son?" Kobe Ichiro had even gathered the legendary set exclusive to Onmyoji, yet he was also killed cleanly by the enemy in just a few minutes. And he dares to claim to be the best of the younger generation in Sakura country? Isn't he just as useless? After venting, Kobe Kenjin panted heavily, staring at the two clan leaders. After a while, he darkly said, "All right, you can go. Call Fujino Kayamaru in for me." Hearing Kobe Kenjin's words, Akatsuki Yuya and Kankitsu Kyo immediately breathed a sigh of relief, quietly exchanged a glance, and bowed. "Yes, President." Fujino Kayamaru is the head of the martial department of the Amaterasu Guild. It seems that Kobe Kenjin realized that the ninja's assassination was ineffective against that person and was now preparing to seek a direct confrontation with the martial department. In the dungeon hall of the Eastern Dragon Empire, Everyone was still immersed in the impressive feat of that female boss who had effortlessly taken down 50 ninjas, discussing it enthusiastically. Suddenly, a surprised voice exclaimed loudly, "Look, look, those guys from the land of the rising sun are coming to deliver their heads again." Haha, let me see, they aren't sending new ninjas again, are they? Is it from the Leaf Village or the Earth Hidden Village? The Fujino family? The ninja department is scared. They're sending in the martial department now. These guys from the land of the rising sun are quite bold, actually wanting to face the female boss head-on. It's starting, this is so exciting, he. Once again transported to the battlefield, Li Chen observed everything on the opposite side from a god's perspective. Li Chen looked in surprise at the group of muscular men suddenly appearing on the high ground across, exclaiming, this time it's all samurai? In the next moment, these men all gathered together, shouting loudly, charging towards this side in a grand manner, as if preparing for a brawl. Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Want to face me head-on? I like that. My tanks are already itching for action, he. In the next instant, a dense army of tanks appeared in front of Li Chen, their terrifying barrels simultaneously raised, aiming at the group of men charging in an orderly fashion. A fierce light flashed in Li Chen's eyes as he grinned. This is great. Sakura country is too polite, even saving me the trouble of gathering monsters. Boom 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 boom. A barrage of fire suddenly erupted from the red side's high ground, blasting towards the opposite side. Kobe Kenjin stared intently at the confrontation information on the notice board, blood vessels filling his eyes, and gritted his teeth as he muttered, if that damn woman is really a summoner, then even if she is a level 50 or above summoner, the number of summoned beasts shouldn't exceed 20. With the bravery and strength of a warrior from Sakura country, I can definitely take on her 20 summoned beasts. This time, for sure. Just as Kobe Kenjin was halfway through his words, it was as if someone had grabbed his throat, and his voice abruptly stopped. His mouth involuntarily gaped open, his pupils trembled violently, and he couldn't utter a word, making a choking sound in his throat, because he suddenly saw the names of the 50 warriors from Sakura country starting to turn gray at an alarming speed. How is this possible? Kobe Kenjin's voice even changed. What horrified him even more was that this time, the speed of death was even faster than last time. Swish, 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 it was like harvesting leeks. Meanwhile, the dungeon hall of the Eastern Dragon Empire was filled with deafening screams and exclamations. My god, that female boss is killing with rage. Awesome, so damn awesome. Those bastards dared to provoke us in the Eastern Dragon, they deserve to be killed like this. Eliminate all the fleas on them. This combat power is just too terrifying. Could this female boss be a new profession that just emerged in our Eastern Dragon? Even among the known divine professions, I feel like none could be this strong. Could it be another bug profession like Marshall Lee's creator? So terrifying, so terrifying. In less than a minute, due to the enemy actively gathering monsters, Li Chen even managed to turn all 50 big men into minced meat with just a few rounds of fire. After confirming that his camp's crystal absorbed all the spiritual power from the enemy camp, Li Chen satisfactorily exited the King's Canyon and returned to the preparation room. Are all the men from Sakura country impotent? Just a bunch of good-looking but useless trash. A name represented by a string of question marks continued to speak arrogantly. Baka. Kobe Kenjin was almost so furious that he felt like he would explode. Beside him, the head of the Amaterasu Guild's martial department, Fujino Anamaru, also had a dark expression, filled with anger and immense heartache. He simply couldn't understand, these were 50 elite warriors. How could they die so quickly? What profession could the opponent possibly be? And why could they kill them like slaughtering dogs? The head of the Inyang department, Abe Hidetaka, looked at Fujino Anamaru's pained expression, a glimmer of schadenfreude flashing in his eyes. The three major branches of the Amaterasu Guild often competed in the shadows, especially the Inyang department and the martial department, who fought the hardest. The Inyang department liked to mock the martial department as brutes, strong in body but simple in mind. Meanwhile, the martial department mocked the Inyang department as effeminate, only capable of raising pets and secretly engaging in human-animal hybrids, claiming that the culture of Sakura country was ruined by such trash. For instance, there was once a Inyang master who filmed a small movie with a half-human, half-snake Kyoheim, which accidentally got leaked and caused quite a stir. Because of these reasons, the people from the Inyang department and the martial department had always been at odds. Moreover, it was rumored that the current head of the Inyang department, Abe Hidetaka, enjoyed climbing mountains and privately kept many strong male pets, which made the current head of the martial department, Fujino Anamaru, deeply disdainful. Therefore, seeing the martial and ninja departments suffer such heavy losses, Abe Hidetaka naturally found it pleasing. However, the head of the ninja department, Senju Hiyori, immediately sensed Abe Hidetaka's impure intentions, his expression darkening, and suddenly spoke, "Minister, I just had a thought." Abe Hidataka's heart skipped a beat. Kobe Kenjin darkly said, "Speak." "Chairman, I believe that the enemy's combat power is so strong, it is clearly unusual. And this time, the opponent killed even faster than last time, which shows that they are not afraid of group battles. One could even say that they might be very skilled in group combat. If the opponent is indeed a summoner, then the number of her summoned beasts may far exceed 20, possibly gathering a powerful exclusive class set just like the young master. Moreover, even if the opponent is not a summoner, but a beast tamer or a mechanic, the wild beasts and super weapons she has tamed cannot be used indefinitely. After defeating the elite members of our ninja and martial arts divisions, even if the faction confrontation instance can reset her spiritual power, her mental and physical exhaustion must be considerable. In that case, if we send in 50 elite Onmyoji to suppress her group combat ability with sheer numbers, we might just be able to defeat that mysterious woman. Anbei Shoya's eyes widened, glaring fiercely at Shinmu Rihari, cursing inwardly, "Baka! Shinmu, you old six. You're ruthless." Shinmu Rihari shot a sidelong glance at Anbei Shoya, as if to say, "If we suffer, we all suffer. Don't think you can stay out of it." Shinobu Kenjin's eyes sparkled, seemingly contemplating Shinmu Rihari's words. After a long pause, he finally made a decision, darkly stating, "All right, Shoya, immediately gather 50 Onmyoji who have contracted 3 or more Shikigami, and go in to kill her. When it comes to group fights, our Onmyoji from Sakura country fear no one." Anbei Shoya felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, nearly falling to the ground. Damn Qianmu! Onmyoji who have contracted 3 or more Shikigami are true elites among elites. Even Shinobu Aikiru, who is said to be the strongest of the younger generation in Sakura country, has only contracted 5. Are you trying to expose our Onmyo division's secrets? You knife-wielding black thief! But looking at the ghostly fire burning in Shinobu Kenjin's eyes, Anbei Shoya opened his mouth several times but dared not refuse. The president is still in mourning for his lost child. If he dared to refuse, he would definitely face dire consequences. He gritted his teeth, glared at Shinmu Rihari and the coldly smiling Fujino Kimaru, and accepted the order. "Hi, President." After finishing his taunts, Li Chen was sitting in the preparation room, bored and dazed. Suddenly, the teleportation array of the blue faction lit up again. New people were coming in. Li Chen was slightly taken aback, then curiously got up to look at the names of the newcomers. Mikami Yua, Song Jinkong, Lonza Luala, Uzawa Maria. Wow, it seems they are all Onmyoji? Are they trying to challenge me to a group fight? Li Chen murmured. Heh, these Sakura country folks are quite fierce. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Chen's eyes. Interesting, they think having more people is impressive, huh? Too bad, I have more cannons, and plenty of firepower. I can blow you away in no time. Outside, in the East Dragon Empire's instance hall. Ha, look, Sakura country has sent more people. Oh, Sakura country is quite bold. Let me see who has come this time. Holy crap, isn't this the famous teacher's song from Sakura country? Hey, it really is. I heard she is a well-known teacher at a certain university in Sakura country. I met her in the slaughter instance last time. Tisk TSK, let me tell you, don't be fooled by Teacher Song's delicate appearance. Her combat experience is extremely rich. In Sakura country, many professionals have been defeated by her, unable to last even 3 minutes before surrendering. Damn, it seems Sakura country is really furious this time, sending in some well-known Onmyoji. Tisk TSK, indeed, I've heard of Uzawa Maria too. She seems to be a mixed blood with strong combat skills. Amaterasu Association. Kenji Kobe stared fiercely at the announcement board and said grimly, this time, I refuse to believe she can withstand it. 50 Onmyoji, each with more than 3 Shikigami, plus the Onmyoji themselves, the total number exceeds 200. With so much combat power advancing all at once, even if she is a specialist in group battles, she is undoubtedly doomed. Seeing the battle request from the blue side, Li Chen sneered and clicked to agree. As the view in front of him rippled, he reappeared in the King's Canyon. As soon as he appeared, Li Chen quickly activated his God perspective, giving the entire King's Canyon a watchful eye. On the opposite blue side, a group of Onmyoji dressed in mage robes also appeared simultaneously. Following their pre-established strategy, these Onmyoji immediately released their Shikigami. In the blink of an eye, over 100 bizarre-looking Shikigami appeared in Li Chen's field of vision. Then, under the control of the Onmyoji, these Shikigami scattered like locusts, rushing towards the red side. Li Chen pondered for a moment before swiftly summoning 50 tanks. At the same time, over 100 Gatling rotating machine guns were densely arrayed on the high ground. This time, the enemy's numbers were clearly far greater than in the previous 2 confrontations. With over 200 enemies, even if he summoned 100 tanks, it would be difficult to cover the entire King's Canyon without any blind spots. Moreover, many of the enemy's Shikigami had special abilities that couldn't be eliminated in a short time. This battle would likely last for a while. If he summoned too many super weapons and exhausted his spiritual power, he could be exploited by the enemy's Onmyoji, leading to a disastrous defeat. Therefore, for his own safety, Lee Chen decided it was better to use tanks in conjunction with Gatling rotating machine guns. Tanks could perform ultra-long-range strikes, covering the entire map. If the enemy really managed to reach his high ground, then the 100 Gatling rotating machine guns could fill the gap in mid-range firepower. Although the power of the Gatling rotating machine guns was not comparable to that of rocket launchers, when the enemy's numbers were large, the high rate of fire and dense coverage of the Gatling guns would be more practical than rocket launchers. Not only that, but this time Lee Chen also summoned exoskeleton armor and put it on. Although he had a mechanical avatar to protect his life, he still needed to maintain a proper combat awareness. After summoning enough super weapons, Lee Chen followed the usual practice, dividing 10 tanks to bombard the enemy's red and blue elite monsters, aiming to seize the red and blue buffs first. Then, the 50 tanks began to fire at full force. On the opposite side, the practitioners from Sakura Country, led by well-known Onmyoji like Song Jinkong, quickly advanced towards the red side under the cover of their Shikigami. However, they had not advanced far when 2 strong bursts of fire accompanied by explosions erupted in the red camp. Song Jinkong paused slightly, her soft voice becoming serious. "What powerful artillery fire! It can reach us from so far away. The enemy is a mechanic." Maria Uzawa's voice was filled with aggression as she questioned, "Strange, most of the mechanics from the Eastern Dragon Empire are male, right? How could such a powerful female mechanic suddenly appear?" Song Jinkong shook her head slightly. "I don't know. Maybe she was secretly trained by some big family." Confirming the enemy's profession, Yua Mikami speculated, "So, the reason she was able to eliminate so many of us so quickly, including Ichiro Kobe, is because the number of super weapons she has accumulated far exceeds that of an ordinary level 50 practitioner?" Lonzo Luala nodded slightly, feeling a bit more relaxed. "That should be the reason, but she has already fought 2 battles before. Even if her super weapons are astonishing in number, the ammunition she carries should be nearly exhausted by now. With so many of us, we should be able to wear down her firepower and then finish her off." After learning that the opponent was a mechanic, the pressure in the hearts of several leading Onmyoji eased considerably. The more unknowns there are, the more fear they instill. Before entering, their biggest concern was whether that mysterious powerhouse from Donglong would awaken some unprecedented, overwhelmingly powerful profession like the former Master Li. But if it was a known profession, they had various contingency plans in place before entering. For instance, although the mechanic profession has strong attacks, a mechanic below level 50 cannot possibly have an endless supply of spatial equipment. The fact that she can carry so many super weapons has already exceeded the expectations of Sakura Country. Moreover, the ammunition equipped with these super weapons should be running low after 2 battles. That female mechanic on the opposite side definitely didn't expect that our Sakura Country would gather so many Onmyoji to overwhelm her with numbers. And they are all elites, at least those who have contracted 3 Shikigami. In the eyes of Song Jinkong and the others, as long as they execute the pre-established tactics, defeating the opponent should not be a big problem. After all, these 50 people are the most powerful Onmyoji of Sakura Country. Boom 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 boom. After Lee Chen received the red-blue buff, using the god's perspective to observe, the 50 tanks began to fire wildly. The dense main cannons of the tanks exploded throughout the King's Canyon. Faced with Lee Chen's unreasonable bombardment, the Onmyoji of Sakura Country could only curse angrily while trying to find gaps in the artillery fire to quickly weave into the red side. Outside, everyone stared wide-eyed at the faction confrontation instance, especially watching the names of the Onmyoji from Sakura Country. Sure enough, that female big shot did not disappoint. It didn't take long before the people from Sakura Country began to die rapidly, their names turning gray one by one. But unlike before, this time, the death rate of Sakura Country was noticeably slower. Shinkobi Kenji also stared intently at the big screen. When he saw those Onmyoji starting to die as well, his heart sank. And the head of the Onmyoji department, Abe Hidataka, had a dark expression, feeling immense pain. These are all the elites among their Onmyoji department. But soon, Shinkobi Kenji noticed that this time, the death rate of the Sakura Country faction was clearly much slower than before. At least so far, there were still more than 20 alive. Although the losses were still heavy, it was much better than being wiped out in an instant like the last match. For them, this represented an opportunity. The warriors of Sakura Country, for the sake of victory, never fear death. In the instance, Uzawa Maria and the others gritted their teeth, finally breaking through to the area close to the opponent's high ground under the cover of their shikigami. Song Jin-kong looked somewhat disheveled, her snow-white skin stained with patches of charred black, seemingly hit hard by Li Chen's artillery. Mikami Yuya's eyes were filled with fear as she said in a panic, "What terrifying fire coverage. How much ammunition did that guy bring? It seems endless." Lonzaluala also felt a bit of fear. Yeah, no wonder she was able to kill so many of us so quickly in the previous confrontations. This firepower is just too terrifying. Even though our shikigami have strong defensive types, one careless move could lead to disaster. The stronger the talent of the Onmyoji from Sakura country, the more shikigami they can summon. And the Onmyoji selected by Shinkobi Kenji this time are all elites who have contracted at least 3 shikigami. Due to the inherent fragility of yin and yang, those Onmyoji who can contract multiple shikigami always choose at least one defensive type shikigami to better protect themselves in battle. It is precisely for this reason that Li Chen's artillery coverage failed to annihilate the enemy completely, allowing these Onmyoji to advance to the high ground. Song Jin-kong said with a grim face, "The enemy is indeed very strong, but the mechanic excels at mid to long range covering attacks. Once we get close, with our current numbers, we can definitely kill him." The other Onmyoji also showed a fierce look in their eyes and said heavily, "Just hold on a little longer, we are about to reach the high ground." Li Chen observed everyone's actions from a god's eye view and saw the enemy charging through the artillery fire without a hint of worry on his face. He sneered, controlling the 100 Gatling rotating machine guns hidden behind the tank, continuing to bombard methodically. With a whoosh, a shikigami resembling a praying mantis suddenly sprang out from the grass, charging towards the high ground. Following that, all sorts of bizarre shikigami burst forth from the grass, with the Onmyoji following closely behind. They broke through Li Chen's fire blockade and finally reached the high ground. Song Jin-kong and several other leaders also charged out. Maria Days quickly scanned the surroundings and found that they still had about 20 Onmyoji left, with 4 to 5 dozen shikigami remaining. Yuya Mikami looked at the dense array of tanks on the red side's high ground, his pupils slightly constricting. So they are heavy tanks. There must be at least 40 or 50 of them. No wonder the firepower is so dense. Song Jin-kong said solemnly, "Tanks cannot move flexibly at close range, and their firing speed can't keep up with us. First, take down the towers, then attack the high ground and kill that mechanic. Charge!" As the enemy's main base was within reach, the fear in the hearts of the other Onmyoji receded, replaced by endless malice and killing intent. Bang 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 bang! The dozens of Onmyoji immediately began to frantically attack the defense towers while jumping around to avoid the 50 tanks in front of their position. 1 minute later, the 3 defense towers on the high ground collapsed simultaneously, and the last line of defense was finally destroyed under the desperate attacks of these Onmyoji. However, the number of Onmyoji was again halved, leaving only about 10. Song Jin-kong was right. Tanks indeed cannot move quickly at close range or adjust their barrels to shoot. But the sheer number of Li Chen's tanks was overwhelming. 50 tanks, even if just stationary and firing in crossfire, posed a significant threat to those attacking the defense towers. Seeing the 3 defense towers finally destroyed, a glint of light flashed in Song Jin-kong's eyes as he shouted, "Everyone charge up the high ground and kill that mechanic. Jump over the tanks. The tanks' barrels can't cover above. Kill." These Onmyoji had already spotted the person in mechanical armor at the back of the high ground, their eyes blazing as they charged forward. Watching the mechanics rushing up with a roar, Li Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. With a thought, the 100 Gatling rotating machine guns hidden behind the tank suddenly floated up, their dark muzzles aimed at the sky. In Song Jin-kong's horrified gaze, they fired simultaneously. Da-day-day-day-day-day. The dense rain of bullets covered all the Onmyoji charging up. Long Zay Lola was horrified, screaming in despair, "Ah, she has super weapons. Save me." However, no one could save her, because the other Onmyoji were also caught off guard by Li Chen's underhanded move, screaming as they each tried to find a way to save themselves. This turn of events was something they had never anticipated, because in their perception, heavy tanks, as super weapons, occupy a lot of space, and with the accompanying ammunition, it was already incredible for Li Chen to have so many. In this situation, even if Li Chen had other super weapons, it was absolutely impossible for him to achieve a numerical advantage. However, unexpectedly, Li Chen was hiding over 100 Gatling rotating machine guns. Amidst the dense and violent rain of bullets, the remaining Onmyoji began to fall one after another. Dozawa Maria screamed in anger while hiding inside her defensive shikigami, the iron barrel demon, trying to withstand Li Chen's surprise attack. She shouted furiously, "Hold on. Use the defensive shikigami to hold on. The Gatling's ammunition supply is only 150 rounds. As long as we withstand this wave, she won't have time to reload, and we can counterattack." However, half a minute later, the intense firepower showed no signs of weakening, still crazily d-d-d-d-d. Dozawa Maria's eyes widened in disbelief as she screamed, impossible. With the firing rate of the Gatling rotating machine gun, the bullets should have run out by now. Why are you still shooting? Li Chen, hiding behind the high ground, cackled, because I can last longer, unlike you guys from Sakura country, who can't even last 30 seconds without trembling. Hearing Li Chen's mocking voice, Dozawa Maria and other well-known onmyoji like Song Jinkong, who were still desperately holding on, were stunned and exclaimed, "You're not a woman, you're a man." Immediately, Sang Jinkong recalled the Eastern Dragon's previous ban on the country and exclaimed in horror, "The Eastern Dragon Empire's previous ban was because of you. Your super weapons have no ammunition limits. You pretended to be a woman to confuse others." Li Chen glanced at her in surprise and said appreciatively, as expected of the famous teacher Song from Sakura country, "You have some brains. It's just a pity that this is a faction confrontation instance. Even if you know this secret, you won't have the chance to spread it." Ka. The 50 tanks at the front began to turn their turrets, aiming at the few remaining onmyoji. "No, please spare my life. I swear allegiance to you and will never expose your secret," Song Jinkong screamed. Li Chen looked at her coldly and shook his head gently. "I don't trust a single person from Sakura country. Let's go." Boom! The cannon fire rang out, drowning the few of them. Looking at the ground covered in severed limbs and flesh, Li Chen confirmed that all the opponents were dead before he thought of dispersing the super weapons. Outside, in the Eastern Dragon's instance hall, it fell into a frenzy once again. "The female boss is amazing." Voice crack, "Wow. What exactly is the female boss's profession? This is too strong." That's 50 onmyoji, combined with Shikigami, totaling over 100, and they've all been wiped out by the female boss. Not just over 100. Song Jinkong, Mikami Yua, and these onmyoji are all somewhat famous elites in Sakura country. I may not know all the other onmyoji, but I've heard of most of them. If I'm not mistaken, these onmyoji are probably all elites from the onmyoji department, each with more than 3 shikigami. Hiss, more than 3 shikigami? If that's the case, then these 50 onmyoji must have over 200 shikigami combined. Damn! With that kind of quantity, not to mention summoners, even mechanics can't handle it. Yeah, the female boss has already fought several battles, below level 50, after balancing levels and equipment, it's impossible to carry that much ammunition. What exactly is her profession? Parker Williams, the president of the Source God Guild and the Free Federation, had a solemn expression, and there was a clear look of apprehension in his eyes. He said in a deep voice to James and Bruno, "Notify everyone, list this mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon Empire as an A-level threat, and offer a substantial reward for her detailed information." James and Bruno exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. "Yes, President." Parker said grimly, 50 elite onmyoji, with a total number exceeding 200, and she managed to kill them all in such a short time. The terror of her combat power, not to mention being invincible at the same level, even surpassing levels can be considered invincible. Even the former Master Li, compared to her, might not be as strong in terms of attack power. If she has already surpassed level 50 and participated in the camp confrontation dungeon after balancing her level and equipment, her complete combat power might be enough to deal with level 60 professionals. And if she truly grows in the future, she will undoubtedly be a grave threat to us. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Amaterasu Guild, Kenji Kobe and the 3 ministers of the onmyoji department, martial arts department, and ninja department also wore serious expressions. In fact, Kenji Kobe had to temporarily set aside the death of his precious son and focus all his thoughts on this mysterious woman. 50 elite onmyoji, along with over 150 various shikigami, were still completely wiped out by her. What does this indicate? It indicates that the woman's potential can rival that of Master Li, or even be stronger. Back then, Master Li of the Eastern Dragon Empire hid himself until he reached level 70 before appearing before everyone. At that time, Master Li was already so powerful that almost no one could kill him. Even if countries around the world viewed Master Li as a thorn in their side, it was too late. This mysterious woman, however, is different. Her potential is equally astonishing, but she has been exposed much earlier than Master Li. If we don't find a way to kill her now, once she truly grows, she might become a terrifying professional who can crush illusions. For Sakura country, which borders Eastern Dragon, if 2 super professionals like Master Li really appear in Eastern Dragon, it would be a disaster. Various thoughts flashed through Kenji Kobe's mind, and finally, he seemed to make a certain decision, saying solemnly, "We cannot let her continue to grow. This threatening figure must be extinguished as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." After witnessing the woman's terrifying potential, this matter had even escalated to a national crisis. At such a time, even the 3 ministers, who usually did not get along, dared not engage in internal strife and instead united against the external threat. Onmyoji Minister Abe Hyde also said solemnly, but the problem is, Eastern Dragon is a forbidden country now, and our people can't get in at all. Moreover, even if we find a way to send high-level ninjas to infiltrate Eastern Dragon to assassinate her, we still don't know her identity. Senmoku Hiyori also looked grave. Indeed, we assassinated that mechanic from Eastern Dragon last time, and this time, Eastern Dragon will definitely take extremely tight precautions against us. Even if we send ninjas in again, it will be very difficult to succeed in the assassination. Fujino Kimaru fell silent for a moment, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let her grow? She has hidden an Eastern Dragon for so long. If it weren't for this camp confrontation dungeon provoking us, we wouldn't even know of her existence. This also means that even if she enters other dungeons in the future, she will definitely hide herself, making it hard for the outside world to notice. If we miss this opportunity in the camp confrontation dungeon, it will be even harder to find her later. Abe Hyde's face looked grim, but the problem is, even if we want to deal with her in the camp confrontation dungeon, with her displayed combat power, no one below level 50 can defeat her. Just then, Kenji Kobe suddenly spoke up. No, there is still a chance. Level 50 professionals won't do. What about level 70? Level 70? The three ministers were momentarily taken aback. Then, it was Chen Muriho who first reacted, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes as he exclaimed, "President, you mean, to use that?" Shinobu Kenji nodded heavily. That's right, the Golden Battle Order. Abe Hyde also and Fujino Onamara trembled all over, finally remembering that their Amaterasu guild still had 3 Golden Battle Orders in their possession. With this item, they could send 3 professionals above level 70 into the camp to confront the dungeon. Although there would still be level and equipment suppression, the Golden Battle Order would allow these 3 professionals a chance to unleash their full power. After all, these were level 70 professionals, capable of a true full-force strike under the original equipment and level enhancements. Meanwhile, the camp confrontation dungeon suppressed the opponent's level and equipment to below 50. If the person using the Golden Battle Order was a level 79 professional, the gap between both sides would be equivalent to crossing a full 30 levels. This kind of level disparity, combined with the enhancement of equipment, would be a dimensional strike, capable of achieving a one-hit kill. Moreover, the Amaterasu Guild's collection of Golden Battle Orders wasn't just one, but a total of 3. The existence of these 3 Golden Battle Orders was known only to Shinobu Kenji and the 3 ministers. Even other high-ranking members of the Amaterasu Guild were unaware. This also meant that the Eastern Dragon Empire was equally in the dark. If they used the 3 Golden Battle Orders to send in 3 professionals over level 70 to ambush that woman, the Eastern Dragon Empire would never be able to anticipate it in advance. At that time, when these 3 suddenly unleashed their full power, they would definitely be able to instantly kill that woman. Thinking of this, Shen Muriho quickly asked, "President, who should we send in?" Shinobu Kenji didn't speak, but his gaze was fixed intently on the 3 ministers. Abe Hyde also stiffened, hesitating. "Me? Us?" Shinobu Kenji nodded as a matter of course, his eyes sparkling. "Since we're using the Golden Battle Order, we must ensure 100% success. Among all the level 70 professionals in our Amaterasu Guild, you 3 ministers are the top tier in both level and equipment. Having you personally lead the charge is the most reliable." But, Abe Hyde also hesitated a bit. Shinobu Kenji's expression darkened as he stared at him. "What? Are you saying that the 3 of you leading the team, along with the Golden Battle Order, can't handle a woman whose level has been suppressed?" Abe Hyde also muttered inwardly, "Of course, you're not the one going in, so you don't have to worry." But he also knew that even if Shinobu Kenji was an 81 level professional, he couldn't use the Golden Battle Order. Even if he could, with this old guy's caution, he definitely wouldn't personally take action. After struggling for a while, Abe Hyde also could only grit his teeth and say, "Alright, we will definitely kill that woman and eliminate this future threat for Sakura country." Shinobu Kenji seemed to see through Abe Hyde's hesitation, his expression softening as he patted Abe Hyde's shoulder. "Don't worry, you're level 74, with 7 Shikigami protecting you. Fujino and Shenmue are both level 75 professionals, and you all have complete epic gear. With you leading the team, that woman is bound to die. Moreover, although that woman's combat power is strong, she isn't truly invincible. Previously, when she was dealing with those 50 on Myoji, her speed clearly slowed down a lot. I suspect that after so many consecutive battles with our Sakura country's warriors, her condition must be starting to decline. With you personally leading this time, you will definitely be able to kill that woman." At this point, Shinobu Kenji paused slightly, enticingly adding, "And this time, you won't return empty-handed." You all remember, the camp has been charging for such a long time, and together, Dong Long and the professionals from our country have contributed several hundred lives, all of them elite level. From my estimation, once you kill that woman, the halo produced from this camp confrontation instance will likely be very powerful. If it can produce a halo that perfectly suits you, that would be a tremendous gain. Hearing this, Abe Hideo's eyes lit up. Right, he almost forgot about the halo. This camp's charging has lasted so long, the attributes of the produced halo are likely to be top-notch. Fujino Anamaru and Chime Nichihara exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a hint of fervor. Halos, being special equipment, are not possessed by most professionals due to their unique production conditions. Not even the three major ministers have them. At one point, Kobe Kenjin managed to get one, but its attributes were just average. If they can eliminate that woman this time, the halo produced from this camp confrontation instance will definitely not be inferior. Hi, we guarantee to complete the mission. Hi, long live Sakura. Fujino Anamaru and Chime Nichihara shouted loudly. Kobe Kenjin nodded slightly, a look of hatred in his eyes, and said, since we've even used the golden battle order, we must ensure that this time, there are no mistakes. You go to the three major departments and select 47 elite professionals at level 59, let them enter with you through level and equipment balance. This time, we must kill that woman from Donglong. Hi! The three major ministers turned around with fiery hearts and left. At this moment, countries around the world were paying attention to this camp confrontation instance between Sakura Country and Donglong Empire. When they saw that Sakura Country sent 50 Onmyoji only to be completely wiped out by that mysterious woman from Donglong Empire, they were astonished and somewhat gloating. Hey, Sakura Country really messed up this time. Even the vice president of Amaterasu was killed by Donglong. What a huge embarrassment. Heh, who told them to provoke Donglong? This is called asking for trouble. Exactly. Over the years, although the latecomer professionals from Donglong Empire have been somewhat mediocre and suffered losses in various instances, the foundation of Donglong Empire is still there. Even the Free Federation has to be wary. Does Sakura Country really think they can go head-to-head with them? It's like a blind man in a toilet, looking for shit. The instance hall of Donglong Empire was also buzzing with discussions. Hey, do you think Sakura Country has backed down? Why haven't they made a move for so long? They must have been scared off by that female boss, TSK, those were 50 elite Onmyoji, and they were wiped out in just a few minutes. Exactly, in such a small place as Sakura Country, for a level 50 and below camp confrontation instance, those 50 Onmyoji should be their strongest combat power. If they can't deal with the female boss, I don't believe they have any other tricks. Hey, true. Ha, look, Sakura Country has sent people again. Ah, what the hell, are they that stubborn? They actually dare to come again? Let me see who it is this time. Huh, what's going on? Why are they hiding their names too? Damn, could it be that Sakura Country also has hidden monstrous experts like the female boss, afraid we would target them if we knew? Ha. Are you out of your mind? Sakura Country has all 50 people hiding their names in their little corner. Can they have so many monstrous experts? I think it's just a bluff, trying to scare the female boss. Exactly, this must be Sakura Country bluffing. Quick, look, the confrontation has started. Just then, everyone noticed a new change. Ha, why has Sakura Country revealed the names of the participants again? Strange, what is Sakura Country up to? I'll see who is here. Abe Hideo, Fujino Anamaru, Chime Nichiken. This name, why does it sound so familiar? Hiss, what the hell? Aren't these the heads of the three major branches of Amaterasu? How did they get in? Wow, it really seems to be. But this doesn't make sense. In a level 50 and below camp confrontation dungeon, even if the levels and equipment are balanced, at most only those over level 50 can participate, and level 60s can't enter at all. I remember the heads of the three major branches of Amaterasu are all over level 70. How did they get in? At the secret passage of the Tsinghua Academy dungeon hall, Jiang Jun, Ling Shuihan, and Wang Qingfeng also looked shocked. Wang Qingfeng said solemnly, I didn't expect that Sakura Country actually secretly hid 3 golden battle orders. Jiang Jun was also slightly surprised, feeling a bit worried in his heart. Abe Hideo is a level 74 on Myoji, and his Shikigami 7 people has both offensive and defensive capabilities. With special abilities and a high level, he's really hard to deal with. Fujino Anamaru's 3-sword style is also extremely sharp, and Chime Nichiken is known as a master of ninjutsu, proficient in various advanced ninjutsu. These 3 guys are not easy to handle. My junior brother. Ling Shuihan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, the heads of the 3 major branches of Amaterasu are all top tier among level 70 professionals. Even if I face them alone, at most I can take on 2, they are indeed difficult. However, even if they can enter the camp confrontation dungeon through the golden battle orders, under the suppression of level and equipment balance, their biggest advantage is just basic attributes and the number of skills, plus that one chance to unleash their full power. But my junior brother has those abnormal exclusive talents, relying on that unreasonable firepower coverage. their basic attributes and skills actually don't hold much advantage. The biggest threat to my junior brother is still that one chance to unleash their full power. Ling Shuehan paused slightly, a cold light flashing in her eyes. But unfortunately, my junior brother's newly awakened mechanical substitute has no limit on the number of uses. The three of them combined only have 3 chances to unleash their full power. But even if they can kill my junior brother 3 times, it means nothing in front of so many of my junior brother's super weapons. A sudden excitement flashed in Ling Shuehan's eyes as she mocked, "Hey, the 3 heads sacrificing together. Sakura country is destined to lose more than they gain this time." In the camp confrontation dungeon, Li Chen had just been teleported out when he immediately activated his god's perspective, encompassing the entire canyon. This time, those guys from Sakura country suddenly hit everyone's names, which also raised a hint of vigilance in Li Chen's heart. But then, he was stunned, because he suddenly saw that those guys on the opposite side had actually displayed their names again. Abe Hideo, Fujino Anamaru, Chime Nichiken. Li Chen's eyes immediately showed a serious expression, even feeling a bit incredulous. Hiss, the 3 heads of the Amaterasu Guild from Sakura country? He was speechless. Come on, is it really necessary? You just lost 200 of your people. Why can't you just play fair? Golden battle orders? I didn't expect Sakura country actually had such good stuff hidden away. Luckily, I was a top student before, otherwise, ordinary people really wouldn't know about this. As Li Chen observed, he raised an eyebrow. Wow, Sakura country really thinks highly of me. Even the remaining people seem to have better basic qualities than the previous professionals. Is that Haruno Hikari? And Uzumaki Akihito, Uchiha Yosuke? TSK, all are quite famous skilled players at the level of 50 in Sakura country. Goodness. Could it be that this time, they only recruited mid-level elite professionals over level 50? Ha, my wave of hatred has truly reached their ancestors' graves. After confirming the identity of the opponent, Li Chen marveled while quickly pondering in his mind. Then, he followed the previous strategy, first summoning 50 heavy tanks, lining them up on the high ground. Next, he summoned 100 rocket launchers, surrounding the high ground with a circle. But unlike those tanks, Li Chen aimed all these rocket launchers inward. With these preparations made, Li Chen smiled ominously. The game begins. In the blue camp, the 3 ministers instructed their subordinates to spread out in groups of 3. The warriors led the way, ninjas hid in the shadows, and the Onmyoji provided magical support from the back. They then fully spread out to advance towards the red camp. As for the extra Onmyoji, he followed Shikumo Nichiya to the location of the red elite monster. Fujino Anamaru, acting as a warrior, temporarily served as a meat shield for Abe no Saimai, heading with him to the location of the blue elite monster. This was the tactic they had discussed. The red elite monster could increase attack power by 30%, making it most suitable for the assassin-type Shikumo Nichiya to acquire, enhancing his burst damage. The blue elite monster increased recovery speed by 30%, naturally making it most suitable for Abe no Saimai. Although Fujino Anamaru usually disdained Abe no Saimai, he clearly understood the gravity of the situation and would not sabotage him. However, as they acted separately and were about to approach the area of the red and blue elite monsters, a loud boom sounded. Li Chen opened fire. He called upon 25 tanks each, simultaneously bombarding Abe no Saimai and Shikumo Nichiya. As a master of ninjutsu, Shikumo Nichiya was cautious and had been alert to his surroundings the entire way. Suddenly, a terrifying sensation descended from the sky. Before the shells even landed, every hair on his body stood on end. Without even looking up, he unhesitatingly performed the substitution technique. With a soft bang, Shikumo Nichiya's figure vanished, replaced by a round wooden stump. But the Onmyoji following him did not react as quickly. Boom! With a violent explosion, the Onmyoji and the red elite monster were blown to pieces. Meanwhile, on Abe no Saimai's side, they sensed Li Chen's sudden attack in time. Abe no Saimai was horrified. Instinctively, he summoned you from the 7-man team to shield himself. However, this action did not provide him with any sense of security. As an experienced professional, Abe no Saimai could clearly feel that after his Shikigami was suppressed to below level 50, the opponent's strike had already exceeded the defense limit of the Shikigami. While making these responses, Abe no Saimai's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "The opponent is a mechanic." Immediately after, he gritted his teeth, preparing to use that one opportunity to strike with all his might. He had no choice. Among his Shikigami, there was no one with abilities like Shikumo Nichiya's to substitute or teleport. He could only endure this wave of attacks. But at that moment, Fujino Anamaru suddenly said in a deep voice, "I'll take this. You saved that opportunity for dealing with the mechanic." Fujino Anamaru had no other choice. As a warrior, his frontal attack power was unquestionable, but in terms of defense, he was at most a slightly more durable fighter. Although his resistance to damage was good, under the suppression of level and equipment, he could never withstand the concentrated bombardment of 25 tanks' main cannons from Li Chen, unless he could unleash the power of a level 70 professional. But there was only one chance to strike with all his might. If both he and Abe no Saimai used that opportunity, they would have no trump card left to deal with Li Chen. So, when faced with Li Chen's sudden attack, Fujino Anamaro could only choose to use that opportunity himself to defuse the crisis and allow Abe Hidia to conserve his strength. Because Abe Hidia's 7-man group, Shikigami, when fully unleashed, not only had a more diverse range of attacks but was also stronger than him, making it more suitable as a trump card. Saying this, Fujino Anamaro instantly drew 3 gleaming samurai swords, holding 2 in his hands and biting down on the third. His gaze became as sharp as a hawk's, and in a hoarse voice, he said, "Secret technique, 108 troublesome winds." With a loud bang, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from Fujino Anamaro, transforming into an incredibly sharp tornado that shot up into the sky, meeting the rapidly descending shells. Clang 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 clang. Boom 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 boom. The sound of metal being sliced through came from the sky, followed by a series of explosions. Li Chen's barrage was unexpectedly intercepted and shredded by Fujino Anamaro in midair. After launching this attack, Fujino Anamaru's momentum quickly dropped, suppressed back to below level 50. His face darkened as he shouted, "Everyone pay attention. The opponent is a mechanic. Don't waste time, charge forward at full speed and close the distance." Yes. All the action teams quickly responded, their speed of assault instantly increasing as they transformed into afterimages rushing towards the red camp. Abe Hidia and Fujino Anamaro did the same, not daring to delay, darting forward like lightning. At the same time, they moved in a serpentine trajectory to avoid being targeted by the enemy. Li Chen shook his head regretfully, murmuring, "Although I couldn't kill one of those 3 guys, at least I wasted Fujino Anamaru's chance to go all out." Well, that's fine too. If the other 2 don't have trump cards, they probably won't dare to rush up to the high ground to kill me. In that case, my trap won't be easy to escape. As he muttered to himself, 50 tanks continued to fire fiercely, causing significant losses to the enemy's assault team. Although these professionals were mid-level practitioners who had entered after balancing their levels and equipment, without the enhancement of the Golden War Order, they only had a slight advantage in basic attributes and skill numbers. Faced with Li Chen's unlimited ammunition bombardment, they had little chance to resist and could only try their best to evade. The only thing they could pray for was that the shells wouldn't land on them. But even so, when they charged to the red side's high ground, they still lost around 20 to 30 people. The 3 major ministers had already gathered among the crowd. When they saw the dozens of tanks lined up on the high ground from a distance, Shikomo Nichio's expression darkened. "It's heavy tanks, and there are a lot of them." Fujino Anamaru's eyes showed suspicion. Something's not right. Although he has quite a few tanks, the ammunition equipped in those tanks should have run out by now. But as we charge through, the bombardment frequency of the tanks hasn't changed at all. Doesn't he need to change the ammo? Abe Hidia's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression, then he exclaimed in shock, "I know why he can kill so many of our professionals so quickly." "What do you mean? What did you think of?" Fujino Anamaro and Shikumo Nichio immediately turned to look at Abe Hidia. Abe Hidia stared intently at the row of tanks above, incredulously saying, "I suspect that his tanks really don't need to change ammo. This mechanic is different from ordinary mechanics. His tanks have unlimited ammunition. The reason Donglong issued the ban on the country is likely because of him. That old guy Li Fuzi must have restarted the Mechanical War God project. He is the new Mechanical War God." Fujino Anamaro and Chime Nichiju trembled all over, their faces filled with shock. Infinite ammunition, a new Mechanical War God. The Eastern Dragon Empire is really holding back a big move. Looking at the other professionals who had already begun to assault the high ground defense towers, they struggled to advance under the crossfire of dozens of tanks, jumping up and down. Chime Nichiju said gravely, "There are no ammunition limits, and the enemy's firepower is too dense. This won't work. If we lose more of our people, even if we have one more chance to strike with all our might, it might not be stable." Abe Hidetaka glanced at the battlefield, hesitated slightly, and gritted his teeth. "The enemy is a mechanic, and they have infinite ammunition. It's not worth it to trade lives with them. We must destroy these 3 defense towers on the high ground as quickly as possible, then close the distance and beat him up. As long as we can rush to his side, with the mechanic's fragile defense, Nichiju's full strike can take him down in no time." Chime Nichiju's eyes brimmed with killing intent. "Your 7 heroes excel at group attacks. You push the tower, and when the others surround him, I'll strike from the shadows for a guaranteed kill." Abe Hidetaka nodded firmly. "That's exactly what I was thinking. Fujino Anamaro urged, "Stop talking and get moving." In just a moment, he saw 2 or 3 more samurai fall to the crossfire of the defense tower and tanks. Abe Hidetaka no longer delayed, quickly forming a peculiar hand gesture. Then, a powerful aura seemed to break free from his body. Abe Hidetaka shouted, "7 kill full moon." Instantly, 7 Shikigami rose from around Abe Hidetaka, merging in the air to form a blood-red full moon. With a point forward, the blood moon split into 3 and fell towards the 3 defense towers on the high ground. Abe Hidetaka's eyes were fixed on the guy behind the high ground. He wanted to use this move to directly kill the mechanic, but as long as the 3 defense towers were standing, the high ground would be protected by a shield. Even if he unleashed his full power, it would be difficult to break the shield while simultaneously killing the enemy. The 3 smaller blood moons fell like comets, viciously crashing into the 3 defense towers. Boom! The defense towers instantly collapsed. Other professionals, seeing the enemy's defense towers destroyed by Abe Hidetaka, roared excitedly, "Minister Abe is mighty! Kill! Kill!" Seeing the high ground defense towers destroyed, the remaining dozen or so professionals shouted and rushed towards the mechanic in exoskeleton armor. Chime Nichiju had already concealed himself nearby, ready to act at any moment. Fujino Anamaro and Abe Hidetaka also joined the assault, but for some reason, they both unconsciously fell to the back, not charging at the front line. Li Chen smirked coldly, thinking to himself, "Heh, as expected of a leader, truly cautious. It's just a pity that no matter how cautious you are, you've already entered my encirclement." In the next moment, hundreds of rocket launchers whoosh rose from the edge of the high ground, their dark openings all pointing towards the center. Abe Hidetaka immediately noticed this change, his face changing dramatically. "There's an ambush. He wants to take us down with him. Nichiju, kill him quickly." Fujino Anamaru also shouted in horror. They didn't know that Li Chen had a mechanical double, thinking he was cornered and ready to perish together. Although Chime Nichiju had not revealed himself, he was also on the high ground, not far from Li Chen. If these hundreds of rocket launchers fired simultaneously, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. Even Chime Nichiju wouldn't be able to withstand it. There were no wooden stakes on the high ground for him to use his substitution technique. As for Fujino Anamaro and Abe Hidetaka, their chance for a full power strike had long been used up. Faced with such a barrage of rocket artillery, they were undoubtedly doomed. A fierce aura suddenly erupted from Qianmu Rihu, lightning surging violently. Qianmu Rihu roared, "Lightning release, 1,000 years kill." With a sizzle, Qianmu Rihu transformed into a blue bolt of lightning, instantly piercing in front of Li Chen. With intense killing intent in his eyes, Qianmu Rihu declared, "Die." In the next moment, Qianmu Rihu's right hand, like a lightning spear, brutally pierced through Li Chen's chest. Seeing this scene, Abe Shoye and Fujino Anamara both breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes revealing excitement. Finally, they had killed that damned mechanic. However, in the next moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Li Chen's face, and his figure flickered and vanished. In its place was a bright silver Glock pistol. The killing intent on Qianmu Rihu's face instantly froze, and the pupils of Abe Shoye and Fujino Anamara shrank in an instant. "Impossible! What the hell is this? When did the mechanic learn the substitution technique?" Shocked exclamations erupted from the 3 of them. Li Chen's figure quietly reappeared on top of one of the tanks at the edge of the high ground. With a faint smile on his face, he gently uttered a word, "Boom." Before the words fell, 100 rocket launchers simultaneously roared, drowning the center in a barrage from all directions. Boom! With the sound of a violent explosion, the 3 ministers and the remaining practitioners from Sakura country were instantly torn apart by the artillery fire. In his last moments, Qianmu Rihu's eyes were fixed on Li Chen, who stood proudly atop the tank, filled with shock. He murmured bitterly, "Infinite ammunition, and he can use super weapons as substitutes. Sakura country is in big trouble this time. This mechanic is simply invincible." Outside, in the instance hall, since seeing the names of the 3 ministers from Sakura country, the practitioners inside quickly stopped cheering. Some practitioners had already explained the effects of the Golden Battle Order to everyone. As the 3 ministers of the Amaterasu Guild, there was no need to elaborate on the top-tier equipment of Fujino Anamaru and the others. Moreover, they were all powerful practitioners at level 78 or 79, each with a chance for a full-power burst. In this situation, no matter how strong that female boss was, she would definitely be doomed. Not to mention, the minister of the ninja department, Qianmu Rihu, was the most powerful assassin in Sakura country. If he launched a full-force sneak attack, not to mention being suppressed to below level 50, even those of the same level would probably find it hard to survive. In other words, this female boss was as good as dead. This time it's over. No wonder those old silver coins from Sakura country all hid their names. They were afraid the female boss would discover their conspiracy and refuse to go to war. How shameless! A level 50 faction against an instance. Not only did the three ministers personally take the field, but they also played such dirty tricks. The atmosphere in Sakura Country and the Free Federation, upon seeing the names that reappeared after the match began, was completely opposite to that of the Eastern Dragon Empire. As expected of the three ministers, this is the power of wisdom. Ha, that woman from Eastern Dragon is definitely dead this time. Hee hee, those guys from Eastern Dragon must be furious right now. Humph. Who told that woman to provoke our Sakura Empire? She brought this upon herself, she deserves it. In the Free Federation, Parker and others finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the names of Fujino Anamaru and the others. The president, Parker Williams, smiled faintly. That guy Genrun has some brains, at least he knows to crush this woman in the cradle. Gotham Branch President James Gordon also laughed. With the three ministers from Sakura Country stepping in, there shouldn't be any surprises this time. President Bruno Collins of the Huadu branch nodded modestly and said, "It's a pity. To be honest, I really want to see what this mysterious woman looks like, but unfortunately, I have no chance now." In a hidden area of the main hall of Tsinghua Academy, Wang Qingfeng watched as the names of the ninjas from Sakura Country gradually turned gray, his face filled with admiration. Junior brother is really steady as an old dog when it comes to doing things. Judging by the speed of the enemy's deaths, he must have only summoned a few dozen tanks for fire coverage, right? Is he trying to numb those three old guys? Ling Shuihan's eyes showed appreciation. That should be the case. Junior brother used the same tactic when dealing with those 50 Onmyoji before, right? The remaining super weapons are probably ambushed on the high ground. Jiangjin chuckled. I wonder what those three old guys will think when they believe they have successfully ambushed Junior brother, only to see him suddenly turn into a Glock pistol? As the deaths began in Sakura Country, the situation in the camp confrontation instance surprised many. The practitioners of the Eastern Dragon Empire went from furious curses and indignation at the beginning to growing excitement, as if their small universe was igniting. The practitioners of the Eastern Dragon Empire looked at the names of Sakura Country turning gray again, their expressions slightly stunned. What the hell? That female big shot should have seen the names of Abe Hidia and the others, right? She's still fighting and seems to have no intention of giving up at all? Incredible! With three major ministers leading, she still managed to kill so many people. It's over. The enemy has reached the high ground of the female big shot. That bunch of Japanese still has 11 people left, and those three old guys must still be holding on to their big moves. The female big shot is finished. Sigh. Our Eastern Dragon has finally produced such an amazing character, and now she's going to be taken down by Sakura Country. What a pity, women are just so easily swayed. If she had known when to stop, we wouldn't have lost so much. Now look, we've lost everything. After a while, suddenly, the remaining 11 names from Sakura Country all turned gray at the same time, including the three major ministers like Abe Hidia. When everyone saw this information on the announcement board, the noise and discussions in all the instance halls around the world abruptly stopped. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, and there was a dead silence. Wang Qingfeng waved his hand fiercely, excitedly saying, "Ha, Junior brother is amazing. He actually took down all three major ministers of Sakura Country at once." Ling Shuihan and Jiangjin were also incredibly exhilarated. In the instance halls of the Eastern Dragon, a deafening cheer erupted instantly. What the hell? The three major ministers of Sakura Country were actually killed by the female big shot. So cool and awesome. This is not just a female big shot. This is clearly the Empress of the current era. Ah, Empress sister, I don't want to work hard anymore. I'm willing to lick your feet. Please take me in. Ah, Sakura Country has really lost big this time. All three major ministers were taken down at once. How thrilling. In the Amaterasu Guild, Kenji Kobe sat down on the ground, as if he had seen a ghost. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams and the others stood up in shock. Parker's expression was extremely serious as he said word by word, "This woman must not be left alive." He took a deep breath, both absurd and shocked. Even if she is indeed a practitioner over level 50, under the suppression of level and equipment, she was still able to withstand the full force of those three guys from Sakura Country and even counter-kill them all. This kind of combat power is probably far inferior to when Master Lee was over level 50 back in the day. If she levels up to 60, 70, or even 80 in the future, wouldn't she be even more powerful than Master Lee? Having one Master Lee is already enough to give people headaches. If we add this woman, wouldn't it be a rhythm to dominate the world? Parker suddenly turned his head, staring intently at James Gordon, his eyes flashing with deep apprehension and fear. "James, adjust this woman's danger level to S-class, find her at all costs, and then kill her. If this woman doesn't die in the future, the Eastern Dragon Empire will surely step on our heads." "Yes, President. James Gordon's shock had not yet subsided as he nodded heavily. The notice board for the faction confrontation instance changed again. Is Sakura Country not capable? Can't produce anything big, just pulled out 3 small ones? As soon as this was said, all the instance halls of the Eastern Dragon Empire burst into laughter, laughing to death. This female boss must be a liberal arts student, with a high level of language arts. I suspect that those illiterates in Sakura Country can't even understand this. What to do? Strongly suggest Sakura Country to offer Chinese courses. At least ensure normal reading comprehension ability. Is Sakura Country still playing? If you want to play, hurry up. I've played several rounds, and I'm starving. I'll give you a quarter of an hour. If no one comes, I'm going to have a midnight snack. Kenji Kobe looked at the information on the notice board, so angry he almost had a heart attack. He was panting heavily, his eyes completely filled with bloodshot veins, staring fiercely at the string of question marks on the notice board. Kenji Kobe's lips couldn't stop trembling, not sure if it was from anger or pain. His voice sounded almost mad as he muttered, "Who are you? Who exactly are you?" Suddenly, Kenji Kobe jumped up and shouted frantically, "Get someone! Get me someone! Gather all the level 50 and below professionals in the guild. I don't believe it. This damn woman can keep killing. Use a wheel battle to tire her out." A subordinate waiting outside trembled at the words. He hesitated for a moment, finally mustering the courage to run in, looking pained as he said, "President, you need to calm down, you need to pull yourself together. 3 ministers have already bravely sacrificed. If we keep sending people in, our younger generation of professionals might even face a cliff-like drop. The number of professionals in Sakura Country can't compare to the vast Eastern Dragon." Looking at his tearful subordinate, Kenji Kobe's body shook, and the madness in his eyes seemed to dissipate a bit. He looked blankly at the string of question marks on the notice board, his heart bleeding, murmuring with a twisted face, "Am I really going to let her go? My precious son, and so many elites from Amaterasu, even 3 ministers, The subordinate said with deep sorrow, "President, please hold back. This person is definitely a monstrous genius secretly cultivated by the Eastern Dragon Empire. Perhaps the Eastern Dragon's national sealing order is also related to her. We have already lost the advantage in the faction confrontation instance. We can think of other ways." Hearing the words national sealing order, Kenji Kobe's body shook, finally regaining some of the rationality of the Amaterasu guild leader. His eyes sparkled, and after a while, he let out a venting roar, finally giving up the foolish act of continuing to send people to their deaths, and walked towards the door. With 3 ministers gone, there were still many matters that the Amaterasu guild needed him to personally address. Li Chen was bored waiting in the preparation room, wondering if Sakura Country would continue to send people to their deaths. To be honest, after so many confrontations, he was indeed a bit hungry. Ever since finishing off the monsters, due to the trouble caused by Sakura Country, he hadn't even had time to eat dinner. A quarter of an hour later, there was no response from Sakura Country. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could eat. "Trash from the Sakura Country. Since you're scared, I'm off to have a late night snack. If you're not convinced, come back next time." Li Chen left this parting remark and prepared to disband the camp. Just then, a line of prompts suddenly floated before his eyes. After disbanding the camp's energy accumulation will automatically end. Do you want to collect the halo? Li Chen's eyes lit up. Damn, I almost forgot about this. There's still a trophy to collect. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Li Chen's eyes. In this camp confrontation instance, hundreds of people had died inside. Moreover, a considerable number of them were above level 50. In the end, even 3 major ministers above level 70 contributed their meager strength. After accumulating energy for so long, the attributes of the produced halo couldn't be bad, right? Li Chen decisively responded, "Collect the halo." Ding! Halo generating. As the prompt floated up, strands of red light began to converge from all directions, coalescing into a large red halo in front of Li Chen, resembling a solar corona. Ding! Halo generation complete, please collect the halo. Li Chen curiously gazed at the red corona and instinctively reached out to gently touch it. The moment he made contact with the red corona, the attributes of this halo automatically appeared in Li Chen's mind. Halo, Psychic Bloom, base attribute, increases psychic power by 1000 points. Halo effect, double happiness, effective upon wearing. Note, wearing this halo grants double happiness. Happiness 1, psychic power consumption is halved when using skills. Happiness 2, the number of skills released is doubled. Seeing this halo effect, Li Chen's eyes gradually widened. Hiss, double happiness? This skill effect is too outrageous. As a rare type of special equipment, it's not surprising that the base psychic power increase is substantial. After all, this is something that requires the sacrifice of at least 100 people to produce, essentially nurtured with the lives of practitioners, so the base attributes naturally wouldn't be poor. To truly determine whether a halo is top tier, the most important factor is still the halo effect. And the effect of this halo is definitely among the best of the best, and it's universally applicable to all professions. Especially for magic-type professions, the impact of this effect is nothing short of miraculous. Having psychic power consumption when using skills means that the sustainability of magic-type professions is instantly doubled. Doubling the number of skills is equally extraordinary. When combined with the first effect, this reduction and increase actually results in not just double happiness, but quadruple happiness. This is just for ordinary magic-type professions. If it were Li Chen, the effect of this halo would even surpass that of epic equipment. What is the strongest aspect of a mechanic? Of course, it's the sheer quantity of superpowered weapons. And Li Chen's superpowered weapons are different from those of ordinary mechanics, because he doesn't need to manufacture them. As long as he has psychic power, he can summon them directly. With this halo equipped, it's no exaggeration to say that Li Chen's combat power has quadrupled. Even his survival ability has also quadrupled. If Li Chen has 2,000 points of psychic power, and summoning a Gatling rotating machine gun originally requires 2 points of psychic power, this means that under normal circumstances, Li Chen could summon 1,000 Gatling rotating machine guns and unleash a frenzied output for a minute without ammunition restrictions. But with this halo, the consumption for summoning one Gatling rotating machine gun is halved, becoming 1 point of psychic power. This means that with his psychic power unchanged, the number of superpowered weapons he can summon has doubled, becoming 2,000 Gatlings. And even more insane is that this halo has another effect. When releasing skills, the number of skills is doubled. In other words, 2,000 Gatling guns have doubled again, directly becoming 4,000 Gatling guns, and they are 4,000 Gatling guns with unlimited ammunition. My goodness, just thinking about this scene is terrifying. Moreover, this halo effect applies to the practitioners themselves. Once Li Chen raises his level in the future, his spiritual power will increase significantly, and the power of the super weapons will also rise dramatically. At that time, it will be when this halo truly shows its might. Li Chen was even so excited that his whole body trembled slightly. This is the rhythm of invincibility. With a thought, he immediately retracted the halo. The red corona instantly entered Li Chen's body, revealing a faintly visible translucent red halo behind him. Then, Li Chen turned off the halo display function, and the halo behind him quietly vanished, returning everything to normal. He chuckled. Special equipment like the halo must be hidden well. Develop cautiously, strike decisively. After doing all this, Li Chen contentedly exited the preparation room and lifted the camp confrontation instance. The instance hall of Tsinghua Academy was already in a frenzy. Everyone was excitedly speculating about the profession and true level of that female big shot. In a hidden area behind the instance hall, with a flash of white light, Li Chen's figure slowly emerged. Wang Qingfeng and the others saw their junior brother come out and immediately welcomed him. Wang Qingfeng patted Li Chen's shoulder heavily, laughing, "Junior brother, well done. This time, Sakura country really suffered a huge loss. Ha ha." Ling Xuehan also looked pleased. Yeah, not only did Shinkobi Kenji's son die, but even the 3 major ministers of Amaterasu fell at the hands of our junior brother. Shinkobi Kenji must be going crazy right now. Jiang Jin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Not only that, but the Sakura country practitioners that our junior brother killed in the camp confrontation were basically mid to low-level elite practitioners of Amaterasu. The losses for the Amaterasu guild this time are indeed significant. Li Chen smiled coldly. Sakura country has become increasingly arrogant in recent years. If we don't show them some strength, they'll treat a fierce tiger like a sick cat. Ling Xuehan nodded in agreement, a flash of killing intent in her eyes. Well said. These little devils should be dealt with harshly. At this moment, Wang Qingfeng seemed to suddenly remember something and curiously asked, "By the way, junior brother, didn't Shinkobi Ichiro activate the camp energy storage before? So many people died in this camp confrontation instance, including 3 powerful practitioners over level 70. The halo attributes and effects produced should be pretty good, right?" Hearing Wang Qingfeng say this, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin also remembered the halo and looked at Li Chen with curiosity. Li Chen smiled mysteriously. Not just good, the effect of this halo is so strong. It's simply more epic than epic. Saying this, Li Chen simply stopped explaining and directly displayed the halo, making its effects public for the 3 to check out. Spiritual energy burst directly increases 1,000 points of spiritual power? Goodness, no wonder it produced such brilliance after sacrificing so many lives. The base value increases a lot. However, when the 3 of them saw the final halo effect, they were so shocked that they almost jumped up on the spot. Hiss, 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 3 consecutive gasps echoed, nearly sucking the air out of the area. Double happiness? Damn it, this isn't double happiness at all. it's quadruple happiness, spiraling to the sky. Wang Qingfeng's eyes were about to pop out. My god, this is simply a divine outfit for magic-type professions. Ling Shuihan's mouth slightly opened, her eyes filled with envy. It should be noted that both of them, as vice presidents of 2 of the 3 major guilds of East Dragon, also had halos. But compared to Li Chen's halo effect, theirs was simply the difference between blue gear and epic gear. Not to mention being on par, they weren't even qualified to be mentioned in the same breath. Zhang Jin trembled uncontrollably all over. Even his voice quivered a bit. For ordinary magic professions, this is divine gear. But for Junior Brother, this is not just divine gear, it's practically a bug. With the spirit power consumption halved and the quantity doubled, just this one piece of equipment directly quadruples Junior Brother's number of super weapons. Wang Qingfeng looked at Li Chen with burning eyes. Junior Brother, this halo can increase your spirit power by 1,000 points. Your total spirit power should have surpassed 3,000 by now, right? Li Chen nodded. Yes, my spirit power is now over 3,300. Ling Shuihan quickly began to calculate. 3,300 points of spirit power, if calculated based on the tank's spirit power consumption. The normal consumption to summon a tank is 16 points of spirit power, which means you can summon over 200 tanks. On this basis, combined with the halo's double happiness effect, the quantity will directly quadruple, turning into over 800 tanks. The pupils of the 3 shook simultaneously. My god, a full 800 tanks, and with unlimited ammunition. With such a quantity, let alone unlimited ammunition, just a single round of fire would wipe out all practitioners below level 60, unless they had some special abilities. And even for level 60 or 70 practitioners, if Li Chen bombarded them with unlimited ammunition for a minute, it would definitely be a dead end. Doesn't this mean that Li Chen, who is only level 30, is already capable of crushing 90% of practitioners below level 80 in direct combat? This is truly the mechanical war god. Even with the identities and cunning of Wang Qingfeng and the others, they were starting to lose control of themselves. Goo goo. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from Li Chen. Li Chen froze, and an awkward expression suddenly appeared on his face. Wang Qingfeng and the others were taken aback, and Zhang Jin suddenly chuckled and said, "Hey, I almost forgot. Because of the trouble caused by Sakura Country, Junior Brother hasn't even had dinner yet." Wang Qingfeng also laughed and shook his head. "It's my fault, I was so happy that I forgot about eating." He waved his hand and said with a smile, "To celebrate Junior Brother taking down the 3 major ministers of Sakura Country, I'll treat you all. Let's go to the Drunken Immortal Tower. Oh, by the way, Junior Sister, could you please go back and bring Yu along?" Yu said she would wait for Junior Brother to come back to have dinner together. But I didn't expect it to be delayed until now. She probably hasn't eaten yet. Jiang Wu Yu is Jiang Jin's daughter, and she is quite familiar with Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan, often hanging out together. Moreover, the little girl is sweet-looking and has a good personality, so Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan treat her like their own daughter. Speaking of this little girl, Ling Shuihan smiled coldly. "Yeah, I almost forgot about that girl. You all go ahead. I'll go pick up Yu." Jiang Jin bowed and smiled. "Thank you, second senior sister." Ling Shuihan waved her hand nonchalantly, tore open a spatial rift, and stepped in, disappearing from sight. The Drunken Immortal Tower is the most upscale and luxurious hotel in Tianjin City. It is said that the behind-the-scenes owner of the Drunken Immortal Tower is the royal family, and all the chefs here are former imperial chefs who have cooked for the royal family. Moreover, more importantly, the ingredients used in the Drunken Immortal Tower are all rare delicacies obtained from hunting monsters, extremely precious. Not only can it satisfy one's appetite, but for practitioners, it also has many benefits, equivalent to food supplements. At this moment, the Emperor's suite on the top floor of the Drunken Immortal Tower was occupied by 5 people, 3 adults and 2 children. As soon as Jiang Wu Yu took her seat, her lively big eyes immediately fell on Li Chen, and she pouted. "Li Chen, you really had a blast with that experience grind. I was still saying I'd wait for you to come back for dinner, and look, it's already dark, and dinner has turned into a late-night snack." Li Chen looked at Ling Shuihan in surprise. "Second senior sister, you didn't tell her?" Ling Shuihan shrugged. "I brought her along without having the chance to explain." Jiang Jin shook his head helplessly, while Wang Qingfeng looked at Jiang Wu Yu with amusement and teased, "Yu, don't blame Li Chen. He was risking his life to find a venue for our East Dragon Empire just now, and he didn't even have time to eat." "Find a venue for the East Dragon Empire?" Jiang Wu Yu was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion, "Uncle Wang, what do you mean by that?" Ling Shuihan chuckled and nudged Li Chen. "Junior brother, why don't you show Yu your new gear?" Jiang Wu Yu already knew Li Chen's background, and with her status, she would never leak his secrets. Therefore, Wang Qingfeng and the others had no intention of hiding anything from her. Seeing the 3 senior brothers and sisters looking on with interest, Li Chen shook his head with a smile, secretly muttering, at this age, you still have such a playful spirit. After you're done being shocked, you want to see others shocked too. Jiang Wu Yu looked confused. New gear? Low-level professionals shouldn't have any equipment that would catch Ant Ling's eye, right? She turned to Li Chen, curious, did you encounter another abyss dungeon? In her understanding, below level 50, it seemed that only the top-tier legendary orange gear produced in abyss dungeons would be worth a second glance from Ling Xuehan and the others. Li Chen didn't explain and directly removed his concealment, revealing the halo behind him. As a semi-transparent red halo appeared behind Li Chen, Jiang Wu Yu's big eyes slowly widened. Her rosy lips parted slightly in surprise. A halo? Where did you get this special equipment? Isn't this only produced in faction confrontation dungeons? Jiang Wu Yu instinctively began to speak, but her words were abruptly cut off. Then, under the amused gazes of Ling Xuehan and the others, Jiang Wu Yu's eyes instantly widened. Her gaze towards Li Chen became increasingly shocked, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Jiang Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with wonder as she stared at Li Chen, exclaiming, You are. Shu. Jiang Jin smiled and quickly stopped his daughter from finishing her sentence. Facing Jiang Wu Yu's astonished gaze, Li Chen smiled and gently nodded. Jiang Wu Yu still wore an expression of disbelief, instinctively looking towards Wang Qingfeng and the others, as if she needed them to confirm her guess. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan also nodded with interest. With the answer in her heart confirmed, Jiang Wu Yu still looked utterly incredulous. Today, the faction confrontation incident initiated by Sakura Country against the East Dragon Empire had caused quite a stir. Although Jiang Wu Yu hadn't gone to the dungeon hall, she had been following the event through live streams at home. However, because that mysterious powerhouse was a female boss, she had never connected that female boss with Li Chen. Moreover, in her view, facing the three major ministers of Sakura Country, especially a level 70 professional who retained the ability to strike with full force, even if Li Chen's infinite ammunition was strong, he couldn't possibly be their match. Furthermore, considering how much her father and the others valued Li Chen, they shouldn't have let him participate in such a deadly faction confrontation dungeon, as it was simply too dangerous. If anything happened to Li Chen, that would truly be a huge loss. So she never expected that the mysterious powerhouse causing a stir throughout the Eastern Dragon Empire today was actually Li Chen. Jiang Wu Yu looked at Li Chen in confusion, exclaiming, How on earth? Li Chen chuckled and simply displayed his attribute panel. Jiang Wu Yu instinctively glanced over, and just with one look, her pupils slightly constricted. You actually reached level 30 so quickly? Then, when she saw Li Chen's skills and talents, her pupils shook even more. Heavy tank? Mechanical doppelganger? My heavens! A strange light blossomed in Jiang Wu Yu's beautiful eyes, and she pressed her small mouth even tighter. Combining Li Chen's previous talents and skills, Jiang Wu Yu immediately realized why Wang Qingfeng and the others dared to let Li Chen participate in the Sakura Country's campaign against the Eastern Dragon. With Li Chen's current spiritual power, combined with that terrifying number of super weapons, his frontal attack power was practically invincible below level 50. Moreover, the mechanical doppelganger solved Li Chen's weak defense issue. Even if the three ministers of Sakura Country had 10 chances to strike with all their might, they still couldn't do anything to Li Chen. Then, Jiang Wu Yu turned her gaze to the halo behind Li Chen, her eyes revealing an expression of anticipation. The halo produced by sacrificing so many professionals, and judging by the situation, it seemed even Ling Xuehan and the others held it in high regard. The halo's effect must be extraordinary, right? As Li Chen opened the halo attributes, Jiang Wu Yu's eyes widened. Spiritual power increased by 1,000 points. And this halo effect, double happiness. Jiang Wu Yu gasped, her big eyes round with shock, her expression even more exaggerated than before. This halo effect was simply tailor-made for Li Chen. An image of countless rocket launchers firing wildly unconsciously flashed in Jiang Wu Yu's mind, causing her delicate body to shiver. This mechanic, Li Chen, was truly a freak. Seeing Jiang Wu Yu's adorable expression, Wang Qingfeng and the others burst into laughter. Yes, this is the feeling. Watching others be shocked is truly delightful. Amidst the lively atmosphere, various exquisite and precious dishes were served on the table, showcasing a perfect blend of color, aroma, and taste. Li Chen's eyes sparkled as he eagerly grabbed a piece of violent carp sashimi with one chopstick and a piece of braised sidek with the other, enjoying himself immensely. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the ingredients at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion were indeed extraordinary. Just as the legend said, none of them were ordinary. After a few bites of delicious food, Li Chen even felt that his strength, speed, spiritual power, and other attributes had increased to some extent. Although the increase was small, only 1 or 2 points, it was a permanent boost. No wonder the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was known as the most luxurious hotel in the Eastern Dragon Empire, it truly was exceptional. Wang Qingfeng and the others only took a few bites before stopping with smiles, watching Li Chen feast. Although the food at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was very beneficial for professionals, it also had its limits. After reaching a certain threshold, it would no longer produce that kind of permanent attribute increase effect. Given their status, Wang Qingfeng and the others had long since reached that limit. Not to mention them, even Jiang Wuyuyu, as Jiang Zhen's daughter and the goddaughter in Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan's eyes, had already reached her limit. So, after filling her stomach, Jiang Wuyuyu put down her chopsticks and smiled as she watched Li Chen devour his food. After battling in the campaign for so long, Li Chen was truly hungry now. After watching for a while, Jiang Wuyuyu felt a bit urgent and excused herself, heading towards the restroom. However, unexpectedly, when she finished her business and came out, she ran into her old rival, and her delicate face immediately darkened. Jiang Wuyuyu, what are you doing here? A cold, somewhat hostile female voice sounded in surprise. Jiang Wuyu's voice also turned cold. What, is the Drunken Immortal Tower your family's business? You can come, but I can't? Yunlan's expression changed, and she was about to retort, but Yun Miao beside her spoke first. Yun Miao's expression shifted slightly, and in a voice as indifferent as her demeanor, she asked, since you're here, then Jiang Zhen and the others should be here too? Sunrise in the East is booked by you? Although Jiang Wuyo had a poor impression of Yun Miao, she had to endure her temper and replied, yes. Sunrise in the East was the imperial suite they were in. A glimmer flashed in Yun Miao's eyes as they narrowed slightly. Jiang Wuyo didn't know that her earlier question was actually a test. Yun Miao was well aware of Jiang Zhen's identity. As the youngest direct disciple of Master Li, although Jiang Zhen held no significant position in Tsinghua Academy, his status was certainly not low. The reason he hadn't taken a high position of power in Tsinghua Academy was partly due to his insufficient cultivation and partly because he valued Jiang Wuyo more, hoping to spend more time with his daughter. However, in reality, Jiang Zhen was quite valued by Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, and the relationship among the three was very good. Generally speaking, even with Jiang Zhen's status, unless there was something special, he rarely dined in the imperial suite of the Drunken Immortal Tower. But today, a special event had occurred. That was the faction confrontation instance provoked by Sakura Country. It should be noted that Yun Miao held a significant position in Beta Academy, yet even she had no idea that the Eastern Dragon Empire was hiding such a female big shot. Due to the sudden ban imposed by Marshal Li, Beta Academy was extremely sensitive to any unusual movements from the Eastern Dragon Empire. And today, since that female big shot suddenly appeared in the faction confrontation instance, Beta Academy immediately began to gather information. Among the low-level professions in the Eastern Dragon Empire, there were only a few powerful ones. The strong professionals were mostly in various powerful guilds. Since this female big shot was not a member of the Resurrected, she was likely from the Dragon Group or the Nuclear Elite. But why had Yun Miao and the others never heard of her before, or even known that such a monstrous genius existed? Could it be that this female big shot had some special identity or reason that caused Marshal Li to keep her hidden? Moreover, what puzzled Yun Miao even more was how this mysterious woman managed to kill so many people, including Ichiro Kobe. After all, even mid-level professionals above level 50, who entered the faction confrontation instance through level and equipment balance, couldn't possibly kill so many opponents alone. Not to mention that the three ministers of Sakura Country were also personally involved. However, it was precisely because the three ministers of Sakura Country entered the instance that Yun Miao and the others suddenly developed another speculation. Could this mysterious woman, like the three ministers, have entered using the Golden War Order? And the reason she could kill so many from Sakura Country, aside from her own mystery and strength, might be due to her high level, with basic attributes and skill counts far exceeding others. It was also because she possessed the ability to deliver a full power strike that she could catch the three ministers of Sakura Country off guard and instantly counter-kill them. After killing them, she immediately chose to withdraw because her trump card had been used up, so she used the excuse of going for a late-night snack to exit. If that were the case, then this mysterious female big shot was likely at least a level 70 or higher powerhouse. Moreover, she was a monstrous genius hidden by Master Li for who knows how many years. So, when Yun Miao just saw Jiang Wuyuyu, she immediately thought of the excuse that the female big shot used to have a late-night snack. If that female big shot is indeed the one that Marshal Li has been hiding, and she is a powerful being above level 70, then her identity and status must be extraordinary. At such a time, if she really wanted to have a late-night snack, choosing the Imperial box at the Drunken Immortal Tower would be quite reasonable, right? Continuing along this line of thought, if Jiang Zhen accompanied this female big shot for a meal, or even if Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan personally showed up, it wouldn't seem strange at all. With these thoughts in mind, a glimmer flashed in Yun Miao's eyes, and she immediately made a decision. A smile suddenly appeared on her face as she said to Jiang Wuyu, "Just right, I have some matters regarding the screening of foreign professionals to discuss with your father. Since he happens to be here, I'll go say hello to him." After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Wuyu to react, Yun Miao turned around and quickly walked towards sunrise in the east. As a regular here, Yun Miao naturally knew where the imperial suite was located. Seeing Yun Miao leave in a hurry, Jiang Wuyu was first taken aback, then her expression changed slightly. As Jiang Jin's daughter, Jiang Wuyu was quite alert and sensitive about certain matters. It should be noted that besides Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, Li Chen was also in the box. Using Jiang Jin's connections to have a meal with Wang Qingfeng and the others was one thing, but what about Li Chen? On the surface, Li Chen's identity was just a freshman who had just entered Tsinghua Academy. Even if he performed outstandingly during the college selection, it was impossible for him to sit down for a meal with someone of Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan's caliber right after entering the academy. Unless, for some reason, Li Chen had caught the attention of Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan. She hurriedly chased after her, calling out loudly, "Wait, Yun Senior, you." However, Yun Miao didn't give Jiang Wuyu a chance to stop her at all. She took 3 steps in 2 and quickly arrived outside sunrise in the east. Grasping the doorknob, she swiftly turned it with a click and stepped inside. Upon entering the suite, Yun Miao's gaze quickly turned towards the dining table, her pupils slightly constricting. Li Chen. At that moment, there were 4 people at the dining table. 3 of them she was already very familiar with, one of whom was naturally Jiang Wuyu's father, Jiang Jin. The other 2 were none other than Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, the leaders of the Dragon Group and the Nuclear Peace Elite. The 3 major disciples of Marshal Li had actually gathered here. And besides those 3, there was also Li Chen, the extremely arrogant newcomer she had seen in the 4-symbol city. Seeing Li Chen, a look of surprise and suspicion flashed in Yun Miao's eyes, and an incredible thought immediately popped into her mind. Is it him? Could he be the mysterious powerhouse in the camp confrontation instance? But then, Yun Miao quickly dismissed that thought. No, that's not right. Just now, there should have been another person in the room. Yun Miao's gaze immediately skipped over Li Chen and landed on the empty seat beside him. There was an empty seat on both sides of Li Chen. The chair on the left was draped with a pink coat, clearly a style favored by young girls. Without a doubt, this was Jiang Wuyu's seat. And to the right of Li Chen, there was also an empty seat. On the table in front of the empty seat was a small bowl, with a half-eaten shrimp in it, alongside some food scraps. It looked as if a diner had suddenly left after eating half of their meal. Yun Miao stared intently at that empty seat, her gaze sweeping over the open window beside it, her eyes flickering with light. At that moment, Li Chen was looking at Yun Miao with a surprised expression. He seemed completely unprepared for Yun Miao to suddenly barge in. Wang Qingfeng wore a faint smile as he slowly spoke. Isn't that teacher Yun Miao? What a coincidence to run into you here. Yun Miao's gaze darkened slightly as she glanced at Wang Qingfeng and the other 2, then suddenly smiled and said, I didn't expect Vice President Wang and Vice President Ling to be here as well. You 2 busy presidents rarely have time to come to Zue Xianlu for a meal. Oh, I wonder whose empty seat that is over there. Why is there no one there? Yun Miao's gaze swept towards the empty seat to the right of Li Chen, her tone teasing as she asked. Li Chen immediately spoke up, seemingly a bit anxious. It's no one. This was my seat before. I accidentally spilled water on it while drinking, so I moved over here. As he spoke, Li Chen seemed afraid that Yun Miao wouldn't believe him, and he quickly picked up half a shrimp from the bowl on that side and stuffed it into his mouth. Yun Miao's gaze swept over the bowl in front of Li Chen, clearly unconvinced. You inexperienced kid, trying to deceive me with such a clumsy excuse? Yun Miao sneered inwardly. Behind Yun Miao, Jiang Wuyu looked at the empty seat next to Li Chen, a look of astonishment flashing across her delicate face. Then, she quickly reacted, casting an admiring glance at Li Chen, her earlier panic quietly receding as she returned to her seat. Jiang Wuyu smiled and said, Senior Yun, weren't you going to talk to my dad? He's right over there. Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow, a half-smile on his face, and said, Oh, does Teacher Yun have something to discuss with me? Yun Miao looked deeply at Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan before turning to Jiang Jin, smiling as she said, It's nothing major, just wanted to ask Teacher Jiang if he already knows about today's faction confrontation instance. I wonder if Teacher Jiang is aware of who that mysterious female powerhouse is. I didn't expect that our Eastern Dragon Empire has such a remarkable woman. I really want to meet her. Jiang Jin smiled faintly, so that's what it is. To be honest, Teacher Yun, I'm also quite curious about this female powerhouse. It's just a pity that this female powerhouse might be a hidden practitioner in the common folk, her reputation not well known, making it truly unfortunate to miss the chance to meet her. Is that so? What a pity indeed. Yun Miao glanced slyly at the empty seat next to Li Chen. Oh, by the way, Vice President Wang, Vice President Ling, you two are usually so busy with work. How come you have time to come and have a meal with the younger generation today? Yun Miao shifted the topic, looking at Li Chen. Wang Qingfeng smiled faintly, looking at Jiang Wuyu, and said teasingly, Yu has grown up under the watch of Xuehan and me. Now that she's looking for a boyfriend, as her elders, we naturally have to come and help keep an eye on things. Yun Miao was taken aback. She didn't expect Wang Qingfeng's answer to be like this. Jiang Wuyu also stiffened, her pretty face slightly reddening as she glared at Wang Qingfeng and said, Uncle Wang, what are you talking about? At the same time, Jiang Wuyu subconsciously stole a glance at the calm-faced Li Chen. Yun Miao's gaze swept over Jiang Wuyu's face, revealing a look of realization and confusion. Beside her, Yun Lan also looked at Li Chen in surprise. She didn't expect that Li Chen, having just entered Tsinghua Academy for a short time, had already won Jiang Wuyu's heart. Yun Miao looked at Wang Qingfeng with a knowing expression. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Vice President Wang to care so much for the younger generation, taking time out of your busy schedule to look after the children's romantic lives. Finally glancing at the open window, Yunlan's smile faded, and she said lightly, in that case, I won't disturb you all during your meal. Farewell. After saying that, she decisively turned and left. Take care, no need to see you off, Zhang Jin said with a faint smile. After closing the door, Yun Miao quickly left with Yun Lan. Teacher, that empty seat next to Li Chen. Yun Lan whispered. Yun Miao's eyes flashed with light, and she affirmed, just now, there was definitely another person in the private room. That person was startled by us and left through the window early. That kid Li Chen still thinks he can use such a clumsy excuse to cover up. It's simply laughable. I've eaten more salt than he has rice. Yun Miao snorted coldly and continued, when we went in just now, I was secretly paying attention to Li Chen's every move. That kid glanced towards the window when he was picking up shrimp. He clearly has something to hide. The person sitting next to him must have quietly left through the window before we entered. Yun Miao paused slightly, her tone laced with excitement. If I'm not mistaken, the person worth both Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan coming to accompany should be that mysterious female big shot in today's faction confrontation instance. Although Yun Lan had anticipated this, she was still quite surprised to hear her teacher say so. Teacher, does that mean that mysterious female big shot is from the Dragon Group or the Nuclear Peace Elite? Yun Miao nodded seriously. It's highly likely. Moreover, that woman is very likely a master secretly trained by Marshal Li. The previous ban on the country might even have been enacted because of that mysterious woman. If I'm correct, that woman should be the secret weapon that Marshal Li prepared for the upcoming international war instance. Yun Lan asked in confusion, but teacher, if that mysterious woman is indeed the secret weapon secretly trained by Marshal Li, then why did she expose herself before the international war instance? Wouldn't that draw the attention of other countries too early? Yun Miao shook her head. No, this was just an accident. Her eyes sparkled with thought, as if she had seen through it all. To play a role in the international war instance, that woman's real level is probably at least above level 70. Moreover, her profession should be very special. It might even be a unique super god profession like Marshal Li's, far stronger than ordinary illusion gods. If it were a known illusion god profession, even if she used the Golden War Order, it would be impossible for her to slaughter so many practitioners from Sakura country in the faction confrontation instance, including geniuses like Ichiro Kobe and the 3 ministers of Sakura country. I estimate that according to Marshal Li's original idea, the ban on the country was issued to protect her. After all, with the international war instance approaching, all countries have already begun to prepare in secret. Especially for a first-tier power like our Eastern Dragon Empire, we naturally attract the attention of all countries. Marshal Li's move was to strike against the spies of other countries and keep her secret. It's just that Marshal Li probably didn't expect Sakura country's reaction to be so intense, causing all this trouble and killing so many of us. Yun Miao shook her head. If it weren't for the faction confrontation instance instigated by Sakura country, that mysterious woman would never have exposed her existence early. She would definitely have remained hidden until the international war instance began, giving everyone a surprise. After listening to Yun Miao's analysis, Yun Lan looked at her with admiration. Teacher truly is a person of great wisdom. Just from a chance encounter tonight, you've managed to figure out the cause and effect. Yun Miao pulled the corner of her mouth with some pride. It's all just experience. Once you've seen more things in the future, you'll naturally be able to think clearly. Yun Lan sincerely agreed. Yes, teacher. Yun Miao nodded slightly. But speaking of which, it was indeed a coincidence to run into Wang Qingfeng and the others at the Drunken Immortal Tower tonight. Now that we know that woman is Marshal Li's person, we can find a way to inquire about her specific information next. To be honest, I am quite curious about what profession that woman has. A glint of brilliance flashed in Yun Miao's eyes as she murmured softly. Listening to Yun Miao's muttering, Yun Lan's thoughts drifted in another direction. She questioned, "Teacher, if that mysterious female powerhouse is indeed a powerful practitioner over level 70, or a secret weapon secretly cultivated by Marshal Li for international war dungeons, then it makes sense for her to appear here. But what about that brat Li Chun? Even if he levels up quickly in the early stages and somehow defeated the phantoms of me and Jiang Wu Yu, but no matter how you look at it, he is just a low-level practitioner in his 20s. Why can he sit at the same table with people like Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan?" Hearing her disciple's question, Yun Miao pondered for a moment and then said with an expression that seemed to see through all truths, "If I'm not mistaken, that mysterious female powerhouse is probably related to Li Chen." As she spoke, Yun Miao seemed to affirm her own guess, nodding emphatically that brat Li Chen is very likely a disciple of that female powerhouse. And the reason he can level up quickly, even killing the phantoms of Yu and Jiang Wu Yu in a short time, is probably also inseparable from that female powerhouse. A flash of light appeared in Yun Miao's eyes, growing more excited as she spoke. "I suspect that the female powerhouse's abilities are likely related to beast taming or summoning, but in terms of strength, they far exceed those of ordinary beast tamers and summoners. Moreover, her summoned creatures should be able to be temporarily lent to others like a beast tamer. So, Li Chen's rapid leveling up may not be due to exploiting a dungeon bug, but rather relying on external forces far beyond his current level." Yun Miao looked at her disciple, a knowing smile on her face. "Lanner, didn't you notice? Just now at the dining table, the empty seat of that female powerhouse was right next to Li Chen, and on the other side was Jiang Wu Yu. What does this indicate? It indicates that the person who originally sat in that empty seat is very close to Li Chen, and her identity is equivalent to that of Li Chen's elder. It is precisely because of her that Li Chen could get so close to Jiang Wu Yu as soon as he entered Tsinghua Academy and even become her boyfriend." Yun Miao sneered, "That little girl Jiang Wu Yu looks cheerful and generous on the surface, but in reality, her inner pride is no less than yours. If Li Chen were really just an ordinary orphan, I don't believe Jiang Wu Yu would so easily agree to be his girlfriend. Humph. So although this brat is just a shabby mechanic, he is so extraordinary, fundamentally not because of how strong his profession is or how special his abilities are, but simply because he has a powerful practitioner over level 70 hiding behind him. I estimate that the woman must have taken a liking to Li Chen's unprecedented full spirit power. Hey, it's just a pity that man proposes, but God disposes. Although Li Chen has full spirit power, the profession he awakened is the most useless phantom profession, mechanic. I have to say, that woman is not unkind to Li Chen. Even after he awakened such a trash profession, she was still willing to use her abilities to protect him and find a way to send him to Tsinghua. Yun Lan suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Yun Miao pondered while saying, "However, in that case, Li Chen is indeed a clue. We can investigate the true identity of that woman through Li Chen. I don't believe that since she has revealed her tracks, that woman can continue to hide." The two figures walked further away, and Yun Miao's voice gradually faded in the corridor. In the suite at sunrise, after Yun Miao left, Jiang Wu Yu was about to speak, but was stopped by a glance from Ling Xuehan. Jiang Wu Yu immediately closed her mouth, and the room fell into silence. After a moment, Ling Xuehan carefully sensed for a while, confirming that Yun Miao and the others had walked far away, before waving her hand. With a burst of silver-white light, a faint spatial fluctuation enveloped the entire room, and Ling Xuehan gently nodded to everyone. "All right, you can speak now." Receiving Ling Xuehan's signal, Jiang Wu Yu controlled her voice, glanced at the empty seat next to Li Chen, and excitedly asked, "And Ling, is this empty seat intentionally left for them to see?" Ling Xuehan admired Li Chen with a glance. "This is thanks to Li Chen's quick thinking. After we heard your loud shout outside the door, we immediately guessed that Yun Miao might rush in to check the situation. Originally, I wanted to take Li Chen and avoid it directly, but Li Chen said that even if we could avoid it this time, in the future, as he spends more time with us, he will eventually be seen by others. Rather than that, it's better to divert attention and shift the focus elsewhere." Wang Qingfeng nodded in appreciation. "I have to say, on this point, the little junior brother is indeed very thoughtful." In Yun Miao's view, encountering us tonight was completely a coincidence. Only such a chance encounter would make Yun Miao firmly believe that the female big shot truly exists. Zhang Jin couldn't help but laugh. "That's right. Moreover, just now, Li Chen practically performed the art of feign capture to perfection, highlighting a young man with no social experience who is trying hard to conceal his panic." Ling Xuehan chuckled, her tone sarcastic. "Someone like Yun Miao, who prides herself on being an old hand, will only believe what she sees with her own eyes. and Li Chen's performance just now was enough to make her believe in the existence of the female big shot. Wang Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Not only that, I suspect that Yun Miao has probably already filled in many details and speculations about that female big shot in her mind. In the future, her level of attention towards Li Chen will significantly decrease. Even if she sees us often with Li Chen, she won't focus on Li Chen himself but will only use him to probe and think about that non-existent female big shot. Listening to everyone's discussion, Jiang Wuyu giggled and looked at Li Chen. Li Chen, do you think Yun Miao and the others will think that the female big shot is some distant relative of yours? Li Chen chuckled and teased. Why does it have to be a distant relative? Can't she be my confidant? Jiang Wuyu widened her eyes and retorted, Humph, dream on. You, a low-level practitioner, actually dare to hope for such a powerful confidant? Li Chen sighed and nodded. True, as a level 30 little nobody, even if I really wanted to find a confidant, I could probably only find someone like you, a low-level practitioner. Jiang Wuyu raised her eyebrows, picked up a chicken leg, and stuffed it into Li Chen's mouth, scolding. Alright, you dare to belittle me? Just eat your chicken leg. Wang Qingfeng and the others burst into laughter. After finishing the meal, it was almost midnight. Li Chen had been battling in the camp confrontation dungeon for a long time and felt a bit tired, so he didn't go to grind the endless altar anymore, but returned to his new home with Jiangjun and the others to rest. The next day, Li Chen was called out early by Ling Xuehan and Jiangjun to continue their monster grinding endeavors. At this time, in Sakura country, at the headquarters of Amaterasu, in the conference room, Shinobu Kenjin stared grimly at the big screen, where a neatly groomed, serious-looking middle-aged man with blonde hair appeared. Shinobu Kenjin, you initiated an encrypted call to find me. What is it about? Parker Williams asked in a deep voice. Shinobu Kenjin, with a respectful expression, replied in a low voice, President Parker, I have received some news regarding that woman from the Eastern Dragon Empire. Oh, Parker Williams's body sat up slightly, his expression becoming more serious. Tell me about it. Although Kenji Kobe did not specify who that woman was, at this moment, aside from the woman who had taken down the 3 major ministers of Sakura country in the faction confrontation instance, there was clearly no one else who would warrant such gravity from Kenji Kobe. Kenji Kobe said in a low voice, according to the information I have received, that woman should be a secret weapon secretly cultivated by Master Li, prepared for the upcoming international war instance. And the reason she was able to kill so many warriors from Sakura country is highly likely because her profession is similar to that of Master Li, an ultra-divine profession, far exceeding ordinary phantom gods. At the same time, we speculate that her actual level is probably above level 70. And she also participated in the faction confrontation instance through the Golden War Order. The reason she was ultimately able to counter-kill Abe Hideyoshi and the others is likely because she used that full-power strike ability. Ultra-divine profession? Level 70? Parker Williams's gaze suddenly sharpened. He did not ask where Kenji Kobe got his information or whether it was credible. It seemed he had no doubts about it. The light in Parker Williams's eyes flickered uncertainly, as if contemplating the possibilities Kenji Kobe had mentioned. After a moment, he slowly spoke, Your speculation has some merit. The combat power that woman displayed in the faction confrontation instance indeed far exceeds the existing phantom god professions. If she were just an ordinary phantom god profession, even if she could kill those 3 guys from Amaterasu, the speed shouldn't have been that fast. So, she is most likely an ultra-divine professional. Parker Williams paused slightly, his voice becoming a bit heavier. However, I believe her actual level may not necessarily be 70. It could very well be the peak of 60. Kenji Kobe asked in confusion, Why? Parker Williams replied calmly, Back then, Master Li only revealed himself after reaching level 70, and by that time, he was already in an invincible state at the same level. Although the creator awakened by Master Li is not particularly outstanding in terms of attack power, he is very strong in self-preservation and flexibility. Unless his spiritual power is completely exhausted, no one can do anything to him. But I can assure you that if the Master Li of that time were replaced by that mysterious woman, he might not be able to achieve such a one-sided slaughter. At the very least, in terms of killing speed, Master Li would definitely not be able to compare with this woman. At this point, Parker Williams's gaze became serious. The profession that this woman awakened is definitely far superior to Master Li in terms of attack power, and her abilities should excel in group battles, allowing her to kill all opponents within minutes in every fight. Kenji Kobe recalled the duration of the previous faction confrontation instances and was taken aback. He exclaimed, So, that woman is even more terrifying than Master Li? Parker Williams shook his head gently. No, on the contrary, as long as you know who she is, her threat level is much lower than Master Li. Kenji Kobe asked in confusion, Why? Parker Williams smiled faintly. Every professional is not perfect, there are advantages and, of course, disadvantages, even for ultra-divine professions. Master Li's creator has self-preservation abilities that are considered the best in the world, but his attack power is much more mediocre. Since this woman has such strong attack power, her self-preservation ability among professionals of the same level must not be that outstanding. Otherwise, how could she have immediately withdrawn after killing your 3 ministers? Parker Williams sneered, feeling somewhat relaxed. So, I think this woman might be a high attack, low defense ultra-divine profession, similar to the mechanics of the Eastern Dragon Empire. This level of attack power, even if she is a level 60 professional, could still annihilate your 3 ministers. Kenji Kobe realized, Sodesuga. Parker Williams' eyes flashed with cold light. If that's the case, then although this woman is still worth paying attention to, she is much easier to deal with than Master Li. Kenji Kobe gritted his teeth. Hey, President Parker, this woman killed my child. If your side formulates a plan against her, please be sure to let me participate. Parker Williams' eyes flashed coldly, nodding slightly. I understand. Now that we know some of her background, we will naturally find a way to deal with her before the international war instance opens. With this woman's abilities, if she participates in the international war instance, it would also be a considerable threat to us. After saying this, Parker Williams hung up the encrypted video call. As night fell, Li Chen, led by Ling Xuehan, returned after grinding experience all day. His level had risen from 30 to 34, just one step away from unlocking the next skill. Today, Sakura Country did not provoke, and Li Chen finally had a timely dinner. After dinner, Li Chen, under Ling Xuehan's guidance, once again arrived at the secret area of the Tsinghua Academy Instance Hall. Today, he was ready to start solo grinding in the Endless Altar. Wang Qingfeng had other matters to attend to and did not come. Jiang Jin and Jiang Wuyuyu, 2 idlers, curiously followed along. Ling Xuehan glanced at the world rankings above the Endless Altar and introduced to Li Chen. The Endless Altar can be considered a special solo instance that all professionals can grind, and you can enter at any time, yielding a large amount of experience. But in reality, for most people, this instance is not very useful. Why? Li Chen asked curiously. Ling Xuehan showed a helpless expression, because the monster levels in this instance correspond to the layers, and the higher the layer, the number of monsters increases geometrically. Ling Xuehan paused and continued, the Endless Altar has a total of 100 layers, and each layer can only be cleared once. But so far, no one in the world has been able to clear it. Even our teacher has only reached layer 93 at most. Li Chen was taken aback. Is it really that difficult? Jiang Jin nodded seriously. That's right, it is indeed very difficult. The monster levels in the Endless Altar correspond to the layers. For example, the monsters on the first layer are level 1, the 10th layer is level 10, and the 95th layer is level 95. But if it were just that, dealing with monsters of the same level wouldn't be too hard for professionals of the same level. Even if they are a bit higher, it wouldn't be a big problem. Especially after level 50, mid to high level professionals who have completed their advanced awakening will see a significant increase in strength. Those powerful professionals can solo grind hundreds or even thousands of monsters without issue. After all, monsters' abilities are relatively singular, their skills are not as rich as professionals, and they are even worse in terms of intelligence. Ling Xuehan sighed helplessly. However, the number of monsters in the Endless Altar is simply too many. For every layer you increase, the total number of monsters is the square of that layer. For example, the first layer has 1 level 1 monster, the 10th layer has 10 squared, which is 100 level 10 monsters. The 50th layer has 50 squared, which is 2,500 level 50 monsters, and layer 93 is even more exaggerated, 93 squared, a whopping 8,649 level 95 monsters. Li Chen was astonished. So, a higher the layer, not only do the monster levels increase, but their numbers also grow geometrically? But right after that, he frowned. Something feels off. If monsters of this difficulty appear in hundreds or even thousands at the same time, I'm afraid 99% of the professionals won't be able to clear many levels, right? Especially after reaching level 30, the number of monsters has already exceeded 1,000. For monsters of this magnitude, aside from a few professions that are good at group battles, others would probably be overwhelmed and die in no time. Jiang Jin gently shook his head. What the second senior sister just said was the total number of monsters on each level, but once the battle starts, these monsters don't all come out at once, there will be a gradual process, and then the difficulty will increase. For example, if there are 2,500 monsters on the 50th level, the first batch will have 10, the second batch 30, the third batch 100, and then it keeps increasing until all 2,500 monsters are out. And between each batch of monsters, there is a certain interval, which serves as a buffer time for the professionals to adapt. If you kill all the monsters in the previous batch, the next batch will appear immediately. But even so, by the time you reach level 50, the total number of monsters is still terrifying. Even if the attack power is sufficient, the spiritual energy might not be able to sustain the consumption. Hearing Jiang Jin's explanation, Li Chen nodded. I see. Ling Xuehan said, so, although the experience points from the endless altar are abundant, for most professionals, it's actually somewhat useless, because the speed of soloing is too slow, and the risk is too high. After entering the endless altar, professionals have only two ways to exit. One is to clear that level, which gives two choices, either enter the next level or choose to exit. The second is, if you can't handle the battle after it starts, you must endure for half an hour in that level before you can choose to exit midway. What if you can't last half an hour? Li Chen asked. Ling Xuehan shrugged. Then you can only die under the siege of the monsters. If it weren't for the fact that the monsters in the endless altar appear in batches, gradually increasing from few to many, giving professionals a chance to buy time, I'm afraid very few would dare to challenge it. Jiang Jin smiled. Now, most professionals see the endless altar more as a training ground for honing skills or combat techniques. After they have a new breakthrough, they will enter the altar to see if they can surpass the number of monsters they previously defeated and last longer, which serves as a good measure of their growth and strength. Suddenly, excitement appeared in Ling Xuehan's eyes as she stared at Li Chen, junior brother. For others, the endless altar is quite dangerous, but for you, it's an excellent place to farm experience, because the monsters in the endless altar have no level experience penalties. In other words, even if you are only in your 30s now, as long as your attack power is sufficient, you can fight as many levels as you want. This is equivalent to killing monsters at a higher level to accumulate experience, which can significantly speed up the leveling process for lower-level professionals in a short time. Hearing Ling Xuehan's words, Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. No level experience penalties? Wow, that sounds amazing. With the number of super weapons Li Chen can summon now, he really isn't afraid of the number of monsters. In fact, the more monsters there are, the more excited he gets. A mechanic with infinite ammunition is full of confidence. Thinking of this, Li Chen immediately rubbed his hands together, ready to start his monster farming journey. At this moment, Ling Xuehan handed Li Chen two small porcelain bottles, reminding him, Junior brother, this is the Heavenly Spirit Pill and the Xian Spirit Pill. Eat one of each after you go in. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wu, who was nearby, exclaimed, Xian Spirit Pill. Isn't that too extravagant? Li Chen was also taken aback as he opened the orange-red bottle and poured out an orange-red pill. Is this the legendary Xianling Pill? Ling Xuehan smiled and nodded. That's right. This thing is quite difficult to obtain. Only alchemists above level 70 can refine it, and the success rate is extremely low. The 10 inside are all the stock from the Dragon Team and the Nuclear Elite. Taking the Xianling Pill together with the Tianling Pill can quadruple the experience points you gain for half an hour, making it perfect for you to use right now. Li Chen looked touched. Thank you, second senior sister. Ling Xuehan smiled coldly. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be polite with me. Go on, be careful. Li Chen nodded heavily and walked towards the teleportation area. With a flash of light, when the world in front of Li Chen became clear again, he was astonished to find himself standing at the edge of a massive altar. The altar was circular, covering an exaggerated area, roughly estimated to be over 10 kilometers in diameter, with the ground engraved with mysterious patterns. In the very center of the altar, there was a large character, indicating that this was the first layer of the endless altar. At that moment, Li Chen was standing at the edge of the altar, within a separate small circle. Li Chen knew this was the safe zone of the endless altar. Once the adventurer was ready and stepped out of this safe zone, the challenge would begin. Just then, a line of prompts floated before Li Chen. First challenge of the endless altar, basic information registration in progress. Ding! Information registration complete. Name, Li Chen. Country, Eastern Dragon Empire. Guild, Nuclear Elite. Profession, Mechanic. Level, 34. Li Chen was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Did the endless altar require information registration? Wouldn't that expose his identity? But immediately, the prompt that appeared next dispelled Li Chen's concerns. Do you want to make your information public? Li Chen let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. So it turns out he could hide his information. That startled me. Hide everything, Li Chen immediately responded. Hiding complete. Name? Seeing this familiar string of question marks, Li Chen chuckled. Now I can go all out. He quickly took out the two bottles Ling Xuehan had given him, poured out a pill from each, and stuffed them into his mouth. Watching the fourfold experience countdown appear before him, Li Chen nodded slightly. Then, after a brief thought, he moved. With a thought, a dense array of heavy tanks appeared in front of Li Chen, lined up before him. Summoning a tank consumes 16 points of spiritual power, and Li Chen currently had over 3,300 points of total spiritual power. With the aura's double happiness effect, Li Chen summoned a staggering 800 heavy tanks. Looking at the super army before him, Li Chen felt a surge of ambition and stepped out of the safe zone. With a buzz, the entire altar seemed to come alive. The mysterious patterns on the ground instantly lit up, and a massive white light gate quietly rose from the center of the altar. Soon after, a lump of a strange red creature wriggled out from the light gate. It was the monster of the first layer of the endless altar, a red slime. Li Chen grinned and issued a command in his heart. With a loud boom, 800 tanks fired simultaneously. Under such terrifying concentrated firepower, that lump of strange red creature was immediately blown to pieces. Killed the red slime, gained 400 experience points. Li Chen looked at the prompt that floated up, his eyes brightening. Goodness, this experience is indeed high. To think, this is just the first layer's monster. Even without the quadruple experience pills bonus, it still gives a full 100 points of experience, equivalent to twice the boss in the level 10 dungeon of the Dark Forest. If this continues at a high level, won't the experience points soar? Congratulations on passing the first layer of the Endless Altar. Would you like to continue the challenge? Continue the challenge. Without a second thought, Li Chen immediately made his choice. A layer of white light quickly rose from beneath his feet, engulfing Li Chen. When the white light faded, Li Chen found himself in the second layer, the number in the center of the altar changing from 1 to 2. Li Chen instinctively looked around, and his body trembled, his eyes widening in shock, his mouth agape. Because right in front of him, there were 800 tanks, all lined up perfectly, not a single one missing. Li Chen's mind was a bit dazed. What was going on? Didn't the second senior sister say that when a professional clears a layer and chooses to continue, all panel attributes would reset? Could it be that the skills already used wouldn't reset? Li Chen immediately opened his attribute panel to check. Spirit power, 2345. It had indeed reset. He checked the remaining duration of these heavy tanks, 53, 52, 51. A brilliant light suddenly shot from Li Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected that he had been told he was exploiting a bug. And today, it seemed he had truly stumbled upon a bug. The super weapons he had summoned actually wouldn't disappear when continuing to challenge the next layer. Their duration would simply extend. What did this mean? It meant that if Li Chen's monster-slaying speed was fast enough, his super weapons could accumulate far beyond the limit of his current spirit power. It was like rolling a snowball. With each layer he advanced, Li Chen's super weapons could double. And then, it would become increasingly terrifying, with firepower growing stronger. Even in the later stages, the first super weapon he summoned would disappear after a minute, but the subsequent super weapons could still accumulate an extremely exaggerated number. This was at least equivalent to dozens of times what Li Chen's current spirit power could summon. This was simply an unstoppable rhythm. Li Chen didn't know that this wasn't actually a dungeon bug, because there was no one else in the world like him, a professional who could summon super weapons and continuously summon them as long as he had spirit power. Even other similar professions, like beast tamers and summoners, had fixed pets and summons, with no possibility of repeated summoning. And once their pets or summons were injured or even killed during monster slaying, they could only wait for natural recovery to summon them again. So, even if their summons followed their master to the next layer when choosing to continue the challenge, at most, it would just save a bit of spirit power consumption when activating skills, without providing any additional boost to the professional's combat power. Therefore, such rules wouldn't allow professionals to exploit any loopholes, except for Li Chen was an exception. Because his super weapons existed through continuous consumption of spirit power, without any numerical limit. Thinking of this, Li Chen dared not delay any longer. As he took a step forward, he immediately whoosh 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 summoned another 800 tanks. Buzz, a huge white light gate appeared again in the center of the altar, and 4 strange green creatures slowly crawled out from inside. In the second layer, the number of monsters was 2 squared, a total of 4 green slimes. Boom! A full 1600 tanks roared simultaneously, and the 4 slimes were instantly blown apart. Kill green slime, gain 1,600 experience points. Kill green slime, gain 1,600 experience points. 4 consecutive prompts floated out, and Li Chen's face was filled with excitement. Goodness, this endless altar is quite fair. As the levels increase, while the number of monsters rises geometrically, the experience points also multiply. According to this pattern, the base experience value for the third level should be 3 squared times 100. With each monster's base experience being 900. Combined with the quadruple experience potion, that's a whopping 3,600 experience points? As Ling Shuihan mentioned earlier, once the levels rise, the experience gained from monsters will slow down, but for him, a low-level player in his 30s, it's still incredibly appealing. he can hardly wait. Congratulations on passing the second level of the Endless Altar. Would you like to continue the challenge? Continue. With a flash of white light, Li Chen appeared on the third level. This time he was even faster. In order to save time, he didn't even take a good look at the scenery before stepping out of the safe zone, unleashing 800 tanks once again. Just as Li Chen stepped out of the safe zone, a massive white portal reappeared in the center of the altar, and 9 dark purple giant spiders crawled out, their eyes flashing with ferocity. These were the monsters of the third level, the frenzied spiders. Boom! With 2,400 tanks firing simultaneously, the 9 frenzied spiders hadn't even taken a few steps before they were instantly turned into a mist of blood. Killed a frenzied spider, gained 3,600 experience points. Killed a frenzied spider, gained 3,600 experience points. Just as I thought. Seeing the kill notifications floating before him, Li Chen's face lit up with joy. Watching the large amount of experience points roll in, he was itching to push quickly to higher levels. Outside, Ling Xuehan and Jiangjin occasionally glanced at the global leaderboard for the Endless Altar while chatting. Zhang Wuyuyu said with anticipation, "I wonder how high Li Chen can level up." Jiangjin laughed. With that halo, Li Chen's super weapon is equivalent to quadrupling its power out of thin air. If he summons all the tanks, that's 800 tanks outputting at full power for a minute, and there's no ammunition limit. With that kind of firepower density, I feel like reaching level 50 shouldn't be too much of a problem. Ling Xuehan calculated in her mind and smiled. The attack mode of the mechanic is quite special. When ammunition is sufficient, it's all about area coverage strikes. The main cannon of the heavy tank is indeed powerful, but as the levels progress and the number of monsters increases, the tank's attack coverage becomes less effective than that of rocket launchers. Jiang Jin's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. What Second's senior sister said is true. The single-shot firepower of the tank's main cannon does exceed that of rocket launchers, and its range is also greater, but the coverage density is indeed much smaller. If Li Chen summons rocket launchers, the energy consumption is only a quarter of that of tanks, and in terms of quantity, he could even summon over 3,300 rocket launchers. With that level of rocket launchers providing fire coverage, their attack power could even surpass that of 800 tanks. After all, to measure a mechanic's attack power, the number of super weapons is of utmost importance. Ling Xuehan nodded. Exactly, even low-level super weapons, when they reach a certain quantity, can have terrifying attack power that far exceeds high-level super weapons. If Li Chen realizes this, after level 50, instead of summoning tanks, he might as well summon all rocket launchers. With over 3,300 rocket launchers firing at full power for a minute, he should have a great chance of reaching level 60. However, Zhang Wuyuyu expressed some concern, but the attack range of rocket launchers is much shorter than that of tanks. If the monsters get too close, wouldn't that greatly increase the danger? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jin couldn't help but laugh. Yu, have you forgotten Li Chen's new talent? With the mechanical doppelganger, it's hard for him to get killed, so what danger is there to fear? Zhang Wuyuyu suddenly remembered this matter and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Ling Xuehan glanced at her teasingly and joked, it's okay. Concern leads to confusion, Ling Auntie can understand. Zhang Wuyuyu's pretty face flushed, and she pouted in a spoiled manner, Ling Auntie. Just then, Jiangjin, who had been focused on the global leaderboard of the Endless Altar, suddenly narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, Li Chen has entered the leaderboard. Where? Let me see. Zhang Wuyuyu quickly looked up. Ling Xuehan also expressed her surprise and focused on the leaderboard. The Endless Altar is accessible to all professionals worldwide, with a large number of participants. Therefore, the global leaderboard only records professionals who have passed the 30th level challenge. Subsequently, each level is ranked based on the completion time. As for levels below 30, first, the professionals are still beginners with limited combat power and can hardly clear many levels. Second, below level 30, the speed of leveling up through dungeons or being carried by others is relatively faster and safer. Naturally, no one would seek hardship by soloing the Endless Altar. Once they reach level 30, the difficulty of the dungeons increases significantly, and the leveling speed slows down considerably. At this point, most professionals choose to upgrade their equipment at level 30. Wealthy families often equip themselves with artifact-level gear, and if they are lucky enough to find legendary orange gear or level 40 pink gear during the process, they will continue to upgrade. Otherwise, they will use it until level 50, which is considered the most cost-effective option. Powerful illusionist professions and top-tier professions will also create a significant gap with other ordinary professions at this point, marking a watershed among lower-level professionals. For instance, Ichiro Kobe from Sakura Country was particularly lucky, managing to gather a complete set of level 40 legendary profession-specific gear during several Abyss dungeons, nearly boosting his combat power to the peak below level 50. If it weren't for encountering the freak Li Chen, he would have been the combat power ceiling below level 50. Zhang Wu Yu looked at the string of at the end of the leaderboard and couldn't help but laugh. It's that string of question marks again. All the data is hidden. It must be Li Chen. Ling Xuehan looked a bit puzzled and murmured, strange, Li Chen's monster clearing speed seems to be much higher than I expected. How did he reach level 30 so quickly? Zhang Jin smiled, that's not surprising. There are only a few hundred monsters below level 30, and their defense is quite low. Even if Li Chen summons 800 tanks, it would be enough to cover and annihilate that number of monsters. Ling Xuehan hesitantly nodded. That said, she still felt that something was off. At Beta Academy, in the dungeon hall, suddenly, a new name appeared in the area for level 33 on the leaderboard, Yunlan. Yun Miao stood with her arms crossed, also looking at the Endless Altar leaderboard, her usually stern face rarely showing a faint smile. With a flash of light, Yunlan, whose curves were not particularly exaggerated and was drenched in fragrant sweat, suddenly teleported in. She was panting heavily but wore an excited smile on her face. Yun Miao nodded in appreciation, well done. Although clearing it was a bit forced, being able to pass level 33 is already an extraordinary performance. Lanner, compared to before, your combat skills have improved quite a bit. Receiving her teacher's praise, Yunlan was also filled with joy, nodding earnestly, yes. Thanks to the teacher's excellent guidance, thank you for helping me reach level 30. In the Four Symbols City, seeing Zhang Wu Yu advance to level 30 ahead of time, Yunlan felt a sudden sense of urgency. So after coming back, she asked Yun Miao to take her to grind monsters and level up, hoping to catch up with Zhang Wu Yu's progress. Fortunately, her experience points were already close to level 30, and Yun Miao valued her quite a bit, so he took her to grind for 2 days and even let her eat a few heavenly spirit pills. Finally, today, she managed to raise Yunlan's level to 30 and changed her deer to pink. After changing her equipment, Yunlan thought about testing her combat power in the Endless Altar. To her surprise, she charged all the way to the 33rd floor. Generally speaking, with the strength of a Phantom God class, one can usually challenge monsters 3 or 4 levels higher in the Endless Altar. A first-tier class can only challenge monsters 1 or 2 levels higher. Only Super God classes like Martial Li can reach 5 levels higher than their own, and that's across major levels. Besides that, there are also differences in class preferences. For example, Yunlan's battle mage is not particularly good at group battles and leans more towards being a warrior or assassin. Therefore, Yunlan was actually at a disadvantage when challenging the Endless Altar. Being able to reach the 33rd floor was already quite good. Yunlan was somewhat satisfied with this. She said with a hint of fear, the attacks from the Hell Goblin archers on the 33rd floor were just too dense. Luckily, the altar area was large enough. I had to keep moving to avoid being focused on by those archers. If my speed weren't decent, I probably would have regretted it right there. Yun Miao nodded slightly. Battle mages are not good at group battles, and even less so at ranged combat. The Hell Goblin archers do indeed have a strong counter against you. Yunlan looked up at the leaderboard. Since she was close to the limit for clearing, her ranking was basically at the bottom of the 33rd floor. However, just as she was about to shift her gaze away, a strange name suddenly caught her eye. It was a series of question marks. At that moment, the question mark name was closely following her, ranking first on the 32nd floor. Yunlan's pupils instantly contracted, and she raised her hand to point at the leaderboard, exclaiming, "Teacher, look." Yun Miao turned in surprise, his gaze immediately sharpening. Since that day of the faction confrontation instance, a name made up of question marks only represented one identity, the mysterious female powerhouse of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Seeing this string of question marks, Yun Miao immediately thought of her. Yunlan exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher, could this be that mysterious female powerhouse?" Yun Miao's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't immediately answer his disciple's question but stared intently at the question mark name. A few seconds later, the question mark name suddenly disappeared from the 32nd floor area. Yun Miao's body shook, and he immediately looked at the leaderboard for the 33rd floor. The question mark name had already reached the very top of the 33rd floor. A just as I thought expression appeared on Yun Miao's face as he slowly nodded. It's her. Such a clearing speed was simply impossible for someone at level 30-something to achieve. The only possibility for this person to clear so quickly was that her attack intensity far exceeded the level of monsters at this tier, essentially meaning that the monsters had just appeared and were all instantly killed. In just a few breaths, the question mark name disappeared from the 33rd floor and reappeared at the very top of the 34th floor. Yun Miao said with burning eyes, "This woman has been hidden by Martial Li for who knows how many years. Given her current level, she is most likely a powerhouse above level 70. Previously, she had to hide her existence, so she never came to challenge the Endless Altar. Now, although her true identity still needs to be kept secret, her existence has already been exposed. That's why she has started to grind the endless altar now. Young Miao chuckled lightly and said, "Interesting, I want to see just how far that woman can climb." In the Tsinghua Academy dungeon hall, Ling Shuihan and the others were also staring at the leaderboard of the endless altar, fixated on the string of question marks. Level 45, 46, 47. As they watched that name shoot up every few seconds, even Jiang Jin began to feel something was off. With a look of confusion and surprise on his face, he murmured, "It's almost reaching level 50, why is Li Chen's speed still so fast? This is insane. Is the firepower of 800 tanks really this fierce? It seems a bit unscientific." Jiang Wu's eyes were filled with excitement and joy as he cheered for Li Chen from the side. "Li Chen is amazing. It's like chopping vegetables. I wonder what level he is at now." Hearing his daughter's words, Jiang Jin calculated in his mind that with Li Chen's monster-killing speed, without experience penalties and with a fourfold experience potion, his level was probably already close to level 40. Suddenly, Ling Shuihan's gaze deepened, and she said softly, "We're about to break through level 50. At that moment, the once empty space of the endless altar was now filled with a dense array of super weapons. Looking around, there was hardly any place left to stand. Heavy tanks almost covered the entire altar, their dark muzzles all aimed at the center of the altar. Not only the ground, but even the sky was filled with various super weapons. At the very top of the altar's center was a dense cluster of Barrett sniper rifles, surrounded by a ring of Gatling machine guns. This area was specifically planned by Li Chen for finishing off enemies. Because the coverage density of the Gatling and Barrett was greater, they could quickly eliminate any stragglers, saving time. Outside the Gatling machine guns were all rocket launchers. The number and density of those rocket launchers were terrifying enough to induce a fear of clusters, with at least tens of thousands of them. Yet the mastermind behind all this was pushed to the very edge of the altar by these super weapons, sitting on a tank, yawning out of boredom. Now, he was too lazy to even look at what monsters were coming out of the light gate. Anyway, no matter what monsters appeared, they were meaningless in the face of such overwhelming super weapon numbers. What he needed to do now was simply to fill in the gaps left by the super weapons after their summoning time was up. Besides that, it was just mindlessly bombarding the center of the altar, requiring no extra maneuvers. Unlike other professionals, who had to jump around and dodge left and right while farming an altar, tactics and strategies were completely unnecessary. As long as the firepower was sufficient, all monsters were illusions, and they would die the moment they showed their heads. Li Chen looked at his attribute panel and murmured, "After finishing the 50th level, the experience should be enough for me to level up to 40. Tisk TSK, this endless altar is indeed a great place for farming experience. The initial experience of a single monster already far exceeds that of a boss of the same level, and with the fourfold potion, the experience is visibly increasing, growing faster than hormone-fed leaks, truly endless." Boom! Another round of artillery fire erupted, instantly turning over 1,000 Hell Knights to ashes. Level 50, cleared. Ding dong! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 40. Seeing the upgrade prompt appear before him, Li Chen's eyes lit up. He chose to continue climbing levels while quickly opening his attribute panel to check for new skills and talents. After reaching level 40, the attributes gained from leveling up increased from 5 points to 10 points, and the free potential also became 10 points. Li Chen said nothing and directly added all these free potential points to his spiritual power, then quickly opened the talent section. At this moment, the skill bar on the left side of talent had 2 more skills. One was unlocked at level 35, but Li Chen had been too lazy to check it, planning to look at it together when he unlocked new talents at level 40. Level 35 skill, Wolverine, skill description, summon Wolverine. Each minute the Wolverine exists, it consumes 32 points of spiritual power. Note, the Wolverine has 2 forms, one is human-shaped, with a more diverse combat style, capable of equipping various ranged super weapons. The other is wolf-shaped, which has reduced combat flexibility but 3 times the speed and strength of the human form. Note, when spiritual power reaches 0, the Wolverine will automatically return. Seeing this, Li Chen raised his eyebrows high and said with satisfaction, "Wow, not only does it have independent combat capability, but it also has dual forms. Isn't this equivalent to a super infantry? Not bad, not bad." Level 40 skill, laser cannon, skill description, summon laser cannon. Each minute the laser cannon exists, it consumes 50 points of spiritual power. Note, the laser cannon is a long-range energy weapon with immense power, possessing armor-piercing and penetrating effects, with a maximum range of 35 kilometers. Note, when spiritual power reaches 0, the laser cannon will automatically return. Li Chen's eyes lit up as he gasped. Wow! It even has special effects as a super weapon. The mechanic truly deserves to be a phantom profession. Starting from level 40, the attack effects of super weapons have significantly increased. If this magnitude stacks up, the laser cannon, with its inherent penetrating and armor-piercing effects, is naturally a nemesis for mages and heavy-armored warriors. Not only that, but Li Chen also discovered a problem. The spiritual power consumption of the laser cannon skill was actually 50 points. To know, all his previous super weapons basically doubled their spiritual power consumption every 5 levels. The level 35 Wolverine required 32 points of spiritual power, and he originally thought the level 40 skill would consume 64 points, but unexpectedly, it was only 50 points, much less than he had anticipated. For Li Chen, this meant that his sustainability could be improved again, which was definitely good news. After looking at the skills, Li Chen couldn't wait to check the mechanic exclusive talent on the right. Compared to the skills unlocked after leveling up, talents were the key. Mechanic exclusive talent, 4th stage, life to spirit, Note 1. After killing an enemy with a super weapon, you can convert 1,000th of the enemy's health into spiritual power to replenish yourself. Note 2. The 5th stage exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 50. Seeing this skill, Li Chen's breathing became rapid, converting the enemy's life into spiritual power at a ratio of 1,000th. In this way, combined with the double happiness effect of the spiritual energy burst halo, wouldn't his sustainability be greatly enhanced? Previously, although Li Chen's firepower was exaggerated, he had a significant disadvantage: his consumption might not keep up. For example, in the previous faction confrontation dungeon, Li Chen had to ensure firepower while also leaving some reserve. Otherwise, if he summoned too many super weapons at once and the natural recovery of spiritual power couldn't keep up, it could lead to a situation where a large number of super weapons suddenly disappeared due to insufficient spiritual power and automatically returned. In that case, Li Chen would be in danger. But now, with this life-to-spirit talent, Li Chen was even less afraid of facing group battles. It could even be said that the current Li Chen was truly born for group battles. The more enemies there were, the fiercer he fought. After killing the enemy, the opponent's life would be converted into Li Chen's spiritual power at a rate of 1,000th. This spiritual power could support the consumption of the super weapons summoned by Li Chen or allow him to summon more super weapons. This is simply infinite mana recovery. It's outrageous. It's simply outrageous. With this talent, Li Chen essentially had the capital to fight against thousands, or even an entire nation. Li Chen's eyes sparkled as he looked towards the center of the altar. He suddenly thought that the life-to-spirit talent was perfectly suited for farming the endless altar. Given the number of monsters in the endless altar, it could definitely provide him with a massive amount of spiritual power recovery. With this talent, the number of his super weapons could increase again on top of the current amount, and their duration could also be extended. These chaotic thoughts seemed complicated, but in Li Chen's mind, they flashed by quickly. When he refocused on the altar, the huge white light gate in the center flashed again, revealing hundreds of cyclopes. As Li Chen's thoughts moved, he summoned over 200 laser cannons to replenish his firepower. When the surrounding artillery roared again, a look of surprise appeared on his face, because from his god's eye view, he saw that each of the monsters that appeared this time had a red, translucent health bar on their heads. What is this? I don't think I've seen this before. Just as this thought surfaced in Li Chen's mind, those cyclopes were turned to ashes in the kiss of artillery fire. At the same time, the red translucent health bars on their heads were instantly emptied. Li Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately realized, oh my, this is actually a health bar. With this talent, he could actually see the opponent's health bar. As these cyclopes died, a new batch of cyclopes quickly refreshed. A series of numbers also floated before Li Chen: spiritual power recovery plus 71, spiritual power recovery plus 71, spiritual power recovery plus 71. Combining this with the numbers he saw on the cyclopes health bars earlier, Li Chen was extremely excited. The cyclopes were level 51 monsters, known for their high defense and thick health, with decent attack power. Li Chen had clearly seen that one cyclops had a health of 71,000, so at a rate of 1,000th, for every cyclops he killed, Li Chen could recover exactly 71 points of spiritual power. Li Chen's body even trembled slightly with excitement. It should be noted that summoning a laser cannon only required 50 points of spiritual power, and that was without considering the double happiness effect. This is simply infinite endurance. At this moment, outside, because Li Chen's speed in breaking through layers was astonishing, combined with the exceptionally eye-catching series of question marks, he had already caught the attention of many. In the instance halls of countries around the world, a wave of commotion immediately arose. Could it be that mysterious female boss? Baka! That mysterious woman from the East Dragon has appeared again, hiding and showing. If you have the ability, show your name. The female boss is farming the endless altar. Everyone come and watch. Sister is amazing. The 8-pack abs little warm guy is online seeking refuge. Can be gentle or fierce, also can lick. Various chaotic discussions quickly began to emerge in major forums. In the East Dragon Empire, countless professionals quickly caught wind of it and flocked to the instance halls of major cities, as if they were watching a live broadcast. Some who had just finished their runs in the instance halls were startled by the dense crowd before them. Once they learned from the bustling discussions what was happening, they decided to stay and join in the excitement. In an instant, the atmosphere in the instance halls of major cities was as fiery as New Year's Eve. The Free Federation was equally stirred by the situation, with the president of the Source God Guild, Parker Williams, immediately calling an online meeting with the heads of various branches without hesitation, while instructing his subordinates to broadcast the situation in the dungeon hall. Although the outside observers could not see what was happening in the endless altar, as experienced professionals, they could infer a lot of information just from the mysterious woman's monster-killing speed and ranking. While the subordinates were still connecting the broadcast lines, all the branch leaders of the Source God Guild had already logged in. This showed just how much they valued the mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon Empire. James Gordon, the president of the Gotham branch, spoke first in a deep voice. I just received news that the woman has passed the 51st level, and the people below say her speed is very fast. Parker Williams's expression darkened. Fast? Fire that subordinate of yours, they can't even use the right words. James Gordon looked astonished, feeling a bit puzzled. Could it be that the judgment from below was wrong? In reality, was it not that fast? Just then, the large screen flickered, the broadcast line was connected, and the scene of the Source God Guild's dungeon hall appeared on the screen. As the screen flashed, the leaderboard of the Endless Altar was quickly enlarged. When everyone saw the string of question mark names at the top, all their breaths momentarily halted. 57th level. First place in completion time. James Gordon's pupils constricted instantly. Seeing this number, he finally understood why Parker Williams wanted him to fire that subordinate. Because just a few minutes ago, Parker Williams had informed him to hold an online meeting, saying that the mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon was farming the Endless Altar. After receiving this news, James Gordon immediately had his subordinate check the leaderboard data in the dungeon hall. And from the time that subordinate reported the situation until now, at most only a few minutes had passed. Yet in that short span of time, the mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon had already farmed from the 51st level to the 57th level. What the hell kind of speed was that? Fast? Not even a rocket could go that fast. Was that woman just instantly clearing the levels? She couldn't have taken more than a minute to clear each level. Just as James Gordon was slightly dazed, the string of question mark names on the 57th level leaderboard suddenly disappeared. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, and then the large screen changed again, shifting the leaderboard to the 58th level. And the name in first place was still that string of question marks. Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu branch, wore a look of astonishment and skeptically said, This is just too fast, isn't it? The total number of monsters at level 57 has already reached over 3,200. What kind of profession is she? Her attack power is so terrifying that she can achieve such a one-sided massacre? James Gordon wondered. Another branch leader frowned and said, The speed is indeed very fast. It's almost as if she killed all the monsters the moment they appeared, without any pause in between, indicating that these monsters couldn't withstand her attacks at all. But thinking about it carefully, it's not too surprising that she has such combat power, right? After all, we have already received some information from Sakura Country and made some guesses that this woman is very likely a level 70 or above professional. If her level is at the peak of 70, and her awakened profession is on the same level as Master Lee's super god profession, especially one that leans towards attack type and excels in group combat, then it would make sense that she could quickly kill level 57 monsters, right? Hearing this branch leader's statement, the others nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with his analysis. Parker Williams, however, had a solemn gaze, his eyes fixed intently on the large screen. As the president of the Source God Guild, ranked second on the leaderboard and a peak professional at level 87, he felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, at the Tsinghua Academy dungeon hall, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin exchanged glances, both surprised and puzzled. How did Li Chen manage to do that? Is his super weapon really that powerful? Jiang Jin asked curiously. Others were unaware of Li Chen's background, but they knew. Li Chen was not some powerful professional in his 70s, even if he had gained experience for half a day, his level had only increased. but Ling Xuehan could roughly calculate that Li Chen's real level was at most just over 40. Yet, this mechanic, barely over level 40, was taking down level 57 monsters as if it were child's play. Even if Li Chen had unlimited ammunition, the speed at which he was defeating monsters was a bit too exaggerated. Jiang Wuyo had no idea what level 50 monsters in the Endless Altar were like. She only knew that Li Chen had a lot of super weapons, and it was not surprising that he was hitting fast. Therefore, she had no doubts about Li Chen's current achievements. Instead, her eyes were filled with envy. Ling Xuehan hesitated and speculated, something doesn't add up. Even if Li Chen summoned over 3,000 rocket launchers, he shouldn't be defeating them this quickly. His speed is completely overwhelming, with almost no delay. If we calculate based on this intensity, level 60 is far from Li Chen's limit. This kind of attack power is at least at the level of 70. Zhang Jin raised his eyebrows and instinctively took a deep breath. Level 70? My goodness, even he, as a level 68 elemental controller, would find that very challenging. To know that the highest level he could clear was only level 71. Does this mean that Li Chen's current attack power is almost on par with his? Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Zhang Jin's eyes showed a look of shock. He suddenly realized that his little junior brother seemed to be even more monstrous than they had anticipated. Ling Xuehan also frowned slightly, her eyes revealing a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. Third junior brother, we overlooked something. Zhang Jin asked in confusion, what is it? Since the little junior brother has been grinding until now, combined with the fourfold experience potion, his current level should have exceeded 40. This means that the little junior brother's incredible mechanic exclusive talent has unlocked a new one. I suspect that the reason why the little junior brother's attack power is so strong may be related to that newly unlocked talent. Zhang Jin slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Right. I almost forgot that the little junior brother unlocks a new talent every 10 levels. He immediately began to excitedly speculate. Could it be that the effect of the little junior brother's new talent doubles the attack power of super weapons, allowing him to crush level 50 monsters? Ling Xuehan's beautiful eyes sparkled, shaking her head slightly. I'm not sure, but I feel that it might be even more exaggerated than that. She quickly calculated in her mind, if Li Chen had summoned over 3,300 rocket launchers, then even if the attack power of those 3,300 rocket launchers doubled, it shouldn't reach such a fast monster-killing speed. Unless that new talent's effect is not a double but several times. A few more minutes passed. At this time, the dungeon halls of various countries were no longer as noisy as they had been at the beginning, but had quieted down again. Everyone was staring intently at the leaderboard of the Endless Altar, occasionally hearing the sound of someone swallowing. The online meeting of the Free Federation. Now, the expressions of all the branch presidents turned serious. Even the branch president who had initially said, "It's understandable that Donglong's mysterious woman's attack power is so strong," had now closed his mouth, his eyes revealing shock. On the leaderboard displayed on the big screen, the name that was a string of question marks had disappeared from the 63rd floor and reached the very top of the 64th floor. So fast, the speed showed no signs of slowing down. After crossing a major level, from the 50th to the 60th floor, the overall strength of the monsters had already seen a huge leap, yet that woman's monster-killing speed showed no signs of diminishing. It was as if she was in a killing frenzy, still clearing maps in an instant. Parker Williams' eyes even began to show a hint of wariness. If calculated by attack power, that woman's true level was likely at the peak of level 70, equivalent to the top combat power among intermediate professionals. In fact, she was almost at the level of advanced professionals at 80. Because judging from such results, she clearly still had a lot of strength left. James Gordon, the president of the Gotham branch, also showed a look of shock. How many years has that guy Li Fuji hidden her? How could a peak level 70 super professional suddenly emerge, and we hadn't received a single piece of news before? Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu branch, also had a serious expression. It is indeed a bit unbelievable. Donglong's confidentiality work has been too good this time, right? Does that woman not need to clear large group dungeons or kill raid instances? It seems our people have never encountered her in these multiplayer dungeons. The other branch presidents also began to feel the sense of crisis that this woman brought them, chatting privately below to exchange information. Parker Williams remained silent, but the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. In Sakura country, Kenji Kobe sat in his office, also resting his chin on his hands, his eyes fixed on the endless altar leaderboard on the display screen. Unlike Parker Williams, Kenji Kobe's eyes were not filled with wariness but with panic. Due to certain historical reasons, Sakura Country and Donglong Empire had long been at odds. Donglong Empire had a Lee Fuji, which for Sakura Country was like a wolf's fawn club hanging over their heads. And suddenly, Donglong had produced another super professional equivalent to peak level 70 and one with such astonishing area attack capabilities. If later on, Sakura Country were to clash with Donglong Empire again, and Lee Fuji acted as the mysterious woman's bodyguard, coming together, with Lee Fuji's life-saving abilities as a creator, this woman could attack without restraint. How destructive would her power be then? Moreover, Sakura Country was currently lacking high-level combat power like the three major ministers, making the power comparison between the two sides even more disparate. Thinking of the deaths of the three major ministers, Kenji Kobe suddenly shuddered, his eyes revealing uncertainty. Because he suddenly thought of one point. Could the appearance of that woman be a conspiracy by Donglong Empire specifically targeting the high-level professionals of Sakura Country? Was she intending to use the camp against dungeon strategy to lure out Sakura Country's high-level professionals and then weaken their upper echelon strength? With this possibility in mind, panic even began to appear in Kenji Kobe's eyes. In Donglong Empire, at Tsinghua Academy, Marshall Lee comfortably leaned back in the chair in his room, admiring the information on the endless altar leaderboard on the display screen. Unfortunately, he did not know that Kenji Kobe was currently frantically adding drama to Donglong Empire. Otherwise, Marshall Lee would have mocked, as expected of a small place, living in fear every day. Of course, Marshall Lee also did not know why Li Chen's attack power was so strong, even to the point of being somewhat outrageous. Like Ling Shuehan, he guessed that it should be the new talent Li Chen unlocked that brought him a new combat power boost. As for what that new talent was, he could just ask Li Chen about it after he came out. At this moment, Wang Qingfeng was also sitting in his office, handling related affairs while keeping an eye on his junior brother's progress in the endless altar. He glanced at the overwhelming discussions and speculations online and couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration for Li Chen. He clicked his tongue in amazement, saying, "My junior brother's trick of creating a mystery is truly brilliant. He fabricated a female big shot out of thin air, diverting everyone's attention, and they all believe it without a doubt." But then, Wang Qingfeng shook his head self-deprecatingly, saying, "But then again, with the level of attack power my junior brother has shown, if it were me, I wouldn't believe he was just a low-level practitioner in his 30s or 40s. Amidst the global attention and discussions, a certain female big shot was looking at the endless altar, which was filled with densely packed super weapons, with a conflicted expression. "Hey, I didn't expect that the returned spiritual power could also be used to supplement super weapons that haven't reached their time yet. This way, it won't be wasted, and it can maximize the number of super weapons present." But immediately after, she muttered somewhat dissatisfied, "It's just that this place is a bit small. There's not enough space." 67, 68, 69, 70. That string of eye-catching question marks broke through 70 layers, and all the practitioners in the East Dragon Empire's dungeon hall erupted in excitement. Wow! 70 layers, still in first place. Awesome, awesome. Simply amazing. It's confirmed. This female big shot is at least a level 70 peak super practitioner. This speed is far beyond those illusionary practitioners who excel in group attacks. No. You guys are oversimplifying things. I feel that the female big shot should be more than level 70. With that kind of attack power, even a super practitioner wouldn't seem like a level 70 practitioner could achieve it. I estimate that she is probably above level 80. Hey, don't say that. There really is such a possibility. Our East Dragon has hidden her for so long, and now that they dare to reveal her existence, it means she is already strong enough. Level 80 might be a bit exaggerated, but it's still plausible. Don't you find it strange? If this mysterious female big shot is a peak level 70 or even a high level 80 practitioner, why is her name not on the global leaderboard? As soon as this was said, everyone froze for a moment. Right, the global leaderboard is displayed automatically. Even if that mysterious female big shot hid her name, if she really were a level 70 or even above level 80 powerful practitioner, at least that string of question marks would show up on the leaderboard. But so far, all the names above level 70 on the leaderboard are already familiar to everyone. Not to mention unfamiliar names appearing, even that familiar string of question marks is absent. Could it be that the female big shot's real level isn't that high? Or did she use some special method to hide her name from the leaderboard? This female big shot is becoming more and more monstrous. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams's eyes were fixed on the question mark name sitting at the top of the 70 layers, and the wariness and unease in his eyes grew stronger. The expressions of the other branch presidents also became serious. Gotham Branch President James Gordon said, "If I remember correctly, the monster at level 70 is the Dark Terror Clawbear, with astonishing defense and the talent skill Dark Terror Claw, and its attack power is also extremely terrifying. Aside from being slightly slower, this monster has almost no weaknesses. Moreover, the total number of monsters on the 70th floor has reached 4,900, but even so, when she fought on the 70th floor, her speed was only a little slower than before, still astonishingly fast." Bruno Collins said gravely, "Such attack power can only be possessed by professionals above level 80. James Gordon asked in confusion, "But her name doesn't appear on the level rankings. The high-level professionals of the Eastern Dragon Empire are still the same as before. What is going on?" Finally, Parker Williams spoke in a low voice, "Although it's hard to believe, the Eastern Dragon Empire must have used some special method to hide her level. Such strength definitely cannot belong to a professional below level 70. That old manly, hiding so deeply, The group exchanged glances, frowning in thought, but no one refuted Parker Williams' viewpoint. Soloing the Endless Altar can only rely on one's own strength and equipment. This is purely hard power, and there is no room for deception. Moreover, that woman has been climbing from a low level to the present without stopping at all. This means that she has never exited the Endless Altar. What does this indicate? It indicates that the woman from the Eastern Dragon not only has a deep foundation but is also extremely confident in her own strength. Now everyone has confirmed that the mysterious woman is definitely a secret weapon secretly cultivated by the Eastern Dragon Empire, intended for the upcoming international war instance. The reason she is still hiding her information is likely to guard against tricks from other countries. Because she is most likely a high damage, fragile mage type who excels in group battles, her attack power is extremely strong, but her defense should be much weaker. She can unleash her power freely in the Endless Altar because the environment inside is simple, and the enemy's appearance pattern is fixed. However, in the real world, if there are powerful assassin classes using the complex environment to carry out assassinations, then she would find it much harder to cope. A careless mistake could lead to disaster. A cold glint flickered in Parker Williams' eyes as he pondered something. While they were discussing animatedly, Li Chen's ascent journey was still progressing steadily and rapidly. After reaching the 70th floor, the overall strength of those monsters had indeed increased significantly compared to the 60th floor. But thanks to the life transformation talent, the number of super weapons Li Chen had accumulated had reached a terrifying level. Looking around, he had even filled the entire Endless Altar. Whether in the sky or on the ground, it was all an army of Li Chen's super weapons. A rough estimate would be at least several 100,000. Moreover, due to his life transformation talent, Li Chen's mana was now in a state of surplus, so he had no worries about usage. Taking the monsters on the 70th floor as an example, the Dark Terror Clawbear has a health of 130,000, and with a conversion ratio of 1,000, for everyone he kills, Li Chen can recover 130 points of mana, and with a total of 4,900 monsters on the 70th floor, the total amount of recovered mana would be 63,700 points. He couldn't use it all, not at all. Fortunately, Li Chen could also pre-fill the excess mana into the already summoned super weapons, giving them a renewal to extend their duration. Otherwise, with so much mana, if all of it were used to summon super weapons, this Endless Altar, which is only 10 kilometers in size, would probably not be enough to hold them all. 75, 76, 77. Li Chen's ranking continued to rise rapidly at a stable speed, crossing one floor after another. In the Endless Altar, the fearsome demon dragon, covered in menacing scales and emanating dark flames, had just emerged from the light gate when it was met with a barrage of cannon fire. Boom 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 boom. The deafening artillery rained down on these imposing bodies, instantly bringing these sky overlords crashing to the ground, their shattered wings scattered, and bones exposed. But surprisingly, these resilient creatures were still alive. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest in his eyes. Wow, at level 80, these monsters are much tougher, huh? The individual strength compared to before is on a completely different level, at least 10 times greater. Levels 50 to 70 belong to intermediate professionals. Level 80, however, is the realm of true advanced professionals. The gap compared to intermediate professionals is like heaven and earth. The level 80 fearsome demon dragon clearly far surpassed the monsters of level 70 in terms of individual strength. It could withstand such an exaggerated barrage of cannon fire without being instantly killed. But that was all. Boom 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 boom. Another series of explosions, and under the relentless bombardment, the fearsome demon dragons could only let out a helpless roar as their health bars hit zero. Level 80, cleared. Outside, that mysterious question mark name once again topped the leaderboard for level 80. In the dungeon hall of the Eastern Dragon Empire, a wave of screams erupted like a tsunami. Level 80. Level 80. With such a monster-slaying speed, the female boss is indeed an advanced professional above level 80. So strong, truly too strong. Hey, do you think this female boss's level is higher than Marshall Lee's? I feel like her monster-slaying speed might even surpass Marshall Lee. It shouldn't, right? After reaching level 70, the experience required for each level skyrockets, and without special encounters, the leveling speed drops significantly. Yeah, Marshall Lee is the highest ranked existence on the global leaderboard. If this female boss's level is higher than Marshall Lee's, wouldn't she be close to level 90? Yun Miao listened to the discussions around her, her eyes filled with undisguised astonishment. Level 80? How is that possible? This woman is even stronger than I imagined? Beside her, Yunlan also wore an expression of shock and awe. Teacher, could this mysterious female boss really be as strong as Marshall Lee? I feel like her power seems to surpass Marshall Lee's. Yun Miao came to her senses and said solemnly, "It's different. This mysterious woman is likely an extraordinary professional like Marshall Lee, but they excel in different areas." From the previous faction confrontation dungeon, it was clear that although this mysterious woman's level and equipment were suppressed below level 50, those guys from Sakura country still had little resistance against her, being wiped out in an instant. This indicates that this woman's group combat ability and attack power far exceed those of other professionals at the same level. But Marshall Lee is different. His advantage lies in controlling everything, with combat flexibility and self-preservation abilities that are unparalleled globally. Although his attack methods are diverse, his attack power isn't as prominent. So, while this woman's level is likely above 80, it shouldn't be as high as Marshall Lee's. It's just that her attack power is indeed somewhat outrageous. In the Free Federation, at the online meeting of the Source God Guild, Parker Williams's face had turned ashen. The other branch leaders exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of disbelief. The Eastern Dragon Empire has suddenly produced a high-level practitioner above level 80, one with such astonishing attack power, yet before this, they received not a single piece of news? This is simply unbelievable. After level 70, if one does not participate in large-scale team dungeons, slaughter dungeons, or international war dungeons, and does not make outstanding contributions within them, the leveling speed of practitioners will slow to an outrageous degree. But this woman, during the previous time, has remained inconspicuous. How on earth did she level up? By farming wild monsters and world bosses? Impossible. High-level world bosses attract attention every time they appear, and with so many people participating in the hunt, if she dealt damage, it would be impossible for no one to notice her. As for wild monsters, that's even more absurd. If a high-level practitioner wants to level up by farming wild monsters, it's like an ordinary person trying to become a billionaire through hard work. It's simply not possible no matter how hard they try. Parker Williams furrowed his brows and thought for a while, then suddenly proposed a hypothesis. Perhaps she leveled up through otherworldly dungeons? Upon hearing the chairman say this, everyone suddenly realized, because aside from this option, they truly couldn't think of any other way for that woman to level up so quickly. Otherworldly dungeons, also known as secret dungeons, are a special type of dungeon independent of the various conventional dungeons in the world. To enter an otherworldly dungeon, one can only do so through the otherworldly contracts produced in various dungeons. The difficulty of otherworldly dungeons is usually quite high, and they also take a long time. But correspondingly, the rewards from farming otherworldly dungeons are also very high. Not only can they yield a large amount of experience points, but also various precious materials, and attributes that may even surpass epic-level otherworldly equipment. Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu branch, brightened his eyes and said, what the chairman said might really be true. If she primarily leveled up through otherworldly dungeons, it would naturally allow her to evade everyone's notice. Moreover, she might have gathered a complete set of particularly powerful otherworldly equipment, or even upgraded, class-specific elite otherworldly equipment. Bruno Collins' speech suddenly quickened. According to research by vocational scholars, all practitioners at this stage actually originate from various other worlds, and among them, those powerful illusionary god classes are the pinnacle existences in those large other worlds. As for the super god classes, they might even automatically receive corresponding otherworldly adventure tasks. If Master Li really wants to cultivate her to the fullest, then with the foundation of the Eastern Dragon, secretly collecting a large number of otherworldly contracts for her to farm experience is absolutely not a big problem. So, this mysterious woman could level up so high without anyone noticing. Moreover, other worlds also produce some powerful and unique auxiliary equipment. The reason that woman could hide her level on the leaderboard might also be due to some special effect of an auxiliary equipment. Hearing the chairman's hint and Bruno Collins' analysis, the other branch presidents all displayed expressions of "I see now." If this is the case, then everything makes sense. Parker Williams nodded slightly, What Bruno said was exactly what he had speculated. Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why the Eastern Dragon would suddenly produce such a powerful and mysterious woman. He glanced at everyone and said solemnly, "Although we can guess the reason for that woman's strength, it still cannot change the fact that she has already grown. Everyone, the international war dungeon will begin soon. With this woman's strength, her threat need not be elaborated on by me." Parker Williams's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "Before the international war instance begins, we must find a way to eliminate her." In the endless altar, Li Chen looked at the hell-bone dragon that had been reduced to ashes before him, and suddenly his eyes brightened. "Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 45. After clearing the 83rd level, Li Chen's monotonous monster grinding finally brought him some new surprises. Leveling up to 45 meant he could unlock a new skill. While controlling his superpowered army to continue pushing through the levels, he opened his attribute panel, adding 10 points of free potential to his spiritual power, then clicked on the Talents section to check the newly unlocked skill. Level 45 skill, Strategic Bomber, skill description, summon a strategic bomber. The bomber consumes 100 points of spiritual power for every minute it exists. Note, the strategic bomber has a speed of 2,000 km per hour, a maximum range of 12,000 km, and is equipped with various weapons including airdropped bombs, cruise missiles, air-to-ground missiles, anti-ship missiles, and airborne cannons. It can also carry other super-powered weapons. Note, when spiritual power reaches 0, the strategic bomber will be automatically recalled. Li Chen's body shook, and he excitedly waved his fist. "Good guy. Finally, I have an air superiority weapon." But then, he glanced regretfully at the super-powered weapon army that had almost filled the entire endless altar. "TSK, what a pity, this venue is not suitable for the strategic bomber to perform. There's not even any extra space." Shaking his head helplessly, Li Chen could only close the attribute panel with impatience. He looked at the Storm Naga on the 84th level and murmured, 16 more levels. Based on the current experience increase ratio, if I can clear 100 levels, I wonder if I can directly level up to 50? I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what new talent will be unlocked at level 50. Sigh, this endless altar is indeed a great place to grind experience, but it's a pity that each level can only be cleared once. If only I could grind them repeatedly. With the fourfold experience potion, this is much more efficient than grinding monsters in the wild. Senior sister is the person in charge of the nuclear elite. She must have a lot of affairs to handle. If I keep asking her to take me to grind experience, I always feel a bit embarrassed. Unfortunately, Ling Xuehan had no idea what Li Chen was thinking at that moment. Otherwise, she would have surely teased him. "Junior brother, I didn't expect you to be quite nice." Outside, at Tsinghua Academy, Ling Xuehan, who felt quite embarrassed, was staring blankly at the leaderboard, where that string of question mark names had easily jumped up another level. Beside her, Jiang Jin couldn't help but rub his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Xuehan saw the same information as he did, he would have doubted whether he was under an illusion. 85 levels. A level 30 or 40 professional had actually pushed through to 85 levels in one go. And judging by the current situation, this was still not the limit of his little junior brother. Although the monster grinding speed had decreased compared to before, it was still astonishingly fast. Beside them, Jiang Wuyu finally sensed something was off. She turned to her father in confusion and asked, "Dad, didn't you say that the monsters in the Endless Altar are very difficult to deal with? Especially the high-level monsters after level 80. Their individual strength is more than 10 times that of the monsters from the 70 levels. Why do I feel like Li Chen is fighting without any effort at all?" Jiang Jin glanced at his daughter but had no idea how to respond. "You ask me, who should I ask?" Ling Xuehan said in a daze. "Logically speaking, the monsters at level 80 are indeed vastly different from those at the 70 levels. Even I can't beat the level 80 monsters now. How on earth did Li Chen manage to do it?" Jiang Jin's eyes were filled with confusion. Could it be that Li Chen's level 40 unlocked talent effect is really that outrageous? Below level 80, killing monsters is like chopping vegetables. Even at level 80, it would just turn chopping vegetables into chopping bones and meat, and it's still just soft bones. Are high-level monsters really that easy to defeat? In Sakura Country, the Amaterasu Guild, Kenji Kobe looked at the leaderboard information on the display screen, his face full of disbelief. Level 85, this was the highest level he could currently clear. But judging from the mysterious woman's monster-killing speed, it was clearly not her limit. Does this mean that woman's strength is even greater than his, the president of the Amaterasu Guild? At Tsinghua Academy, Marshal Li's residence. At this moment, the top figure of the Eastern Dragon Empire was no longer leisurely reclining in his chair but was standing straight in front of the display screen, staring at the leaderboard information, muttering to himself, "Impossible. Whether it's the level 84 Storm Naga or the level 85 Hell Rainbow Dragon, they are all high-level magic-type monsters. With the magic shield defense they deploy, even though Li Chen has a lot of super weapons, he shouldn't be able to break through so quickly. Marshall Li instinctively tugged at his white beard, somewhat questioning life. Moreover, the number of monsters at level 85 has already reached an astonishing 7,225. How did he manage to defeat them in such a short time? This is really outrageous. In the instance halls of major cities in the Eastern Dragon, chaos had already erupted. Level 85. Damn, with that kind of monster-killing speed, she can't be a level 90 professional, right? Hiss, so terrifying, so terrifying. Everyone, no joke. I feel like our Eastern Dragon is about to become invincible. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming international war instance. With this female boss, we can definitely rub those self-righteous noble white-haired monkeys of the Free Federation into the ground. Yun Miao's expression had completely frozen, her gaze dazed. Who on earth is she? Our Eastern Dragon actually has such a fierce female powerhouse? Yun Lan's eyes sparkled with countless little stars, her admiration evident. Meanwhile, in the endless altar, Li Chen looked at his experience points continuously rising, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Family, who understands the feeling of crazily grinding experience to level up? It's just so damn refreshing. Level 87, 88, 89. In the Free Federation, an online meeting. Everyone was silent, their eyes fixed on the screen, staring at the question mark name ranked first at level 89. Parker Williams' clenched fists were already bulging with veins, showing his extreme nervousness. As the second-ranked peak powerhouse in the global leaderboard at level 86, a top expert awakened as the super god profession, the Royal Knight, his highest achievement in the Endless Altar was only level 90. And now, that woman from the Eastern Dragon, whose name had not even been revealed, was about to catch up to him. Roar! The enraged Beast King Lion roared skyward, unleashing a barrage of Beast King roar bombs filled with violent energy, trying to smash the dark cannons firing at him into pieces. However, their numbers were simply too few, only a mere 4,000. Faced with an army of super weapons numbering in the hundreds of thousands, they couldn't make much of a splash. Chirp! Amidst the sharp screeching sound, the incandescent laser cannon shot down like divine light piercing through the heavens, intercepting the Beast King roar bombs in midair. Then, rocket launchers, Barrett rifles, and Gatling guns, along with the main cannons of heavy tanks, roared madly, and a storm of bullets and shells instantly engulfed the Beast King Lion. Boom 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 boom. The deafening sound of explosions echoed throughout the endless altar. 5 minutes later, the last human-faced Lion King returned amidst the baptism of gunfire, embarking on the path of reincarnation. Level 90, cleared. Li Chen yawned in boredom and muttered to himself, I can't believe it took continuous bombardment for 5 minutes to deal with these guys. After level 90, the overall strength of the monsters seems to have increased by at least 10 times compared to level 80. Fortunately, the super weapons I summoned won't disappear during the level transition, otherwise, even with the talent for reincarnation, I'd probably only manage to get to the 70s at most. Hiss! At Tsinghua Academy, Marshall Li stared at the string of question marks jumping to level 90, so shocked that he accidentally pulled out a small tuft of his beard. Something's off. Is this kid cheating? A full 8,100 human-faced Lion Kings, even if they respawn in waves, the last wave would still have at least 3 or 4,000. That's hardly fewer than the number of his super weapons. With the individual strength of the human-faced Lion Kings, even if Li Chen had unlimited ammunition, he shouldn't have been able to get through. Moreover, that kid only took 5 minutes. This speed is way faster than I was back then. Marshall Li was filled with questions. At the Amaterasu Guild, Kenji Kobe's eyes even showed signs of fear. To clear level 90 with such attack power had already far surpassed him. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams had veins popping on his forehead. Although he had anticipated this scene, seeing it unfold was still hard to believe. What the hell is her awakened class? This is unscientific, it's just unscientific. In the various instance halls of the Eastern Dragon Empire, all the onlookers were in an uproar. Damn, I think we all underestimated the female big shot. Clearing level 90 in 5 minutes, with this kind of strength, I think she has a chance to push for 100. 100 levels. We must go for 100. Could it be that the first clear of the Endless Altar will be taken by our Eastern Dragon Empire? Invincible. I wonder what rewards level 100 will give. It's really too intriguing. Empress, please support me. Whatever you say goes, just let me be below, and I absolutely won't be above. Within the Endless Altar, the female big shot was slowly and steadily advancing towards level 100. 93, 94, 95. Watching the alluring Sea Demon King slowly perish amidst the gunfire, Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. TSK, after level 90, the difficulty is indeed extraordinary. It's completely incomparable to before. This is only level 95. Why does it feel like the monster's strength has increased tenfold again? Is it deliberately targeting me? At this moment, the attention of all countries around the globe had been drawn to Li Chen. High-level professionals from various nations were all focused on the mysterious female big shot from the Eastern Dragon Empire as she pushed through the levels. In the Free Federation, Gotham Branch President James Gordon glanced at the time on his watch and said solemnly, "It's already been 8 minutes. She hasn't cleared it yet. Level 95 should be her limit, right?" Bruno Collins, president of the Huadu branch, nodded slightly and hesitated. "I feel it's about time. She previously took at most 5 minutes per level, and it's already been over 8 minutes. She must be feeling the pressure and is starting to stall." Parker Williams twitched at the corner of his mouth and shot a glance at the two of them. "What the hell is this talk? This is level 95. When I cleared level 90 before, I spent over 50 minutes just to get through." At Tsinghua Academy, Master Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and murmured, "It should be about time, right? At 95, if this kid can get through, he'll be 2 levels higher than me." As the former number 1 on the leaderboard, the only peak expert in the world to have cleared the 93rd level, Master Li had a profound memory of the endless altar monsters beyond the 90th level. When he cleared the 93rd level, he had to grind through it painstakingly, taking over an hour. At that time, if there had been just one more monster on the 93rd level, he could have been worn down to death. As for the 95th level, it was simply unimaginable. In a certain hidden area of the dungeon hall at Tsinghua Academy, Ling Xuehan and Zhang Jun were completely dumbfounded. Even Jiang Wuyo, who had been shouting and making a fuss earlier, had quieted down. Ever since Li Chen cleared the 90th level, her eyes had widened in shock. Above the 90th level, so far, only Marshal Li from the Eastern Dragon Empire and Parker Williams, the president of the Source God Guild from the Free Federation, had managed to clear it. The difficulty and value of these levels were evident even without personal experience. But with Li Chen, it seemed like there was hardly any difficulty above the 90th level. Only now, at the unprecedented 95th level, did his speed finally seem to slow down. Even so, Ling Xuehan and the others felt that Li Chen still had a great chance of clearing the 95th level. They had witnessed the entire process of Li Chen grinding through the endless altar, from initially a few seconds per map to 1 or 2 minutes per map at the 78th level, and then to 5 minutes per map after the 90th level. Now, although over 8 minutes had passed since Li Chen started grinding the 95th level, they believed this was merely due to a significant increase in monster difficulty at the 95th level, causing his grinding speed to slow down. As for whether he could clear it, the answer in their hearts was yes. As time ticked by, the onlookers in the dungeon hall began to whisper among themselves, "What's going on? Has the female boss reached her limit? It's possible. The female boss's level shouldn't exceed Marshal Li's. Even if her attack power is fierce, she should be nearing her peak at the 95th level. Sigh, I wanted to see the female boss clear the 100th level. Now it seems there's no chance." "Ha, you're dreaming. Do you think the 100th level is that easy to clear? If I can't achieve my dreams, watching others isn't so bad, you." "Hick, what the hell? He cleared the 95th level. My dreams still have hope." Seeing the string of question marks appear alone at the 95th level on the display screen, the professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire breathed a sigh of relief, followed by frenzied cheers. 100 levels. 100 levels. The female boss is invincible. Cleared. Cleared. Charge. Go to the peak. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams's pupils instantly contracted. He cleared it. He actually cleared it. Is he really only in his 80s? Why do I feel like this woman might be at level 90? A certain branch president murmured. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone froze. 90 levels? Parker Williams murmured. Has the Eastern Dragon Empire really secretly nurtured a peak professional at level 90? That's not scientific. How could they possibly cultivate such a super powerhouse without anyone noticing? Could it be that in the previous years, the Eastern Dragon Empire appeared to be weakening in the International War Dungeon just to mislead us? Seeing the string of question marks on the leaderboard, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin both breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Xuehan murmured, "Over 10 minutes. It seems that after the 90th level, every 5 levels, the strength of the monsters increases significantly." Jiang Jin instinctively nodded. "It should be like this." When the junior brother fought on the 94th and 93rd levels, it took him just over 5 minutes each time. The strength of the monsters should only be a normal increase, but at 95, it's clearly much slower. At this point, Jiang Jin paused, exchanging a speechless glance with Ling Xuehan. Jiang Jin himself felt it was somewhat absurd. Back then, when Marshal Li took over an hour to clear the 93rd level, they thought it was fast. But now, with Li Chen, they suddenly felt that taking 10 minutes to clear the 95th level was still slow. With this reference time, all discussions gradually quieted down. They were already preparing to witness a miracle. Li Chen's clearing speed had stabilized again. Now, the time he needed for each level was basically just over 10 minutes. In the endless altar, as the light before him flashed again, Li Chen finally arrived at the last level, 100. Li Chen frowned as he looked at his attribute panel, muttering, only 12% experience. Based on the previous increments, even if I clear the 100th level, it seems I still won't have enough to reach level 50. Sigh, I thought finishing the endless altar would get me to 50, but it turns out I'm still a bit short. Li Chen stretched, shaking off the drowsiness and feeling invigorated. But finally, it's about to be over. I wonder what kind of monster is at the 100th level. As the light in the altar brightened, Li Chen's eyes widened. This is actually. Li Chen's mouth slightly opened, feeling a mix of laughter and tears, because what appeared before him was another Li Chen. The monster at this 100th level was actually himself. He saw the other Li Chen wave his hand, and a large number of rocket launchers appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, a full 3,600 rocket launchers surrounded him. Seeing the other's actions, the real Li Chen suddenly realized. It seemed that the endless altar had copied all of his current abilities. After reaching level 49, his total spiritual power had already exceeded 3,600 points. If all of it were used to summon rocket launchers, combined with the aura effect, it would be about 3,600 rocket launchers. But the problem was, the Endless Altar could replicate all his abilities but could not replicate the bugs of the Endless Altar itself, nor could it replicate the super weapons he had accumulated over so many levels. After clearing so many levels of the Endless Altar, Li Chen had accumulated and renewed super weapons through his life to spirit talent, reaching hundreds of thousands. In front of so many super weapons, what use was this copy created by the Endless Altar? It would be crushed in an instant. Looking at the pitiful 3,000 rocket launchers around the copy, Li Chen almost laughed out loud. To be honest, the logic of the Endless Altar itself had no flaws, because the copy it created possessed all the abilities, equipment, skills, and character attributes of the original. This meant that no matter who reached the 100th level, they would have to face a complete version of themselves. Killing monsters was certainly difficult, but defeating oneself was the greatest challenge. But the problem was, he just happened to encounter Li Chen. The strength of the original Li Chen and the combat power he had accumulated through exploiting bugs were not on the same level at all. Boom 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 boom. Fierce cannon fire had already erupted from around the copy, blasting straight towards Li Chen's position. It was clear that this copy also had Li Chen's exclusive mechanic talent, God's Perspective. But unfortunately, its firepower was simply too weak. Li Chen shook his head lightly and softly uttered two words, "Goodbye." Boom 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 boom. Hundreds of thousands of superpowered weapons erupted simultaneously, and the even more frenzied firepower instantly shredded the more than 3,000 rockets surrounding the clone. The clone had a dazed expression, his mouth slightly agape. He seemed a bit confused, thinking to himself, why does that guy have so many more guns than I do when my abilities are clearly the same? This is so unfair. Boom! In the next moment, the clone Li Chen was blown to pieces, filled with questions. 100 levels, cleared. Ding dong! Congratulations on clearing the Endless Altar, calculating clearance rewards. With this string of prompt sounds, a blinding white light illuminated the entire altar. Then, the light gate in the center of the altar quickly contracted, condensing into a line of dazzling golden text, Endless Destroyer. This line of dazzling golden text seemed almost tangible, as if it were gilded letters sealed in crystal glass, floating in midair, shimmering brilliantly. Looking at this thing, Li Chen's eyes revealed excitement and confusion. Endless Destroyer? What does this mean? It feels like some kind of title? He hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and reached out his right hand towards the line of dazzling golden text. A strange scene unfolded. When Li Chen's right hand touched the line of golden text, it immediately transformed into a golden radiance, like mercury, drilling into Li Chen's body. Subsequently, Li Chen felt a slight daze, and the line of dazzling golden text became semi-transparent, floating above his head, slowly drifting. Looking at the information that emerged in his mind, Li Chen's eyes instantly sparkled with wonder. This thing actually turned out to be a special piece of equipment. Title: Endless Destroyer. General attribute: all basic panels of all professions are doubled. Title effect 1: summon a clone with 100% of the original's abilities. Title effect 2: attack efficiency is doubled, effective after equipping. Note 1: the clone can only be summoned once a day, existing for 24 hours. If the clone is killed, it cannot be summoned again that day. Note 2: the clone has independent thought. Sensory information can be shared with the original, but it absolutely obeys. The original, seeing the attributes of this title, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. The chance to summon his own clone once a day, with exactly the same attributes and abilities as himself. This effect is simple and brutal for any professional, equivalent to doubling combat power. Moreover, this clone is not some mindless object. It possesses all the wisdom of the original, can share sensory information, and completely obeys the original. This means that this clone can fully replace the original for certain dangerous tasks, and even if it dies, it can be summoned again the next day. For other professionals, this effect is already incredibly overpowered. But for Li Chen, the actual utility of the clone is even more monstrous. Why? Because Li Chen has the exclusive talent of a mechanic. Other professionals might die with a single mistake, but Li Chen has a mechanical substitute. This means that the clone has virtually no chance of dying. It exists for 24 hours, with a cooldown of 24 hours. As long as the clone doesn't die, what's the difference from permanent existence? If he encounters a battle, especially a large-scale one, this clone also has the talent of life transfer, like a freaking war perpetual motion machine. 1 Li Chen is already enough of a monster. 2 Li Chens. Oh my goodness, just thinking about it is terrifying. The light in Li Chen's eyes flickered. Seeing this effect, he had even thought about how to use it. In the future, whenever there is a battle, he would first throw out this clone Li Chen to attract attention, while he himself hides in the shadows as the sixth wheel. Don't say that the enemy can't kill this clone. Even if they really do kill it, they will find out that it's a damn fake. And once 24 hours have passed, Li Chen can summon a new clone again. The copies of Descendants are endless, right? TSK, this is simply too cool. After a long time, Li Chen finally suppressed the excitement in his heart and shifted his attention to the second effect. Looking at the introduction of the second effect, Li Chen frowned slightly. Attack efficiency doubled. What does this mean? He thought for a moment and decided to just try it directly. As soon as he thought of it, with a flicker of his mind, a Gatling rotating machine gun appeared in front of Li Chen. It seems like the speed of using skills has increased. Feeling the change when summoning the Gatling machine gun, Li Chen raised his eyebrows, seemingly understanding the meaning of this effect. He excitedly aimed the machine gun at the other side and opened fire. The rapid gunfire erupted instantly. Carefully sensing the difference in the machine gun's attack compared to before, Li Chen excitedly swung his arm. Just as I thought. The original firing rate of the Gatling machine gun was 1,000 rounds per minute, but just now, Li Chen could clearly feel that the Gatling machine gun summoned this time had its firing rate doubled, from 1,000 rounds per minute to 2,000 rounds per minute. So this so-called doubling of attack efficiency refers to the attack speed and release speed. For all professionals, whether physical or magical, melee or ranged, attack speed and release speed are extremely important attributes. Attack speed allows professionals to deliver their attacks to the enemy faster, such as the magic cast by a mage or the slashes, hacks, stabs, and cuts of melee professions. Release speed determines how quickly a professional can unleash their skills. Simply put, it's like the casting time when launching an attack or spell. When these two speeds double, the attack efficiency naturally sees a huge improvement. And if this effect is applied to Li Chen, the actual impact would be even more monstrous. The release speed is one thing. After all, Li Chen summons super weapons with just a thought, so doubling it wouldn't make much of a difference. But doubling the attack speed is simply outrageous, because what it increases is the firing rate of the super weapons. Moreover, it applies to every single super weapon. This means that if Li Chen now summons the same super weapon, the ammunition these super weapons unleash per minute is double what it used to be. This is no different from summoning double the super weapons. It's equivalent to doubling the overall attack power based on the current stage. And if you add the clone to that, thinking of this, Li Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's like a cow taking its daughter on a plane. Double awesome. Just then, Li Chen suddenly thought of something and murmured, if both attack speed and release speed count as attack efficiency, then, would the movement speed of super weapons also be considered part of attack efficiency? For example, super weapons like tanks and strategic bombers that inherently have mobility functions, the faster they move, the higher the attack efficiency will be. Logically speaking, that seems reasonable, right? Let's give it a try. Li Chen's eyes showed anticipation as he flicked his mind again, and with a bang, he summoned a heavy tank. Then, under Li Chen's mental control, the heavy tank immediately roared, its powerful engine propelling its dozens of tons of weight forward like a wild horse breaking free, charging ahead. Li Chen's eyes instantly burst with brilliance. Wow, it really works! Even the movement speed of the super weapon has doubled. Previously, Li Chen's heavy tank had a speed of about 80 kilometers per hour, but now, it has astonishingly reached around 160 kilometers per hour. To think, this is a massive vehicle weighing dozens of tons. Just imagine, a formation of heavy tanks weighing dozens of tons charging or pursuing the enemy at a speed of 160 kilometers per hour, while simultaneously conducting covering bombardment at double the firing rate. Damn! Just thinking about this scene makes my blood boil. Li Chen's eyes sparkled. If the tank's speed can double, then what about the strategic bomber? With a whoosh, Li Chen focused his thoughts again, and a huge triangular bomber with a sharp appearance suddenly appeared in midair. Then, with a loud boom, a terrifying sonic boom erupted, transforming into a fierce shockwave that spread outwards. Li Chen barely had time to narrow his pupils before the massive triangular bomber vanished into the sky. Wow, that's incredibly fast. The original speed of the strategic bomber was 2,000 kilometers per hour, and after doubling, it has now become 4,000 kilometers per hour. If it weren't for Li Chen's quick reaction to swiftly retract the strategic bomber, it would have crashed into the boundary of the endless altar. Looking at the white streak left in the sky, Li Chen took a deep breath. 4,000 kilometers per hour. What does that even mean? That's more than 3 times the speed of sound. If calculated based on the shortest distance from the East Dragon Empire's coast to Sakura Country, Li Chen's fleet of strategic bombers could reach Sakura Country for a full-scale bombardment in just 10 minutes. If Kenji Kobe knew this, he would probably never sleep soundly again. Li Chen trembled slightly with excitement. What an endless destroyer! Truly deserving of a reward only found at the 100th level. This attribute and effect are indeed astonishing. By the way, the basic attribute of this title doubles the base panel. This means that Li Chen's total spiritual power has now become over 7,200 points. Once Li Chen fully equips epic gear, the base panel will increase significantly. At that time, the effect of doubling the base panel, TSK, is simply unimaginable. Ha! What's this? Just as Li Chen was marveling, he suddenly noticed a small wooden box on the ground. He had been so focused on the title attributes that he hadn't even noticed this thing. Curiously, Li Chen picked up the wooden box and opened it. Inside lay a bright orange pill. Li Chen's eyes lit up. A pill? What effect does this have? He curiously picked up the pill, and information about it immediately flooded his mind. Upgrade pill, can instantly increase 1 level upon use. Note, the pill is valid for 1 hour, can only be consumed by the challenger, and will expire after that. Damn. An upgrade pill? Such a miraculous item exists. Li Chen was overjoyed. He had been worried about not reaching level 50 for the last layer, but unexpectedly, the rewards after clearing the level, besides the Endless Destroyer title, included an upgrade pill. But then, he clicked his tongue in regret. There's a time limit? If I don't use it within an hour, will it become invalid? Alas, what a pity. This thing seems to have no level restriction. If I could save it until I reach level 69 or 79, wouldn't that be even more worthwhile? Normally, anyone who could clear 100 levels would definitely be at least in their 90s as a practitioner. This upgrade pill would be most valuable if given to a practitioner of that level, as the higher the level, the slower the upgrade speed. It's just a pity that Li Chen is only level 50, having farmed the Endless Altar through a bug. Eating this elixir would indeed be a bit of a waste. Shaking his head helplessly, Li Chen thought for a moment and decided to swallow it. If it only has an hour of effectiveness, then there's no need to save this leveling elixir. The sooner he eats it, the sooner he can enjoy it. The elixir melted in his mouth, and his experience points instantly filled up. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 50. Seeing the level up notification appear before him, Li Chen was quite excited. At level 50, not only could he learn an additional skill, but more importantly, he could also unlock a new exclusive talent for mechanics. After level 50, the attribute point rewards for leveling up would also increase again, from 10 points to 20 points. At the same time, the free potential would also double, becoming 20 points. Li Chen allocated all these potential points to his spiritual power and then quickly opened the talent section to take a look. 2 new skills appeared? Li Chen was a bit surprised. He saw that 2 new skills had popped up in the skills section. Level 50 skill, Transformer, skill description, summon a transformer. Each transformer exists for 1 minute, consuming 200 points of spiritual power. Note 1, the transformer is a large superpowered machine, standing 10 meters tall, with 3 models, Model A for the Navy, Model B for the Army, and Model C for the Air Force. Note 2, each model has 2 forms. One is humanoid, with a more diverse combat style, the other is a vehicle, with Model A being a submarine, Model B being an armored vehicle, and Model C being an armed helicopter. Note 3, transformers can be equipped with other superpowered weapons. Note, when spiritual power reaches 0, the transformer will automatically be recalled. Li Chen's eyes lit up. Wow! Standing over 10 meters tall and covering land, sea, and air, this is definitely a true multi-purpose heavy weapon. Moreover, more importantly, this thing has a certain carrying capacity, which clearly makes it much stronger in practicality compared to the previous superpowered weapons. Reaching level 50 and becoming an intermediate professional, the skill effects have also improved significantly. Li Chen forcibly suppressed the urge to summon a few transformers to play with and continued to look at the other skill. Achievement Reward Skill, Iron Man Armor, Exoskeleton Armor Phase 2, Skill Description, Summon Iron Man Armor, significantly increasing the user's strength, defense, and speed based on the original version, and adding flying and diving capabilities. The Iron Man Armor consumes 200 points of spiritual power for each minute it exists. Note, when spiritual power reaches 0, the Iron Man Armor will automatically be recalled. Li Chen's eyes brightened. It was another achievement reward. Moreover, the Exoskeleton Armor actually has a second phase. So, will there be a third phase later? What will the third phase upgrade to? Damn, suddenly feeling excited. This time, not only does it increase the basic attributes again, but it also adds extra flying and diving capabilities. This greatly enhances its practicality. Looking at these two additional skills, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Next up was the most important new talent. Li Chen immediately looked at the talent that had appeared in the right column. Exclusive talent for mechanics, 5th phase, airdrop support. Note 1, within the God's Eye perspective range, you can summon super-powered weapons for airdrop support at any location at any time. Note 2, the 6th phase exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 60. Seeing this talent effect, Li Chen couldn't help but tremble all over. Summoning super-powered weapons at any location within the God's Eye perspective? Holy crap, this is going to be a game-changer. Don't be fooled by the simple and plain explanation. The actual combat effect brought by this talent is extremely overpowered. As a mechanic, with the passive skill Super Control backing him, Li Chen could completely control super weapons anywhere within his line of sight. However, even so, in actual combat, super weapons still couldn't be too far from him. This was because human vision is limited. Once something is too far away, it becomes impossible to accurately grasp space and distance for a perfect strike. Even if Li Chen had the godlike perspective as an abnormal talent, there was still a drawback. That was, when he summoned super weapons, he could only summon them around himself, and then control the super weapons to drift to where he wanted them to go. In other words, this summon first, then move to the destination process was unavoidable, and moving would definitely take some time. But if he had the talent airdrop support, this process could be completely omitted. Moreover, after clearing 100 layers of the Endless Altar, Li Chen's godlike perspective had expanded to nearly 360 kilometers. This meant that Li Chen could now casually drop super weapons anywhere within a radius of 360 kilometers centered on himself, and he could strike precisely wherever he pointed. Li Chen's breathing instantly became rapid. With this talent, the threat level he posed to enemies could be said to have increased 100-fold in an instant. Just imagine, as long as the enemy entered the range covered by Li Chen's godlike perspective, he could summon any super weapon at any place around the enemy. For example, behind them, above them, or even beneath them. Then, suddenly shoot them. Hiss, there's no way to defend against it. Just thinking about the scene of a Gatling gun suddenly appearing beneath him and firing wildly made even Li Chen shiver. This is terrifying just to think about. Shaking off the fierce tactics that suddenly popped into his mind, Li Chen let out a heavy breath. The gains he had from this run of the Endless Altar were simply beyond words. Just 2 words, awesome. Breaking voice, just as Li Chen excitedly counted his spoils in the Endless Altar, the outside world had already exploded. Ever since Li Chen reached the 90th layer, the leaderboard of the Endless Altar in the Instance Hall had become the focus of attention for everyone worldwide. Especially after he cleared the 95th layer, even those who valued early to bed and early to rise were called up by their friends and family to watch. And when Li Chen passed the 99th layer, everyone's hearts unconsciously rose to their throats. Ling Xuehan and Jiang Zhen had already been shocked into numbness by their little junior brother, but looking at the bright 99 on the screen, their hearts couldn't help but beat rapidly. It seems that the first clear of the Endless Altar is going to be taken by our little junior brother, Ling Xuehan murmured. Jiang Zhen nodded instinctively. Even if the difficulty of the 100th layer will increase again, judging by how our little junior brother cleared the 99th layer in just over 10 minutes, the 100th layer shouldn't take more than half an hour, right? Jiang Wuyo felt a bit dreamy at this moment, staring blankly at the screen. She hadn't expected that she had come just to join the fun, and now she had the chance to witness Li Chen clear 100 layers. Who would believe that just a few days ago, this person about to clear 100 layers had just awakened his profession? Li Chen, this mechanic, was simply like a cheat. However, before Jiang Zhen could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in an instant. Not just him, at this moment, everyone who was staring intently at the big screen was momentarily stunned, because they saw that the string of question mark names that had just cleared the 99th layer a few seconds ago had disappeared again, reaching the pinnacle of the 100th layer. The female big shot of the Eastern Dragon Empire actually cleared 100 levels in seconds. His Marshal Li, who was pulling at his beard in pain, gasped repeatedly at Tsinghua Academy. Clatter, Kenji Kobe and Parker Williams from Sakura Country and the Free Federation suddenly stood up in unison, knocking their chairs to the ground. Even Kenji Kobe rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. After a moment, Parker Williams said in shock, She really cleared 100 levels? James Gordon, the president of the Gotham branch, finally came to his senses, his eyes filled with fear. Could it be that this mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon is really a level 90 or above professional? Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu branch, looked dazed. If she really is above level 90, then how could we possibly deal with her? It would be a fool's errand, a path to death. The room fell silent. Level 90, that was a level no one had ever reached. Even the current number 1 on the global leaderboard, Master Li from the Eastern Dragon Empire, was only level 88. Parker Williams's eyes flickered with various lights. Clearly his brain was working overtime, processing the situation before him. After a while, he exhaled slightly and said heavily, She indeed has a great chance of being a peak professional above level 90, but it's not impossible for us to kill her. A branch president said in confusion, If Master Li is already that strong at level 88, how could we possibly kill this woman if she is really above level 90? Parker Williams said solemnly, Indeed, to clear 100 levels, her attack power is so strong that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she is the strongest in the world. But have you ever thought, if she is truly flawless, why would she still choose to hide her name? As soon as he said this, everyone was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, showing thoughtful expressions. Parker Williams continued, Reaching the top of the endless altar, what an honor! For all professionals around the world, this is also a powerful deterrent. With so many benefits, why would she still choose to hide her name? Parker Williams's eyes sparkled. I suspect that although her attack power is incredibly strong, her defense and self-preservation abilities might be surprisingly low. This woman's awakened profession is likely an extremely specialized, super strong area of effect mage type. Unmatched attack power, but defense. Ha ha! James Gordon's eyes lit up. So what you mean is, as long as we can find this woman, we still have a chance to assassinate her? Parker Williams nodded firmly, exactly. Inside the endless altar, Li Chen naturally had no idea that his act of hiding his name had led the thoughts of those outside astray by a wide margin. After counting his spoils and confirming that there were no omissions, he chose to exit the endless altar with a satisfied expression. At Tsinghua Academy, in a hidden area of the dungeon hall, with a flash of light, Li Chen's figure reappeared. Phew, finally out. No wonder it's called the endless altar. This thing really takes time to clear. I fought for a whole night. Li Chen exhaled and couldn't help but mutter. Ling Xuehan, Jiang Jun. Listening to Li Chen's complaints, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jun were speechless. Takes time? Cleared 100 levels in a whole night? What kind of precise statement is this? You, a level 30-something professional, cleared 100 levels of the endless altar in one night, and you still complain about it taking time? Playing pole vaulting in the toilet, this is just too much. Ling Xuehan was the first to snap back to reality from the shock of Li Chen clearing the endless altar, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she stared at Li Chen and asked, Li Chen, how on earth did you get through 100 levels? With the number and attack power of your super weapons, you should have only been able to reach around 70 or 80 levels at most, right? Li Chen chuckled and began to recount how he discovered the bug in the endless altar. It was like this. While I was grinding monsters, I suddenly found. As Li Chen spoke, the eyes of Ling Xuehan and the others grew wider and wider. When Li Chen finished, Ling Xuehan looked shocked and said, The endless altar has such a bug? Jiang Jun gasped in disbelief. My god, you can play it like that? Jiang Wuyo looked stunned. So, by the end, your number of super weapons had reached hundreds of thousands? Li Chen shook his head and sighed. Yeah, but unfortunately, the endless altar is too small. It can only accommodate a few 100,000 super weapons at most. If the endless altar were a bit bigger, I wouldn't have had to grind monsters so slowly later on. The three of them. Ling Xuehan shot Li Chen an annoyed glare. Jiang Jun suddenly came to his senses and asked eagerly, Li Chen, after finishing 100 levels with the quadruple experience potion, what level are you now? Ling Xuehan and Jiang Wuyo's bodies jolted, looking at Li Chen with curiosity. Li Chen smiled, lucky me, I just hit level 50. Ah, you're level 50 now? Jiang Wuyo's eyes widened in shock. This time, Ling Xuehan wasn't as surprised. She merely brightened her eyes and nodded gently. The monsters in the endless altar originally give high experience, and there's no experience penalty for level differences. Coupled with the quadruple experience potion, clearing a full 100 levels with over 300,000 monsters makes reaching level 50 quite reasonable. Jiang Jun exclaimed in amazement, but this kind of leveling method can't be replicated by others. Only Li Chen can play like this. Ling Xuehan said, indeed, to achieve this, Li Chen's unique summoning method for super weapons, along with infinite ammunition and life transformation talents, are all indispensable. She shook her head and sighed. Without these, let alone 100 levels, even our teacher could only reach level 93 at most. Hey, Li Chen, you're already level 50 now, so besides life transformation, don't you have a new skill and a new talent? Zhang Wuyo asked without thinking too much. Hearing this, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin perked up and looked at Li Chen. Li Chen chuckled, too lazy to explain verbally, and directly shared his attribute panel with the three of them. Transformers? Iron Man armor? Jiang Jin's eyes widened. 2 more skills? Is this some exclusive benefit only awakened practitioners with full spirit power can have? Ling Xuehan looked excited. Wow, it's actually a multiform weapon. Land, sea, and air all covered. With the mobility and attack power of this thing, it's definitely a killing machine on the battlefield. Jiang Jin also swung his fist hard. After looking at the skills, the two of them simultaneously shifted their gaze to the main event, the exclusive talent for mechanics. Mechanic exclusive talent 5th stage, airdrop support. Note 1. Within the god's perspective range, you can summon super weapons for airdrop support at any position at any time. Note 2. The 6th stage exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 60 Hiss. The introduction of this talent was very simple, but Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin just glanced at it and simultaneously gasped in shock. They are all experienced professionals, and just by seeing this introduction, one can imagine how terrifying this talent would be when combined with Li Chen's god perspective in a real combat environment. This is equivalent to having an entire domain that belongs solely to him within the range of Li Chen's god perspective. Any enemy daring to step in would be bombarded from countless super weapons from any angle and any distance. There would be no way to dodge or escape. Thinking of the scene where thousands of rocket launchers suddenly appear around him and then open fire, Jiang Jin couldn't help but shiver. Damn it! Even at level 50, those at level 60 or 70, without special abilities or with slower reactions, would be kneeling in minutes. Seeing their expressions, Li Chen knew they had already thought of the perverse nature of this talent. He chuckled, this talent not only greatly increases the threat of my super weapons but also significantly enhances my mobility, allowing me to quickly shift the battlefield or escape from danger. Jiang Wuyu was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Ling Xuehan's eyes flickered as she quickly thought of Li Chen's other talent, mechanical doppelganger. Jiang Jin also quickly reacted, inhaling sharply. You mean? Li Chen nodded with a smile. That's right, it's the mechanical doppelganger. These talents can perfectly synergize, and in the future, as long as I'm within my god perspective range, I can airdrop super weapons for support. Then, within this range, I can instantly teleport through headshots, precisely, wherever my eyes can see, I can reach. Ling Xuehan was momentarily speechless. After a while, she exclaimed, now, it's even more impossible for others to kill you. Your current god perspective already spans over 300 kilometers, with such a wide range, let alone professionals, even if several countries joined forces to deploy their armies, they couldn't carry out a large-scale strike. Little junior brother, your current level of difficulty, I feel, has even surpassed the teacher. Jiang Jin also nodded in agreement. Don't be fooled by the fact that Li Chen is only level 50 now. With the attack power of a mechanic, combined with Li Chen's perverse mechanic exclusive talents, in terms of actual combat power and survival ability, he is indeed a greater threat than Marshal Li. At this moment, Jiang Wuyu suddenly asked, by the way, Li Chen, the endless altar is so difficult. Do you get any extra rewards for clearing it? Extra rewards? Upon hearing Jiang Wuyu's question, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin's eyes lit up simultaneously. Oh right, they almost forgot about this. Even the faction confrontation dungeons have rewards. The more difficult endless altar should have some too, right? Li Chen chuckled softly, of course, and the rewards are quite good. There are 2 rewards for clearing it. One is a leveling pill, which, after I consume it, will allow me to just reach level 50. As for the other one, you can see for yourselves. Saying this, Li Chen focused his mind and revealed the hidden title. Ling Xuehan and the others' eyes narrowed, and expressions of astonishment appeared on their faces, because they saw 5 semi-transparent golden characters suddenly floating above Li Chen's head. Endless Destroyer. Looking at those 5 characters above Li Chen's head, Jiang Wuyu exclaimed in envy, Endless Destroyer? What a domineering title! Is this the reward for clearing the 100th layer of the Endless Altar? Ling Xuehan asked in surprise, is this a special piece of equipment, similar to the halo from the faction confrontation dungeon? Jiang Jin was already a bit impatient. Li Chen, what are the attributes of this title? Li Chen chuckled and expanded the title's attributes. Ling Xuehan and the others perked up, focusing intently. Then, the 3 immediately exclaimed, the base panel doubles? This is too perverse. Ling Xuehan's cold eyes sparkled. If Pei Qi had a full set of epic equipment, Wouldn't he just ascend to the heavens? Jiangjin was even more excited, his whole body trembling slightly, and this title effect, summoning a copy with 100% of the original's abilities, while it's certainly powerful for an ordinary practitioner, if it's applied to Li Chen, it would be too monstrous. With the number of super weapons Li Chen has now in his actual attack power, if it doubles, even an 80-level practitioner wouldn't be able to withstand it. Jiang Wu Yu exclaimed in awe, but a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. Li Chen, what does it mean for the attack efficiency to double? Li Chen explained, it's easy to understand. Simply put, it refers to attack speed and casting speed. If it's a summoning type practitioner, the movement speed of the summoned entities also counts. For example, if I wear it, the summoning speed of the super weapons would double, and the firing rate would also double. Additionally, if it's a super weapon that can move on its own, like a tank or a bomber, its movement speed would also double. Upon hearing Li Chen's explanation, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin's eyes widened instantly. Ling Xuehan immediately grasped the key point, shocked, the firing rate doubles? So, with this title, the amount of ammunition your super weapons can unleash in a unit of time would double? Li Chen smiled and nodded. Jiang Jin's mouth dropped open, seemingly even his voice changed, including that copy? Li Chen smiled and nodded again. His two gasp sounded like a vacuum cleaner, nearly sucking all the air from the vicinity. Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin exchanged glances, both excited and serious. I think we need to see the teacher. Jiang Jin nodded emphatically. Li Chen's gains from this trip were simply too enormous. Their previous plans were already a bit outdated. He turned to Jiang Wu Yu seriously. Yu, you go home first. Your Aunt Ling and I have something to discuss with the marshal, and what happened today must not be disclosed to anyone. Jiang Wu Yu looked at Li Chen and nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Dad, I know the importance. Tonight, I won't know anything. Ling Xuehan smiled and nodded, no longer hesitating, and immediately tore open a spatial rift, stepping in with Jiang Jin and Li Chen. Xinghua Academy, Principal's office. Wang Qingfeng was still watching the display screen, both shocked and amazed, when suddenly, his gaze shifted towards the center of the office. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, 3 people stepped out from the rift. A smile appeared on Wang Qingfeng's face as he immediately stood up to greet them, his eyes shining. Junior brother, how on earth did you achieve all this? Before Li Chen could speak, Ling Xuehan couldn't wait to say, Senior brother, Junior brother has gained tremendously. Let's discuss the specifics once we see the teacher. Jiang Jin also looked invigorated. That's right. Senior brother, our previous plan might need to change. Oh, Wang Qingfeng looked at Li Chen with surprise and curiosity, wondering what benefits this junior brother had gained that even the usually calm Ling Xuehan appeared uncontrollable. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Alright, let's go see the teacher. Based on Wang Qingfeng's understanding of Ling Xuehan, he believed she wouldn't make a fuss without reason. Since she suggested seeing the teacher, it meant Li Chen's gains were definitely extraordinary. Ling Xuehan nodded seriously and tore open another spatial rift, with the 4 of them entering in succession. Behind the mountain of Qinghai Academy, Marshal Li's exclusive courtyard. At this moment, a rare look of confusion appeared in Marshal Li's eyes. It's impossible, this doesn't make sense. Are Li Chen's super weapons really that strong? Could it be that the Endless Altar has a bug? Should I try it tomorrow? Maybe I can break through 100 levels too? Suddenly, Marshal Li's eyes flickered, and he immediately turned to look at the courtyard. Seeing 4 disciples approaching together, he was somewhat surprised. He cleared his throat lightly, quickly suppressing the shock and confusion on his face, and teased, What's this? You've cleared 100 levels of the Endless Altar and come to show off to this old man? The 4 respectfully bowed to Marshal Li, and Wang Qingfeng glanced at Ling Xuehan, smiling as he spoke. Master, junior sister says that junior brother has gained a lot from this trip to the Endless Altar, and perhaps we need to change the plan we made earlier. The teasing on Marshal Li's face immediately faded, becoming serious. He looked at Li Chen and nodded, saying, Just right, I'm quite curious about how Li Chen managed to clear the Endless Altar, so let's hear the details. Everyone immediately turned to Li Chen. Especially Wang Qingfeng and Marshal Li, their curiosity was practically bubbling over. Li Chen didn't hesitate and quickly recounted his experience of clearing the Endless Altar. At first, Wang Qingfeng and Marshal Li listened with great interest, but soon their expressions began to change. When they heard that Li Chen had unlocked the talent life transformation, both of them even started to unconsciously drop their jaws. By the time Li Chen mentioned the title reward he received after clearing the Endless Altar, along with the new talent airdrop support unlocked at level 50, Wang Qingfeng and Marshal Li completely lost their composure, their expressions turning to shock. After Li Chen finished his introduction, Wang Qingfeng and Marshall Li were left speechless for a long time, just staring at Li Chen's attribute panel and the 5 shining Endless Destroyer titles above his head in a daze. After a while, they both gasped in unison. Seeing their reaction, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jun exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that it wasn't just them, even the senior brother and the master had the same reaction. Wang Qingfeng stared blankly at Li Chen. So, you mean to say that junior brother's total spiritual power has now reached over 7,200 points, and with the aura and title, he can summon 4 times the number of super weapons. Moreover, on this basis, the firing rate of the super weapons can be increased by another factor, making the actual attack power equivalent to 8 times the number of super weapons? Ling Xuehan nodded with a smile, and that's not all. Senior brother, don't forget, Li Chen also has a clone, which doubles the 8 times, making it equivalent to 16 times. Jiang Jun added, with his life transformation talent, the more enemies there are, the more super weapons he can continue to summon, and the control range will also expand, and it's the kind that can hit wherever he points. Wang Qingfeng stared at Li Chen, his lips moving for a long time, 1,000 words condensed into just 5. What a damn freak. Marshall Li instinctively reached for his beard again, but the emptiness he felt in his hand instantly jolted him awake. He hurriedly put his hand down, somewhat frightened. Damn, if he wasn't careful and pulled out a handful, the gap in his beard would be impossible to hide. Marshall Li's gaze was intense as he stared at Li Chen. No wonder Xuehan said our plan needs to change. Your gains this time are indeed quite astonishing. Moreover, after clearing the Endless Tower, you actually managed to level up to 50. It seems we can indeed alter our previous plan. Wang Qingfeng trembled with surprise, saying, Master, what about the subsequent international war instance, junior brother? Marshall Li pondered for a moment and smiled. Indeed, with Li Chen having a mechanical clone and the clone of the title from the Endless Altar, even though his level is still relatively low, his survival ability is already not inferior to mine. Moreover, his God's perspective has now expanded to nearly a radius of 360 kilometers. At this range, the enemy wouldn't even be able to attempt a sneak attack, and after reaching level 50, Li Chen will be able to wear epic equipment. If he completes the full set of epic gear, Li Chen's total spiritual power will see a huge increase, and at that time, both his attack power and survival ability will also make a leap forward. After that, he can participate in the International War Dungeon. With his current class strength, even high-level professionals above level 80 won't be able to handle him. This time, we are going to give the whole world a big surprise. As he spoke, Marshall Li's eyes sparkled with intensity, and his tone revealed a fierce, iron-blooded meaning. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Marshall Li said to Li Chen, By the way, Li Chen, after reaching level 50, you can undergo an Advancement Awakening. Have you received the task for the Advancement Awakening? Li Chen shook his head. Each country's professionals have their own unique characteristics. For example, the Onmyoji of Sakura country is a profession unique to the world, only awakened by the people of Sakura country. The characteristic of the Eastern Dragon Empire is that its professionals have a chance for an Advancement Awakening at level 50. Professionals from the Eastern Dragon who complete the Advancement Awakening will gain an awakening skill. This awakening skill can sometimes be an active skill and sometimes a passive skill. Different people in different professions receive different awakening tasks, and the awakening skills vary as well. However, the commonality is that this awakening skill is usually much stronger than other ordinary skills. It is precisely because of this Advancement Awakening that professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire see a significant increase in class strength after level 50. But correspondingly, if a professional from the Eastern Dragon Empire fails to complete the Advancement Awakening task, they will be unable to continue leveling up and will be stuck at level 50. The Advancement Awakening task appears automatically, and the difficulty varies for each person. Hearing that Li Chen had not yet received the Advancement Awakening task, Marshall Li was not surprised and nodded, saying, The Advancement Awakening task will automatically appear within 24 hours after a professional reaches level 50. There's no need to rush, you will naturally receive it when the time comes. Marshall Li turned to Ling Xuehan, since Li Chen has reached level 50, take him through a few team dungeons tomorrow, and keep an eye on the world boss information. First, let's change all his equipment to epic quality. The Advancement Awakening task can only be completed solo. Although Li Chen's attack power and survival ability should not be a problem now, we should still make the necessary preparations as much as possible. Ling Xuehan nodded, Yes, teacher. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Li Chen's information will remain confidential. We'll discuss it again after the International War Dungeon ends. Understood, teacher. Everyone responded in unison. While the atmosphere among the 4 of them was heatedly discussing Li Chen's upcoming leveling matters, the mood of some others was not so pleasant. In Sakura country, at the Amaterasu Guild, Kenji Kobe stared blankly at the screen, lost in thought, looking at the question mark name at level 100. After a long while, he muttered to himself, impossible, absolutely impossible. Why has such a powerful professional suddenly emerged from the Eastern Dragon, while we have received no information at all? Could it be that the last assassination incident has made that old manly Fu more vigilant, to the point that he has done such a good job at keeping things secret? The light in Kenji Kobe's eyes flickered uncertainly, and after a while, he finally stood up and walked towards the hidden chamber at the back of the Amaterasu Guild. He passed through a series of houses and walked through a grove filled with countless cherry trees, arriving in front of a stone house. Standing with his hands down, he respectfully said, "Third uncle, Kenji has something to inquire about." After a moment, an eerie and aged voice came from within the stone house. "What is it?" Kobe Kenjin quickly recounted today's events regarding the Endless Altar. "Third uncle, that woman who suddenly appeared with Donglong is indeed quite strange. Her combat power is even far beyond that of Master Li. I would like to ask Third Uncle to use your secret method to inquire about that person, to see if she knows anything about this woman from Donglong." The dark and aged voice fell into a slight silence, seemingly contemplating what Kobe Kenjin had just said. After a moment, he slowly spoke, "According to what you said, the existence of that woman has indeed posed a great threat to our Sakura Empire. However, during the last inquiry, he was also unclear about her background. It seems she is a secret weapon hidden by Master Li. Since they assassinate the God plan, Master Li seems to have sensed her presence, but has been unable to confirm it. If this woman is truly a secret weapon cultivated by Master Li, he probably won't reveal her to anyone." A serious expression appeared in Kobe Kenjin's eyes. He knew Third Uncle was right, but the sense of threat that woman brought him was too strong, and he still wanted to confirm it once more. Kobe Kenjin bowed respectfully. "Kenjin understands, but for safety's sake, please ask Third Uncle to inquire again." After a while, the aged voice came out. "If that's the case, then let's confirm it once more." As soon as the old voice fell, a tangible darkness surged out from the stone house, completely engulfing the space. Kobe Kenjin watched as the darkness spread, unable to help but admire in his heart. Third Uncle's control over nightmares has become even more formidable. Surrounded by darkness, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Suddenly, a gray figure lit up in the darkness, quietly appearing beside Kobe Kenjin. This gray figure rippled like water, resembling a dreamlike illusion. A respectful voice emanated from the gray figure, "Third Elder." Third Uncle's aged voice seemed to resonate from the depths of the soul. "That mysterious woman from Donglong, do you know who she is?" The gray figure replied, "I do not know." Kobe Kenjin thought for a moment and asked aloud, "What about her profession? You mentioned last time that her profession might be related to summoning. What is the reason?" The gray figure said, "Firstly, she is very skilled in group battles and has extremely strong attack power." Kobe Kenjin silently nodded. The previous faction confrontation dungeon and soloing the Endless Altar had already hinted at this point. The gray figure continued, "Secondly, according to the information I have received, that woman seems to have lent her abilities to a junior disciple. If it weren't for summoning type abilities, it would be difficult to achieve this." Kobe Kenjin's eyes brightened. "Junior disciple? What is their name?" "Li Chen." The gray figure said, "I have already sent people to gather information. The junior disciple is an orphan with no relatives. To investigate information about that woman, the best way at the moment is to start from this junior disciple. But that woman is very well hidden. She has never contacted this junior disciple and even sent him to Master Li for protection, living in seclusion. Even if we want to start from him, we need to slowly look for opportunities." The light in Kobe Kenjin's eyes flickered. Master Li's confidentiality work this time was indeed too good. It was almost impossible to directly investigate information about that woman. But since he knew she had a disciple, at least there was a direction. Third Uncle's aged voice sounded again, "I understand, you may leave now." The gray figure slightly bowed. "Yes." The darkness receded like a tide, revealing the stone house once more. Kobe Kenjin pondered for a moment and cautiously said, "Third Uncle, can his words be completely trusted?" Third Uncle's voice was cold. "The nightmare rebirth technique is a direct projection of the deepest level of hypnosis in the soul, based on the consciousness of the body, reversing cognition. Even he himself is unaware. Do you think that's credible?" Thinking of the power of his third uncle as a nightmare master, and the success of the assassin god plan in the past, Kenji Shinobu finally set his mind at ease and bowed. "Hi, thank you, third uncle." Leaving the stone house, Kenji Shinobu returned to his office. After pondering for a moment, he made another encrypted video call. Seeing Parker Williams appear on the call, Kenji Shinobu said in a deep voice, "President Parker, I have received the latest news." After listening to Kenji Shinobu's account, Parker Williams' eyes sparkled. "Junior disciple? If that's the case, there might be some room for maneuver. A night without conversation. The next morning, Ling Xuehan arrived at the door of Li Chen's villa and rang the doorbell. Li Chen welcomed Ling Xuehan into the house and said with some anticipation, "Second senior sister, shall we go run a large team dungeon now?" Ling Xuehan smiled slightly and nodded. That's right. After level 50, the experience from killing wild monsters decreases significantly, while large team dungeons and slaughter instances are the main sources of experience for professionals. Moreover, epic level equipment can only randomly drop in large team dungeons aside from world bosses. Collecting a complete set of epic gear suitable for oneself is not an easy task. Both luck and strength are essential. Li Chen nodded slightly. He naturally knew this basic information as a former top student. He thought for a moment and said, "Second senior sister, the requirement for a large team dungeon is 100 people. Do we still need to call others?" Ling Xuehan smiled charmingly. "Of course not. Just the two of us are enough. Didn't the teacher say yesterday? Your information needs to be kept confidential before the international war instance. My attack power is decent, and yours is even more impressive. Although there are many monsters in the large team dungeon, they won't pose much of a threat." "Alright," Li Chen nodded with a smile. Without further ado, Ling Xuehan immediately tore open a spatial rift and stepped inside. In the instance hall of Tsinghua Academy, in a certain hidden area, the figures of Ling Xuehan and Li Chen reappeared. Ling Xuehan said to Li Chen, "Large team dungeons are divided into 3 difficulties, the entry level at 50, normal at 60, and hard at 70. The epic equipment they drop has no level restrictions. Any professional above level 50 can wear it. However, the higher the difficulty of the large team dungeon, the higher the probability of dropping epics, and the quality and attributes of the epics will also be better. As for those above level 80, there will be hell-level large team dungeons that can drop even better vast epics," Ling Xuehan said, shaking her head regretfully. "With your current attack power, you could still run it, but the vast epic has a level restriction. You need to be above level 80 to wear it, so we won't consider that for now." Saying this, Ling Xuehan turned to look at a large team dungeon's teleportation array. "Our target is the large team dungeon at level 70. 8th Apostle, Rothus." Saying this, Ling Xuehan took out a stack of team dungeon entry tickets and handed them to Li Chen. She smiled. "Originally, the teacher planned to take you to run dungeons and get equipment after you reached level 50. After all, the number of monsters in hard dungeons is too high, and they are all above level 70. Even if I, your senior brother, and third senior brother brought you along, the efficiency of killing monsters wouldn't necessarily be very high. But I didn't expect you to break through the endless altar by yourself, not only reaching level 50 and unlocking 2 even more powerful talents but also earning a title with incredible attributes." Ling Xuehan teased. "The number of monsters in hard dungeons is about 5,000, with a limit of 10 people allowed to enter, but now, that number might not even be enough for you to kill alone. I'll first take you through the process, and if there are no issues, then you can solo it yourself. If I team up with you, I'll take half of your experience, and the rewards from the dungeon will be split, which will affect your leveling up." Li Chen nodded, took the raid entry ticket, and felt a warmth in his heart. After level 50, as leveling up became increasingly difficult, the corresponding large raid entry tickets also became extremely expensive. For a level 50 entry-level raid, one ticket costs 10,000 gold coins. For a level 60 normal raid, the price increases 5-fold, becoming 50,000 gold coins per ticket. And the level 70 hard raid they were about to tackle costs a staggering 200,000 gold coins per ticket. For an ordinary adventurer, it would take a long time to save enough gold for each raid. But the stack of entry tickets that Ling Xuehan had just given him was roughly estimated to be at least 30 or 40 tickets, clearly intended to buy him a full set of epic gear. Thinking about how he would soon be donning a full set of epics, Li Chen walked towards the teleportation area with great enthusiasm. "Let's go, Octopus Massacre, start!" With a flash of light, a long-lost sense of disorientation washed over him. When Li Chen regained his clarity, he found himself at the peak of a small island. Looking around, the island was surrounded by a beach, and the beach was filled with giant crabs as tall as a person. These crabs surrounded the high peak in the center of the island, and roughly estimated, there were at least several thousand of them. All of them waved their massive pincers, their bright red shells reflecting a metallic sheen in the sunlight, clearly very tough. Beyond that was the vast ocean. Although Li Chen had heard of this octopus dungeon, he had never seen it in person. Seeing that the number of monsters, while considerable, was still far fewer than the 5,000 monsters Ling Xuehan had mentioned, he asked in confusion, "Second sister, the number of monsters seems off, right?" Ling Xuehan smiled and said, "Large raids are divided into areas and have time limits. Only by conquering one area can you unlock the others." As she spoke, Ling Xuehan raised her hand and pointed to both sides of the island. "We are currently in the first area of the octopus dungeon. which has a total of 500 monsters. Once we teleport in, the raid begins, and we have 10 minutes to defeat these 500 monsters, after which 2 teleportation arrays will appear on either side. Through those 2 teleportation arrays, we can move to the second area. Generally, the second area requires simultaneous tackling, with a total of 1,000 monsters to defeat within 20 minutes. Then, a third teleportation array will appear in front of the island, allowing us to move to the third area. The third area has a total of 2,000 monsters, which must also be defeated within 20 minutes. Once all the monsters in the third area are killed, a fourth teleportation array will appear at the back of the island, which is the only way to reach the boss in the fourth area. Each area will have a corresponding number of elite monsters. The first area has that one over there, which is several times larger than the other crabs. The second area has 2, and the third area has 3. As for the fourth area, besides the final boss, the 8th Apostle Rothus, there are also several hundred small monsters and 4 elite monster guards that must be defeated within 30 minutes. Li Chen listened thoughtfully. Second sister, I noticed you mentioned that these areas seem to have time limits. What happens if we exceed the time? Ling Xuehan explained, for the first 3 areas, if we exceed the time and haven't completed the objectives, it will grant the final boss a beneficial status. The first area increases the boss's physical defense by 30%, the second area increases the boss's magical defense by 30%, and the third area increases the boss's attack power by 30%. As for the boss area, if it's not resolved within 20 minutes, the boss will go berserk, and all attributes will triple. Upon hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Goodness, no wonder it's a difficult large-scale dungeon. It actually has such a mechanism. 10 people fighting 5,000 monsters is one thing, but there's even a time limit. If any part of this process goes wrong, the result will be a failed strategy, wasting the 200,000 gold ticket fee. Li Chen suddenly became curious and asked, Second senior sister, do the level 60 and level 50 normal dungeons and entry-level dungeons have the same mechanism? Ling Xuehan smiled and said, the mechanism is the same, the number of monsters is the same, but the monster levels will be reduced to the corresponding levels, and the number of entrants is much higher than that of the level 70 difficult dungeons. For example, the level 60 normal dungeon has a limit of 30 people, while the level 50 entry-level dungeon has a limit of 50 people. Li Chen realized, so that's how it is. With the number of monsters unchanged, if the number of players increases, it effectively reduces the difficulty of the strategy. Then, Li Chen thought of another question. Second senior sister, these large-scale dungeons require a high level, especially above level 70. For smaller countries with weaker overall strength, like Kimchi country, they probably can't gather enough people to run large-scale dungeons, right? Ling Xuehan chuckled at the example given by her junior brother. Large-scale dungeons are usually tackled by teams formed globally. For small countries like Kimchi country, if they only gather players of the same level within their own country, they probably won't be able to run it more than a few times a year. I see. Li Chen nodded to himself. The higher the level of the large-scale dungeon, the higher the requirements for the players. Although level 50 and 60 players can enter the level 70 difficult dungeons, their combat power will definitely lag behind due to their level limitations. Aside from freaks like Li Chen, it's rare to see such cross-level attempts at high-difficulty dungeons. Well, of course, there are exceptions like Nuclear Peace Elite, King of Glory, Amaterasu, and Source God. These super guilds have many strong players, so bringing along 1 or 2 level 50 or 60 stragglers is no problem. There's no way around it. Having more high-level accounts is just extravagant. As for the mid to low difficulty dungeons at levels 50 and 60, high-level players often take their level 50 or 60 alts to run them. After all, with overwhelming combat power, it's much easier to clear them. Speaking of this, Ling Xuehan sighed, but in recent years, our East Dragon has been targeted by various countries led by the Free Federation. Whether it's large-scale dungeons or slaughter instances, the losses have been quite severe. A glint flashed in Li Chen's eyes, and he suddenly smiled. Don't worry, second senior sister, in the future, I'll make them behave. Ling Xuehan was slightly taken aback, then nodded earnestly, seemingly looking forward to that day. Li Chen turned his gaze to the large crabs, watching the red translucent light strip on their heads, calculating in his mind, 120,000 health points, with 5,000 monsters, can restore 600,000 spiritual power. Hey, having more monsters is great, this blue won't run out. Li Chen muttered, and with a thought, he immediately activated the effect of the Endless Destroyer title. A flash of light, and suddenly another Li Chen appeared beside him. The two Li Chens exchanged glances, and the former smiled slightly. I'll take the left, you take the right, let's speed it up. Alright, master. The copy readily agreed. Ling Xuehan watched in amazement from the side. This is the copy summoned by the junior brother through the Endless Destroyer? So interesting, it really looks exactly like the original. Then, the two Lichens turned around, and with a thought, began to summon their super weapons. Swish, 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 swish. In the blink of an eye, a dense array of laser cannons appeared in midair, forming two massive laser cannon formations. The energy consumption of the laser cannons was 50 points, while Li Chen's total energy value at that moment was over 7,200 points. With the double happiness effect of the aura, in just this round, the two Li Chens summoned over 570 laser cannons each. The reason for not using rocket launchers was that the laser cannons had a longer range, reaching as far as 35 kilometers. In this enclosed small island for monster farming, using laser cannons, Li Chen didn't even need to move. He could just stand still and control the output. Whoosh! In the next moment, the laser cannon formations on both sides fired simultaneously. With a synchronized roar, the dense array of laser cannons swept across from near to far like a bulldozer plowing the ground. The laser cannons came with armor-piercing and penetrating effects, and under the concentrated fire of this magnitude, Li Chen only needed to sweep the laser cannons back and forth over the group of crabs below, like painting, and those large crabs were swept into a pile of severed limbs. As these large crabs died in droves, a series of prompts immediately floated before Li Chen's eyes. Energy recovery plus 120, energy recovery plus 120, energy recovery plus 120. With the new energy replenishment, the two Li Chens wasted no time and once again unleashed laser cannons outward. The original more than 500 laser cannons rapidly increased to 1,000 per person. The firepower density instantly more than doubled. The remaining crabs were cut down in the blink of an eye, leaving a scene of devastation. As for the excess energy, it was all recharged in advance for the summoned laser cannons by Li Chen. Ding! With a crisp sound, two dazzling beams of white light lit up on both sides of the island. Congratulations on successfully conquering Area 1. Area 2 is now open. Please proceed immediately. The two Li Chens exchanged a glance and smiled in tacit understanding, then waved their hands to throw out a massive object. With a loud thud, a 10-meter-tall transformer appeared for each of them. The main body Li Chen smiled slightly at Ling Xuehan, second senior sister. Let's go, just a simple escort. Ling Xuehan was in shock. Although she had mentally prepared for the little junior can solo large group dungeons, she was still stunned when she actually saw it. It was simply too fast. This was a level 70 difficult dungeon. Yet, for Li Chen, it only took half a minute to clear Area 1. With the talent life transformation, Li Chen's destructive power as a mechanic was truly unleashed. The massive transformer slowly crouched down, extending its two giant metal hands. Ling Xuehan instinctively stepped onto its left hand, while the main body Li Chen stepped onto the right hand. Then, the transformer slowly stood up, placing Li Chen and Ling Xuehan on its shoulders. Thud, thud, thud. Under Li Chen's command, the transformer turned and walked towards the illuminated teleportation array, with the dense array of laser cannons hovering above its head, exuding a formidable presence. As for the replicated Li Chen, he also boarded another transformer and headed towards the teleportation area on the right. At this moment, another scene automatically appeared in the mind of the main body Li Chen. Like a surveillance monitor, it projected everything the other Li Chen saw, allowing him to grasp the situation on the other side. Li Chen looked on in amazement. This is sensory information sharing? Quite interesting. Moments later, Li Chen arrived at the massive teleportation array on the left, which was the entrance to Area 2. Controlling the transformer to step onto the teleportation array, a flash of white light occurred, and the giant figure of the transformer, along with the laser cannons summoned by Li Chen, all disappeared without a trace. Li Chen only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and he found himself in another place. This was also an island, but compared to the previous area, this second area was much larger. The second area was a long, strip-shaped island, still surrounded by the sea. In the center of the island were rolling small hills, while on both sides were vast beaches. As far as the eye could see, both the beaches and the small hills were filled with numerous lobster monsters. These lobster monsters were about 2 meters tall, their bodies a bright red, waving their massive claws, looking fierce. In the center of the large island, there were 2 lobster monsters that were clearly several times larger, probably about 5 meters tall, obviously the 2 elite monsters of the second area. Li Chen observed for a moment before immediately controlling the laser cannon array to start plowing the ground. After recovering some of his spiritual power, he began to continue throwing out transformers. As these huge creatures emerged, they quickly transformed in the air. Buzz, 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 buzz. The sound of propellers began to intensify. Transformer C-type vehicles, armed helicopters. In the blink of an eye, these armed helicopters arranged themselves into a neat formation and flew towards the large island. At the same time, terrifying artillery fire poured down from the helicopters, exploding countless flashes of fire among the lobster monster group below. Transformers could carry other super weapons, and the transformed helicopters were no exception. To improve monster killing efficiency, Li Chen equipped each armed helicopter with rocket launchers and laser cannons, along with the helicopter's own machine guns and missiles, maximizing their firepower. Boom 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 boom. While the front was bombarding, Li Chen leisurely followed behind with the 2,000 laser cannons to finish off the remaining monsters. Seeing the lobster monsters that were not completely dead, he swept a round of lasers over them, making sure not to miss any corpses. After recovering some spiritual power again, he waved his hand and released a large number of Wolverine robots. As soon as these Wolverines landed, they quickly transformed into human form. Then, under Li Chen's command, the floating laser cannons in the sky rapidly descended, embedding themselves into the shoulders of the humanoid Wolverines. These Wolverines then transformed into laser infantry, quickly advancing to finish off the remaining monsters while also starting to collect loot in a carpet-like manner. Li Chen sat comfortably on top of the transformer, waiting for the super mechanical army to bombard, finish off, and clean the battlefield, providing a full-service experience. With a god's eye view monitoring the entire situation, he simply chose to stay put and wait. Beside him, Ling Xuehan couldn't help but swallow hard, murmuring, "Difficult team dungeons. When did they become this easy?" Li Chen turned his head curiously. "I think it's fine, these monsters aren't very strong, and their numbers are average." Second sister, "Was it really hard for you guys before?" Ling Xuehan's mouth twitched. "Not very strong. Average numbers. Average. Compared to Li Chen, Ling Xuehan suddenly felt that her so-called illusion god profession, the Voidwalker, was like a level 3 cripple. Generally speaking, large team dungeons above level 50 required cooperation and division of labor. Different professions had different focuses, which had to be planned out when forming a team. Tank-type professions were mainly responsible for defense, warrior-type professions for melee output, and ranged mage-type professions stayed behind to deal with groups of monsters. In addition, there were support-type professions providing buffs or status recovery, and sometimes assassin-type professions were needed to take out high-damage magic monsters. Only with good cooperation could large team dungeons be completed without much effort and with higher efficiency. But Li Chen's appearance completely shattered Ling Xuehan's inherent understanding of this cooperation model in team dungeons. Defense? Not needed. Assassins? Not needed. Support? Even less needed. Li Chen explained a phrase to Ling Xuehan. Those flashy operations actually stem from insufficient firepower. As long as the firepower is sufficient, you can just charge straight through. Under the rampage of Li Chen's superpowered mechanical army, in just 5 minutes, all the lobster monsters on the island were slaughtered by him. If it weren't for the time spent collecting materials, Li Chen's clearing speed could have been even faster. Congratulations on successfully clearing the second area. The third area is now open. Please proceed immediately. The clearing prompt sounded again. Li Chen sat on the shoulder of a transformer, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Epic loot. From his godlike perspective, Li Chen saw 3 clusters of golden light emerging from the center of the island. Golden quality meant epic equipment. Previously, in the first area, he hadn't gotten a single epic item. Unexpectedly, upon entering the second area, he directly obtained 3 pieces of epic equipment. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Just as Li Chen finished speaking, he learned through the sensory information shared by his clone that 2 more epics had dropped on the other side. Under Li Chen's control, Wolverine and the armed helicopter quickly returned. After just a glance, Li Chen somewhat disappointedly recalled the 3 pieces of epic equipment. The 3 pieces were a cloth armor top, a plate armor bottom, and a heavy armor pair of shoes, none of which were suitable for him. Fortunately, among the 2 epic items that dropped on the clone side, there was a bracelet he could use. Ling Xuehan smiled and comforted him. "It's okay, that's how large group dungeons work. The epic drops are random types. Just run it a few more times. As for the extra epics, you can break them all down. The epic crystals produced from breaking down epic equipment are quite valuable materials, so it's not a loss." Li Chen nodded and said to Ling Xuehan, "Second sister, at this rate, I think I'll need to use quite a few entry tickets to get a full set of epic equipment. The materials produced in the dungeon can still be worth some money. After I finish farming, I'll give you all these materials. And the epic crystals too. I'll keep a portion, but the rest will be yours. Since I used so many entry tickets, consider it a way to give back to the guild." Ling Xuehan thought for a moment and smiled. "Alright, with you soloing like this, all the materials produced in the large group dungeon will belong to you. This way, the cost of the entry tickets can basically be recouped, so feel free to farm as you like." Ling Xuehan didn't stand on ceremony with him. Because Li Chen, as a mechanic, was quite special, ordinary mechanics needed to gather materials to create superpowered weapons, but Li Chen could summon them directly. Therefore, the materials produced in the dungeon were really not in demand for him. After cleaning up the battlefield here, Li Chen led the superpowered army back to the first area through the teleportation array, controlling the Wolverine army to sweep through the first area as well, collecting materials. The clone walked over on another transformer, smiling as he tossed 2 epic items to Li Chen. You can still use the bracelet. The other one is a plate armor belt, which isn't suitable for you. Li Chen nodded and took the 2 epic items. After storing the plate armor belt, he checked the bracelet's information. Name, Blue Truth Bracelet, Superior. Type, Accessory Set, Blue Truth Set, 1/3. Attributes, Magic Defense plus 8000, Strength plus 3000, Spirit plus 3000, Stamina plus 2000. Effect 1, Magic Defense plus 5%. Effect 2, when attacking, there is a 3% chance to restore 3% of Spirit. Effect 3, when attacking, there is a 20% chance to add 10% damage. Looking at the attributes of this equipment, Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Goodness! No wonder that before level 50, all practitioners are considered low level, but after level 50, they are referred to as intermediate practitioners. Not to mention anything else, just the epic equipment that can be worn after level 50 completely crushes those of artifact and legendary levels in terms of attributes. Moreover, this is an epic item dropped from a level 70 raid, with even better attributes, all of which are high-level equipment. Next to him, Ling Xuehan also saw the equipment attributes of this bracelet, her eyes brightening slightly. Junior brother, you have pretty good luck. The Blue Truth set is considered a very good epic set among magic-type professions. Epic equipment produced in a level 70 hard raid, even if it's the same set, has attributes and effects that far exceed those produced in level 60 and 50 raids. If you can gather 3 pieces of the set and activate the set attributes, the boost will be significant. Li Chen glanced at the set attributes after gathering 3 pieces, his eyes slightly shining. Set effect 1, damage plus 10%. Set effect 2, spirit value increase 15%. Indeed not bad, he said with some anticipation. It's really good, just don't know if I can gather them all. After putting on the bracelet, Li Chen saw his spirit value instantly break 10,000, reaching over 13,000 points. This is mainly because the doubling effect of the Endless Destroyer title is calculated based on the base panel. In other words, according to the original base panel, after wearing the Blue Truth bracelet, Li Chen's spirit value is actually over 6,600 points. Then, with the double effect of the Endless Destroyer, it becomes over 13,000 points. If Li Chen wears the entire epic set and adds the double effect of the title, then his panel attributes will be even more exaggerated. After changing into this new equipment, Li Chen confidently pointed forward and shouted, "Let's go, to the third area." Buzz buzz buzz. Countless armed helicopters opened the way, while below on the ground were densely packed humanoid Wolverine robots. These humanoid Wolverine robots were each shouldering 2 laser cannons, resembling super infantry. Thud thud thud. Finally, 2 gigantic transformers marched forward with heavy steps, bringing both the clone and the original Li Chen along. Sitting on the shoulder of the transformer, watching the spectacular scene before her, Ling Xuehan even felt a surge of blood boiling. Li Chen's super mechanical army was already taking shape. Stepping into the teleportation array, with a flash of light, Li Chen and the others arrived in the third area. The area of the third zone is clearly much larger than that of the second zone, and the terrain is also more complex. Under the God's perspective probe, Li Chen quickly took in the entire third area in his mind. The area they are currently in is a vast rocky reef, with a rugged ground and various water bodies divided by the rocks. In front of the rocky area is a wide beach, behind the beach is a large forest, and finally, there are gentle hills. And in all these terrains, there are huge coconut crab monsters that are entirely brown. The coconut crabs are about 2 meters tall, with a pair of giant pincers in front that keep snapping, making a sound like metal clashing, and their attack power is clearly impressive. Their hard shells reflect a tough and solid luster, resembling metal. Li Chen looked on with excitement, murmuring, "So many monsters, this is great." Ling Xuehan was instantly speechless, with a face full of helplessness. While others would feel a headache at the sight of so many monsters, Junior brother was the opposite. The more monsters there were, the more excited he became. The clone of Li Chen looked relaxed and turned to the original. "What should we do? You're the original, you call the shots." The original Li Chen chuckled, "With so many blue bags, let's cover the whole map and finish it quickly." The clone shrugged, "No problem." In the next moment, more armed helicopters and strategic bombers were thrown out by the 2 Li Chens. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, the entire sky over the third area sounded like a swarm of locusts passing by, with the noise of propellers and wings slicing through the air. With airdrop support, the 2 Li Chens directly summoned the Air Force across the entire map, fierce artillery fire pouring down from above the entire third area onto those monsters. Boom 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 boom. The all-map bombing began. Hiss, the hissing of the coconut crabs accompanied by severed limbs and claws blown into the air scattered across the map. Then, after the Air Force had plowed through, more humanoid Wolverine figures appeared all over the map, carrying laser cannons and rocket launchers, swiftly moving to reinforce and clean up the battlefield, collecting materials and equipment. Kill Deep-Sea Coconut Crab, gain 4,000 experience points. Kill Deep-Sea Coconut Crab, gain 4,000 experience points. Kill Deep-Sea Coconut Crab, gain 4,000 experience points. Spirit Value Recovery plus 140. Spirit Value Recovery plus 140. Spirit Value Recovery plus 140. A dense stream of kill notifications and Spirit Value Recovery prompts floated up before Li Chen's eyes. This was still with Li Chen and Ling Xuehan in a team, with experience split in half by Ling Xuehan, otherwise, his gained experience would have been even higher. Ling Xuehan watched as Li Chen crazily cleared the map, with super weapons killing more and more, and firepower growing fiercer, unable to help but take a deep breath. This little junior brother, the mechanic, really is something else. A perfectly good difficult dungeon was turned into a casual game by him. But you have to say, watching large groups of monsters being obliterated by artillery fire, it actually felt a bit relieving. What's going on? Deep-Sea Coconut Crab, relieve your %U and hashtag and *hashtag at. 5 minutes later, the Coconut Crab casual game came to an end, leaving only a ground full of broken crab shells. Li Chen looked at the epic equipment in his hand with a face full of surprise. Name, Demon Spirit Source Battle Boots, Advanced, Type, Cloth Armor Set, Demon Spirit Source Set, 1/5, Attributes, Physical Defense plus 1,500, Strength plus 500, Spirit Value plus 2,500, Stamina plus 500, Speed plus 500. Effect 1, Magic Defense plus 3%. Effect 2, Physical Defense plus 3%. Effect 3, Spirit Value plus 5%. What a good item. Looking at the attributes of this equipment, Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Xuehan looked at him in surprise. Little junior brother, the Demon Spirit Source is an exclusive set for magic support classes. What are you? Li Chen, with shining eyes, pointed at the set attributes of this equipment, excitedly said, Second sister, this is not an exclusive set for support classes, it's clearly my exclusive set. Look, as a cloth armor class equipment, its spirit value bonus is the highest among all armor types. Besides, each piece of equipment has a 5% spirit value bonus, 5 pieces total to 25%. The key is still its set attributes. Li Chen said excitedly, when the 5-piece set is complete, in addition to increasing physical and magic defense by 15% each, it can also gain an additional 25% spirit value bonus. My goodness! Adding it all up, that's a total of 50% spirit value bonus. Then paired with the Endless Destroyer doubling its panel attributes, isn't this my exclusive set? Hearing what Li Chen said, Ling Xuehan was momentarily stunned. Immediately, she gasped. Experience-based thinking can be deadly. She had always remembered that little junior brother was a mechanic, and the exclusive armor for mechanics should be leather armor, so she never considered other types of armor at all. But the problem is, Li Chen is different from other mechanics. For him, the armor attribute bonus from leather armor mastery is not important at all. With a mechanical substitute, even if Li Chen's defense is 0, it does not affect the use of his mechanical substitute in the slightest. What does Li Chen need the most? Of course, it's spiritual power. The higher the spiritual power, the more super weapons Li Chen can summon, and his endurance and survival capabilities will also increase accordingly. It can even be said that, aside from spiritual power, all other attributes are unimportant to Li Chen. He just needs to stack spiritual power. In other words, when Li Chen is selecting armor equipment, spiritual power is his only criterion, while other attributes can be completely ignored. Because the super weapons summoned by Li Chen have fixed damage, aside from equipment effects that increase damage, neither spiritual power nor strength will affect the attack power of Li Chen's super weapons. The only significance of spiritual power is simply the amount of mana. In this case, a support class set focused on stacking mana is actually the most suitable equipment for Li Chen. Realizing this, Ling Xuehan's eyes instantly shone with brilliance. She heavily patted Li Chen's shoulder and exclaimed, Junior brother, you really know how to play, your thinking is so clear. She looked at him with burning eyes and said, if we follow this line of thought, I've already thought of the weapon that's most suitable for you. If you're lucky enough to get it, you probably won't even need to change it by level 80. Li Chen asked curiously, what weapon? Ling Xuehan said word by word, source of magic beads. A weapon exclusive to Qi Gong masters. I won't even mention its base attributes, but its effects are extremely compatible with you. Increases spiritual power by 50%, skill attack power by 20%, and has physical and magical defense. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes lit up. Another 50% increase in spiritual power? Goodness! If this thing is combined with the magic spirit source set, wouldn't that be equivalent to doubling the spiritual power? But then, Li Chen became puzzled. Second sister, you just said this is a weapon exclusive to Qigong masters. If I wear and use it, wouldn't the spiritual power consumption become more than double, and the weapon's durability would drop significantly? Ling Xuehan chuckled. Normally, that's the case, but it's not unsolvable. After level 50, because the dropped epic equipment is random, many professionals may not be able to find a weapon suitable for their use. At that time, you can use the weapon mastery scroll made by the scholar profession. Using this, you can master weapons from other professions, exempting you from the penalties of cross-profession weapon use. Li Chen was overjoyed. Such a good thing actually exists? Then, Li Chen thought that this item hadn't been mentioned in the previous superpowered compulsory education, so it probably wasn't a common item. Second sister, is this weapon mastery scroll expensive? Ling Xuehan smiled slightly. It is indeed a bit pricey. The market price is 10 million gold coins per scroll, and it's often available but hard to find. However, using it on you would definitely be worth it. We have one in the warehouse of the nuclear elite, so if you really get the source of magic beads, just come find me for it. Li Chen was slightly taken aback. 10 million gold coins? It really isn't an ordinary item. Thinking of the efforts his teacher and these senior brothers and sisters had made for him, Li Chen felt a bit moved. But he didn't refuse Ling Xuehan's kindness. He just silently noted down this favor in his heart. Okay, thank you, second sister. Li Chen thanked Ling Xuehan and then put on the epic cloth armor. The larger the base panel's base number, the more terrifying the effect of the Endless Destroyer attribute doubling becomes. Just this piece of cloth armor caused Li Chen's spiritual power to surge by several thousand points in an instant, reaching over 18,000. After completing the third area, Li Chen returned to the first area and used the teleportation array behind the small island to arrive at the boss area. The boss area was also a small island, roughly the same size as the first area. However, compared to the first area, the small island was much more desolate. As far as the eye could see, it was all barren sandy beach. The beach was densely populated with numerous black-shelled crabs, whose two large pincers were covered in black fur, as if the genes of the hairy crabs had mutated. At the edge of the beach, close to the sea, there was a massive sunken ship partially exposed. Judging by its style, it resembled an ancient three-masted warship, at least over 30 meters long. In front of this three-masted warship, there were 4 giant black-shelled crabs, each over 5 meters tall, which should be the elite monsters of the fourth area. Li Chen sat on the transformer and looked around in surprise, saying, "Huh? Where's the boss?" Ling Xuehan explained beside him, "The boss is currently in a hidden state. After we clear these small monsters and the 4 elite monsters, the 8th apostle, Rothus, will appear by that sunken ship." Li Chen nodded. "So that's how it is." He smiled at the clone. "In that case, let's get started." "As you command, my lord." The clone chuckled in response. In the next moment, a dense army of superpowers, under the control of the two Li Chens, activated slaughter mode against the hairy crabs scattered all over the ground. Armed helicopters rained down ammunition from the sky, while the Wolverine army carried laser cannons to gather materials. A minute later, the last elite monster hairy crab exploded, and all the small monsters were cleared. During this process, Li Chen also obtained 2 epic items, but unfortunately, neither was suitable for him. Roar! At that moment, a deep, angry roar came from beneath the sea. With a loud crash, a massive red octopus with a row of eerie blue vertical eyes on its forehead broke through the surface of the sea, appearing at the edge of the sunken ship. Just the head that emerged from the water was over 10 meters high. Around the sunken ship, several giant tentacles surfaced, and the terrifying force splashed water everywhere. On the octopus's head, there was even a huge bloody mouth, and as it roared, its razor-sharp teeth glinted ominously. The boss had appeared. The 8th apostle, Rothus. Li Chen, in the center of the small island, looked at this giant from a god's eye view, observing its menacing aura. 8 million health points? Goodness, no wonder it's the boss of a difficult level dungeon. That skin is really thick, Li Chen muttered, raising an eyebrow at the astonishing health bar above Rothus' head. Seeing the boss appear, Ling Xuehan instinctively began to explain Rothus' attack patterns to Li Chen. Rothus' 8 tentacles will continuously attack enemies that approach it, centered around its body. Boom 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 boom. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Thousands of armed helicopters and thousands of laser cannons opened fire simultaneously, and in the blink of an eye, Rothus' health bar was instantly reduced to 0. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 8th apostle Rothus. Dungeon cleared, earning an experience reward of 5 million. Li Chen turned to Ling Xuehan, puzzled. Second sister, the sound of the cannon fire was too loud. I didn't hear what you said. Ling Xuehan opened her mouth, sighed, and then closed it again. It's nothing, just pick up the loot. Oh, Li Chen immediately controlled the Wolverine to pick up the 3 epic items dropped by the boss. Beside him, Ling Xuehan looked speechless. What is the boss's attack mechanism? In front of the countless super weapons of the little junior brother, it is completely meaningless. Beside him, Li Chen looked at the 3 epic items picked up by Wolverine with some surprise. This time luck was quite good. Among these 3 epics, there was a piece of leather armor and a ring suitable for Li Chen to use. Although the attributes were not particularly fitting, they were good enough for temporarily boosting his spiritual power. After completing the dungeon strategy, Li Chen and Ling Xuehan were teleported out. Li Chen's clone essentially existed in the form of a skill, and as long as it was not destroyed, it could exist for 24 hours. Before coming out, Li Chen recalled it back into his title. Ling Xuehan sighed and said to Li Chen, "Little junior brother, with your current strength, soloing large group dungeons is no problem at all. Take these heavenly spirit pills, from now on, you can solo by yourself." As she spoke, Ling Xuehan handed Li Chen another bottle of heavenly spirit pills to help him quickly gain experience. As for the mysterious spirit pills, those were indeed rare. Even the nuclear elite and dragon group would have to rely on luck to find them. Li Chen took the double experience pill and replied excitedly, "The epic grinding mission begins." In the following time, Li Chen started to go in and out continuously, crazily grinding for epics. With his current firepower, a solo run basically only took a little over 10 minutes. This was still because he needed to collect materials and equipment, otherwise, the speed would be even faster. Except for eating, Li Chen spent almost the entire day immersed in the octopus dungeon. It wasn't until 7 in the evening, when the sun set, that Li Chen excitedly emerged from the octopus dungeon. "Ha ha ha, my luck is just too amazing. Not only did the boss drop a double yellow for me, but it also happened to be the last piece of the demon spirit source outfit and the magic source beads." Seeing Li Chen walk out of the teleportation array with a face full of joy, Ling Xuehan was immediately surprised. "The set is complete?" Li Chen nodded excitedly. "The demon spirit source is finally complete. And I even have the magic source." As he spoke, Li Chen showed Ling Xuehan the full set of epic equipment he had obtained. In a whole day, he had run the hard dungeon dozens of times. Rhodas was almost being beaten to a pulp by him. Although the 3 pieces of jewelry were all loose and not a complete set, he had managed to get the epic cloth armor and his exclusive weapon. With a complete set of the demon spirit source, Li Chen's spiritual power would receive a huge boost. Looking at the full set of epic cloth armor and the milky white beads in Li Chen's hand, Ling Xuehan was also a bit surprised. "You kid, your luck is really quite good." As she spoke, Ling Xuehan flipped her hand and immediately took out a scroll to hand to Li Chen. "Little junior brother, this is the weapon mastery scroll. Once you use this, you will be able to use the magic source beads normally." Thank you, second sister." Li Chen excitedly took the scroll and immediately chose to use it. A strong light suddenly shone brightly. "Is that it?" Li Chen asked curiously. Ling Xuehan smiled and said, "Open your attribute panel and take a look at your skills." Li Chen did as instructed. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up, because he saw that in his skill bar, there was a new passive skill, Weapon Mastery. With this passive of Weapon Mastery, Li Chen could perfectly master all types of weapons. Ling Xuehan curiously asked, "So, how is it? The weapon effect should have activated, right? How much spiritual power do you have now?" Li Chen glanced at his attribute panel and was immediately shocked by that number. 90,320. This was Li Chen's total spiritual power now. It should be noted that as a magic-type profession, Ling Xuehan only had 41,000 spiritual power. With the effect of the Endless Destroyer title, Li Chen's spiritual power was more than twice that of Ling Xuehan. Hearing the total amount of spiritual power that Li Chen currently possessed, Ling Xuehan, although mentally prepared, couldn't help but let out a hiss. With such a total amount of spiritual power, combined with the double happiness effect of the aura, even if Li Chen summoned the most costly transformers in terms of spiritual power, he could directly summon over 1,800 of them. Such a magnitude of transformers, if used against the difficult level Lotus Raid, could easily crush everything just by lining up and marching forward. If it were other types of super weapons, the numbers would be even more terrifying. For example, the unassuming rocket launcher would amount to over 90,000 units. This overwhelming effect was comparable to a locust swarm, and it would also bombard the area. Ding! Received an advanced awakening mission. At that moment, a series of prompts suddenly appeared before Li Chen, and a semi-illusory purple scroll quietly floated into view. Li Chen exclaimed, "I've received an advanced awakening mission." Ling Xuehan was taken aback and quickly asked, open it and see what your advanced awakening mission is. Li Chen nodded with some anticipation and projected the thought of open. The semi-illusory purple scroll quickly unfurled before him. Advanced awakening mission, orcs never be slaves. Mission content, gain the trust of the orc chieftain Gorum, help him defeat the evil shaman Gul'dan, and liberate the enslaved orcs. Mission description, the orc tribe's chief shaman Gul'dan betrayed his race to gain more powerful strength to please the demons, resulting in many orcs becoming slaves to the demons. The orc chieftain Gorum, unwilling to be humiliated, led the remaining orcs in a war against Gul'dan. However, due to Gul'dan forming a Death Knight army with the help of the Demon Lord, Gorum's resistance was continuously defeated and was on the brink of failure. Looking at this mission description, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. Orc tribe? His advanced awakening mission was actually an otherworldly mission. After reaching level 50, each practitioner from the Eastern Dragon Empire had a different advanced awakening mission. Among them, the most difficult were the otherworldly missions. Otherworldly missions, also known as secret realm missions, would transport practitioners out of the main world to another realm once activated. Under normal circumstances, if an advanced awakening mission couldn't be completed, it could be temporarily ignored. But otherworldly advanced awakening missions were an exception. Once the mission began, one could only leave the otherworld after completion. Otherwise, one would remain trapped in the otherworld. Seeing Li Chen in a daze, Ling Xuehan asked in confusion, Li Chen? Li Chen forced a smile. It turns out to be an otherworldly type of advanced awakening mission. What? An otherworldly type of advanced awakening mission? Ling Xuehan couldn't help but exclaim, her brows furrowing immediately. Tell me the details of the mission content. I want to see if this otherworld has been recorded before. Ling Xuehan asked right away. Li Chen nodded and recounted the mission content and description to her. Orc tribe? Orc chieftain Gorum? Orc chief shaman Gul'dan? After hearing this, Ling Xuehan's brows furrowed even tighter. This race and these names sounded very unfamiliar to her, and she didn't know if anyone had entered before. But at least, the nuclear elite and dragon team members had not entered. Otherwise, there would be records related to this otherworld in the guild's data. Ling Xuehan thought for a moment and said, let's go find the teacher and ask. If the teacher hasn't heard of this otherworld, it likely means this otherworld has probably just appeared. Okay. Ling Xuehan tore open a spatial rift and stepped in with Li Chen. 10 minutes later, in Marshal Li's courtyard. At this moment, not only was Marshal Li present, but also the senior brother Wang Qingfeng and the third senior brother Jiangjun had gathered there. Wang Qingfeng shook his head gently. I used my authority to check the information of other guilds, but found nothing about this other world. Jiangjun frowned slightly, seeming a bit worried. The awakening task for a war-type otherworld is probably not simple. Seeing the concern on the faces of his two disciples, Marshal Li wore a faint smile. If we can't find anything, then so be it. The advancement awakening task for the illusion god profession is inherently difficult, and there's a considerable chance it's of the otherworld type. Moreover, Li Chen's awakening as a mechanic is quite unique. The danger of otherworld tasks for ordinary illusion god professions is indeed not low, and war-type otherworld tasks are even more so. But don't forget, war means many enemies, and for Li Chen, the more enemies there are, the stronger he becomes. So, what is there to worry about? Upon hearing this, Wang Qingfeng and Jiangjun suddenly realized. They had focused on the aspect of this strange otherworld and forgot that this was a war-type otherworld task. For Li Chen, what he feared the least was war. Wang Qingfeng let out a breath and smiled at Li Chen. It seems we were overthinking it. In that case, little junior brother, you should rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, activate the task and enter the otherworld. Okay, big brother, Li Chen replied with some anticipation. At this moment, in the Free Federation, in the office of the president, Parker Williams, the president of the Source God Guild, was holding a confidential meeting with his two most capable vice presidents. James Gordon, the president of the Gotham branch, frowned and said, President, can we trust what that guy Kenji Kobe says? Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu branch, also expressed his concern. Yes, according to the news from the California branch, the quality of that equipment is far beyond ordinary otherworld equipment, even surpassing elite otherworld equipment, and should have reached the level of a treasure. If we really make the otherworld contract public, countless people will flock to it worldwide. After all, that treasure has no level restrictions and won't bind to any profession. Although finding that treasure is quite difficult and relies solely on luck, the more people who enter, the lower our chances of obtaining it will be. Parker Williams's gaze was solemn as he slowly spoke. The source of Kenji Kobe's information should be reliable. You all know how strange that old guy from the Amaterasu Guild's nightmare technique is. He paused slightly and continued, treasure level equipment is indeed rare, but compared to the threat from that woman from the East Dragon, a mere piece of equipment is nothing significant. According to the news from California, this treasure originally belonged to the tribe but fell into the hands of the Alliance due to some unforeseen circumstances. There are also humans in that other world, and coincidentally, humans are one of the major races belonging to the Alliance. This means that the treasure hunting task in this other world is actually not very dangerous and leans more towards exploration. There have been countless instances of low-level professionals obtaining treasures during explorations in other worlds, and the three major guilds of the East Dragon are particularly fond of such tasks. As long as we distribute the supplementary scrolls of the Otherworld contract, even if that woman from the East Dragon is worried that we might use this opportunity to set a trap for her and chooses not to participate in the treasure hunt, her disciple will still have a high probability of joining in. At this point, a glint flashed in Parker Williams's eyes. With the East Dragon enforcing a ban on the country, we have no chance to approach that woman. Her disciple is also reclusive, so we can only take this gamble to lure her disciple out. If I can get the identity information of that woman from her disciple, and then have that old guy from Sakura Country use his dark forces to carry out the assassination plan, given the enmity between Sakura Country and Donglong, if we can eliminate that woman, they will definitely not refuse. James and Bruno exchanged glances and nodded. Yes, President. Parker Williams said, let's do it this way. You immediately have the people below create auxiliary scrolls based on the otherworldly contract, and then distribute the scrolls. Understood. The next day, the morning sun shone down from the sky, dispelling all the lingering chill of the night. In the villa where Li Chen resided, Ling Xuehan, Jiang Jun, and Jiang Wuyuyu gathered here, preparing to witness Li Chen's journey to another world. After Li Chen equipped the full set of the Spirit Source Suit and the Source of Magic Beads, Marshal Li had no doubt that Li Chen could complete this Advancement Awakening task, only instructing him to find him after returning from the awakening. Wang Qingfeng had other matters to attend to, so he did not come. Under the expectant yet slightly nervous gazes of the three, Li Chen took a deep breath. Then I will begin. Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jun nodded seriously, while Jiang Wuyuyu worriedly reminded, be careful. Li Chen smiled slightly. Saying this, he looked at the Advancement Awakening task on the attribute panel and clicked to activate it. In the next moment, a burst of purple light suddenly erupted from Li Chen, enveloping his entire being. The purple light grew stronger, so much so that it completely obscured Li Chen's figure. When the purple light weakened again, Li Chen's figure had vanished without a trace. Li Chen felt as if he had fallen into a vortex, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar area. It was a primitive jungle, surrounded by towering ancient trees and grass taller than a person. The plants growing on the ground seemed like ancient alien species, never seen before, and were astonishingly large. The whole place exuded a primitive and wild atmosphere. Li Chen first chose a few concealed spots and summoned several grotto pistols to hide as his respawn points for the teleportation. Because when in another world or instance, mechanical avatars could not be transported back to the main world. After ensuring his safety, he began to think about the next issue. The task is to help the orc chieftain Gorum defeat the evil shaman Gordo, so the priority is to find Gorum first. Li Chen frowned slightly. But where should I look for Gorum? He thought for a moment and murmured, I still don't understand the situation in this other world, so I should find a local person to ask first. Then, with a thought, he quickly spread his divine perspective, extending rapidly in all directions. After grinding through a day of difficult team dungeons, he had completed dozens of runs. Not only had he gathered a full set of epic armor and weapons, but more importantly, after defeating so many monsters, Li Chen's divine perspective had expanded to over 600 kilometers. This meant that the area he could control for air support was even broader. As Li Chen's divine perspective spread outward, a thin figure appeared in his line of sight. It was a humanoid creature, very short, probably not even a meter tall. Its skin was green, with long, pointed ears and nose, but its eyes were quite lively. Ha! What kind of creature is this? Although it's ugly, it seems to be a highly intelligent being? Li Chen's eyes brightened as he muttered softly. That's it, let's find out the situation first. With his mind made up, Li Chen slightly focused his thoughts and summoned a grotto pistol in front of the thin figure. Then, he picked up the grotto pistol he carried with him and aimed it at his own temple. This mechanical substitute is quite convenient for traveling, but if it goes on for too long, I won't end up developing a self-harming tendency, will I? Li Chen muttered as he pulled the trigger. With a bang, the gun fired, and the headshot was activated. Over 100 kilometers away, the thin figure saw a peculiar-looking handgun suddenly appear in front of him, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, the handgun vanished in an instant, performing a miraculous transformation. The thin figure was startled by the sudden appearance of Li Chen and instinctively shrank back. When he clearly saw Li Chen's appearance, he was surprised but also relieved. Human? Li Chen was taken aback and looked at him with interest. you can speak human language? The thin figure retorted angrily, you can't even speak human language. Our goblin clan is proficient in the languages of various races. What's so impressive about human language? Goblin? Is this one of the races in this other world? Li Chen thought to himself. Then, the goblin scrutinized Li Chen carefully and immediately exclaimed in suspicion, this outfit. You're not from our world, you're a foreigner? The goblin asked excitedly, are you from Blue Star? Li Chen was genuinely surprised this time. Have other Blue Star people come to this other world? But Master Brother and the others had checked the information. It seemed no one from the Eastern Dragon Empire had come here, right? Could they be foreign professionals? He curiously nodded. I indeed come from Blue Star. So, have there been other Blue Star people here? The goblin nodded. That's right. One just came a while ago. I heard he arrived in our world through some kind of interdimensional contract. Li Chen suddenly understood. The interdimensional contract, also known as the Secret Realm contract, is a product that occasionally appears in Abyss dungeons. The interdimensional contract records interdimensional tasks and coordinates. Those who obtain the contract can travel to the corresponding other world through it. Interestingly, once the interdimensional task is accepted, it can be left uncompleted. This means that the holder of the interdimensional contract has one opportunity to explore the other world. When he is in the other world and reactivates the interdimensional contract, he will be transported back to Blue Star after half an hour. Li Chen curiously asked, is that Blue Star person still here? The goblin shook his head, he has already left. Li Chen nodded and continued to ask, I want to find the Orc clan leader Gorum. Do you know where he is? The goblin looked at him warily. What does a foreigner like you want with Gorum? Seeing his reaction, Li Chen's heart stirred. It seems this goblin knows where Gorum is? He just doesn't know if they are enemies or friends? Li Chen calmly said, I know Gorum has encountered some trouble recently, and I want to help him. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the goblin relaxed slightly. He scrutinized Li Chen again, a hint of disdain in his eyes. You can blink, you must be a mage, right? But at your age, you're probably just a level 30 or 40 mage. With your level, you think you can help Gorum? I think you're more likely to be going to your death. Oh, so, Gorum's enemies are quite powerful, huh? Li Chen continued to probe for information. The goblin's eyes showed a hint of fear, of course. Gul'dan is an 86-level dark shaman, and his Death Knight Legion consists of at least 50-level beings, along with several 60-level Death Knight leaders and 70-level Death Knight generals. Death Knights not only have extremely high defense and astonishing attack power, but they also feel no pain. Even the fierce orc warriors find it hard to cope. Someone like you, a little mage, is just going to die. At this point, the goblin sighed. Gorum is a traditional orc warrior who has always looked down on the flashy equipment of humans. This time, he has been pushed to the brink by Gul'dan. If not, I wouldn't have been entrusted to help him procure weapons from the Alliance. After all, the Alliance and the Horde have always been hostile. Only we goblin merchants can freely travel between both territories. It's just a pity. The goblin shook his head. The orcs are too poor. Gorum has spent all his wealth and can only buy some ordinary human equipment. If he could get some quality goods from the dwarves, his chances of winning might be a bit higher. Hearing the goblin's words, Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He hadn't expected that this goblin was actually involved in international trade. Moreover, from what he said, it seemed he was just about to deliver equipment to Gorum. If that were the case, wouldn't following him lead him straight to Gorum? A smile immediately appeared on Li Chen's face. After chatting for so long, I still don't know your name? The goblin proudly said, my name is Gulu, a great goblin merchant. Li Chen smiled and said, oh, Gulu, it seems you have a good relationship with Gorum. You wouldn't want Gorum to lose this war, would you? Gulu nodded repeatedly. Of course. Gul'dan has been tempted by demons. He has already fallen into an evil devil. If he doesn't die, he will be a huge threat to all races. Moreover, Gul'dan will turn all his warriors into undead. Undead don't need equipment, don't need food, and certainly don't need jewels. If they want nothing, won't we goblin merchants be out of a job? These damned undead should be completely exterminated. Gulu gritted his teeth and muttered. Li Chen was instantly speechless. So it's because Gul'dan is stealing your business that you support Gorum. Truly a merchant of international trade, indeed only profit matters. Li Chen shook his head. Since you also wish for Gorum to win, then take me to see him. I will help him defeat Gul'dan and liberate the orcs. Gulu looked at Li Chen with disbelief. Just you? A mere foreigner? Li Chen raised an eyebrow. He pointed to the sky and shouted, I have a big airplane. Vroom vroom vroom. A modern, high-tech armed helicopter appeared out of thin air. The dark cannon barrels, the missile launchers brimming with lethality, and the sleek, aerodynamic body made Gulu's eyes widen in shock. Gulu's eyes suddenly sparkled with fiery excitement as he pointed at the armed helicopter in the sky and asked, What is that? It looks like some kind of weapon, and it seems to have a certain carrying capacity? He frantically tugged at Li Chen's pants, his eyes shining. How many of these do you have? Are you selling? I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Li Chen chuckled, this is my ability. No matter how much you offer, I won't sell. Gulu was momentarily stunned. Your ability? Are you a forging master like the dwarves? Li Chen couldn't be bothered to explain, nodding, something like that. Then, with a thought, the armed helicopter in the sky quickly changed direction, flying sideways while the onboard machine guns and missiles erupted with a roar. Da-da-day. Boom boom boom. Fierce ammunition rained down, turning the surrounding primitive jungle into a mess. Li Chen looked at Gulu. Do you think this thing can help Gorum? Looking at the mighty armed helicopter in the sky, Gulu turned to Li Chen. The power is indeed impressive. How many of these do you have? Li Chen smiled lightly. More than you can imagine. More than I can imagine? Gulu's body trembled slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, all right, I will take you to see Gorum. Li Chen grinned. Done deal. Next, Li Chen invited Gulu to board the armed helicopter, and under his guidance, they flew towards Gorum's hideout. By the way, Li Chen also learned more about this world from Gulu. According to Gulu, the continent they live on is called Azeroth. On this continent, there are many different races. Among these races, the most powerful ones have formed two major factions, the Alliance and the Horde. The Orc race they are now looking for belongs to the Horde. With an armed helicopter on their way, it wasn't long before the two arrived at Gorum's hiding place. It was a vast canyon, filled with towering giant trees. From above, the massive canopies almost completely obscured the ground, and all that could be seen was a dense expanse of green. Gulu looked down at the quiet forest and said to Li Chen, we've arrived. Gorum and his orc warriors are hiding in this canyon forest. Li Chen nodded slightly. He glanced around and found that there was no suitable place to land. So, with a thought, a series of clang sounds rang out. A strangely shaped armor seemed to grow from his body, instantly covering Li Chen from head to toe. It was a full-body armor in a gold and red color scheme. Even his face was protected by a golden full-cover helmet, with his eyes glowing with a white light. This was Li Chen's level 50 achievement reward skill Iron Man armor. Li Chen pulled Gulu over, flames erupted from his back and soles, and in an instant, they flew out of the armed helicopter, descending into the canyon below. Gulu, like a country bumpkin entering the city, turned to admire Li Chen's armor while exclaiming, did you make this too? Wow, this thing is way more convenient than an airship. Are you selling it? I guarantee you a satisfactory price. Li Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. The two passed through the dense canopy and landed on the ground. Just as they touched down, several tall figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding thickets. Clearly, the huge commotion they had just made had startled the orc warriors hiding here. Li Chen looked on with curiosity. Like Gulu, these orc warriors had dark green skin, but their physiques were extremely robust, standing at least over 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging, exuding explosive power. The most distinctive feature was their mouths, which were all underbites, with 2 tusks jutting out prominently beyond their lips. However, the equipment worn by these orc warriors was quite rudimentary, made of rough leather products, woven with grass ropes, covering their vital areas, shoulders, and forearms. The axes they carried were large, but the blades were pitted and looked worn out. Seeing their appearance, Li Chen muttered to himself, no wonder Gulu said these orcs were poor. Looking like this, they really do seem quite shabby. The orcs looked at Li Chen, fully encased in armor, with astonishment and uncertainty, not knowing what this thing was. One orc warrior glanced at Gulu beside Li Chen, his eyes brightening, and stepped forward to chatter away in a language Li Chen couldn't understand. Gulu pointed at Li Chen while conversing with him, seemingly explaining Li Chen's origins. The orc warrior looked at Li Chen with caution and suspicion, said a few more words to Gulu, and then turned to disappear into the forest. Gulu said to Li Chen, let's go, he will take us to see Gorum. Li Chen nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. Fortunately, he had found a guide in advance. If he had come in alone, with the language barrier, it would likely have ended badly. Because in this world, the human race and the orc race belong to different factions and are naturally adversarial. After walking for about 10 minutes through the forest, Li Chen, led by the orc warrior, arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave. As they crawled into the cave, it suddenly opened up into a vast natural cavern. The orc warriors inside turned their curious gazes toward the goblin merchant and Li Chen, as if they were watching monkeys on the street. Fortunately, Li Chen had a helmet to shield his face, which spared him from embarrassment. Moments later, they reached the deepest part of the cavern, where Li Chen immediately spotted the tall orc sitting on a stone chair. This orc was clearly larger than the others, easily 2 sizes bigger. If he stood up, he would likely be close to 3 meters tall. He had 3 thick braids on his head, and his massive, gaping mouth was even more imposing than that of the other orcs. This was the chieftain of the orc tribe, Gorum. Upon seeing Gulu, Gorum stood up eagerly, chattering away in a stream of gibberish. "Ah, no, Orsish." Gulu responded in kind, then pointed at Li Chen and continued to chatter, seemingly introducing Li Chen's background to Gorum. Gorum glanced at Li Chen, a flicker of disdain and hostility flashing in his eyes. Then, an orc warrior stepped forward, joyfully leading Gulu aside. Before leaving, Gulu turned to Li Chen and said, "I've already told Gorum your intentions. From here on, you can talk to him yourself." Li Chen was momentarily taken aback, just about to say, "What if you leave and I can't translate?" when Gorum's deep voice rang out, "Outsider, why do you want to help me deal with Gul'dan?" Li Chen looked at Gorum in surprise and instinctively replied, "You can speak human language?" Gorum's expression stiffened, and a fierce glint surged in his eyes. He roared, "Human, how dare you provoke the great orc warrior?" With that, Gorum lifted the two enormous axes that were more exaggerated than door panels, his ferocious aura suddenly escalating, as if he might charge at Li Chen to kill him at any moment. Li Chen's mouth twitched. Damn! No wonder orcs are known for their temper. But at the same time, his expression grew slightly serious. Judging by the aura emanating from this orc chieftain, this guy was likely at least a level 80 powerhouse. To prevent this hot-headed warrior from exploding and jeopardizing his mission, Li Chen quickly said, "This is the task I received, to help you defeat the evil shaman Gul'dan and liberate the orc slaves." Gorum paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Task? Gulu said you are an outsider. Why would you outsiders have a task related to our orc tribe?" Li Chen felt a bit helpless. "You ask me, who the hell should I ask?" But to complete the mission, he had to earn Gorum's trust first. Li Chen thought quickly, his expression serious, "Although I am not from the Azeroth continent, maintaining world peace is the responsibility of every intelligent being. The powerful orc warriors feel this way, and so do we outsiders." Upon hearing Li Chen praise the strength of the orc warriors, Gorum's gaze softened considerably. Li Chen continued, "Gul'dan was tempted by demons, falling into the evil shaman, enslaving his kin. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths." He paused slightly, then shouted as if taking an oath, "Orcs shall never be slaves." As soon as these words left his mouth, Gorum's eyes shone brightly, and it seemed as if the blood in his body was ignited in an instant. He too raised his axe and roared, "Well said, orcs shall never be slaves." After letting out that roar, Gorum's gaze toward Li Chen changed immediately, as if they were long-lost brothers, his dirt-covered hand patting Li Chen's shoulder vigorously. "Outsider, you are different from those arrogant humans of the Alliance. Although your strength is as weak as an ant, your boldness and wisdom have earned the friendship of the orc tribe. Come, let us drink heartily and feast on meat." Watching Gorum enthusiastically pull him aside, looking as if he was ready to feast right there, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Are these orcs really that easy to fool? Typical of having strong limbs but a simple mind, with just one sentence, "I've won the friendship of the orc tribe"? Doesn't this guy fear that I might be an undercover agent sent by the enemy? Li Chen didn't know that in the orc tribe's perception, there has never been such a high-end profession as undercover. Their philosophy has always been to treat life and death lightly. If you don't agree, just fight. Whoever wins is the boss. As for those underhanded tricks, only cunning and weak humans would use them. Seeing that Gollum was really ready to take him to a party, Li Chen quickly stopped him. "Chief Gollum, I'm here to help you deal with Gul'dan. Can you tell me about Gul'dan's current situation first?" Gollum slapped Li Chen heavily on the shoulder. "Don't be so formal, you're a friend of the orc tribe, just call me Old Go." "Old brother, look at you, so thin, you must not even be able to afford meat usually. Your place must be very poor, right? Once you're on our orc territory, there's plenty of meat. Eat as much as you want." Li Chen, what the hell? Didn't the mission say that Gollum's resistance was on the brink of failure? How come I can't see it at all? "Old Go, are you guys about to win this battle?" Li Chen hesitantly asked. Gollum shook his head vigorously. "Who are you listening to spreading rumors? All our remaining orc warriors are right here. I heard that Gul'dan has summoned the Death Knight Legion to encircle us. If we can't resist, we'll definitely become his new slaves." Li Chen? Then why the hell are you eating meat? After a while, Li Chen forcibly suppressed the urge to curse and said with a restrained temper, "Since the situation is so urgent, do we still have time to eat meat and drink?" Gollum looked at Li Chen seriously. "Brother, listen to your old brother's advice. I appreciate your good intentions, but with your skinny arms and legs, I could slap you to death, let alone Gul'dan who has absorbed demonic power." Li Chen felt a black line on his forehead. These orcs must have maxed out their hate-drawing skills. They really know how to talk. Gollum didn't notice at all that Li Chen was feeling the urge to switch sides and continued to persuade, "Old brother invites you to a meal, and after eating, you should leave early. If Gul'dan really attacks, I won't be able to take care of you." Li Chen took a deep breath, he realized that if he didn't show Gollum his muscles, this guy wouldn't take him seriously at all. With a thought, a dense array of rocket launchers appeared in midair, almost filling the cave. The dark muzzles all pointed at Gollum, and even he, the strongest warrior of the orc tribe, felt a chill run down his back. Gollum shivered, his eyes showing suspicion as he looked at Li Chen. "Old brother, looking at your skinny arms and legs, you don't have much meat on you. Could it be that you're also a blacksmith? These things look like cannons, and there are quite a few of them. Can you sell me some at a cheaper price?" Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly, silently sighing in his heart. The orc tribe is indeed naively terrifying. This guy, suddenly being pointed at by so many rocket launchers, his first reaction isn't to turn against me, but to ask if he can buy some at a discount? Also, why doesn't he find it strange that these rocket launchers can float in midair? Shaking his head, Li Chen directly said, "These weapons are bound to me, no one else can use them. It's impossible to sell them to you, but I can help you deal with Gul'dan." Gollum muttered in surprise and regret, "You have to bind a weapon to yourself? You foreigners are so stingy." Li Chen's mouth twitched again, taking another deep breath. Immediately after, Gollum thought for a moment and said, "However, if you have so many cannons, they can indeed play a small role in battle. Well, since that's the case, let me have a word with you." Gollum turned and shouted, "Lads, bring our foreign friend a roasted suckling pig. Make the skin crispy, we want to eat while we talk." "Yo-ho!" the orc warrior shouted and ran outside. Li Chen looked forlorn. "Great, it seems this meal is unavoidable." After a while, Li Chen stared blankly at the roasted suckling pig in front of him, which was almost as big as he was, and murmured, "You guys call this a roasted suckling pig?" Seeing Li Chen's shocked expression, Gollum patted his shoulders sympathetically. "It seems you really are poor over there. You haven't even seen a roasted suckling pig." With a rip, he tore off a pig leg and stuffed it into Li Chen's hand, saying boldly, "No worries, now that you're on my turf, just eat your fill, there's plenty of meat." Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Damn, being looked down upon again. Am I the kind of person who has never seen a roasted suckling pig? It's clearly your suckling pigs that are overly developed. Just so you know, I've eaten at the most luxurious restaurant in Donglong, the Drunken Immortal Tower. Shaking his head, Li Chen instinctively took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Ha, the taste is surprisingly good. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, rich but not greasy, and there's even a natural fragrance, pure and unpolluted. Well, compared to those artificially raised suckling pigs in Donglong, your roasted suckling pig is indeed quite good, Li Chen muttered to himself. Gollum also tore off a suckling pig leg and began to eat it with a mighty crunch. At the same time, Gollum started to introduce the enemy situation to Li Chen. Before Gul'dan's fall, we orcs had a population of over 100,000, but after Gul'dan fell, the devil killed several tribes' kin and turned them into Death Knights. Gollum said angrily, currently, he still controls over 40,000 kin, forcing them to help him build altars, attempting to summon demons. If Gul'dan successfully summons demons and gains more demonic power, he can turn the remaining 40,000 kin into a Death Knight army, and then the tribe will face great disaster. So, that means Gollum's current number of Death Knights is about 30,000? Gollum nodded. And what about us? How many warriors do we have? Li Chen asked. Gollum sighed lightly. Although our orc race is brave and good at fighting, and we could even have an army of everyone, among the remaining 30,000 kin, the old, weak, sick, and disabled still make up the majority. There are only a little over 10,000 real adult orc warriors. Li Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. They have an army of over 30,000 Death Knights, who feel no pain, have astonishing combat power, and are absolutely obedient to orders. You only have a little over 10,000 orc warriors, and the rest are all old, weak, sick, and disabled? What the hell can you fight with? No wonder the mission, said Gollum, is on the brink of failure. I see he's already half a foot in the coffin. If the task hadn't been assigned to someone like me, who excels in group battles, would there really be a chance to complete it? Moreover, what made Li Chen feel even more surreal was that, despite the enormous power gap between the enemy and their side and the dire situation of the war, Gollum still had the mood to invite him to eat roasted suckling pig? Incredible! Truly, orcs are something else. Li Chen asked somewhat speechlessly, so where is Gul'dan now? Rip! Gollum took another big bite of the skin on pork belly and said indistinctly, who knows, he should be on his way here. Li Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. You didn't send scouts to investigate Gul'dan's movements? Gollum slapped his muscular chest with his greasy hand and proudly declared, a brave orc warrior doesn't need scouts. As long as Gul'dan is outside the canyon, we will naturally discover him. True orcs just act. Li Chen rubbed his forehead. Damn, if the enemy has already attacked the canyon entrance, what good would it do to know? This orc tribe truly embodies the phrase simple-minded and strong-bodied. Li Chen even suspected that their survival to this day was due to the virtue accumulated by their ancestors. Just as Li Chen was about to ask more, a low horn suddenly sounded from outside. Woo! Gorum froze for a moment and then suddenly stood up. This is. Li Chen looked outside with uncertainty. Gorum threw away the pig leg in his hand, his body bursting with strong battle intent and momentum. There are enemies. It might be Gul'dan. Li Chen was slightly taken aback, then secretly mocked. You actually know to keep watch? That's really rare. Gorum grabbed two massive battle axes from the side and roared, you little ones, grab your weapons and kill that bastard Gul'dan. Yo-ho! A frenzied shout immediately echoed from all corners of the canyon. In the midst of the chaos, Gorum even remembered to turn back and remind Li Chen, little brother, once the battle starts, I won't be able to take care of you, so be careful. After saying that, Gorum swung his axe and charged out with a howl. He didn't see that at this moment, there was not a trace of worry or fear on Li Chen's face, but rather a look of surprise. Learning that Gorum hadn't even sent out scouts and had no idea of Gul'dan's current movements, Li Chen initially thought this task would take at least several days. But unexpectedly, Gul'dan's actions were so swift, arriving at Gorum's stronghold so quickly. Gul'dan had over 30,000 Death Knight legions, a seemingly terrifying number. But with Li Chen's current total soul power, he really didn't need to worry. Li Chen excitedly opened his god's perspective, encompassing the entire canyon. Then, he saw countless robust orc warriors howling as they charged towards one direction of the canyon. Among these orc warriors, a small portion wore mismatched plate armor, wielding heavy weapons like spiked clubs, cleavers, and flails. Their armor was missing arms and legs, clearly taken from a complete set and haphazardly put on. Li Chen guessed that these were the equipment purchased by Gula from the Alliance. He gently shook his head and prepared to summon the grotto pistol at the canyon's edge, then teleport over with a headshot. But just then, a green-skinned dwarf stumbled in, panic-stricken, and said to Li Chen, Outlander, Gul'dan is coming. Quickly release your armed helicopter and take me out of here. I don't want to die here. Li Chen looked at the great goblin merchant with amusement and teased, What are you afraid of? With me here, Gul'dan is nothing to fear. Gulu was sweating profusely, looking anxious. This isn't the time for bragging. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Gul'dan has over 30,000 death legions, and with your few hundred cannons, what good is that? Clearly, Gulu thought that the few hundred rocket launchers Li Chen had released earlier were all he had. Li Chen smiled faintly, offered no explanation, and walked straight towards the cave exit. The sooner he completed the task, the sooner he could return. Seeing Li Chen set off, Gulu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Li Chen had been persuaded by him and was preparing to retreat in an armed helicopter. Upon arriving outside the cave, there were no orc warriors left in this area. All the orc warriors had gathered to the right front. With a thought, an armed helicopter appeared in midair. The Iron Man armor emerged again on Li Chen, flames erupted from his back and legs, and he pulled Gulu along, flying towards the helicopter. Leaving the ground and entering the cabin, Gulu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He had experienced the flight speed of the armed helicopter, which was much faster than the flying boats crafted by the dwarves. Before Gordo conquered the entire canyon, they would definitely be able to escape in another direction. Buzz buzz buzz. The propeller spun wildly, and under Li Chen's command, they quickly flew forward. But upon seeing the direction they were heading, Gulu's big eyes widened in an instant. He exclaimed, Wrong, wrong. Outsider, you're going the wrong way. No, we're going to help Gorum deal with Gordon, right? Li Chen said with a smile. Gulu screamed, Help? What help? I'm only responsible for providing equipment to Gorum, not for helping him fight. Gordon has over 30,000 Death Knight legions, you want to charge and head first? Li Chen suddenly recalled Gorum's arrogant demeanor from earlier, feeling playful, and imitated him by thumping his chest heavily, shouting, What's there to be afraid of? A real man just gets it done. Gah! Gulu's eyes suddenly bulged. Orcs must be toxic. After just one meal, you've been infected by that reckless Gorum. Amid Gulu's wails, Li Chen controlled the armed helicopter to swiftly approach the canyon's edge. At this moment, on the high ground at the canyon's edge, Gorum stood unyieldingly in the front. Behind him, a dense crowd of orc warriors panted heavily, their pupils bloodshot, as if they would charge forward like uncontrollable wild buffalo at any moment. And a few kilometers away outside the canyon, a dark mass of Death Knights was slowly closing in. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the propeller caught the attention of the orc warriors. Gorum looked up and saw Li Chen in Iron Man armor, holding the goblin merchant Gulu, leaping down from the helicopter. With a thud, Li Chen landed in front of Gorum. Gorum looked at Gulu in surprise and shouted, Gulu? I never expected that the usually timid goblin could produce a warrior like you. From today on, you are a friend of the orc race. Together, we will kill Gordon. Gulu's green face began to shift to a lighter shade of green as he looked at the death army outside the canyon, his teeth chattering incessantly. Li Chen chuckled inwardly, focusing his attention on his mission objective. Using a god's eye view to zoom in, Li Chen clearly saw the approaching enemies. From their appearance, it was evident that those enemies were also all orcs. However, unlike the dark green skin of ordinary orcs, these orcs had a deathly gray-white skin, their faces devoid of expression, their movements orderly and stiff. Moreover, these orcs had no pupils in their eyes, only 2 clusters of small, ghostly green flames. They rode on gray-white giant bears, which were engulfed in a forest-white flame, their eyes also burning with white ghost fire, clearly not living beings. At the forefront of this army of Death Knights was an even larger gray-white giant bear. On the bear's back sat an elderly orc, slightly hunched over, with gray-white beard hanging down, and thick braids of the same color trailing down his back, his eyes deep-set with ghostly green pupils. He held a white bone staff, the top of which was a fierce skull, also burning with green ghost fire. Li Chen's brows slightly moved, murmuring, "Is he Gordon?" Grum didn't know when he had walked up to Li Chen, his eyes fixed angrily on the giant bear leading the army of the dead, saying, "That's right. He is the slave of the demon, that damned Gul'dan." Li Chen asked, "What level are Gul'dan's Death Knights?" Grum explained, "About 1/3 are over level 50, 1/3 are over level 60, and the last third are over level 70, but with the support of the Death Magic Bear, their combat power is significantly enhanced. On the continent of Azeroth, the orc race is considered to have relatively strong combat power. A typical orc warrior over level 50 has 3 times the combat power of a human of the same level. If you add the support of the Death Magic Bear, these Death Knights' combat power can almost leap across a major level. And because the gap between level 70 and 80 is quite large, those Death Knights over level 70 cannot reach the level of 80. But even so, they possess the powerful combat strength of peak level 70. In contrast, Grom's side has only a little over 10,000 true orc warriors. Their combat power at various levels is only 1/3 of the opponent's, and without the support of the Death Magic Bear, it's no wonder they are being pressed by Gul'dan. After roughly calculating the opponent's combat power, Li Chen felt more assured. Fortunately, I fully equipped my epic gear before the mission, otherwise, dealing with these guys with my previous amount of mana would have been a bit insufficient, Li Chen muttered softly. "Ha? What did you say, little brother?" Grum asked in confusion. Li Chen turned to him and smiled. "It's nothing, I just said that when the battle starts, you should tell your people not to run around, so they don't get caught in the crossfire. As for these Death Knights, I can handle them alone." Grom's eyes widened in shock. "What? You mean you're going to take on Gul'dan and his army of Death Knights by yourself?" Li Chen nodded. "That's right." Beside them, the trembling Gulu looked incredulous. "Outsider, are you crazy? They have over 30,000 Death Knights. With your few hundred rocket launchers, being able to take down dozens of Death Knights would be impressive, and you still want to deal with all of them?" Grom, touched, patted Li Chen's shoulder. "Little brother, I appreciate your good intentions, but that old Gul'dan, while he deserves to die, his strength is indeed not as simple as you imagine." Li Chen's lips curled slightly, a faint smile on his face. "Oh really? Then just watch." As he spoke, Li Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. Whoosh! In an instant, countless heavy tanks appeared out of thin air on the plains outside the canyon. These tanks formed a massive circular shape, rapidly extending to both sides from in front of Li Chen and the others. The number was so great that it was impossible to see the end. From the formation of the heavy tanks, it seemed they were arranged around Gul'dan's army of Death Knights, forming a huge circle, with dark cannon muzzles all pointing inward, surrounding the army of Death Knights within. Even with a rough estimate, there were probably thousands of them. Including Grom and Gulu, everyone around was dumbfounded at the sight. After a while, the sound of deep breaths filled the air. Grom's underbite nearly evolved into a gaping mouth, and he stuttered, "Little brother, did you create all this?" Li Chen smiled faintly. "You could say that." Gulu's mouth dropped open in shock. "This number is 2. Li Chen humbly replied, "I know, for over 30,000 Death Knights, this number is indeed still too small." Gulu's face twitched. "Too small? I'm not saying the number is small. Can you not misinterpret my meaning?" On the side of the Death Knight Legion, the expression on Gul'dan's face, which had originally been filled with arrogance, suddenly froze. He grabbed the noose around the neck of the Death Bear and looked around in shock. It was fine not to look, but once he did, he was even more stunned. In just the blink of an eye, he found that his Death Knight Legion had been surrounded by these oddly shaped machines that exuded a strong sense of danger. Are these siege cannons from the Alliance human race? Why do they feel a bit off? And that guy Gorham, when did he collude with the humans? How does he have so many siege cannons? I clearly didn't see any when I came over. 100,000 questions popped up in Gul'dan's mind in an instant. Meanwhile, at the edge of the canyon, Li Chen's thoughts shifted again. Boom 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 boom. Countless massive figures appeared before Li Chen, the sound of mechanical friction ringing incessantly. Looking at these giants, each over 10 meters tall and numbering 600 or 700, Gorum couldn't help but swallow hard, even his voice changed, and more. Gulu had traveled far and wide, and his experience was quite broad, but he had never seen such terrifying behemoths, and they were even humanoid, almost like the legendary guardians of the gods. What are these? Li Chen chuckled. Transformers, just in case, they will temporarily serve as meat shields. But that wasn't all. Swish 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 swish. A dense array of rocket launchers suddenly appeared above the Death Knight army, so numerous that they truly blocked out the sun. The sunlight pouring down from the sky was completely obscured by these rocket launchers. They resembled a massive canopy, with the brilliant sunlight only able to filter through the tiny gaps between them. 30,000 rocket launchers, this coverage density should be enough, right? Li Chen murmured. As for the remaining spiritual power, Li Chen thought that with so many enemies, they should have enough recovery, so he was too lazy to save it and simply used it all to summon laser cannons, adding a layer of laser cannon trim around the densely packed rocket launchers in the sky. Thud thud, two heavy objects fell to the ground nearby. Li Chen turned to look and found that Gorum's axe had dropped. Looking at the green giant, whose eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets, Li Chen chuckled. Gorum, Chief, do you think this firepower of mine should be enough to deal with Gul'dan? Gorum instinctively nodded, swallowing hard with a gurgle. He looked at Li Chen with the gaze one would give a deity, his eyes even revealing a hint of fear. By the beast god, what is this brother's identity? How could he possess so many obviously high-tech and powerful weapons? Although these things hadn't fired yet, the terrifying sense of threat had already made even him, who wasn't being aimed at, feel his hair stand on end. Not to mention wiping out Gul'dan's Death Legion, even turning the ground upside down would probably be no big deal. Beside him, Gula finally came to his senses, staring at Li Chen with the eyes of the world's richest man. Big brother, are you selling these weapons? I only need 1%. Ah no, 1,000th. Just 1,000th is enough. An honest goblin merchant will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Li Chen looked at him with amusement. Just a moment ago, he was the great goblin merchant, and now he suddenly became the honest goblin merchant? Are you floating? Why aren't you floating anymore? He gently shook his head and turned his gaze to the evil shaman below, whose face had turned extremely pale. What is going on? What on earth is happening? That brute Gorum, has he really brought the entire foundation of the human and dwarf races here? Impossible. This can't be real. It must be an illusion. The Alliance and the Horde are naturally opposed. They can't possibly mobilize so many forces to help Gorum. Gramash waved his skeletal staff and shouted madly. Seeing Gramash, who was frightened to the point of losing composure, Li Chen smiled faintly. With just 30,000 troops, he couldn't be bothered to deploy his clones. After all, being in another world, it was better to keep some trump cards for himself. Time is limited. Let's get to work, Li Chen murmured, suddenly extending his right hand and gently pointing downwards. In the next moment, thousands of tanks roared in unison, the tremendous recoil even splashing a circle of dirt into the air, clouds of smoke rising. At the same time, the dense rocket artillery in the air began to unleash a torrent of fire. The blazing light from the cannon mouths instantly illuminated the shadows below, like spotlights in a ballroom. The bombing feast had begun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the outer circle of laser cannons around the rocket artillery also began to go wild, the incandescent lasers weaving through the ranks of the Death Knight Legion below, further dismembering those Death Knights who had lost arms and legs, ensuring they were completely incapacitated. Kill a Death Knight, gain 8,000 experience points. Kill a Death Knight Commander, gain 13,000 experience points. Kill a Death Knight General, gain 20,000 experience points. Li Chen's eyes lit up. What the hell? This experience is surprisingly high? With so much experience, I have to pop a double experience pill. Li Chen immediately tossed a heavenly spirit pill into his mouth. Spirit power recovery plus 100, spirit power recovery plus 120, spirit power recovery plus 150. As the kill notifications kept popping up, Li Chen's spirit power began to recover rapidly. Then, under the shocked gazes of Gorum and Gramash, a continuous stream of rocket artillery and laser cannons was unleashed by Li Chen once again. In the end, the terrifying number of super weapons actually formed a massive bowl in the air, trapping Gramash's Death Knight Legion inside, with no chance of escape. In an instant, the artillery fire rained down, shaking the land, and the evil was reduced to ashes. On the high ground at the edge of the canyon, rows of orc warriors stared wide-eyed. Among them, many dropped their weapons to the ground, producing a series of dull thuds. My god, is this the manifestation of the beast god? Blue Star, could it be the world where the legendary gods reside? That outsider can't be sent by the beast god to save our orc race, right? This is simply a miracle. With so many powerful weapons, where did he hide them just now? His spatial artifact must be enormous. The orcs watched in shock, discussing in their chattering beast language. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Grommash raised his skeletal staff high, a layer of green light shield emanating from it, protecting him within. But under Li Chen's terrifying barrage, Grommash felt the dark magic within him surging out like a flood. In just a few minutes, his dark magic was nearly depleted. The Death Knight Legion beside him was blown to pieces. "I refuse. I refuse," Grommash howled with a twisted face. The next second, boom 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 boom, the relentless artillery fire poured down. The green light shield around Grommash slowly faded, then with a soft bang, it shattered into fragments and disappeared. Grommash's body was also ground into pieces by the endless artillery fire. Watching this scene, all the orcs, including Gorum and the goblin merchant Grommash, were left staring blankly in shock. Did the evil shaman Gul'dan just die so casually? That demon representative who had chased them like rats in the street, nearly annihilating the entire orc race, just suddenly kicked the bucket? And the one who killed him was merely a foreigner who looked to be around 20 years old? He single-handedly took down 30,000, swiftly and decisively eliminating Gul'dan's army of Death Knights in just a few minutes. At the same time, he also took out Gul'dan, the level 80 pinnacle evil shaman. With a gulp, Gorum swallowed hard and instinctively turned to look at Li Chen. At that moment, his gaze was no longer bold and arrogant. Deep within his eyes, a glimmer of awe and disbelief began to emerge. "Little brother." "Ah no, brother Li Chen, are all you Blue Star people this formidable?" Li Chen smiled and glanced at him. "It's not that exaggerated, it's just that my fighting style is a bit special." Confirming through a god's eye view that the Death Knights in Gul'dan had been completely eliminated, Li Chen waved his hand, deactivating all the super weapons. The countless rocket launchers and laser cannons in midair instantly vanished, and the world suddenly brightened. On the ground, however, lay the shattered remains of Death Knights and Death Bears. Ignoring the orc chieftain, who was still in shock, Li Chen immediately shifted his focus to the matter he was most concerned about. He quickly opened the character panel to check the Advancement Awakening task. But after just a glance, Li Chen was stunned. Advancement Awakening task, Orcs Never Be Slaves. In progress? In progress? Not completed? This isn't right. Li Chen thought Gul'dan hadn't died completely, so he quickly exited the character panel and carefully scanned every corner of the battlefield again with a god's eye view. After a moment, Li Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly dead to the bone, why is the task not completed? Did I miss something? At this moment, Gorum, deeply shaken, finally accepted the result of Gul'dan being killed by the young foreigner. What followed was a surge of excitement and ecstasy. Roar! Long live the beast god! The orc race is saved! Yo-hoo! The surrounding orcs finally came to their senses, starting to roar wildly, releasing their joy. Gorum looked at Li Chen with a face full of excitement. Brother Li Chen, thank you. With the demon altar no longer under his control, I can rescue the remaining clansmen. Rescue the remaining clansmen? Hearing Gorum's words, Li Chen instantly realized and opened the Advancement Awakening task again. Help him defeat the evil shaman Gul'dan and liberate the enslaved orcs. So that's how it is. As Li Chen suddenly understood, he couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. According to the task description, defeating Gul'dan was only part of it. There was another part that required liberating the enslaved orcs. Now that Gul'dan was dead, the orc slaves he had previously captured were still imprisoned. Thinking of this, Li Chen immediately asked Gorum, "Old Gore, do you know where your clansmen are imprisoned?" Gorum replied, "Of course I know. They are all imprisoned at the location of the demon altar." Li Chen's eyes lit up. "Then where is his demon altar?" Gorum decisively shook his head. "How would I know? I wasn't the one who imprisoned them." Li Chen? He looked at the orc chieftain with a speechless expression. "Then how do you plan to rescue your clansmen?" Gorum said matter-of-factly, "Send someone to look for them. Anyway, Gul'dan is finished now." Even if he left some Death Knights at the altar, without his control, those Death Knights are hardly a concern. Although the clan members he captured would also be eroded by the demon altar, without him holding the transformation ceremony, the power that the demons exude would at most only weaken them, posing no life-threatening danger. Once we rescue them, as long as they rest for a while, they will be able to recover. Li Chen almost choked on his anger. "Damn it, you orcs really have some nerve. You should at least know the general area where the altar is located, right?" Li Chen asked again. Gollum nodded. "It should be in the Agramar forest, where our orc clan has lived for generations." As he spoke, Gollum raised his hand and pointed in the direction where Gul'dan led the Death Knight army, saying, "If you go that way, you'll reach the Agramar forest. We used to live there." Upon hearing this, Li Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't have to search like a headless fly, knowing a general area would at least speed things up. Gollum turned to the orc warriors beside him and chattered away, and the orc warriors immediately let out a loud roar and charged towards Agramar. In the blink of an eye, except for Golem and Gulu, Li Chen found himself surrounded by emptiness. Golem gratefully said to Li Chen, "Brother Li Chen, let's go. Once my warriors find the location of the demon altar, they will naturally rescue the clan members captured by Gul'dan. Now, I want to treat our esteemed guests from the Orc clan well. Let's drink heartily and eat meat." Under Golem's enthusiastic invitation, Li Chen thought for a moment and ultimately chose to return with him to the previous cave to continue the barbecue. Since he had already dealt with the biggest challenge of this mission, Gul'dan, rescuing the Orc slaves would no longer be a difficult task. Moreover, Li Chen was not familiar with the terrain around here. Although he could use headshot teleportation to quickly flash, if he took a wrong turn during the search, he could easily end up thousands of miles away. While the Orc warriors were a bit slower in their search, they were at least familiar with the area and knew where Gul'dan might choose to build the demon altar. Plus, they could communicate with the beasts in the forest, expanding their search area. This way, the search speed wouldn't be too slow, so there was no need to rush. And, to be honest, the Orcs' barbecue skills were quite impressive. It was a rare opportunity to visit another world, so tasting some exotic cuisine wouldn't be bad. Blue Star, Free Federation, Source God Guild. Parker Williams looked at his right-hand man and asked in a deep voice, "Are the auxiliary scrolls for the interdimensional contract ready?" James Gordon nodded, "They're ready. Besides the ones we keep for ourselves, I've already sent the rest of the auxiliary scrolls to the auction house through the black market. This interdimensional task is classified as a treasure hunt because that artifact has fallen into the hands of the allied forces close to the human race, and after activating the scroll, just like the interdimensional contract, it can also teleport back to the main world after half an hour, so the difficulty level is relatively low, classified as sea level. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be quite a few people from the Eastern Dragon Empire heading there for this level of treasure hunt." Parker Williams nodded slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "That's good. James, Bruno, you two will lead the team and set off for the interdimensional world immediately. If you find that woman from the Eastern Dragon, kill without mercy. If her disciple enters the interdimensional world, at the very least, we must force him to reveal the identity information of that mysterious woman." "Yes, President." After an unknown amount of time, Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Ding! Advancement Awakening task completed. Received task experience reward of 80 million. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 54. The Advanced Awakening task is complete, and with the experience accumulated by Li Chen before, his level shot straight up to 54. As this prompt appeared in Li Chen's mind, a powerful purple light burst forth from within him, illuminating the entire cave and the astonished gaze of Golem. "Li Chen, what is this?" Golem asked in surprise. Li Chen had no time to answer his question. He only felt a tremendous force washing over his body. Meanwhile, the various attributes on his character panel were continuously rising under the influence of this power. "Is this the unique advanced awakening of our East Dragon?" Li Chen almost moaned in comfort, murmuring to himself. Moments later, the purple light slowly faded. Feeling the changes within himself, Li Chen exclaimed in amazement, "No wonder East Dragon's professionals become significantly stronger after the level 50 Advanced Awakening. All attributes increase by 2,000 points. Just this enhancement is equivalent to having an additional epic piece of equipment compared to other professionals." But what Li Chen didn't know was that although East Dragon Empire's professionals could increase their attributes after the Advanced Awakening, the amount varied greatly from person to person. Only he and Marshall Li could achieve such a direct increase of 2,000 points in attributes throughout the entire East Dragon Empire. His advantage over Master Li was that he also had the attribute doubling effect from the title Endless Destroyer, which was equivalent to a direct increase of 4,000 points. In contrast, people like Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan only gained 1,000 points when they underwent their Advanced Awakening. As for those weaker ordinary professions, the attribute increase was even less. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly remembered something and quickly clicked on the Talent section to look at the skill bar. Sure enough, there it was, the Advanced Awakening skill. Advanced Awakening, Magical Mechanic, Skill Type, Status, Skill Method, Active, Skill Effect 1, can enchant the attributes of summon super weapons. Enchanted super weapons will possess the characteristics of that attribute's attack. Skill Effect 2, enchanted super weapons can choose whether to transform into magical machinery. Seeing this skill introduction, Li Chen was overjoyed. Wow, it's actually a tribute enchantment. Attributes are usually something that only magical professions possess. As for melee professions, aside from hybrid classes like the magic swordsman, most are purely physical attack classes without attributes. For example, his senior brother Wang Qingfeng, whose profession is sword saint, even though he has now cultivated sword energy, remains a purely physical attack profession. The sword energy emitted by Wang Qingfeng is an attribute-less attack without any enhancements. Such attribute-less attacks are of mediocre damage for most professions, not too good, but not too bad either. There are no attribute resistance bonuses, nor are there any weaknesses from being countered by attributes. However, some professions, especially magical ones, have very clear advantages and disadvantages in attributes. For instance, the Ice Conjurer. From the name alone, it's evident that the Ice Conjurer is a purely ice attribute profession, and all of his skills are basically related to ice. If the Ice Conjurer's enemy is a Fire Mage, then all of the Ice Conjurer's skills will be countered by the Fire Mage. In a battle without considering level suppression, the Ice Conjurer would naturally be at a disadvantage. Li Chen's mechanic profession is more complex because the types of super weapons vary, leading to different attack judgments. Attacks like rocket launchers, Gatling guns, and tanks can generally be considered as fire attribute physical outputs since both bullets and shells are physical entities. The laser cannon, however, is more special. It is considered a light energy weapon but does not possess the holy attribute like that of a priest. Instead, it is an attribute-less skill. As for Wolverine and the Transformers, without using other super weapons, all their attacks are merely physical outputs, similar to Wang Qingfeng's Sword Saint. But now that the Advanced Awakening is complete, it's completely different. The ability to freely enchant super weapons with attributes means that Li Chen can choose to counter the attributes of any enemy he faces for enchantment. With the original attack intensity unchanged, attribute countering can significantly increase the original damage. For example, the Death Knight of Gul'dan is equivalent to a dark attribute monster. If Li Chen can add a light attribute to all super weapons, the attack effect will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. As for the second effect, Li Chen is somewhat puzzled. The enchanted super weapon can choose whether to transform into a magical machine? Does this mean that the enchanted super weapon can decide whether the enchanted attributes take effect, similar to real-time switching of attack effects? Li Chen shook his head gently, preparing to explore this question further when he returns. After reviewing the skills of the Advanced Awakening, Li Chen finally came back to his senses. A clear joy appeared on his face as he turned to Gollum and said, "Old Gol, your people have been rescued." Gollum was taken aback. "How do you know?" He found it hard to understand. Li Chen had been here enjoying himself, and the orc warriors he sent out had not returned with any news. How did Li Chen know that his people had been rescued? Li Chen chuckled and did not explain. He just wanted to hurry back and share this good news with his senior brothers and sisters. "Old Gol, thank you for your hospitality. The mission is complete, and I must leave. The mountains are high and the waters are far. We shall meet again in the martial world." After saying that, without giving Gollum a chance to keep him, Li Chen activated the awakening mission again. Amidst the shocked gazes of Gollum and Gulu, Li Chen's figure slowly faded in the purple light. Blue Star, Xinghua Academy, in Li Chen's villa. At some point, Wang Qingfeng had also arrived here. Besides Li Chen, who was in another world, the three major disciples of Martial Li had gathered here, sitting around in the living room. Jiang Jin showed a look of surprise. "Otherworld contract attachment scroll?" Wang Qingfeng said, "That's right. According to the information we've gathered, these attachment scrolls have all come from the black market, and the quantity is extremely large. People from all over the world have already started to take action." Ling Xuehan's eyes revealed a thoughtful emotion. Such a quantity cannot be the natural circulation of the black market. There must be a major force manipulating it behind the scenes. Wang Qingfeng nodded. "This is quite obvious. Those guys in the black market, if they really found such low-risk otherworld treasure hunting exploration tasks, would never let them out. They would definitely go treasure hunting secretly themselves." The Ring of the Bone King? It's actually a top-grade equipment of artifact level, and it's usable by all professions. The attraction is indeed quite large. Jiang Jin nodded slightly. Wang Qingfeng said solemnly, "According to the introduction in the attachment scroll, the other world where this treasure hunting task is located should be one that has never appeared before." Ling Xuehan nodded. "There are countless other worlds, so it's not surprising that one has never appeared before." The otherworld task that Li Chen advanced to awaken was also one that had never appeared before. Wang Qingfeng nodded. "Indeed, the other world that has appeared in the black market should be a multiracial world, divided into two factions, one called the Alliance and the other called the Tribe. As for the specific races, it is still unclear for now. And this Ring of the Bone King originally appeared on the Tribe side, but later drifted to the area where the Alliance is located. What is known is that among the various races belonging to the Alliance, there are also humans. This means that if we humans go there, we should not encounter any major dangers in the alliance. Ling Xuehan nodded gently. Indeed, there is a return function for the auxiliary scrolls. As long as there are no clearly powerful enemies, holding on for half an hour to delay the teleportation time shouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Jin said cautiously, if that's the case, then what is the purpose of the person behind creating and distributing these auxiliary scrolls? Since this otherworld exploration task is not dangerous, why don't they organize people to explore themselves? Although treasure hunting tasks often yield nothing, relying solely on luck, having more people searching for treasure would naturally lower the probability of their own people finding anything. Without some benefit, no one would do such a helpful thing, right? Wang Qingfeng revealed a half-smile on his face and slowly spoke. If I'm not mistaken, the person distributing these auxiliary scrolls is probably fishing. As for their fishing target, in recent times, apart from the mysterious female big shot from our Eastern Dragon Empire, there probably isn't anyone else worth them releasing such tempting bait. Ling Xuehan also showed an interesting expression, clearly having guessed the true intention of the other party. Senior brother is right, a ring of artifact level is still universally applicable to all professions. Although we don't know the specific attributes, the equipment effect must be very strong. To produce so many auxiliary scrolls as bait, it's clear that it's not something an ordinary small force could dare to do. I estimate that it's probably a tactic devised by the Free Federation. Wang Qingfeng nodded lightly. I think so too. Jiang Jin's gaze deepened. If it really is the Free Federation's conspiracy, should we still? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan exchanged a knowing smile. Of course we should go. Although this bait was deliberately released by the Free Federation, that artifact does indeed exist. The Otherworld contract has no possibility of being faked, so the auxiliary scrolls made based on the Otherworld contract naturally cannot be fake either. In other words, that artifact is definitely still scattered among the Alliance forces in that Otherworld. If the Free Federation's goal is our Eastern Dragon Empire's female big shot, then regardless of their schemes, they must first find this female big shot before proceeding with their plans. Wang Qingfeng said with a playful smile, but the problem is, this female big shot doesn't actually exist. It's just a trick played by the junior brother. Before they confirm their target, even if our Eastern Dragon Empire's people also meddle in the Otherworld, the Free Federation's people will only act secretly and won't dare to do anything out of line. Otherwise, once they alert the snake, their subsequent plans will all fall apart. Ling Xuehan thought for a moment and said, however, for safety's sake, we shouldn't go in ourselves. We can send other people from the guild in. The Free Federation doesn't know the exact identity of that female big shot and can't send people into the Eastern Dragon to inquire. The only thing they can do now is to probe for information through those who might know her identity. They must think that this female big shot is a secret weapon cultivated by our Eastern Dragon in the shadows. Since it's a secret weapon and has been hidden for so many years, there can't be many who know about it. Given our identities, if we really go in, we are very likely to be targeted by them, so it's best not to take that risk. At this point, Ling Xuehan couldn't help but laugh. After all, we are not like the junior brother, who not only has explosive combat power but also has exaggerated survival abilities. Almost no one can kill him. Listening to the elders discuss, Jiang Wu sighed regretfully. Alas, I don't know how long Li Chen will be on this task. If he could come out earlier, with him protecting us, we could still go into this new otherworld and have some fun. Ling Xuehan smiled slightly and said, indeed, if Li Chen is here, with the superpowered army he can summon now, we really wouldn't have to worry about the Free Federation pulling any tricks behind our backs. Jiang Jin shook his head and said, but the advancement awakening tasks in the Otherworld are generally quite difficult. It's normal for them to take 10 days or half a month. Li Chen probably won't be able to come out that quickly. However, before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly froze. A burst of purple light illuminated the room, and a familiar figure slowly emerged from the purple glow. Oh, senior brother, you came too? Li Chen exclaimed in surprise. Wang Qingfeng looked at the figure materializing in astonishment and exclaimed, junior brother? You finished your advancement task in the Otherworld so quickly? Jiang Wuyo was even more excited, cheering, Li Chen, your timing for coming back is just perfect. Ling Xuehan's focus was elsewhere. She looked at Li Chen with anticipation. Junior brother, what is your advancement awakening skill? Hearing Ling Xuehan's words, curiosity appeared on the faces of the others. Jiang Wuyo looked particularly eager. Did you awaken a passive skill or an active skill? Advancement awakening is a unique ability of the East Dragon practitioners. The stronger the profession, the greater the enhancement after advancement awakening. And what kind of outrageous skills would a freakishly powerful mechanic like Li Chen have after awakening? Li Chen chuckled and directly displayed his attribute panel. The four of them quickly gathered around, staring intently at the new skill in Li Chen's skill bar. Magical mechanic, is it a buff skill? Wang Qingfeng said instinctively. Jiang Jin looked excited. Buff skills are great. Buff skills usually enhance oneself and can amplify all skills, making them generally more practical than a standalone active attack skill. Ling Xuehan's attention was entirely on the skill description, and a look of shock gradually appeared on her face. Magical mechanic allows the summoned superpowered weapons to receive attribute enchantments. The enchanted superpowered weapons will have the characteristics of that attribute attack. The enchanted superpowered weapons can choose whether to transform into magical mechanics. Magical mechanic? Magical mechanic. Jiang Jin looked at the skill description, his expression shifting from initial surprise to a sudden realization, his pupils shaking. Zhang Wuyo looked at the two in confusion, feeling a bit strange. Li Chen's passive awakening skill was indeed very strong. With just a thought, he could enchant superpowered weapons with various attributes, and the enchanted superpowered weapons could achieve stronger attack effects against specific enemy targets. But the problem was, the number of Li Chen's superpowered weapons was simply outrageous, coupled with his talent for infinite ammunition. Even without enchantments, he could completely crush opponents with sheer numbers. In this case, compared to Li Chen's freakish mechanic exclusive talents, this passive awakening seemed less impressive, right? Were Dad and Aunt Ling really that shocked? Jiang Wuyo immediately voiced her doubts. Upon hearing Jiang Wuyo's question, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin did not answer immediately. They exchanged glances, knowing that the other had also noticed the hidden outrageous aspect of this effect. Ling Xuehan excitedly looked at Li Chen and said, "Junior brother, summon a Barret for us." Li Chen looked at Ling Xuehan in confusion, not understanding why she wanted him to bring out a sniper rifle. But based on his trust in Ling Xuehan, he complied, focusing his thoughts and summoning a Barret sniper rifle. Ling Xuehan turned to Jiang Jin, excitedly asking, "Third junior brother, do you want to do it or should I?" Jiang Jin had an expectant expression on his face. "Let me do it. My level is low, so the effect will be more obvious." Hearing their conversation, Zhang Wuyu and Li Chen were completely confused. However, Wang Qingfeng's eyes flickered, as if he had already sensed their intention, and a look of shock and anticipation appeared on his face. Without saying a word, Jiang Jin stood up and moved to another level of the living room, then summoned his staff, conjuring 3 ice shields in front of him. He then looked intently at Li Chen and pointed at the first ice shield, saying, "Junior brother, take a shot with your Barret, but don't enchant it." Now, Li Chen also realized that the third senior brother and the second senior sister clearly wanted to test something he hadn't thought of before. He immediately became interested and curiously aimed the Barret at the first ice shield, pulling the trigger. With a loud bang, the Barret fired, and the bullet instantly hit the ice shield, creating a deep pit the size of a basin. Ling Xuehan exclaimed excitedly, "Li Chen, enchant your Barret with fire attributes, but don't turn it into a magical machine, then shoot the second ice shield." Li Chen nodded, and with a thought, a layer of red light instantly covered the Barret, dyeing the entire gun body with a dark red glow. Bang! Another shot was fired. Zhang Wuyu's pupils slightly contracted, because she was astonished to see that the pit created by the shot was already the size of a wash basin. The increase in attack effect was evident. Then, Ling Xuehan's eyes sparkled. "Now, activate the second effect of your awakening skill and turn the enchanted Barret into a magical machine." With another thought, Li Chen activated the second effect. The dark red glow of the Barret sniper rifle in front of him instantly brightened, becoming radiant red. Seeing this change, the brilliance in Ling Xuehan's eyes intensified, and she was almost certain of her guess. "Now, shoot the third ice shield," Ling Xuehan said in a deep voice. Bang! An astonishing scene unfolded. This time, the pit shot into the third ice shield was almost the same size as the deep pit from the first shot. It was far smaller compared to the pit from the second shot. Just as expected, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin almost shouted in excitement. Jiang Wuyu, however, looked completely bewildered. After activating the effect, the power actually became smaller. Why were her father and Aunt Ling still so excited? Li Chen was also slightly taken aback, but soon he reacted, revealing an expression of incredible shock. Beside him, Wang Qingfeng exclaimed, his face showing a look of absurdity. It can actually be like this. The second effect of this magical machine can really convert physical damage into magical damage. Hearing Wang Qingfeng's exclamation, Zhang Wuyu's eyes widened, her rosy lips forming an O shape. Magical damage? Li Chen's second effect of magical machine actually had such a heaven-defying function. At this moment, Zhang Wuyu finally understood the significance of Ling Xuehan and the others conducting this experiment. Li Chen's previous 3 attacks represented 3 different damage effects. The first was the Barret attack in its normal state, resulting in a deep pit the size of a basin. The second shot, where Li Chen enchanted the Barret with fire attribute damage, had a very obvious restraining effect on ice-type monsters or skills. Therefore, the damage from Li Chen's second shot was significantly higher than the first, increasing from the size of a basin to that of a wash basin. And for the third shot, Li Chen, based on the fire attribute enchantment, activated the second effect of his awakening skill, turning the Barret into a magical machine. This also means that during the third attack, the Barret, which was originally a physical fire attribute damage, turned into a magical fire attribute. As an elemental controller, Jiangjun had a strong grasp of magical elements. Therefore, the ice shield he released had even higher resistance to magical damage. For this reason, the damage caused by Li Chen's third Barret shot was much less than the second shot, only slightly different from the first. This was because, although the ice shield had stronger resistance to magical damage, the Barret during the third attack was still enchanted with fire attribute damage. Fire attribute damage has a restraining effect on ice attribute skills, and the ice shield has strong resistance to magical damage, so the increase in damage and the decrease in damage offset each other. As a result, the final deep pit was almost the same as the first one. Jiangjun, with a face full of surprise, dispelled the three ice shields, his eyes shining with excitement as he said, "Li Chen, your advanced awakening skill is truly monstrous." Ling Shuihan's eyes were also filled with excitement as she nodded emphatically, "Not just monstrous. This is probably the most powerful effect among all known advanced awakening skills in the Eastern Dragon Empire." Wang Qingfeng looked shocked, and after a while, he shook his head and sighed. This time, Li Chen's last flaw has also been made up for. Once he grows up, he will truly crush all professions. Zhang Wuyu finally calmed down, and upon hearing Wang Qingfeng's exclamation, she asked in confusion, "Uncle Wang, does Li Chen still have flaws?" Even without this magical mechanical skill, he would only have slightly weaker single-target damage, which shouldn't be considered a flaw, right? Jiangjun shook his head. Li Chen did have a flaw before. Li Chen looked at Jiangjun curiously, as he really didn't know what his flaw was. Jiangjun explained, although Li Chen's super weapon has an absurdly high attack power, it is still a physical attack. However, some enemies or professions have abilities that are completely immune to physical attacks. Upon hearing Jiangjun's explanation, Li Chen suddenly realized and blurted out, "Ghost-type monsters?" Ling Shuihan nodded, "That's right. For example, vengeful spirits and ghosts are a special type among the undead, they have no physical form. Li Chen's super weapon can effectively harm solid undead monsters like zombies and headless horsemen, but against monsters without a physical form, no matter how strong the firepower, he wouldn't be able to do anything." Wang Qingfeng added, "It's not just monsters, there are also certain profession skills, like the vengeful spirits summoned by the Night Wanderer or the ghosts and liches summoned by necromancers. Li Chen's original super weapon couldn't harm them, but now it's different. As long as Li Chen enchants his super weapon with light attribute, he can deal massive damage to undead-type enemies." Jiangjun said excitedly, "That's right. With this skill, Li Chen's last shortcoming has been made up for. Now, he is truly a hexagonal warrior with no weaknesses." At this moment, Zhang Wuyu suddenly remembered something and said expectantly, "By the way, Dad, Li Chen has returned and has become even stronger. Let's go treasure hunting in the other world together." With Li Chen's current strength, even if the Free Federation has some conspiracy, it wouldn't mean anything in front of him. Jiangjun's face showed a hint of interest. Ling Shuihan thought for a moment and smiled, "If Li Chen is with us, we can indeed explore that other world. Before, we had to worry about whether it was a conspiracy of the Free Federation, and if their Huadu branch president Bruno Collins was involved, it would be troublesome for Li Chen to deal with him. After all, he is an 84-level necromancer. With that ultimate move, the night parade of 100 demons, Li Chen really has no good way to deal with him, and we are in danger. Now, hey, I really look forward to encountering them in another world." Wang Qingfeng sighed enviously, "Alas, you all can go out and stroll, but I'm the unfortunate one, having to stay here every day." Ling Shuihan chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. "Senior brother, who told you to be the president of the Dragon Group and also the dean of Qinghua? The Dragon Group is responsible for national security, and besides, our East Dragon still has a ban on leaving the country. How could you, as the person in charge, possibly get away?" Wang Qingfeng smiled bitterly, "Junior sister, how about we take turns? You can be the president of the Dragon Group, and I'll be the president of the Nuclear Peace Elite. We can also switch positions as dean." Ling Shuihan quickly refused, No. Such a heavy responsibility should still be left to senior brother." Jiangjun and the others rarely saw Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan bickering and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Only Li Chen was left confused, asking, "Second senior sister, are you also going to another world?" Zhang Wuyo chirped excitedly, "Yes. After you left this morning, many supplementary scrolls of contracts from another world suddenly appeared in the auction house, detailing a treasure hunting exploration mission." Zhang Wuyo quickly recounted the mission. Upon hearing the latter part, a look of surprise gradually appeared on Li Chen's face. "You mean the target of that treasure hunting mission is a ring called the Ring of the Bone King, which has fallen from the tribe to the Alliance, and it's even a treasure-level item? Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. That other world wouldn't be called the continent of Azeroth, would it? Ha, Li Chen, how do you know? Ling Xuehan asked in confusion. Li Chen chuckled, because the other world I went to for my advancement awakening task is this continent. Ah, what a coincidence. Ling Xuehan immediately became interested and continued to ask, have you heard of this Ring of the Bone King? Everyone looked at Li Chen with curiosity. Li Chen nodded. I heard a goblin named Gulu mention it. Speaking of which, this Ring of the Bone King is somewhat related to my advancement awakening task. After Gul'dan was tempted by demons, he attempted to summon demons to descend, but the power of the demons was too strong to breach the spatial blockade and descend into Azeroth. So, he lent the power of his capable general, the Bone King, to Gul'dan to help him create the Death Knight army. At the same time, he also bestowed this ring upon Gul'dan, allowing him to plunder more life energy to build an altar and summon demons to descend into the continent of Azeroth. But when Gul'dan was chasing the orc chieftain Grom, he accidentally lost this ring, and for some reason, it ended up drifting from the tribe to the Alliance area. These matters were something Li Chen learned later when Grom hosted a banquet for him and Gulu after dealing with Gul'dan. At that time, Grom was quite relieved, saying that if Gul'dan hadn't lost this ring, he would have probably been wiped out by Gul'dan long ago. Jiang Wuyo asked curiously, so, you know the effect of this ring? Li Chen smiled and nodded. That's right, Grom told me about it. I won't mention the basic attributes, but the key is that the effect of this ring is indeed very powerful, increasing counterattack damage by 50%. Wang Qingfeng and the others looked astonished. Counterattack damage? What kind of new term is this? It seems that in all known epics in Blue Star, there has never been an effect called counterattack damage? Li Chen explained. I didn't know at first either, but later I heard Grim say that this so-called counterattack damage means that as long as the enemy makes a move, your attack hitting the enemy is called counterattack damage. Makes a move? Lin Xuehan murmured to herself, then asked, what if I don't move and just activate the defense shield? Li Chen affirmed, that still counts as an action. Jiang Jun looked confused, that counts? Then what would count as not moving? Li Chen shrugged, standing still without any defense counts as not moving. Jiang Wu was speechless. During a battle, how could anyone stand still and not even take defensive measures? Wouldn't that just make them a target? Jiang Jun couldn't help but take a deep breath. So, as long as I wear this ring and launch an attack, it's essentially a continuous breaking of moves, allowing for a 50% damage boost the whole time? Exactly, according to Gollum, it should be like that, Li Chen exclaimed in admiration. When he heard this, he marveled at the luck of the orc race. The Death Knight Legion of Gul'dan far surpassed the orc warriors led by Gollum in both combat power and numbers. If they also had a 50% damage boost, Gollum would have even less chance to resist. Lin Xuehan's eyes sparkled. As expected of a treasure-level item, the Ring of the Bone King is indeed a rare top-tier equipment. Not only is it universal equipment, usable by both physical and magical professions, but its effect determination is also so domineering. For ordinary professions, wearing it already provides a significant boost. If it were given to Li Chen, that would be a true liftoff. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jun and the others all trembled. Right, Li Chen's attack method is a super weapon. As long as he wears this ring, the 50% breaking damage will apply to all super weapons. At that time, with thousands of super weapons firing together, who would dare to stand there without any defense? If he really dared to do that, then even without taking the 50% breaking damage, Li Chen could still instantaneously kill him, because no one could rely solely on physical defense to withstand Li Chen's army of super weapons. But as long as he moves, Li Chen's super weapons attacking would essentially all be breaking moves. With thousands of super weapons damage increased to 1.5 times, and adding a countering attribute, that damage would be simply brutal. Thinking of this, even Lin Xuehan couldn't wait any longer. She excitedly stood up and said to Li Chen, wait for me a moment, I need to take care of some things, then we can set off to the other world to find this Ring of the Bone King. Saying this, Lin Xuehan immediately tore open a spatial rift and, without waiting for anyone to respond, quickly stepped in and disappeared. Wang Qingfeng watched Lin Xuehan's departing figure, filled with envy. The nuclear elite was the guild of Qinghua Academy itself, and usually, there weren't any special affairs, most matters were handled by other teachers at the school. So, Lin Xuehan could run around after giving a brief instruction. But as the president of the Dragon Group, he had no such opportunity. At this moment, in another direction of Tianjing City, at the private villa of a certain leader of the Tianguang Academy, Duge Yen knelt on the bed, while a balding middle-aged man with a round beer belly lay comfortably on the sofa beside the bed, puffing smoke as if summarizing the athletic techniques from earlier. After a while, he took out a piece of parchment from behind him and tossed it towards Duga Yen on the bed. The middle-aged man's burning gaze crossed mountains and valleys, and with a strange laugh, he said, "Hee, young people have vitality. Here, take it. This is the auxiliary scroll I promised you earlier." Duga Yan's somewhat numb gaze instantly regained focus as she looked down at the auxiliary scroll by the bed. Her eyes turned resentful, and she roared in her heart, "Li Chen, you, a trash illusionist, how dare you enter Tsinghua Academy? And how dare you take Jiangjin as your master? Just you wait, I will definitely find the bone ring, and then use it as a condition to exchange for a chance to kill you." In the Four Symbols City, Yuan family villa, Yuan Ting's father, Yuan Tiangang, sat in the living room with a gloomy expression, quietly waiting. After a moment, a man in black walked in. "Master, our people are ready." Yuan Tiangang raised his head, his eyes filled with a vicious killing intent, nodded slightly, and then said in a deep voice, "You can go out first." "Yes, head of the family." After the man in black left, Yuan Tiangang dialed a video encrypted call. "President Bruno, we are ready to go in." "Good, after you enter, meet at the place I tell you, I will give you the sound bug. If Li Chen really enters the other world, once you find him, immediately inform us of his location, and we will handle the rest, ensuring that Li Chen cannot return." Yuan Tiangang said darkly, "Not just Li Chen, if Zhang Jun and Jiang Wuyo are also there, I want them dead too." "Understood, no problem." Yuan Tiangang then slowly nodded, "Then see you inside." With a click, Yuan Tiangang hung up the phone, the malice in his eyes growing stronger. At Tsinghua Academy, Ling Xuehan finished explaining the matters and returned to Li Chen's villa. She wore an excited expression. "All right, I've finished everything with the nuclear elite, junior brother, let's go." Saying this, Ling Xuehan took out 4 pieces of parchment scrolls, keeping one for herself and handing the other 3 to Li Chen, Jiangjun, and Jiang Wuyo. "When we activate the scrolls later, we need to hold hands, so we won't be separated during the teleportation." Li Chen nodded in understanding. Then, under Wang Qingfeng's envious gaze, the 4 figures were engulfed by a strong white light and disappeared. Wang Qingfeng sighed and turned to leave. He needed to find a teacher to inform them about Li Chen's advancement awakening. On the Azeroth continent, in the Alliance region, the birthplace of humanity, Elwyn Forest. As a military stronghold of the Alliance's defensive tribes in the western region, today, the Sichuan fortress suddenly became much livelier. The reason was that starting from noon today, many outsiders suddenly appeared in the Alliance region, including Sichuan Fortress. As soon as these outsiders arrived, they began to inquire about the Bone King ring that had recently drifted from the tribe to the Alliance territory, each one as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. At first, the residents of Sichuan Fortress and the Alliance soldiers looked at these newcomers with curiosity, but as more and more outsiders arrived, everyone gradually became accustomed to it. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared on a street in Sichuan Fortress, revealing the figures of 4 people. The teleportation light slowly receded, and Ling Xuehan immediately looked around. She found that this was a city resembling medieval Europe from Blue Star. In the distance, towering city walls stood over 30 meters high, looking exceptionally sturdy. On the surrounding streets, many people dressed in medieval retro attire were coming and going. These people were mainly divided into 3 categories. One type looked similar to the people of the Free Federation. Another type had more delicate features, an elegant demeanor, and striking appearances, but with a pair of obviously different pointed ears. The last type was very short, only about 1 meter tall, but quite robust, seemingly having focused all their vertical development talent on horizontal growth. Seeing these 4 suddenly appear in the center of the street, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards them. However, upon seeing their attire, these people merely muttered a few words and went back to their own business. Another batch of outsiders. Clearly, they had seen such scenes too many times and were no longer surprised. Jiang Wuyu looked at these indigenous people from another world with great curiosity, as if everything here was new to her. Li Chen compared the characteristics of these people's appearances with what Gulu had once told him and said, "Those who look similar to us are the humans of the Stormwind Kingdom, the ones with pointed ears are elves, and those who are short but particularly sturdy are dwarves. They are all major racial members of the Alliance." Jiang Jun looked around with interest and said, "It seems that the people on this Azeroth continent have a relatively low level of technological development?" Li Chen nodded and replied, "That's right, Azeroth is different from our Blue Star. They have developed a magical civilization, and their technological level is indeed average." Ling Xuehan quickly gathered her thoughts and looked at Li Chen. "Junior brother, you've been here once. What do you think we should do next to find the Ring of the Bone King?" Li Chen frowned and thought for a moment, realizing he didn't have a good direction either. After all, when he was on a mission before, he was teleported to the side of the Horde, and apart from the Orc race, he didn't know much about the situation on this side of Azeroth. "It seems I need to find a guide," Li Chen murmured. He looked at Ling Xuehan and the others and said, let's first go to the Goblin Merchant Guild. Gulu once said that through the Goblin Merchant Guild, we can quickly contact every goblin merchant. We are unfamiliar with this place, so having Gulu's help should make it easier to search. Ling Xuehan and the other three nodded slightly in agreement. Then, Li Chen casually grabbed a passing human and prepared to ask him where the Goblin Merchant Guild was located. According to Gulu's bragging, whether in the Alliance or the Horde, as long as it was a settlement area, there would definitely be a Goblin Merchant Guild. However, before Li Chen could ask, the human shook his head and said, you want to ask about the whereabouts of the bone ring, right? I don't know, you can look for it yourselves. Bone ring? Li Chen and the others were taken aback. The human looked puzzled and asked, what? Aren't you here to look for the bone ring? Ling Xuehan's eyes flickered slightly. Are you talking about the ring of the Bone King? Yeah, what else could it be? Before you, several hundred foreigners had already come here, all looking for the bone ring. Everyone suddenly understood. So the bone ring is an abbreviation for the ring of the Bone King. Li Chen chuckled and shook his head, saying, I'm not asking you about the whereabouts of the bone ring. I want to know if you know where the Goblin Merchant Guild is? The passerby looked at Li Chen in surprise, not expecting that this foreigner actually knew about the Goblin Merchant Guild. Just go straight ahead from here, and turn left at the second intersection. Okay, thank you. Li Chen thanked him and led Ling Xuehan and the others toward the Goblin Merchant Guild. The layout of the Goblin Merchant Guild was quite similar to the auction houses on Blue Star. After entering, Li Chen found the information desk and said to the old goblin wearing glasses, hello, I want to find the Goblin Merchant Gulu. Could you please notify him? Just say Li Chen is looking for him. The old goblin looked at Li Chen and the others in surprise. You are foreigners? Strange, how does Gulu know foreigners? The old goblin muttered to himself while using the Goblin Merchant Guild's special magical communicator to send a message to Gulu. Moments later, the teleportation array in the center of the guild lit up. A small figure excitedly ran out from inside. Oh, by the goblin god, Li Chen, it's really you. Li Chen? The old goblin looked at Gulu in surprise, and Ling Xuehan and the others also had strange expressions. Li Chen rubbed his nose and explained, ever since he saw me fighting monsters, he started calling me Brother Li Chen. Suddenly, Ling Xuehan thought of the scene when Li Chen was clearing a large dungeon with the super army, and couldn't help but nod in admiration. I can understand, it's not embarrassing. The Goblin Merchant Gulu rushed to Li Chen's side, his face full of expectation, and said, Brother Li Chen, are you planning to sell equipment? Don't worry, no matter what you want to sell, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Upon hearing Gulu's words, the old goblin's eyes suddenly showed a look of realization, and his gaze towards Li Chen became slightly heated. It is well known that goblins are born merchants, with a particular fondness for doing business. From Gulu's earlier demeanor, it was clear that this Brother Li Chen he spoke of was definitely a very powerful client. Li Chen looked at Gulu with a wry smile. This guy is still obsessed with his super weapons. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Ling Xuehan and said, Second senior sister, I suppose quite a few of those guys from the Free Federation have come for this interdimensional treasure hunt task, right? Ling Xuehan chuckled lightly and nodded. They want to deal with that female big shot from our Eastern Dragon Empire. If they don't send enough and strong enough professionals in, how would they dare to release such bait? A strange smile appeared on Li Chen's lips as he said to Gulu, Gulu, I can't give you those things, but I promise you, as long as you follow us, there will definitely be good things for you. Let's make a deal, you guide us, and I'll help you get supplies for free. How about that? Gulu's eyes immediately lit up. Free supplies? No cost? Li Chen nodded affirmatively. Yes, free. You won't spend a single cent. Gulu decisively nodded. Deal. Li Chen grinned. In that case, let's talk as we walk. With that, Li Chen turned and walked outside with Gulu. Gulu, the reason we came in this time is to find that skeletal king ring you mentioned before. Do you know where that ring is most likely to be in the Alliance now? Gulu was not surprised at all. Many outsiders had suddenly come to Azeroth, all searching for that bone ring that had flowed from the Horde to the Alliance. This news had long spread in their goblin merchant circles. He thought for a moment and said, It is said that after the ring was lost by Gul'dan, it was picked up by a half-orc. Coincidentally, that half-orc is a bit of an idiot. Literally an idiot. He has no idea how powerful and valuable this ring is. Later, when a bard passed by, that half-orc traded the ring for a pack of beef jerky. At this point, Gulu said with a look of regret, as we all know, bards despise war. He knew that once this ring was exposed, it would definitely cause a bloody storm. So, after bringing the ring to the Alliance, he found a hidden place to hide it. Who would have thought that later it was accidentally discovered by a dwarf child, and after that, no one knows where the ring went. Gulu pondered and said, however, according to our internal goblin merchant news, the place where the dwarf child found the ring is near Stormwind City, so there is a good chance that the ring is within Stormwind City. Ling Shuaihan asked in confusion, "What is Stormwind City?" Gulu explained, "Stormwind City is the capital of the Alliance's human Stormwind Kingdom and the largest mixed residence of various races in the Alliance." Li Chen's spirit lifted, and he exchanged glances with Ling Shuaihan and the others. It turns out that local insider information is indeed the most reliable. Jiang Wuyuyu's face was filled with anticipation and curiosity. "So are we going to Stormwind City? A capital city of a country, and a place where various races coexist?" She was very curious about the Stormwind City that Gulu mentioned. Li Chen chuckled, "Then let's set off. Destination, Stormwind City." As he spoke, the group walked towards the city gate of the Sichuan fortress. Just as they were about to exit the gate, in a secluded corner not far from it, a Free Federation man with yellow hair and green eyes took out a strange bug and whispered excitedly, "President James, you were right. Li Chen and the others really teleported to Sichuan fortress." "I see them." A voice immediately came from the strange bug, "Keep an eye on them. We're coming over right away." Yes. In the wilderness dozens of kilometers away from Sichuan fortress, James Gordon's eyes lit up. They really couldn't resist the temptation of that treasure and came to this other world to seek fortune. Beside him, Bruno Collins also looked relieved. "You really thought this through." James smiled proudly. "The teleportation of the subordinate scrolls is random. If Li Chen and the others teleported to the wilderness, it would be quite troublesome for us to find them. But if they teleported to an urban area, then as long as we arrange people at the city entrances and exits to keep watch, once they leave the city to search for the bone ring, our people will definitely see them." I didn't expect our luck to be this good. We only watched for a few hours and already found Li Chen and the others. Next, as long as we carefully track them to the wilderness, avoid the crowds, and strike with lightning speed, we can naturally force out the identity information of that mysterious woman from the East Dragon. At this point, James looked around, his eyes filled with confidence. "This time, we have mobilized 30 branch leaders, and the remaining 70 are all top-notch experts above level 60. Even if Ling Shuaihan and Jiang Jin from the East Dragon Empire are here, with just the two of them, it's absolutely impossible for them to protect Li Chen from so many of us." Bruno's eyes also flashed with killing intent. "Perfect. If we can kill Ling Shuaihan, the leader of the nuclear elite, in this other world, then this trip will definitely be a huge profit." Beep beep beep. At that moment, the voice bug in James's hand rang again. James quickly connected and asked, "What's the matter?" President James, Li Chen and the others, they. It was the scout who had reported Li Chen's whereabouts earlier, but now, the scout's voice was filled with shock and helplessness. What happened to Li Chen and the others? James's voice suddenly darkened. Could it be that Li Chen and the others sensed their plan and activated the subordinate scroll to escape? The others also tensed up. Although it would take another 30 minutes to teleport away after activating the subordinate scroll in the other world, Ling Shuaihan is a void walker. Even if she doesn't fully grasp the spatial rules of this other world and can't make long-distance jumps, with her level, short-distance jumps shouldn't be a problem. They had also prepared in advance for Ling Shuaihan's presence, specifically bringing along the white mage Granger, who is also skilled in spatial power. But for Granger to block Ling Shuaihan's void traversal, he would need to get within a certain range. If Ling Shuaihan were to escape with Li Chen right now and play hide and seek with them, then no matter how strong James and the others were, they would never be able to catch Li Chen. What James and the others were most worried about now was being detected by Ling Shuaihan and the others in advance. As long as they could get close enough to Li Chen and then have Granger seal the space, Li Chen would be trapped. Li Chen and the others flew away. The voice in the bug exclaimed in shock. Flew away? James and the others were momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Explain it clearly. As long as they hadn't discovered them in advance. James breathed a sigh of relief while asking in a deep voice. As far as he knew, Ling Shuaihan's Voidwalker did not possess the ability to fly. As for Jiang Jin, although he could manipulate the wind element as an elemental controller, he could only cast wind-related magic and did not have the ability to ride the wind. As for Li Chen, he had just recently become a mechanic, so it was even less likely that he had the ability to fly. The voice quickly explained, they released an armed helicopter, and all 5 of them flew away in it. James's eyes flickered. An armed helicopter? Could it be that Li Chen's super weapon? No, armed helicopters should be a high-level ability among mechanics, but Li Chen had only just changed jobs not long ago. Where did he get an armed helicopter? Wait. 5 people? Didn't the previous report say that the ones who entered the other world were Ling Luochang, Jiang Jin, Jiang Wuyuyu, and Li Chen? Where did the 5th one come from? James immediately voiced his confusion. The communicator on the other end replied, in addition to those 5, there is also a local native, probably a goblin. James and the others were even more baffled. What the hell? Are their social skills that strong? They just arrived in the other world and have already mingled with the local natives, even teaming up to search for treasure? Could it be that the armed helicopter they rode in was made by the goblin? But thinking too much at this point was pointless. What was more important was to track Li Chen and the others, at least to know where to chase them. Which direction did they fly off in? Northeast. James and the others quickly opened the map they had purchased after entering the other world. Northeast. Within the Alliance's sphere of influence, it seems there is only one Storm City, the capital of the human Storm Kingdom. Are they heading to Storm City? Bruno said in a deep voice. James pondered for a moment and decisively said, crossing Storm City and going further north is the territory of the tribes. No matter what, we have to go to Storm City first and see if we can find them. Alright, indeed, we can only do that. The other branch leaders nodded in agreement. James spoke into the communicator, you need to immediately find a means of transportation to Storm City in the Shiqian Fortress, and it must be the fastest. Once we arrive at Shiqian Fortress, we will immediately take the transportation to Storm City. Yes, President James. He pressed the head of the communicator back into its shell. James thought for a moment and took out another communicator. Elder Yuan, I have good news for you. Li Chen and the others have indeed come to the other world, and we have found their trace. But according to the information I received, Li Chen and the others just left Shiqian Fortress, heading towards Storm City. I know you are also on your way to Storm City. If you arrive there first, I hope you can keep an eye on Li Chen's movements. Once you find Li Chen, notify me immediately. The breathing on the other end of the communicator suddenly became much heavier. Okay. A few hours later, Gulu pointed at the magnificent city gradually taking shape in the distance and exclaimed excitedly, we've arrived. That's Storm City. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they immediately looked in that direction. Li Chen instinctively unfolded his divine perspective, quickly spreading it to encompass the entire Storm City. This was a massive city resembling the Western medieval style of Blue Star. The architectural styles within the city varied, some were tall and majestic, some rugged and bold, and others exquisite and elegant, clearly influenced by humans, dwarves, and elves, forming a mixed style. The most eye-catching feature was the 5 grand statues in the Saints' Square at the entrance of Storm City. They are the human paladin Turalian, the human archmage Kaldets, the elven windrider Aurelian, the dwarven griffin knight Khadgar, and the king of the Stormwind Kingdom, the storm warrior Varian. 10 years ago, during the Alliance's defense of the Holy War, it was these 5, honored as saints by the Alliance, who worked together to defend Stormwind City and finally repelled the Horde's massive invasion of the Alliance. This was all mentioned by Gulu as Li Chen and the others were on their way to Stormwind City. Li Chen's gaze swept over the statue in the Saints' Square at the entrance of Stormwind City, preparing to look inside. Suddenly, he couldn't help but let out a soft "oh." Ling Xuehan looked at Li Chen in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Chen's eyes flickered, and a strange expression appeared on his face. "I see an old acquaintance." Jiang Jin asked curiously, "Acquaintance? A classmate of yours?" Li Chen glanced at Jiang Wuyo and replied calmly, "It should be a practitioner from the Yuan family. I once saw him next to Yuan Tiangang when he brought Yuan Ting to school." Yuan family? Upon hearing Yuan Ting's name, Jiang Wuyo was slightly taken aback, then immediately showed a wary expression. Jiang Jin also frowned slightly. Noticing the change in their expressions, Ling Xuehan's gaze shifted, and she asked, "What? Does this Yuan family have a grudge against you?" Jiang Wuyo pouted and quickly recounted how Yuan Ting had attempted to assassinate Li Chen in the Abyss Dungeon. After hearing this, Ling Xuehan's expression changed immediately. A killing intent slowly emanated from her. "What? A small family from 4 Symbol City dares to assassinate my junior brother, and they don't even spare Wuyo?" Li Chen shrugged indifferently. "Anyway, that Yuan Ting was eventually killed by me. I just didn't expect the Yuan family to come to the other world to seek treasure, and coincidentally, they are in Stormwind City." Ling Xuehan asked in a deep voice, "What is that Yuan family's practitioner doing now?" Li Chen replied, "He is sitting at the edge of the Saints' Square, constantly scanning the people coming in through the gate, perhaps looking for clues related to the bone ring." Ling Xuehan pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Something's not right. This doesn't seem like he's looking for the bone ring. It seems more like he's looking for someone." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Chen. "Junior brother, he is probably looking for you. That Yuan family's patriarch may have already guessed that you killed his son, and now he might be looking for you to take revenge." Ling Xuehan's killing intent intensified, her tone resolute. "If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow back with the spring breeze. Junior brother, this Yuan family cannot be left alive." Hearing Ling Xuehan's words, Li Chen was momentarily stunned, and his expression gradually became serious. "Second sister, are you saying that the Yuan family left that practitioner at the gate to keep an eye on me?" Ling Xuehan nodded. "It's very possible. After you left 4 Symbols City and entered Qinghua, You either went directly with me through the spatial passage to the wild to grind monsters, or you were in the dungeon hall. During this time, you basically haven't left Tsinghua Academy. That Yuan Tiangang may have long suspected that you killed Yuan Ting and has secretly made a lot of preparations against you. It's just that because you are an orphan and have never left Tsinghua, he has always been unable to find an opportunity. And this time's treasure-seeking mission in the other world is the only opportunity he has been able to grasp. He is betting that you will also participate, and Stormwind City is the largest city in the Alliance, where information flows most easily. If he really wants to find the bone ring, then this place is where all treasure seekers are likely to come to gather information. Leaving an eye at the gate could be to wait for you. Listening to Ling Xuehan's analysis, Li Chen's gaze also turned cold. Upon careful thought, it indeed seemed quite possible. Yuan Ting's attempt to assassinate me was likely known to his father, Yuan Tiangang. And now that the Abyss Dungeon has ended and I am safe, it is Yuan Ting, who has bodyguards, that has vanished without a trace. Not even his bodyguards have appeared. What would a father like Yuan Tiangang think? Li Chen murmured, Yuan Ting attacked me first. If the Yuan family continues to be relentless, then they can't blame me for being ruthless. He turned to Ling Xuehan and said, I understand now, second senior sister. Whether the Yuan family is targeting me or not, we will know after a little experiment. With that, Li Chen controlled the armed helicopter to land in a grove outside Storm City. Then, the group walked towards the main gate of Storm City. On the surface, everyone was chatting and laughing, but in reality, Li Chen's attention was entirely focused on the professionals sent by the Yuan family to keep watch over them through his god's perspective. Lu Rinjia sat bored at the edge of the Saint's Square, mostly hidden behind a large rock, scanning the crowd in the square. Although this surveillance work was tiring, it wasn't particularly difficult. The professionals from Blue Star looked vastly different in attire and appearance from the people in this other world. If Li Chen and the others really showed up, he would immediately spot them and report to the clan leader. To avoid being discovered by those professionals, Lu Rinjia had even changed into the typical attire of the human race in this world, trying to keep a low profile. Coupled with his relatively concealed position, unless someone specifically came to check, no one would notice him. Unfortunately, Lu Renjia could never have imagined that Li Chen possessed such a godlike talent for perspective. Moreover, he overlooked one point. Although he had changed into the conventional clothing of the human race in this world, his facial features were typical of someone from the Eastern Dragon Empire. In Li Chen's god's perspective, he stood out like a sore thumb. If he had the face of a Free Federation citizen, it wouldn't have been so easy for Li Chen to recognize him at a glance. Suddenly, Lu Renjia's gaze froze, fixated on a young man looking up at the Five Saints statue. His pupils instantly contracted, and a look of surprise filled his eyes. Li Chen! And the few people beside him, Lu Renjia quickly compared them with the information given to him by the clan leader and immediately confirmed their identities. The president of the Tsinghua Academy's Nuclear Elite Guild, Ling Xuehan, Li Chen's newly appointed teacher, Jiang Jun, and Jiang Jun's daughter, Jiang Woyo, who had come to the Four Symbols City as a student representative of Tsinghua Academy for the college selection. Why is there a green dwarf? A hint of confusion flashed in Lu Renjia's eyes, but he quickly dismissed it and quietly followed behind Li Chen and the others. Li Chen and his group resembled a typical treasure hunting team from another world. After observing the square for a moment, they headed straight into Storm City. They inquired about the bone ring while casually wandering around Storm City. Soon, the sun began to set. Under the guidance of Gulu, they found an inn, planning to rest there for the night and continue their search for the bone ring the next day. At this moment, in Li Chen's room, everyone had gathered. Li Chen said solemnly, "The Yuan family is indeed targeting me. That person followed us all the way until just now when he confirmed we had checked into this inn before leaving. I suspect he went to report our whereabouts to Yuan Tiangang." Ling Xuehan nodded. In this other world, our Blue Star communication devices can't be used, so we can only go find Yuan Tiangang in person. Jiang Woyo asked curiously, "So what do we do next?" Although she knew someone was secretly targeting Li Chen, Jiang Woyo wasn't worried at all, because she was well aware that with Li Chen's current abilities, not to mention a small Yuan family, even 10 Yuan families wouldn't be enough for him to deal with easily. Li Chen's face revealed a hint of iron-blooded determination. "Next, let him take me to find Yuan Tiangang. Then, kill." Jiang Jun's eyes showed a look of surprise. Ling Xuehan even clapped her thigh with bright eyes. "Well said. When the decisive is not decisive, it leads to chaos. Since the Yuan family doesn't want peace, then let's nuke them." Jiang Wu's mouth twitched slightly as he muttered, as expected of the president of the nuclear elite, truly hardcore. In Storm City, Lu Renjia was unaware that he had already been placed on the list of those needing to be nuked by Li Chen and the others. He quickly darted through the city, and after an unknown amount of time, he arrived at another inn in the city. Without hesitation, he entered and knocked on the innermost room on the second floor. "Who? It's me, Lu Rinjia." With a creak, the door opened, and Lu Rinjia slipped inside. In the room, besides the sullen-faced Yuan Tiangang, there were several men dressed in black. Yuan Tiangang glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Didn't I say to wait until nightfall to close the city gates before coming back? Who told you to leave early?" Lu Rinjia excitedly replied, "Patriarch, I saw Li Chen." Yuan Tiangang's body jolted, staring at him intently. His eyes flashed with fierce light as he asked, "They really came to Storm City? Where are they now?" Lu Rinjia hurriedly said, "Li Chen, Ling Shuihan, and Jiang Jin are all here, staying at an inn in the south of the city called the Temptation of Going Home. Oh, by the way, besides those four, there's also a goblin following them. I don't know what their relationship is." "Goblin?" A hint of confusion appeared in Yuan Tiangong's eyes. He couldn't understand how Li Chen and the others had just arrived in this other world and were already mingling with the locals, but he immediately dismissed the thought of the goblin. After arriving in this other world, he had also gained a simple understanding of the situation here. He knew that the goblin race had little combat power. They were only good at one thing, which was business. Casting aside the thought of the goblin, Yuan Tiangang quickly took out a voice bug and said in a deep voice, "President James, can you hear me?" Over 100 kilometers away from Storm City, a flying airship was heading towards it. The propeller behind the airship buzzed, but the speed of the entire airship was rather disappointing. James looked at the dwarf in front of him, who was drinking while piloting the airship, feeling a wave of helplessness. Damn! This other world's transportation is way too slow. Encountering headwinds, the speed actually dropped significantly. And even more ridiculous was that the driver of the airship had taken the wrong direction, causing them to go in a big circle. No traffic laws, drunk driving is deadly. Beep beep beep. At that moment, a notification sound came from the voice bug in James's arms. With a frustrated expression, James took out the voice bug. "Patriarch Yuan, is there something wrong? We found Li Chen and the others." James's body shook, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "Where are they?" "They are resting in an inn in Storm City called the Temptation of Going Home, and they shouldn't leave before tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the others immediately gathered around. James excitedly said, "Great, keep an eye on them. We'll arrive in Storm City in an hour, and by then, Li Chen and the others will have nowhere to escape." Yuan Tiangang replied, "Good." At the Temptation of Going Home inn, in Li Chen's room. Through a god's perspective, he had already taken in all of Yuan Tiangong's actions and relayed Yuan Tiangong's words to Ling Shuihan and the others through lip reading. Ling Shuihan's eyes suddenly glinted with cold light. What a Yuan family, truly deserves to die. They actually dare to collude with the Free Federation. Jiang Jin's expression was also grim. The James mentioned by him should be the president of the Gotham branch, James Gordon, right? I can't believe he even came. The Free Federation seems to have put in a lot of effort this time. A cold light flashed in Li Chen's eyes as he quickly expanded his divine perspective outward. 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers. After killing those 30,000 Death Knights, Li Chen's true vision had now expanded to a radius of 630 kilometers. Even calculating by radius, it was over 300 kilometers. In an instant, Li Chen saw James and the others who were on an airship heading towards Stormwind City. Li Chen said with a half smile, "A full 100 people. I didn't expect the Free Federation to take that female big shot so seriously. Are they trying to gather information about her through us? They are still far from Stormwind City, so there's no rush. Let's deal with Yuan Tiangang and the others first," Li Chen murmured, his killing intent suddenly apparent. Jiang Wu said with some concern, "Li Chen, Gulo said this is the capital of the Storm Kingdom, and the experts here should be considerable. Are we really going to make a move here?" Li Chen smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I've already asked Gulu. In Stormwind City, because it's a mixed area of various races, conflicts often occur between them. There are indeed many experts here, but they can't monitor the entire city. As long as we finish quickly, it doesn't matter if we're discovered. The people of Stormwind City are already used to it." Ling Shuihan nodded slightly. "In that case, I'll work with the third junior brother. With Yuan Tiangang and their level, we can be sure to resolve the battle within a minute. At that time, the third junior brother and I can just use spatial shuttling to leave the scene." Li Chen shook his head, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Second sister, you don't need to make a move yet. Have you forgotten? My new talent is perfect for assassination." Ling Shuihan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and shook her head. She had completely forgotten about Li Chen's airdrop support. Lu Rinjia came out of Yuan Tiangong's room and quickly made his way to the hotel where Li Chen and the others were staying, preparing to continue his surveillance. However, just as he passed through a small alley, the moonlight in the sky suddenly dimmed, and the surroundings fell into deeper darkness. Lu Renjia looked up in surprise, his whole body stiffening, because he saw that in front of and behind him, including the sky, was filled with a strange weapon. Looking around, there were probably hundreds of them. He was trapped in the alley by these weapons. Lu Renjia exclaimed in shock, What the hell are these things? Li Chen, in the hotel, remained calm, but he had everything in that small alley in his sight. A faint killing intent flickered in his eyes as he softly uttered 2 words, goodbye. In the next moment, a strong white light suddenly erupted from that secluded alley. Hundreds of laser cannons fired simultaneously, targeting Lu Renjia. The level 52 professional Lu Renjia had no chance to resist, instantly pierced by hundreds of lasers and turned to ashes. In another hotel, Yuan Tiangong's eyes flickered with a sinister light as he murmured, Li Chen, this time, let's see how you escape. Li Chen read Yuan Tiangong's lip movements through his divine perspective, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He murmured, escape? With you guys, you don't deserve to make me run. In the next moment, Li Chen's thoughts quietly stirred. Yuan Tiangang was still sitting quietly on the sofa, contemplating the next steps. He had no idea that just 2 centimeters away from the back of his head, a dark red Barrett sniper rifle, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, slowly materialized. This was a Barrett sniper rifle enchanted with fire attributes. When facing an enemy with no attributes, fire attributes usually cause greater damage. At this moment, not only Yuan Tiangang but also the few people he brought were resting in their respective rooms. The back of their heads were all targeted by a ghostly Barrett that had materialized from the void. The temptation of home hotel, a fierce glint flashed in Li Chen's eyes as he softly uttered a word, bang. Bang! The Barrett sniper rifles behind Yuan Tiangang and the others erupted with a roar simultaneously. The heads of 5 or 6 people instantly burst open like watermelons. Caught off guard and shot at close range by the Barrett, even if Yuan Tiangang was a level 60 professional, he had no chance to struggle. Airdrop support, 1 shot, 1 kill. The huge gunshot instantly awakened the others in the hotel, and the smell of blood wafted from the room where Yuan Tiangang and the others were staying. The originally tranquil night turned chaotic. Ling Xuehan and the others looked at Li Chen's slightly relaxed expression and asked, is it done? Li Chen smiled and nodded, done, 6 people, 1 shot to the head. Zhang Jin and Ling Xuehan exchanged glances, a chill rising behind them. Zhang Woyo couldn't help but shiver. Li Chen, your airdrop support is too terrifying. As long as you enter your God's perspective observation range, there's no possibility of defense at all. Li Chen smiled slightly, a playful look in his eyes. Yuan Tiangang was just an appetizer. The main course is yet to come. Second senior sister, you all wait here for a moment. I'll go greet our international friends from the Free Federation. Ling Xuehan asked in confusion, are you going in person? Why not just summon super weapons to flatten them? Why go through the trouble? Li Chen chuckled, Gulu is well informed and has a connection with me. We still need him to help find the bone ring later, so we should give him some benefits. At this point, he paused slightly and teased, with so many people from the Free Federation coming to deal with me, they must have brought a lot of good stuff. I promised Gulu to help him get supplies for free. In the world of Jianghu, integrity is the most important thing. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuehan and the others couldn't help but laugh. Ling Xuehan said appreciatively, although the junior brother is young, he is quite particular in his actions. Not bad, not bad. In that case, you go with Gulu. I won't go. Staying up late is bad for the skin. Jiang Jin laughed. Wuyo and I won't go either, to avoid causing you trouble. Once you finish dealing with those guys from the Free Federation, we can start looking for the bone ring properly tomorrow. After saying this, Jiang Jun and the others returned to their rooms to rest, while Li Chen knocked on Gulu's door. Gulu looked at Li Chen with a puzzled expression. Brother Li Chen, it's so late. Is there something wrong? Li Chen said mysteriously, I'll take you to get supplies for free. Are you coming? Gulu's big eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. Brother Li Chen, where are we going to get supplies for free? Li Chen grinned, just listen to my arrangements later. I guarantee you'll have a bountiful harvest. MHM, MHM, MHM. Gulu nodded repeatedly. The two of them left the hotel and quickly walked towards the outskirts of the city. After leaving Storm City for a while, Li Chen's thoughts moved, and Gulu saw a familiar armed helicopter appear before them. Li Chen took him aboard the armed helicopter, and after confirming James and the others' current position through the god's perspective, they immediately flew towards them. There was no way around it. Li Chen's headshot teleportation could only be used by himself. If he brought Gulu along, they could only use this inefficient method of travel. After more than 10 minutes, Li Chen's brow moved slightly, controlling the armed helicopter to stop in midair. He looked at Gulu. Gulu, in a moment, we will. At this time, James and his group were idly chatting in the airship to pass the time. Suddenly, the moving airship came to a sudden stop, causing James and the others to sway unsteadily. James cursed under his breath, "Fuck," and immediately rushed to the cockpit. "Are you kidding me with the sudden stop while flying the airship?" Ding ding dong. The dwarf pilot stared blankly, shock written all over his face as he looked through the cockpit glass, his mouth slowly agape, even dropping the bottle in his hand without realizing it. James paused for a moment, confused, and looked out the window. It was a shock to see what lay outside. The sky was densely packed with hundreds of armed helicopters. James stared in disbelief, even rubbing his eyes. Indeed, he was witnessing a sky full of modern high-tech armed helicopters in the magical mechanical civilization of Azeroth. What the hell? What is going on here? Listen up, everyone inside. This is my territory, Godong. If you want to pass through here, leave all your valuables behind. A loud, arrogant shout came from one of the armed helicopters in front. James was filled with absurdity and confusion. Are we being robbed? And in midair? This otherworldly continent actually has such high-end professions? What shocked him even more was that when he turned to look in the direction of the voice, he found that the one sitting in the helicopter's pilot seat was actually a green-skinned, pointy-eared goblin. James couldn't help but rub his eyes and looked at the dwarf pilot, his gaze somewhat dazed. Aren't goblins only interested in doing business? Do they really like to rob people too? The dwarf pilot replied in confusion, I don't know, maybe. A no-cost deal counts as business? James? What the hell? A no-cost deal counts as business? Is that how you understand doing business? James looked utterly disheartened. Is it easy for me to catch Li Chen? First, I encounter a drunk driver going the wrong way, and now I'm being robbed mid-air. No, this is clearly a hijacking. Is there any way to escape? James gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice. The dwarf pilot looked at James as if he were an idiot and pointed outside at the densely packed armed helicopters, probably numbering in the hundreds. How do we escape? Can't you see we're completely surrounded? With so many dark cannon muzzles, you don't think those are just for decoration, do you? James was speechless. Then what do we do? The dwarf pilot cursed, grab your stuff. What else can we do? At this height, if we get shot down, we definitely won't survive. Saying this, the dwarf pilot immediately took out everything he had on him, almost stripping down to his underwear, seemingly afraid that the robbing goblin would think he was hiding something and would order the airship to be bombed. James twitched his mouth a few times. As one of the most valued vice presidents of the Free Federation's Source God Guild, this was his first time being robbed. James took a deep breath, his face dark as he walked towards the others. Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu branch, looked grim and said, Are we really going to give our belongings to that goblin? James glanced at him. What else can we do? That dwarf drunkard is right. At this height, if that goblin focuses fire on us, we won't have the ability to fly, and falling down would mean certain death. Fuck! What kind of bizarre otherworld is this? Once this mission is over, I'm never coming back. Nearby, another branch president was so angry he started cursing. Watching him throw his belongings on the ground, the others exchanged glances, but they couldn't think of a better solution either. In the end, they could only sigh in frustration and reluctantly take out their belongings to place in the center. Just then, the dwarf pilot ran over wearing only his underwear. He saw the space ring on Bruno's finger, and his expression changed immediately as he shouted, Is that a space artifact? This thing can't be kept, hand over all the space artifacts. Bruno glared at him and cursed, Are you on our side or not? Why are you helping that goblin rob us? The dwarf pilot snapped, Idiot! Although goblins have low combat power, they have a natural talent for sensing treasures. Even from a distance on the airship, it won't affect their treasure hunting ability at all. Are you trying to anger that goblin and get us all killed? Upon hearing this, the others also changed their expressions. James pondered for a moment with a grim face and could only grit his teeth. Hand over everything except the gear bound to us. The others exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a sense of pain. But there was no choice, they really didn't dare to gamble on this. If they accidentally angered that goblin, with hundreds of armed helicopters firing at once, they would truly be done for. So, everyone rummaged through their belongings and handed over all the precious items they had secretly stashed away. At that moment, a goblin's voice came from outside, Dwarf, you are responsible for bringing me all the things. All right, the dwarf pilot quickly replied. He collected everything into a storage bracelet, opened the airship's hatch, and walked outside. Li Chen secretly controlled an armed helicopter to approach and picked up the dwarf pilot. Inside the airship, James watched the dwarf pilot board the helicopter, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn greedy goblin. Watching the armed helicopter leave, suddenly, James felt something was off. He realized that the helicopter coming to pick up the dwarf was actually unmanned. His face showed a look of shock. The dwarf's technology was so advanced, they even developed unmanned technology, and they used it on such high-end equipment as armed helicopters? The dwarf pilot transferred to the armed helicopter where Gula was, contemplating whether to suddenly attack and subdue Gulu. Suddenly, his gaze froze, because he saw, in the rear cabin of the helicopter, there was actually a human hiding, and judging by his clothing, he was clearly not a local from Azeroth, but a foreigner. Li Chen smiled and glanced at the space artifact in his hand. Give the things to Gulu. The dwarf glanced at the Gatling guns around Li Chen, hesitated for a moment, but still complied. Gulu took the bracelet, eagerly confirming the contents with his mental power, and his eyes immediately lit up. He looked at Li Chen in disbelief. Brother Li Chen, are these all for me? Li Chen smiled lightly. That's right, I won't go back on my word about what I promised you. Gulu jumped up 3 feet high in excitement, laughing, long live Brother Li Chen. Li Chen's lips curled slightly as he no longer concealed his figure and walked out from the rear cabin. Inside the airship, James and the others all gathered at the front, looking anxiously in this direction. When Li Chen's figure revealed itself, James's whole body shook, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Li Chen, how could he be up there? Bruno exclaimed in shock. Could it be that Li Chen and the others were also robbed by the goblins, and taken as hostages? The others were greatly shocked. The goblins in this world were too damn fierce. Li Chen smiled, raising a Glock pistol to his temple. Gulu, I've done what I promised you. Next, you should hide with that dwarf in the back to avoid getting caught up in the fight later. Li Chen paused slightly and murmured, next, it's my own business. Facing the astonished gazes of James and the others, Li Chen pulled the trigger. Bang! James's body trembled, and he exclaimed, fuck, Li Chen actually committed suicide out of humiliation? Just as the others were about to cry out in shock, Li Chen's figure reappeared inside the nearby helicopter. Meanwhile, the helicopter carrying Gulu and the dwarf quickly flew away. Bruno felt his worldview was severely shaken, muttering, what's going on? Isn't Li Chen a mechanic? How could he teleport? James also looked confused. Do mechanics have a skill like headshot teleportation? Looking at the bewildered members of the Free Federation on the airship, Li Chen grinned. James, right? What brings you to seek Mother? Upon hearing the familiar term Mother, James's pupils instantly contracted. His mouth slowly opened, revealing an incredulous expression as he pointed at Li Chen. You. Li Chen laughed heartily. That's right. I am the big boss you're looking for. Surprised, aren't you? Since you've come knocking, I'll gladly send you on your way to the afterlife. He. With that, Li Chen waved his hand, and thousands of rocket launchers and Gatling guns instantly surrounded the airship where James and the others were. A fierce killing intent surged in Li Chen's eyes, his voice like that of the Grim Reaper. Die. James and the others looked at the suddenly emerging super weapons in the sky, and the terrifying number that even blocked out the moonlight, their voices hoarse with horror as they shouted, impossible! How could you have so many super weapons? You are the one secretly trained by Master Li, Mechanical War God. He is the new mechanical war god cultivated by the Eastern Dragon Empire. The Eastern Dragon Empire has restarted the Mechanical War God project. Those armed helicopters are yours too. How is this possible? How could the Eastern Dragon Empire keep us in the dark while building so many super weapons? Motherfucker! Is the intelligence department made up of idiots? The Eastern Dragon has consumed so many resources, why haven't we received any news? Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom 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 boom. The light of the artillery instantly illuminated the sky, and a terrifying storm of ammunition poured down on the airship, roaring wildly. James's face turned pale as he shouted, Bruce, activate the Faith Guardian. Bruce Wayne, the president of the Hawaii branch, dared not delay. Without James needing to shout, he immediately activated the set effect of the Faith Guardian epic set. Faith Guardian. Faith Guardian set can generate an absolute defensive shield, lasting for half a minute. The larger the shield, the stronger the mental energy consumed. And now, since they were on the airship, if the airship was destroyed and they fell from several thousand meters in the air, they would undoubtedly die. Therefore, Bruce had no choice but to burn his mental energy, pushing Faith Guardian to the limit, enveloping the entire airship. But with such mental energy consumption, regardless of the outcome, Bruce had only one fate. That was mental exhaustion, and he would undoubtedly die. He was essentially using his life to give James and the others a chance for a desperate counterattack. James's face darkened as he forced himself to calm down, shouting, Everyone, don't panic. With the firing rate of the armed helicopters and rocket launchers, he can only block us for 10 seconds at most. Bruce's Faith Guardian can last for half a minute. With so many super weapons, he won't have time to reload. Everyone get ready. When the ammunition blockade ends, we'll all burst out together and deliver a thunderous strike to take down that instant kill guy. Okay, yeah, President James is so clever. The mechanics are all real men for 3 seconds. Once he finishes this round, it's game over. Whoa, scared me. I thought I was going to bite the dust today. Fuck, wait until I catch that pretty boy. I want to fire a shot right behind him. Hey, that kid must be floating. With so many super weapons, he doesn't even know to stagger the firepower. He's dead for sure. With James's reminder, the panic and shock in everyone's hearts finally calmed down a bit, and some even began to mock Li Chen. Reading their lips from a god's eye view, a smirk crept onto Li Chen's face. 3 seconds of a real man? Ha, my firepower lasts long enough to scare you. Time ticked by second by second. James and the others' expressions shifted from initial ease to uncertainty, then panic, and finally to horror and confusion. This isn't right. With the Gatling's firing rate and ammunition supply, it should have run out by now. Why is he still shooting non-stop? Forget the Gatling, the rocket launcher has even fewer shells. He's already fired dozens of rounds. Why is there still ammo? Motherfucker, does that kid's super weapon have no ammo limit? A wave of panic began to spread among the people of the Free Federation once again. More than 10 seconds later, even James couldn't sit still anymore. He clenched his fists and turned to Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu branch, urgently saying, "Bruno, we can't wait any longer. This kid is too strange. You need to use that move. The firepower outside is too fierce. Our skills can't break through this level of super weapon blockade. Only your incorporeal ghosts can be unaffected." Bruno could no longer hold back and said in a deep voice, "All right, I'll do it. No matter how powerful that kid's super weapon is, it can't harm my night parade of 100 demons." As he spoke, a chilling and powerful aura suddenly erupted from Bruno, a strong dark energy surging from his body like a tide. Bruno reached out and grabbed, and a 2-meter-long bone staff instantly appeared in his hand. Then, Bruno began to chant a profound and mysterious incantation, dense blackness enveloping his companions, his eyes swirling as if connecting to some strange space. In the next moment, an invisible shriek erupted from Bruno's body. A large number of translucent spirits burst out from Bruno's eyes, their faces twisted and their gazes fierce. In the blink of an eye, over 100 vengeful spirits had fully manifested. As a necromancer of the illusionist profession, this was the most powerful attack Bruno could instantly unleash after using the epic set Wailing Ghosts. Outside the airship, artillery fire filled the sky. Inside the airship, the night parade of 100 demons. Seeing Bruno unleash his ultimate move, the other branch leaders felt a slight sense of relief amidst the chaos. They all knew Bruno's ultimate move, night parade of 100 demons. Except for those with light attributes or possessing light attribute equipment and items, otherwise, even if magic-type professions could inflict some damage on these vengeful spirits, it would still be a headache to deal with. As for the mechanics, they were like unprotected flower girls, left to be trampled by Bruno. One branch leader wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said thankfully, "Thank goodness we have President Bruno with us this time, otherwise, we would have capsized in the gutter." Yeah, who would have thought the Eastern Dragon Empire would be so shameless, clearly training mechanics but deliberately creating a female boss to mislead us. Hey, that kid is still too green. He must think he can bury us with these super weapons. But he didn't realize we have President Bruce's absolute defense and President Bruno's night parade of 100 demons. Alas, it's a pity that even if we manage to catch that brat in the end, President Bruce will die due to the burning potential. Bruno's face showed a proud expression as he shouted, "Stinky brat, take this move. Night parade of 100 demons." Li Chen sat calmly in the armed helicopter, observing everything clearly from a god's perspective. A mocking smile appeared on his face, mixed with a hint of relief. If it weren't for the fact that he had just completed the Advanced Awakening task and unlocked the skilled magical machinery, it would have been quite difficult to deal with Bruno's night parade of 100 demons using only an exaggerated number of superpowered weapons. At that time, he would have had to rely on headshot teleportation to create distance and wear these guys down. But now, hey! With a thought, the entire sky lit up. The superpowered weapons, which originally shimmered with a black iron luster, instantly transformed into a dazzling golden glow. Not only that, but these superpowered weapons also emitted a rich aura of light attributes. In the blink of an eye, Li Chen enchanted all these superpowered weapons with light attributes and transformed them into magical machinery. Inside the airship, Bruno's once confident old face suddenly froze. Feeling the suffocatingly rich aura of light outside, with a thud, Bruno's bone staff slipped from his hand. Impossible! How could a mechanic enchant? Isn't that a capability exclusive to enchanters? And how could you possibly enchant so many superpowered weapons at once? Bruno shouted in exasperation, his mind nearing the brink of collapse. Boom 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 boom, da-da-da-da-da. The ammunition infused with rich light attributes instantly pierced through the bodies of those vengeful spirits. Over 100 vengeful spirits were torn to shreds like rags in an instant. The others, witnessing this scene, felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water, chilled to the bone. Bruno's night parade of 100 demons was their only hope. if even this move failed, they would truly be at a loss. James turned pale, staring at the sky full of super-powered weapons, his eyes losing all their luster. While others thought only of their own lives and deaths, he considered the terrifying situation the Free Federation would face next. With Li Chen's level of super-powered weapons, combined with unlimited ammunition, what kind of threat would it pose to the Free Federation in the upcoming international war instance? It would undoubtedly be a catastrophic disaster. Unfortunately, James did not know that besides unlimited ammunition, Li Chen also possessed even more perverse talents like mechanical avatars, airdrop support, and life transfer. With the enhancement of these talents, let alone an international war instance, as long as Li Chen lived for another day, he would be a nightmare for all of East Dragon's enemies. He alone was worth 1,000,000 troops. Bruce's face also showed despair. The reason he was willing to risk his life to unleash Faith Guardian was that he knew Bruno's night parade of 100 demons was the nemesis of mechanics. But he never expected that Li Chen could instantly add light attributes to so many super-powered weapons. Boom 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 boom. The cannon fire outside the airship showed no signs of weakening, still roaring violently. A branch president could no longer endure the atmosphere of death closing in and shouted uncontrollably, rather than dying so cowardly inside, "Let's fight him." The others also showed madness in their eyes, shouting in unison, "That's right. Since hiding leads to death, we might as well fight." Yes, with so many high-level professionals, we still have a chance. Led by that branch president, voices of agreement surged one after another, igniting everyone's fighting spirit. Several mage-type professionals reached out to grab their staffs, and profound incantations quickly sprang from their mouths. Then, they all pointed towards Li Chen. In an instant, wind, frost, thunder, and lightning roared together, transforming into a terrifying elemental storm that surged towards him. At the same time, some warriors with ranged skills exerted all their strength, gritting their teeth to unleash their most powerful attacks. Flame Slash, Thunder Sword, Explosive Meteor, Beast King's Roar Bullet. Various powerful attacks converged into another massive energy orb, also crashing towards Li Chen. Boom! With a violent explosion, the barrage in front of Li Chen was blown apart by the massive blast, revealing a passage. The branch president who had shouted at the beginning showed a look of surprise in his eyes. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a gigantic bow. He used all his strength to quickly draw the giant bow, condensing an arrow of wind that shone with a rich blue light. As a phantom god-class Gale Archer, this was his most powerful strike. He drew the bow and released it. With a whoosh, a sharp whistle echoed through the air. A blue light, under the tense gaze of everyone, pierced through the air like a bolt of blue lightning, shooting straight towards Li Chen's forehead. Everyone's faces showed tension and anticipation. This branch president's single-target attack, Gale Destruction Arrow, was extremely powerful even at level 70. Moreover, its speed was as fast as lightning. Facing this fierce arrow, Li Chen remained calm. With a crack, the Gale Destruction Arrow pierced through the armored helicopter's windshield, striking Li Chen right in the forehead. Upon seeing this scene, the Free Federation erupted in a cheer of surprise. Hit! Ha ha, let this kid be arrogant. He thought hiding in the armored helicopter would keep him safe, but he didn't expect that we could briefly tear through the barrage together. President Usopp is amazing. It's all thanks to you. President Usopp is known as Divine Arrow Usopp, and he truly lives up to the name. Ha ha. While they were all celebrating, James's expression suddenly changed drastically, because he saw that Li Chen, who had just been hit in the forehead by Usopp's arrow, suddenly vanished from the spot. In his place was a Glock pistol. "Hey, nice shot, keep it coming." A mocking voice came from the other side. Everyone's bodies stiffened, instinctively looking over. They saw Li Chen's figure inexplicably appear inside another armored helicopter. Moreover, he looked completely uninjured. "Impossible. I clearly hit you. How could you be completely fine?" Usopp shouted in disbelief. James's face turned pale as he muttered, "Substitution technique? Did he just use this trick to teleport after blowing his own head off? When did the mechanic learn such a godly skill? If all super weapons can be used as mediums for him to perform the substitution technique, then wouldn't it be impossible to kill him? The Free Federation is finished." At that moment, Bruce shouted in despair, "I can't hold on any longer." With a crisp sound, like glass shattering, the white light shield outside the airship instantly cracked into countless light points and vanished. In the next moment, a terrifying barrage of artillery rained down, as if the galaxy had fallen from the heavens, smashing the entire airship to pieces. The 30 branch presidents of the Free Federation, along with 70 specially selected experts, turned into a sky full of fireworks along with the airship. Li Chen carefully scanned the surrounding space with a god's perspective. After confirming that all these international friends had peacefully left this world, the killing intent in his eyes slowly receded, and the sounds of artillery fire gradually ceased. Li Chen gently waved his hand, and the sky full of super weapons instantly disappeared, leaving only the armed helicopter he was in. About 2 to 3 kilometers away from the battlefield, Gulu and the dwarf pilot looked at the bright golden light in the distance, which was as dazzling as daylight. With a gulp, they couldn't help but swallow at the same time. The dwarf pilot's eyes widened in shock, staring intently at Li Chen as he surrounded and attacked the Free Federation. A look of horror and fear appeared on his face. Are all outsiders this terrifying? Compared to him, Gulu's reaction was slightly better. After all, he had witnessed the spectacular scene of Li Chen annihilating the Gorgondan Death Knight Legion, which was even more shocking than today. At the same time, he was grateful that Li Chen was his ally and not an enemy. Awe sparkled in his eyes as he gently shook his head. No, you're overthinking it. During this time, there had already been conflicts between other outsiders and locals. As an informed goblin merchant, Gulu had long learned about the combat capabilities of those people from his colleagues. Compared to Li Chen, they were simply worlds apart. Gulu looked at the brilliant fireworks in the distance and said word by word, "The strong one is brother Li Chen, not the outsiders." Just then, an armed helicopter flew in from afar, and it was Li Chen. Under the awe-filled gaze of the dwarf pilot, Li Chen stepped into the cabin. He wore a faint smile and glanced at the dwarf pilot. Although Li Chen's expression was friendly, the dwarf pilot couldn't help but swallow nervously. He felt as if he had been looked at by a dragon, exuding an overwhelming intimidation. Li Chen's gaze fell on Gulu, and he smiled. "Gulu, how's the cargo this time?" Gulu's mouth couldn't help but curl up at the corners, looking at Li Chen with the eyes of a client admiring his benefactor. "It's simply fantastic. Many of the things on them are not available on the Azeroth continent, all imported goods. If we sell all of this, we'll make a fortune." Li Chen smiled lightly. "As long as you like it. Oh, by the way, give a portion of the goods to this dwarf, worth about the same as that airship earlier, as compensation for his losses." Gulu was slightly taken aback, glanced at the surprised dwarf, and nodded, "Sure." Goblin merchants have businesses spread across the continent, and they value their reputation quite a bit. He and Li Chen had intercepted the dwarf's clients and even destroyed the dwarf's airship, so giving some compensation was only right. Who would have thought that the dwarf repeatedly waved his hands? "No need for compensation, no need for compensation. I actually wish the airship had been blown up, that way I can go home." As he said this, the dwarf even showed a happy smile. Li Chen was momentarily stunned and curiously asked, "How does the airship being blown up relate to you going home?" The dwarf awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "I used to have acrophobia, and my father forced me to learn to pilot an airship, saying it was too embarrassing for a dwarf prince of the Hammerfall tribe to be afraid of heights." "You are a prince of the Hammerfall tribe?" Li Chen was genuinely surprised this time. He didn't expect that by casually blowing up an airship, he would encounter a dwarf prince out experiencing life. "Yes, my name is Kulta Z Hammerfall, and my father is the king of the Hammerfall tribe, Kidlan Hammerfall." Kulta Z nodded. Just as he was about to say something else, suddenly, Li Chen's expression changed, and he turned sharply to look in one direction. Gulu looked at Li Chen's suspicious eyes and curiously asked, "Brother Li Chen, what happened?" In Li Chen's godlike perspective, a large number of orc troops suddenly appeared 300 kilometers away, heading towards the Sichuan fortress. But then, Li Chen's expression changed again. "No, not orcs. They looked very similar to orcs, but in terms of physique, although they were clearly much stronger than humans, they were not as towering as orcs. Moreover, and more importantly, Li Chen saw a similar greenish glow in the eyes of those half-orcs as in Gul'dan's. Could it be that the demon was controlling Gul'dan and had shifted its target to the half-orcs? Li Chen quickly recounted what he had seen to Gul'dan. Gul'dan was immediately startled. "Half-orcs? How could half-orcs appear here?" Hearing Gul'dan's words, Li Chen's eyes showed a look of realization. He had heard Gul'dan mention before that orcs were not actually the indigenous people of Azeroth, but rather outsiders from other planes. When the orcs first arrived in Azeroth, they captured many humans for the sake of their race's reproduction. The offspring produced from the mating of orcs and humans included some pure orcs and some half-orcs. But who would have thought that the newly born half-orcs not only inherited the powerful physique of orcs but also the wisdom and pride of humans, looking down on orcs entirely. Later, these half-orcs tried to integrate into human society, but humans were also very repulsed by these beings that looked so much like orcs. Over time, those half-orcs actively distanced themselves from the orc tribes and established their own settlement in Misty Mountain. Although both half-orcs and orcs belonged to the tribal faction, they rarely interacted with orcs unless something significant happened. Upon hearing that a half-orc army had appeared here, Kurtaz's expression became somewhat serious. He said anxiously, "If what Brother Li Chen said is true, then those half-orcs are probably mobilizing in full force, not just some minor skirmishes. Moreover, if these half-orcs are being manipulated by demons, then the situation is even more troublesome. We must hurry back to Stormwind City and inform my father and the others. Li Chen also felt a bit of a headache. The conflict between the Horde and the Alliance had never ceased over the years, but usually, it was just minor skirmishes, like the ancient times of Blue Star when the northern nomadic tribes often raided the eastern dragon borders. The last time the Horde launched a large-scale attack on the Alliance was 10 years ago. He didn't expect that he would happen to encounter another large-scale war initiated by the Horde against the Alliance, and it was highly likely that demons were behind it, stirring the pot. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. If someone has really obtained that bone ring, the more chaotic it is, the greater the chance of exposure, Li Chen thought to himself. Then, he directly summoned a strategic bomber and took Gul'dan and Kurtaz inside. In terms of flight speed, the strategic bomber was much faster than an armed helicopter. However, because of its speed, the comfort level was naturally much worse. In the absence of urgent matters, Li Chen was naturally unwilling to suffer this discomfort. So when he brought Gul'dan over earlier, he didn't choose to take the strategic bomber. But now the situation was different. The Horde's half-orc invasion of the Alliance was on a large scale, and that bone ring was very likely in the hands of someone within the Alliance, and the higher the position, the greater the chance of obtaining such top-tier equipment. If Li Chen could help the Alliance faction and gain some reputation here, he might have a chance to obtain that bone ring. With a loud boom, the strategic bomber sped towards Stormwind City. A few minutes later, Kurtaz covered his mouth and rushed out of the strategic bomber, vomiting by the roadside with a wow. Li Chen was surprised. Your acrophobia hasn't improved? Kurtaz looked at him with some fear and said with difficulty, Brother Li Chen, I'm airsick, not afraid of heights. Li Chen helplessly spread his hands. Cortege, after vomiting by the roadside, looked a bit pale and said to Li Chen, Brother Li Chen, if the half-orcs really launch a large-scale attack on the Alliance under the instigation of the demons, can you lend us a hand? Li Chen chuckled, let's see when the time comes. In a large-scale war, my personal strength may not have much effect. Cortege's request coincided with Li Chen's intentions, but some things are better left with room for negotiation until they are truly understood. If one takes on too much from the start, it could negatively impact the operational space later on. Nearby, Gulu looked at Li Chen with a strange expression. Your strength won't have much effect in a large-scale war? What a joke! When you faced those 30,000 Death Knights led by Gul'dan, you didn't show it like that. But as a great goblin merchant, Gulu was not unfamiliar with Li Chen's thoughts. In business negotiations, how could one reveal their bottom line from the very beginning? Moreover, he had just received such a great benefit from Li Chen. As the saying goes, a soft mouth is easy to eat. Gulu could only quietly watch Li Chen's performance from the side. As a pure-hearted dwarf, Cortege had no idea about Li Chen's many little thoughts. Hearing Li Chen's humility, he genuinely believed that Li Chen was worried his personal abilities wouldn't be of much use in such a war between great powers, and he smiled to comfort him. Brother Li Chen is too modest. With your skills just now, you can definitely be of great help. After vomiting, Cortege felt much better and pulled Li Chen along towards Stormwind City. At the same time, he said, Come on, Brother Li Chen, let's go find my father and tell them about the half-orc invasion. Entering Stormwind City, Cortege skillfully led Li Chen and Gulu southward. After crossing a few streets, the three arrived at a more rugged and tall building complex. Li Chen looked at the surrounding buildings and curiously asked, Is this the dwarf settlement? Gulu noticed Li Chen's confusion and quietly explained, Although the dwarves are a bit short, their houses are actually taller. Well, according to the dwarves, their height is mainly reflected in their broad-mindedness and vision. Li Chen chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, humans tend to care more about what they lack. Well, dwarves are also human. Under Cortege's guidance, the three reached the innermost part of the building complex and knocked on a wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was so loud, it was as if bandits had entered the village. Li Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. No wonder they are the bold dwarves. Even coming home at night makes such a commotion, not afraid of disturbing the neighbors and getting beaten up. He looked up and surveyed the place, finding that it was an extremely ordinary house. Although it was larger than the surrounding houses, it didn't look like the residence of a tribal leader at all, nor was there any obvious separation from the other common dwarves' homes, making it seem quite approachable. Who is it? A robust voice shouted from inside the house. Dad, it's me. Cortege shouted back. Cortege? You little brat dare to sneak back. I'll beat you to death. The robust voice immediately became furious. Then, a clattering sound came from inside, as if the owner was looking for a suitable weapon. Li Chen and Gulu tacitly took a few steps back to avoid being caught in the impending battle. With a bang, the wooden door was burst open by a stout figure like an iron tower. A bearded dwarf rushed out holding an iron pot, and his gaze quickly locked on the courtesy. Li Chen took one look and immediately matched this person's appearance with the dwarf statue in the Saint's Square. It was indeed the chieftain of the dwarf clan's Hammer tribe, Cudlin Hammer, one of the 5 saints of the Alliance. Just as the iron pot was about to come down with a bang on Kurtaz's head, Kurtaz hurriedly shouted, "Dad, the half-orcs are attacking." Cudlin Hammer's hands did not pause for a moment. With a dull thud, he struck Kurtaz's head. Li Chen's eyelids twitched, and he silently praised, "Sounds good, that's a solid head." Ow! Kurtaz howled in pain, tears streaming down his face. He shouted, "Dad, I'm not lying, the half-orcs are really attacking." Cudlin snorted, his voice gruff, "I don't doubt your words, even if you're bold, you wouldn't joke about this. But even if the half-orcs are fast, they won't catch me off guard. Now, tell me, what's going on?" Cudlin looked at the dent in the bottom of the iron pot, satisfied, and turned to his son. Kurtaz was speechless. But the matter of the half-orcs was serious. He had no time to complain and quickly explained, "Dad, I was piloting an airship to bring a group of guests to Storm City today, but unexpectedly, that group of guests tried to rob my airship. Just then, Brother Li Chen happened to pass by. Not only did he help me deal with those robbers, but he also discovered that a half-orc army was heading towards the Sichuan fortress." Clearly, under Li Chen's prior suggestion, this story had already transformed into another version that highlighted Li Chen's greatness. After hearing this, Cudlin looked at Li Chen with some skepticism. "You mean he single-handedly dealt with over 100 foreign robbers?" Kurtaz nodded repeatedly, "Absolutely true. And he even spotted the half-orc army hundreds of kilometers away?" Yes. Kurtaz looked at Li Chen with admiration. Although the story had changed, Kurtaz's awe and respect for Li Chen were genuine. As for the grievances between Li Chen and those people, Kurtaz didn't care at all. Because Li Chen later voluntarily offered to compensate him for the airship, this dwarf prince was convinced that Li Chen was definitely on the side of justice, just like their alliance. Meanwhile, James and the others were the tribes from another world. However, after hearing Kurtaz's explanation, Cudlin looked utterly unconvinced. Because in Kurtaz's account, among those 100 foreign tribe people, there were even level 80 strong ones, and the rest were all powerful warriors or mages in their 60s or 70s. Given this human's age, even if he had been training since birth, it was impossible for him to kill so many strong opponents alone. Moreover, it was even more absurd that he could see scenes 200 or 300 kilometers away. That was simply nonsense. Even the human archmage Khadgar's eagle eye technique could only observe movements within a 10-kilometer radius. 300 kilometers away? That was pure fantasy, boasting without a draft. Seeing that his father didn't believe him, Kurtaz became anxious. "Dad, I'm telling the truth. Brother Li Chen is amazing. He can control hundreds of whirring flying machines at the same time, far more powerful than human artillery. If Brother Li Chen helps us, we could easily drive those half-orcs back to their homes." Cudlin waved his hand, interrupting his son's praise of Li Chen. As the chieftain of the dwarf Hammer tribe, he was well aware of the dwarf's common flaw, loving to boast. Perhaps this young foreigner was indeed strong, but in his view, it could never be as exaggerated as his son claimed. They might have really discovered the half-orcs' tracks, but it definitely wasn't just now. They must have found out earlier. He looked at Li Chen and the others and said, "Friends from afar, thank you for saving my son, but the half-orc army is about to invade the Alliance, and we cannot entertain you any longer. I know you foreigners have a way to return to your world. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we really go to war with the tribe, I can't guarantee your safety." After saying this, Cudlin turned to Kulta Z. "With the half-orc invasion, I need to find Aurelia and Varian and immediately convene the Three Hammers meeting. You stay at home, and you are not allowed to go anywhere until I return. If I find out you are running around, I'll beat you to death." After saying this, Cudlin did not wait for Kulta Z to respond, and a powerful aura erupted from him as he instantly flew westward. That was the area where the elves lived in Stormwind City. Li Chen felt the aura emanating from Cudlin, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. This aura felt even stronger than that of his teacher, Marshal Li. "Kulta Z, what level of powerhouse is your father?" Li Chen asked curiously. Kulta Z hung his head, seemingly still upset that his father did not believe him. "Dad is a level 93 Griffin Knight." Li Chen's pupils immediately constricted. Level 93. This high-end combat power from another world seems to be much stronger than that of Blue Star. Li Chen then asked, "By the way, what is this Three Hammers meeting your father just mentioned?" Kulta Z replied, the Three Hammers meeting is actually a meeting of the leaders of the three major races of the Alliance. My father represents the dwarves, the Elven King Aurelia represents the elves, and she is a level 93 Windrunner. The representative of the human race is Varian, the King of Stormwind, a level 92 Storm Warrior. Whenever there is a major event in the Alliance or the tribe launches an attack, they will convene the Three Hammers meeting to discuss countermeasures and work together to resist the tribe. Because our Dwarven and Elven armies are not stationed in the fortress, if we are to go to war with those half-orcs, my father and the Elven King need to get the King of Stormwind's consent to mobilize troops. Oh, I see. Li Chen nodded in understanding. He thought for a moment and suddenly smiled at Kulta Z. Kulta Z, since the news has already spread, we should leave now. Kulta Z was taken aback and then asked anxiously, leave? Are you going back to your homeland? Li Chen yawned, no, we are going back to sleep. If we don't sleep now, we won't be able to get up tomorrow. After saying this, amidst Kulta Z's surprised and odd expression, Li Chen slowly disappeared into the night with Gulu. Kulta Z looked at him with admiration and said, a powerhouse is indeed a powerhouse. The distance from Sichuan Fortress to Stormwind City isn't very far, yet brother Li Chen doesn't seem to care at all. This kind of demeanor, TSK, my dad is really far inferior to brother Li Chen. On the way back, Gula curiously asked, brother Li Chen, why didn't you show Cudlin your weapons? If you just casually produced a few hundred, he definitely wouldn't look down on you like this. Li Chen shook his head with a smile, hastily sending them up as different from asking others to come. Based on the marching speed of those half-orcs I observed, it will take them at least another 7 or 8 hours to reach Sichuan Fortress. Moreover, the number of those half-orc troops is probably around 70 to 80,000. When I was at Sichuan Fortress, I roughly saw that the human army there was estimated to be only about 30,000. You also mentioned before that the populations of dwarves and elves in the Alliance are much smaller than that of humans, and even with the dwarven and elven armies combined, the total probably wouldn't exceed 50,000. Given the marching speed of those half-orcs, the human race simply won't have enough time to mobilize troops from elsewhere in a short period. Li Chen smiled faintly. With the number of these troops, it's not a simple matter for the Sichuan Fortress to block the half-orc army. By then, my timely assistance will be even more precious. Gulo asked in confusion, although the combat power of the half-orcs is much stronger than that of the human race, if it's just about defending the city, the current number of troops from the three major races in the Alliance should be enough to hold out until the human race can mobilize troops from elsewhere, right? A glimmer of unusual light flashed in Li Chen's eyes as terrifying colossal figures flashed through his mind, and he said strangely, that may not be the case. Stormwind City, the Royal Palace. In a huge conference hall, brightly lit, the Three Hammers Conference was in session. At this moment, Cudlin the Barbarian Hammer was explaining his intentions to the other two saints. Opposite Cudlin was a stunningly beautiful female elf dressed in exquisite archer attire, the Elven Queen Aurelia. At the head of the conference table sat a tall, muscular human in luxurious golden armor, the king of the Stormwind Kingdom, the Storm Warrior Varian. That's how it is, Aurelia, we must send people out of the city immediately. Before the half-orc army arrives, we need to mobilize our Griffin Knights and Ram Knights from the dwarves, as well as your Elven Rangers. The Elven Queen Aurelia slightly furrowed her delicate brows. Cudlin, are you sure the news about those outsiders is true? Cudlin replied solemnly, I trust my son. At the head of the table, the Storm Warrior Varian's gaze was serious as he spoke. It makes no sense for those outsiders to fabricate such lies. Even if they deceive us into being on high alert, what significance does that hold? Aurelia frowned, but for no reason at all. Why would the half-orcs suddenly gather a large army? It's not even the harvest season. Varian's expression showed signs of contemplation. According to the information I've received, it seems there was a recent internal conflict among the orcs. Perhaps there are some issues with the tribes. Cudlin said irritably, who cares what problems they have? As long as they dare to come, we'll take them down. Varian nodded, exactly. We must prepare in advance. The Sichuan Fortress is only a few hundred kilometers from Stormwind City. If the half-orcs really invade in large numbers, once the Sichuan Fortress falls, Stormwind City will be in danger. The Elven Queen Aurelia finally nodded, her voice crisp. All right, I will issue orders with Cudlin to mobilize troops to support the Sichuan Fortress immediately. The next day, warm sunlight poured down from the sky, waking Stormwind City from the night. Li Chen had a comfortable sleep, then got up, washed up, and went downstairs to prepare for breakfast. He arrived at the restaurant on the first floor and found Ling Shuihan and the others had already been waiting below. Upon seeing Li Chen, Jiang Jin immediately asked, Junior brother, how was it last night? Li Chen chuckled, handled it. The people from the Free Federation have all been sent to their next life. Ling Shuihan and Jiang Jin's bodies trembled slightly, unable to help but confirm again, James and Bruno were also sent away? Li Chen nodded. Jiang Jin looked astonished. Goodness! The president of the Gotham branch of the Source God Guild, James, and the president of the Wadu branch, Bruno, are both above level 80 elite professionals, and they are the right and left arms of the guild leader, Parker Williams. They probably never expected to fall at the hands of junior brother. Ling Shuihan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her smile sharp. In the future, they will have plenty of opportunities to witness such a scene. The next international war dungeon isn't far off. Jiang Wu, who had never seen the power of Bruce and the others, was not particularly concerned, as he had witnessed Li Chen's strength. She looked outside with a curious expression. Strange, why are there so many soldiers today? Just a little while ago, 3 waves have already passed by. Li Chen glanced outside and whispered, yesterday, when I went to greet foreign friends, I noticed from a god's perspective that a large number of half-orcs were heading towards the Sichuan fortress. I guess the tribe is about to launch an attack on the alliance again, and those half-orcs probably have demons backing them up. Ling Shuihan said in surprise, the war between the tribe and the alliance? Li Chen nodded and recounted what had happened later that night to Ling Shuihan and the others. Jiang Jin frowned and said, those half-orcs won't cross the Sichuan fortress to directly attack Stormwind City, will they? Next to him, Gulu, who had just experienced a bountiful harvest last night, was in a very good mood. Hearing Jiang Jin's concern, he interjected, no, the Ganses Mountains block the tribe and the alliance. If they want to attack, they must take the Sichuan fortress. Jiang Jin asked in confusion, won't they climb over the Ganses Mountains and sneak attack Stormwind City? Gula shook his head, impossible. The Ganses Mountains are also known as the Dragon Mountains, which are the territory of the dragon race. No race dares to provoke the majesty of the dragons. If the half-orcs dare to cross the Ganses Mountains, they will definitely be torn to shreds by the dragons. Jiang Wu Yu asked curiously, dragons? What level of monsters are dragons? Gula replied, dragons are the favored ones of the gods. All adult dragons have a strength of over level 80, and some particularly powerful ones even exceed level 90. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jin gasped in surprise, but his heart immediately relaxed. Such high-level beings, the half-orc army indeed could not pass through the Ganses Mountains. Moreover, there were several hundred kilometers of distance from the Sichuan fortress to Stormwind City. Even if the Sichuan fortress were breached, they would have enough time to activate the auxiliary scrolls and return directly to the main world through teleportation, without being caught up in the war between the two factions. Just then, a loud shout came from outside. Li Chen! Li Chen! Everyone looked in surprise, only to see a short and stout figure rushing into the inn, his thick beard almost covering half of his face. Li Chen asked in confusion, Kurtaz? As the prince of the Hammer tribe, his father was one of the 5 great saints of the alliance. With the half-orc invasion, Li Chen had originally thought he would go to the Sichuan fortress with Kyudalan for support, but unexpectedly, he was still in Stormwind City. Kurtaz rushed to Li Chen's side, panting heavily, Li Chen, it's bad. Freya is missing. Li Chen looked utterly baffled. Who is Freya? Her disappearance has nothing to do with me. I didn't kidnap her. Seeing Li Chen's confused expression, Kurtaz slapped his forehead and quickly explained, Freya is the princess of the elf race. She hasn't returned since she left Stormwind City some time ago. My father said someone saw Freya chasing a young dragon towards the Ganses Mountains. If Freya enters the Ganses Mountains, it could be dangerous. Kurtaz said anxiously, but now the half-orcs are about to attack the alliance. My old man and the Elf King must go to the Sichuan fortress for support. Li Chen, you're the only one who can save Freya. Li Chen was speechless. He came to search for treasure. Freya is not a treasure. He shook his head and said, I don't have time to save her. The battle between the tribe and the alliance is about to break out, and we must hurry to find the bone ring. Upon hearing this, Kurtaz was momentarily stunned. Bone ring? Li Chen, are you talking about the ring of the Bone King? Jiang Wu Yu chimed in, yeah. Besides the ring of the Bone King, could there be other bone rings? Kurtaz immediately exclaimed in delight, what a coincidence! Li Chen, my brother, I heard from my father that the bone ring was originally discovered by a child from our barbarian Hammer tribe outside the city. The reason Freya went after that young dragon is that it snatched it from that child in our tribe and even killed the child. Li Chen, if you can find Freya, maybe you can also find that bone ring. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuihan and the others exchanged surprised glances, and a look of astonishment appeared on Li Chen's face. Even Gulo couldn't help but widen his eyes. To be honest, before Ling Shuihan and the others came to this other world, although they claimed to be treasure hunting, they never really thought they would find the legendary Bone King ring, because for such treasure hunting tasks in another world, especially on such a large scale, finding the treasure even once out of 10 attempts would be considered good. It could be said that it was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, Ling Shuihan and the others actually came in with a mindset of exploration and curiosity. With Li Chen as their bodyguard, they were not too worried about their safety. If they encountered people from the Free Federation, they could also weaken their strength a bit, creating an advantage for the upcoming international war instance. But they never expected that they would actually come across clues about the bone ring. According to the information Gulu had mentioned earlier, it completely matched the situation described by Kurtaz just now. Li Chen originally thought that after the dwarf child found the bone ring, he would definitely be traded away by someone who recognized its value. He never imagined that the one who snatched the ring was actually a young dragon. Ling Xuehan pondered for a moment and immediately said to Li Chen, "Junior brother, you and this dwarf go rescue the elf princess. We won't go with you to avoid holding you back." Jiang Jin nodded. "That's right, a dragon comparable to level 80 or even 90 is not something we can handle." Jiang Wuyo said regretfully, "Sigh, if only I had a substitute skill like Li Chen." Ling Xuehan laughed. "You have a substitute too. The elemental controller at level 60 has a substitute scarecrow, right?" Jiang Wuyo deflated. "The substitute scarecrow can only be used once a day. It can't compare to Li Chen's mechanical substitute." Jiang Jin sighed and patted his daughter's shoulder, looking very sympathetic. Li Chen smiled. "Alright, then you can stroll around Storm City while I go rescue that elf princess and look for the bone ring. If the war between the tribe and the alliance threatens Storm City, you should activate the subordinate scroll to teleport away without waiting for me." Ling Xuehan nodded. "Okay." To say something cold-blooded, with the number of super weapons Li Chen has now, plus the copies of the Endless Destroyer, even if all the alliance members died, Li Chen's safety would not be a concern. Even if he couldn't win, it would be easy for Li Chen to escape. He could easily drag it out for half an hour to teleport away. With the current range of the God's perspective and the airdrop support talent effect, Li Chen could teleport over 300 kilometers with a single headshot. A few times like that, he could easily run out several thousand kilometers, and even if the entire Azeroth continent's natives united to hunt him down, they would have no chance. Nearby, Kurtaz was overjoyed to see Li Chen agree to help. "Great! With brother Li Chen's help, Freya will be saved." Saying this, he eagerly pulled Li Chen towards the city exit. Watching their departing figures, Ling Xuehan smiled easily and turned to Jiang Wuyo. "Let's go, Wuyo. Since we have a lead on the bone ring, we can have a good time shopping." Jiang Wuyo's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I think the elf clothes are so beautiful. Let's pick out a few more." Beside them, Jiang Jin and Gulu trembled slightly, exchanging a knowing glance. It's over. Women are about to go shopping. No matter which world it is, women shopping are more terrifying than dragons. Li Chen was dragged out of Stormwind City by Kurtaz, and as he saw Kurtaz's twisted expression, Li Chen pulled out a large airplane. Looking at the strategic bomber in front of him, Kurtaz's eyebrows began to tremble. He gritted his teeth and said, "I've overcome my fear of heights, so I don't believe I can't overcome motion sickness." With that, Kurtaz strode into the bomber with a heroic demeanor. Li Chen glanced at the Glock pistol at his waist, then at Kurtaz's head, suppressing the impulse to shoot him, and sighed regretfully as he boarded the bomber. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Sigh, if only he could teleport by headshot, the bomber's speed is still too slow." Boom! With a loud sonic boom, the strategic bomber instantly reached a speed of 4,000 kilometers per hour, heading towards the Ganses Mountains. 10 minutes later. Ugh! Kurtaz squatted by the bushes, vomiting profusely. Li Chen curiously looked at the massive mountains in the distance and asked, "Is that the Ganses Mountains ahead?" After a while, Kurtaz stood up with a pale face. Fear was evident in his eyes as he said, "Yes." Li Chen nodded, conjured a few Glock pistols, and tossed them nearby. After setting a safe respawn point, Li Chen thought for a moment, summoned the Iron Man armor, and then stepped forward towards the Ganses Mountains. Kurtaz closely followed behind Li Chen, his pale face serious. The Dragon Mountains are an extremely dangerous forbidden area for both the Horde and the Alliance. If the dragons inside detect intruders, they will immediately launch an attack. Li Chen looked at the tense Kurtaz and asked, "The Ganses Mountains are so vast, where are we going to find the elf princess?" Kurtaz took out a small green crystal from his clothes and said to Li Chen, "This is a fragment of the elven sacred artifact, the Heart of Nature. The natural aura inside will always point towards the direction where the Heart of Nature exists. Freya is the princess of the elven race and the next elven king. The Heart of Nature has already been merged with Freya. As long as we follow the guidance of the Heart of Nature fragment, we can find Freya." Li Chen focused his gaze and found that within the green crystal, there was indeed a small green airflow that was leaning towards the front side. He nodded slightly. The Ganses Mountains are extremely vast. If they searched aimlessly, by the time they found Freya, she would probably have already perished. Guided by the fragment, Li Chen and Kurtaz determined a direction and cautiously ventured into the Ganses Mountains. An hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a massive cave. Kurtaz glanced at the Heart of Nature fragment in his hand, and the green airflow inside was swirling even faster, as if it were about to burst out. Kurtaz looked at the size of the cave entrance and couldn't help but swallow hard, nervously saying, Brother Li Chen, Freya should be inside, but looking at the size of this entrance, the dragon inside is very likely to be a being comparable to a 5 Saints level existence. What should we do? Li Chen surveyed the area, his gaze becoming slightly cautious. Dragons prefer solitude, and their size is proportional to their strength. The larger the dragon, the longer it has lived and the stronger it is. The entrance before them was probably over 200 meters high, so one could imagine how large the dragon inside must be. A 5 Saints level existence is equivalent to a level 90 or above professional. Li Chen wasn't afraid, because he had a mechanical substitute. Even if he was killed by the opponent, he could use the substitute to block the attack. With his current total spiritual power, he was quite confident he could overwhelm the giant dragon, but he couldn't afford to consider Kulta's safety. If a battle truly broke out, Kulta was very likely to become cannon fodder. Li Chen thought for a moment and whispered to Kulta, "Is the dragon's flying speed faster than my bomber?" Kulta quickly shook his head. "Of course not. Dragons value their lives. Your bomber flies like it has no regard for life." Li Chen, was the psychological shadow left by the bomber so great on this guy? He shook his head helplessly. "In that case, it's simple. I'll go in alone, and you hide in the bomber outside. If anything goes wrong, I'll have the bomber take you away immediately. The dragon won't be able to catch up." Kulta's face turned pale, and he shook his head repeatedly. No, Li Chen, you don't have to worry about me." He pulled out 2 silver crystals from his clothes and said to Li Chen, "These are teleportation crystals, left for me by the Elf King to help find Freya. If you crush the teleportation crystal, you can teleport directly back to Stormwind City. As long as we find Freya and give her one of the teleportation crystals, we can help her escape from danger." Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Goodness, no wonder he was the second generation of royalty, his items were so abundant. He had heard from Gulu that the price of such teleportation crystals was astronomical on the Azeroth continent. Speaking of this, Kulta scratched his head awkwardly. "It's just that the Dragon Mountains are too dangerous. I wouldn't dare come alone. Having you here makes me feel more secure. If I were alone and accidentally encountered a dragon, I'd have to waste a teleportation crystal, and then it would be even harder to save Freya." Li Chen nodded slightly. With this thing, saving Freya would be much simpler. At that time, as long as he asked Freya about the whereabouts of the bone ring, he could have her and Kulta teleport away in advance. Even if the dragon in the cave was indeed a super strong being above level 90, with his current strength, as long as there was no dead weight, he would have enough confidence to take it on. The two cautiously made their way into the cave, and Li Chen quietly asked, "What level is Freya?" Kulta replied, "She is an 86 level Gale Ranger, much stronger than me." Li Chen looked at Kulta in surprise. Were the natives of this world that powerful? Just one of them was equivalent to the peak combat power of Blue Star? "What level are you?" Li Chen asked again. "I'm a 65 level Griffin Knight." Li Chen questioned, "She's a princess, you're a prince, isn't the gap between you two too big?" Kulta's face darkened. "How can it be the same? Freya has trained for several decades longer than me. She's already an adult, and I'm not yet." Li Chen's eyes widened, his gaze sweeping over Kulta's bushy beard in disbelief. "You're not an adult yet? Dwarves must be growing up on hormones. Not an adult, yet so hairy?" Kulta explained, "The lifespan of the elf race is more than twice ours. Some long-lived ones can live for 1,000 years. They come of age at 110, and Freya is 113 this year, which is why she has been confirmed as the next Elf King. Our dwarven lifespan is only 400 to 500 years, coming of age at 50. I'm only 48 this year. Freya has trained for twice as long as I have and has integrated the elven sacred artifact, the Heart of Nature. Isn't it normal for her to be stronger than me?" Li Chen listened, astonished. No wonder the populations of these races in Azeroth were so small. Their growth cycles were too slow. But then, Li Chen immediately shifted his attention to another aspect. Freya was an 86 level advanced practitioner, so it was no wonder she dared to chase into the Dragon Mountains alone. She is the Elven Princess, bearing the sacred artifact of the Elven clan. Her strength is needless to say. Yet, even so, Freya remains trapped in this cave. Clearly, the dangers present in this cave have exceeded what Freya can handle. In other words, Kulta might be right, the dragon in the cave is likely a powerful being above level 90. As the two of them continue deeper into the cave, Li Chen can distinctly feel the temperature rising. After an unknown amount of time, Li Chen's gaze suddenly shifted. He heard a whoosh sound coming from the depths of the cave. It was as if a massive blower was continuously inhaling and exhaling within the cave. Li Chen paused slightly, then cautiously moved further inside. When they turned a corner, the scene before them suddenly opened up. At the same time, a terrifying wave of heat surged towards them. It was as if they had entered a vast underground lake, but instead of water, it was filled with crimson magma. Deep within the cave, there was actually an underground lava lake, and in the center of this lava lake, there was a massive rocky clearing. This clearing was situated right in the middle of the magma, with its lower half submerged in the molten rock, the entire stone radiating a dark red glow, clearly at an extremely high temperature. Yet, on this iron-like stone, lay a terrifyingly large dragon. The dragon's scales were a golden red color, reflecting a dazzling golden light under the surrounding scorching magma. It had a long, serpentine neck, and its fierce dragon head had sharp teeth protruding from its lips, with spines extending from its back all the way to its tail, the tip of which dangled in the magma, occasionally swaying gently. It seemed completely unfazed by the intense heat of the magma. Just a glance was enough for Li Chen to know that if this creature stretched out, it would be at least over 100 meters long. A terrifying sense of oppression washed over them. It was undoubtedly a super strong dragon above level 90, and the inhaling sound they had heard earlier was actually the sound of this creature snoring while asleep. Beside him, Kulta's pupils contracted, and his legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. In a voice filled with extreme fear, he whispered, "It's it, the strongest dragon, Smog. Is Freya out of her mind? How dare she venture into Smog's lair? Smog, the strongest dragon? What a grand title." Li Chen's gaze instantly sharpened. He quietly asked, "Is this guy the king of dragons?" Kulta lowered his voice to a whisper, "Dragons have no king, each has its own territory, but this guy is the most powerful among all dragons. Once, one of the 5 saints, the paladin Tula Yang, tried to challenge it. He wanted to tame it as his mount and become the strongest dragon knight. But even with the human sacred artifact, the Lance of Longinus, facing the strongest dragon Smog, he could only hold on for 10 minutes before he had to flee in embarrassment. If he hadn't had a teleportation crystal on him, Tula Yang would have surely died under Smog's devastating dragon flames. Dragon Knight? Li Chen suddenly became interested. He asked, "What does it take to tame a dragon?" Kulta answered without hesitation, "You have to subdue it. Make it willingly submit, offer its soul mark, and sign a master-servant contract." Just then, Kulta's gaze suddenly swept over the cliff behind Smog, his eyes revealing a look of surprise. "Freya, I see her." Li Chen looked up and indeed saw a girl with emerald green hair hiding behind a protruding rock. The girl held a short sword, her anxious gaze darting around, occasionally glancing at the sleeping Smog, seemingly unsure of what to do. Earlier, she had been chasing this young dragon into the Dragon Mountain range. Little did she know, this young dragon, relying on its familiarity with the terrain, led her deep into the cave. However, Freya did not expect that shortly after she entered, an adult giant dragon also arrived here and blocked her inside. What shocked her even more was that the adult dragon was actually Smog, and that cunning young dragon was swallowed whole by Smog. Now, Freya was pushed into a desperate situation. After Smog devoured the young dragon that had intruded into its lair, it comfortably lay on its bed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Freya was trapped at the very back. Elves are not only skilled with bows but are also born mages. The problem was that if Freya used magic to leap over the lava pool, the giant dragon would definitely notice her. Her only hope now was for Smog to wake up and leave quickly. Only then could she take the opportunity to escape. But generally, giant dragons sleep for an extremely long time, from a few months to several years. With such a long time, combined with the scorching environment here, if she really waited it out, even if she didn't starve to death, she would probably be roasted into jerky. Li Chen and Kulta Z hid at the cave entrance, carefully observing the surroundings. He thought for a moment and whispered to Kulta Z, "You wait here. I'll go give the teleportation crystal to the elf princess, and then watch for my signal. You all activate the crystal at the same time and teleport out of here." Kulta Z said nervously, "Li Chen, what about you?" Li Chen smiled faintly, "You don't need to worry about me. No matter how strong Smog is, he can't do anything to me." Along the way, he had dropped several grot pistols as safety teleportation points, making it very easy for him to leave. Kulta Z hesitated for a moment but then nodded. Although he didn't know all of Li Chen's cards, he had witnessed the battle between Li Chen and those foreign beings that night. Not to mention, just the existence of that substitution technique made it very difficult for Smog to kill Li Chen. He handed one of the teleportation crystals to Li Chen, who stored it away. With a thought, he silently summoned a wolverine. In Kulta Z's shocked gaze, the wolverine raised its 3 sharp claws and pierced them into Li Chen's head as if cutting tofu. To avoid alarming Smog, Li Chen chose to use cold weapons for the teleportation. Freya was still desperately searching the cave for a way to escape. Suddenly, a grot pistol appeared silently in front of her, leaving the elf princess stunned. Then, in the next moment, the grot pistol suddenly disappeared, performing a miraculous transformation. This scene almost made Freya scream. Fortunately, she quickly remembered that Smog was nearby and hurriedly covered her mouth. Li Chen revealed himself. Earlier, he had been distracted by the giant dragon and hadn't properly observed the appearance of this elf princess. Now, upon a closer look, he couldn't help but be amazed. This elf princess not only had emerald green hair, but her eyes also seemed like the purest emeralds, deep and transparent. Her face was very delicate, with exquisite and three-dimensional features, a full bosom, with a slim waist and curvy hips. Her figure was not exaggerated but very alluring, stunningly beautiful. Li Chen collected his thoughts and said softly, "Princess Freya, I come at Kulta Z's request to rescue you." Hearing Kulta Z's name, Freya was slightly taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, "Kulta Z? Did my father and the Dwarf King come too?" Li Chen shook his head slightly. "The half-orc army is preparing to attack the Sichuan fortress. They cannot come." He took out the teleportation crystal, pointed towards the cave by the magma pool, and said softly, "Kurtaz is right there. He also has a teleportation crystal. In a moment, you will both use the teleportation crystals at the same time to return directly to Stormwind City." Seeing the teleportation crystal, Freya immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But then she recalled Li Chen's earlier words. "You will use the teleportation crystals at the same time? Does that mean this human youth, who risked himself to save him, does not have a teleportation crystal?" She looked at Li Chen with a worried expression. "What about you? Once we use the teleportation crystals, we will definitely alert Smog. Won't that put you in danger?" Li Chen smiled slightly, not answering Freya's question, but instead asked, "I heard Kurtaz say you were chasing a young dragon. That young dragon snatched the bone ring from a dwarf child. Did you get that ring?" Freya was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head. "No, that young dragon was eaten by Smog, and the ring went into Smog's belly with it." Li Chen was stunned. Was it that casual?" He shook his head helplessly and murmured, "It seems that if I don't fight this big guy, this trip will be in vain." Hearing Li Chen's murmurs, Freya's beautiful green eyes widened in disbelief. You want to fight Smog? You can't be serious. Do you know how strong Smog is? Even if all 5 saints came together, they might not be able to subdue it." Li Chen chuckled lightly, not explaining. Although the 5 saints were strong, in terms of attack power, even combined, they would still be far inferior to him. "I have my own plans, you all should leave quickly." Saying this, Li Chen immediately raised his hand and waved to Kurtaz, signaling him that he could teleport away. Kurtaz dared not delay. Seeing Li Chen's signal, he immediately gritted his teeth and activated the teleportation crystal. With a burst of silver light, a strong magical wave instantly rippled out. Seeing the commotion over there, Freya's eyes showed surprise. She knew that the dwarves were the most honest. Since Kurtaz could activate the teleportation crystal without hesitation, it indicated that he had absolute confidence in this human youth, believing that Smog could do nothing to him. But the problem was, judging by this human youth's age, if he didn't use the teleportation crystal, he would have no chance of escaping from Smog. Where did Kurtaz's confidence come from? With a head full of questions, Freya also activated the teleportation crystal. In the intense silver light, Freya and Kurtaz's figures simultaneously disappeared from the cave. Smog was awakened by the strong magical wave, and its dark red terrifying vertical pupils instantly opened, just in time to see Freya and Kurtaz teleporting away. Roar! It roared angrily, "Insignificant and cowardly humans! How dare you intrude into the Great Smog's home?" However, before it could finish its words, it immediately saw Li Chen standing calmly, and was momentarily stunned. Li Chen smiled coldly, aimed his gun at his own temple, and his eyes surged with battle intent. "It's decided, it's you. Come out, my mount, Smog." Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Li Chen's figure disappeared from the cave. Smog was stunned for a moment, then instantly furious. A mere human dared to boast about wanting to make him a mount? Seeking death. Roar, roar, roar. It roared madly, its terrifying mental power sweeping out instantly, then it suddenly raised its neck to look upwards. It could feel that the insignificant human had not gone far and was just outside the cave. Filled with endless rage, Smog's massive body charged out of the cave. With a loud bang, Smog burst out of the cave, its 2 enormous golden red wings rapidly unfurling, and it flapped them heavily. Its terrifying body, covered in golden red scales, soared into the sky, the violent momentum radiating strong spiritual energy fluctuations in all directions. Freed from the confines of the cave, this giant's form fully unfurled in the air, leaving Li Chen secretly astonished. No wonder this creature was called the strongest dragon. Judging by its size, it was likely an astonishing 150 meters long. With its wings spread wide, it exceeded 200 meters. Such a size, even among dragons, was an absolute behemoth. Li Chen did not know that, if calculated by level, the strongest dragon, Smog, was equivalent to a level 97 super powerhouse. Disturbed by Smog's terrifying presence, the other dragons in the Ganses Mountains all flew out, uncertain and wary. They hovered far in the sky, stretching their necks to look this way. What's going on? This momentum must be Smog, right? No kidding. Who else but that hot-headed Smog could have such a terrifying temper? Tisk tsk, which blind fellow has provoked Smog this time? Aren't they afraid of being turned into a roasted dragon? However, when these gloating dragons focused their gaze on Smog, they were all stunned. What the hell? It's actually a human? A human? No way. Could it be that the human paladin is still trying to subdue Smog? No, it's not that paladin, and it's not the other two human saints. It seems to be a young man. Damn, are young people nowadays this arrogant? Looking at his age, he probably only has around level 40 or 50, right? How dare he provoke Smog? Smog also sensed the strong presence of his kin watching, a proud glint flashing in his eyes. His dark red vertical pupils fixed intently on Li Chen as he sneered, "Miserable human, you will pay the price for your ignorance and arrogance." At this moment, Li Chen was fully covered in Iron Man armor, flames shooting from his back and legs, hovering in the sky. But compared to Smog, his size was indeed like that of an ant. Li Chen laughed loudly. Ignorance? I want to see who is truly ignorant. In the next instant, countless super weapons began to surge wildly in midair. Swish, swish, swish. The densely packed Barrett rifles appeared as if the computer had been infected with a virus, continuously emerging from the air, causing Smog's pupils to constrict sharply. 1, 2, 3, 4. What the hell are these things? So many. Smog had seen human weapons before, but he had never seen such bizarre shapes in such a large quantity. It was the first time in his life. Li Chen looked at the densely packed Barrett rifles in the air and grinned. The dragon race had tough skin and astonishing defense. The Barrett sniper rifle had built-in armor-piercing effects and consumed relatively little spiritual energy, requiring only 8 points of energy to summon one. Coupled with the double happiness effect of the aura, with Li Chen's total spiritual energy of over 90,000, he summoned a full 40,000 Barretts. This was still after he reserved some spiritual energy for emergencies. Otherwise, if he had used all of it to summon Barretts, he could have summoned over 45,000. After careful consideration, he determined that the Barrett sniper rifle was the most suitable weapon to deal with Smog. Originally, there were also laser cannons available, which also had armor-piercing and penetrating effects, but summoning a laser cannon consumed more than 6 times the spiritual energy of a Barrett. To ensure firepower density, Li Chen ultimately chose to summon Barretts. A faint smile lingered on Li Chen's lips as he focused his thoughts. In the next moment, a layer of faint blue light covered all 40,000 Barretts simultaneously. Enchantment, Water Attribute. Smog was a Fire Attribute dragon, and Water Attribute damage would be even greater against him. But because dragons inherently possess a strong resistance to magic, Li Chen only enchanted the Barrett with water attributes, without transforming them into magical machinery, thus retaining their physical attack characteristics. As this layer of water attribute brilliance appeared, a flicker of solemnity flashed in Shimeoji's eyes. It was well aware of its own weaknesses. In the next moment, Li Chen shouted in a deep voice, "Shimeoji, come to battle!" Bang! A dull gunshot erupted from midair, but due to the sheer number of Barretts, the recoil from firing created a terrifying wave of white air that burst outwards. The surrounding dragon's pupils instantly constricted, their mouths unable to help but gape. Damn! Is this a new weapon developed by the human race? Hiss, could this be a new invention from the dwarves? I can feel the shockwave from this distance. If I were the target, I could probably only withstand one hit at most. Shimeoji is in trouble. How on earth is that human controlling so many weapons? The human race has such a freakish ability? What a terrifying bipedal creature. Shimeoji was also shocked, feeling the terrifying might brought by the simultaneous firing of 40,000 Barretts, and quickly activated its innate dragon shield. A layer of golden red light emanated from Shimeoji's body, enveloping it completely. Boom! 40,000 armor-piercing rounds struck this shield simultaneously, creating dense ripples. A twisted expression appeared on Shimeoji's fierce dragon face. What the hell? What kind of attack power is this? Just this one hit knocked off 5% of its spiritual power. It should be noted that due to their massive and robust bodies, dragons inherently have much higher spiritual power than other races. Moreover, Shimeoji was a dominant existence among dragons, with a total spiritual power that was extraordinarily unmatched. If calculated numerically, it exceeded 1,000,000. Yet, even so, facing the simultaneous fire of 40,000 enchanted Barretts from Li Chen, it lost as much as 50,000 in one shot. Compared to this guy, that human paladin from back then was pure garbage. Back then, that guy fought him for a full 10 minutes and only managed to knock off 10% of his spiritual power. And this seemingly weak human only needed 2 hits to achieve the same effect that the paladin struggled for 10 minutes to accomplish? When did the human race produce such a freak? However, before Shimeoji could complain further in its heart, the 40,000 Barretts began to continuously rain down ammunition. With the effect of the Endless Destroyer doubling the attack efficiency, the firing rate of the Barrett sniper rifle was akin to that of a semi-automatic rifle, going crazy with DDD. In just a few blinks, Shimeoji's spiritual power began to plummet rapidly. Its innate dragon shield had a similar effect to absolute defense. Once the spiritual power was exhausted, the shield would disappear. Shimeoj believed it would probably be shot into dragon meat paste before it could withstand 2 rounds. A frenzied look appeared in Shimeoj's eyes as it roared, "Damn human! Do you think this will make me submit? Die!" Its abdomen suddenly lit up with a brilliant golden red light, which quickly surged up its long neck. In the next moment, Shimeoj opened its mouth wide and sprayed. The golden red flames instantly transformed into a massive pillar of fire, roaring towards Li Chen. Li Chen smiled faintly, showing no concern for his safety, and instead quickly controlled the Barrett sniper rifles to distance themselves from Shimeoj, escaping its dragon flame attack range. In the eyes of all the observing dragons, Shimeoj's furious dragon flames instantly engulfed Li Chen, as if the young human had no time to react and was directly submerged. TSK, as expected of Shimeoj, both tough and powerful, simply a hexagonal dragon. Hey, ants are just ants. Compared to our dragon race, the defenses of these tiny humans are simply too weak. Exactly, no matter how strong their attacks are, if they can't withstand the damage, they're still just seconds away from defeat. Alright, it's time to disperse. The show is over, everyone go back to your homes and find your mothers. If we keep watching, we might attract the ire of Shimeoj. Just as the dragon crowd was about to scatter, Li Chen's teasing voice rang out again. Feeling a bit fiery, huh? Haven't eaten your vegetables lately? Getting too hot? The dragons were momentarily stunned, their eyes revealing disbelief. What the hell? He's still alive. I clearly saw him swallowed by Shimeoj's dragon flame. How come he looks completely fine? Ha, what a fuss. Haven't you seen a substitution technique before? But the human substitution technique can only be used once a day. Next time, this kid will be out of luck. Boom! Another golden red beam shot out from Shimeoj's mouth, hitting Li Chen once more amidst the cheers of the surrounding dragons. However, in the next moment, Li Chen's figure reappeared in the air on the other side, his voice still mocking. Shimeoj, are you feeling a bit weak? Your firepower isn't quite enough. Shimeoj, seeing Li Chen still unharmed, couldn't help but show a look of fear in his eyes. This damn bipedal beast is just too strange. It's one thing to attack fiercely, but not being able to kill him? If this drags on, he might really be finished. Realizing the situation was not right, Shimeoj immediately let out a roar, no longer attacking Li Chen, but desperately charging in one direction, seemingly trying to escape the encirclement of these strange weapons. However, while the dragon's attack and defense were top-notch, their movement speed was quite average. Under Li Chen's mental control, the countless Barretts quickly followed Shimeoj's movements, using their advantage in attack range to tightly encircle him in the center, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Shimeoj was suddenly in a panic, as he saw his belly swell high, as if gathering power. Then, his neck suddenly expanded, instantly spewing out an even more violent dragon flame. At the same time, Shimeoj's massive wings flapped violently, using the backward thrust to accelerate his enormous body, shooting backward like a rocket. Seeing this scene, Li Chen was shocked. What the hell? This dragon can actually use reaction force? Not bad at physics. With a loud boom, Shimeoj's massive body broke through a gap, finally escaping the encirclement of the Barrett sniper rifles. Shimeoj laughed wildly. Ha ha, tiny humans, do you think this will make me submit? Once this dragon recovers, I will definitely slaughter your major human cities to vent my anger. Saying this, Shimeoj flapped his wings, preparing to leave this place first, planning to take revenge on the human world once he regained his spiritual power. Li Chen's lips curled into a smirk. You think you've escaped? You're thinking too much. In the next moment, another dense array of Barretts appeared around Shimeoj, surrounding him once again. Looking around, there were at least over 20,000 of them. The torrential rain of bullets began to pour down again. The ferocity on Shimeoj's face hadn't lasted long before it instantly froze. His mouth slightly opened, his massive dragon brain went blank. Nearby, the surrounding dragons were also dumbfounded. What is this situation? Is that boy's weapon endless? How come Shimeoj just escaped the encirclement, and now he's surrounded again? 10 kilometers away in a small valley, Li Chen hid among the dense treetops, watching Shimeoj's expression from a god's eye view, leisurely munching on wild fruits. I say, main body, your behavior of using a dull knife to cut a dragon is a bit too cruel, isn't it? The voice of the copy in the sky echoed in his mind. Crack! The main body, Li Chen, took another bite of the wild fruit and replied to the clone exposed to the crowd of dragons. Didn't you hear Gullo say? To subdue the dragon race, you need to beat them into submission. Using this many super weapons at once, I can only hold on for a little over a minute. If I don't break Smog's psychological defenses within that time, with its pride as the strongest dragon, how could it possibly submit? A flash of light appeared in Li Chen's eyes. Intelligent beings like dragons are just like humans, Only when they think they have succeeded can you strike them down to maximize the blow to their confidence. It turned out that after being teleported out of Smog's cave, Li Chen had secretly sent the clone out to attract attention. Meanwhile, he himself was hiding 10 kilometers away, watching the show from a god's perspective. With air support controlling the battlefield, even if he kept his distance, it wouldn't affect Li Chen's spellcasting at all. Sure enough, on the battlefield over there, Smog saw that another large batch of those super weapons had appeared, and the fear in its eyes grew even stronger, because so far, its spiritual power had almost been completely exhausted. Smog had no idea that Li Chen's super weapons had a time limit. At this moment, in its eyes, Li Chen's weapons not only had no ammunition restrictions, but their numbers also seemed endless. In the sky, the clone Li Chen spoke with some impatience, his voice deep. Smog, I no longer have the patience to play with you. Now, tell me the answer, submit, or die. As he spoke, with a whoosh, another 20,000 Gatling guns appeared in the sky. The surrounding dragons were instantly dumbfounded, with several even forgetting to flap their wings, falling to the ground with a thud. Smog's gaze trembled violently, its whole body shuddered, and its mentality instantly collapsed. My dragon god, how could he have so many? I submit. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding dragons, who were watching intently, were all stunned with their eyes wide open. What did they just hear? Smog actually chose to submit? The so-called strongest dragon, Smog, was actually subdued by that young human. Hiss, when did the human race give birth to such a freak? Could it be that he is a newly born saint of the human race? Hearing Smog choose to submit, a glimmer of joy flashed in the clone Li Chen's eyes, and he immediately transmitted to the main body, it's done. The main body Li Chen smiled excitedly and immediately said, let him offer his soul mark and sign a master-servant contract. The clone said with authority, since you submit, why not offer your soul mark and sign a master-servant contract with me? Smog glanced at the dark gun barrels pointing at it in midair, swallowed hard, and dared not delay, quickly offering its soul mark. As a golden red light floated out from Smog's massive head, Smog respectfully said, Smog, I am willing to serve you as my master from now on and become your most loyal servant. The dragon race is inherently proud and only reveres power, but when faced with an existence that can crush them, they are equally straightforward. Just as other dragons hold Smog in awe, Smog also holds immense respect for this strange and powerful young human. Looking at the bright golden red light before him, the clone Li Chen curiously examined it and then quickly swallowed it. After devouring Smog's soul mark, the clone Li Chen immediately felt his absolute control over Smog. Now, if Smog dared to entertain any thoughts against Li Chen, he could instantly perceive it through the soul mark. Then, with just a thought, Smog's soul would be obliterated in an instant. Feeling all of this, the clone Li Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, dispersing the countless barrets in the sky. Fortunately, if I had delayed any longer, these super weapons would have needed to be renewed. He secretly complained to himself. Follow me. He glanced at Smog and said with a faint smile. Saying this, the clone Li Chen turned and flew towards the location of the original body. Since the soul mark had already been controlled by the other party, Smog dared not say more and immediately obediently followed behind Li Chen. The other dragons, seeing this scene, were frightened and scattered in all directions. What a terrifying bipedal creature! Smog was actually tamed by him. In just a moment, the clone brought Smog to the place where the original body was hiding. In Smog's shocked gaze, another Li Chen jumped down from the treetops, munching on wild fruit, and walked towards them. The clone chuckled, original body, congratulations on becoming the strongest dragon knight. As he spoke, he transformed into a wisp of white light and entered Li Chen's body. With the return of the clone, Smog's soul mark immediately merged with the original Li Chen. Smog asked in confusion, just now, that was. Li Chen smiled faintly, you can understand it as he is my avatar. Smog was greatly shocked. An avatar that is so strong, how powerful must the original body be? What a terrifying human! Li Chen, concerned about that artifact-level equipment, immediately asked, Smog, did you eat a young dragon that intruded into your lair before? Smog nodded his large head honestly, yes. Li Chen's eyes lit up, that young dragon had a ring on it. Can you find a way to get it out? Smog paused for a moment and quickly said, please wait while I sense it. Saying this, Smog immediately closed his eyes and began a self-examination. After a moment, he let out a poof and spat out an ancient-looking ring. Moreover, Smog thoughtfully breathed a small stream of dragon flame to burn away the dirt on the ring before handing it to Li Chen. Li Chen received it and immediately began to check the information. Name, Ring of the Bone King. Type, accessory, attributes, increases all attributes by 500 points, effect, increases damage by 50% when breaking through attacks, remarks, it is a symbol of the Bone King's identity. Li Chen showed an excited expression, as expected of artifact-level equipment. It truly has this excellent effect. But then, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. A symbol of the Bone King's identity? Does this remark have any special meaning? He pondered for a moment but had no clues, so he had to set this thought aside and turn to look at Smog. The great Smog now looked like a well-behaved child, completely devoid of the fierce aura from before, gazing eagerly at Li Chen. Li Chen glanced at his mountain-like body and murmured, "This size is indeed a bit large, it's somewhat inconvenient to carry." Smog immediately said, "Master, you don't need to worry. After we sign the master-servant contract, the power of the contract will automatically generate a contract space. I usually stay in the contract space, and if you need me, you can summon me at any time." "Oh, it can work like that?" Li Chen was suddenly curious. He focused his mind, and the large Smog instantly disappeared. In Li Chen's consciousness, a strange space appeared, and Smog was inside it. Li Chen was somewhat excited. "Interesting, this is quite convenient." At that moment, Smog contacted him through the contract and once again transmitted his voice, as if a salesperson was enthusiastically introducing a product. "By the way, Master, after the contract is established, my spiritual power can be shared with you. If you ever run low on spiritual power during battle, you can call upon my spiritual power at any time." Upon hearing this, Li Chen's body trembled slightly, and he exclaimed in delight, "Spiritual power sharing? The contract actually has such a great benefit." Without saying another word, he immediately began to check Smog's total spiritual power. However, when he saw that number, Li Chen was so excited that his toes almost twitched. Damn! A full 1,500,000. No wonder it was said that the strongest dragon, Smog, had such blue energy. It was simply incredible. And more importantly, all of this spiritual power could be shared with Li Chen through the power of the contract. What did this mean? It meant that from now on, the number of super weapons Li Chen could summon had increased more than 11 times compared to before. Plus, with the 50% damage bonus from the bone ring, Li Chen's current attack power was truly elite level. It was terrifyingly strong. This trip to another world had really made Li Chen a big winner. After a while, Li Chen finally suppressed the excitement in his heart and prepared to return to Storm City. He couldn't wait to share this good news with Ling Xuehan and the others. Previously, when Li Chen came with Kurtaz, because Kurtaz didn't have the abnormal talent of headshot teleportation, Li Chen could only accompany him on the bomber. But now he was alone, and his efficiency in traveling was terrifyingly high. He expanded his god's perspective to the limit and then summoned a Glock pistol from the farthest point, directly activating headshot teleportation. After a few flashes, the entire view of Storm City appeared in Li Chen's sight. Seeing Kurtaz and Freya anxiously looking towards the direction of the Ganses Mountains while talking, Li Chen was slightly taken aback, then smiled. "Kurtaz, your brother Li Chen won't run into trouble, will he?" Facing the strongest distance dragon Smog, even the Turalian paladin could only hold on for 10 minutes with the Lance of Longinus. Kurtaz hesitated for a moment, thinking of the terrifying number of weapons Li Chen had last night, and said, "He should be fine, right?" Freya's bright green eyes widened immediately. "What do you mean he should be fine? You asked him to help save me. Don't you know what level of power he has?" Kurtaz suddenly felt a bit awkward. He really didn't know how many levels Li Chen had, but he recalled that night when Li Chen easily wiped out 100 skilled fighters from another world, including 2 who were over level 80. So his true strength should be at the level of the 5 saints, right? Seeing that Kurtaz really didn't know Li Chen's specific strength, Freya became a bit anxious. She stamped her foot and said, "Really? I shouldn't have trusted you. I once heard the Turalian paladin say that Smog's talent, the Dragon Shield, has a terrifying defense. If you don't exhaust Smog's spiritual power, its Dragon Shield is nearly impossible to break. Even he, wielding the Lance of Longinus, couldn't break through its defense. No matter how strong that Li Chen is, his attack power absolutely cannot compare to the Turalian paladin. If he can't escape, then it would be dangerous." Suddenly, a shiny Glock pistol appeared in front of Freya, leaving her momentarily stunned. Then, Li Chen's figure immediately flashed over. Kurtaz breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Chen safe and sound, and excitedly said, "Brother Li Chen, you finally came back." Freya also finally came to her senses and exclaimed, "Without the teleportation crystal, you actually managed to escape from Smog?" Hearing Smog's name, Kurtaz instinctively looked outside, fearing that Smog would chase Li Chen all the way to Storm City. Right now, among the 5 most powerful saints in the Alliance, aside from King Varian of the Storm Kingdom, the other 4 had gone to support the Sichuan fortress, and even the military strength had been reduced by more than half. If Smog really came over, Varian alone would definitely not be able to hold him off. After carefully observing for a while and confirming that there was no sign of Smog, Kurtaz finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry, the matter has been resolved. From today onwards, Shimogo will no longer be a threat to you. Freya was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Li Chen had already seen Ling Xuehan and the others still shopping from a god's eye view. A flash of joy crossed his eyes as he said to Kurtaz and Freya, "The princess has been rescued. I need to find my companions." With that, Li Chen raised Glot and with a bang, shot himself in the head. In the next instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Kurtaz, in shock, murmured, as expected of brother Li Chen, "Even his way of blinking is so fierce." Beside him, Freya's gaze suddenly froze. She stiffly turned to Kurtaz and said, "Kurtaz, did you see the ring on Li Chen's hand?" Kurtaz looked puzzled. "Ring? What ring?" Freya's eyes widened in disbelief as she gestured, "The white ring. Did you see it? I can't be seeing things, can I?" Kurtaz frowned, recalling, and then realized that when Li Chen shot himself, he indeed seemed to be wearing a white ring, which looked quite ancient, resembling a small skull. "Ha, wait, a skull ring." Kurtaz's mouth slowly dropped open, his eyes widening in shock, almost popping out. "No way, could it be?" He exchanged a stunned glance with Freya, and they both exclaimed in unison, "The ring of the Bone King?" Just as Freya was about to say something, a panicked shout came from behind. "Princess Freya, it's bad. Lady Aurelia just sent a message through secret means. The half-orcs have tamed a large number of behemoths and have allied with the orcs. West Spring Fortress might." In a commercial pedestrian street in Stormwind City, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Wuyuyu were excitedly picking out clothes. Although news of the half-orc attack on West Spring Fortress had spread, the common people of Stormwind City were unaware of the scale of the attack, thinking it was just another small army harassment as usual. Therefore, the commercial street remained lively. Jiang Wuyuyu's cheerful voice rang out, "Oh, this outfit is so unique." Ling Xuehan replied in surprise, "This fabric seems a bit scarce, even the elves wear bikinis?" Zhang Jin teased, "Yu, this seems a bit different from your usual style? Who are you trying to impress?" Jiang Wuyuyu's face flushed instantly, and she pouted, "Is it wrong to try a beach style?" "Humph." Just as Zhang Jin was about to say something, Ling Xuehan suddenly exclaimed, "Li Chen, you're back so soon?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuyuyu was startled and quickly hid the clothes behind her. Li Chen didn't notice Jiang Wuyuyu's small action and laughed excitedly. "Huh, second senior sister, you wouldn't believe the rewards I got from this trip. They're definitely on par with grinding the endless altar." Ling Xuehan's face showed anticipation. "Oh, it seems you've obtained that bone ring?" Li Chen nodded, suppressing his excitement, and pulled Ling Xuehan and the others aside to reveal the attributes of the bone ring. The three looked on in amazement. "Wow, it really increases counterattack damage by 50%. Now, the attack power of Junior Brother's super weapons is equivalent to a direct increase to 1.5 times. Li Chen chuckled and whispered a few mysterious words to the three. At first, they were curious, but as Li Chen spoke, their expressions grew increasingly dazed. Finally, they all opened their mouths wide. "What did you say? You actually tamed a dragon pet? The strongest dragon? Little Junior Brother, you are going too far." After a while, the three of them finally digested this unbelievable news. Ling Xuehan's gaze was somewhat dazed, and she unconsciously murmured, "Equivalent to a dragon above level 90. If this returns to Blue Star, wouldn't it definitely be the number one in the world?" Jiang Wuyo didn't think that much. Her bright, sparkling eyes blinked with excitement. "Li Chen, so you mean, you have now become a dragon knight, and you might even be the strongest dragon knight on the continent of Azeroth? What about your dragon? Hurry and let it out so I can." Before Jiang Wuyo could finish her sentence, an urgent shout came from behind. "Li Chen, big trouble, the Sichuan fortress might not hold out much longer, we need help." Everyone turned to see Kulta and Princess Freya of the Elves rushing over with anxious expressions. Li Chen's eyes moved slightly as he asked, "What happened?" Kulta quickly explained the news they had just received to Li Chen. Meanwhile, Freya's gaze first fell on Li Chen's hand. When she saw the bone ring Li Chen was wearing, her pupils instantly contracted, her rosy lips parted in surprise, and her emerald-like eyes trembled slightly. "It really is the ring of the Bone King." Earlier, she had witnessed Smog swallow that young dragon, and naturally, the ring of the Bone King had also fallen into Smog's belly along with the young dragon. But now, the ring of the Bone King appeared in Li Chen's hand. Coupled with what Li Chen had just said, Smog will no longer be a threat to you. Could it be that Smog has already been? Thinking of that incredible possibility, a strange light flickered in Freya's eyes. Just as Freya was staring at Li Chen with burning eyes, her beauty also caught the attention of Ling Xuehan and the others, especially Jiang Wuyo, who, from an outward appearance, clearly saw that Freya and she belonged to the same age group, and both were beauties. When beauties meet, they always subconsciously compare themselves with each other. But it was obvious that as a princess of the elven race, Freya was significantly more beautiful than Jiang Wuyo. This comparison made Zhang Wuyo instinctively bite her lip. Moreover, seeing Freya's admiration and intense gaze made Zhang Wuyo unconsciously feel a sense of panic and urgency. After listening to Kulta's account, Li Chen asked, "So, you want to ask me to help the Alliance repel the Horde's attack?" Kulta nodded repeatedly. "Although my father and the others have gathered the three major alliances of elves, dwarves, and the Kingdom of Stormwind, the fighting power of the half-orcs and orcs is just too strong, and with the behemoth, the situation is still very critical. In a war of this scale, even strong individuals like my father and the others won't be able to make much of a difference. And once the Horde breaks through the Sichuan fortress, the vast Elwyn forest will be next, and even if we can hold Stormwind City, the areas outside Stormwind will definitely suffer from the Horde's rampage and slaughter. Just like 10 years ago, it will be another scene of devastation. Li Chen, only your powerful and unique weapons can save the Alliance from this crisis." Beside them, Princess Freya finally snapped back to reality from her shock and said in an admiring tone, "Although you are younger than me, in terms of strength, I am far inferior to you, so I will call you Li Chen as well, just like Kulta." She paused slightly and asked with burning eyes, "Li Chen, I see you are wearing the ring of the Bone King. Has Smog been killed by you?" Li Chen was taken aback for a moment and shook his head, saying, "I did not kill it." Freya was instantly stunned. She was just about to ask, "If you didn't kill Smog, how did you pull the ring of the Bone King out of its belly?" Li Chen then said, "Smog chose to submit to me and signed a master-servant contract. Now, it is my mount." As soon as these words were spoken, Freya and Kurtaz were left stunned. The Dragon Clan is extremely proud. To make them willingly submit and become mounts, one must overpower them in strength, instilling a deep-seated awe within them. Note that this refers to overpowering, not merely defeating. This means that if your strength is only slightly greater than theirs, they are very likely to remain unconvinced. Only if you are significantly stronger will the Dragon Clan truly respect you from the bottom of their hearts and willingly become your mount. If it were an ordinary dragon, that would be one thing. But the problem is, Li Chen is facing the strongest dragon, Smog. Smog is several times stronger than the Five Saints, a peak existence. To subdue it, one must overpower Smog in strength. But how is that even possible? How strong is this young man before me? If he is truly willing to help the Alliance, just by throwing Smog out, those guys in the tribe would probably break down on the spot. But the current problem is, how can they persuade Li Chen to take action? She had heard Kurtaz say that the reason Li Chen was willing to save her was mainly to find the ring of the Bone King, and saving her was just a side benefit. How could a super strong person like Li Chen casually agree to serve others? Freya's eyes revealed a mix of anxiety and hesitation. But in the next moment, her gaze immediately became resolute. She looked at Li Chen and said earnestly, "Brother Li Chen, if you are willing to help the Alliance, I am willing to form a symbiotic contract with you. Moreover, this symbiotic contract will be under your command." Li Chen and the others were momentarily taken aback. A symbiotic contract? What is that? Nearby, Kurtaz was completely stunned upon hearing this. He looked at Freya in disbelief. "Freya, are you serious?" Freya nodded solemnly. "Every word spoken by the elven race is a promise that must be fulfilled with life." Li Chen looked at the two with confusion. From Kurtaz's reaction, it was clear that this symbiotic contract was likely not simple. He asked curiously, "What exactly is this symbiotic contract you are talking about?" Kurtaz explained with a look of admiration, "The symbiotic contract is a unique talent of the elven race. Only if they willingly agree can they form a contract with others. Once the symbiotic contract is formed, that person will automatically become a foreign elf, gaining the ability to communicate with plants and animals like the elven race. At the same time, the long lifespan of the elven race will also be shared with that person, and both will become the closest of partners. Moreover, both parties will gain a special skill called Symbiotic Summon, which allows them to open a spatial passage through the power of the contract to summon each other to aid in battle." At this point, admiration could not help but show on Kurtaz's face. He paused slightly and continued, "Under normal circumstances, the elven race rarely forms symbiotic contracts with outsiders. Furthermore, Freya is the elven princess and the next generation's elven king. For an elven king to form a symbiotic contract with an outsider is something that has never happened in the history of the elven race. Additionally, the symbiotic contracts of the elven race are generally equal, rarely favoring one side over the other. But just now, Freya said that if she forms a symbiotic contract with you, it will be under your command. This means that not only will you gain the ability to communicate with the elven race and the flora and fauna, but the sharing of life will only be Freya sharing her life with you, while your life will not be shared with her. Moreover, the symbiotic summon skill you acquire will also become a one-sided force summon. Only you can summon Freya, and if Freya wants to summon you for help, she must obtain your consent. Once you refuse, the summon will fail." Kurtaz shook his head in admiration. "The most important part is still the sharing of life. The lifespan of the elven race is already extremely long. and Freya is the future elven queen. She has merged with the elven sacred artifact, the heart of nature, and her lifespan is at least over 1,000 years. Tisk tsk, this means your lifespan will increase by at least 500 years. In terms of human lifespan, this is equivalent to living several more lives. Listening to Kurta's explanation, Li Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. Ling Xuehan and the others were even more shocked into silence. This is not a symbiotic contract, it's simply the legendary longevity elixir. After a while, Li Chen finally came to his senses. He looked at Freya and said with a mix of laughter and tears, Freya, as the future queen of the elven race, are you really going to casually form a symbiotic contract with me? Will your parents agree? Freya replied solemnly, forming a symbiotic contract is a sacred right that every elf possesses. Regardless of my identity, the other clan members will respect my choice and will never stop me. She paused slightly, a look of compassion in her eyes. Moreover, if it can spare the alliance's people from the ravages and slaughter of the tribes, the price I pay is truly insignificant. Even if my mother Aurelia knows, she would only commend it and would not choose to stop me. Hearing this, Li Chen's expression became serious. Ling Xuehan and the others looked at Freya with a hint of respect. As the princess of the elven race and the future elven queen, Freya's selfless actions were indeed admirable. However, under Freya's expectant gaze, Li Chen gently shook his head. Freya looked shocked, her face instantly turning pale. Why, you still don't want to help us? Li Chen smiled faintly. No, I am willing to help you fend off the tribe's invasion, but as for that symbiotic contract, there's no need. Ling Xuehan looked at Li Chen in surprise. She didn't expect him to refuse the symbiotic contract that Freya had actively proposed. Junior brother, you. Li Chen looked at Freya and shook his head. Princess Freya, you are a great leader. If you could live a few hundred more years, I believe your people would be very happy. I don't want to deprive them of that happiness. What Li Chen said was indeed from the heart. Even if Freya hadn't offered such conditions, he had intended to intervene. Because when he previously discovered those half-beast armies, he had seen that kind of green light in their eyes that was influenced by demons. The bloodthirsty and frenzied aura was clearly abnormal. This feeling was very inconsistent with the legend that the intelligence of half-beasts far exceeds that of beasts. Since these half-beasts had already been controlled by demons, it was equivalent to a wealth of experience for Li Chen. He absolutely could not miss it. Hearing Li Chen's words, Ling Xuehan's eyes showed admiration, secretly nodding. Although the junior brother has an extraordinary talent, his values are still very upright. Freya also showed a look of surprise. She did not expect Li Chen to say such words, but soon after, the brilliance in her eyes suddenly intensified, and her emerald-like pupils reflected more recognition and admiration. Freya smiled broadly, suddenly raised her hand, gently pressed it against her forehead, and then drew out a strange emerald green light. Then, without hesitation, she shot the emerald green light towards Li Chen. Before Li Chen could even react, the emerald green light had already entered his forehead. Freya's expression was solemn, her lips slightly parted as she uttered a series of mysterious syllables. When the last word sprang from her mouth, a strong emerald green light surged from both Li Chen and her. Li Chen then felt a strange energy coming from Freya, instantly flooding his entire body. Freya's stunningly beautiful face was filled with seriousness. The promise we elves made, we will never go back on. Li Chen, from now on, I, Freya, will be your closest companion. Upon hearing Freya's words, Jiang Wu Yu beside them suddenly had a somewhat strange expression. Closest companion? Although she knew that this elven princess did not mean it that way, a sour feeling still rose in her heart. Looking at the graceful elven princess before him, Li Chen could only sigh helplessly. He did not expect this elven princess to be so serious. He had already rejected her, yet she was still eager to offer herself. Meanwhile, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin exchanged glances, both filled with excitement and joy. This trip to another world had truly brought Li Chen unparalleled benefits. Not only had he found treasures, but he had also gained a giant dragon and an elven princess. What a huge profit. Li Chen spoke up. Alright, we have a task to fulfill, so let's hurry to the Shichuan fortress. Freya, recalling the situation at the Shichuan fortress, felt a bit anxious and immediately said, we elves have set up a teleportation array in the elven forest, 10 miles away from the Shichuan fortress. We can teleport there first, then head to the Shichuan fortress, it will be much faster. Kulta immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, let's use the teleportation array. He was truly afraid of riding in Li Chen's strategic bomber. It was too hard on the stomach. Li Chen nodded, thought for a moment, and confidently said to Ling Xuehan and the others, Second sister, you all come with me. After we handle things over there, we can head straight back to Blue Star. For ordinary strong individuals, such large-scale wars were much more dangerous than one-on-one fights. But for Li Chen, it was the opposite. The more enemies there were, the stronger he became. At that time, as long as Li Chen summoned the strongest dragon, Shimeoj, to protect Ling Shuihan and the others, the safety issue would be resolved. As for those half-orc armies, hey, let the spiritual energy come even more fiercely. Hearing that she could go along, Jiang Wuyuyu felt no anxiety about participating in the war. Instead, she was somewhat excited. She had immense trust in Li Chen's abilities and was not worried about her safety at all. More importantly, she was very curious about the strongest giant dragon, Shimeoj, that Li Chen mentioned. Then, under Freya's lead, they arrived at the elven settlement area, using the magic array set up by the elves to teleport to the elven forest outside the Shichuan fortress. Stepping out of the teleportation array, everyone looked around. They found that it resembled a small village, surrounded by treehouses built by the elves, but there was not a single elf in sight. Freya explained, "This is a station for our elven rangers. To combat the tribes, the rangers here have all been dispatched to the Shichuan fortress." Li Chen nodded, thought for a moment, and then waved his hand towards the sky. In the next moment, a massive creature suddenly appeared before everyone. Jiang Wuyuyu's eyes widened instantly. It was a fierce-looking, gigantic creature, covered in golden-red scales, with large claws, dark red vertical pupils, exuding a brutal and terrifying pressure. It was none other than the strongest dragon, Shimeoj. Upon seeing Li Chen, the fierce light in Shimeoj's eyes instantly retracted, revealing a look of awe. The long neck slightly lowered. "Master." Freya and Kurtaz couldn't help but tremble slightly in their eyes. Although they had heard Li Chen say that Smog had been tamed by him, they were still shocked to see this terrifying monster respectfully call Li Chen master. This was the strongest dragon. Back when the Holy Knight Turalian wielded the Lance of Longinus, he was far from being able to compete with this strongest dragon. Now, it actually bowed its head and called Li Chen master. It was simply exhilarating. Li Chen nodded lightly. "Smog, take us to the Hishen fortress." The distance to Hishen fortress was only about 10 kilometers. Although taking a bomber would be faster, it wasn't worth the trouble for such a short distance. Smog's dark red vertical pupils glanced at everyone, respectfully saying, "Yes, master." It slightly bent its body, and under Li Chen's lead, everyone used Smog's tail as a staircase to climb onto its back. Smog was nearly 150 meters long, and its massive size made its back as wide as a small platform, easily accommodating Li Chen and the others. "Master, I'm about to take off," Smog kindly reminded. Its enormous wings gently flapped, and Smog had already soared into the sky, flying towards Hishen fortress. At the same time, a faint golden red light rose from Smog's back, enveloping everyone and shielding them from the strong winds outside. Kurtaz was so envious that he almost drooled. In the continent of Azeroth, the three words Dragon Knight fully represented glory and strength. And with Smog as his mount, Li Chen could definitely be called the strongest Dragon Knight. This was way cooler than their Dwarven Griffin Knights. At this moment, Hishen fortress, the four great saints of the Alliance were gathered at the fortress, their expressions serious, staring unblinkingly at the half-orc legion a kilometer away. Below the crumbling city walls, the human coalition of the Stormwind Kingdom was stationed in the center, flanked by the armies of the dwarves and elves, facing off against the orc and half-orc coalition in the distance. The battlefield around them was already piled high with countless corpses. There were bodies from all five races, but it was clear that the number of half-orc and orc corpses was far less than that of the three major races of the Alliance. The human paladin Turalian, clad in bright silver armor, looked down at the huge breach in the city wall, his gaze heavy. "At this rate, the outer city wall probably won't hold much longer and will be completely destroyed by those behemoths." The gray-haired, bearded archmage Kale said solemnly, "The behemoths are simply too powerful. I don't know how that Grommash managed to tame these terrifying beasts to serve the tribe." The Elven King Aurelia looked at the row of terrifying creatures that were at least 20 meters tall in the distance, her eyes showing concern. It's one thing for the behemoths to serve him, but more importantly, their condition is different from usual. Although behemoths fight extremely fiercely, lacking reason doesn't mean they are completely devoid of it. And these behemoths, once they start slaughtering, don't care at all. Even if they are heavily injured, they will never retreat, only following Grommash's orders, which is quite unbelievable. Dwarf King Khadgar glanced at the heavily wounded dwarf ram riders, griffin riders, and the elves who had only half of their ranger forces left below, cursing angrily. It's not just these behemoths, even those half-orcs are the same. Although half-orcs are inherently fierce, these half-orcs clearly aren't right. They fight like madmen, completely disregarding their own safety. It's really damn strange. What on earth is going on? Aurelia said in a low voice, "I heard some news from the Goblin Merchant Guild. Recently, there was internal strife in the Godo Orc tribe. The cause was that their chief shaman was seduced by a demon, leading to the slaughter of his kin to create Death Knights. Later, it seems that the tribe leader, Gorum, suppressed it. The half-orcs and the Gandoba orcs before us seem to have also been affected by some deathly power. Their physical strength is clearly much greater than usual, and the same goes for those behemoths." The Archmage Khadgar's eyes were filled with worry. if demons are truly behind this, it will be a big problem. Tula Yang said solemnly, that's right. The tribe will only plunder food, but demons are purely about slaughter. If these guys break through the Shichuan fortress, the losses for the alliance will likely far exceed the disaster from 10 years ago. The other three fell silent. They were well aware of the seriousness of the situation, but facing these reckless orc and half-orc coalition forces, along with those terrifying behemoths, even if they risked their lives, they probably couldn't hold the Shichuan fortress. Moo! At that moment, a low horn suddenly sounded from the half-orc side. The gazes of the four saints instantly sharpened. This was the signal for the half-orcs to attack. The paladin Tula Yang raised the lance of Longinus high, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted, for the alliance, kill! Below, the coalition of humans, dwarves, and elves gritted their teeth and roared in response, for the alliance, kill! In the distance, the coalition of half-orcs and orcs also roared as they charged this way. The battle of the five armies was about to erupt again. Amidst the frenzied shouts, the soldiers of the alliance and the tribe charged at each other simultaneously. However, at that moment, a fierce dragon roar suddenly came from behind the half-orc army. On! As the most powerful beings on the continent of Azeroth, all races have a deep-seated fear and apprehension of dragons ingrained in their genes. This dragon roar instantly captured everyone's attention, and their charging steps momentarily halted as they looked up at the sky. They saw a massive figure flying down from the high sky, with enormous wings, thick scales shimmering in brilliant red and gold under the sunlight, and a fierce triangular head, all indicating its identity. On the Alliance side, the paladin Tula Yang, who was leading the charge, felt his pupils constrict in shock and exclaimed, the strongest dragon, Deathwing. Beside him, the Archmage Khedgar's aged face turned pale, his voice trembling, how is this possible? That guy Gandoba actually brought Deathwing here? Cudlin was so anxious he cursed, damn it, just dealing with the behemoths is already so troublesome, and now there's a Deathwing? What the hell are we supposed to do? The moment the Elven King Aurelia saw the dragon, despair appeared on her face. As one of the 5 most powerful saints of the Alliance, they had gained a profound understanding of Deathwing's strength through Tula Yang's descriptions. If Deathwing joined the battlefield, the coalition of the 3 major races of the Alliance would be doomed in an instant. The dwarves, known for having the strongest air force with their griffin riders, would be like chicks fighting an eagle against Deathwing, purely seeking death. Without the griffin riders to help control the battlefield, the coalition of the 3 major races of the Alliance would likely collapse in a short time. A dragon. How can the half-orcs control a dragon too? Damn, that's Deathwing. The strongest dragon, Deathwing. Deathwing? We're finished. With Deathwing helping the half-orcs, we have no chance to resist. Is the heavens trying to destroy our alliance? Whoa, I haven't even lost my virginity yet. The warriors of the 3 major races of the Alliance were instantly shaken to their core by the arrival of Deathwing, their previously fierce courage dissipating in an instant, replaced by despair. This was the first time the Dragonkin had appeared in the battle between the Alliance and the Horde, and it was the strongest dragon, Deathwing. However, in the next moment, as the strongest ranger of the Elven race, Aurelian immediately sensed something unusual with her extraordinary vision. Her pupils contracted as she exclaimed, something's not right. It looks like there's a person sitting on Deathwing's head. Upon hearing this, the 3 great saints were taken aback simultaneously. The paladin Turalian instinctively retorted, impossible. Deathwing is arrogant and ferocious, he would never allow anyone to sit on his head. The Archmage Kaeldats quickly cast the Eagle Eye spell, zooming in on Deathwing. However, in the next moment, Kael'dat's eyes widened in shock. He gasped, Aurelian is right, there really is a person sitting on Deathwing's head. Oh my god, not just on his head, but there are several people sitting on Deathwing's back too. Hearing this, Kaldorii and the others hurriedly said, what's going on? Quickly share your Eagle Eye vision with us. Without hesitation, Kael'dat shared the Eagle Eye spell with the other 3 saints. When the 3 saints saw the figures on Deathwing's back, they were nearly so shocked that they fell to the ground. Kaldoriai's eyes widened, his bushy beard bristling, by the ancestors. How could that bastard Cortez be on Deathwing? Hearing Kaldoriai's exclamation, Kaeldats looked at the old man speechlessly. Isn't Cortez your son? If he's a bastard, then what are you? Nearby, Aurelian was no better off than Kaldorii. Her mouth was agape, her beautiful eyes trembling with shock. How is Freya also on Deathwing? Did Cortez rescue her? What on earth is happening? Turalian looked utterly despondent. Could it be that the half-orcs took advantage of our gathering at the Fountain Fortress to send Deathwing to raid Stormwind? Did Cortez and the others get captured by Deathwing? Are the half-orcs trying to use them to threaten us? As the only one among the 5 saints who had fought against Deathwing, Turalian understood the terror of Deathwing all too well. Therefore, in his mind, there was no one in Stormwind who could subdue Deathwing. These people could only have been captured by him. In the sky, sitting on Deathwing's head, Li Chen looked down at the battlefield and murmured, "Orc tribe? But it doesn't seem like it's Grom and the others?" When Li Chen first saw the orcs, he thought Grom and his group had also joined the attack on the Alliance. He found it strange. Grom and the others had just been ravaged by demons, suffering heavy casualties. How could they dare to wade into this mess? Now it seemed that there should be quite a few orc tribes on the Horde side. These orc tribes were like the minority ethnic groups of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Although they belonged to the same race, they were divided into different factions to govern themselves. Li Chen turned to Freya and asked, "Freya, do you know which orc tribe that is below?" Freya glanced and replied solemnly, "It's the Gando Bar orc tribe. The Mist Mountain half-orc tribe originally separated from this orc tribe, and their relationship is the closest." Li Chen nodded slightly. As long as it wasn't Grom's tribe, it was fine. During the previous Advancement Awakening mission, he had a decent relationship with Grom and the others. They even treated him to a barbecue with orc flavors. If he encountered Grom on the battlefield, he would indeed find it a bit difficult to act. Since this orc tribe was close to the half-orcs, it didn't matter. Because Li Chen had heard Gorum mention before during dinner that their relationship with the beastmen of Misty Mountain was not good. Thinking of this, Li Chen's expression relaxed again. He stood up and smiled faintly at Ling Shuihan and the others. "Second senior sister, you all go wait for me at the Sichuan fortress. I will have Shimeoj protect you. As for these guys down here, I will take care of them." Ling Shuihan was not pretentious and immediately nodded in agreement. Okay. In such a large-scale war, their individual strength was like a small stream merging into a river, unable to change the situation at all. Only a mechanic like Li Chen, who possessed special talents, could be considered a true god. Freya and Kulta were astonished. Li Chen wasn't bringing Shimeoj? Was he planning to face the tribal coalition alone? Li Chen then took out a blue pill and tossed it into his mouth, his gaze instantly becoming fiery. "So much experience, I can't let it go to waste." After consuming the heavenly spirit pill, Li Chen focused his mind, and a golden red armor suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, the sound of clashing metal ringing continuously. Ka 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 ka. As the final mask covered Li Chen's face, the Iron Man armor was fully assembled. With a soft bang, several beams of incandescent flames erupted from Li Chen's back and legs, propelling him out from atop Shimeoj. Shimeoj looked at Li Chen with awe, secretly shocked in his heart. Although the Dragon Clan was irritable and proud, their intelligence was not inferior to that of the human race. On the way flying, Shimeoj had already taken in the battlefield below. He knew this was yet another great battle between the tribes and the Alliance. From the comparison of both sides' strengths, it was clear that the Alliance had been caught off guard by the tribes. Roughly estimating, there were still about 60 to 70,000 tribesmen left. Meanwhile, the Alliance's army was tragically reduced to only 20 to 30,000. Shimeoj's gaze swept over the tall figures in the tribal camp, revealing a hint of ferocity in his eyes. He knew that the Alliance's heavy losses were largely due to these behemoths. The behemoth beasts, like dragons, possessed ancient primal bloodlines. Moreover, the two races were sworn enemies. Every time behemoths and dragons clashed, it would inevitably lead to a frenzied slaughter. The so-called strongest dragon, Shimeoj, had killed countless behemoth beasts in the past. If it weren't for Li Chen's restraint, seeing these detestable giants, Shimeoj would have long been unable to resist charging down to kill them. Dozens of behemoth beasts, along with 60 to 70,000 beastmen and orc warriors. Such combat power was equivalent to a human army of over 100,000. If it weren't for the four great saints of the Alliance stationed there, the Sichuan fortress would have likely collapsed long ago. However, even in the face of such a terrifying situation, Li Chen appeared completely unconcerned. This overwhelming confidence in his own strength even left Shimeoj feeling astonished. On the tribal side, the leader of the Gando Beastmen tribe, Gando, looked up at the sky, equally puzzled as he stared at Li Chen. He was unclear why the strongest dragon, Shimeoj, had suddenly come over here. And what was the situation with this young human flying out from Shimeoj? Li Chen glanced at the Alliance side, and his calm voice spread across the area. "Alliance members, retreat a bit further to avoid friendly fire." Tula Yang and Khadijia gasped in shock. They had already guessed Li Chen's identity from his unique attire. It was clear that this young foreigner had come to help the Alliance. But what shocked and puzzled them was that this foreigner had no ties to them. So how could he suddenly jump out to help? You should know that the other foreigners, upon realizing the tribe's large-scale invasion against the Alliance, had long activated their subordinate scrolls to leave for their own safety. Now, the only Blue Star people left on the Azeroth continent are probably just Li Chen and a few others. Moreover, looking at his age, where does he get the confidence to say such things? Is he planning to single-handedly take on the remaining 60 to 70,000 troops of the Horde Alliance, along with those behemoths? What a joke! This guy must be out of his mind. There's no way to seek death like this. Even the four great sages feel despair in the face of such a situation, let alone this young man who looks barely of age. At that moment, Kyudlan, who had just seen Li Chen's appearance, was utterly astonished, because he recognized that this young man was the one whom Korthas had said saved him from 100 foreign bandits and discovered the traces of half-orcs 200 to 300 kilometers away, the one highly praised by Korthas. That awesome Li Chen. Looking at Li Chen, who was wearing armor far more impressive than that of the Stormwind Kingdom's heavy knights and could even float in the air, Kyudlan's gaze swept over the approaching smog, his eyes shining with disbelief. He murmured, "That little brat Korthas didn't just boast to me, did he? This Li Chen, could it be that he is the one who?" Hearing the dwarf chieftain's murmurs, Aurelia's gaze shifted, turning to Kyudlan. "Kyudlan, could this young man be?" Kyudlan's eyes were somewhat dazed, and he instinctively nodded. "That's right, he is the foreigner who discovered the traces of the half-orcs." Aurelia's eyes trembled slightly. Just as she was about to ask something further, the massive smog had already flown quickly past them, roaring overhead. The strong gusts of wind sent the Alliance soldiers below staggering. Korthas' excited roar came from above. "All Alliance members, retreat. Don't interfere with Brother Li Chen's performance, or you'll bear the consequences." Roar, as if to add momentum to Korthas' words, a brutal dragon roar erupted from Smog's mouth. The three major races of the Alliance stood in a daze, watching as Smog zipped past them, heading towards the Fortress of Hope. In the next moment, the simple-minded dwarves were the first to react, howling as they began to rush back. Although they didn't know what was happening, it was clear that the mysterious metal man in the sky and the strongest dragon, Smog, were the reinforcements Korthas and the others had found. The four great sages exchanged glances and also began to retreat. However, relying on their own powerful cultivation, they did not fall back too far. Instead, they stood a bit closer, ready to lend a hand if Li Chen needed help. In midair, seeing the Alliance soldiers starting to retreat, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, another Li Chen appeared beside him, a clone created by the Endless Destroyer. Then, in the next moment, a dense array of rocket launchers seemed to spring up recklessly in front of the Alliance camp, forming a massive wall of rocket launchers facing the orcs and half-orcs whose eyes were filled with madness. Atop the Fortress of Hope, as Smog landed, it felt as if its internal spiritual power had been drained by Li Chen to a great extent. It turned its head and its dragon eyes widened in shock. Previously, when Li Chen fought Smog, its spiritual power had already been nearly depleted. Smog was in a similar situation, but because Smog's base of spiritual power was so vast, its nearly depleted still amounted to several tens of thousands on Li Chen's side. Moreover, during this period, Li Chen had recovered some of his strength, and now, combined with Shimeo's spiritual power, they still had a staggering total of 100,000. Li Chen, relying on his talent for life transformation, and with the enemy in overwhelming numbers, showed no restraint at all, using all this spiritual power to summon the most cost-effective rocket artillery. In an instant, 100,000 rocket launchers appeared in the sky. The four saints of the Alliance stared in shock at the wall of rocket launchers that nearly obscured the entire tribal camp, left speechless. Kyudlan couldn't help but swallow hard. Previously, Kuretatsi had boasted that Li Chen could control hundreds of flying machines at once, far surpassing the human artillery. At that time, he didn't believe it at all. But now, this was way more impressive than controlling hundreds of flying machines. Just look at the numbers. It was not just hundreds, but casually counting, there were at least tens of thousands. In the next moment, 100,000 rocket launchers fired simultaneously. Boom! The fierce shockwave exploded instantly, blowing the four saints' hair back wildly, nearly making them unable to open their eyes. Meanwhile, in the sky, Li Chen excitedly watched a series of experience points float up before him. Kill the contaminated half-orc warrior, gain 26,000 experience points. Kill the contaminated half-orc warrior, gain 27,000 experience points. Kill the contaminated orc warrior, gain 26,000 experience points. Spiritual power recovery plus 110 points. Spiritual power recovery plus 125 points. Spiritual power recovery plus 130 points. Watching the experience points rapidly increase and the spiritual power quickly filling up, Li Chen couldn't help but smile in excitement, as he had anticipated. Below, the sound of thud-thud continued incessantly. The warriors of the three major races of the Alliance all widened their eyes, mouths agape, staring in horror at this unbelievable scene. The strong, seemingly mad orcs and half-orcs of the tribe were being struck down like pigs under the bombardment of Li Chen's super weapons. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, bones shattered and scattered. It was a one-sided massacre. The originally yellowish ground was instantly stained red with blood, the stench of blood rapidly spreading through the air. The tribal leader, Gangwoba, felt his pupils constrict violently, a hint of crimson suddenly staining his green eyes. Seeing his army being slaughtered by that suddenly appearing human, he was nearly driven mad. %U and hashtag at +N, %%. A series of mysterious and strange words burst from his mouth. At the same time, Gangwoba roared furiously, "Ayo!" In the next moment, a faint layer of green mist spewed from his mouth, quickly spreading outwards. This layer of light green mist engulfed the tribal orcs and half-orc warriors, as well as the terrifyingly large behemoths. Roar! All the behemoths' pupils suddenly turned a ghostly green the moment they inhaled this green mist. At the same time, their hair, like steel needles, stood on end. Their already strong muscles tightened even more, bulging veins popping out, their bodies instantly expanding, resembling muscle monsters. Dwarf King Kudlan couldn't help but exclaim, "Bloodthirsty frenzy." These behemoths have entered a bloodthirsty frenzy. Beside him, Aurelia's expression darkened, her eyes revealing shock. "No, this is not a simple bloodthirsty frenzy. I can feel their life force boiling. That guy Gangwoba has directly ignited the life force of these behemoths. This is a more intense and thorough burning method than bloodthirsty frenzy. After this battle, regardless of the final outcome, these behemoths will only have a dead end. That guy Gangwoba is completely reckless, fighting desperately without regard for the consequences." The Holy Knight Tu Liang's expression was grave, looking as if he was ready to face death. "Let's go." When the behemoth awakens its bloodthirsty frenzy, its attack and defense capabilities will increase 2 to 3 times. Now that they are directly burning their life force, the increase is probably at least 5 times or more. Although the weapons of the outsiders are powerful, facing behemoths whose attack and defense capabilities are already comparable to dragons, and which have increased by more than 5 times, it will be very difficult to stop them all. Once these big guys break through the outsiders' firepower blockade, the situation on the battlefield is likely to be reversed. The great Archmage Kadeja nodded in agreement. "That's right, we can't just sit and wait, let's prepare to charge." Aurelia and Kudlan exchanged a glance and nodded seriously. Okay, having made their decision, they immediately prepared to rush forward and join the battlefield. However, in the next moment, a change occurred on the battlefield. Li Chen floated in the air, monitoring the entire battlefield from a god's perspective. As soon as Doba made his move, he immediately noticed the changes happening to those behemoths. However, facing dozens of behemoths that had fallen into a frenzy, Li Chen was not the least bit flustered. He pointed lightly in that direction and sneered, "Is being big impressive? I have that too." Boom 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 boom. A dull sound suddenly erupted from the tribe's side, and countless gigantic transformers suddenly descended into the ranks of the behemoths. Li Chen shouted from the air, "Bind!" With Li Chen's command, those transformers surged forward in groups of 10, pouncing on the behemoths like strongmen wrestling with bulls. Some grabbed hands, some hugged waists, some pulled legs, some choked necks, and even some tore at ears, using every means possible. They firmly pinned those frenzied behemoths in place, making it extremely difficult for them to move even a step forward, let alone charge as a group. In the sky, Li Chen was also secretly astonished. These behemoths are indeed powerful. Fortunately, with the 50% damage bonus from the bone ring, the control ability of the transformers has increased to 1.5 times, otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to control these big guys. The 4 great saints had just rushed out a few steps when they were immediately stunned by the scene before them. Kudlan, startled, accidentally tugged at his beard but felt no pain, instead staring in shock at the suddenly appearing metal giants. What are these things? The great Archmage Kadeja's eyes lit up as he speculated. They look like some kind of alchemical puppets, but their size and number are simply exaggerated. The Holy Knight Tu Liang nodded instinctively while guessing. That outsider is probably a powerful alchemical mage, with skills that are simply astonishing. With so many powerful alchemical puppets and weapons, no wonder he was able to tame Smog. The Alliance warriors behind them were even more stunned, their minds blank at the sight of the transformers released by Li Chen. They looked up at the small figure floating in the sky, their eyes filled with awe that almost surged like a river. Meanwhile, on the walls of the Shiqin fortress, Ling Xuehan and the others had witnessed Li Chen's combat before. Although they were equally shocked, it was relatively easier for them to accept. However, the elven princess Freya next to them was completely dumbfounded. After living for so many years, she had never seen someone as powerful and invincible as Li Chen. Not only was he single-handedly challenging tens of thousands of troops, but he was also facing dozens of frenzied behemoths. This was simply the arrival of a war god. In the sky, Li Chen saw his transformer army successfully control those behemoths. He was about to summon a large number of laser cannons to use their armor-piercing and penetrating effects to crush these big guys. However, in the next moment, a familiar prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong! Congratulations on reaching level 55. Li Chen's face immediately lit up with surprise. So quickly, his experience points were maxed out? The brothers in the tribe were really impressive. Taking advantage of the behemoth being held down by the transformers, Li Chen quickly glanced at the newly appeared skill on his character panel. Skill, Railgun, Skill Description, summons a railgun to attack. The railgun consumes 300 spirit points for every minute it exists. Note 1. The railgun is an ultra-long-range electromagnetic pulse weapon that fires bullets through electromagnetic compression rails, with a firing speed of 2,000 meters per second and a maximum range of 200 kilometers. Note 2. The railgun has built-in piercing and armor-piercing effects. Additionally, the bullets can trigger shockwaves during firing, causing area of effect secondary damage and carrying a shock effect. Note, when spirit points reach 0, the railgun will automatically retract. After reading the description of this new skill, Li Chen's eyes instantly sparkled. Wow! This was simply a high-tech upgraded version of the Barrett sniper rifle. A range of 200 kilometers was simply outrageous. If combined with the Endless Destroyer title's doubled attack efficiency, this thing would be a true killing machine when it went rat-a-tat-tat. Thinking of this, Li Chen suddenly felt a surge of excitement as he looked at the behemoths firmly pinned in place by the transformers. These big guys were just perfect for testing the weapon. Without hesitation, Li Chen focused his thoughts, and one by one, uniquely designed super weapons appeared in the air. These super weapons were dark and shiny, with extremely long barrels, resembling gigantic harpoons. However, unlike harpoons, they were hollow in the center. Upon seeing these new arrivals in the sky, Ling Xuehan and others on the walls of Shichuan Fortress were momentarily stunned. They had never seen Li Chen use such super weapons before. Zhang Wu Yuyu looked on with curiosity. What are those? Ling Xuehan quickly realized and exclaimed with joy. It seems the junior brother has reached level 55. This should be his newly unlocked super weapon. The four great saints on the Alliance side were equally astonished at the sight of these uniquely designed high-tech gadgets. Under Li Chen's control, every 10 railguns targeted one behemoth, with the harpoon-like barrels aimed at the behemoth's head. Bang! Hundreds of railguns fired simultaneously, and with the doubled attack efficiency, the railgun's firing speed reached an astonishing 4,000 meters per second. Before anyone could react, the bullets with built-in armor-piercing and piercing effects instantly penetrated the behemoth's head. Boom 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 boom. It was as if someone had stuffed a powerful firecracker into the heads of these behemoths, causing dozens of massive heads to explode like watermelons. The bright red pulp was shattered into fine blood mist by the shockwaves from the railguns, dissipating into the air. In the blink of an eye, dozens of behemoths, comparable to dragons, were all dead. Kill behemoth, gain 6 million experience points. Kill behemoth, gain 2 million experience points. Kill behemoth, gain 5 million experience points. Watching the experience points notifications floating before him, Li Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap, the experience points from this were so high? Combined with the double experience potion, just these behemoths contributed several 100 million experience points to him. Ding dong, congratulations on reaching level 56. Ding dong, congratulations on reaching level 57. In that instant, Li Chen leveled up twice in a row. On the Alliance side, the four great saints gasped in shock. With a loud clang, Tula Yang accidentally dropped the Lance of Longinus. The great Archmage Kadeja's pupils trembled as he stammered, What kind of alchemical weapon is this? Such terrifying power. Cudlin couldn't help but swallow hard. Looking at Aurelia, this attack power is probably not much worse than your Elven King's bow, right? Aurelia's lips quivered slightly as she shook her head, saying, if it were just a single alchemical weapon, it would still be far from the attack power of the Elven King's bow. But with this quantity, it definitely exceeds the attack power of the Elven King's bow, Aurelia said with a bitter smile. Cudlin gazed in awe at the armored figure in the sky, exclaiming, that kid Kulta said his brother Li Chen was amazing. What a load of nonsense. The other three looked at Cudlin in surprise and asked in unison, isn't this impressive enough? Cudlin shook his head decisively. What the hell is impressive about this? That little brat doesn't know how to use words. This is clearly invincible. The three great saints. On the tribe's side, just as Doba sought his greatest trump card turned into a corpse by Li Chen in an instant, a look of fear flashed in his eyes, even overshadowing the abnormal green hue. He shouted in the human language, impossible, absolutely impossible. My behemoth legion, what kind of monster are you? Li Chen replied with a faint smile, very politely, I'm not a monster, I'm just an ordinary person. The Alliance army behind him, warriors from the three races, were left speechless upon hearing this. Damn, what kind of ordinary person can kill dozens of behemoth beasts in the blink of an eye? Li Chen teased Doba again and then waved his hand in the air. Swish, 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 swish. A terrifying number of railguns began to line up densely on both sides of the half-orc army, and at a rough glance, there were at least 10,000. As the tribal army rapidly fell, Li Chen's spiritual power had once again surged, providing him with enough capital to squander. The intense electromagnetic force even made the air feel a bit tingly. My god, he actually has so many. Could he be a prince from a foreign land? Such terrifying financial resources. A foreign prince? Even a foreign king probably wouldn't be this exaggerated. I seriously suspect he's the illegitimate son of a foreign deity. The Alliance warriors, witnessing this shocking scene, couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. At first, these Alliance warriors remained vigilant, worried that Li Chen couldn't hold back the tribal army. But by now, seeing Li Chen's overwhelming display of strength and those seemingly endless super weapons, they had completely relaxed. If such a fierce person couldn't withstand the tribe, it would prove that the Alliance truly deserved to die. In the open space in front of the Shiqing fortress, many warriors had already thrown their weapons aside, sitting cross-legged on the ground, watching the spectacle while speculating about Li Chen's origins and strength with their companions. On the side of the four great saints, Cudlin was stunned for a moment before turning to the Elven King, asking, "Aurelia, what about now? How does it compare to your Elven King's bow?" The Elven King looked at this old fellow speechlessly. Even now, what was there to compare? Not to mention one Elven King's bow, even 100 Elven King's bows with 100 Aurelias wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, their Elven race was not good at defense at all. Just as others were still discussing, those 10,000 railguns had already fired simultaneously under Li Chen's control. Boom! In the astonished gazes of everyone, the bullets tore through the air at a terrifying speed exceeding 10 times the speed of sound, shooting into the half-orc and orc armies. This speed was such that even the four great saints, at their level, couldn't see its trajectory at all. They could only see thousands of air vortices exploding, leaving clear vortex channels in the air. And those half-orcs and orcs, known for their physical strength, would explode without hesitation the moment they came into contact with bullets that had armor-piercing and piercing effects. That's right, they exploded. Under the double impact of the magnetic railgun shock effect, their proud powerful bodies were no different from rags. In the frenzied barrage of the magnetic railgun array, thousands of orcs and half-orcs were brutally and swiftly torn into blood mist. In just a few blinks, the remaining tens of thousands of orcs were all turned into mush by Li Chen. The dust on the ground was stirred up by the shockwaves from the magnetic railgun fire, shooting high into the sky, making the tribe's camp look as if the apocalypse had arrived, obscuring half the sky. Thick smoke and dust blocked everyone's line of sight. Although they could not see the situation on the tribe's side, the gravity and awe in their hearts did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, it grew heavier. Because while this dust could obscure their vision, it could not block the smell of blood from spreading in the air. The rich scent of flesh and bones being ground into powder and then crazily drilling into everyone's nostrils signified Li Chen's power. Above the Shiqi fortress, the strongest dragon, Shimeoj, over 150 meters long, had even unconsciously curled its massive body slightly. It was as if the little dogs of the Eastern Dragon Empire, frightened by the crazy firecracker sounds during the New Year, had tucked their heads and tails in. The dark red pupils no longer held the initial brutality and arrogance, only deep reverence for Li Chen. Is this the strength of the master's true form? It really scares the dragon to death. It was relieved that the human saying was indeed true, those who know the times are wise dragons. If it had not chosen to submit to Li Chen back then and had provoked him, it would have long since become a rich scent of blood, merging with the air. Shimeoj did not know that the terrifying combat power Li Chen displayed now was only achievable because of the sheer number of enemies. In Li Chen's eyes, the dense experience points were crazily flooding the screen, almost filling his entire field of vision. Ding dong! Congratulations, you have reached level 58. Ding dong! Congratulations, you have reached level 59. In just a short while, with the enthusiastic sacrifices of the tribal brothers, Li Chen had instantly leveled up twice. Even the experience points had now exceeded more than half of level 59, and he was not far from level 60. If others knew about Li Chen's leveling speed, they would probably turn green with envy on the spot. After a while, the dull sound of the magnetic railguns firing gradually ceased. The dust stirred up by the shockwaves also slowly settled, and the murky yellow air became clear again. When everyone saw the scene on the battlefield, they couldn't help but swallow several times, because they saw that due to the sheer number of magnetic railguns, the power of the shockwaves was too great and dense. It had directly compressed the bodies of those half-orcs and orcs into a foam-like mush, laying a thick layer on the ground, even covering the yellow earth completely. And as the dust settled now, it covered this dark red mush with a layer of yellow powder. It looked like fresh meat pudding sprinkled with spices, seemingly calm, but in reality, it was extremely terrifying. Truly, there were no bones left. However, Li Chen's gaze did not fall on this layer of fresh meat pudding but looked towards the back. In the tribe, there was still one person alive. That was the leader of this operation, Gang Woba. As the commander of this war, Gang Woba did not charge with the orc and half-orc warriors but hid in the back, using secret methods to control the situation. Staring at the calm yet terrifying scene before him, Gangwoba's mental state was on the verge of collapse, his face twisted in rage. "Monster! You are the real monster! I will kill you! Kill you!" Suddenly, he let out a wild roar, deeply crouching down, the muscles in his legs tensing up to the point of making cracking sounds. In the next moment, Gangwoba shot forward like a cannonball, charging ahead with an incredibly fierce momentum. Watching Gangwoba, who seemed to have gone mad with rage, Li Chen remained calm. In the next instant, a loud bang echoed. Thousands of magnetic railguns erupted with a deafening roar. The bullets tore through the air with a sharp whistle, and the shockwaves quickly exploded, covering every inch around Gangwoba. Just when everyone thought Gangwoba would be torn to shreds by the violent barrage, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. In a swift motion, Gangwoba's figure vanished from the spot. Then, in the next moment, he appeared above Li Chen, gripping a massive dark red iron pillar, and brought it crashing down towards Li Chen. The iron pillar radiated a strong wave of spiritual energy, clearly not an ordinary object. Gangwoba roared, "Watch me smash your head." The four great saints of the alliance trembled in unison, their faces showing horror. The great demon mage Kadeja immediately exclaimed, "Teleportation scroll. Gangwoba actually possesses such a precious magical item left by ancient mages." Cudlin gasped, "That's the sacred object of the Gangwoba tribe, the beast blood totem. If it hits, the annihilation effect of the beast blood totem would be unbearable even for me." Aurelia was also taken aback, urgently saying, "Oh no, it's too late." On the city wall, Freya couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Only Ling Xuehan and the others knew that Li Chen had a mechanical substitute, and although they were startled, they remained calm. Li Chen was even more composed. Through a god's perspective, the moment Gangwoba reappeared, he had already grasped his movements. He looked up with a cold smile, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Smash my head? I want to see whose head gets smashed first." In the next moment, a magnetic railgun appeared like a ghost behind Gangwoba, its muzzle aimed directly at his groin, targeting the small head hidden beneath the beast-skin apron. As the magnetic railgun silently appeared beneath Gangwoba, a chill ran down the spines of everyone on the Alliance's side, shooting from their tailbones to their brains, giving them a shiver. All the males instinctively squeezed their legs together, their eyes bulging slightly. In their hearts, they all thought, "What the hell?" They had just witnessed the power of the magnetic railgun clearly. If this thing were to blast at close range on that small head, it would surely be excruciating. Gangwoba also sensed a chill beneath him and instinctively looked down. In the next moment, with a muffled bang, the magnetic railgun fired fiercely under the horrified gazes of everyone. Poof, the golden egg liquid exploded in the air. Gangwoba's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints, his mouth forming a tight O. Although he was a super powerhouse on par with the five saints of the Alliance, with extremely strong physical defenses, the defense of that head was still quite fragile. The shockwave from the magnetic railgun could not harm Gangwoba's robust body, but the bullets with piercing and armor-piercing effects were enough to smash his head. An indescribable, electric-like pain suddenly surged from beneath him, causing Gangwoba to let out a heart-wrenching ah. It felt as if all the strength in his body had been instantly drained, and his hands instinctively went to cover his groin, causing the beast blood totem to slip from his grasp and fall downwards. A synchronized gasp came from the Alliance's side. Ling Xuehan and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. Jiang Jin murmured, "The little junior brother is really ruthless in a fight, specifically targeting weaknesses." In midair, Gangwoba's body was propelled towards Li Chen by inertia. Li Chen calmly extended his right hand, grabbing Gangwoba by the neck, lifting him into the air as if he were a dead pig. Then, a flash of white light suddenly erupted from the armor on Li Chen's hand. With a loud bang, the impact cannon built into the Iron Man armor fired at point-blank range, striking Gangwoba's neck. With a splatter, Gangwoba, severely injured, didn't even have time to summon his power for defense before Li Chen's shot blew him apart. Watching the half of the corpse fall from the sky, the entire arena fell silent. Tens of thousands of troops from the tribe, including Gangwoba, just died so casually at the hands of that foreigner? In the next moment, with a thunderous roar, a shocking and excited cheer erupted throughout the arena. The four great saints exchanged horrified glances. So strong, this young foreigner is simply terrifyingly powerful. From the moment he entered the battlefield until now, it had probably only been 2 or 3 minutes at most. Yet in just those 2 or 3 minutes, he single-handedly annihilated the entire tribal coalition, not even using Shimeoj. This level of combat power is just absurd. In midair, Li Chen scanned the battlefield again from a god's perspective, confirming that all enemies had been eliminated, and then shook his head with some regret. Sigh, if only a few more monsters would come. Being stuck at level 59 is really frustrating. He casually tossed Gangwoba's head down and turned to return to the Sichuan fortress. However, at that moment, a change occurred. Below, Gang Doba's half-corpse suddenly exploded, releasing a ghostly green light. Then, this ghostly green light quickly spread, covering the bloody battlefield of the tribe below. What is this? On the Alliance's side, the four great saints looked at the sudden change before them, their gazes momentarily frozen. What's going on? Li Chen also immediately noticed the change below, his eyes revealing a look of suspicion and vigilance. Under that layer of ghostly green light, streaks of blood quickly floated up from the ground's flesh, merging into the green light. These streaks of blood seemed like some kind of powerful tonic, and under their nourishment, the ghostly green light instantly became denser, and its absorbing power suddenly increased significantly. In just a few breaths, the original streaks of blood had transformed into a crimson wave, frantically surging into the green light. After more than 10 seconds, the blood-soaked flesh on the ground appeared as if it had been washed, turning pale. Meanwhile, the green light that absorbed the blood energy began to spin violently, forming a massive vortex. Roar! In the next moment, a chilling and violent roar erupted from this vortex. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, a terrifying cold aura surged out from the green light vortex. At the same time, with a clang, a giant clad in dark iron armor, with eyes glowing bright blue, stepped out of the vortex, wielding a broad sword. Simultaneously, a violent mental wave carrying intense pressure crashed into everyone's hearts like a shockwave. The four great saints trembled violently, exclaiming in shock, "Undead creature! Such a powerful undead creature! Lowly ants, I am the 11th apostle, Lord Ozma, master of the undead world, the Lich King." The armored giant did not speak, but through the intense mental wave, everyone heard its voice. The self-proclaimed Lich King immediately looked up at Li Chen. "Damn ants! You have disrupted Lord Ozma's plans twice, and Lord Ozma is already furious. Today, I personally descend to slay you under the sword of Lord Ozma." Upon hearing his voice, everyone instinctively turned to Li Chen, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. The four great saints felt a shiver run through their souls. They were all super strong beings at the saint level, yet from this undead creature that called itself the Lich King, they sensed an unparalleled power. This meant that the undead creature before them was far stronger than they were. Li Chen's expression grew serious. Twice disrupting Lord Ozma's plans? He immediately recalled the evil shaman Gul'dan from the orc tribe of Gorum, who had fallen after being tempted by demons. Could it be that the Ozma mentioned by this Lich King was the hidden demon behind the scenes? And this Lich King was one of his generals? Was that skeletal king also under Ozma's command? So far, Li Chen had encountered quite a few strong beings. For instance, Marshal Li, several saints from the Alliance, and even the mightiest dragon, Smog, who surpassed them all. From this Lich King, Li Chen could clearly feel that it was even more powerful than Smog. If calculated by level, this creature was probably at least level 100. But Li Chen remained calm despite his shock, for he had already seen the health bar above the Lich King's head. A full 10 million health points. Although its health was terrifying, Li Chen's spiritual power was currently abundant. As long as the opponent revealed their health bar, he had nothing to fear. Looking at the fierce Lich King, a question suddenly arose in Li Chen's mind. He looked at the Lich King and asked, "You are the lord of the undead world, so who is the skeletal king? Are you both lords of the undead world?" Upon hearing this, the Lich King was momentarily taken aback. From its soul fluctuations, a subtle wave seemed to emanate. The skeleton lost the treasure symbolizing his identity, and Lord Ozma has stripped him of his king status. "I am the new lord of the undead world." Hearing this, surprise flashed in Li Chen's eyes, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. Goodness, that Ozma is quite fierce. His subordinate loses something and he gets fired? Damn ant. Enough with the nonsense, I have personally descended, you can die now. The Lich King seemed to suddenly come to its senses, realizing there was no need to discuss such matters with this human, and roared loudly. Li Chen's gaze darkened as he sneered, "You keep calling me an ant. I want to see just how much weight your so-called status as the Lord of the Undead World carries." With a thought, all the super weapons suddenly glowed with a brilliant white light, illuminating the entire battlefield like countless light bulbs. In the blink of an eye, Li Chen enchanted all the super weapons with light attributes and transformed them into magical machinery. Sensing the rich aura of light that the undead despised, the Lich King was greatly shocked. It roared in fury, "Ant, even if you possess light attributes, you will die today." With the clanking of armor, the Lich King suddenly soared into the sky, swinging its sword towards Li Chen. However, in the next moment, the sound of cannon fire erupted, and countless whirlwinds and rocket launchers overwhelmed it like a tide. With a loud bang, the Lich King was blasted backward by the terrifying artillery. Such strong defense. Li Chen looked at the slight dents on the Lich King's dark iron armor, his face showing surprise. With so many magnetic railguns and rocket launchers firing simultaneously, it seemed they hadn't caused any serious damage. Lowly ant. With such little strength, You cannot harm the noble Lich King. The Lich King's spiritual fluctuations swept across the battlefield again, its tone extremely arrogant. Destruction Crossblade. The Lich King roared, suddenly slashing forward with 2 strikes. The pitch-black sword light, like a black hole, quickly transformed in the air into a massive cross, slashing towards the wall of giant rocket launchers. Li Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. Boom 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 boom. The cannon fire continued to roar, accompanied by countless streams of white light, landing on the massive cross slash. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the huge cross slash instantly shattered into countless tiny crossblades, crashing into the enormous rocket wall at lightning speed. The restraint between light and darkness is mutual. After Li Chen enchanted these rocket launchers with light attributes, they had essentially become magical weapons of the light attribute. However, the Lich King's attack was purely and powerfully of the dark attribute. Crackle! The massive rocket wall was instantly blown apart by the Lich King's strike, losing more than half of its strength. Additionally, some of the small crossblades shot out to the sides, colliding with the railguns on either side. But the railguns, being a higher-level superpowered machinery, had much greater strength than the rocket launchers. Although the damage was not small, it was clearly much better than that of the rocket launchers. On the Alliance's side, the 3 major races coalition, who had just been relaxed, now showed expressions of shock and fear upon seeing Li Chen's previously invincible weapon being so easily destroyed by the Lich King. Since Li Chen entered the battlefield, this was the first time his superpowered weapon had sustained damage, and it could be considered a heavy blow. The 4 great saints also turned pale, with the great mage Khadgar murmuring in a daze, "It's over. We defeated the tribe's attack, but unexpectedly, another such powerful Lich King has emerged. Is it that the heavens want to destroy our alliance?" The paladin Turalian gritted his teeth, saying, "From that last strike, this Lich King's strength far exceeds that of Sargeras. Sargeras is equivalent to a level 97 powerhouse, but this Lich King is probably at level 100. Aurelia's pupils trembled slightly, looking dazed. Level 100. There isn't a single powerhouse of this level in the entire Azeroth continent. This. Cudlin looked furious. That Lich King is not a creature of our world at all. Its strength has completely surpassed the standard. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Fearful emotions quietly spread below. On the walls of the Hope Spring Fortress, Ling Xuehan and the others also wore expressions of shock. Freya's stunningly beautiful face even showed signs of despair. Jiang Jin anxiously said, "What should we do? That Lich King's strength is terrifying. Li Chen might not be its match." "Don't panic." At this critical moment, Ling Xuehan remained calm. She said solemnly, "Li Chen just killed so many orcs and half-orcs. His total spiritual power far exceeds your imagination. The superpowered weapons before us are not all of his strength." At this point, Ling Xuehan paused slightly and said heavily, "Junior brother, he might not necessarily lose to it." Indeed, in the sky, Li Chen's gaze was solemn as he murmured, "All fear comes from insufficient firepower." "The Lich King, huh? Unfortunately, you came at the wrong time. I still have plenty of blue." In the next moment, a glint of light shot from Li Chen's eyes as he suddenly looked up at the Lich King. Boom! With a tremendous roar, a bomber shining with white light quietly appeared in the high sky several kilometers away, descending fiercely like a comet with a terrifying sonic boom. At the same time, the superpowered weapons on the bomber continuously spewed fierce flames, shooting towards the Lich King. The Lich King also noticed the movement above, looking up with his azure blue eyes slightly flickering. A mocking voice spread out around him again, "Ants, do you think that just by changing to a larger size, you can deal with me?" Saying this, he swung his sword twice towards the sky again. A massive black crossblade shot towards the diving bomber, and with a loud bang, it shattered the aircraft into pieces. Seeing the Lich King respond so dominantly, Li Chen couldn't help but smile. A glimmer of thought sparkled in his eyes, just as I thought. Super weapons all have a physical form. The higher the level, the larger the size, the sturdier they are, and the harder they are to destroy. If I add a light attribute, under mutual restraint, the attack power won't be weak either. The weapons carried by the strategic bomber are indeed not as good as the railgun. But, what if I treat the strategic bomber as a weapon? With a speed of 4,000 km per hour for a suicide bombing, let's see how many times you can block it. Li Chen suddenly laughed loudly. "Lich King, you like to shoot down planes, right? I'll let you shoot to your heart's content." Boom! Countless strategic bombers instantly filled the sky above the Lich King, shooting and diving down with a magnificent and frenzied momentum. 10, 50, 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000. An uncountable number of large planes crashed down from the sky. The fierce momentum of the Lich King, which had just been so intimidating, suddenly faltered, and the azure flames in his eyes trembled violently, his mental fluctuations becoming chaotic. Impossible! What the hell are these things? As the Lich King roared in anger, he quickly began to slash the air with massive black crossblades to intercept the bombers falling from the sky. Boom 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 boom. The Lich King seemed to be playing a game that children on Blue Star have played, continuously smashing the falling strategic bombers. But the problem was, there were simply too many strategic bombers, and they were astonishingly fast. No matter how quick the Lich King was, he couldn't possibly intercept all these bombers. Thus, those bombers that he missed flashed with brilliant white light, crashing down like comets, madly slamming into him. The wreckage of the shattered planes quickly piled up around the Lich King, but the shockwaves from the suicide collisions of the strategic bombers were too fierce. Just as the wreckage began to pile up, the waves from the explosions pushed them outward, surrounding the Lich King within. Not only that, but the thousands of railguns summoned by Li Chen also surrounded the Lich King under his control, firing wildly. The terrifying shockwaves shattered the wreckage of the bombers into even finer debris. In an instant, the roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the violent artillery fire kicked up thick clouds of dust, completely enveloping that side of the battlefield. Such a frenzied attack shocked everyone. On the Alliance's side, sharp gasps continuously escaped from the mouths of the three major races' warriors. Each brutal collision of the bombers against the Lich King made their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Visually, this frenzied and reckless tactic was even more shocking than the previous railgun barrage. Even the four great saints of the Alliance couldn't help but feel their hearts race at Li Chen's completely wasteful and crazy attack. Paladin Tura's gaze was dazed, his eyelids trembling. This kind of tactic is just too domineering, isn't it? Archmage Khadgar swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his mouth. I strongly suspect that he has ruled an entire continent in a foreign land. Otherwise, how could he have so many resources to create such a number of alchemical products and not care about the consumption? Aurelia exclaimed in amazement. I've never seen such a luxurious and crazy tactic before. It's really. Cudlin simply and directly expressed his admiration. Awesome. Truly amazing. Over there, the Lich King had long been stunned by the continuous bombardment from the strategic bombers. Indeed, his defenses were strong, even far more powerful than the so-called strongest dragon, Smog. But the problem was that the strategic bombers, enchanted with light attributes by Li Chen, created an exaggerated impact when crashing down from several thousand meters at a speed of 4,000 kilometers per hour. The size, the weight, the quantity, and the sheer disregard for losses in this assault were simply unbearable, even for the newly appointed ruler of the undead world. Under Li Chen's ferocious attacks, the dark iron armor on the Lich King's body began to visibly pockmark and twist. Its defenses were showing signs of collapse. The once proud and arrogant mental fluctuations of the Lich King turned fearful under the siege of countless bombers and railguns from Li Chen. It must be known that these were all magical machines enchanted with light attributes by Li Chen. For a pure undead being like him, it was an extremely serious blow. It felt like shooting sparks at an incredibly large candle. Each spark caused minimal damage to the candle, but the effect was significant. And when the number of these sparks reached a certain level, no matter how large the candle was, it would eventually melt. The Lich King began to scream in fear. Impossible. This can't be. How could a mere ant kill me? I am the lord of the undead world. My power is something you ants cannot comprehend, let alone withstand. In the sky, Li Chen sneered coldly. Still being arrogant when death is imminent? Remember, under the barrel of a mechanic, all beings are equal. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the sky, the number of bombers doubled again. Moths to the flame, to the death. Boom, 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 boom. Roar. With a desperate roar, the Lich King's dark iron armor exploded instantly, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. Ha! Seeing the situation inside the armor, Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He had originally thought that the body beneath the armor might be a skeleton or a terrifying corpse, but to his surprise, there was no body at all, only a ball of blue-green ghost fire. Damn human! I am a servant of Lord Ozma. How dare you kill me? Lord Ozma will not let you go. A hysterical roar came from the ghost fire. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Chen's eyes. He had long since settled scores with that so-called Lord Ozma. Even if he spared the Lich King, he didn't believe that Lord Ozma would reconcile with him. He clenched his hand tightly, and more railguns appeared in the sky, replacing the bombers, madly pouring ammunition towards the soul fire of the Lich King, which had lost its armor protection. Ah! With a sharp scream, the Lich King's soul fire was instantly torn apart by the railguns, completely disappearing from the world. The Lord of the Undead World was killed on the spot by Li Chen. As the blue-green light slowly faded, everyone present couldn't help but hold their breath. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Seeing that there were no further disturbances, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, releasing the tension in their hearts. On the city wall, Smog's dark red pupils gazed at the small figure in the sky, a sense of awe almost flowing out as a tangible substance. Ling Shuihan's eyes shone brightly, and she couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Good! This is the true mechanical war god." Below the city wall, the warriors of the three major races of the Alliance, still in shock, were suddenly awakened by Ling Shuahan's shout. They stared at that figure in the sky with eyes full of fervor and reverence. "Mechanical war god!" Then, someone shouted, and the frenzied cheers and roars erupted like a tidal wave. "Mechanical war god! Mechanical war god! Mechanical war god!" The four great saints of the Alliance exchanged shocked glances, their eyes reflecting the terror of having survived a catastrophe. They never expected that, in the face of an existence as powerful as the Lich King, who could be considered the pinnacle of Azeroth, Li Chen would still manage to defeat him. Such strength was truly terrifying. What a fearsome outsider. A doubt unconsciously arose in Cudlin's mind, recalling that Kulta had once mentioned the 100 foreign bandits killed by Li Chen. In their world, how could there still be people daring enough to oppose someone as invincible as Li Chen? Were those guys out of their minds? How could they engage in such foolish behavior? Standing on the city wall, the elven princess Freya was even more shocked, covering her alluring lips. Since learning that Li Chen had tamed the shimmering dragon, Freya had thought she had a sufficient understanding of this young outsider's strength. But the scenes of Li Chen's battle just now kept reshaping her perception. Every time she thought, "So that's how strong Li Chen is," he would show her, "You know nothing of my power." Freya had originally believed that signing a symbiotic contract with Li Chen was a gift for saving her life and her willingness to help the Alliance. But now, she suddenly realized that the one who could sign a symbiotic contract with a powerhouse like Li Chen and gain more benefits was likely not Li Chen, but herself. Because Li Chen's existence was an invincible deterrent, Freya could easily imagine that once today's events spread, the Horde would probably not dare to invade the Alliance again before Li Chen's death. In midair, Li Chen scanned the battlefield again, confirming that all enemies had been dealt with, and he gently exhaled, secretly relieved. A level 100 powerhouse is indeed extraordinary. If I hadn't just wiped out tens of thousands of enemies and accumulated millions of spiritual power through life transfer, I might not have been able to handle this guy. Shaking his head lightly, Li Chen focused his thoughts and deactivated all the super weapons. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly spotted something strange from a god's eye view. "Ha! What is that?" Li Chen exclaimed, immediately descending to the spot where the Lich King had been defeated. On the ground lay a dark blue necklace. Li Chen's face showed surprise. "Wow! This Lich King actually dropped equipment?" He was instantly excited. With the Lich King's strength, the attributes of the equipment it dropped shouldn't be bad, right? Li Chen quickly picked up the necklace from the ground, eagerly examining it. Name: Soul Hunter Necklace, Blessed. Type: Accessory Attributes, Magic Defense plus 20,000, Strength plus 10,000, Spiritual Power plus 10,000, Stamina plus 10,000. Effect 1, Spiritual Power Recovery Speed increased by 100%. Effect 2, after killing an enemy, automatically devour the enemy's soul, increasing attack power by 100%. Each soul devoured extends the duration by 1 minute. Effect 3, when attacking, adds the Lich King's wail, directly striking the opponent's soul note. It is a symbol of the Lich King's identity and is blessed by demons. Holy crap! Li Chen's eyes widened. The attributes of this equipment were simply outrageous. Not only were the base attributes increased so much, but the effects were also incredibly powerful. Doubling the spiritual power recovery speed would significantly enhance sustainability. This effect provided a great boost for any profession. The second one is even more perverse. After killing an enemy, it can increase attack power by 100% by devouring the enemy's soul, and the duration will continuously accumulate with each soul devoured. With this skill, when facing a large number of enemies, Li Chen's attack power would effectively double from its original base. Moreover, the duration is practically infinite. This significantly enhances Li Chen's group combatability. As for a single enemy, with Li Chen's current total spiritual power, combined with the sharing of spiritual power from his clones and the Spirit Spear, his spiritual power has already reached over 120,000. If he uses this spiritual power to summon super weapons, unless it's an extremely special existence like the Lich King, there is no individual on Blue Star that can match Li Chen. He is directly invincible. The third effect seems ordinary, but it actually compensates for one of Li Chen's weaknesses. Li Chen's level 50 awakened skill, Magic Mechanic, can attach various attributes to super weapons in an instant. However, there is one special attribute that Li Chen cannot attach: mental damage. But with this effect, Li Chen's super weapons can not only switch between physical and magical damage at any time but can also add mental strikes. This way, his damage to energy-type monsters like vengeful spirits becomes even more direct. Forcing down the excitement in his heart, Li Chen focused his attention on the familiar note at the end, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. He immediately compared this equipment with the previously obtained skeletal king ring, various thoughts racing through his mind. From the information revealed by the Lich King earlier, it should be that the Skeletal King was the master of the undead world before it. However, because the Skeletal King lost the bone ring that symbolized its identity, its status as the master of the undead world was stripped away by the so-called 11th apostle, Ozma. And this Lich King is the new master of the undead world appointed by Ozma? As for that Skeletal King ring, is it somewhat like a national seal? Although the bone ring symbolizes the ruler's identity, the quality of the equipment itself is actually just average. If we deduce from this situation, then the so-called master of the undead world probably isn't as high level as it sounds. Or rather, the status of the 11th apostle Ozma is clearly a level above that of the master of the undead world. Therefore, after the item symbolizing the identity of the master of the undead world was lost, Ozma, to reflect the identity of his newly appointed subordinate, specially created this thing for it, equivalent to a new national seal? Not only that, but he also blessed this equipment with the power of a higher status, making it more powerful than the old item that was lost? Thinking of this, Li Chen's gaze towards the bone ring became somewhat strange. Compared to the Soul Hunter necklace, although the effect of the bone ring is also decent, it clearly falls short by a large margin. And this gap is naturally due to the lack of the demon's blessing. So, is there any way to get that demon to help him upgrade this equipment? These chaotic thoughts flashed through Li Chen's mind, and he finally shook his head slightly, switched to the Soul Hunter necklace, recalled the clone also wearing Iron Man armor, and flew towards the Sichuan fortress. Seeing Li Chen return victorious, Ling Xuehan and the others had shining eyes, looking exhilarated. The elf princess Freya was even more excited, her delicate body trembling slightly, staring at Li Chen with immense admiration. "Brother Li Chen, you are amazing." Jiang Wu Yuyu was just about to step forward when Freya rushed ahead, momentarily pausing. Freya, like a little deer in the forest, chattered non-stop around Li Chen. Although she was over 100 years old, in the elven race, the age of 100 was merely that of a newly adult girl. There was no difference from the 18-year-old girls in Blue Star who were in the bloom of youth. Ling Xuehan looked at Freya with deep meaning, then glanced at Jiang Wuyo, who seemed a bit jealous, with a smile that was not quite a smile. Jiang Jin's personality was not as delicate as Ling Xuehan's. Upon seeing Li Chen approach, he immediately asked curiously, "Li Chen, what did you just pick up from the ground?" Li Chen chuckled and opened his character panel, directly sharing it for everyone to see. The others immediately focused their attention. Soul Hunter? Blessed? Hiss, this attribute is too exaggerated. Is this blessing from that Ozma mentioned by the Lich King? That guy seems to have a high status. Tisk tsk, this equipment of the little junior brother is really enviable. Ling Xuehan couldn't help but praise. Only Jiang Wuyo, with a hint of suspicion, was drawn to another matter, exclaiming in shock, "My god, Li Chen, you're already level 60. Ha, Li Chen is level 60. Hearing Jiang Wuyo's exclamation, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin immediately looked at Li Chen's level in surprise. Li Chen was also taken aback. I leveled up to 60? No, wait. I don't think I heard the level up notification. When he killed the Lich King just now, he did hear the sound of experience points being awarded. But at that moment, all his attention was focused on the Lich King, fearing that after it died, the so-called Lord Ozma would suddenly appear, so he didn't pay attention to how much experience he received. He quickly looked at his level. Still 59, but the experience points below the level were already at 104. 5%. What's going on? Experience points exceeded 100, but no level up? Seeing Li Chen's experience points, Ling Xuehan immediately exclaimed, "Wow, the experience points from this wave of monsters Li Chen farmed are really generous." Plus the Lich King that came out at the end, it directly pushed Li Chen's experience points to the level 60 threshold. Jiang Jin was also excited, slapping his thigh heavily. The experience points are indeed enough for 60. Next, as long as Li Chen participates in a level 60 slaughter dungeon, he can break through the threshold and truly reach level 60. Upon hearing this, Li Chen suddenly realized and reacted. After reaching level 50, practitioners on Blue Star would be bound by a threshold every 10 levels. The only way to break through the threshold was to participate in a slaughter dungeon. The slaughter dungeon was a global event that opened once on the last day of every month. All practitioners wanting to break through the 10-level threshold had to participate in the slaughter dungeon and survive. Only after clearing the slaughter dungeon could they successfully level up. Therefore, although Li Chen's experience points were already sufficient, without participating in the slaughter dungeon, even if his experience points were enough, he could not truly reach level 60. Ling Xuehan's eyes sparkled as she smiled at Li Chen. Just in time, 3 days from now is the end of the month. little junior brother is really catching this last train. After the slaughter dungeon ends, when little junior brother reaches level 60, he will unlock a new talent. Then we can prepare for the international war dungeon. Jiang Jin sighed. In this trip to another world, little junior brother's gains are truly abundant. Ever since he learned about Li Chen's unique talent and special skill form, Jiang Jin had foreseen that Li Chen's leveling speed would be extremely fast. But even so, he did not expect it to be this fast. How long has it been? And he is already about to participate in the level 60 slaughter dungeon. Zhang Wuyo also looked at Li Chen with a somewhat dazed expression. Once upon a time, when she first met Li Chen, he was just a newcomer who had only recently completed his job transfer. Even though his level was much higher than that of his peers, it was still considerably lower compared to hers. But in the blink of an eye, she remained at level 30, while Li Chen had already reached 60. The slaughter dungeon was brutal, but with Li Chen's strength, there was definitely no problem. Just as the few of them were still excited, the 4 great saints of the Alliance had already arranged for the aftermath and were walking over together. Dad, Mother. Seeing Cudlin and Aurelia, Kurtaz and Freya quickly greeted them. Cudlin shot Kurtaz a glare and said, "You little brat did well this time. If it weren't for you bringing Lord Li Chen here, our alliance would have been in real danger." "Thank you, Lord Li Chen." The other 3 great saints simultaneously bowed deeply to Li Chen. "Li Chen, Lord." Ling Xuehan and the others exchanged strange glances, and Jiang Wu almost laughed out loud. It seemed that the impact Li Chen had on these indigenous beings from another world was even stronger than they had imagined. They didn't know that due to the vast differences in lifespan among the various races on the Azeroth continent, they were accustomed to ranking based on strength. Given the combat power Li Chen had just displayed, there was no doubt that in the hearts of the 4 great saints, Li Chen was several levels above them, and addressing him as Lord was only fitting. The Elven King Aurelia quickly looked at her precious daughter, her face showing a hint of anger. "Freya, where on earth have you been?" Freya shrank her head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mother. I was impulsive that day and chased all the way to the Ganses Mountains, accidentally stumbling into Smog's lair and got trapped inside by him." "What? You actually went into Smog's lair?" The paladin Tula Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Aurelia shuddered at the mention and instinctively glanced at the strongest dragon, who was obediently lying nearby, gazing at Li Chen with awe. She looked at Kurtaz in realization. "So, it was Kurtaz who asked Lord Li Chen to save you?" Freya nodded shyly. Cudlin asked in astonishment, "Lord Li Chen, you have already tamed Smog?" Li Chen smiled and nodded. Although the other 3 great saints had anticipated this, hearing the confirmed answer still made them gasp in shock. The strongest dragon of the Azeroth continent, Smog, had actually been tamed by someone else. Paladin Tula Yang looked enviously at the obedient Smog lying nearby, sighing regretfully. Dragon riders were a symbol of glory. When a knight wielded a lance, riding a dragon, dominating the battlefield, it was the pursuit of their entire lives. But after witnessing Li Chen's battle just now, Tula Yang was very certain. With Li Chen's strength, Smog had lost the role of a battle pet and was purely a mount, just like earlier. This was truly too wasteful. At that moment, Freya suddenly looked at Aurelia seriously. "Mother, I have signed a symbiotic contract with Brother Li Chen." Aurelia's body trembled slightly, looking at Freya in surprise. "What did you say? You signed a symbiotic contract with Lord Li Chen?" Freya looked at Li Chen with admiration. "Yes, Brother Li Chen is now an honorary elf of our elven clan. Oh, by the way, my symbiotic contract with Brother Li Chen is different from ordinary ones. It is centered around Brother Li Chen." Aurelia's expression changed, and she looked at Li Chen with some concern. "Centered around Lord Li Chen? The beauty of the elf race is renowned throughout the continent of Azeroth. Coupled with their extremely long lifespan, there was a time when elves were secretly bought and sold as slaves. As Freya's mother, Aurelia was very aware of her daughter's looks and allure. If Li Chen were to force Freya into a symbiotic contract with him as the master, along with his immense power, what would Freya's future hold? Seeing the change in Aurelia's expression, Freya immediately knew that her mother must have misunderstood. Her face flushed. She quickly defended Li Chen, saying, "Mother, it's not what you think. I proposed this symbiotic contract myself, and Brother Li Chen even refused me." As she spoke, Freya briefly recounted the situation at that time. After hearing this, the 4 great sages looked at Li Chen with not only the original awe but also a newfound heartfelt recognition. Aurelia, feeling ashamed, bowed to Li Chen and apologized. "My Lord Li Chen, I sincerely apologize for underestimating your character." Li Chen smiled faintly. "It's all right, a father's love is understandable." Beside them, King Cudlin, Paladin Tula Yang, and Archmage Khadgar all showed expressions of surprise. Although Li Chen had become a foreign elf and the contract was primarily in his favor, judging by his character, if Freya were to encounter any problems, he would most likely be willing to help. In this way, wasn't Li Chen essentially their alliance's backing? From now on, at least for the next few hundred years, the alliance could rest easy. Cudlin laughed heartily. Good. Very good. To thank Lord Li Chen for his tremendous support and to celebrate Freya finding her closest companion, tonight we shall not return until we are drunk. Aurelia also expressed her gratitude to Li Chen, saying, My Lord Li Chen, we truly do not know how to repay you for everything you have done for the Alliance today. Please, do us the honor of allowing us to show our hospitality. Li Chen hesitated for a moment, because in his original plan, after handling matters here, he was supposed to return to Blue Star. Ling Xuehan thought for a moment and smiled slightly. Junior brother, since they are so enthusiastic, let's leave a bit later. After all, the slaughter dungeon won't start for another couple of days, so we don't need to rush. Li Chen was slightly taken aback, and meeting Freya's expectant gaze, he smiled and nodded. Well, alright then. In the festive atmosphere, Li Chen and the others headed towards the elf settlement they had come from. What they did not notice was that after they left, a strange-looking flying insect trembled as it flew out from a crack in the wall nearby, darting towards the woods in another direction. Once it entered the woods, it hovered in midair among a thicket of lush foliage, buzzing. Then, a figure stood up from the bushes, extending a small hand to let the strange-looking insect land on her index finger. This figure had a delicate oval face, almond-shaped eyes, a beautiful nose, and full, petite lips. But unfortunately, her gaze was now filled with shock, malice, and resentment, completely marring her stunning features. If Li Chen were here, he would immediately recognize that this person was indeed Du Guyen. While almost all foreigners chose to retreat early due to the war between the Alliance and the Horde, Du Guyen, who was not even level 20, had not left yet. Moreover, Du Guyen had obtained a divine-level equipment, the Illusion Insect Avatar Bracelet, through her time spent accompanying the vice president of the Tianguang Academy in various exercises. She had witnessed the entire battle process where Li Chen single-handedly faced the tens of thousands of troops from the tribe and defeated the Lich King. Not only that, but she also learned from the later conversations of Li Chen and others at the Sichuan fortress about Li Chen's true level. Du Guyan's pupils trembled violently, and she murmured in disbelief, Impossible, how can this be? Isn't the mechanic supposed to be the most useless class? How could he possibly reach the level 60 bottleneck in such a short time? Also, wasn't Li Chen an orphan? Where did he get the resources to forge so many super weapons in such a short time? His combat power, how can it be so strong? Suddenly, Du Guyan's body shook, and she recalled the recent conflict between the Eastern Dragon Empire and the Sakura Nation, and the mysterious female boss from the Eastern Dragon Empire who appeared during the conflict. Du Guyan's pupils instantly contracted, and her mouth opened involuntarily. The Eastern Dragon Empire has never had someone like that before. Could it be that the so-called female boss is actually Li Chen? If that's the case, then the one who cleared the endless altar while hiding their name is also him? Thinking of the terrifying number of super weapons Li Chen had just displayed, Du Guyan immediately solidified her thoughts. Her gaze turned even more resentful, and she muttered viciously, Good Li Chen, you really have something to hide from me. As the only practitioner in history with full innate spirit power, his awakened mechanic must have some unique traits. What is his special talent? Is it to create super weapons more efficiently? To significantly reduce resource consumption? Or can he control super weapons beyond his level? Du Guyan's face gradually twisted. He clearly has some unique talent but deliberately conceals it. He must want me to misunderstand and leave him voluntarily. Li Chen, you heartless scoundrel, you deserve to die. While cursing, Du Guyan quickly thought, his identity must be extraordinary. Mechanic, how could he possess so many super weapons in such a short time and level up so quickly? It's simply unbelievable. Du Guyan's body shook, and the light in her eyes flickered wildly. Someone is supporting Li Chen from behind, and that person's identity must be terrifying. That person is Marshal Li. Only Marshal Li could provide such exaggerated resources to equip Li Chen with so many super weapons in such a short time. Yes, it must be Marshal Li. Du Guyan was incredibly excited. She felt she had inadvertently stumbled upon a huge secret. Back then, Marshal Li proposed the mechanical war god plan, but the mechanic in that plan only played a role once in the international war instance before being assassinated by the enemy. Could it be that Li Chen is the secret weapon he secretly trained? The reason being Li Chen's full innate spirit power? Yes, it must be like that. Du Guyan's face revealed a mad expression. Li Chen, oh Li Chen, you surely didn't expect this. Your secret has already been discovered by me. Li Chen, even if you have unparalleled talent, you are still a fragile mechanic. So, even if your attack power is strong, you wouldn't dare to expose your identity. Killing instance. Killing instance. You dare to ruin my future. I will make you pay with your life. Dubiyen screamed frantically in her heart, while viciously crushing the attached scroll. Outside Sichuan Fortress, in the elf tribe's residence, under the warm hospitality of Aurelia and others, Li Chen and his companions enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Then, under Freya's reluctant gaze, Li Chen and his companions disappeared in a white light, returning to Blue Star, Tsinghua Academy, Li Chen's villa. In the pitch-black night, a strong white light suddenly illuminated the villa. Not far from here, in another villa, Wang Qingfeng was sitting in his study handling affairs. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, stood up, and walked to the window, looking towards Li Chen's villa. Seeing the intense white light, a look of surprise appeared on Wang Qingfeng's face. Have they finally returned? With a swish, Wang Qingfeng's figure instantly disappeared. As the view before him gradually became clear, Li Chen suddenly saw a person standing in front of him. He was startled at first, then immediately relaxed. So it's you, senior brother, you scared me, Li Chen said with a friendly smile. Senior brother, Uncle Wang. Ling Xuehan and the others greeted Wang Qingfeng simultaneously. Wang Qingfeng nodded slightly and immediately asked, according to those professionals who returned from the other world early, the two major forces in that world, the Alliance and the Tribe, have coincidentally erupted into war. The other professionals have long been teleported out. Were you caught up in the war? How come it took you so long to come out? Before Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin could speak, Jiang Wudo eagerly took on the role of storyteller. Uncle Wang, you guessed it right. We did participate in the war between the Tribe and the Alliance, but the intensity of this war, you definitely wouldn't expect. Listening to Jiang Wuyo's narration, Wang Qingfeng initially wore an expression of interest, but when he heard that Li Chen had tamed the strongest dragon in the Azeroth continent, Smog, he was suddenly shocked, looking at Li Chen with delight. So, that artifact-level ring, junior brother actually got it? Li Chen chuckled and raised his hand to show Wang Qingfeng. Seeing the ancient-looking skull ring, Wang Qingfeng excitedly waved his arm. He exclaimed, impressive. Only junior brother could have the chance. If it were anyone else facing Smog, they would have no choice but to retreat. Ling Xuehan teased, senior brother, you're getting ahead of yourself. Compared to other Danes, this bone ring is probably the least impressive treasure junior brother has. Oh, Wang Qingfeng's eyes flickered, and he suddenly laughed. I see, second junior sister, you're talking about junior brother's dragon mount, right? He nodded enthusiastically. With Smog's strength, it is indeed much stronger than the bone ring. After all, in our Blue Star, there isn't even a single professional above level 90. Jiang Jin laughed heartily. Senior brother, Smog is indeed powerful, but what's even more powerful is that after Li Chen signed a master-servant contract with Smog, its spiritual power can be shared with Li Chen. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. Spiritual power sharing? His eyes suddenly lit up, and he excitedly said, so, Smog's spiritual power should be quite substantial? Does it have 200,000? Jiang Wuyo immediately giggled. Uncle Wang, you underestimate Smog's title as the strongest dragon. Its spiritual power is as high as 1,050,000. 100,000. Wang Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock, and even his voice changed. Li Chen smiled and nodded. Indeed, it has 1,050,000. In the future, even if I encounter particularly strong enemies, with Smog's auxiliary tank, my initial combat power should be enough to handle it. With a gulp, Wang Qingfeng couldn't help but swallow. Enough to handle? Junior brother is really humble. With Smog's 1,050,000 spiritual power, plus junior brother's own spiritual power, that's over 110,000. If this is used to summon super weapons, no matter who they face, it would be a total crush. How could it just be enough to handle? Jiang Jin rarely saw his senior brother's shocked and speechless expression, and he teased, senior brother, this is nothing, there's even more exciting stuff ahead. Jiang Wuyu chuckled and continued to speak about what was to come. Moments later, Wang Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Elf Princess, symbiotic contract? For an elf? And gained the ability to communicate with plants and animals? My heavens, lifespan increased by over 500 years. What? The Lord of the Underworld, equivalent to a level 100 Lich. His equipment blessed by demons, Soul Hunter? Recovery speed of spiritual power doubled, attack power increased by 100%, and it even adds mental damage. Damn, the strength of this equipment is just too outrageous, not at all inferior to the effect of the title Endless Destroyer. Junior brother, this isn't treasure hunting at all, you're clearly restocking. Wang Qingfeng looked at Li Chen in amazement, his whole being already exhilarated. He could even imagine how the expression of the countries led by the Free Federation would be when Li Chen participated in the international war instance, facing the super mechanical army summoned with over 110,000 spiritual power. Would they be dumbfounded? Or would they collapse in despair on the spot? Hey, just thinking about it is thrilling. After a while, Wang Qingfeng slowly calmed his emotions from the series of shocks. He patted Li Chen's shoulder with a sigh. Junior brother, your harvest this time is truly bountiful. Wang Qingfeng thought for a moment and said to Ling Xuehan and the others, the teacher previously instructed me to have junior brother find him after he comes out. But now that it's late, let's talk about meeting the teacher tomorrow. Wang Qingfeng smiled and continued, anyway, junior brother's experience points are already enough to level up to 60. So there's no need to rush to grind experience. The most important thing now is to participate in the slaughter instance in 3 days. Junior brother has been busy in the other world for so long, so tonight, just have a good rest. Li Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, senior brother. Ling Xuehan and the others also expressed their agreement. After that, the few of them left and returned to their own villas to rest, and the area once again returned to tranquility. At this moment, at the Tianguang Academy, in a luxurious villa, a series of pitiful sobs could be heard. Dragon's senior brother, this is how it happened. That Li Chen, relying on Martial Li as his backing, not only played with my feelings but also tormented me in various ways. After his profession awakened, he discarded me like trash and turned to be with that Jiang Wu Yu. If it were just that, I could consider myself lucky to escape his clutches. As she spoke, the pain in her sobs suddenly intensified. But I didn't expect that when he saw me in the other world, he would be overcome by lust and uncontrollably drag me into the grove, and he, the tall and strong dragon Outyan, with his short hair like steel needles, looked at the new campus flower of Tianguang Academy, Duguyan, with a flash of greed, jealousy, and anger in his eyes. As the so-called strongest genius in the history of Tianguang Academy, Dragon Outyan had seen and tasted countless beauties, but he had never encountered a beauty as exquisite in appearance, perfect in figure, and who came to him like Duguyan, especially when he saw the purple finger marks on Duguyan's neck, chest, and the rounded half-spheres. Dragon Outyan felt parched. At the same time, a flame of jealousy quietly rose from the depths of his heart. As the campus flower of Tsinghua Academy, Jiang Wu Yu's name was not only well known to him, but he had also seen her in person a few times. That appearance, those long legs, that big thunder, even more alluring than the solitary yen in front of me. Simply the finest in the world. Why should such a stunning beauty be possessed by that immature brat? Just because he has innate full spiritual power and the support of Martial Li? Bah! A mere garbage mechanic, a weakling. What right does he have to toy with beauties of the caliber of Dongguyan and Jiang Wu Yu? Only someone like me, the strongest genius in history, who has reached the level 60 bottleneck in my early 30s, deserves to have beauties of this level. Long Outyan's eyes turned slightly red, his fiery gaze landing on Dongguyan's tear-streaked apricot eyes. So, that Li Chen, who only relies on external help, is also going to participate in the slaughter dungeon in 3 days? Dongguyan looked pained. Yes, when he was doing that to me, I heard him say that his experience points had been forcibly raised to the level 60 bottleneck by Martial Li using a secret potion. As long as he completes the slaughter dungeon in 3 days, he can truly reach level 60. Hearing this, Long Outyan's eyes turned even redder. His awakened illusion god profession, the Radiant Priest, is among the best even within the illusion god professions. Not only does it have extremely strong support capabilities, but in terms of attack, it is also not inferior to the average illusion god profession. Yet even so, it took him over 10 years to reach the level 60 bottleneck. And what about that Li Chen? Just because he has a powerful backer, he can rise to level 60 in such a short time with Martial Li's full support? A garbage who takes shortcuts. He deserves to die. Long Outyan's chest was filled with anger and jealousy, rising and falling rapidly. After much effort, he forced down the fury in his heart and looked fiercely at Dongguyan. Yenner, that Li Chen treats you like this, he's simply worse than a beast. Since he is also going to participate in the slaughter dungeon, then just right, I will find a way to get close to him, and then… Long Outyan made a gesture of cutting his throat. A glimmer of pride flashed in Dongguyan's eyes, secretly thinking, it worked. This Long Outyan is indeed as rumored. Not only is he infatuated with women, but he also has a strange and ruthless personality, is jealous, and has a small mind. But on the surface, she pretended to be moved, looking at him with feigned concern. But senior brother Long, I saw in the other world that Li Chen has many super weapons, and his identity is… If your plans to deal with him accidentally leak, we could be in big trouble. When he comes out, he will definitely… Woo. As she spoke, Dongguyan began to sob in fear again. Long Outyan watched as Dongguyan's tears fell into the deep crevice, his gaze burning even more intensely. He said with a fierce expression, "Don't worry, he won't have that chance. I am the #1 genius in the history of the Skylight Academy. Since I am going to take action, I will definitely strike to kill, leaving him no chance to resist. A mere fragile mechanic, once I successfully ambush him up close, he will undoubtedly die. By then, no matter how many super weapons he has, it will be meaningless. Hearing Long Outyan's resolute declaration, a subtle curve appeared at the corner of Dong Guyan's mouth, hiding resentment and anticipation. On the surface, she looked like a weeping pear blossom, but inside she was roaring with cold laughter. Li Chen, you're doomed. Even if Marshal Li pours countless resources into you, you won't be able to defend against the cold knife that comes from beside you. After making his promise, Long Outyan's fiery gaze fell on the exposed white skin of Dong Guyan's chest. Feeling Long Outyan's gaze, a glimmer of pride and arrogance flashed in Dong Guyan's eyes. She deliberately puffed out her chest, making the curve of her peaks appear even more alluring, while her tone intentionally carried 5 parts admiration, 3 parts shyness, and 2 parts timidity. Brother Long, you are truly good to Yenner. Yenner has no way to repay you, so I can only entrust myself to you. As she spoke, Duguyan straightened her back, pressing her 2 slender arms together, letting her abyss gaze into Long Outyan's eyes. The Free Federation. At this moment, the night was deep, and most of the populace had already fallen into slumber. However, the conference room of the Source God Guild was still brightly lit. Beside the large conference table, there were a full 30 empty seats, including the first seat to the left and right of the president, Parker Williams, which was usually never vacant. The seats of his right-hand men, James and Bruno, were also empty. At this time, Parker Williams slowly put down the encrypted communicator in his hand, his expression dark and terrifying. Various lights flickered in his eyes: shock, confusion, disbelief. The other branch leaders were no different. After a long while, Parker Williams finally managed to collect his thoughts and let out a heavy breath. James and the others should have died in the other world. A branch leader said in disbelief, This is impossible, right? Could it be that they were held up by something and couldn't return? Parker Williams shook his head. Impossible. Kobe Kenjin has received confirmed news that Li Chen, Ling Shuihan, and Jiangjin's father and daughter have returned to Tsinghua Academy. Since they are safe and sound, it means that there must have been a problem with James and their actions. The fact that they still haven't returned is equivalent to indirectly confirming this point. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly fell into dead silence. All 30 branch leaders were not only well-equipped but also had many strong individuals, with an extremely well-matched profession lineup. On top of that, there were 70 skilled fighters above level 60, and there were even insiders. Such a luxurious lineup ambushed a Ling Shuihan over 70 levels, a Jiangjin over 60 levels, and 2 inexperienced juniors. The final result was complete annihilation. Fuck! What kind of international joke is this? A branch leader shouted angrily, Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Although Ling Shuihan of the Eastern Dragon Empire is powerful, she is just one person. Even if James and the others launched a frontal assault, Ling Shuihan and her group wouldn't have any power to resist. Could it be that old man Li also quietly entered the other world? Did James and the others fall at Li's hands? Parker Williams shook his head solemnly. Li did not enter. Kobe Kenjin is very certain of this. But if it wasn't a powerhouse of Li's level, how could James and their strength possibly? That branch leader had only spoken halfway when he seemed to suddenly remember something, and his voice abruptly stopped. The other branch leaders quickly reacted, looking at each other in horror. Parker Williams' face twitched slightly, gritting his teeth. That's right. In this situation, to silently kill James and the others, there is only that mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon. We originally thought that after releasing such an obvious bait, that woman wouldn't dare to enter the other world for fear of being ambushed by us. But unexpectedly, that woman was so arrogant. Not only did she quietly enter the other world, but she also ruthlessly killed all of James and their group, not letting a single one escape. As he spoke, Parker Williams slammed his hand heavily on the table, producing a dull thud. Seeing the president's anger, the other branch leaders fell silent. One branch leader said solemnly, Could it be that the Yuan family has turned traitor? Even if that woman went to the other world, it wouldn't be so easy to annihilate them all without a trace. Parker Williams shook his head slightly. No, Kenji Kobe said that the person from the Yuan family who entered the other world hasn't returned, just like James and the others. What? Even Yuan Tiangang was killed by that woman? Has she already sensed our plan? Did she dare to enter the other world to ambush us? Upon hearing Parker Williams' words, the meeting room immediately erupted into chaos, with discussions rising. Parker Williams' expression darkened, falling into silence. The hatred between Yuan Tiangang and Li Chen was undeniable. Even his son was killed by the joint efforts of Li Chen and Jiangjin's daughter in the Abyss Dungeon, and he could never reconcile with Li Chen. But if there were no issues on Yuan Tiangong's side, then what kind of situation had James and the others encountered that not a single person managed to escape? Could it be that Donglon's woman's strength was so formidable that they couldn't even flee? This was simply too unbelievable. The light in Parker Williams' eyes flickered, and his wariness towards that woman from Donglong grew even stronger. After a moment, he looked up and scanned the meeting table, which had more than half of its seats empty, a flash of pain and helplessness crossing his face. The losses suffered by the Source God Guild this time were indeed quite significant. He spoke in a deep voice, "All right, quiet down." The noisy discussions quickly subsided. Parker Williams looked at everyone and made arrangements. "This time, our guild has suffered heavy losses among the mid to high level forces. Soon, the International War Dungeon will begin. Since we can't deal with that woman for now, this grudge will have to wait until the International War Dungeon to be settled. At that time, we will join forces with other countries to target Donglong. No matter how strong that woman is, under the combined might of our major powers, she won't necessarily come out unscathed. As for now, our most urgent task is to select talented professionals to participate in the Slaughter Dungeon 3 days from now, to help them level up as much as possible and make up for our lost combat power. Also, notify the major branches that suffered casualties in this operation to elect a new branch leader within 3 days." Hearing the president's arrangements, the others straightened their expressions and responded, "Yes, sir." The next day, Li Chen woke up naturally. After getting up and washing up, he had lunch with Ling Xuehan and the others before heading to Marshal Li's small courtyard together. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Chen immediately saw Marshal Li, who was resting in a recliner like an ordinary wealthy man. Sensing someone had arrived, Marshal Li slowly opened his eyes and said in surprise, "I heard from Qingfeng that you went to the other world to seek treasure, and you came back so soon?" Ling Xuehan wore a faint smile. "Teacher, you definitely can't imagine how much my junior brother gained from this trip to the other world." Upon hearing this, Marshal Li's eyes trembled in astonishment as he looked at Li Chen. No way? This kid had just cleared the Endless Altar and gained so many benefits not long ago. Could it be that he had some incredible harvest again? Then, Li Chen quickly recounted his experiences from the trip to the other world to Marshal Li. By the time Li Chen finished, Marshal Li nearly pulled out his own beard. An equivalent of a level 97 dragon mount, over 1 million shared spiritual power, an elven symbiosis contract, an additional 500 years of lifespan out of thin air, a bone ring of artifact level, and even a top-notch necklace blessed by a demon. My goodness, is this kid being supported by the goddess of luck? Even the illegitimate child of the goddess of luck wouldn't have such outrageous luck. Marshal Li shook his head in disbelief. Then, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. This trip's gains, combined with the titles and aura rewards from the Endless Altar and the faction Confrontation dungeons, have completely boosted your overall combat power. Just in time, after the Slaughter Dungeon ends in 2 days, when you reach level 60, you'll unlock a new talent. The International War Dungeon, it's been a long time since I've felt this kind of anticipation. Saying this, Marshal Li looked at Ling Xuehan, for the next 2 days, take Li Chen to scavenge the world bosses and see if you can find a bracelet more suitable for him to switch out. Li Chen's leveling speed has far exceeded my expectations, and with the shared spiritual power from Shimogu, his combat power is already off the charts. In our Blue Star, there are no powerhouses like the Lich King that descended upon the Azeroth continent, which means no one can pose a threat to Li Chen right now. As for leveling, we can take it slow for now. After the International War Dungeon, we can continue. Regarding Li Chen's personal information, Marshal Li pondered for a moment and said solemnly, although it doesn't matter if it's exposed now, it's better to wait a while longer. The Free Federation has lost so many capable hands to Li Chen, and given their penchant for stirring up trouble, they will likely secretly unite with other countries against us, East Dragon, in this International War Dungeon. A glint of cold light flashed in Marshal Li's eyes, his voice filled with killing intent. In the past, we couldn't do anything, but this time with Li Chen here, the more people they unite, the stronger Li Chen will become. Let them stir up trouble. This time, let Li Chen beat them to the bone, so they won't dare to provoke us, East Dragon, again. Wang Qingfeng and the others exchanged glances, their eyes bright with excitement as they nodded vigorously. Yes, master. Saying this, Marshal Li chuckled and said to Ling Xuehan, in 2 days, Li Chen will participate in the Slaughter Dungeon. He isn't very familiar with the rules of the Slaughter Dungeon yet, so you should introduce them to him first, then take him to explore the world bosses. Speaking of this, Li Chen also showed curiosity in his eyes. Although he knew that after reaching level 50, regardless of which country's practitioners, they had to participate in a Slaughter Dungeon every 10 levels. Only by passing could they level up. But he hadn't looked into the specifics of the Slaughter Dungeon. Hearing the teacher say this, it seemed that the Slaughter Dungeon had some unique rules. Ling Xuehan smiled slightly and looked at Li Chen. Junior brother, the location of the Slaughter Dungeon is fixed. situated on a vast island covering about 200 square kilometers. Once the slaughter dungeon opens, all participating practitioners will be randomly teleported to any location on this island. Then, a safe center will appear at a random location on this island. The area within a certain range from this safe center is the entire island's safe zone. After half an hour, the safe zone will begin to shrink, and outside the safe zone, poisonous miasma will emerge. If practitioners are still outside the safe zone after half an hour, they will be engulfed by the poisonous miasma and will undoubtedly die. Li Chen was taken aback. Undoubtedly die? Does this poisonous miasma even affect professions like the deadly poison master and alchemist? Ling Xuehan shook her head, her expression serious. The poisonous miasma in the slaughter dungeon is unsolvable. The only way to avoid it is to enter the safe zone. Junior brother, even if you have a mechanical substitute, you have no way to deal with the poisonous miasma. You must remember this. Li Chen's expression became solemn as he nodded slightly. Although his mechanical substitute could take a fatal hit, the poisonous miasma was persistent. As long as he remained in the poisonous miasma, no matter how many times he used the mechanical substitute, the final outcome would still be death. Ling Xuehan continued, after that, every half hour, the safe zone will shrink by 1 circle, until 3 hours later, it will shrink to 10,000 square meters. At that time, all the professionals participating in the killing instance will be concentrated within this 10,000 square meters. During the continuous shrinking of the safe zone, the professionals will also engage in constant slaughter. Until 3 hours later, when only 50% of the participants remain, those who survive will be considered to have cleared the instance. Li Chen asked in confusion, why 50%? Ling Xuehan's gaze sharpened slightly. This is the rule of the killing instance. No matter how many people participate, the final number of survivors cannot exceed 50%. Once the survivors exceed this number after 3 hours, the poison in the killing instance will engulf the last safe zone. At that time, all participants will die in the poison. Hearing this, Li Chen's heart trembled slightly, and he murmured, no wonder it's called a killing instance. This rule is both simple and cruel. Ling Xuehan nodded, that's right. It's precisely because this instance must eliminate at least half of the participants that it is called a killing instance. Li Chen furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before asking, second sister, what is the limit on the number of people in the killing instance? Ling Xuehan gently shook her head. There is no limit on the number of people. Ah, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. No limit? In that case, if one country has too many participants, exceeding half of the total number, wouldn't they have to kill each other to clear the instance? Ling Xuehan nodded. Exactly, that's how the rules work. So, at the end of each month, when professionals from various countries participate in the killing instance, they will first check the number of participants. If the number of professionals from their own country exceeds double the total number, some will choose to withdraw and participate in the next killing instance. At this point, Ling Xuehan couldn't help but sigh. In recent years, our country's professionals have been targeted quite severely, being jointly suppressed by several countries led by the Free Federation. The losses among mid-level professionals have been quite heavy. Listening to Li Chen's murderous words, Ling Xuehan was slightly taken aback. Soon after, excitement and anticipation appeared on her face. Indeed, the professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire after reaching level 50 were indeed stronger than those of the same level from other countries. But as the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Once targeted and besieged, even if they are slightly stronger than their peers, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Li Chen was different from other Eastern Dragon professionals. Just with the Shimeoge, he was enough to crush all the professionals participating in the killing instance. Not to mention, he had so many super weapons that could be considered cheats. If those professionals from other countries dared to target Li Chen, there would only be one possibility: they would be overwhelmingly slaughtered by him. Thinking of the shock and fear on the faces of those foreign professionals when they saw Li Chen's super mechanical army, Ling Xuehan couldn't help but feel a rush of pleasure. She patted Li Chen's shoulder heavily. Good. Our Eastern Dragon has been targeted by those guys for so long. Now, it's time for them to pay in blood for their debts. Li Chen responded with a fiery As she spoke, Ling Xuehan casually tore open a space crack and said to Marshal Li, Teacher, I'll take Li Chen to loot the world boss first. Go ahead, Marshal Li nodded with a smile. For convenience, this time, Ling Xuehan only brought Li Chen, while Jiang Jin and Wang Qingfeng returned to handle their own matters. Eastern Dragon Empire, East Sea Domain, Fishing Island. As Ling Xuehan brought Li Chen out of the space passage, Li Chen immediately heard a fierce and wild roar. Oh whoa! Li Chen looked in astonishment at the monster in the distance, then turned to the display screen in Ling Xuehan's hand, which resembled a game console, and curiously asked, Second senior sister, what is this thing? Are you using this to find world bosses? Ling Xuehan handed the compact device to Li Chen, smiling as she said, This is a spiritual energy fluctuation detector, developed decades ago after the establishment of the United Nations. It can detect significant abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations globally, specifically used to locate world bosses. Only member countries of the United Nations can possess the spiritual energy fluctuation detector, and our Eastern Dragon Empire, as one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations, has a more precise detector that can pinpoint areas of significant spiritual energy fluctuations within a 10-kilometer range. As for those ordinary member countries, they can only locate points within a 50-kilometer range. At this point, pride appeared on Ling Xuehan's face. Before Marshal Li's emergence, the Eastern Dragon Empire could only be considered a second-rate country in the world. However, Marshal Li's rise significantly elevated the Eastern Dragon Empire's status globally, even making it the 5th permanent member of the United Nations, which severely struck down the arrogance of the Free Federation. The advanced spiritual energy fluctuation detector in her hand was a direct reflection of the Eastern Dragon Empire's elevated status. Hearing this, Li Chen nodded slightly. So, countries with this spiritual energy fluctuation detector can more easily seize world boss resources. Ling Xuehan smiled and nodded. Exactly. World bosses not only yield a large amount of experience but also top-tier equipment and various precious materials. These materials are considered very important resources for any country. Since my profession as a Voidwalker has advantages in travel, I mainly handle a part of the affairs of our Eastern Dragon Empire, which is to compete for world boss resources. Li Chen asked in surprise, second senior sister, world bosses spawn randomly all over the world, and there are new ones every day. But you don't seem that busy usually? Ling Xuehan explained with a smile, world bosses do spawn globally, but according to the United Nations rules, only world bosses that appear in public areas can be freely competed for by various countries. If they appear within a country's controlled territory, other countries cannot compete for them. Most of the time, world bosses appear in the controlled areas of various countries, so the actual number of world bosses that can be contested is not very high. As for the world bosses that appear in our country, I just need to notify the people below, and naturally, someone will handle it. I don't need to take action myself. Upon hearing this, Li Chen suddenly understood. So that's how it is. He glanced around, his tone relaxing. Fishing Island is within our country's territorial range, and since no other countries are involved, I don't need to hide myself. Ling Xuehan smiled and nodded. That's right. There usually won't be anyone to disturb you here. You can kill at will. However, before Ling Xuehan could finish her sentence, a sudden change occurred not far away. A patch of white cloud in the sky suddenly began to swirl and condense, transforming into a massive circle. Then, the circular white cloud burst forth with a mirror-like sheen, suddenly rippling. In the next moment, dozens of figures emerged from the mirror-like cloud. These individuals resembled people from the Eastern Dragon Empire. Some wore cross-collared outfits, wielding broadswords, exposing their chests. Others were dressed in gray, their faces masked, with headscarves wrapped tightly, looking very capable. Most wore loose mage robes, each surrounded by strange or fierce-looking demons and monsters. Shikigami, Cloud Mirror. It's Shin Kobe Rujin. These scoundrels from Sakura country are becoming more and more brazen. Ling Xuehan exclaimed in anger. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and asked in a deep voice, second senior sister, do you know him? Who is this guy? Ling Xuehan's eyes were filled with fury. Kobe Rujin, the brother of Kobe Kenjin, the president of the Amaterasu Guild in Sakura country. This guy is also a Onmyoji, and like me, he is responsible for competing for world bosses. One of his Shikigami is a monster skilled in spatial manipulation, named Yundai Mirror. This bastard is a level 79 Onmyoji with 6 Shikigami, and his combat power is extremely strong. I have fought him countless times, and neither of us could do anything to the other. Li Chen asked in confusion, isn't Fishing Island our territory in the Eastern Dragon Empire? How dare the people from Sakura country come in and steal it? Ling Xuehan's expression was extremely grim as she gritted her teeth. If it were anywhere else in our Eastern Dragon Empire, Sakura country wouldn't dare to be so rampant. But due to some historical reasons, Sakura country has always claimed that Fishing Island is their territory. This dispute has a history of over 100 years, and even though we have provided solid evidence proving that Fishing Island has been part of our Eastern Dragon Empire since ancient times, but Sakura country, relying on the support of the Free Federation, has been dragging their feet with us. Last time when a world boss appeared on Fishing Island, that guy Kobe Rujin also came to compete. Hearing Ling Xuehan's words, Li Chen's eyes narrowed dangerously. He asked quietly, second senior sister, according to the United Nations regulations on competing for world bosses, how should we handle an invasion of another country's territory to seize a world boss? Ling Xuehan answered without hesitation, considered an infringement of imperial security, and can be dealt with at will. She said hatefully, "When Kobe Rujin brought people to compete for the world boss last time, I wanted to kill those scoundrels from Sakura country. But unfortunately, at that time, the combat power of the people I brought was on par with theirs. If I had chosen to stall for time and wait for the teacher or senior brother to come for support, Kobe Rujin also has Shikigami that can traverse space. As soon as he sees the situation is not right, this bully would escape through space. But if I fully block the space, I won't be able to participate in the battle or protect myself. Without my combat power, those I brought would probably not last long and would be wiped out by Kobe Rujin and his group. Such a loss would be quite significant." Lee Chen smiled coldly. "In that case, it will be easy. This time, I will let Sakura country know what it means to say the territory of the Eastern Dragon Empire is sacred and inviolable." Saying this, Li Chen turned to Ling Shuihan, second senior sister. "You must fully block the space here. With me here, they won't be able to harm you at all. As long as these guys can't escape through space, today, they are doomed." Upon hearing this, Ling Shuihan was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized, her eyes trembling with excitement. That's right. The reason she couldn't deal with Kobe Rujin before was due to insufficient combat power on their side. But now it was different. With Li Chen's combat power, let alone just a few dozen people from Kobe Rujin, even if there were 10 times or 100 times more, Li Chen wouldn't be afraid. As for the issue of not being able to protect herself after fully blocking the space, hey, don't forget, Li Chen still has a giant dragon mount. With Shijian as a guard and the dragon shield talent activated, who could harm Ling Shuihan? Just as Li Chen and Ling Shuihan were whispering to each other, Kobe Rujin and his group also noticed Ling Shuihan and Li Chen. Seeing Ling Shuihan, Kobe Rujin showed no surprise at all. After all, Ling Shuihan was responsible for the Eastern Dragon Empire's affairs regarding the world bosses. But when he saw Li Chen beside Ling Shuihan, he was momentarily stunned. Then, as he looked around and realized that apart from Ling Shuihan and Li Chen, there was no one else, a look of wild joy immediately appeared on his face. Shinhu Lu Ren signaled to his subordinates, and the group from Sakura country immediately spread out, surrounding Ling Shuihan and Li Chen. Seeing the movements of Shinhu Lu Ren and the others, a trace of mocking killing intent flashed in Ling Shuihan's eyes. She had already sensed that Shinhu Lu Ren had instructed the cloud mirror to seal off the entire space around them. Clearly, Shinhu Lu Ren was also targeting the two of them. Although this meant that the cloud mirror could no longer participate in the battle, Shinhu Lu Ren still had 5 other Shikigami. Losing one of them wouldn't significantly impact him. As the encirclement was completed, Ling Shuihan and Li Chen remained motionless, merely coldly staring at them, which caused a flicker of doubt in Shinhu Lu Ren's eyes. He quietly asked a nearby Onmyoji subordinate a few questions, and after receiving a negative response, his confusion finally dissipated. Among his subordinates Shikigami, there was one called Ultrasonic Bat. The ultrasonic bat could detect movements within dozens of kilometers using ultrasonic waves, and the information relayed back from it showed no other practitioners from the Eastern Dragon Empire nearby. In other words, within a radius of dozens of kilometers, there were only Ling Shuihan and Li Chen. They were isolated and helpless. As the younger brother of Shinhu Kenrun, the president of the Amaterasu Guild, Shinhu Lu Ren naturally knew that the Free Federation's actions against Li Chen and others in the other world had completely failed. In fact, James and the others had been ruthlessly slaughtered by that mysterious and ruthless female overlord from the Eastern Dragon without leaving a single one alive. When Shinhu Kenrun told him this news, Shinhu Lu Ren was stunned on the spot. Although they already knew about the power of that female overlord from the Eastern Dragon, they had never imagined that the mysterious woman was strong to such an extent. It should be noted that James and the others were not any weaker than Shinhu Kenrun. Coupled with other branch leaders and dozens of skilled individuals above level 60, such a powerful lineup had actually fallen at the hands of that woman? What a freak! Therefore, when Shinhu Lu Ren detected abnormal spiritual fluctuations near Fishing Island with the spiritual energy fluctuation device, he hesitated for a while about whether to come. He was genuinely afraid that if that woman from the Eastern Dragon also showed up, he would be walking into a trap. But after discussing with Shinhu Kenrun for a long time, he ultimately decided to come and take a look. Because Shinhu Kenrun believed that since that woman from the Eastern Dragon was so careful to hide herself, she shouldn't participate in such a public affair. Otherwise, her personal information would instantly spread throughout the world, and she could face assassination at any moment. The same went for Li Fuji. He would never participate in such trivial matters as seizing world bosses. As long as these two didn't come, he wouldn't even be afraid if Wang Qingfeng showed up. With the Cloud Mirror as his trump card, as long as he was given a little opening, he could escape through space in an instant. As for Ling Shuihan, if she dared to fully seal off the space, she would completely lose her combat ability and instead become the biggest weakness. Without a protector of Li Fuji's level, Shinhu Kenran believed that Ling Xuehan would definitely not dare to do something so foolish. But what Shinhu Lu Ren did not expect was that while the woman from the Eastern Dragon did not come, her disciple Li Chen actually followed Ling Xuehan here. Ha ha ha, truly, heaven is helping me. Ling Xuehan, do you really think that just because that mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon has emerged, I wouldn't dare to come to Fishing Island? How could you come here alone without even bringing your subordinates, just with this brat who hasn't even grown up yet? You guys from East Dragon have a saying that's quite fitting. Heaven has a path but you refuse to walk it, hell has no door, yet you barge in. Ling Xuehan, this time, no one can save you. Once I capture this brat and force out that woman's identity, even if she's strong, she won't escape our assassination, ha ha ha. Shinbu Luren laughed wildly. Hearing Shinbu Luren's arrogant and heartfelt words, Li Chen almost burst out laughing. Ling Xuehan's gaze instantly turned somewhat strange. The smile at the corner of Li Chen's mouth even began to widen uncontrollably as he turned to Ling Xuehan. Second senior sister, you take care of blocking the way, let's hurry up and not let the world boss escape. Ling Xuehan chuckled lightly. Don't worry, once the world boss appears, it won't move around, just linger near the spot it appears, you can attack freely, no need to rush. Oh, upon hearing this, Li Chen felt even more relaxed. Then there's nothing to worry about. Over there, Shinbu Luren had already approached. Seeing Li Chen and Ling Xuehan whispering, he immediately mocked. What's wrong? Do you know your strength is lacking and have given up struggling? Shinbu Luren's gaze fell on Li Chen. Kid, I'll give you a chance, surrender willingly and reveal your teacher's identity, so you can avoid suffering. As for Ling Xuehan, Shinbu Luren turned his gaze to the side, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Don't get your hopes up. It's not easy to catch you. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Ling Xuehan sneered coldly, taunting. I hope you can maintain this unruly demeanor. As she spoke, a strong silver light suddenly burst forth from Ling Xuehan, instantly enveloping the space. Shinbu Luren's expression changed slightly as he looked around, but the next moment, his vigilant gaze relaxed again. He grinned, space blockade? Without helpers, what's the point of you blocking the space? He looked at Li Chen with a mocking expression. Do you really expect this brat to withstand the attacks of so many powerful beings? Li Chen chuckled. Then, his thoughts shifted as he looked towards Ling Xuehan's side. In the next instant, a massive figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Roar! The mountain-like Shimeoj suddenly emerged, and a terrifying pressure erupted, forcing Shinbu Luren and the others to retreat. The smug and mocking expression on Shinbu Luren's face instantly froze. Feeling the momentum emanating from Shimeoj, Shinbu Luren's pupils trembled, even more exaggerated than a magnitude 10 earthquake. What? What on earth is this? What the hell is that thing? Another world boss? How is that possible? The others following Shinbu Luren exclaimed in shock. Seeing Shimeoj nuzzling against Li Chen's shoulder obediently, Shinbu Luren looked as if he had seen a ghost, unable to help but rub his eyes. An incredulous expression appeared in his eyes. This kind of momentum. Could it be that this big lizard is a super powerhouse above level 90? Big lizard? Shimeoj's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as it looked at Shinbu Luren. Oh whoa! With a roar of the evil dragon, a torrent of saliva drenched Shinbu Luren, the foul smell making Li Chen frown. He shot a dissatisfied glance at Shimeoj, scolding, next time you spit, do it from a distance, the smell is too strong. Shimeoj shrank its neck and nodded repeatedly in a flattering manner. Li Chen shook his head secretly, his thoughts shifting again. In the next moment, a golden red Iron Man armor immediately emerged from his body, the sound of metal clashing echoing continuously. With the flames erupting from behind and his legs, Li Chen suddenly soared into the sky, hovering in midair. His cold and heavy voice came from above. Amal, protect second senior sister well. If she suffers even the slightest harm, I will hold you accountable. Rorschach Maogu quickly responded, using his tail to lift Ling Xuehan onto his back, and activated his innate dragon shield, obediently flying to Li Chen's side. At this moment, Shinhu Luren finally reacted, screaming in terror. Impossible. Even a summoner can't control monsters above their own level. Why would it listen to you? Shinhu Luren suddenly thought of the complete annihilation of the Free Federation in another world, and his body trembled violently. Is it? Is this the thing that killed James and the others? Could it be? This is the battle pet of that woman from the Eastern Dragon? Shinhu Luren's eyes flashed with horror. That woman is indeed a practitioner above level 90. Is she a summoner or a beast master? Li Chen shook his head. You're mistaken. She is neither. Impossible. Shinhu Luren screamed. A battle pet of this level cannot be tamed by any other profession. Li Chen sneered, mocking, a frog at the bottom of a well dares to draw conclusions. Today, I will let you see how I tamed it. Upon hearing this, Shinhu Luren's expression froze. What did that brat just say? How I tamed it? He tamed this thing himself? Just as this question popped into his mind, a dense array of laser cannons began to appear out of thin air in the sky, surrounding the group from Sakura country. The sheer number was enough to block out the sun. Shinhu Lu Ren's eyes widened in shock, and the others were also dumbfounded. A few even instinctively pinched their own thighs, thinking they were hallucinating. A strong sense of fear surged over them, causing Shinhu Jianran's legs to tremble uncontrollably. He finally came to his senses, looking at Li Chen in horror. You are the mysterious female boss of the Eastern Dragon Empire? No, that female boss is a fabrication of yours. There is no such person. The sudden powerful figure was you all along. Hearing Shinhu Lu Ren's words, the other practitioners from Sakura country finally reacted. Everyone had been deceived by the Eastern Dragon Empire. There was no mysterious female boss. From beginning to end, the sudden powerful figure was Li Chen. That's why his name was not at the top of the global ranking list, because his level simply did not reach that point. But the problem was, according to the information they had gathered, this Li Chen had only recently completed his job change. How could he become this strong in such a short time? Mechanical War God. He is the newly trained mechanical war god of the Eastern Dragon Empire. A terrified shout suddenly rang out. Looking at the sky full of laser cannons, the others immediately showed a look of realization. The combat power of all professions was closely related to their levels, except for mechanics, because the power of mechanics came entirely from super weapons. As long as the number of super weapons was sufficient, even if their level was low, mechanics could still crush enemies whose numbers and levels far exceeded their own. And the number of super weapons before them was clearly enough to crush these dozens of practitioners at levels 60 and 70. A wave of panic spread instantly. Shinhu Lu Ren felt a chill in his heart. It's over. After all the calculations, he finally ran into the real deal. Li Chen hovered in the air, his golden red Iron Man armor shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Suddenly, his voice became stern, and he shouted, "This place is the territory of my Eastern Dragon Empire, Shinhu Lu Ren. You have violated the United Nations World Boss Competition rules by trespassing into my Eastern Dragon territory, and the evidence is conclusive. According to Eastern Dragon law, there is no mercy in killing." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen waved his hand, and the 20,000 laser cannons suspended in the sky simultaneously shot out blinding beams of light. A sharp whistling sound echoed through the sky, mixed with screams of fear. No! Poo. Under such overwhelming firepower, the so-called elites brought by Shinhu Lu Ren had no chance to resist at all. They used all their defensive means but only lasted 3 seconds before their fragile bodies were pierced by countless lasers. A strong smell of burning flesh filled the air. Behind Li Chen, Shi Mao Ge snorted disdainfully. Having witnessed Li Chen's battle against the Lich King, Shi Mao Ge found the small scene utterly uninteresting. Not just him, even Ling Xuehan, who was fully sealing the space, shared the same sentiment. After eliminating these minor Karami from the Sakura country, Li Chen felt as if he had accomplished something trivial, not taking it to heart at all. However, out of caution, he still scanned the surroundings with a god's perspective. Yet, in that glance, Li Chen indeed discovered a fish that had slipped through the net. His gaze suddenly sharpened, aiming at a certain spot in the sky. "Come out," Li Chen commanded in a deep voice. The next moment, a small girl with intense fear in her eyes quietly appeared from the void. At the same time, behind this little girl floated an ancient-looking oval mirror. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, dressed in a black and purple mage robe, shivering as she looked at Li Chen. Upon seeing her appearance, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. "This is..." Suddenly, Ling Xuehan's voice came from beside him. "She is the Cloud Mirror, Shinhu Lu Ren's Shikigami. Just now, she concealed herself in the void to seal the surrounding space, which is why she escaped your laser cannon barrage. But the power of a Shikigami comes from its master. Once you kill Shinhu Lu Ren, she will no longer be able to exert her abilities, and thus will reveal herself." Hearing this, Li Chen suddenly understood. So this girl is a Shikigami. Shaking his head slightly, Li Chen was too lazy to waste words with this Shikigami. With a thought, the 20,000 laser cannons aimed again at the Cloud Mirror. Just as it seemed that this Shikigami would be reduced to ashes in the next second, the little girl before him trembled and shouted, "No, don't kill me. I am willing to follow you." Upon hearing this, Li Chen's actions came to an abrupt halt. He looked at the Cloud Mirror in confusion, almost thinking he had misheard. "What did you say? Follow me?" The Cloud Mirror nodded repeatedly, her round, glistening eyes filled with tears. "Yes, I am willing to follow you. Please don't kill me." Li Chen turned to Ling Xuehan in bewilderment. "Second senior sister, aren't these Shikigami from the Sakura country supposed to be controlled by Onmyoji? Just like Shi Mao Ge?" Ling Xuehan also looked puzzled. "I've never heard of that. I only know that Onmyoji's Shikigami live in a Shikigami space, and after being summoned, they bind with the host to manifest in the real world." Hearing their questions, the Cloud Mirror hurriedly explained, Normally, that's the case, but I am different from other Shikigami. My essence has changed. If I die, I won't be able to return to the Shikigami space. So, please don't kill me, I beg you. The cloud mirror deeply bowed to Li Chen. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at her with half-belief. Essence has changed? What does that mean? Yunwei Jing raised her head and quickly replied, in essence, I am not a Shikigami, but the spirit of the mirror of Yunwei Jing. The true Yunwei Jing is this ancient mirror behind me. As she spoke, the little girl waved her hand, and the old-fashioned mirror immediately flew in front of her. Before Li Chen could ask, Yunwei Jing continued, my original form was called Chanshin, a monk. After dying, my soul was absorbed by this Yunwei Jing and transformed into a mirror spirit. Chanshin has both yin and yang aspects. The yang aspect is the male mirror spirit, while I belong to the yin aspect, hence I am female. The yang aspect of Chanshin does not possess spatial power, so Shinobu Rujin forced me to devour the young mirror spirit using secret methods to strengthen my control over spatial powers and truly master Yunwei Jing. Since then, my essence has changed. Rather than being a Shikigami, I am now more like a mirror demon. Therefore, I am no longer accepted by the Shikigami space, and if I die, I will completely disappear from this world. Listening to Chanshin's account, both Li Chen and Ling Xuehan were astonished. After pondering for a moment, Li Chen asked in a deep voice, how can you guarantee that you won't betray me? Chanshin opened her mouth, and a golden core the size of a thumb floated out. She quickly said, this is my consciousness core, I can offer it to you. With it, you can monitor my thoughts and consciousness at any time. And if you destroy my consciousness core, I will immediately perish, so you should be at ease, right? Li Chen showed a look of surprise and instinctively glanced at Shi Mao Gu. Chanshin's so-called consciousness core seemed very similar to Shi Mao Ji's soul mark. Ah Mao, is that thing really her soul mark? Li Chen secretly transmitted a message, inquiring about Shi Mao Gu. Shi Mao Gu sensed carefully for a moment and immediately replied, yes, it is indeed a soul mark. With a confirmed answer, Li Chen felt relieved. Because he had already mastered Shi Mao Ji's soul mark, if Shi Mao Gu lied to him, he would immediately notice. Thinking of Chanshin's mastery over spatial abilities, excitement appeared on Li Chen's face. If he had Chanshin, it would be equivalent to having the ability to control space. In the future, if he encountered someone like Shinobu Rujin again, he wouldn't need Ling Xuehan to follow, he could handle it himself. With this in mind, Li Chen looked at Chanshin and nodded slightly. Alright, from today on, you are my Shikigami. Upon hearing this, Chanshin let out a sigh of relief. Although she still had no freedom, it was better than completely dying. She presented her consciousness core with both hands, and after Li Chen swallowed it, she gracefully bowed to him, her face breaking into a bright smile. Chanshin greets the master. If there are any tasks in the future, please feel free to command Chanshin. Looking at Chanshin's cute little round face, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction, feeling very pleased. You have to admit, some of these Shikigami from the Onmyoji are quite pleasing to the eye. After subduing Chanshin, Li Chen finally turned his attention to the world boss in the distance. On the coast of the small island, a gigantic monster, no smaller than Shi Mao Gu, was lying on the shore sleeping, undisturbed even by the earlier commotion. It was a massive crocodile turtle, its shell raised high with sharp spikes, looking exceptionally fierce. At the same time, due to the talent of life transformation, the health bar of this world boss was clearly visible in Li Chen's view. 65 million. Li Chen instinctively murmured, as expected of a world boss, this health is indeed much more than that of a raid boss. It seems it won't be so easy to take it down. At this moment, Shimeoch had returned, and Ling Xuehan had just arrived beside Li Chen when she heard him muttering to himself, leaving her somewhat speechless. While others attacked world bosses as a group, gradually whittling down their health, here it had turned into not so easy to take down? Sigh. Donglong's old saying was right, people just can't stand comparisons. Just as Ling Xuehan was lamenting inwardly, Li Chen had already controlled the 20,000 laser cannons to surround the world boss that resembled a crocodile turtle. In the next instant, that world boss instantly became the brightest star on stage, illuminated by countless laser beams. Roar! A painful and furious roar erupted. Under Li Chen's somewhat expectant gaze, the health bar of this giant crocodile turtle began to plummet as if it were leaking. At the same time, the giant crocodile turtle's body was rapidly fading, and its roar quickly diminished. In just over 10 seconds, the giant crocodile turtle appeared as if it were in a black and white movie, its vitality completely drained. Then, in the next moment, with a soft bang, the world boss exploded into countless fragments like a bubble, slowly disappearing. Meanwhile, countless precious materials scattered across the ground, among which were several golden glimmers, clearly epic equipment. Ling Xuehan looked on in shock. Congratulations on participating in the defeat of the world boss, Deep-Sea Crocodile Turtle. Personal damage contribution 100%. Defeated world boss, Deep-Sea Crocodile Turtle, gain 6. 5 million experience points. Li Chen's eyes lit up. Wow, this experience is really impressive. At the same time, he was quite satisfied with his current firepower. But soon, as he felt his own consumption, he couldn't help but mutter, 20,000 laser cannons, the firepower is indeed fierce, but the consumption of spiritual power is quite large, taking out over 200,000 in one go. If it weren't for Shimeoj acting as a secondary fuel tank, I would have to release clones just to barely achieve this level of firepower. If it were against a large number of enemies, it would be fine, I still have life transfer to regain mana. But when facing such a particularly powerful individual, the recovery and consumption of spiritual power are completely disproportionate, significantly reducing sustained combat capability. Sigh, it's a pity. If the talents later on could compensate for this shortcoming. Li Chen gently shook his head, temporarily casting that thought aside. He focused his mind and sent out hundreds of Wolverine clones to quickly clean up the battlefield. The reward mechanism for world bosses is calculated based on contribution. The higher the damage output percentage, the more materials and experience points are distributed. As for epic equipment, it is completely randomly allocated. As long as you participate, there is a certain probability of obtaining it. However, unlike materials and experience rewards, the distribution of epic equipment means that as long as you participate, even if you just touched it, you might get it. In other words, this thing relies entirely on luck. It is precisely for this reason that every time a world boss appears, a large number of professionals swarm in. Among them, many low-level professionals are not even there for the materials and experience rewards. They are purely there to take a chance at touching the epic items. Just now, Li Chen had purely soloed the world boss. Therefore, all the materials and epic equipment from this world boss belonged entirely to Li Chen. No one else could pick them up. Only after Li Chen finished collecting could others use these materials. As for the epic equipment, they were all bound to him, no one else could use them. Once the super soldiers had collected all the materials, Li Chen didn't even look at them and handed everything over to Ling Xuehan. However, he carefully examined the attributes of all the epic equipment. But unfortunately, there was no bracelet suitable for him. As for the other equipment, it was not as good as what he was currently wearing. Li Chen shook his head in disappointment and had no choice but to dismantle all these epic items. Ling Xuehan looked at the materials Li Chen handed him with a face full of surprise, unable to help but pat Li Chen on the shoulder. Junior brother, your ability is just too suitable for fighting world bosses. Others have to wait for the number of players to gather before they dare to attack a world boss together. But you, on your own, can solo it without needing anyone else to share the firepower. If you discover a world boss first, by the time others arrive, it would have already been dealt with, and you would have claimed the rewards. Li Chen chuckled and smacked his lips. It's a pity that the respawn of world bosses is random. If they could appear consistently, I would just pop a double experience potion. Just relying on the experience from world bosses would be much faster than grinding dungeons. Ling Xuehan shook her head with a smile. You think too beautifully. Just as she was about to say something else, suddenly, a series of beep 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 notification sounds rang out. Ling Xuehan was slightly taken aback and immediately took out the spiritual energy fluctuation detector to check. Just a glance, and Ling Xuehan exclaimed in surprise, such a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. Junior brother, your luck is incredible, another world boss has appeared, and it's in the public sea area. Li Chen was also stunned for a moment, excitedly saying, second sister, let's hurry. Okay. Ling Xuehan didn't delay and immediately tore open a spatial rift, pulling Li Chen in with her. At this moment, in Sakura country, at the Amaterasu Guild, Shinobu Kenjin was looking grimly at his trembling subordinate. What did you say? The vice president and the others are all missing, and we can't contact any of them? Why yes. From just now until now, we've tried to contact everyone, and none of them have responded. And, the subordinate stammered, seemingly unsure whether to continue. And what? Speak, Shinobu Kenjin shouted. And, we checked the spiritual energy fluctuation detector, and the abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations on the island have completely disappeared. This means that the world boss over there has already been killed. Shinobu Kenjin suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. So fast? How is that possible? Upon hearing this news, Shinobu Kenjin was frozen in place. Normally, it takes several hours from the appearance of a world boss to its defeat. Because the strength of a world boss is extremely exaggerated, whether in terms of attack, defense, or health, it is not something a few players can handle. To take down a world boss, generally, at least 100 powerful players need to be gathered to initiate the strategy. Most of the time, it takes hundreds of players to start the fight. Only then can the danger be significantly reduced. This is still under the condition that the United Nations has created the spiritual energy fluctuation detector, allowing major member countries to monitor world bosses at any time. In the past, if a world boss appeared in a sparsely populated area, it would be normal for it to take not just a few hours, but even months or over a year to be discovered. Yet the world boss on the island was discovered and eliminated in just over 10 to 20 minutes. What does this mean? It means that the players participating in the siege of the world boss have terrifying attack power. This kind of result usually indicates one of two situations. 1. The number of players participating in the siege of this world boss is too large, greatly speeding up their strategy against the world boss. 2. There is a player whose individual strength far exceeds that of others participating in the siege of the world boss, and this world boss was eliminated in just over 10 or 20 minutes. Given the location of that island, even if the Eastern Dragon Empire had a large number of professionals already prepared on the eastern coast, it would take at least an hour or more to cross the sea. Unless they had already gathered on the island, it would be impossible to kill it so quickly. But the question is, who the hell would be idly hanging around the eastern coast? The Eastern Dragon Empire isn't hosting a sea fishing competition. This leaves only the second possibility. The Eastern Dragon Empire has professionals far beyond ordinary people participating in the encirclement and killing of the world boss. So, who is this person? In Kenji Kobe's mind, there was only one answer: the mysterious female big shot of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Although Master Lee's personal strength is also far superior to other professionals, his profession as a creator is not known for its attack power, but rather for being troublesome and hard to kill. Given Master Lee's identity, let alone the fact that he would never participate in such trivial matters as encircling a world boss, even if he did go, with his attack power, it would be impossible to eliminate the world boss on the island in such a short time. So, it can only be that ruthless woman who can single-handedly annihilate James and others in another world. If it really is that fierce woman, then his brother, Rorin Kobe, is probably. Kenji Kobe gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with madness. After a while, he suddenly stood up, forcibly suppressing his anger, and said, "Continue trying to contact the vice president. Also, send the ninjas from Mist Hidden Village to quietly check the situation over there. Report immediately if there's any news." "Yes, President," the subordinate quickly responded and then took his leave. Kenji Kobe's eyes were bloodshot as he walked toward the conference room. Li Chen did not know that the Kobe family was already sparse. Moreover, Kenji Kobe had some issues in that regard since childhood. Having Kenji Ichiro was a huge cost, achieved only through secret methods to leave an heir. But his precious son was slaughtered like a chicken in the camp confrontation instance by Li Chen. Now, the only male member of the Kobe family with the possibility of reproduction left is Kenji Kobe's brother, Vice President Amaterasu, Rorin Kobe. So even if Kenji Kobe could guess that his brother was probably in grave danger, he still had to make one last effort for the continuation of power. Eastern Dragon Empire, Tsinghua Academy, Marshal Lee's small courtyard. At this moment, Marshal Lee was leisurely lying on a recliner, basking in the sun and enjoying the sounds of birds and flowers. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the courtyard. "Teacher." Marshal Lee looked over in surprise. "Qingfeng? What's the matter?" Wang Qingfeng walked into the small courtyard and said to Marshal Lee, "Teacher, the Free Federation has initiated a temporary United Nations meeting." Marshal Lee's eyes flashed with light, puzzled. The International War Instance is about to arrive, and according to convention, the United Nations meeting is usually held after the International War Instance ends. What does the Free Federation want by calling a temporary meeting at this time? Wang Qingfeng's face showed a gloating excitement as he smiled. Hee, their cherry blossom son was bullied outside, so they went to find Free Dad for support. Oh, Marshal Lee immediately became interested. Those cherry blossom country bastards were causing trouble outside and got dealt with? What's going on? Wang Qingfeng laughed heartily. Those bastards really got a big hit, and the one who dealt it to them is junior brother. Upon hearing this, Marshal Lee was surprised. Li Chen? Didn't Li Chen go to fight the world boss with Xu Weihan? What does this have to do with him? Wang Qingfeng looked pleased. I just contacted Li Chen, and a world boss appeared on that island. You also know that the Sakura country often plays tricks on us regarding that island, relying on Freedom Dad's support behind them. This time, Shinobu Rujin went over there to stir up trouble again, but just happened to run into Junior Brother and the others. With Junior Brother's current strength, how could he let him off? Without a second thought, he took out that Shinobu Rujin. With the news of Shinobu Rujin's disappearance, Kenjin Shinobu got anxious and went to the Freedom Federation. I estimate that he probably thought he might have a chance, thinking we could capture Shinobu Rujin, so he went to the Freedom Federation to wail. After Wang Qingfeng finished speaking, Marshal Li burst into hearty laughter. Well done. That fool Shinobu Rujin is simply asking for death. We haven't even taken the initiative to find trouble with them, and he willingly delivered himself to Li Chen's gunpoint. Li Chen was decisive and did a great job. Ha ha ha, Wang Qingfeng looked at Marshall Lee with a smile. Teacher, how should we respond? Why not just refuse to attend the temporary meeting and let them bounce around on their own? As one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, the Eastern Dragon Empire could refuse to attend such temporary meetings. Marshall Lee thought for a moment, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes, and suddenly laughed. Why refuse? Not only will I attend, but I will go with great joy. The Freedom Federation is convening a temporary meeting at this time, probably not just for the trivial matter of their Sakura-san. Would Parker Williams care about a mere Shinobu Rujin? Hey, if I'm not mistaken, the Freedom Federation probably wants to use this incident to pull in external support for the upcoming international war scenario. He would love for us to refuse to participate, so he could maneuver behind the scenes at the temporary meeting and secretly trip us up. Marshall Lee's eyes sparkled, having already guessed the Freedom Federation's little scheme. A cold smile appeared on his face. With Li Chen here, no matter how they struggle in this international war scenario, they cannot change their fate. But I want to see how many people they have united to deal with our Eastern Dragon Empire. Let's keep track of this account for now, and when the international war scenario comes, let Li Chen settle it all at once. Saying this, Marshall Lee stood up and walked towards the Tsinghua Academy conference room with a hint of murderous intent. Upon arriving at the conference room of Tsinghua Academy, Marshall Lee took his seat at the head and nodded to Wang Qingfeng beside him. Wang Qingfeng immediately pressed a switch next to him, and suddenly, something resembling a camera descended from the ceiling of the conference room, emitting a faint blue light that swept across the entire room. Under the coverage of the faint blue light, the scene in the conference room began to ripple and change like water waves. As these ripples gradually calmed down, the surrounding scene had completely transformed. It was a huge circular conference room, with a massive round table in the center, but there were only 5 seats beside the table. At this moment, Marshall Lee was sitting in one of these 5 seats. Surrounding this round table, like a tiered classroom, were 100 or 200 people seated in a circular formation. Yes, this was a temporary United Nations meeting convened through holographic projection technology. The 5 clearly superior seats in the center represented the 5 permanent members of the United Nations. The surrounding seats were occupied by other ordinary member countries of the United Nations. As soon as Marshall Lee appeared in the seat of the Eastern Dragon Empire, a look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the elderly man across the round table, who had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a neatly combed back hairstyle. It goes without saying that this person was Parker Williams, the president of the Source God Association of the Freedom Federation. As for the other 3 permanent members, they were the Fascist Empire, the Northern Mao Federation, and the Great Pinnacle Empire. The representative of the Fascist Empire is a middle-aged man with 2 delicate mustaches, named Albert. The representative of the Great Empire is the only woman among the 5 permanent members, called Elizabeth. The Northern Mao Federation is represented by a burly man with a thick beard, looking very rugged, named Biwanga. Upon seeing Marshall Lee appear, both Albert from the Fascist Empire and Elizabeth from the Great Empire merely glanced at him lightly before shifting their gaze away. Only Biwanga from the Northern Mao Federation slightly nodded to Marshall Lee, showing a degree of goodwill. Marshall Lee was not surprised by this situation at all and smiled back at Biwanga, acknowledging him. As for the other 3 parties, his attitude was equally cold. Due to historical reasons, the Free Federation, the Fascist Empire, and the Great Empire are basically on the same front. The Eastern Dragon Empire, on the other hand, has a better relationship with the Northern Mao Federation. Especially after Marshall Lee's rise, the relationship between the Eastern Dragon and Northern Mao has further developed. After greeting Biwanga, Marshall Lee's gaze swept to the front row of seats behind the Free Federation, landing on Shinobu Kenjin from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Seeing Shinobu Kenjin's gloomy and anxious expression, a meaningful smile quietly appeared at the corner of Marshall Lee's mouth. Parker Williams noticed the change in Marshall Lee's expression and said in a deep voice, "Now that everyone is here, let's begin." The purpose of this impromptu meeting is mainly to resolve territorial disputes among member states, protect the friendship between allied countries, and promote international peace. Ha! Marshall Lee scoffed. Parker Williams turned around, frowning, and said, "Marshall Lee, why are you laughing for no reason in such a serious occasion?" Marshall Lee quickly adjusted his expression. "Ahem, sorry, we in the Eastern Dragon have an old saying, when one encounters joyful events, the spirit is uplifted, so I couldn't help myself. Alas, I'm getting older, and my self-control is getting worse, so I hope everyone can understand." Upon hearing this, Parker Williams couldn't help but twitch his mouth. When one encounters joyful events, the spirit is uplifted. Could you be any more obvious? You encounter joyful events, but why do you keep staring at Shinobu Kenjin? Parker Williams let out a light breath and said blandly, "Oh, I wonder what joyful events Marshall Lee has encountered recently that makes him so happy." Marshall Lee looked at this old fellow pretending to be foreign, his eyes slightly squinting, and smiled. "It's not really a big joyful event, didn't a foreign dungeon suddenly pop up a while ago? I don't know which selfless practitioner released so many auxiliary scrolls. Many people from our Eastern Dragon Empire also went. I heard from Shuehan that they encountered someone who blocked their way and robbed them. She upheld the friendly principle of if others do not offend me, I do not offend them. If they offend me, I will kill them, and wiped out that group of robbers, ridding the people of harm. As her teacher, seeing my disciple so successful, isn't that something to be happy about? As soon as these words came out, the representatives of the Fascist Empire, the Great Empire, and the Northern Mao Federation all looked at Marshal Li in astonishment, not understanding what he meant by that. It sounded quite profound, didn't it? Meanwhile, Parker Williams and Shinobu Kenjin behind him stiffened slightly. The Free Federation's covert actions against Li Chen in the foreign realm were unknown to anyone except their loyal lackey, the Cherry Blossom Nation. Therefore, when Buwanga and the others heard Marshal Li mention robbery and friendly principles, as well as the stiffness on Parker Williams' face, they all showed expressions of confusion. Master Li, you. Parker Williams was so angry he nearly spat fire. Marshal Li chuckled softly, leaning back comfortably and said leisurely, President Parker, let's skip the small talk and get straight to the point. Let's discuss the territorial disputes between our allied nations. Parker Williams clenched his fists, staring intently at Marshal Li. If this weren't a holographic projection meeting, a conflict might have erupted on the spot. Of course, whether Parker Williams could take on Master Li was another matter. After a moment, Parker Williams gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, previously, I received a protest from the representative of Sakura Country, Kenji Kobe, stating that their people went missing without reason while participating in the world boss raid in the disputed area, and they hope the Eastern Dragon Empire can provide an explanation. Master Li raised an eyebrow and sneered, disputed area? Which disputed area? Parker Williams looked back, and Kenji Kobe immediately said, it's the island with disputed ownership. Master Li glanced at him indifferently and coldly replied, that island is the territory of my Eastern Dragon. I made it very clear in the previous meeting. He paused slightly, his gaze suddenly turning sharp. Therefore, my Eastern Dragon Empire does not need to provide any explanation to anyone. Seeing Master Li's strong attitude, Kenji Kobe couldn't help but look towards the Freedom Father of Sakura Country. Parker Williams said coldly, Master Li, regarding the ownership of that island, the Eastern Dragon Empire and Sakura Country each have their own claims, and this matter has not been truly settled. Marshal Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that so? Then let Sakura Country go wander around the island when they have nothing to do, and we can discuss it slowly, as long as their practitioners are numerous enough. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat stiff. What does as long as their practitioners are numerous enough mean? The underlying implication was clear to everyone present. If your practitioners are not afraid of death, then feel free to wander around. Albert from the Fascist Empire and Elizabeth from the Great Empire exchanged uncertain glances, and even Buwanga from the Northern Mao Federation couldn't help but glance sideways. Master Li's tone today seemed a bit aggressive. It should be noted that the discord between Sakura Country and Eastern Dragon has not been a recent development. Although the comprehensive strength of the Eastern Dragon Empire far exceeds that of Sakura Country has the Freedom Father backing them up. While they often suffer setbacks under the Eastern Dragon's hand, they have mostly not incurred any truly severe losses. Recently, however, a series of actions from Sakura Country have faced strong backlash from the Eastern Dragon Empire, resulting in significant losses. First, they provoked the Eastern Dragon in the faction confrontation dungeon. Just as they were starting to gain some advantage, they were suddenly crushed by that emerging female big shot. Even the young master of the Amaterasu Guild was taken down by the Eastern Dragon as if cutting vegetables. Then came the recently emerged dispute issue. Everyone present knew about Kenji Kobe, who was responsible for the world boss raids for Sakura Country. As the vice president of the Amaterasu Guild and the younger brother of Kenji Kobe, given the situation, he was likely in grave danger. Moreover, from the earlier situation, it seemed that Sakura Country and the Freedom Federation were secretly plotting something against the Eastern Dragon. But judging by Master Li's joyful spirit, they must have suffered a significant setback. Indeed, Master Li is the top expert on the global leaderboard, and one could even say he is the most powerful existence among practitioners worldwide. However, in the past, while Master Li's personality was also strong, it wasn't to this extent. Now, with such a sudden change in Master Li's attitude, the only possible explanation that everyone could think of was the emergence of that female big shot from the Eastern Dragon Empire, who had cleared the 100 levels of the Endless Altar. Parker Williams's gaze darkened, but a glimmer of secret delight flashed deep within his eyes. As Li Fuji grew more assertive, the Fascist Empire and the Great Diadem Empire became increasingly vigilant. This, in turn, favored the Free Federation in the upcoming international war replica, allowing it to unite with other countries against the Eastern Dragon. Marshall Lee, as one of the 5 permanent members, your attitude is rather detrimental to everyone's unity. Parker Williams continued to stoke the flames, attempting to make the fire burn even brighter. Lee Fuji caught the flickering gaze of Parker Williams, a hint of mockery in his eyes. He could easily see through Parker Williams' little tricks. In the past, Marshall Lee might have felt some trepidation. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. But now, with his newly accepted disciple by his side, why worry about such things? You like to pull allies, right? Good. Pull as much as you want. The more, the better. If you can't pull them, I'll help you assist in pulling allies, ensuring your camp becomes immensely powerful. If the numbers are low, Marshall Lee would be worried that Li Chen wouldn't have enough to fight. It would be best to gather all those who like to target the Eastern Dragon together and give you a good smoke once. Let you know what it means to provoke the Eastern Dragon. Though far away, they must be punished. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, facing Parker Williams' questioning, Lee Fuji became even more cooperative. He sneered, "My attitude? Humph. Isn't this learned from President Parker? Before we Eastern Dragons became one of the 5 permanents, didn't you Free Federation always advocate seeing the truth under your hands?" Lee Fuji mocked, hundreds of years ago, when the Free Federation lost 2 small pineapples in the cherry blossom country, they immediately maintained nuclear peace between the 2 countries. Isn't this unity maintenance quite good? Lee Fuji turned his gaze to Kenji Kobe, his eyes filled with disdain. What do you think, President Kobe? You! Kenji Kobe was instantly enraged, his face trembling. Representatives from other countries exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unspoken meaning. Who among them did not know about that incident and the subsequent change in the Cherry Blossom country's attitude towards the Free Federation? If judged by the results, the nuclear peace maintained by the Free Federation at that time was indeed quite effective. Parker Williams' expression darkened further. Although his original intention was to provoke public anger from Lee Fuji, causing others to be wary of the Eastern Dragon Empire, Lee Fuji's words were devoid of foul language yet dripping with sarcasm, even bordering on a direct confrontation. This feeling of being attacked so openly was something Parker Williams, as the president of the Source God Guild, rarely experienced. The anger in his heart was beyond words. Parker Williams said darkly, "So, are you not planning to properly handle the dispute that occurred on that island?" Lee Fuji sat up straight, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Haven't we already resolved it? If there are new disputes later, we will continue to handle them." However, Lee Fuji's gaze swept towards Kenji Kobe, sneering, "The Cherry Blossom country is small and lacks resources. It's not easy to support people. President Kobe, it would be best to conserve some human resources." After speaking, Lee Fuji looked around at everyone, smiling slightly. "All right, the dispute has been resolved. Does anyone have anything else to discuss?" Albert and Elizabeth exchanged glances, remaining silent. But from their eyes, it was clear that their surprise and wariness had intensified. A thought arose in their minds simultaneously. The Eastern Dragon Empire has endured for so long to cultivate that female leader. Is it time to reveal their sharpness? Buwanga also fell into a slight silence, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing that no one reacted, Master Lee chuckled and nodded again at Buwanga. Then his figure began to ripple and soon disappeared. After Master Lee left, Buwanga also greeted everyone and followed him out of the temporary meeting. Parker Williams then exchanged a glance with Albert and Elizabeth before exiting. Free Federation, Source God Guild. Parker Williams had just exited the United Nations temporary meeting when he immediately dialed 2 encrypted video calls. Moments later, the screen flickered with static, revealing 2 faces, Albert from the Fascist Empire and Elizabeth, the representative of the Great Empire, who had just appeared in the UN meeting. "Parker, tell us, what were you and Master Lee playing at during the meeting?" Albert asked in a low voice as soon as he saw Parker Williams. Elizabeth chimed in, "The rise of the Eastern Dragon is not good for our 3 countries. Master Lee's attitude this time is clearly much tougher than before, presumably because of that so-called female big shot. Now that it's just the 3 of us, let's speak frankly." Parker Williams paused for a moment, his expression serious as he said, "To be honest, I learned some information about that mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon through the Sakura Nation, and I've made some arrangements and actions regarding her. But the final result was that we suffered heavy losses. Albert, Elizabeth, I assure you, the power of that woman from the Eastern Dragon is far beyond your imagination." Hearing Parker Williams say this so solemnly, Albert and Elizabeth were clearly taken aback. As the former rulers of the world's strongest nation and the largest guild, Parker Williams had always been proud. How much had he suffered at that woman's hands to say such things? Recalling Master Lee's attitude in the meeting room, Albert and Elizabeth fell into a brief silence. After a while, Albert gently exhaled and asked, "So, what are you thinking?" Parker Williams's gaze sharpened, revealing a strong killing intent. we must gather all the forces we can mobilize and encircle the Eastern Dragon Empire in the international war instance. That old bastard Masterly has hidden that woman for so many years. This international war instance must be the time the Eastern Dragon wants to show its fangs. According to past practices, we permanent council members usually do not participate in international war instances to ensure our positions remain stable. Instead, we stay in our own countries to prevent other member states from teaming up to cause trouble during the international war instance. But this time, I hope both of you will gather all your strength and join me in the international war instance, at all costs, to eliminate that woman from the Eastern Dragon. Upon hearing this, Albert and Elizabeth were immediately startled, exclaiming, "You want to personally take the field?" Parker Williams nodded firmly. "That's right. The Eastern Dragon already has a Masterly, which is difficult enough to deal with. If that woman joins in, the Eastern Dragon will likely dominate the world in the near future." Elizabeth showed a look of doubt. "Dominate the world? Williams, that sounds a bit sensational." Albert also looked skeptical. "A mere professional, no matter how strong, cannot single-handedly make the Eastern Dragon dominate the world. Even if Masterly is ranked first globally and has awakened the super god profession of creator, he can at most make us wary to dominate the world, unless she can overpower our three countries alone. Otherwise, even if the Northern Mao Federation and the Eastern Dragon have a good relationship, they would never agree." Elizabeth shook her head and said solemnly, "It's not just as simple as oppressing our several empires. Although the other member countries have a significant gap in strength compared to us, if they unite, they cannot be underestimated. How strong does she have to be to make those member countries bow down and obey? Even if our several empires unite, we might not be able to achieve that." Albert agreed. "That's right. Although I was also shocked that she managed to clear the 100th level of the Endless Altar. The number of monsters in the Endless Altar, while large, cannot compare to professional fighters, and their appearance is also very regular. That woman might have found some trick to single-handedly take on thousands of monsters, but she absolutely cannot deal with thousands of professional fighters with just one strike." Parker Williams showed a hint of hesitation in his eyes, but then he gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "You are underestimating her strength too much. Let me tell you the truth. In order to uncover the identity of that woman from the East Dragon, we specifically released that interdimensional treasure hunting mission and dispatched 30 guild leaders and 70 professional fighters above level 60, intending to abduct that woman's disciple and interrogate her about her true identity. But the final result was that among the 100 elite professional fighters we sent in, including James and Bruno, 2 high-level fighters at level 80, our entire force was wiped out. Not a single person escaped." Parker Williams' eyes revealed pain and fear. Among those 100, there were warriors, mages, defenders, and support. It was a team I carefully assembled. The combat power they could unleash in coordination could even face off against thousands of level 6 professional fighters. Moreover, to be on the safe side, I specifically included shadow sorcerers and windwalkers in the team, who have strong escape abilities. Yet even so, they still couldn't escape. Parker Williams took a deep breath. "Do you know what this means?" Albert and Elizabeth's eyes showed shock. They naturally did not doubt the strength of those guild leaders and the elite professional fighters selected from the Free Federation. According to Parker Williams' description of these personnel arrangements, they indeed had the capability to face hundreds with thousands. If all these people were annihilated, without even a chance to escape, it could only prove one point: the opponent's attack power and attack density were unimaginably strong. This level of strength was absolutely on the level of a demigod profession. It was equivalent to 1 against 1,000. And for some smaller countries, even if they pulled out all the professional fighters above level 60, it would probably just be a little over 1,000. This meant that the woman from the East Dragon almost had the ability to take on an entire country. Such strength and threat, no wonder Parker Williams was so wary. Realizing this, Albert and Elizabeth's expressions instantly became serious. After a while, Elizabeth gritted her teeth and nodded firmly. "All right, since that's the case, let's put an end to this threat in the international war instance." Albert also said solemnly, "To be on the safe side, we need to try to contact those affiliated small countries. No matter how strong that woman is, I don't believe she can handle the alliance of so many countries." Parker Williams was overjoyed and said excitedly, "That's how it should be. No matter how strong she is, we can still overwhelm her with numbers." Meanwhile, in a certain area of the South China Sea, Li Chen was naturally unaware that the Free Federation was secretly plotting against him again, preparing to overwhelm him with numbers. He and Ling Xuehan were standing in a vast archipelago, watching the cursing professional fighters disperse. Li Chen helplessly said, "Second senior sister, this is already the 5th time that World Boss has used water escape, right?" Ling Xuehan also looked speechless. Ever since they dealt with the World Boss at Fishing Island, they had started tracking another World Boss. However, the difficulty of this world boss exceeded Li Chen and Ling Xuehan's expectations. It was a shell only about 3 or 4 meters wide, and compared to other world bosses that were often hundreds of meters in terrifying size, its volume could even be described as petite. When they first discovered it, Li Chen even doubted whether this thing was really a world boss. Especially after he saw the world boss's health bar, that doubt grew even larger. Its health was only 8 million. At that time, Li Chen laughed at it. Other world bosses had at least tens of millions of health. But this thing, as a world boss, was actually anemic. However, Li Chen soon couldn't laugh anymore, because this world boss could actually use water escape. Other world bosses, once they appeared, would not run away even if attacked. But this shell-like world boss, as soon as it received even a tiny bit of damage, would immediately close its shell and instantly disappear using water escape, running hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. Moreover, this thing had terrifying defense. Even after Li Chen bombarded it with thousands of laser cannons, he couldn't break through its shell defense. Li Chen was stunned. Damn it, this world boss must have put all its attribute points into defense, right? Later, he thought about attacking the inside directly through the small opening in the shell. But the problem was, that opening was too small. Under a volley of fire, it was impossible to let enough super weapons hit inside to achieve a one-hit kill. And by the time this guy used water escape to run away and reappeared, Li Chen helplessly discovered that all the damage he had previously dealt had completely recovered. This world boss actually had a skill similar to water therapy. He and Ling Xuehan had tracked this world boss several times, and it was always like this. Even with the historical spear as a secondary fuel tank, Li Chen's spiritual power had been completely exhausted, yet he still had no way to deal with this world boss. So just now, when Li Chen and Ling Xuehan could only helplessly watch other professionals surround and kill this shell, the final result was predictable. Just like before, this shell was like a frightened rabbit, barely touched before it used water escape again. Ling Xuehan looked at Li Chen with a mix of laughter and tears. "Junior brother, forget it, this thing is a freak, just give up. To kill it, we must attack directly through the gap in the shell and achieve a one-hit kill." Although this guy's health is much lower than that of a typical world boss, with 8 million health, no professional can deal that kind of instant damage. If it were a bit larger, with the number of super weapons for a volley, there might be a chance to one-hit kill it. But it always only opens a tiny gap. That little space can't let in much ammunition, so let's not waste time on it. Hearing this, Li Chen could only sigh reluctantly. "Sigh, it seems we can only do this. A world boss that can run away and is so peculiar might drop something." Li Chen shook his head regretfully and turned to leave with Ling Xuehan. In the next 2 days, that fleeing shell boss became a topic of discussion for everyone. Some even gave it a name, calling it Sea Runner. Everyone speculated that such a peculiar world boss would probably drop epic equipment with extraordinary attributes. Because there was a similar world boss before, but unlike this water escape, the previous world boss was a pangolin, skilled in earth escape. However, it could not cross the sea and could only flee on the continent of the Eastern Dragon Empire, ultimately being cornered and killed by practitioners adept at controlling earth elemental power. Although the pangolin only dropped one piece of equipment, its attributes were extremely exaggerated. It was a ring that granted the wearer the ability to use earth escape. In addition, there was an even more outrageous effect. When the holder of the ring stood on the ground, all recovery effects doubled, and both strength and defense also doubled. At that time, the practitioner who fortuitously obtained this equipment boasted everywhere, making it widely known. It was precisely because of this situation that everyone suddenly realized that such unique and non-fleeing world bosses were very likely to drop good loot. But unfortunately, this world boss was in the sea. The ocean connects the globe, and even if practitioners skilled in water control teamed up, they could not block it at all. From the current situation, the only way to deal with it was to kill it in one hit when it appeared, instantly taking out its 8 million health points. Otherwise, everyone could only watch enviously as this world boss ran rampant. On that sunny morning, the weather was perfect for outings, leveling up, and starting slaughter dungeons. In the instance halls of all countries, a crowd of onlookers gathered, chattering excitedly. It seemed that for humans, watching their kind struggle on the edge of life and death brought them endless superiority and pleasure. Even though they could not see the names of the participants, they could only see the number of participants from each country. Here it comes. It's the most thrilling day of the month again. Tisk TSK, I really look forward to it. I wonder how many people stuck at leveling bottlenecks will participate this time. In a few days, the International War Dungeon will start. According to past customs, the number of participants in the Slaughter Dungeon before the International War Dungeon always skyrockets. Those chosen to participate in the International War Dungeon will definitely do everything they can to improve their skills for a better chance of survival. Of course, for them, unlocking one more skill could mean one more life. I estimate that this time the level 60 slaughter dungeon will be the most exciting. Of course, who doesn't know that the number of participants at level 60 is the highest? Naturally, it's the most thrilling. Sign-ups have already started. Stop chatting and pay attention. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, at the Tianguang Academy, Duguyen stood proudly beside a tall young man, her snow-white neck held high like a proud peacock. She stared intently at the registration information on the screen, a flicker of resentment and excitement flashing in her eyes. She was screaming madly in her heart, "Li Chen, your death date is finally approaching." Beside Duguyen, Long Outyen, who was hailed as the first genius in the history of Tianguang Academy, had fiery eyes fixed on the ever-increasing number of participants in the level 60 slaughter dungeon, his expression one of pride. Many other students of Tianguang Academy had their gazes fixed on the two of them. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were greedy. But what Long Outyen did not notice was that several teachers and school leaders were looking at them with very strange expressions. It felt as if a car they had once rented was now being rented by someone else, bringing a mix of discomfort, nostalgia, and greed. Li Chen, a brat like you, who only knows how to rely on connections, is even worthy of enjoying the likes of Yenner and Jiang Wu Yuyu? This time's slaughter instance will be your burial ground. Free Federation, Source God Guild. Parker Williams looked down at the more than 300 elites of the Free Federation who were about to participate in this slaughter instance, a satisfied expression in his eyes. Among those 300 or so below, over 90% were participants of the level 60 slaughter instance, with only a few dozen at level 70. By the time one reached level 80, it was no longer called a slaughter instance. At this stage, the requirements for advancement became more stringent, shifting from multiplayer to single player. The difficulty was much greater than that of the level 60 or 70 slaughter instances, and it was also referred to as the death trial instance. Parker Williams said solemnly, "Warriors of the Free Federation, the international war instance is about to arrive. For the prosperity and strength of the Free Federation, I wish you all a bloody rebirth in the slaughter instance, becoming the last ones laughing. May God bless you." The more than 300 below sparkled with excitement and bloodlust, shouting fervently, "Long live the Free Federation." In the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Amaterasu Guild had a similar scene. However, in the small territory of the Cherry Blossom Nation, their number of participants was far fewer than that of the Free Federation, totaling only a few dozen. Kenji Kobe looked at the determined faces of the Cherry Blossom Nation warriors below, raised his right hand high, and shouted, "Nina-san, Ganbaru, hi!" In the Eastern Dragon Empire, the instance halls of various academies and cities were also gathering a large number of professionals. At this time, the number of participants in the Eastern Dragon Empire's slaughter instance had already exceeded 600. In the Tsinghua Academy Instance Hall, in a certain hidden area, Li Chen, Ling Shuihan, Jiang Jin, and Jiang Wu Yuyu gathered here, with only the senior brother Wang Qingfeng absent due to his duty at the academy. Jiang Jin looked at the registration information that had surpassed 600, the highest in the world, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Alas, our Eastern Dragon professionals are indeed being targeted quite severely. There are only a little over 600 participants in the level 60 slaughter instance. Jiang Wu Yuyu said in surprise, "Dad, that's almost double that of the Free Federation, isn't it still few?" Ling Shuihan said solemnly, "Compared to before, it is indeed much less." Li Chen asked, "Second sister, how many participants did our Eastern Dragon Empire have at its peak?" Ling Shuihan replied, "It exceeded 2,000. But ever since the teacher led our Eastern Dragon Empire to rise, those countries led by the Free Federation have become increasingly wary of us. At first, their targeting of our Eastern Dragon Empire professionals was still somewhat subtle, but under the secret instigation of the Free Federation, more and more countries began to target us, and their actions became increasingly reckless. Especially in instances that are fundamentally based on slaughter, they openly target our Eastern Dragon Empire professionals, using the name of slaughter to eliminate our living forces." Jiang Jin's expression also darkened slightly. In other instances, they would still cover it up a bit, but in the slaughter instance, these guys swarm like wild dogs, ruthlessly killing all Eastern Dragon Empire professionals they see. It is precisely for this reason that our Eastern Dragon's emerging professionals have become increasingly weak in recent years. At its core, it is due to the excessive loss of our unformed living forces. Li Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He fell silent for a moment before asking again, "Second sister, which countries are secretly targeting us in the Eastern Dragon? Please tell me in detail." Ling Shuihan glanced at her junior brother, smiled with satisfaction, and said, "The Free Federation, the Great Empire, the Fascist Empire, the Cherry Blossom Country, the Kimchi Country, the Curry Country, the South Vietnam Country." After a moment, Li Chen noted all these countries down, the curve of his lips turning cold and fierce. "Today, I will let them experience what a true slaughter dungeon is." After saying this, Li Chen clicked to register and stepped into the teleportation array. Ding! The level 60 slaughter dungeon is about to open, locking in the number of participants. This slaughter dungeon has 12,622 participants, with 6,311 having cleared it. Countdown: 60, 59, 58. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams watched as the number of participants from the Eastern Dragon Empire froze at 686, a rare smile appearing on his face. He chuckled softly, murmuring, "Those East Asian sick men really seem to be scared of being killed." The last slaughter dungeon still had over 800 participants, and this time there are barely 700. I wonder if this few people is enough for us to share. Li Chen found himself in the teleportation array, and with a familiar feeling of dizziness, he felt a blur before his eyes and arrived in an unfamiliar place. He opened his eyes and looked around. At this moment, he was on a small island, facing a much larger landmass. The small island and the land across from it were separated by a wide sea trench, and not far to his left, there was an elevated bridge leading to the opposite side, connecting to that land. Li Chen instinctively activated his God perspective, quickly spreading it around to encompass the entire area within his line of sight. Then, the entire map of the slaughter dungeon clearly appeared before him. As Ling Shuihan had said, this was a huge island. The island was divided into 3 parts. The upper part was elongated, the middle area was the largest, shaped like a bow tie. He was currently in the smallest lower area, separated from the middle area by water. Aside from the elevated bridge on his left, there was another elevated bridge further to the right leading to the opposite shore. At the same time, various people appeared in Li Chen's view. Li Chen turned his gaze to the left. Through his God perspective, he had already seen that near the elevated bridge close to the opposite land, a person was sneakily hiding behind a dilapidated car, seemingly preparing to ambush the professionals heading to the middle area from this road. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and murmured, "Is this what the second senior sister referred to as the stimulating battlefield? Ambushes are everywhere, truly stimulating." A prompt sound echoed in Li Chen's mind. The slaughter dungeon is about to begin. The safe zone will appear after the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, start. As the countdown ended, Li Chen immediately saw a huge white light beam rise from the center of the small island, as if connecting heaven and earth. Then, a massive green light curtain appeared, circularly spanning the 3 major areas of the slaughter dungeon, rapidly expanding from the white light beam as its center. Li Chen turned to look. The green light curtain swiftly swept across the middle of the area behind him, dividing the smaller island he was on into 2 halves. "The safe zone has been established. Please enter the safe zone within half an hour, or you will bear the consequences." The prompt sound rang out again. At the same time, a 30-minute countdown appeared in Li Chen's view. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. "Is this the safe area that the second senior sister mentioned?" Quite intuitive. With such a large range prompt, all professionals participating in this slaughter dungeon could clearly see it. Li Chen looked towards the elevated bridge, a cold and fierce smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems that guy has made quite a bit of preparation in advance, laying an ambush on a necessary route. What a good way to wait for the rabbit by the tree stump. "It's just a pity that you ran into me." On the elevated bridge, Nichuan Gangban hid behind a dilapidated car, observing the situation across the bridge through the small triangular window at the back of the car. Suddenly, a railgun quietly appeared behind Nichuan Gangban's head. In the next moment, with a muffled bang, the railgun fired without any hesitation. The bullet from the railgun instantly penetrated Nichuan Gangban's body, deeply shooting into the ground. The ensuing shockwave exploded, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Chen, at the edge of the small island, coldly watched this scene from a god's perspective. Although the person's features were very similar to those of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the distinctive mustache on his lips and the unique style of his mage robe had already revealed his identity and Onmyoji from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Therefore, Li Chen couldn't be bothered to say anything and directly launched an attack. But in the next moment, a hint of astonishment appeared in his eyes. The bullet from the railgun penetrated the body of that Onmyoji from the Cherry Blossom Nation, yet the scene he had anticipated of flesh being torn apart did not occur. The figure actually transformed into a wisp of smoke and slowly disappeared. Li Chen exclaimed in surprise, "A clone? This Onmyoji Shikigami has the ability to create clones?" He immediately scanned the nearby area more meticulously from his god's perspective, and a few seconds later, Li Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the abandoned large drainage pipe beneath the elevated bridge. About 10 meters from the pipe's opening, he indeed found the Onmyoji who looked exactly like the previous illusion. Inside the pipe, Nichuan Gangban felt his Shikigami smoke clone being instantly shattered, and a look of horror and panic immediately surfaced in his eyes. It should be known that the smoke clone created by the Shikigami was extremely sensitive to airflow, capable of detecting any abnormal air fluctuations within a 50-meter radius. Even for the stealthy ninjas of the mist-hidden village, it would be very difficult to launch a silent ambush without being detected by his Shikigami clone. But just now, his clone had not sensed any signs and was inexplicably eliminated. Who on earth ambushed him? What a terrifying guy! What an eerie method of attack! A wave of fear and chill surged in Nichuan Gangban's heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the Shrine Maiden's instant step to escape from this strange place. Li Chen, using his god's perspective, found him again and was about to summon a super weapon for a strong encirclement when he saw this guy forming a hand seal, and his figure suddenly vanished. Li Chen was slightly taken aback, his expression becoming a bit serious as he murmured, "Interesting, no wonder he can participate in a level 60 slaughter dungeon, he really has some skills. Whether it's ability or combat awareness, he's on a completely different level from low-level practitioners. It's just a pity that no matter how fast you are, you won't escape my god's perspective." Li Chen suddenly turned his head, murderous intent radiating as he looked in another direction. 200 meters from the abandoned water outlet, a terrified Nichuan Gangban reappeared. But as soon as his figure emerged, Li Chen hadn't even had the chance to summon a super weapon before he vanished again. After more than 10 consecutive instant steps, Nichuan Gangban ran a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers before diving into a cliff cave, panting heavily in shock. His eyes trembled slightly, revealing a mix of fear and relief, as he proudly said, "Baka." Luckily, I was quick to react. Although I don't know what profession that guy is, having run this far, I don't believe he can catch up. Li Chen still stood in place, his godlike gaze closely following Nichikawa Okaban, watching as Nichikawa Okaban ducked into a cliff cave, a mocking curve quietly forming at the corner of his mouth. "Catch up? With you? Do you think you deserve my personal appearance to explain?" Li Chen murmured, shaking his head lightly. Then, he focused his thoughts again. In the next moment, Nichikawa Okaban's body suddenly stiffened, shock and disbelief flashing in his eyes. Because he saw, right in front of the cave, hundreds of laser cannons had appeared in an instant. These hundreds of laser cannons blocked him tightly within the cave like a door. As he saw these hundreds of laser cannons rapidly light up, the scent of death enveloped Nichikawa Okaban. The fear in his heart exploded in an instant, erupting in a ridiculous, hysterical scream. "Who are you? Who the hell are you? Hiding in the dark and ambushing? What kind of skill is that? If you have the guts, come out." In the distance, Li Chen looked at the mentally broken Nichikawa Okaban, a mocking curve rising at the corner of his mouth, softly murmuring, "You can be the sixth, but others can't?" The cold laser cannons gave no response. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, with a series of sudden piercing shrieks, hundreds of laser cannons fired simultaneously. With a loud bang, Nichikawa Okaban was instantly turned into mush, and the hidden cave suddenly collapsed. Outside, the number representing the participants from Sakura Country, 43, trembled slightly, changing to 42. In the replica halls of the major empires, the onlookers, focused on the big screen, suddenly jolted. This killing replica is so fast. Yeah, it just started, and someone has already been stimulated out. In Sakura Country, Kenji Kobe's eyes narrowed, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising in his heart. After eliminating Nichikawa Okaban, Li Chen thought for a moment and began to carefully search the terrain near the core area of the safe zone through his godlike perspective. After a moment, Li Chen's eyes brightened slightly, murmuring, "This place is quite good." He discovered through his godlike perspective that the entire small island resembled an abandoned human settlement. It included several towns, farms, schools, villas, mines, air raid shelters, military bases, and various functional areas within. The core point of the safe zone was located at the school in the central area. Moreover, some luckier professionals had already teleported to that location. This way, these professionals wouldn't need to move again, they could hide directly, avoiding unnecessary battles and conserving their strength. When the time came, if the number of eliminated people was insufficient, they would then participate in the battle. As for now, these people had all coincidentally found places to hide, preparing to wait for the right moment. Li Chen thought for a moment and set his sights on the highest teaching building in the school area. The location of that teaching building was about 5 or 6 kilometers away from the safe core point. Even if the safe zone shrank to the end, it should still be included. This way, the poisonous fog would pose no threat to Li Chen. Furthermore, it was the highest point in the entire school area. If he hid in the storage room on the rooftop and locked the door leading to the rooftop stairs, then it would be the most suitable place for him to be the sixth. As for the issue of having no retreat, well, being trapped up there would indeed mean cutting off their escape. But Li Chen was different. He had a godlike perspective and headshot teleportation, no place could trap him. With a decision made in his heart, Li Chen immediately summoned a Glock pistol at several concealed locations in the core area as a safety teleportation point just in case. Then, he also summoned a Glock pistol on the highest teaching building in the school area. After doing all this, Li Chen smiled faintly and aimed the gun at his own head. Bang! With a shot to the head, Li Chen's figure instantly vanished from the spot and appeared on the rooftop of the teaching building. He took out a clown mask and put it on, then locked the door leading to the rooftop. To prevent anyone from forcing the door open, he summoned a tank to block the entrance. With his current strength and abilities, he naturally didn't need to worry about being besieged by other professionals. However, with the international war instance approaching, Li Chen didn't want to expose his identity and abilities at such a critical moment. It wasn't that he was worried about other countries' professionals uniting against him after this information was exposed. Rather, he feared that those countries secretly targeting the Eastern Dragon would be so intimidated by his strength that they would directly give up on the international war instance. They had been so eager to kill the professionals of the Eastern Dragon Empire in the past few years, and now they wanted to easily withdraw? Dream on! Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Therefore, in order not to undermine those guys' confidence, Li Chen had already decided before coming in. In this killing instance, killing was certainly necessary, but the efficiency couldn't be too high, it had to be slowed down a bit. After making all the preparations, Li Chen looked at the scattered professionals in his sight, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. In the upper area of the entire killing instance map, at the ruins on the mountaintop, 4 rugged men with dark skin, but a shade lighter than pure black, were surrounding a female professional from the Eastern Dragon. Hee, we are really lucky. We just came in and found such a top-notch beauty. Ha ha ha, little beauty, stop struggling, give up. Let the brothers show you what a curry giant cannon is. The Eastern Dragon female professional's face was filled with shame, anger, and panic, and she angrily shouted, "You scum from the curry country. Even if I die, I will never let you succeed. Keek die? Little beauty, you think too simply. Do you think dying will let you escape from our grasp? Ha ha ha, exactly. TSK, with your delicate skin, even if you die, you're still more charming than the women from our curry country." Hearing their arrogant and despicable declarations, the female professional's face instantly turned pale. The implications of their words truly sent chills down her spine. Thinking about the humiliation she would suffer after death, a fierce light flashed in her eyes, and she made up her mind. Even if she died, before dying, she would completely destroy her own body, resolutely not allowing these disgusting curry country professionals to succeed. Understanding their conversation through lip reading, Li Chen mocked, as expected of the curry country, even in a killing instance, they can't forget to let the little bugs out. In the next moment, Li Chen's gaze sharpened, and his thoughts moved slightly. Whoosh! An ice spike shot towards the curly-haired curry country man, who was relaxed and lewd, suddenly leaping back to easily dodge the Eastern Dragon female professional's attack. But what he didn't notice was that 3 blades shimmering with a matte silver had quietly appeared behind him. With a soft puff, the 3 blades instantly pierced through his neck from behind, bloody claws extending out from the front. This was a humanoid Wolverine. One-hit kill. The other few hadn't even reacted when the Wolverine behind him vanished again. A cold arc formed at the corner of Li Chen's mouth as he murmured, "The killing instance has just begun." With a thud, the curry country man, killed in one blow, fell to the ground like a broken sack, blood gushing wildly from his neck, sizzling as it poured out. The other 3 professionals from curry country instinctively turned their heads towards the noise, startled, and took a few steps back to regroup. The female professional from East Dragon also wore a face of uncertainty, stopping not far away to scan the surroundings. Who is it? Which bastard is hiding in the shadows and shooting arrows? Come out and speak. Do you want to die? How dare you provoke people from curry country? The 3 curry country professionals looked around in anger and shouted. The surroundings were silent, with no response and no sign of anyone. The female professional from East Dragon's eyes flashed with light. She gritted her teeth and quickly turned to flee in another direction. Although she didn't know who had just attacked, since the other party chose not to attack her, they might be allies of the East Dragon Empire. If she didn't run now, when would she? The 3 curry country professionals showed hesitation in their eyes. However, due to the recent death of their companion, they ultimately decided to temporarily lock away their fears and cautiously scan the surroundings back to back. Yet, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any trace of the enemy within their line of sight. Li Chen remained calm, watching as the female professional from East Dragon ran far away, and murmured, "At this distance, they shouldn't notice anything." Cold sweat slowly trickled down the foreheads of the 3 curry country professionals. "Big brother, what should we do?" The 4th was killed by a close-range weapon. The other party must have the ability to become invisible, likely an assassin-type professional. Assassin type? Could it be A ninja from Cherry Blossom Country? That doesn't make sense. Cherry Blossom Country has always been on our side. How could their professionals suddenly turn against us? The man referred to as Big Brother changed his expression for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "I found you. Come out and die." On the roof, Li Chen sneered and muttered to himself, "You want to lure me out? Ha, fine, I'll oblige." Li Chen's thoughts shifted again. Whoosh! Hundreds of Gatling guns suddenly appeared around the three Curry Country professionals, surrounding them completely. The Big Brother's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. The other two were equally stunned. What the hell? Wasn't the other party a close combat assassin? What were all these Gatling guns doing here? In the next moment, just as they were about to say something, the hundreds of Gatling guns opened fire simultaneously. The dense barrage of bullets instantly engulfed the three, striking from every angle. A few seconds later, the sound of the furious gunfire gradually ceased, leaving only a ground of shredded flesh. Then, Li Chen summoned several transformers, turning over the land and burying the remains, trying to cover up the traces of the battlefield as much as possible. After dealing with the situation here, Li Chen turned his gaze to another direction. This time, his target was two people from Pickle Country. Jean Jagua and Jean Mailong were hiding in a haystack on a farm, observing the outside situation through a concealed gap. Suddenly, a massive transformer curled up, transforming into a large iron ball, quietly appearing several kilometers above them, then plummeting straight down. As the transformer fell faster and faster, a strange shriek filled the air. Jean Jagua looked outside with uncertainty. What is that sound? Jean Mailong also looked puzzled. I don't know, it sounds like something being thrown from a height, but this area is open, and there aren't even buildings taller than 3 stories. Why would there be such a sound? The next moment, boom! The terrifying impact from the gravitational acceleration was like a god smashing a fist onto the haystack, instantly turning Jean Jagua and Jean Mailong, who were hiding inside, into 2 meat patties, pressed firmly into the deep pit below. In the rest area of the shooting range, a yin-yang master was hiding. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the sky, as if a large airplane was landing. The yin-yang master raised his head in confusion, as if he wanted to look outside through the roof. A thought unconsciously popped into his mind. Strange, there doesn't seem to be an airport around the shooting range? Why is there the sound of a plane landing? He got up and looked outside through the glass window. Then, his pupils instantly contracted, and his mouth dropped open in shock, because he saw, to his horror, a strategic bomber charging towards him at a terrifying speed, as if it would not rest until it crashed into him. Boom! The explosion sounded thunderous, and the yin-yang master didn't even have time to summon his Shikigami before being obliterated by the bomber. In an instant, all sorts of bizarre deaths emerged throughout the map of the slaughter instance. Some were hiding in the grass and got an anal surgery from a laser cannon, some were hiding in the water and were crushed by a submarine, and there were even those hiding under beds who suddenly had their heads crushed by a tank. With these inexplicable deaths, a strange sense of panic gradually lingered in the hearts of all the professionals participating in this slaughter instance. It felt as if an invisible ghost was drifting across the entire map of the slaughter instance, occasionally taking a few lives, making this slaughter instance proceed even more efficiently. Long Outyen nervously fled to the rooftop, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, did the rules of the slaughter instance change? There was clearly no one behind that door. How could 3 metal blades suddenly pierce that guy's heart? Although it did help me a lot, this is just too eerie, like it's haunted. No, I need to calm down." He muttered to himself, "This slaughter instance is indeed a bit off. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just give up on finding Li Chun for now, and wait until I clear this slaughter instance to find a chance to kill that little brat." Long Outyen didn't know that all his movements and mutterings had already fallen into Li Chen's eyes. At first, Li Chen thought he was just an ordinary professional from the Eastern Dragon Empire. So when he discovered that he was fighting another professional from the Free Federation, he secretly helped him by summoning Wolverine to give his opponent a claw. Who would have thought that after dealing with Long Outyen's enemy, this guy would accidentally stumble over to the teaching building where he was hiding? Therefore, Li Chen's attention had been focused on him all along. Just now, Li Chen was still pondering how to get rid of this guy. After all, with his current strength, he didn't need a companion at all. On the contrary, having an unfamiliar person around would distract him and affect his ability to create strangeness. Because although his ability was powerful, he couldn't control super weapons for assassination from a distance while multitasking. However, it was also because he couldn't control the entire battlefield at once that professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire sometimes suffered casualties. This, in turn, reduced everyone's suspicion, making them think that it was just some bizarre change in the rules of the slaughter instance itself. And this bizarre change was aimed at everyone. But Li Chen didn't expect that this guy actually knew him. Moreover, he even wanted to kill him. Li Chen's brows furrowed immediately, muttering, "What is going on? Has my identity been leaked?" Over there, Long Outyen was completely unaware that he was being monitored, still cursing while talking to himself. "It's just that if I can't kill that kid in this slaughter dungeon, when I get out, I need to remind Yenner to be more careful, so that this bastard doesn't ruin her again." Yenner? Li Chen's eyes suddenly flickered. Could it be that this guy wants to kill me because Duga Yen is instigating him from behind? His expression instantly darkened, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. After pondering for a moment, Li Chen's lips curled into a cold arc as he murmured, "Whether you live or die depends on your own choice." Saying this, he took off the clown mask on his face, revealing his true appearance. Then, with a thought, he removed the tank that was blocking the stairway door and waited quietly. After a moment, the sound of the doorknob turning began to echo. Seeing that the door leading to the rooftop was locked from the inside, Long Outyen immediately showed a wary expression. Just as he hesitated whether to leave and find another place to hide, a low voice came from the door. "Who is it?" Hearing Li Chen's standard Eastern Dragon dialect, Long Outyen immediately breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "It's our own people." "Are you also from Eastern Dragon?" "Which part?" Li Chen asked deliberately. "I am Long Outyen from the Eastern Dragon Empire's Tianguang Academy. I wonder if you have heard of me," Long Outyen said with a hint of pride. A sharp light flashed in Li Chen's eyes. Tianguang Academy? If he remembered correctly, Duga Yen later entered Tianguang Academy, so it seems she really is behind this. Thinking this in his mind, Li Chen pretended to be surprised and said, "Ah, so it's a senior from Tianguang Academy." With a click, the door was opened. Li Chen looked at Long Outyen with joy. "Senior, come up quickly. The terrain here is high, and if we support each other, it will be much safer." Long Outyen looked at Li Chen's face, just about to speak, but his expression suddenly froze. Then, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This face, truly a blessing from heaven. It came without any effort. The guy on the rooftop is actually the Li Chen he has been looking for. Li Chen asked in confusion, "Senior Long?" Long Outyen quickly regained his composure, quickly putting on a friendly smile and deliberately asking, "Junior looks so young, yet you have reached the level 60 bottleneck at such an age. It seems your family background is extraordinary. May I ask which prominent family you are from in Eastern Dragon?" Li Chen chuckled, "Senior is overpraising me. I'm just lucky and had a bit of an adventure. My name is Li Chen, please come up quickly." Hearing Li Chen so unguardedly introduce himself, a glint flashed in Long Outyen's eyes. Indeed, it is this kid. Adventure? If it weren't for connections, you would have no adventure at all. A surge of jealousy suddenly ignited in Long Outyen's heart. Long Outyen reached the rooftop, locked the door behind him, and surveyed the surroundings. "Junior Li Chen, is it just you here?" Long Outyen asked with a smile. Li Chen chuckled. "Yes, I'm lucky. I teleported right next to this teaching building. I saw the terrain was high, so I ran up here to hide. As long as I lock the door and hold out until the final stage, the chance of clearing the dungeon will be much greater." Upon hearing this, Long Outyen, after confirming that there was really only Li Chen here, felt a surge of dark joy. He thought to himself, "Good, this is truly a chance sent by heaven. As long as I find an opportunity to deal with this kid, Yenner will belong only to me." Thinking of Duga Yen's delicate soft flesh, a look of intoxication and greed appeared on Long Outyen's face. Little did he know, although he had his back to Li Chen, from Li Chen's godlike perspective, he could see Long Aotian's expression clearly. Seeing that kind of look on Long Aotian's face, Li Chen sneered inwardly. "Ha, just look at that expression, this guy is most likely the new playmate that Duga Yen is welcoming." With that thought, Li Chen smiled slightly and said to Long Aotian, "Senior Long, there are 2 of us now. How about we take turns keeping watch? Each person can watch for half an hour, that way the other can rest a bit longer, conserving energy for the upcoming decisive battle." Long Aotian was momentarily taken aback, then nodded repeatedly, "Sure, I was thinking the same thing. How about this, Li Chen, you must have been keeping watch for a while, so you rest first, and I'll take your turn." Long Aotian almost burst out laughing internally. "Ha ha, this Li Chen is simply a professional at delivering himself to others. I was just worried about how to find an opportunity to ambush him, and he just handed it to me." Li Chen nodded with a smile. "Then I'll trouble you, Senior Long. I'll go rest in the storage room for a bit." Saying this, Li Chen turned and walked towards the storage room, half lying on the clutter in the corner with his eyes closed, even leaving the door of the storage room open, showing a great deal of trust in Long Aotian. Long Aotian pretended to survey the surroundings, and after confirming that there were no other people nearby, he returned to the side front of the storage room. He feigned examining the situation around him, but his peripheral vision subtly fell on Li Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed. More than 10 minutes later, when he confirmed that Li Chen was indeed completely unguarded, A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Long Aotian's lips moved slightly as he silently recited a spell. In the next moment, a massive golden spear quietly coalesced in mid-air, its tip aimed directly at Li Chen. A sickly excitement and murderous intent appeared on Long Aotian's face as he suddenly pointed at Li Chen, roaring in his heart, "Die!" Light's demon-breaking spear. In midair, that massive golden spear instantly transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, striking into Li Chen's chest with lightning speed. Seeing this scene, Long Aotian excitedly shouted, "Huh? It worked! From today on, Yenner is mine alone." As a radiant priest of the illusion god profession, Long Aotian's attack power was indeed formidable, especially this light's demon-breaking spear. It was his strongest single-target attack skill. A practitioner of the same level, without any defensive measures, would undoubtedly die if struck in the chest. However, in the next moment, the ecstasy on Long Aotian's face instantly froze, because he saw that Li Chen, who had been hit by the light's demon-breaking spear, did not bleed a single drop. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind a Glock pistol. Long Aotian thought he was seeing things and couldn't help but rub his eyes. The killer, the one who constantly kills. Li Chen's figure quietly appeared on the ceiling of the storage room, his gaze coldly fixed on him. Long Aotian suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. "A stand-in? Aren't you a mechanic? Why do you have a skill like that?" With a soft swoosh, 3 sharp blades cleanly pierced out from Long Aotian's throat, blood gushing. Long Aotian's body suddenly stiffened, and he struggled to look down at the 3 familiar blades. Not long ago, his opponent had been pierced in the throat by such 3 blades. Long Aotian looked at Li Chen in horror, his voice barely escaping. You are that ghost on the battlefield." Li Chen coldly stared at him, too lazy to respond. With a thud, Long Aotian's corpse fell to the ground, regret evident in his eyes. If it weren't for Duguyen, how could he have ended up like this? After dealing with Long Aotian, Li Chen gently shook his head and once again focused his attention on the national professionals targeting the Eastern Dragon. At this moment, the copy hall of various countries outside was already in chaos. What the hell? What's going on with this slaughter copy? Did the Eastern Dragon Empire secretly sneak in some powerful figures? Damn, it's brutal. Look at the professionals from Sakura country, there are only 10 left. Tisk TSK, Sakura country is doing better. Look at Kimchi country, damn, they've been completely wiped out. It's only been a little over an hour, and everyone from Kimchi country is dead. The guys from Curry country are also suffering. There are only about 20 left. Is the Eastern Dragon Empire holding back a big move? Just a while ago, a female big shot appeared, and now so many genius-level intermediate professionals have emerged. If they didn't plan this, I'm the first to not believe it. How do you know the Eastern Dragon is up to something? Their people are dying too. Are you blind? The Eastern Dragon sent in over 600 people, and so far only a few dozen have died. Compared to previous slaughter copies, they're 10 times stronger. Eastern Dragon Empire, Tsinghua Academy Copy Hall. In a certain hidden area, Jiang Wuyu looked at the casualty reports of participants from various countries on the display screen and wondered, what is Li Chen doing? With his godlike perspective coverage, he should be able to monitor the entire battlefield map, right? With the spirit power replenishment from the historical spear and armor, he shouldn't be this slow, right? Ling Xuehan frowned slightly, and after a moment of thought, suddenly smiled faintly. I guess Li Chen is probably trying to conceal his identity as much as possible, not wanting others to know his abilities, so he deliberately lowered the slaughter efficiency. Jiang Wuyu questioned, why? With Li Chen's current strength, even if exposed, he shouldn't be afraid of others targeting him, right? Zhang Jin smiled and said, he naturally isn't afraid of others targeting him. But the next thing is the international war copy. He should be worried that if he kills too ruthlessly, those guys might give up on the international war copy, and the blood debts won't be repaid. Ling Xuehan's killing intent gradually emerged. Junior brother is thoughtful. How many times have those guys targeted us before? If they retreat in the face of difficulty, wouldn't that benefit those guys? This time, let them know the consequences of targeting our Eastern Dragon Empire. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams stared intently at the numbers representing the Free Federation on the screen. 133. Half the time of the slaughter copy had passed, and their people had also died more than half. This was an unprecedented huge loss in previous slaughter copies. Ding ding ding. At that moment, an encrypted call suddenly came in. Parker Williams answered with a grim face. Albert? The representative of the fascist empire, Albert, was visibly agitated. Parker, do you know what's going on with the Eastern Dragon Empire this time? How can the people they sent in be this strong? Just as Parker Williams was about to speak, another ding 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 encrypted call came in. He answered this call as well, and the angry voice of Elizabeth from the Great Pinnacle Empire came through. The Eastern Dragon is openly provoking us. They actually dare to target our 3 major countries at the same time. Parker Williams glanced at the casualties of the Fascist Empire and the Great Pinnacle Empire. Although their number of participants was not as many as the Free Federation, so far, their casualties had already exceeded half. Keep in mind, the slaughter copy has only passed half the time, and their numbers have already met the standard. Not only them, but all countries that were at odds with the Eastern Dragon Empire, including Kimchi Country, Curry Country, Lobster Country, etc., suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for the people from the Eastern Dragon Empire scheming inside, Parker Williams would dare to twist off his own head. But what he couldn't understand was where so many powerful level 60 professionals suddenly came from in the Eastern Dragon. This combat power is quite exaggerated. Even though it can't compare to the female big shot, with such achievements, those people are at least top-tier phantom professionals. And there are so many of them, at least dozens or even hundreds. Otherwise, with the size of the slaughter dungeon map and the rapid death rate scattered across various countries, it wouldn't be something one or two people could accomplish. Parker Williams gritted his teeth and let out a painful grunt. That old bastardly really has some good tricks. It turns out he not only hid that mysterious woman but also secretly cultivated quite a few intermediate professionals. He probably guessed that we would unite to target the Eastern Dragon Empire in the International War Dungeon, so he took action in advance, significantly weakening our living forces before the International War Dungeon began. The entry limit for the International War Dungeon is no more than 5,000 people from each country, and among these 5,000, the main combat power consists of level 50 to 60 professionals. If the level 60 professionals are significantly weakened, the impact on overall combat power cannot be underestimated. Albert's face twisted in rage. Damnly, the Eastern Dragon dares to be so arrogant. In the upcoming International War Dungeon, I will annihilate all participants from the Eastern Dragon Empire. Elizabeth also said coldly, does the Eastern Dragon Empire think that just because that woman appeared, they can dominate the world? What a dream! A mere slaughter dungeon, this level of loss, my great Yen Empire can still withstand. Parker, bring all those small countries that are dependent on us into the fold, this time in the International War Dungeon. I want to wipe out the Eastern Dragon. The fury in Parker Williams' eyes surged like a stampede, and he nodded heavily. You're right. This time we will take action ourselves and definitely annihilate the Eastern Dragon. Indeed, under Li Chen's deliberate concealment, the countries secretly targeting the Eastern Dragon did not cease their efforts. Instead, they intensified. In the slaughter dungeon, Li Chen remained calm, sitting in the storage room on the rooftop, using a god's perspective to precisely eliminate those foreign professionals across the entire map, like a bloodthirsty specter. So far, half of the time in the slaughter dungeon had passed. The professionals participating in the slaughter dungeon also sensed the problem. That invisible specter that pervaded the entire battlefield seemed to be the ghost of the Eastern Dragon Empire. But they couldn't figure out how the Eastern Dragon Empire managed to do all this. For a moment, in this bizarre slaughter dungeon, shadowy spears and ghostly blades emerged frequently, crazily reaping lives like the scythe of death. Outside, in the instance halls of the major empires, chaos erupted. Damn! The Eastern Dragon Empire has gone mad. Only 2 people left in South Vietnam. Damn! All the people from South Vietnam are finished. The number of people in the Free Federation has dropped below 100. What the hell? Did those 10 guys from the Fascist Empire get caught in their lair? They all went down in an instant. Tisk Tsk, still, Big Boss Boo is wise, establishing good relations with the Eastern Dragon in advance. Our Northern Mao Empire sent in over 200 people, and we've only lost a little over 20. In Sakura Country, the Amaterasu Guild. Kenji Kobe looked at the pitiful number 3 representing the Sakura Country professionals, veins bulging on his forehead. Eastern Dragon Empire. Lee, dare to target our Sakura Empire like this, I will make you pay in blood. In the Free Federation, the Source God Guild. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The encrypted calls kept coming in. Parker Williams wore a dark expression as he answered one by one. President Parker, I am Sijihen from Outer Mongolia. The Eastern Dragon Empire is targeting our country in the slaughter instance, regarding the upcoming International War instance. President Parker, I am Saman from the Philippines. The Eastern Dragon Empire is acting arrogantly, and I want to. President Parker, I am Harman from West Asia. Regarding this slaughter instance, as these encrypted calls came in, the originally private meeting of the Free Federation, the Fascist Empire, and the Great Pinnacle Empire began to see new faces joining, one by one, grim-faced avatars lighting up. Elizabeth spoke with a face full of anger. Very well. The Eastern Dragon Empire thinks that with the emergence of a so-called female boss, they can wrestle with us. This time, we have gathered such powerful forces. When the International War instance arrives, we must let the Eastern Dragon know how serious the consequences are for provoking our three empires. Albert also had a dark expression. Indeed, the Eastern Dragon dares to be so ruthless in the slaughter instance, it's simply outrageous. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know what kind of consequences will arise from angering the fascist empire. Parker Williams had flames burning in his eyes. This time, we have all been secretly targeted by the Eastern Dragon Empire in the slaughter instance. Not only that, but they may have also allied with other countries. To ensure a united front, all the countries you represent have lost more than 2/3 of their manpower in this slaughter instance. From my estimation, the Eastern Dragon Empire has been plotting this international war instance for a long time, although our combined strength is unprecedented. But to ensure the elimination of that mysterious female powerhouse from the Eastern Dragon Empire, I hope everyone can be honest and not hold back, putting all their strongest forces into this. As long as we can eliminate that woman from the Eastern Dragon in the international war instance, we can naturally suppress the arrogant momentum of the Eastern Dragon Empire and maintain world peace. President Parker is right. Hey, my Sakura country will definitely do our utmost and follow the command of the Free Federation. My Curry Empire has no objections. Pickle country agrees. The Philippines is willing to follow President Parker. Under Parker Williams' encouragement, representatives from various countries expressed their willingness to unite and deliver a heavy blow to the arrogant Eastern Dragon Empire. Looking at the excited crowd, Parker Williams nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Next, let's discuss how to cooperate in the international war instance. In the slaughter instance, a small team of 7 or 8 practitioners from the Free Federation was cautiously walking through the dense forest. Fuck, those 2 guys from Baton country are too cunning. As soon as they see us, they run away like they're fleeing from a plague. Right now, we're no different from a plague. Who on the battlefield doesn't know that ghost is targeting the enemies of the Eastern Dragon Empire? Baton country has always had a good relationship with the Eastern Dragon Empire. They would rather stay far away from us to avoid affecting that ghost from taking us out. Fuck. How did the Eastern Dragon Empire manage all this? Did they find some loophole in the slaughter instance? Before the person could finish, countless rustling sounds suddenly erupted from the dense forest, as if a large number of monsters were moving in groups. Wolves! There are wolves! Thick crab! So many metal wolves! Where did they come from? The dense clanging sounds kept ringing out. These metal wolves were like ghosts in the mountains, madly pouncing towards them. The sound of their sharp teeth clashing made one's hair stand on end. Ah, help me! These metal wolves are not afraid of fire. My fire magic is useless against them. Damn it! My skeleton soldiers can't hold back these metal wolves. There are too many. No! A scream echoed from deep within the forest, the smell of blood growing stronger. Killing instance, City R. 2 samurai from the Cherry Blossom Nation were escorting Aonmyoji, cautiously making their way towards the safe zone along the wall. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from both sides of the street. Their hearts leaped into their throats as they looked on in shock. Armored vehicles. Baka! Where did these things come from? Run! Run my ass! There are armored vehicles ahead too. By Amaterasu. These armored vehicles are so fast. Faster than my newly bought 86. It's over. We're surrounded by armored vehicles. The dense array of armored vehicles seemed as if all the drivers had fallen asleep, yet they pressed the gas pedal to the floor, charging madly towards the 2, crashing into them brutally. Bang 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 bang. The 2 professionals were instantly crushed into a pulp by the relentless armored vehicles. Ding dong. Time remaining, half an hour. Please enter the safe zone within half an hour, or bear the consequences. Li Chen looked at the prompt that appeared before his eyes, raising an eyebrow. He glanced at the remaining number of players, 5,588. According to the rules of the killing instance, the death toll had already surpassed half. As long as the remaining players reached the safe zone, they would successfully clear the instance after half an hour. However, the killing intent in Li Chen's eyes did not wane. He murmured, "We can still kill for another half hour." The game continues. Outside, the Eastern Dragon Empire. As time slowly passed, waves of gasps erupted from various instance halls across the Eastern Dragon. So strong. We Eastern Dragon actually have so many fierce people hidden away. Hiss. Even the people from the Great Pinnacle Empire are all dead. The Fascist Empire is almost done too. They only have a little over 10 left. Kill those bastards from the Free Federation. They still have over 40 left. 10 minutes left. Let's go. Roar. The Fascist Empire is completely wiped out. Eastern Dragon is awesome. The Free Federation has 10 left. Kill them. Finish them off. The atmosphere was so intense it could only be described in 4 words. Utterly insane. 10 seconds left until the killing instance ends. 10, 9, 8. Finally, the familiar prompt sound rang out again. 3, 2, 1. Boom! In the last second of the countdown, the last person from the Free Federation hiding in the sewer was just relieved to have escaped disaster when the concrete floor above him suddenly shattered, pierced through by a dense barrage of railguns. Li Chen's gaze was sharp as he murmured, "Just in time, not a single one will survive. Time's up. Current remaining players, 4577. Congratulations to everyone for clearing the killing instance." As this prompt appeared before him, another notification echoed in Li Chen's mind. "Ding dong, congratulations on reaching level 60. Li Chen trembled slightly, excitement flashing in his eyes. Finally level 60. He quickly opened his attribute panel, allocating his free potential to his spiritual power, then immediately opened the Talents section to take a look. Sure enough, a new skill had appeared in the skill bar on the left. Skill, War Fortress. Skill description, summon a War Fortress. The War Fortress consumes 500 points of spiritual power for every minute it exists. The War Fortress has the following functions: protection, detection, attack. Note 1, the maximum capacity of the War Fortress is 100 people, equipped with two 125mm main cannons on each side and launch ports, and can also be outfitted with other super weapons. Note 2, the main body of the War Fortress is made of multi-alloy and is equipped with a defensive energy shield. After authorization from the owner, other professionals can also operate the super weapons within the War Fortress. Note, when the spiritual power value reaches 0, the War Fortress will automatically retract. Li Chen's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a super weapon that integrates both offense and defense. Moreover, this super weapon is no longer limited to the user. As long as he opens the permissions, others can use it too. All along, Li Chen's super weapons were basically of the attack type and could only be used by himself. In battle, if Li Chen had teammates, their safety would become the biggest constraint on his ability to exert his strength. For example, when rescuing Freya in another world and dealing with tribal invasions, Li Chen could only wait for his teammates to move away from danger or place them far behind the battlefield before he could unleash his full power. If there were few teammates, this operation could still be managed, but if there were too many teammates, Li Chen would have no way to protect them. However, with this War Fortress, Li Chen essentially carried countless mobile shelters with him. This way, Li Chen's functionality as a mechanic became even more complete. Not only did he possess super strong attack capabilities, but he also made great progress in terms of protection. Li Chen temporarily suppressed his excitement and continued to look to the right. After reaching level 60, he would unlock a new talent. Compared to new skills, this was the main event. Mechanic exclusive talent, 6th stage, concentrated fire. Note 1, super weapons of the same type can be fused. For each fusion, the power of the super weapon doubles, and the range also doubles. Note 2, if it is a defensive type super weapon, after fusion, its defense will double. Note 3, the 7th stage exclusive talent can be unlocked at level 70. Upon seeing this, Li Chen's eyes instantly shone brightly. Fusing super weapons of the same type to increase power, range, and defense? Moreover, the key point is that this talent's notes did not mention what the upper limit is. What does this mean? It means there is no upper limit. Damn, this is terrifying. The super weapons of the mechanic type have fixed damage types. For example, the super weapon unlocked at level 20 corresponds to the skills of a level 20 professional. Therefore, if a level 20 rocket launcher wants to deal sufficient damage to high-level enemies, it must rely on sheer numbers to win. But with the concentrated fire talent, Li Chen can directly summon dozens of rocket launchers for fusion, and its power will become comparable to high-level super weapons, or even much stronger. And if it is already a high-level super weapon, like a railgun, fusing it dozens of times based on its attack power. The power. Just one word, wow. Moreover, the key point is that not only the power doubles, but the range does too. It should be noted that the basic range of a railgun is already quite exaggerated, reaching as far as 200 kilometers. If it keeps doubling from this base, Li Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Theoretically speaking, as long as there are no obstacles in between, Li Chen could completely bombard the Free Federation directly from the Eastern Dragon Empire. This is just too perverse. Moreover, as his level increases and he kills more monsters, constantly expanding his god's perspective. Wouldn't that be the true meaning of kill what you can see? This is truly useless even if you hide at the ends of the earth, simply unsolvable. Thinking of this, Li Chen's mind immediately conjured up that world boss that would run away. Excitement flashed in his eyes. With this new talent, that world boss would become his prey. Encounter and run? Watch me take you down with one shot. At that moment, a layer of white light suddenly rose, enveloping all the surviving professionals. Li Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to return. Xinghua Academy, the hidden area of the dungeon hall. Ling Xuehan watched as the last person from the Free Federation reached 0, excitedly punching her fist down. Well done, little junior brother. Beside her, Jiang Jin also wore a satisfied expression, but thinking of the upcoming international war dungeon, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Li Chen is killing so ruthlessly, isn't he afraid they'll just give up on the international war dungeon? Ling Xuehan smiled coldly and shook her head gently. Don't worry, second junior brother, although the result of this slaughter dungeon is harsh, the process has dragged on for too long, so it doesn't have that strong of a deterrent effect, and it won't scare them off. With the arrogance and recklessness ingrained in those countries, they will never back down so easily. On the contrary, stimulated by little junior brother, I estimate that in the subsequent international war dungeon, they will probably become even more extreme, wanting to reclaim their honor. Jiang Jin was slightly taken aback, thinking of the arrogance and vendetta of the Free Federation and the Great Pinnacle Empire, and couldn't help but laugh. What second junior sister said is true, I was too quick to judge. If I didn't know that such results were achieved by one person, I probably wouldn't be satisfied either and would definitely find a way to retaliate. Ling Xuehan's gaze was icy. Exactly. Let them retaliate. The more grand the retaliation, the more satisfying it will be in the end. Just then, a strong white light lit up, and Li Chen's figure slowly emerged. Seeing Li Chen appear, Jiang Wuyu excitedly called out, Li Chen is back. Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin immediately looked over. Upon seeing Ling Xuehan and the others again, Li Chen grinned. Second junior sister, I lived up to my mission and finally managed to collect some interest back. Ling Xuehan couldn't help but laugh. The interest you collected is a bit ruthless, even loan sharks wouldn't be this thorough, not leaving a single one behind. Jiang Jin suddenly asked, little junior brother, you took out all those professionals secretly targeting our East Dragon. Didn't anyone see your terrifying number of super weapons? Li Chen chuckled, third senior brother, don't worry, I had a god's eye view of the battlefield and deliberately avoided others when I acted. Moreover, the methods I used were varied, at least on the surface, they appeared that way. Without knowing my special talent, others would never think this was the ability of a mechanic. Furthermore, Li Chen suddenly paused, chuckling. By the mid to late stages, the professionals participating in the slaughter dungeon had already sensed something was off. As soon as they entered the safe zone, they would immediately find a place to hide, especially those professionals who had no grievances with our East Dragon Empire. They avoided other professionals like they were venomous snakes, fearing any association. Only those who had enmity with our East Dragon would gather together, wanting to rely on numbers to confront me. Li Chen sneered, in this way, it actually made it easier for me to act. As long as I wiped out all the gathered people, naturally no one would notice my abilities, and they would only find it strange. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jin suddenly understood. Ling Xuehan gazed at him with bright eyes and sighed. In such a situation, anyone would feel terrified, right? In the entire slaughter dungeon, no matter where you are, death could greet you in the next second. Even if it were me, I probably wouldn't dare to run around. Jiang Wuyu imagined that scene and couldn't help but shiver. That feeling was just like watching that famous series of movies from the Blue Star, Final Destination. At this moment, including the Free Federation, the Great Empire, the Fascist Empire, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Kimchi Nation, countries that Li Chen had deliberately targeted, all rushed to inquire with participants from other nations, wanting to understand what exactly the Eastern Dragon Empire had done in the slaughter instance. However, the answers given by those participants were surprisingly similar. I don't know. At first, Parker Williams and the others thought that these countries were unwilling to offend the Eastern Dragon, so they dared not speak. But after asking dozens or even hundreds of professionals, they finally realized something was off. Those professionals seemed, perhaps, to genuinely not know, because when they sensed the oddities of this slaughter instance, they all chose to hide and stay away from the professionals of those countries that were at odds with the Eastern Dragon. Throughout the entire slaughter instance, they only did two things: travel and play hide and seek. As for the Eastern Dragon Empire's bizarre killings targeting those countries, they all adhered to a 6-word principle: don't look, don't listen, don't think. Therefore, no matter how Parker Williams and the others threatened or tempted, they could not extract any results. In the end, they could only give up and pin their hopes for revenge on the upcoming international war instance. In the Tsinghua Academy instance hall, Jiang Wuyu shook her head, shaking off that strange sense of horror from her mind, and asked about something else. Li Chen, you cleared the slaughter instance, so that means you're already level 60 now? Upon hearing this, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin were suddenly taken aback, finally remembering this most important matter. Ling Xuehan asked with anticipation, Junior brother, what about your new skills and new talents? Li Chen smiled and, as usual, directly shared his character panel, allowing the three to view it intuitively. Three curious heads immediately leaned in. War Fortress? Not bad. With this, Li Chen's role in large-scale wars will be even greater. Indeed, with the War Fortress, Li Chen will not only be an attacker but also have more comprehensive abilities in support and defense. After quickly scanning through the skills, the three merely expressed mild admiration before swiftly shifting their gaze to the right. Hiss, then, in the next moment, a unified gasp escaped from the three mouths. Double the power? Double the range? This is too insane. Excessive. This is simply too excessive. Li Chen's area attack ability was already exaggerated, and with this talent, his ambush capability becomes even more monstrous. In the future, if Li Chen first stacks the power of the super weapons and then uses air support for an ambush, there's no way to escape. Ling Shuihan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she suddenly looked up at Li Chen. Junior brother, with this talent, you can go deal with that shell that likes to run around everywhere. Li Chen nodded emphatically, laughing heartily. Second sister, you and I are on the same wavelength. That shell's gaps are too small. Relying on numbers alone cannot deal enough damage to kill it instantly. But with the concentrated fire talent, as long as I casually merge a few dozen magnetic railguns, I can exponentially increase the power. That shell only has 8 million health. I can take it down with one shot. At this point, even Li Chen began to feel excited. He wondered if that shell would drop any top-tier equipment with great attributes. After reviewing Li Chen's talents, everyone left the instance hall together to inform Wang Qingfeng and Marshal Li of this new development. Since Li Chen had another matter to attend to, he excused himself, saying he had just participated in the slaughter instance and was quite mentally drained, and returned home to rest alone. Once Ling Shuihan and the others left, Li Chen's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, Duge Yen, it's time to settle the score with you. With a thought, the perspective of God rapidly expanded, swiftly spreading outward. A humanoid wolverine quietly appeared opposite Li Chen, the blades in its hands shooting out, stabbing towards Li Chen's head. Head explosion teleportation activated. In the next moment, Li Chen's figure suddenly vanished from the room. On the other side of Tianjing City, Li Chen's figure quietly appeared in a dense forest. Not far below the forest, there was also a college. Li Chen's gaze fell upon the huge plaque of that college, shining with golden light Tianguang Academy. Looking at the plaque of Tianguang Academy, Li Chen's eyes turned cold, slowly closing as he carefully searched within the academy through the perspective of God. In a certain standalone apartment of Tianguang Academy, Duge Yen sat pale on the bed, biting her lower lip, looking somewhat anxious. As a freshman, she originally had no right to live in such a standalone apartment, but because one of the people she was involved with was the director of the academic affairs department, she received such a benefit. During the previous killing instance, she had also been a bystander the whole time. At first, while others were shocked by Li Chen's achievements, only she, who thought she already knew Li Chen's trump card, sneered from the side. She knew how many super-powered weapons Li Chen had. With the attack power of those super-powered weapons, Li Chen's combat ability was absolutely invincible. In her view, the only way to kill Li Chen was through a sneak attack. But as time went on, Duge Yan's expectations and that morbid excitement gradually cooled down, eventually disappearing completely. When the killing instance ended, and those far inferior to Long Outyen had all returned, yet Long Outyen still had not appeared, Duge Yan's heart sank to the bottom. Had Long Outyen died inside? Who killed him? Could it be he failed to assassinate Li Chen and was killed by Li Chen in return? If that were the case, would he leak his information to Li Chen? Would Li Chen come to take revenge on her? Fear and anxiety began to erode Duge Yan's heart. A flurry of chaotic thoughts flashed through her mind, and Duge Yan couldn't help but murmur to herself, even if Long Outyen mentioned me to Li Chen, but Long Outyen is dead, Li Chen has no evidence to prove that I was the one instigating from behind. Right, he has no evidence, so he can't do anything to me. Duge Yan seemed to be cheering herself on, repeating it with a fierce expression. However, at that moment, a mocking voice suddenly echoed in the originally empty room. No evidence? Heh, since you dared to harbor ill intentions against me in secret, do I need evidence to deal with you? Duge Yan's body stiffened, and she turned in terror to look at the edge of the bed. Li Chen's figure had suddenly appeared there like a ghost. Duge Yan stared at him in shock. Li Chen, impossible. When did you come in? Li Chen sneered, there are many impossible things. For example, I never expected you would dare to incite that fool Long Outyen to come after me. Duge Yan's pupils constricted, the fear in her eyes instantly intensifying. Li Chen, if you dare to mess with me, I'll scream and let everyone know you are. However, before Duge Yan could finish her sentence, the last few words suddenly caught in her throat, because she suddenly discovered that on the originally empty bed, 4 cold metal figures had quietly appeared. These 4 metal figures surrounded her, each pressing 3 sharp blades against her neck. It seemed that as long as she moved, those blades would pierce her neck, killing her on the spot. Li Chen sneered, you want to scream? I want to see whether you scream faster or I stab faster. Duge Yan's gaze trembled violently. After a while, her eyes suddenly filled with tears. Li Chen, I was wrong, I didn't mean it. I was just overwhelmed with jealousy seeing you with that Jiang Wu Yu. Do you know? The person I've always liked is you. Will you forgive me? If you are willing to accept me, from now on, I will treat you wholeheartedly. No matter what you want from me, I will cooperate. Saying this, Dugiyen even pulled down the collar of her shirt, revealing the little white rabbit that loved to play hide and seek in front of Li Chen. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, the sarcasm in his eyes growing stronger. Dugiyen, why do I feel like you've awakened not as a holy priest, but as a succubus? With your skill in showcasing your assets, you must have practiced a lot, right? Li Chen casually glanced at the bruises on Dugiyen's chest that had yet to fade, a flicker of disgust flashing in his eyes. A broken down bus, and she still wanted him to take a seat again? Ridiculous. Li Chen had no interest in wasting more time with her, and the killing intent in his eyes instantly intensified. Perhaps the aura of death was too strong, causing Dugiyen to instinctively sense danger. Her face changed dramatically, and she cried out in a twisted expression, Li Chen, you can't be so heartless. No matter what, I was your ex-girlfriend. Li Chen's voice was icy. Ex-girlfriend? Ex-girlfriends deserve to die. In the next moment, 4 blades of the Wolverine lunged forward simultaneously. With a soft thud, Dugiyen's pupils instantly contracted, revealing a look of absurdity and shock. She never expected Li Chen to be so ruthless and decisive. Her once invincible white rabbit strategy was utterly useless against Li Chen. Sizzle, as the Wolverine withdrew its blades, Dugiyen's body fell onto the bed with a thud, blood quickly soaking the sheets, gradually drowning out the light yellow stains left behind from her interactions with others. Confirming that Dugiyen was completely dead, Li Chen's gaze finally calmed down. To be honest, when Dugiyen kicked him away after her awakening, he felt disappointed but harbored little hatred towards her. At least, he had seen through Dugiyen's true nature. However, if Dugiyen dared to harbor murderous intent against him in the dark, she shouldn't blame him for being ruthless and eliminating future threats. After resolving this hidden danger, Li Chen did not linger and raised the Glock pistol to his head. With a bang, Li Chen's figure vanished from the room. The next day, Li Chen slept comfortably. He had just gotten up when Jiang Zhen's voice came from outside. Li Chen, are you up? Li Chen replied loudly, I'm up, third senior brother, come in first. I'll be down after I wash up. After quickly washing up, Li Chen walked to the first floor hall. Upon arriving, he immediately saw not only Jiang Zhen but also Jiang Wu Yu. However, strangely, both of their expressions seemed off. Especially Jiang Wu Yu, who was biting her lower lip tightly, her face showing anxiety, confusion, and shock. Seeing their expressions, Li Chen's heart stirred. When he came down, Jiang Zhen hesitated for a moment, then secretly glanced at his daughter beside him, and finally asked directly, Junior brother, last night, there was a murder case at Tengguang Academy. Do you know about it? Li Chen smiled faintly and calmly replied, I know, Dugiyen, I killed her. Jiang Zhen was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Li Chen to be so straightforward. He had only heard about this incident this morning when Ling Xuehan mentioned it casually. Initially, he didn't pay much attention. After all, a death at Tengguang Academy had nothing to do with them at Tsinghua. But when he heard that the deceased was a freshman named Dugiyen, it immediately captured Jiang Zhen's attention. Upon his inquiry, Ling Xuehan said that Dugiyen's death was quite tragic, appearing as if several sharp blades had simultaneously pierced her throat, and her upper body was completely bare. That feeling. It was as if someone had first done that, then that, and finally that. Moreover, what was even more puzzling was that after hearing the gunshots, the people from Tianguang Academy immediately sealed off Dugiyan's residence. However, when they entered, they found no one, and the doors and windows were locked from the inside. As for the murder weapon, it was nowhere to be found. It was completely a bizarre locked room murder case. Hearing Ling Xuehan's account, Jiang Zhen immediately thought of Li Chen. Because Ling Xuehan didn't know, but he and Jiang Wu Yu had gone to the Four Symbols City for the college selection, this Dugiyen was Li Chen's ex-girlfriend. Moreover, this girl had foolishly broken up with Li Chen right after he had just awakened his identity as a professional. But what Jiang Zhen couldn't understand was why Li Chen would suddenly think of killing his ex-girlfriend out of the blue. Furthermore, the state in which Dugiyen died made one ponder. But seeing that Li Chen showed no signs of concealment, Jiang Zhen's heart instead calmed down. With Li Chen's current strength, if he wanted to kill Dugiyen, he could have done it much more discreetly, without making such a big fuss. And why did he choose to kill her now, not earlier or later? There must be some reasons he didn't know. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhen became a bit curious. Junior brother, why did you kill her? Li Chen calmly explained, she had malicious intentions, inciting Long Outyen from Tianguang Academy to ambush me in the slaughter instance. Such a hidden danger cannot be left. Jiang Jun's expression immediately became serious. Even Jiang Wuyu beside him couldn't help but be taken aback. This answer was something they had never considered. Long Outyan was known as the #1 genius of Tianguang Academy, and they had naturally heard of his name. In fact, Jiang Wuyu had even seen Long Outyan a few times. This time, the slaughter instance, with Long Outyan, the so-called #1 genius of Tianguang Academy, dying inside, had stirred quite a wave in Tianguang Academy. But Jiang Jun didn't expect that he would dare to ambush Li Chen. It should be known that Li Chen was now the most important existence in the Eastern Dragon Empire, even more important than Marshal Li. Duge actually dared to incite others to assassinate Li Chen. She absolutely deserved to die 1,000 times. As for that fool Long Outyan, he deserved to die even more. They brought this upon themselves. Well done. Thinking of those two fools daring to target his junior brother, Jiang Jun snorted in anger. If Duge and Long Outyan weren't already dead, he would definitely have had the senior brother personally take people over to arrest those two fools for treason and execute them. Meanwhile, Jiang Wuyu hesitated for a moment, her pretty face slightly flushed. Then, why was her upper body like that? Li Chen looked at her with amusement and blinked, because she wanted to seduce me, trying to use this method to make me let her go. Upon hearing the words seduce, Jiang Wuyu's little face turned even redder. It should be noted that up until now, Jiang Wuyu had never even had her first experience. Jiang Jun looked at his daughter strangely and gently shook his head, putting aside the incident with Duge Yan. He then spoke to Li Chen about another matter. Li Chen, in a couple of days, the international war instance will open. Since we have some free time today, let's first deal with that shell that likes to run around and see if there's any suitable equipment for you. Originally, it was supposed to be Ling Xuehan accompanying Li Chen. But today, Ling Xuehan had something to do, so Jiang Jun had to go with him instead. Coincidentally, Li Chen had recently tamed the Cloud Mirror, so even without Ling Xuehan, he could traverse space on his own. Speaking of this, Li Chen felt a bit excited and nodded emphatically. Alright. Then, with a thought, a figure that looked about 16 or 17 years old, dressed in a black and purple mage robe, appeared lively in front of Li Chen. Master, do you have any orders? Looking at the round, adorable face of the figure, who called Li Chen master, Jiang Wuyu suddenly felt a bit strange. She glanced back and forth between Li Chen and the figure, not knowing what to think. Li Chen smiled faintly, took the energy fluctuation device from Jiang Jun's hand, and pointed to a specific area on it, saying to the figure, Zen Heart, take us there. Zen Heart glanced at the area and cheerfully replied, okay, master. With a wave of her hand, the cloud mirror behind her quickly flew above the heads of the three and rapidly expanded. Then, a strong white light shot out from the cloud mirror, enveloping Li Chen and the others. With a flash of light, the three figures instantly disappeared from the room. In the public area of the East Sea, on a deserted small island, the calm space suddenly rippled slightly, and the next moment, an ancient-looking mirror quietly appeared, revealing the figures of Li Chen and the others once again. After Li Chen appeared, he instinctively unfolded his god's perspective, encompassing a radius of 100 kilometers around him. But soon after, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. There isn't a single person here? Jiang Jun explained with a smile. The name of this sea runner is now well known. This guy will use water escape without hesitation as soon as it is touched. Unless it's a one-hit kill, no professional can deal with it. So now, all the professionals in the world have given up. Upon hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. It's better that no one is bothering us. This makes it easier for us to get things done. He turned his gaze to the beach on the other side, and through his god's perspective, he had already spotted the trace of that shell. Li Chen couldn't help but show an expression of anticipation in his eyes. Then let's get started. It's just right to test the power of the new talent. Jiang Jun and Jiang Wuyu also began to get excited, nodding vigorously. The ability to infinitely stack the power and range of super weapons, what kind of scene would that be in a real combat environment? They were also looking forward to it. With a thought, the massive figure of the spear dragon appeared. After bringing the three aboard, the spear dragon soared into the sky, flying towards that direction under Li Chen's guidance. Upon reaching the beach, the three immediately spotted the world boss shell slightly opened. Li Chen moved his mind slightly, and a magnetic rail cannon appeared before everyone. But that wasn't all. One after another, more magnetic rail cannons kept appearing. Then, these magnetic rail cannons seemed to act like shadows, continuously crashing into the first magnetic rail cannon. Watching this strange scene, Jiang Jun and Jiang Wuyu couldn't help but widen their eyes slightly. No wonder it's called concentrated fire. This is truly living up to its name. Jiang Jin exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, over 100 magnetic rail cannons had already concentrated in. Li Chen murmured as he calculated, according to the description of the concentrated fire talent, each fusion will double the power and range of the super weapon. If I understand correctly, this doubling refers to doubling from the original basis, meaning that fusing one will make the power twice the original, and fusing another will make it 4 times. By this analogy, it's 8 times, 16 times, 32 times. With this geometric growth method, if I fuse 100 items, the final damage should definitely be enough to take this thing down in one hit, right? Thinking of this, Li Chen's gaze instantly became fervent and expectant. His eyes were fixed intently on the shell not far away. With the assistance of a god's perspective, as long as it was within his line of sight, hitting the target would be absolutely problem-free. Jiang Wuyu and Jiang Jin also became a bit tense, staring unblinkingly at that direction. Bang! With a muffled sound, the concentrated firepower of the railgun erupted instantly. The railgun bullets, equipped with armor-piercing and piercing attributes, shot into the slightly open mouth of that shell world boss in the blink of an eye. Boom! In the astonished gaze of Jiang Jin and Jiang Wuyu, this sea runner, which all the world's professionals found helpless against, was directly blown into countless fragments by Li Chen's shot. At that moment, a massive shockwave followed, exploding with a roar. Under the impact of this powerful shockwave, the countless shell fragments were directly ground into powder. Congratulations on participating in the kill of the world boss, water escape shell. Personal damage contribution 100%. Kill the world boss, water escape shell. Gain experience points of 10 million. Li Chen's eyes brightened. Wow, good stuff. This thing may be low on health, but the experience points are much higher than that deep-sea crocodile world boss last time. Li Chen was instantly even more expectant. Higher experience points meant that this monster had a higher prestige. And the higher the prestige of the monster, the greater the probability of dropping top-tier equipment. Just then, a brilliant golden light immediately rose from that direction. Beside him, Jiang Jin exclaimed, "Only one epic. It must be top-tier equipment." With the god's perspective, Li Chen had already seen the appearance of that epic equipment and was so excited that he almost shouted. It actually dropped a bracelet. Ignoring the precious materials scattered on the ground, Li Chen immediately commanded Shermao to fly over, pick up the bracelet, and check its attributes. Name, Sea King Bracelet. Type, Accessory. Attributes, Magic Defense plus 8,000, Strength plus 6,000, Spirit Value plus 6,000, Stamina plus 2,000. Effect 1, Water Immunity. Immune to all water attribute damage. Effect 2, Water Therapy. In water, can accelerate spirit recovery speed by 100%, healing speed of injuries doubled. Effect 3, Water Escape. Merges with water, instantly escaping 1,000 miles away. Effect 4, Effortless Control. Achieves absolute control over attacks made by oneself, allowing self-control of attack trajectory. Note, it contains a drop of blood from the 7th Apostle Anton, containing a trace of thin demonic power. 7th Apostle Anton? Upon seeing this, Li Chen's brows immediately raised high. Seeing the words 7th Apostle, he naturally thought of his experiences on the Azeroth continent. The Lord Ozma mentioned by the Lich King also had an apostle title. However, that Ozma was one of the 12 apostles. Could this 7th apostle belong to the same camp? If so, this 7th apostle Anton should also be a powerful demon, right? Li Chen furrowed his brows and pondered for a long time, ultimately shaking his head slightly, temporarily casting these thoughts aside. He focused his attention on the 4 effects of this Sea King bracelet, his eyes shining brightly. Wow! The quality of this epic bracelet definitely belongs to the level of a treasured artifact. The first 3 effects were already quite exaggerated. Whether it was immunity to water attribute damage, water escape, or water therapy, they all had immense significance for any professional. As for the last one, it was truly a top-tier effect. Can one control the trajectory of their own attacks? For magic or ranged attackers, this effect is simply unbelievable. Normally, any attack launched by a ranged profession cannot be manipulated again. For example, Jiang Jin is an elemental controller. When he shoots a fireball forward, that fireball will only strike along the trajectory it was launched, with no possibility of changing course midway. But with this bracelet, when Jiang Jin launches a fireball, he can even make it follow a stylish S-shaped path under his control, making it impossible for the enemy to predict its landing point, greatly increasing its threat level. If this effect were applied to Li Chen, it would be even more outrageous. Have you ever seen a bullet that can curve? Have you ever seen densely packed shells that can curve and also move irregularly? Soon, you will. And they come with unlimited ammunition. Just thinking about the shocking scene of countless projectiles arcing through the sky towards the enemy makes Li Chen tremble slightly with excitement. Damn! Just thinking about it is thrilling. Next to him, Jiang Jin and Jiang Wuyu saw Li Chen so excited, and their curiosity was instantly piqued. Jiang Wu Yu asked excitedly, Li Chen, what's the effect of this epic equipment? You look like it's something extraordinary. Li Chen, full of enthusiasm, couldn't help but laugh. Extraordinary? Ha, it's way beyond extraordinary. Saying this, Li Chen displayed the attributes of the equipment for the two to see. Jiangjun quickly leaned in. The next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. My God, junior brother, if this effortless effect is combined with your concentrated firepower, it's simply an unbeatable rhythm. If you launch an attack from an ultra-long distance in the future, those bullets will be curving headshots. Tisk tsk, just thinking about that scene is terrifying. Jiangjun and Ling Xuehan were both exhilarated. Li Chen's eyes were also filled with joy. Up until now, he had gathered a full set of equipment. The 5-piece armor set was the spirit source set, and the weapon was the source of magic prayer beads, all aimed at increasing spiritual power. The accessories were the Sea King bracelet, a bone ring, and a soul hunter necklace. Plus, there were 2 special pieces of equipment, the Psionic Bloom Halo and the Endless Destroyer title. This entire combination provided both sustainability and output, along with various outrageous effects, perfectly complementing his mechanics' exclusive talent, pushing his combat power to the max. Li Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Next, he just had to wait for the International War instance. 2 days later, in the morning, in the capital of the East Dragon Empire, Tianjing City, at Tianjing Grand Square. At this moment, the vast Tianjing Grand Square was filled with people, surrounded by a sea of faces, encircling the huge square in the middle. Noisy discussions erupted among the crowd. Brothers, have you found the female boss? If you have, show me quickly. Found what? My eyes are about to go blind, and I still haven't spotted anyone with that kind of female boss aura. Could it be that the female boss isn't participating in this international war instance? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The female boss has been hiding for so long, and suddenly revealed herself recently. Could it just be to deal with those little Karami from Sakura country? Exactly. Only a battlefield of this level, like the international war instance, is where the female boss can truly shine. Sigh, the female boss is hiding too well. She wouldn't be disguised as a man, would she? Hiss, this brother has quite the imagination. Let me search again. They didn't know that the legendary female boss was currently standing calmly in the lineup of the Tsinghua Academy's Nuclear Elite Guild. On the high platform, the usually reclusive Marshal Li, the master of the Eastern Dragon, rarely appeared in public, his gaze intensely fixed on the 5,000 selected warriors below, ready to participate in the international war instance. In front of him stood 3 rows of troops, representing the 3 major guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the Nuclear Elite, the Dragon Group, and the Glory of the Dead, all chosen elites and the most crucial force in every international war instance. Just the participants from these 3 guilds numbered over 3,000, accounting for more than half of the total. As for the remaining 2,000, they were the outstanding individuals selected from all other guilds. As the actual leaders of the 3 major guilds, Wang Qingfeng of the Dragon Group, Ling Xuehan of the Nuclear Elite, and Yun Jinhai of the Glory of the Dead stood at the forefront of their respective guilds, watching Marshal Li on the high platform. Marshal Li's piercing gaze swept across the crowd below. However, no one noticed that when his eyes passed over Li Chen, the excitement in his gaze subtly wavered. His voice was slightly heavy, an aged yet authoritative tone resonating throughout the Tianjing Grand Square. Fellow citizens of the Eastern Dragon Empire, a new international war instance is about to arrive. I know that in the past few years, our Eastern Dragon has been targeted by multiple countries led by the Free Federation, resulting in heavy losses. But this time, I assure you, such a situation will never happen again. As for the reason, I believe everyone can guess. At this point, Marshal Li's voice paused slightly, a hint of excitement appearing on his face, and his tone suddenly became elevated. Today, our Eastern Dragon Empire will soar once again. Upon hearing this, the 5,000 participants below immediately began to look around excitedly. Marshal Li's words had clearly confirmed their suspicions that powerful female leader was definitely also a participant in this international war instance. She was among them. The female professionals among the 5,000 participants instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone was excitedly discussing, who exactly was that mysterious and powerful female leader? Just as the professionals of the Eastern Dragon Empire were caught up in excitement, a similar scene unfolded in other countries. However, the atmosphere was noticeably less harmonious. In the Free Federation, at the Statue of Liberty Square, 5,000 professionals of various skin tones gathered here, fervently gazing at the person at the very front. They never expected that Parker Williams, the president of the Source God Guild, who usually stayed at the headquarters, had awakened the Illusion God class, the Royal Knight. This time, He was actually going to personally participate in the international war instance. How could the president's personal involvement not excite them? Parker Williams donned heavy armor of brilliant gold, holding a massive spear over 2 meters long, his expression grim. His eyes were filled with the fury of a superior provoked by inferiors, warriors of the Free Federation. You must have seen the slaughter instance from a couple of days ago, right? We saw it. The angry roar surged like a tide. The Eastern Dragon Empire dares to brazenly kill our compatriots. Can you tolerate it? No. Then, what should we do? Fight back. Parker Williams shouted furiously, well said. We must fight back. Let the Eastern Dragon Empire know that provoking our Free Federation is the most foolish decision they could make. Long live the Free Federation. The fervent cheers followed. Long live the Free Federation. Long live. Long live the Free Federation. Long live. In the small land of Sakura country, Kenji Kobe, dressed in a black and gold onmyoji robe, stood at the entrance of the Amaterasu Guild, also screaming with a twisted face. The Eastern Dragon Empire acts arrogantly, bullying us too much. Warriors of the Sakura Nation, please join me in exterminating the Eastern Dragon. Hi! Exterminate the Eastern Dragon. Exterminate the Eastern Dragon. Hi! Exterminate the Eastern Dragon. Exterminate the Eastern Dragon. Meanwhile, similar scenes were unfolding all over the world. The Fascist Empire, the Great Empire, Curry Nation, Kimchi Nation, all were stirred to a frenzy by Li Chen's recent slaughter in the killing instance, their eyes bloodshot with rage, eager to surround and kill the participants from the Eastern Dragon Empire to avenge their fallen comrades. It seemed to them that the practitioners who had died at their hands in the Eastern Dragon Empire were entirely justified. Yet their own people could not be targeted by the Eastern Dragon Empire. As the sun rose higher, reaching the center of the sky, a tremendous energy suddenly erupted in the air, scattering like flowers from a celestial maiden, showering the world. A dazzling white beam of light descended from the heavens, landing on the towering reception pillar in the squares of various nations. At this moment, Marshal Lee had long left the high platform, and in the center of the square, only the 5,000 practitioners from the Eastern Dragon remained. Then, in the next instant, the white light suddenly expanded, engulfing these 5,000 practitioners. Marshal Lee's gaze was sharp, filled with anticipation and excitement. The international war instance was finally beginning. With a wave of intense dizziness, Li Chen's vision shifted from blurry to clear. It was an incredibly vast wilderness, stretching endlessly. Then, countless people appeared out of thin air, materializing in the wilderness. Li Chen turned to take a look. Wang Qingfeng, Jiang Jin, Jiang Wuyuyu, and others were all scattered around here. Originally, with Jiang Wuyuyu's level, she wouldn't have qualified to participate in the international war instance at all. But Li Chen's presence made Jiang Jin and the others worry-free about this international war instance, allowing Jiang Wuyuyu to join in and witness this historic moment. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Wang Qingfeng looked around and walked straight towards Li Chen. Junior brother, the map of the international war instance is very vast, and it changes every time. According to past management, we would usually send scouts or assassins to explore and keep watch, but with you here, I won't waste that time. With your God's eye view and current monitoring range, no scout could compare to you alone. Ling Shuihan also smiled as she approached Li Chen. If I'm not mistaken, Junior Brother's God's eye view should have expanded to over 700 kilometers by now, right? Jiang Jin found his daughter in the crowd and also walked towards Li Chen, teasing, with Junior Brother here, we probably won't even need to lift a finger in this international war instance. Junior Brother, I'm all set to watch your performance. Li Chen chuckled and nodded, saying, Senior brother, second sister, third brother, you've already done so much for me before, this time, just take a good rest. Seeing this scene before them, the surrounding practitioners all wore expressions of confusion. They naturally knew the identities of Wang Qingfeng, Ling Shuihan, and Jiang Jin. As direct disciples of Marshal Li, two of them were true decision-makers among the nuclear elite and the Dragon Clan, and in everyone's eyes, they were typical representatives of the Marshal Li faction. But the question was, didn't Marshal Li only have these three direct disciples? When did a junior brother pop up? President Wang, who exactly is he? Just then, a deep voice came from the side. Li Chen turned to look and saw a middle-aged man with slightly dark skin and a square face walking towards them, his eyes flickering with suspicion. Beside this middle-aged man was a familiar face, none other than Yun Miao, whom Li Chen had met at the Four Symbols City University Selection Conference. Wang Qingfeng turned his head and glanced at him. Although their Marshal Li's faction usually had a poor relationship with Yun Jinhai, the internal rifts were clearly no longer important in the context of the international war instance. Moreover, once the international war instance began, there was no need to hide Li Chen's identity any longer. Wang Qingfeng smiled faintly, and amidst the surprised gazes of everyone, he pulled Li Chen to his side, his eyes slightly ablaze. He scanned everyone and laughed heartily. Everyone, I believe you are all very curious about that female big shot from our Eastern Dragon Empire, right? At this point, there's no need to hide it from you all, he said, his expression becoming slightly serious as he excitedly introduced, the person next to me is my teacher, Marshal Li's fourth direct disciple, my junior brother, Li Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of astonishment. Marshal Li has taken in another direct disciple? Li Chen? He looks like he just changed jobs not long ago, right? From his profession mark, he seems to be a mechanic? Is Marshal Li planning to restart the Mechanical War God project? But we are curious about that female big shot. What does she have to do with this new disciple of Master Li? The discussions erupted immediately. However, while others were still chattering, Yun Miao, who was beside Yun Jinhai, couldn't help but start trembling violently. Yun Jinhai also shook all over, his eyes slowly widening. Compared to others, they knew more information. Therefore, when Wang Qingfeng merely mentioned a sentence, shock immediately appeared in their eyes. Could it be that this Li Chen is? Sure enough, Wang Qingfeng paused slightly before excitedly announcing, the mysterious female big shot you have all been curious about is my junior brother, Li Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell into a daze. After a while, someone incredulously said, he is the female big shot? No wonder I couldn't find her. The female big shot is actually disguised as a man. My goodness, her makeup skills are too good. I can't tell at all. Bang! A nearby professional couldn't stand this person's stupidity any longer and, feeling exasperated, gave him a smack on the head. Idiot! There is no female big shot. This junior brother of President Wang is the mysterious powerhouse. With this statement, everyone finally came to their senses, staring incredulously at Li Chen's youthful face. What the hell? There is no female big shot? Ah! My sister's dream is shattered. Is this true? He looks like he just became a professional not long ago. How could he possibly defeat the 100 levels of the Endless Altar? No! This is impossible. Li Chen just successfully changed jobs this year. He can't be that strong. A disbelieving scream erupted from beside Yun Jinhai. Li Chen looked over, unable to suppress a mocking smile. The one who screamed was none other than Yun Miao, who had looked down on him before. Not only Yun Miao, but even Yun Jinhai, who had already reacted, wore an expression of disbelief. Li Chen is that suddenly emerged super powerhouse? All our previous guesses were wrong? He doesn't have a teacher? He himself is the true protagonist. And Yun Miao's incredulous exclamation left everyone stunned. No way, this young man is a newly promoted professional who just changed jobs this year? But how could this be possible? The awakening of this year's new professionals has only been a little over a month, right? Even if he is a mechanic, how could he possibly accumulate the super weapon that crushed the Sakura Nation in the faction confrontation instance and even forcefully clear the 100 levels of the Endless Altar in one night in just over a month? This is simply unscientific. Beside him, Wang Qingfeng wore a proud expression and glanced at Yun Jinhai, saying lightly, you will naturally see whether it's true or false. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the crowd still in shock, but turned to Li Chen and said, Junior brother, please investigate the surrounding environment and terrain first. Li Chen smiled and nodded, his god's perspective rapidly expanding and spreading outwards. Then, Li Chen's expression changed, the corners of his mouth curling into a half-smile, murmuring, Pickle country? Heh, this is getting interesting. 300 kilometers away, in a forest, Li Chen suddenly saw a group of people appear there. Among them, a few individuals of notable status were proudly surveying their surroundings. Beside them were several female professionals, dressed in the unique barrel outfits of Pickle Country, cautiously accompanying these individuals. Moreover, what was even more outrageous was that among those of notable status, a young man had his hand reaching into the back of a female professional in barrel outfit in plain sight, seemingly groping for something inside. The female professional's face turned red, but she dared not resist. She knew that the other party was the young master of the largest march group in Pickle Country, and also the vice president of the most powerful guild, the March Guild, Li Burong. Li Burong, feeling the fullness in his hand, wore an arrogant smile and looked at the middle-aged man beside him, saying, Dad, where are we going to meet them? The president of the March Guild, Li Zai, had a slightly solemn expression. He took out a strangely shaped insect and, after activating it with a secret method, spoke a few words to someone on the other side. He looked at Li Burong and said in a deep voice, I have already contacted the Free Federation. The voice insect will guide us towards the mother insect. As he spoke, Li Zai slowly rotated the voice insect in a circle. When the voice insect faced one direction, it suddenly emitted a bulu-bulu sound. Li Zai's eyes narrowed, and he said with joy, this direction. Li Burong's face showed a proud expression as he squeezed the female professional's face hard, causing her delicate features to twist in discomfort. He laughed arrogantly. Everyone, follow us. Yes, young master. Everyone replied respectfully in unison. What Li Ziyi did not know was that everything they were doing had already fallen under Li Chen's watchful eye hundreds of kilometers away. Li Chen monitored all of this and informed Wang Qingfeng of what he saw in Pickle Country. Wang Qingfeng wore a half-smile, mocking, the Free Federation truly lives up to our expectations. It seems they have united quite a few people for this international war instance. Li Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Senior brother, Pickle Country is already within my attack range. Should we just eliminate them directly? Wang Qingfeng pondered for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. No need to rush. A mere 5,000 people aren't worth the energy you would expend in a single attack. Let them grow their team a bit more first. Junior brother, besides these lecherous men from Pickle Country, have you seen anyone else? Li Chen shook his head. Not for now. Wang Qingfeng nodded. Although your god's perspective covers a range of 700 to 800 kilometers, the map of the international war instance is extremely vast, so it's normal not to find anything. How about this? Since we currently have no other targets, let's just follow behind Pickle Country for now. Once they find enough teammates, you can strike to deal with them, preferably ensuring that you can replenish the energy you expend at the same time. Li Chen chuckled. Senior brother is indeed cautious. No wonder the teacher appointed you to lead our Eastern Dragon Empire in the international war instance. Beside them, Yun Jinhai and Yun Miao listened to Li Chen and Wang Qingfeng's conversation, their faces filled with confusion. They clearly didn't miss a single word, but why did it feel a bit incomprehensible? In just a short while, Li Chen had discovered participants from the Pickled Vegetable Country hundreds of kilometers away. What on earth was this god's perspective that Wang Qingfeng mentioned? Was this Li Chen's skill? Wasn't Li Chen a mechanic? How come I had never heard that mechanics had such skills? Moreover, from what Li Chen just said, it seemed that in his eyes, exterminating these 5,000 professionals from the Pickled Vegetable Country was as easy as splashing water? Isn't that a bit too much bragging? Even if you can clear 100 levels of the Endless Altar, 5,000 professionals are not something those mindless monsters can compare to. Yet, Wang Qingfeng seemed to take this absurdity for granted. He even thought that just killing these 5,000 people was too simple for Li Chen, not even worth his effort, and that he needed to gather more people to be worthy of Li Chen's action? Although the Pickled Vegetable Country was indeed a bit weak, isn't this blatant contempt a bit too insulting? And also, hundreds of kilometers away, you think you can just go and exterminate them? This is some outrageous boasting. Next to them, Yun Miao could no longer hold back. Her face darkened as she said, President Wang, the international war instance is not to be taken lightly. Since we've discovered the enemy's tracks, we should take advantage of the fact that the Pickled Vegetable Country hasn't joined forces with other countries yet, and do our utmost to eliminate them as quickly as possible. If you are so careless, what will you do if something goes wrong? Wang Qingfeng shot her a cold glance. Yun Miao, do you think your commanding ability is stronger than mine? As soon as these words were spoken, all the professionals from the dragon group stared at her with icy expressions. Yun Miao's body stiffened immediately. Wang Qingfeng was not only the first disciple of Master Li but also the president of the dragon group. Among the three major guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the dragon group's status has always been higher than that of the Glory of the Dead and the Nuclear Elite. This is because the dragon group is specifically responsible for the security of the empire, and not only are the professionals' qualities relatively higher, but their cohesion is also stronger than the other two guilds. If there were occasional voices of dissatisfaction with Marshal Li and the Glory of the Dead, the Dragon Group was definitely the most loyal supporter of Marshal Li's faction, and Wang Qingfeng's position as the president of the Dragon Group already proved his strength and capability. Therefore, Yun Miao could still act a bit tough in front of Jiang Jun, but with just one sentence from Wang Qingfeng, she could be silenced in an instant. Stronger commanding ability than Wang Qingfeng? Ha! Just look at how the professionals from the Dragon Group regard you. Yun Jinhai silently watched this scene from the side. Seeing Yun Miao biting her lip and not daring to speak again, Wang Qingfeng sneered, turned to everyone, and issued orders. Dragon Group at the front, Glory of the Dead and Nuclear Elite at the back, the other professionals in the middle, let's move out. As he spoke, Wang Qingfeng quietly said to Li Chen, Junior brother, let your dragon mount out. They are unclear about your strength, and with the spear of history here, it can also intimidate them a bit to prevent unrest. When we face the enemy later, let them witness firsthand what a true mechanical war god is. Li Chen chuckled and nodded. Alright, it would indeed be a waste not to use the mount. After saying that, Li Chen's mind moved slightly. Roar! With a domineering dragon roar, amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, a terrifying creature, fierce and imposing like a deep abyss or a prison, suddenly appeared before everyone. Since following Li Chen to Blue Star, this was the first time the Spear of History had appeared in public. My god, what the hell is that thing? Enemy attack. Everyone be on guard. What a terrifying pressure. Where did this big lizard come from? It's over. This momentum, I'm afraid, is that of a super strong being above level 90. There are actually such terrifying things in the international war instance. As the crowd was about to start panicking, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Wang Qingfeng's eyes, and he suddenly shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. This is my junior's mount, not an enemy." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, almost thinking they had misheard. What did President Wang just say? This terrifying creature that seems to be level 90, is actually his junior's mount? Damn, your junior's mount is a bit too high profile, isn't it? So freaking scary. No one noticed that at the moment Shimeoj appeared, Yun Jinhai was about to walk towards Li Chen but suddenly paused, quietly retracting his steps. His pupils contracted as he stared intently at the ferocious Shimeoj hovering in the air. Yun Jinhai exclaimed in shock, This is. Beside him, Ling Shuaihan looked at this apparent vice president of the Undead Glory, who was actually the power holder of Undead Glory, with a smile. She chuckled, "Vice President Yun, my junior's mount should be quite impressive, right?" Yun Shinhai said in disbelief, "This size, and the golden red scales all over its body, could it be the strongest dragon of the Azeroth continent, Shimeoj?" Seeing that Yun Jinhai recognized the origin of Li Chen's mount at a glance, Zhang Jun was surprised. Vice President Yun actually knows about Shimeoj? Ling Shuaihan also looked at him in astonishment, then her gaze shifted slightly as she smiled. Vice President Yun oversees the diplomatic intelligence affairs of Beta Academy. During the last interdimensional treasure hunting instance, he must have gathered information about the Azeroth continent from many professionals, so knowing about Shimeoj is quite normal. After a while, Yun Jinhai slowly calmed his shocked expression and looked deeply at Li Chen. It seems that Marshal Li's mechanical war god plan has been restarted. To be able to tame Shimeoj, your junior's combat power is indeed somewhat terrifying. After saying this, Yun Jinhai fell silent again. However, his gaze remained fixed on Li Chen, not knowing what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Yun Miao was utterly dumbfounded. Upon seeing Shimeoj, Yun Miao naturally assumed that Wang Qingfeng's confidence in Li Chen's strength was due to the strongest dragon. With Shimeoj's strength above level 90, dealing with a mere pickled cabbage country would be a piece of cake. At this moment, other Donglong professionals gradually regained their senses from the shock, marveling in disbelief. Damn, even I, as a beast master, don't have such an impressive mount. Where did he get this thing? This seems to be the unique monster from the last interdimensional instance, the dragon of the Azeroth continent. And this is not an ordinary dragon. I've been to Azeroth, and looking at its size and that flashy golden red scales, it must be the strongest dragon, Shimeoj. The strongest dragon? That's so exaggerated? Exaggerated? Can't you feel how strong its aura is? If we classify by levels, this thing is at least a level 90 professional. Wow, it seems we don't have any professionals above level 90 in Blue Star, right? Using this as a mount is truly impressive. Hey, I'm getting more and more curious, the female big shot. Ah no, if Li Chen can tame a mount of this level, how strong must he be himself? Hearing this person's exclamation, the surrounding professionals fell into silence, but the excitement and anticipation in their eyes suddenly grew. Seeing the confusion and doubt in everyone's eyes gradually disappear, Wang Qingfeng grinned. Very good. As expected of the strongest dragon, Shimeoj, its deterrent power is indeed formidable. Li Chen also smiled and said to Wang Qingfeng and the others, "Senior brother, let's ride the Shimeoj together." Wang Qingfeng looked at the majestic and powerful Shimeoj, and couldn't help but show a hint of interest in his eyes. After a slight hesitation, he finally nodded and said, "All right." As the commander of the Eastern Dragon practitioners, Wang Qingfeng was supposed to always be with the main force. However, the temptation of the Shimeoj was indeed quite great, and with Li Chen around, this international war instance posed no difficulty for them at all. Therefore, Wang Qingfeng, who had been cooped up in the office for a long time, couldn't help but want to indulge a little. With Li Chen's godlike perspective monitoring the situation, he wasn't worried about their side being ambushed by other countries. Thus, under the envious gazes of everyone, the four disciples of Marshal Li, along with Jiang Wuyuyu, jumped onto the broad back of the Shimeoj with ease and soared into the sky. The Shimeoj flew gracefully in circles, while the other practitioners followed closely below. Among the crowd, Yun Miao's face turned pale, her fists clenched tightly, and she occasionally looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with shock and jealousy. What she didn't notice was that her brother beside her, although he would occasionally glance at the sky, had a heavy and sinister look in his eyes. After traveling for several hours, suddenly, Li Chen let out a light exclamation and turned to look in another direction. Wang Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. "Junior brother, did you discover something?" Li Chen chuckled and said strangely, "I saw people from Sakura country, and it's the president of the Amaterasu Guild, Shinobu Kenji, leading the team personally." Shinobu Kenji?
Wang Qingfeng exchanged surprised glances with Ling Xuehan.
Ling Xuehan frowned and said, as the actual power holder of Sakura country, he doesn't stay at the headquarters but actually participates in the international war instance?
Wang Qingfeng's eyes showed a thoughtful expression as he suddenly recalled something he had overlooked.
He asked, Junior brother, what did the leader of those people from Kimchi country look like?
Li Chen immediately described the appearance of the middle-aged man to Wang Qingfeng. Hearing this, a sharp light flashed in Wang Qingfeng's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, it's Li Jie, the president of the March Guild from Kimchi country.
The power holder of Kimchi country is also participating personally.
Ling Xuehan's voice turned slightly cold, the power holder personally taking the field. It seems they are quite determined in their actions against us Eastern Dragon.
Wang Qingfeng's gaze turned sharp, determined? Seeking death.
Jiang Jin sneered even more, with junior brother here, their plans are doomed. But dreaming of sinking our dragon boat. Li Chen chuckled and looked at Wang Qingfeng, saying, Senior brother, from the movement trajectory of Sakura country, their direction is consistent with that of Kimchi country. They should also be heading to meet with the Free Federation. In about 2 hours, their advanced scouts will meet.
Wang Qingfeng's eyes flickered, and he glanced at the Eastern Dragon Empire practitioners below, who were occasionally erupting in discussions, a cold smile spreading across his lips. Meeting with the Free Federation? They probably won't have that chance.
He looked at Li Chen, his gaze slightly heated. Junior brother, Sakura country and Kimchi country are neighbors to us Eastern Dragon. But they often oppose us, relying on the support of the Free Federation, and it's common for them to target the practitioners of our Eastern Dragon Empire in various instances. Since we encounter both of them at the same time, let's deal with them together.
10,000 people should be just enough to warm you up.
Li Chen nodded lightly, a killing intent beginning to brew on his face. Wang Qingfeng laughed heartily and said loudly to the Eastern Dragon practitioners below, Everyone, we have already discovered the traces of Sakura country. The Free Federation has long united many countries against us, with Sakura country and Kimchi country being 2 of them. The blood debts of these years, we will first seek to recover some interest from them. Upon hearing this, the faces of the East Dragon professionals below all showed excitement. In the past, facing both Sakura country and Kimchi country simultaneously in an international war instance might have made them a bit uneasy. After all, the onmyoji of Sakura country, with the sheer number of Shikigami and such large-scale battles, was indeed quite difficult to deal with.
But now it was different.
They had already learned of Li Chen's true identity. He was a mechanic secretly trained by Marshal Li. The role of a mechanic in such a large-scale war instance was undoubtedly significant.
Moreover, the key point was that Li Chen had the most powerful mount in the entire Blue Star, even higher in level than Marshal Li. For the East Dragon professionals who had not witnessed Li Chen's true strength, the existence of Shirmauge gave them even more confidence than Li Chen himself. That was a super existence above level 90. So far, aside from Shirmauge, there hadn't been a single powerhouse of that level. Li Chen observed the movement trajectories of Sakura country and Kimchi country from a god's perspective, accurately identifying the intersection point where the 2 sides would meet soon. He looked at Wang Qingfeng and said casually, Senior brother, Sakura country and Kimchi country won't meet for at least another 2 hours. How about we go to their meeting point and wait?
In another 2 hours, it should be around mealtime.
We can rest over there and have a meal. Wang Qingfeng looked at Li Chen with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Junior brother, you're actually thinking about food? Li Chen chuckled, Senior brother, don't we have an old saying in the East Dragon Empire? A person is iron, and food is steel. If you skip a meal, you feel uneasy.
Anyway, I can easily handle those guys from Sakura country and Kimchi country by myself, so it won't delay our meal. Nearby, Jiang Jin shook his head with a smile. No wonder junior brother specifically told second sister to prepare more ingredients. It seems you had this planned all along.
Jiang Wu giggled. With Li Chen around, this international war instance is likely to turn into an international picnic instance.
Wang Qingfeng sighed. All right, I'll go along with you.
With junior brother here, we are already in an invincible position, so let's eat.
Saying this, he prepared to give orders to the professionals below to advance at full speed. Unexpectedly, Li Chen suddenly smiled and stopped him. Senior brother, there's no need to be so troublesome. I have so many super-powered machines for transportation. For a journey with a clear destination, why bother using our legs? Wang Qingfeng was taken aback, then slapped his forehead and laughed. If you hadn't mentioned it, I really wouldn't have thought of that.
Then, to everyone's astonishment, dozens of strategic bombers suddenly appeared in the air.
Wang Qingfeng's voice came from above, everyone, get on the plane. The East Dragon professionals stared in awe at the dozens of strategic bombers, instantly becoming excited.
Wow!
Marshal Li was prepared. He secretly made so many bombers for his disciple to use as transport.
Awesome, awesome.
Jiang is indeed still as sharp as ever. I strongly suspect that Li Chen's giant dragon mount was also arranged by Marshall Li. Hey, don't say that, we're thinking along the same lines. Back then, Marshall Li had a hard time cultivating a mechanical war god, only to be assassinated by the enemy, so this time, he must have specially arranged a level 90 super mount as a bodyguard for him. I think so too, this is a level 90 big guy. If Marshall Li didn't personally intervene, I wouldn't believe he could tame it all by himself. Listening to the discussions around him, Yun Jinhai, the vice president of the Glory of the Dead Guild, grew increasingly sullen. Yun Miao, who had been following closely beside him, murmured with a grim expression, Marshall Li is hiding quite deep. Since he is confident enough to let Li Chen be the trump card for this international war instance, it shows that the number of super weapons Li Chen possesses is already terrifying. His ability to clear 100 levels of the Endless Altar indirectly confirms this.
Oomph, what a good Tsinghua Academy.
They actually managed to secretly gather so many precious materials to help Li Chen create super weapons. Truly a lot of effort. If I'm not mistaken, Marshall Li must have figured out through some means that Li Chen would awaken as a mechanic. That's why Jiang Jin personally went to the Four Symbols City to participate in that university selection competition, with the aim of bringing Li Chen back to Tsinghua. Once Li Chen awakens his mechanic talent, they will immediately have him use the precious materials they secretly collected to create countless super weapons. No wonder Li Chen could clear 100 levels of the Endless Altar. Aside from the mechanic class, which relies entirely on external accumulation for combat power, no other class could possibly reach that level of combat power in such a short time. The light in Yun Miao's eyes flickered as he continued to speculate. However, even so, relying solely on those super weapons, it shouldn't be that easy for Li Chen to clear 100 levels of the Endless Altar in one go. He has an unprecedented full spirit power value. This special situation might give him some abilities that are different from ordinary mechanics. Besides the super weapons that Marshall Li secretly prepared for him, this special ability might also be a crucial factor in his ability to clear 100 levels. Li Chen was unaware that Yun Miao and the others were still making all sorts of wild guesses about him. With his special talents, unless seen with their own eyes, it would be nearly impossible to guess, as it was simply too outrageous. At this moment, he had already stowed away the Spear of the Gods and entered a strategic bomber with Wang Qingfeng and the others. Once he confirmed through his god's perspective that everyone from the Eastern Dragon Empire had boarded, Li Chen's gaze sharpened, and his thoughts surged, depart.
Boom, 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 boom.
In the blink of an eye, dozens of strategic bombers broke through the air, creating a series of sonic booms as they surged forward. Inside the strategic bombers, the practitioners of the Eastern Dragon Empire were jolted by the immense force, nearly toppling over, with exclamations erupting.
Damn, are we sure this is a bomber? Why do I feel like I'm on a freaking rocket? Damn.
This pushback sensation is way too strong. Compared to this thing, my Bugatti feels like a tractor.
This speed feels a bit off. Even if bombers are fast, it shouldn't be this extreme.
Listening to the discussions, Li Chen and Wang Qingfeng exchanged smiles. Indeed, Li Chen's strategic bomber was quite different from the usual ones. With the effect of the Endless Destroyer doubling the attack efficiency, the speed of this strategic bomber was equivalent to that of a regular 1x2. From Li Chen's previous observations, they were currently about 200 kilometers away from the area where the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Kimchi Nation would meet. But under the bomber's extreme speed, that distance of over 200 kilometers was merely a matter of a few minutes.
5 minutes later, dozens of strategic bombers landed on a plane.
Ugh! As soon as the bombers came to a stop, the practitioners of the Eastern Dragon Empire rushed out, squatting beside and dry heaving. Fortunately, they were all elites selected from millions, and their physical fitness was decent. Although the dry heaving was frequent, at least no one actually vomited. Wang Qingfeng and the others watched this scene with amusement, shaking their heads lightly before turning to Li Chen. Junior brother, are we going to camp here and wait for the Pickled Cabbage Country and the Cherry Blossom Country to come to us?
Li Chen confirmed the movement trajectories of the two groups once again from a god's eye view, smiling as he nodded. Yes, right here.
Let's have everyone rest for a bit. Then we can prepare to cook by grouping into teams of 20, spaced 20 meters apart.
Next to him, Jiang Wuyu asked curiously, why divide it this way?
Li Chen chuckled, because my war fortress can accommodate a maximum of 20 people. Although it's unlikely we'll need it, it's better to be prepared just in case.
Wang Qingfeng nodded appreciatively. Junior brother, you are very considerate. Let's do it this way. Following that, Wang Qingfeng relayed the order for the groups to rest. Li Chen looked at Ling Xuehan with anticipation. Second sister, what are we having to eat later? Ling Xuehan smiled. Let's have hot pot.
It's convenient to prepare, and the ingredients are all fresh, perfect for hot pot.
Nearby, Jiang Wuyu's eyes lit up, cheering, yay!
Ling Xuehan was a space traveler, and one of her abilities was to expand a dimensional space for storage. The dimensional space had no air or bacteria, making it the best storage place, even better than a refrigerator, for keeping food. Soon, everyone became busy moving tables, pulling chairs, and gathering pots and pans without missing a single item. Nearby, Yun Miao and the others noticed the commotion on Li Chen's side, their faces showing surprise. Yun Miao furrowed her brows and walked over. "President Wang, what are you all doing?" Wang Qingfeng glanced at her indifferently and replied straightforwardly, "We're hungry, cooking."
Yun Miao twitched her lips. "Cooking? Here? Now?"
Li Chen replied as if it were obvious, "What else would I do with you all here?"
Yun Miao's face darkened. "Didn't President Wang just say we were going to deal with the cherry blossom country's practitioners?" "Yes. Then why are we wasting time cooking here?"
Ling Xuehan coldly said, "You just need to follow orders. All matters regarding the international war instance will be arranged properly by the senior brother, no need for you to think."
"You!"
Yun Miao was instantly furious, her chest heaving violently. After that, Wang Qingfeng and the others ignored her and continued preparing for the hot pot feast. The other practitioners rested for a moment, then suddenly saw smoke rising from that side, each one looking puzzled.
"What are President Wang and the others doing? Isn't it obvious? They're definitely making hot pot. Didn't you see the hot pot base ingredients laid out? Damn, do I not know they're preparing hot pot? The problem is, we're currently in an international war instance. Cooking hot pot leisurely here? Does that even make sense? If you hadn't said it, I almost forgot about that. They haven't even sent out scouts. Don't President Wang and the others fear being ambushed by the cherry blossom country? Didn't you hear them say before?
Li Chen has the means to monitor hundreds of kilometers away, so why would they need scouts? Cooking hot pot in an international war instance, although the cherry blossom country is trash, the pickled cabbage country is even worse, but this
seems a bit too arrogant, right? Well, you can't deny that the hot pot base ingredients President Wang brought smell pretty good, that pure beef tallow aroma.
Hearing the nearby practitioners start to discuss animatedly after regaining their composure, Wang Qingfeng smiled and said to Ling Xuehan, "Junior sister, why don't you distribute the supplies you brought to everyone?"
Ling Xuehan looked at the drooling crowd and couldn't help but laugh. "Okay."
Saying that, she called out to everyone, "All resting groups, send one person over to me to collect supplies."
"Sure, coming." "Ling President, are we having hot pot too?"
In just a moment, one by one, open-air hot pots began to rise in this vast wilderness, and a rich aroma started to waft through the air. Li Chen and the others chatted and ate, occasionally checking on the progress of Sakura country and Kimchi country. The atmosphere is relaxed as a picnic.
"Junior brother, how far are they from us?"
"About 150 kilometers.
"Where are they now?"
"Almost there, only 100 kilometers left."
"And now, over 40 kilometers.
Jiangjin picked up a piece of fresh tripe, dipped it in the boiling red oil soup, and then wrapped it in a glistening oil dish before stuffing it into his mouth, mumbling, "Haven't they arrived yet? Their speed is too slow, I'm almost full." Li Chen's gaze shifted as he stuffed tender beef into his mouth, chewing while smiling. "Their scouts have already met."
With Li Chen's words, Wang Qingfeng and the others paused slightly with their chopsticks, their eyes brightening, their previously relaxed expressions suddenly invigorated. Finally, they were here.
About 10 kilometers away in the wilderness, Shenwu Jianran was alert, moving quickly while paying attention to everything around him. Suddenly, he sniffed the air, looking ahead in confusion.
He had a ridiculous expression. "What's going on? Is it my imagination?
I can actually smell beef hot pot in a place like this." At that moment, the air beside him began to ripple slightly.
Shenwu Jianran turned to look and saw a figure in gray clothes and a mask quietly appearing in the air.
Although the figure was masked, the eyes visible revealed an expression of disbelief. "President, I've discovered something."
Shenwu Jianran's face turned serious, shaking off the earlier absurd thought, and said in a deep voice, "Speak."
The masked man said, "I've spotted people from the Eastern Dragon Empire."
Shenwu Jianran's body shook, his gaze suddenly sharpening. "Eastern Dragon Empire? Where are they, and what are they doing?"
The masked man had a strange expression. "They are about 7 or 8 kilometers ahead, and they are
cooking hot pot." Shenwu Jianran's body stiffened, almost thinking he misheard, and involuntarily raised his voice. "What did you say? Say it again."
The masked man took a deep breath. "I said, the people from the Eastern Dragon Empire are collectively cooking hot pot 7 or 8 kilometers ahead."
Cooking hot pot? They are cooking hot pot in an international war instance? All of them? Shenwu Jianran repeated in disbelief. "Yes, all of them." Shenwu Jianran was dumbfounded. What the hell was this?
Even if the Eastern Dragon Empire was ambushing them with the Northern Mao Empire ahead, he could understand that.
But, cooking hot pot, damn, Those guys from the Eastern Dragon Empire were too arrogant. This was an international war instance.
This was a super large instance that all professionals referred to as the International Slaughter Instance. 5,000 people cooking hot pot simultaneously in such an instance. Didn't the Eastern Dragon Empire fear being wiped out by the enemy in one go? Besides the Eastern Dragon Empire, we also discovered people from Kimchi country, the masked man added. Shinwoo Jianrun had not fully recovered from the shock and instinctively asked, "Is Kimchi country also eating hot pot?" The masked man's eyes twitched, and he whispered, "They are not eating hot pot. The ones we encountered are also scouts sent by Kimchi country. Their main force is still behind, moving in this direction. If we consider the speed of both sides, we will meet Kimchi country in about 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Shinwoo Jianrun finally regained his composure and asked in a deep voice, "So, they should have discovered the traces of the Eastern Dragon Empire as well, right?" The masked man nodded, "That's right. Their scouts have already sent someone back to inform Lee Jae-hee of the March Guild in Pickle Nation." In Shinobu Kenjin's eyes, a glimmer of light flickered. This international war instance, proposed by the leaders of the three great empires, had all countries secretly associated with the three great empires dispatching all their forces, preparing to encircle the Eastern Dragon Empire and eliminate that suddenly rising female powerhouse like a comet. Therefore, Shinobu Kenjin felt no surprise upon hearing that Lee Jae-hee was personally leading the team. He pondered for a moment and asked in a deep voice, "Did you encounter any scouts sent by the Eastern Dragon Empire during your reconnaissance?" The masked man shook his head. "No, the Eastern Dragon Empire did not send out scouts. They are all there eating hot pot." "What? The Eastern Dragon Empire, relying on that powerful female powerhouse, is so arrogant as to not even send out scouts?" Shinobu Kenjin was shocked again, gritting his teeth. His gaze changed wildly. After a while, a fierce intent suddenly appeared on Shinobu Kenjin's face, as if he had made a certain decision. "Let's go. I will go with you to meet Lee Jae-hee. The Eastern Dragon Empire is acting so arrogantly, but at the same time, it gives us a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When people are eating, their mental state is the most relaxed aside from sleeping. Moreover, the aroma of their hot pot has even wafted over here, which means they have probably been eating for a long time. Those who have just finished eating will actually affect their combat effectiveness. If we secretly rendezvous with Pickle Nation and launch a thunderous surprise attack on these arrogant guys from the Eastern Dragon Empire, we will surely deal them a heavy blow. As long as we can eliminate enough professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire in a short time, no matter how strong that female powerhouse is, facing our thousands of warriors, she will undoubtedly perish. If we can annihilate the Eastern Dragon Empire, it will greatly enhance our status internationally. By then, even the Free Federation, the Fascist Empire, and the Great Pinnacle Empire will absolutely not dare to underestimate us again." The more Shinobu Kenjin spoke, the more his eyes shone, a sense of vengeful pleasure rising early from his heart, as if the Eastern Dragon Empire was already the fish on his chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. The masked man's eyes gradually revealed a fervent look, excitedly saying, "Hey, the Cherry Blossom Empire will surely rise." Saying this, he immediately turned and soared forward, leading Shinobu Kenjin. Moments later, Shinobu Kenjin's gaze shifted as he looked to the side. From another direction, a middle-aged man in an exquisite suit was also approaching. Shinobu Kenjin's eyes showed satisfaction as he murmured, as expected of the leader of Pickle Nation, "It seems Lee Jae-hee and I are on the same wavelength. This must be what the people of the Eastern Dragon Empire often say about heroes seeing alike." Lee Jae-hee arrived in front of Shinobu Kenjin, his face hiding pride and self-satisfaction. "Brother Shinobu, it seems your thoughts align with mine." Shinobu Kenjin smiled modestly. "Brother Lee's wisdom and decisiveness are also extraordinary." Lee Jae-hee nodded. "Time is precious, let's skip the pleasantries. While those arrogant and reckless guys from the Eastern Dragon Empire haven't finished eating, let's quickly prepare to take action." When it came to business, Shinobu Kenjin's expression became serious, revealing a murderous intent. He said in a deep voice, "What I mean is, let's take a longer route on both sides and launch a simultaneous attack. This way, not only can we create a grand illusion to undermine their confidence, but we can also trap them in the middle, achieving the greatest results in a short time with a thunderous force. After wearing down most of the Eastern Dragon's strength, we will then concentrate our elite forces to encircle and kill that mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon." Lee Jae-hee smiled fiercely. "Good, heroes see alike. Let's do it this way." Kobe Kenjin was completely exhilarated. "In this battle, we will definitely eradicate the Eastern Dragon." Having determined the next attack strategy, Kobe Kenjin left one of his Shikigami with Lee Jae-hee as a bridge for communication between the two sides. Then, the two returned to their main forces. The professionals of Sakura country looked at their leader in confusion, not knowing why Kobe Kenjin had suddenly left the main force. Kobe Kenjin gazed at the warriors of Sakura country waiting in place, the killing intent and hatred in his eyes gradually boiling over. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, our comrades from the ninja division have discovered the traces of the Eastern Dragon Empire ahead." Upon hearing this news, the faces of the Sakura Country professionals immediately showed signs of tension. The enmity between Sakura Country and the Eastern Dragon Empire had a long history, and in recent years, with the covert backing of the Free Federation, Sakura had occasionally provoked the Eastern Dragon Empire. In such a situation, an encounter would surely lead to a life and death struggle. But the problem was, they had not yet had the chance to meet with powerful allies like the Free Federation. Without the support of the Free Federation, how could they dare to face the Eastern Dragon alone? Moreover, that mysterious female overlord of the Eastern Dragon Empire was definitely involved in the international war instance, and meeting that god of death-like woman alone would likely mean certain death. However, what Kobe Kenjin said next instantly boosted their courage. Not only have we discovered the Eastern Dragon Empire, but we have also discovered the Pickled Vegetable Country. Just now, I had a secret meeting with Lee Jae-hee from the Pickled Vegetable Country, and we are preparing a joint ambush on the Eastern Dragon. According to the reconnaissance from the Ninja Division, the Eastern Dragon Empire, relying on that mysterious woman, dares to arrogantly eat hot pot in the international war instance. 5,000 people, and they didn't even send out scouts, all of them are eating hot pot. Kobe Kenjin gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fierce flames. Though the Eastern Dragon Empire is strong, their carelessness will definitely lead to their own destruction. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I have already agreed with Lee Jae-hee that our Sakura Country and their Pickled Vegetable Country will simultaneously flank the Eastern Dragon from both sides and launch a surprise attack. In this way, we will surely catch the Eastern Dragon off guard and eradicate them. Hearing that the Eastern Dragon Empire was so careless, and that Kobe Kenjin had contacted the Pickled Vegetable Country, everyone immediately erupted in cheers. Eradicate the Eastern Dragon. Kill that woman from the Eastern Dragon. I want that woman from the Eastern Dragon to scream Yamit 1,000 times. Hearing that they had allies, the professionals of Sakura Country immediately cheered as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. On the Pickled Vegetable Countryside, Lee Jae-hee, dressed in an expensive suit, returned to the crowd. Lee Burong saw his father return and grinned, then turned his gaze to Lee Jae-hee. With a proud expression, he said, "Father, what did the people from Sakura Country say?" Lee Jae-hee was already used to his son's antics and didn't mind at all, his expression somewhat excited. "I have already agreed with Kobe Kenjin that our Pickled Vegetable Country and Sakura Country will attack the Eastern Dragon from both the left and right sides. Taking advantage of their hot pot feast, we will eradicate the Eastern Dragon in one battle and kill that mysterious female powerhouse." Lee Burong's body trembled slightly, a sickly sinister smile appearing on his face. "Father, after we defeat that female powerhouse, please let me handle her." Lee Burong's gaze was fervent. "I want to pin her down and whip her fiercely, making her understand that the men of our Pickled Vegetable Country are the most ferocious beasts." Hearing Lee Burong's crazy declaration, the nearby female professionals all shuddered, fear evident in their eyes. Lee Jae-hee chuckled darkly and nodded heavily. "Good. At that time, we will fight as a father-son duo, making that arrogant woman from the Eastern Dragon understand what kind of price she has to pay for slaughtering our people from the Pickled Vegetable Country." Lee Zai suddenly turned his head to look at the professionals behind him and shouted, "Everyone prepare. Let's eliminate that group of Ashiba from the East Dragon. Destroy the East Dragon. The March Guild is invincible. President Lee Zai is mighty." Vice President Lee Burong charges forward, taking down the female overlord, raising the prestige of our Kimchi nation. At the grand hot pot feast of the East Dragon Empire, Lee Chen picked up a piece of tender duck intestines with his chopsticks, dipped it in the boiling red oil soup for a few seconds, and stuffed it into his mouth after dipping it in the oil sauce. Next to him, Jiang Jin couldn't help but ask when he saw Li Chen's contented expression, "Li Chen, what are the Cherry Blossom Nation and Kimchi Nation doing now? Why haven't they attacked yet?" Li Chen, while searching for tender beef in the red oil soup, chuckled, "Kobe Kenran and Li Zai are brainwashing their respective professionals." "Brainwashing? What does that mean?" Jiang Wu Yu asked curiously. Li Chen grinned. "Kobe Kenran and the others said they want to take advantage of our hot pot time to launch a pincer attack and annihilate the East Dragon Empire with a thunderous force. Li Zai and the others even want to take this opportunity to do something indescribable to the female overlord." "Indescribable things?" Jiang Wu Yu was taken aback for a moment, just about to ask what indescribable things meant. Meanwhile, Ling Shuaihan's expression suddenly turned icy. She scolded, "Those shameless old lecherous chables from Kimchi Nation, it's one thing to flaunt their power in their own country, but how dare they set their sights on our East Dragon Empire?" Hearing the term Old Lecher, and recalling the debauched rumors about the chaebols of Kimchi Nation, Jiang Wuyu immediately reacted, her face filled with anger. She looked at Li Chen and said angrily, "Li Chen, this time, you must thoroughly deal with those arrogant bastards from Cherry Blossom Nation and Kimchi Nation." Li Chen looked at the professionals from Cherry Blossom Nation and Kimchi Nation secretly and swiftly surrounding them from both sides in a god's eye view, swallowed the tender beef in his mouth, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes.
That's only natural.
To prevent the professionals from Cherry Blossom Nation and Kimchi Nation from retreating at the last moment, Wang Qingfeng did not inform the others about the impending ambush on the East Dragon, continuing to let everyone laugh and feast. At the grand hot pot feast of the East Dragon Empire, behind a small hill in the distance to the right, Kobe Kenran led a group of professionals from Cherry Blossom Nation, carefully curling their bodies and cautiously peeking down. Seeing the iron pots scattered all over the ground and the thick smoke rising, Kobe Kenran trembled with excitement.
These guys from the East Dragon Empire are indeed careless, they really don't even bother to send out scouts.
He looked up at the distant opposite side, feeling a bit impatient.
With the East Dragon Empire in such a relaxed state, Kobe Kenran was confident.
As long as they gathered the forces of Cherry Blossom and Kimchi Nations to launch a surprise attack, even if the East Dragon had that powerful female overlord, they would definitely not be able to handle it. At the bottom of the hill, at the grand hot pot feast, Li Chen raised his cup, finished his drink, but his gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept over the distant hill. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The people from Cherry Blossom Nation had arrived,
and in another direction,
the professionals from Kimchi Nation were also about to reach the battlefield. Li Chen put down his cup and smiled at Wang Qingfeng and the others. "Brothers and sisters, next, let me perform a little show to liven things up."
Wang Qingfeng and the others paused slightly, exchanging excited glances, a surge of excitement flowing between them.
Clearly, they had understood the meaning behind Li Chen's words. The enemy had arrived, and the game was about to begin. Li Zai led the professionals from Kimchi Nation silently forward, quickly approaching the East Dragon Empire, and then similarly hid behind another small hill. The vice president of the March Guild, Li Burong, stared intently below, seemingly trying to spot the female big shot from the Eastern Dragon Empire among the crowd. After observing for a moment, Li Zai confirmed that these professionals from the Eastern Dragon were indeed focused on eating hot pot and had not noticed their arrival, excitement suddenly gleaming in his eyes. He turned to the beautiful woman beside him, who had 3 flame marks on her umbrella, and whispered, "Inform your master, it's time to prepare for the attack."
The umbrella-wielding beauty smiled slightly and quietly vanished. She was one of Kenji Kobe's Shikigami, the Tsukuyami Yatagarasu.
On the side of Sakura country, Kenji Kobe's eyes flickered as he looked beside him.
The Tsukuyami Yatagarasu appeared silently and nodded gently at him.
Kenji Kobe's gaze sharpened instantly, ready to signal the ambush. But in the next moment, an unexpected change occurred in the Eastern Dragon Empire's camp.
Clang, 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 clang.
With a series of metallic clashing sounds, a suit of steel armor, red and gold, suddenly emerged from Li Chen's body, enveloping him completely. As flames erupted from behind and beneath him, Li Chen shot up into the sky. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of all the professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire, who turned to look this way. A somewhat muffled voice came from the armor. "Eating hot pot alone is a bit dull. Let me perform a show to liven things up."
The professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire looked utterly confused.
They were enjoying their hot pot, so why suddenly a performance?
Li Chen let out a wild laugh and shouted, "Kenji Kobe, Li Zai, since you're here, why not come out?"
As soon as these words were spoken, apart from a few in the know, everyone else was shocked into stillness.
Li Zai, the president of the March Guild from Kimchi Country? And Kenji Kobe, the president of the Amaterasu Guild? If they were here, did that mean the professionals from Sakura Country and Kimchi Country had all arrived too?
Combined, these two countries had over 10,000 people. If they were ambushed by both countries, even if the professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire were skilled, they would be outnumbered. The professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire, still eating hot pot, trembled and stood up, nervously looking around.
Not only them, but Kenji Kobe and Li Zai, the ambushers, also felt their hearts skip a beat.
Had they been discovered? How could that be? They had clearly seen Li Chen and Wang Qingfeng's table chatting and eating hot pot just moments ago. They hadn't even stood up to carefully observe the surroundings. How could they have found them hiding behind the hillside? But then, Kenji Kobe steeled his heart and shouted loudly, "Warriors of Sakura Country, charge!
Let's eliminate the Eastern Dragon today."
On the other side, although Li Zai was also uncertain, since they had already been discovered, there was no need to hide anything anymore. At least, judging by the reactions of those professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire below, they were clearly not prepared in advance.
Kill, annihilate the Eastern Dragon, let our Kimchi countries might be known.
Under the leadership of the two leaders, The other professionals from Sakura country and Kimchi country all rushed out with bloodshot eyes, flooding towards the Eastern Dragon Empire like a tide. Faced with the fierce onslaught from both sides, the professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire were instantly alarmed. What the hell? The idiots from Sakura country and the bastards from Kimchi country have indeed joined forces. Damn! Didn't President Wang say that Li Chen could monitor situations hundreds of kilometers away? How could he not notice these guys had crept up on us? It's over. We are being ambushed by Sakura and Kimchi. Damn it! My awakened ghost swordsman is clearly the best scout profession, yet they won't let me scout ahead. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Shuihan, could they be spies planted by Sakura country in our Eastern Dragon? In midair, Li Chen ignored the slight commotion below, and the killing intent behind the mask on his face intensified. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a thought, a dense swarm of rocket launchers spread across the sky like a plague. In just a few blinks, they surrounded the people of Sakura country and Kimchi country. The professionals of the Eastern Dragon Empire were preparing to fight desperately, but they were startled by the sudden scene before them. Damn! So many rocket launchers. These are all Li Chen's super weapons. His Marshal Li actually secretly gathered so many resources to create super weapons for him. That's too ruthless. On the side of the Northern University Academy, the Yun siblings looked at the grotesque super weapons before them, their faces twitching violently. Yun Mao murmured in disbelief, there must be tens of thousands of them. Although rocket launchers aren't considered high-level super weapons, how much material must have been consumed for this quantity? Tsinghua Academy secretly gathered so many materials, and we didn't receive any news at all. Marshal Li's plans are so deep. Beside them, Yun Jinhai's gaze trembled, and he murmured in a very low voice, so that's it. That's the reason for his extraordinary attack power. Meanwhile, on both sides, the people of Sakura country and Kimchi country were stunned to see the sudden wall of rocket launchers coming to a complete stop. Shinobu Kenjin's pupils instantly contracted, and the killing intent he had just felt was replaced by shock at the astonishing scene before him. He exclaimed in fear, "It's Li Chen. The Eastern Dragon Empire doesn't have any mysterious female overlord. It's Li Chen himself." On the other side, Li Burong was so frightened that he fell to the ground. His previous arrogance completely vanished, and his high-end trousers were instantly soaked with the smell of urine. Mechanical War God. This is the mechanical war god newly cultivated by the Eastern Dragon. Next to him, his father Li Zaiki, though not as pathetic, wore a face of disbelief. His face turned pale, and his lips trembled. Impossible. This doesn't make sense. According to the information we received, this Li Chen is clearly a newly promoted professional. How could he become so strong in such a short time? Compared to the powerful figures like Shinobu Kenjin, the other ordinary professionals were even more overwhelmed, some even collapsing mentally at the sight before them. Mechanical War God. A new mechanical war god has appeared in the Eastern Dragon Empire. So many super weapons. We're doomed. We're doomed. Impossible. This is all an illusion. It must be an illusion. On the side of Kimchi country, Li Burong, in a panic, pushed the female professional beside him forward and shouted at Li Chen, who was floating in midair, "Don't fire. Please don't fire. As long as you don't kill me, I promise to give you a different woman every day from today. Our Kimchi country's girl group is the best in the world. You definitely won't regret it." The professionals of the Eastern Dragon Empire, hearing Li Burong's shout, instinctively glanced at the female companion beside him, nodding silently in their hearts. Although they were wearing the unique barrel clothing of Kimchi country, making their lower bodies invisible, even just from the upper bodies, they could indeed be considered quite attractive. But unfortunately, for Li Chen, who interacted daily with exquisite beauties like Jiang Wu and Yu Yu, and had seen the Elven Princess, those so-called top-notch goods that Li Burong mentioned were nothing special. In midair, Li Chen's voice was cold and deep. "Spare you? In the years of slaughter in the dungeons, did you spare the professionals of my Eastern Dragon Empire when facing them? In the past international war dungeons, when your countries united against my Eastern Dragon, did you spare them then? Are there still abyss dungeons, faction confrontation dungeons, and large joint raids that you haven't let go of?" With this series of questions from Li Chen, the gaze of those originally attracted by the world's top goods from the pickled vegetable country gradually became fixed. The enchanting thoughts in their hearts quickly vanished, replaced by a surging heat rising quietly in their chests. As Li Chen's words burst forth one after another, even Wang Qingfeng and others, who had initially appeared to be watching the excitement, began to lose the mockery in their eyes, becoming increasingly fervent. Li Chen's voice suddenly amplified, "You haven't. The cherry blossom country hasn't. The pickled vegetable country hasn't. The Free Federation certainly hasn't. Since none of you have,
why should I let you go? Kobe Kenjin, Lee Jae-hui. Think carefully, when has our East Dragon Empire ever bullied others even once before you provoked us? But from the day my teacher, Master Lee, led the rise of East Dragon, you have continuously targeted our East Dragon Empire. These years, you must be quite proud, right? With the Free Federation backing you, you think our East Dragon is easy to bully? Our East Dragon is a grand nation, we don't seek trouble, but that doesn't mean we fear it. At this point, Lee Chen paused slightly and suddenly shouted, "No killing, hatred will never cease. Since you have chosen to oppose our East Dragon, today, I will let you know. Those who offend our East Dragon, though far, must be punished. And, all must be punished." As the words "all must be punished" left his mouth, Ling Xuehan suddenly stood up, her entire body brimming with spiritual power, loudly declaring, "Well said. Those who offend our East Dragon, all must be killed." Other East Dragon practitioners thought of their friends and mentors who had unexpectedly died due to targeting by various countries, and couldn't help but redden their eyes, roaring, "Those who offend our East Dragon, all must be killed. Those who offend our East Dragon, all must be killed. Those who offend our East Dragon, all must be killed." The synchronized roars shook the heavens and earth, leaving the practitioners from the Pickled Vegetable Country and Cherry Blossom Country pale with fear. Boom! In the next moment, a blinding light erupted with a terrifying roar. A full 40,000 rocket launchers roared madly. Kobe Kenjin and Lee Jae-hui's expressions changed drastically, their faces contorted as they shouted, "Hold on. Everyone, hold on. Don't be scared by the number of his super weapons. With so many rocket launchers, as long as we can withstand this wave of attacks, he definitely won't have time to change the magazine. At that time, we will still have a chance to counterattack." Hearing their shouts, the practitioners from both countries trembled, their previous despair slightly dissipating, gritting their teeth and shouting, "The president is right. Everyone, use all your hidden tricks. As long as we can survive this wave of attacks, victory will still belong to us. Fight him. Exterminate East Dragon. Long live the Cherry Blossom Empire. Rise, Pickled Vegetable Country." Under the influence of these people, various intense lights quickly rose from the ranks of the Cherry Blossom Country and Pickled Vegetable Country, transforming into various armors, shields, and magical barriers to protect themselves. Shikigami Sacrifice Technique. Invincible Shield. Light of the Little Fairy. In midair, Lee Chen coldly watched the scene, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's just a pity that, due to the concealment of the Iron Man armor, no one could see the change in Lee Chen's expression. Boom 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 boom. Ah, help me. Mom, I want to go home. Woo woo woo. East Dragon Empire, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. In just a few seconds, a large number of practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Country and Pickled Vegetable Country rapidly died under the fierce firepower. And in Lee Chen's vision, those who died had transparent shadows drifting from their bodies, merging into his necklace and disappearing without a trace. This is the Soul Hunter unleashing its effect, devouring the souls of enemies to increase attack power. Those who came to participate in the international war instance indeed have some hidden cards, but the problem is, not everyone's hidden cards are suitable for dealing with the overwhelming bombardment of such large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Don't be fooled by the fact that Lee Chen's rocket launcher is just a skill he unlocked at level 20, with limited base attack power. However, with the enhancement of various powerful equipment, the damage from breaking skills, enchanted damage, the attack power increased by the Soul Hunter, the effect of Soul Whale, and the exclusive talent boost from the mechanic, under this series of stacked effects, these level 20 rocket launchers already have quite impressive single-target attack power. In just a few seconds, more than two-thirds of the over 10,000 professionals from Sakura Country and Kimchi Country have already died. As for the remaining ones, they are all elites among the professionals of the two countries. Not only are their levels quite high, but their awakened professions are also powerful, with top-notch equipment, and they have activated their respective hidden cards to barely hold on. Even someone like Kenji Kobe, an advanced professional at level 80, has sacrificed 2 high-level Shikigami. He stared grimly at Lee Chen in mid-air, secretly calculating in his heart. Suddenly, Kenji Kobe's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Everyone prepare. His ammunition should be running low soon."